In the realm of the Dtth continent, the young Xuan Ye traverses this world, wielding the memories of his past life to seize fortuitous opportunities and govern the vast expanse. I am a celestial emperor, destined to suppress all adversaries in existence. Who dares to claim invincibility? Who would speak of being undefeated? As the heavens resonate, the celestial realm descends, weaving the fabric of a universe, ultimately vanquishing all foes from ancient times to the future. Xiao Yan proclaims, at the pinnacle of Dtth, who stands as the peak. Upon encountering Xuan Ye, the path becomes void. Lin Dong exclaims, is this truly the celestial emperor? Terrifying indeed. Xuan Chen, gasps, my father is actually the celestial emperor? Zhou Yuan asserts, in the presence of the celestial emperor, deities are akin to mere ants. Xuan Ye proclaims, at the pinnacle of existence, proud of the vastness where I stand, Xuan Ye, there exists the heavens. Chapter 1. Xuan Ye. In the Dtth continent, within the central state lies the Holy Dan City, a sanctuary revered by all alchemists, primarily due to the towering black spire, the Dan Tower, standing at its heart, piercing the clouds. Deep within the Dan Tower, in a room imbued with a subtle fragrance of herbs, elegantly adorned and warmly inviting, a 3-year-old boy sits cross-legged upon a soft mat. His eyes are tightly shut, his features delicate like that of a porcelain doll. Yet the slight furrow of his brow and the faint pulsation of an extraordinary energy surrounding him reveal a tranquility and focus far beyond his tender years. His name is Xuan Ye. His soul hails from another realm, and now he is an orphan in this Dtth continent, as well as the adopted son of Xuan Ye, one of the 3 great leaders of the Dan Tower. 3 years prior, an elder from the Dan Tower discovered a baby still in swaddling cloth in a desolate valley while returning from an errand. The infant neither cried nor fussed, but gazed curiously at the world with bright, dark eyes. Surrounding low-level magical beasts lingered nearby, yet strangely, they did not dare to approach. The elder sensed something unusual and brought the child back to the Dan Tower. Upon hearing the news, Xuan Ye casually glanced, but when her soul energy brushed past the infant, a tempest of emotions surged within her usually tranquil eyes. The soul energy of this baby was not merely powerful, but inherently profound, containing the nascent essence of spiritual realms. This was an unprecedented marvel. Cultivating soul energy is far more arduous than mastering Dtth. Countless individuals toil their entire lives without stepping into the threshold of spiritual realms. Yet here was an infant, innately possessing a soul of spiritual realms? If this were to spread, it would certainly send shockwaves throughout the continent's alchemical community. Xuan Ye personally cradled the infant, who surprisingly showed no fear, reaching out to grasp a strand of her hair, giggling delightfully. The pure and untainted waves of his soul stirred rare ripples in Xuan Ye's heart, which had long been as still as water. Having devoted her life to alchemy and cultivation, she had never married nor had offspring. Now, gazing at this gifted child, who shared her own solitary plight, an indescribable affection and sense of cherishing talent blossomed within her. Child, from this day forth, you shall bear the surname Xuan. Xuan Ye gently caressed the infant's cheek, her voice softer than any outsider had ever heard. May you shine like a star in the night. Even in silence, your radiance cannot be concealed. Henceforth, you shall be named Xuan Ye. Thus, the leader of the Dan Tower, Xuan Ye, gained a son by adoption, named Xuan Ye. From a moment he became aware, Xuan Ye understood the esteemed status his adoptive mother held in the central state and across the continent. She treated him exceptionally well, never lacking in rare medicinal pills that nurtured his meridians and soul, personally laying his foundation and patiently explaining the fundamentals of Dtth and the mysteries of the soul. However, as a leader of the Dan Tower, she was often busy with affairs and frequently secluded herself to refine elixirs, leaving limited time to accompany him. Xuan Ye bore no grievances. Instead, he treasured each moment. Possessing memories of his past life, he understood the rarity of this opportunity and recognized that in this world, where strength reigns supreme, innate talent does not guarantee success. Only through diligent cultivation could he secure his footing and honor this great love. His innate soul of spiritual realms granted him unparalleled advantages. His perception of energy was extraordinarily sharp, while the cultivation of Dtth, which was arduous for others, flowed into his meridians effortlessly like a stream. His temperament was far more mature than his peers, and his comprehension astonishing. The complex techniques imparted by Xuan Ye often took root in him with ease, allowing him to deduce further insights from them. When Xuan Ye turned 4, Xuan Ye decided to assess his progress in Dtth. The results astonished her once more. Dtth, 3rd stage. a 4-year-old at the third stage of Btth. Such speed could rival the genius offspring of ancient races. Moreover, Xuan Ye's solid foundation and the refinement of his Btth far exceeded those of his peers, evidently indicating that he had perfectly absorbed all the medicinal effects without a trace of superficiality. Excellent, excellent, excellent. The usually aloof Xuan Ye wore a smile that day, repeatedly exclaiming her delight. She personally bestowed upon him more resources and devised a more detailed training regimen, with one core principle: to advance steadily, avoiding haste, and to solidify every realm. Xuan Ye adhered to her teachings diligently. He did not merely pursue the elevation of his Btth level. Instead, he devoted considerable time to mastering his soul energy and honing his physical foundation. He deeply understood that great ambitions must be built upon solid foundations. The sturdier the base, the further one could ascend in the future. Days turned into years, and 5 years passed quietly in the midst of tedious yet fulfilling cultivation. By the age of 9, Xuan Ye had grown significantly taller, his youthful features maturing into a more strikingly handsome visage. Particularly, his deep, dark eyes occasionally sparkled with a keen light, emanating an incisive sharpness that seemed to see through the hearts of others, an external manifestation of his increasingly potent soul energy. On this day, he sat quietly in his small courtyard, his aura surging as his garments fluttered without wind. The energies of the world within the courtyard converged upon him at an astonishing pace, forming a miniature vortex of energy that surged into his being. Within his dantian, the rich gaseous Btth had reached its zenith, beginning to whirl and compress frantically. Time slipped away unnoticed until it felt as if a barrier had been breached, and a faint sound resonated within him. All of the Btth immediately collapsed, forming a small, yet stable rotating vortex. The vortex operated autonomously, continuously generating pure Btth energy that flowed back into his limbs and bones. A fighter. A 9-year-old fighter. Xuan Ye slowly opened his eyes, feeling the power within him surge to levels a dozen times stronger than before, and a satisfied smile crept across his lips. He had taken this step with great steadiness, without relying on any medicinal pills to force a breakthrough. It had all unfolded naturally. Achieving the status of a fighter meant he had truly embarked on the path of Btth cultivation, opening the door to higher-level techniques and skills. However, Xuan Ye's aspirations extended far beyond this. Possessing an innate soul of spiritual realms, his thirst for energy and perception surpassed that of ordinary individuals. He sensed that merely following the systematic cultivation methods Xuan Ye had prepared for him felt somewhat wasteful of his extraordinary talents. This feeling intensified after he broke through to become a fighter, and his soul energy experienced a slight advancement. He shook his head, suppressing the inexplicable restlessness within. Rising, he prepared to share the joyous news with his mother, Xuan Ye. Surely, the achievement of becoming a 9-year-old fighter would bring her joy. Traversing the tranquil corridor, he arrived outside the study where Xuan Ye typically attended to her matters, yet found no one present. A disciple of the Dan Tower on duty respectfully informed him. Young Master Xuan Ye, Lord Xuan Ye is currently in the alchemical chamber attending to an important guest and has instructed that no one is to disturb her. Xuan Ye nodded in understanding. After contemplating, he decided to visit the Dan Tower's library. As a fighter, he could now peruse introductions to more advanced Btth techniques. While his primary technique would undoubtedly be the finest his mother prepared for him, he wished to gain some personal insight first. The Dan Tower's library was vast, akin to an ocean of knowledge. Utilizing his identity token, Xuan Ye accessed the initial floors. He strolled among towering shelves, his soul energy subtly sweeping through the area, allowing him to sense the energy attributes and general levels contained within the technique scrolls. Most were low to mid-tier Xuan level techniques, with occasional high-tier Xuan level ones that did not pique his interest. His footsteps paused at a somewhat remote corner of the shelves, where dust had accumulated. Here, it seemed, resided only remnants, miscellaneous notes, or ancient techniques of untraceable origins, their levels indeterminate. Just as he was about to turn away, a faint pulse from the soul energy at his brow compelled him to look closer, transmitting a weak yet remarkably clear wave of desire. Huh! Xuan Ye halted, following the sensation's guidance. Beneath the lowest shelf, among a pile of tattered scrolls, lay an object dark as iron, inconspicuous and seemingly more like a shard of a token than a scroll. It was half hidden beneath a leather-bound notebook, appearing forgotten for countless ages. Intrigued, Xuan Ye inexplicably crouched down and picked up the black iron fragment. It felt cold to the touch, made of a material neither metal nor wood, inscribed with vague and ancient peculiar patterns, lacking any apparent distinction. However, the moment his fingertip brushed against the patterns, his soul of spiritual realms quivered violently, as if drawn by an unseen force. Suddenly, the ancient patterns on the black iron shard illuminated, flickering ever so slightly. A cold, desolate stream of peculiar information surged unbidden into Xuan Ye's mind. Xuan Ye stifled a groan, feeling as though his head were splitting as countless obscure ancient texts and images flashed before him. The intense impact nearly caused him to faint, but he gritted his teeth, relying on the formidable resilience of his soul of spiritual realms to endure. After what felt like an eternity, the torrent of information gradually subsided. In his mind, an ancient technique radiating supreme authority and greed materialized. The Devouring Heaven Technique. The brief introduction that opened the text sent Xuan Ye's heart racing, nearly choking him. Devour the heavens and the earth, transforming the essence of all things to nourish oneself. Nothing is beyond consumption. Nothing is beyond transformation. This technique was overwhelmingly tyrannical. It could directly devour the energy of the heavens and the earth, even elixirs, beast flames, and, moreover, the essence of exotic fires, forcibly enhancing one's cultivation and physique. Xuan Ye's heart raced wildly, and his breath quickened. He instantly comprehended that the level of this Devouring Heaven technique likely surpassed the heavenly tier. It might even be a legendary imperial-level technique. At the very least, its concept was audaciously defiant. Concurrently, fragmented memories surfaced, mentioning an ancient and forbidden race, the Devouring Spirit Clan, a race that perpetuated itself by consuming the bloodline essence of other races, which had once instigated great terrors, now long extinguished in the annals of history. These fragments were indeed remnants of the Devouring Spirit Clan's legacy. After the overwhelming shock and exhilaration came a profound sense of trepidation and gravity. Xuan Ye quickly gripped the black iron fragment tightly, scanning his surroundings warily. Fortunately, this corner went unnoticed by anyone. He forcefully suppressed the tumult within his heart and swiftly gathered the leather-bound notebook, feigning interest in it as he hurriedly departed the library. Back in his room, he activated a simple isolation barrier, unfolding his palm to gaze upon the now dimmed and lifeless fragment, resembling scrap metal, his emotions in turmoil for a long time. The Devouring Heaven Technique, the Devouring Spirit Clan. Xuan Ye understood that this abominable Devouring Spirit Clan from the Btth continent was a branch of the malevolent clan from beyond the vast world, the Devouring Demon Clan. This Devouring Heaven technique was likely crafted by a demon emperor, and perhaps few legacies in the entire vast world could rival it. Such a formidable legacy was not only extraordinary, but perilous to the extreme. Once exposed, it would undoubtedly incite panic and pursuit across the continent. Furthermore, the technique was inherently bizarre, with its devouring power being exceedingly domineering. If not controlled properly, the first to suffer might very well be himself. To practice or not to practice? The temptation was immense, yet the risks were equally great. Xuan Ye's gaze flickered as he found himself engulfed in intense internal struggle. He possessed a soul of spiritual realms, perceiving beyond the ordinary, faintly sensing the peculiar resonance between this technique and his soul, as if it were crafted for those with exceedingly potent soul energy. Risks often accompany opportunities. After a long deliberation, a glimmer of determination flashed in his eyes. In this Btth continent, lacking strength renders one akin to an ant. Heaven has granted me the chance to live anew, bestowed upon me a soul of spiritual realms, and allowed me to encounter such an opportunity. If I shrink back in fear, would that not be a betrayal of it all? Moreover, my mother has shown me immeasurable kindness. I too wish to possess enough strength to stand before her in the future, rather than forever remaining under her protection. I shall cultivate the Devouring Heaven technique. Having arrived in this world and being well aware of fortune, what reason do I have not to ascend to the pinnacle? A surge of ambition welled up within Xuan Ye. I shall become the Dou Emperor. I shall not be inferior to the celestial evil god. But I must proceed with utmost caution. Until I possess absolute certainty, I must not reveal a single hint of this, and my devouring endeavors should commence with the gentlest energies. Calming the excitement within, Xuan Ye reminded himself. Taking a deep breath, he carefully concealed the black iron fragment. The leather-bound notebook he glanced through briefly. It was merely an ordinary alchemist travelogue, devoid of any special significance, perfectly suited to serve as a guise. It is worth noting that Xuan Ye possessed the qualifications to become an alchemist. From this day forth, Xuan Ye's cultivation life would include a clandestine task, comprehending and secretly practicing the devouring heaven technique, steadily advancing step by step, while his alchemical skills rapidly progressed under Xuan Ye's guidance, showcasing astonishing talent, garnering recognition within the Dan Tower as a beacon of hope for the future, much to Xuan Ye's delight. Chapter 2. Seeking Opportunities. As the years flowed by like an arrow through the air, unbeknownst to him, several years had slipped away. Deep within the Dan Tower, in Xuan Ye's private alchemy chamber, the air shimmered with scorching heat, twisting and distorting. Dozens of flames, each a different hue and possessing distinct attributes, darted about the room like a startled swarm of serpents, exuding a tempestuous wave of energy. Yet, at the very heart of this chaos, a youth clad in black sat cross-legged, his expression as tranquil as a still lake. With his fingertips forming intricate seals, a profound and shadowy flame, seemingly capable of devouring all light, unfurled from within him. Like a sovereign's arrival, wherever it passed, the frenzied beast flames emitted mournful cries as they were forcibly torn apart, consumed and assimilated, ultimately becoming part of that dark flame. The devouring sky demon flame. At the tender age of 12, Xuan Ye had not only attained the pinnacle of a great fighter, but had also mastered the art of alchemy to the 4th tier. Such accomplishments were enough to draw the attention of those within the Dan Tower. However, only he understood the immense pressure behind this seemingly astonishing progress. As the devouring sky divine art and the insatiable appetite of the devouring sky demon flame demanded a bottomless reservoir of resources. Not sufficient, far from sufficient. Xuan Ye gradually opened his eyes, the 2 dark flame marks in his pupils flickering momentarily. Every flame in the chamber had been consumed, leaving only the increasingly profound devouring sky demon flame swirling around him, emanating an insatiable hunger. The beast flames, of too low a grade and rife with impurities, could no longer satisfy the growth of the demon flame or the advancement of the divine art. He required treasures of greater strength and primal essence to nourish himself. His ambitions had long surpassed those of his peers, even exceeding the imaginations of many elders within the Dan Tower. The spiritual realm and soul not only bestowed upon him innate talent, but also ignited an instinctual craving and perception for the world's ultimate treasures. Drawing from the memories of his past life, he had pinpointed 2 opportunities that could transform him and propel him to unprecedented heights. The first originated from the relics left behind by the ancient Dou Saint and the Creator Sage. According to his recollections, the relics concealed 3 treasures that quickened his heartbeat. The Dragon Phoenix Origin Fruit. Consuming it could forge an unparalleled Dragon Phoenix body, elevating his physical strength and power to unfathomable levels, granting him the true capability to transcend realms and perfectly fulfilling the rigorous requirements of the devouring sky divine art. Heaven tier combat skill. Great heavenly creation palm. A signature technique of the Creator Sage, unleashing a palm that seizes the essence of creation itself. Its power was boundless, necessitating the immense vitality and strength of the Dragon Phoenix body for activation. Soul Infant Fruit, a sacred item that nourishes the soul, potentially allowing his nascent soul power to surge dramatically, even reaching the threshold of the heavenly realm. The second opportunity lay in the essence of the devouring sky demon flame dictated that was its most perfect nourishment, capable of instigating a fundamental metamorphosis while simultaneously enhancing itself, leading to a meteoric rise in power. If he could acquire the 3 treasures of the relics, along with his strength would undergo a revolutionary transformation. The former could forge an unparalleled Dragon Phoenix body, enabling him to dominate and devour with authority, while the latter would serve as the most exquisite sustenance for the devouring sky demon flame, facilitating a qualitative leap. Based on the fragmented memories of his previous life, he knew that the Dragon Phoenix Origin Fruit resided within the relics of the ancient Creator Sage. The entrance to these relics lay in the treacherous expanse known as the Tianzong Mountain Range, located in the northwest of the central continent. From information obtained within the Dan Tower, Xuan Ye learned that he was the same age as the enchanting little demoness, Xiao Yan, which meant he was 1 year younger than Xiao Yan. Consequently, it could be deduced that Xiao Yan was currently 13, just beginning to absorb Dou Qi under Yao Chen's guidance. Thus, there remained a considerable span of time before the opening of the Creator Sage's relics. However, time waits for no one, and Xuan Ye could not afford to linger, nor would he compete with others for the treasures contained within, especially not the Dragon Phoenix Origin Fruit. The notion of bestowing the treasures upon others? Unthinkable. Opportunities are meant for the capable, Why should they be given to others? Since he was already familiar with the plot, why should he relinquish opportunities to the protagonist and his companions, acting foolishly as a time traveler? The Xuan Ye of his previous life was merely a deluded youth. Since he had traversed worlds, why not seize opportunities for himself and ascend to the pinnacle of power, to hold dominion over the world and indulge in the beauty of life? Thus, he needed to journey alone to the relics. Though his goal was clear, the road ahead was fraught with peril. The Dou Saint relics were not a place for the faint-hearted. Even if he found them, the spatial barriers would be far beyond what a great fighter could breach. He required the most precise information and an ultimate trump card capable of forcibly opening the path. His figure began to appear more frequently in the restricted area of the Dan Tower, where ancient scrolls and intelligence were archived. Through his identity as Xuan Ye's adopted son and his increasingly potent spiritual realm, he had gained some privileges. The Chronicle of the Ancient Northwest mentioned that the Tianzong mountain range was remnants of an ancient battlefield, with fragile space and numerous temporal rifts. The saints' rumored remnants vaguely recorded that the essence of creation once lingered around the skeletal mountains of the Northwest, which seemed to correspond to the main peak of the Tianzong mountain range today. The notes of the patrolling steward indicated that 3 years ago, there had been a brief abnormal energy response in the southeastern corner of the Tianzong mountain range, with an intensity approximating that of a Dou zone, which then vanished without a trace. A vast array of information filtered through his mind, cross-referencing and comparing. No stunning phenomena, no rumors of the relic's opening. Only these seemingly inconspicuous scraps. Yet, Xuan Ye's soul power managed to capture a pattern, a faint trace of deliberately concealed fluctuations, ultimately locking onto an ancient canyon in the southeastern region of the Tianzong mountain range. The intelligence was broadly confirmed. Next, he required a key capable of tearing through the spatial barriers. On this day, he arrived outside Xuan Ye's meditation chamber and gently knocked on the door, having already prepared his approach in his mind. Yeah? Guomin. The gentle voice of Xuan Ye resonated, tinged with a hint of fatigue, but imbued with concern. Xuan Ye pushed the door open to find Xuan Ye deep in thought before a medicinal cauldron, clearly having just concluded a round of alchemy. Upon seeing him, a warm smile graced her lips. What brings you here today? Have you encountered difficulties in your alchemy? Mother. Xuan Ye stepped forward, bowing slightly. A perfect blend of confusion and yearning adorning his face, not pertaining to alchemy, but rather, he felt as though his soul power's growth had encountered a bottleneck. As if he were touching an invisible barrier, making it difficult to break through. His words were not entirely false. Each step forward in the spiritual realm was fraught with difficulty. Upon hearing this, Xuan Ye's expression grew serious. The mysteries of the spiritual realm are profound. Breakthroughs cannot simply be achieved through arduous training. One requires a catalyst, perhaps an epiphany, or perhaps an external source of extreme pressure and stimulation. She pondered momentarily. Do you have any thoughts in mind? Mother, please see clearly. Xuan Ye's gaze was earnest. I believe that perhaps isolating myself is not the best approach. Reading thousands of books pales in comparison to traveling thousands of miles. I wish to embark on a journey, to witness different realms and feel the diverse energies of the world, especially in places with peculiar spatial powers or ancient legends. Perhaps within the perils of such locales, I might discover that opportunity for breakthrough. He cleverly framed his destination as a place of unique spatial qualities and ancient legends, rather than specifically naming the Tianzong mountain range. Traveling outside, Xuan Ye's brows furrowed slightly, her beautiful eyes filled with concern. The central continent, while prosperous, harbors many dangers. You're still young and alone. Mother, every fledgling eagle must one day leave the nest to spread its wings. Xuan Ye's tone was resolute, yet tinged with a reliance on his mother. He grasped her sleeve, assuring her, Ye will be exceedingly cautious, never venturing deep into perilous lands, only exploring the periphery to gain insights. However, the outside world is fraught with powerful figures and unforeseen dangers. I sincerely request a protective item from you, so that I may have a greater sense of security. He did not directly ask for an offensive jade slip, but instead requested a protective item, which was entirely reasonable. Xuan Ye gazed into his eyes, reading the desire for power and a hint of unnoticeable apprehension, and fell into silence for a moment. She understood that Ye was mature for his age, certainly not reckless, and that breakthroughs in the spiritual realm did indeed require opportunities. Ultimately, maternal love and hope triumphed over the instinct to overly protect. Alas, I find myself at a loss for words. Gently caressing the youthful, yet exquisitely handsome face of Xuan Ye, she let out a soft sigh. With a graceful gesture of her jade hand, a completely pure white, translucent jade slip appeared in her palm. On the surface of the slip, a subtle black spatial crack undulated like a living creature, emanating a chilling aura of terror. Within this jade slip was sealed a formidable force of spatial cutting, meticulously condensed by my utmost effort. Once activated, its power could rival that of a full-force strike from a low-tier dozun, capable of rending space to create a fleeting void passage, useful for vanquishing foes, thwarting adversaries, or, in dire circumstances, facilitating an escape. Xuan Ye's expression was extraordinarily solemn as he placed the jade slip into Xuan Ye's hands. But, my child, you must remember, this object wields immense power, but its backlash is equally formidable. With your current strength, a single activation will exhaust your spirit and may even injure your meridians. It must not be utilized unless in a life-or-death situation. Remember this. Remember, a full-force strike from a dozun can tear space asunder. Xuan Ye's heart surged with joy. This was precisely what he needed. Suppressing his excitement, he respectfully accepted the weighty jade slip, imbued with unparalleled power and maternal love, and bowed deeply, uttering, "Thank you, Mother. I shall surely heed your teachings, using this as my safeguard, never employing it lightly, and I will return safely." "Rise," Xuan Ye said, assisting him to his feet and providing a myriad of cautions for his journey, bestowing upon him numerous high-tier elixirs and detoxification liquids, yet refraining from imposing restrictions on his destination, repeatedly stressing that safety must come first. 3 days later, having made thorough preparations, Xuan Ye bid farewell to Xuan Ye, setting forth under the guise of seeking adventure and a breakthrough for his soul, embarking alone through the spatial wormhole leading to the northwest region. Inside the wormhole, the bizarre spatial ripples whirled rapidly. Xuan Ye stood by the window of the transport vessel, beneath his black robe, his hand tightly gripping the warm, yet devastatingly powerful Xiankong jade slip. With his other hand, a wisp of dark, devouring demonic flame flickered silently, betraying his greed and anticipation. Tianzong Mountain Range, a place that has lain silent for countless ages, I have arrived. His gaze pierced through the flickering spatial light, as if he could already envision the desolate and perilous mountains ahead. There were no signs heralding his arrival, no throngs of heroes gathering. This time, he would venture forth alone, stealthily probing for the treasure left behind by an ancient Do saint. Xuan Ye had a premonition that if he could return triumphantly from this journey, a profound transformation awaited him. Chapter 3. The Body of the Dragon and Phoenix. Deep within the Tianzong Mountain Range, this place was not the idyllic realm of rarefied beauty one might envision, but rather a heart-pounding silence. Gray-brown jagged stones lay strewn about like the bones of a giant beast, and the air was thick with a faint scent of decay and an intangible pressure of space. The thin miasma coiled like a gray veil between the valleys and gorges, obscuring vision and eroding both Do Qi and spiritual perception. A shadow, dark and ghostly, silently traversed this treacherous terrain. It was none other than Xuan Ye. He had spent a full half-month within this realm, relying on his innate spiritual realm sensitivity to energy and a unique, insatiable perception of the heaven-devouring divine art. He deftly avoided countless hidden spatial fissures, toxic marshes, and formidable beasts driven to madness by the bizarre environment. The journey proved far more arduous than anticipated. There were no signs to guide him, no maps to reference, only a faint instinct guiding him. Several times, he narrowly escaped being swept away by sudden spatial turbulence or roused beasts of comparable strength to a Dohuan, relying solely on the peculiar devouring power of the demonic flame and his exceptional spiritual forewarning to survive. Finally, on a certain dusk, he halted before an unremarkable, weathered mountain wall. It appeared no different from the surrounding desolation, yet Xuan Ye's pupils abruptly constricted. His spiritual power distinctly sensed that behind the wall lay not solid rock, but a distorted, supremely stable spatial barrier. An ancient and immense will resided within. Had he not possessed the spiritual realm and the heaven-devouring divine art, he would never have detected the anomaly here. He had found it, the relic of the celestial creator. Xuan Ye took a deep breath, suppressing the waves of excitement and shock within. Who could have imagined that the entrance to an ancient Do saint's relic would be so mundanely concealed within this desolate mountain wall? Without hesitation, he flipped his hand, and the jade slip obtained from Xuan Ye appeared in his palm. The slip was warm, and the black spatial crack that danced upon it radiated an unsettling aura. A full-force strike from a dozun can tear the void. Xuan Ye's gaze sharpened as he poured his Do Qi unreservedly into the jade slip. Simultaneously, his spiritual power focused intensely, locking onto the most minute energy node of the spatial barrier on the mountain wall. "Open!" he exclaimed in a low voice. And the jade slip erupted in blinding white light. A subtle yet utterly dark spatial crack burst forth from the slip, precisely cleaving at that energy node. With a sharp sound akin to fabric being violently torn, the solid mountain wall before him shattered like a mirror, forcibly ripped open to reveal an irregular black fissure just wide enough for a single person to pass through. At the edges of the fissure, silver spatial turbulence writhed like electric serpents, desperately attempting to mend the wound, but temporarily held back by the slip's lingering terror. A desolate, ancient, and vast aura surged forth from the fissure. Xuan Ye's complexion paled. The backlash from the jade slip caused his meridians to ache, yet his eyes sparkled with brilliant light. Without hesitation, the devouring demonic flame surged around him, enveloping his entire being as he transformed into a streak of black, darting into the spatial fissure. In the next instant after his entry, the slip's power was exhausted, and the fissure abruptly closed, the mountain wall returning to its original state as if nothing had transpired. After a brief disorientation from traversing the spatial passage, Xuan Ye found solid ground beneath his feet, alertly scanning his surroundings. Before him lay an enigmatic space shrouded in gray mist, the sky low and devoid of sun, moon, or stars, illuminated only by a faint light of unknown origin. The ground was a vast expanse of ruins, with shattered palaces, broken pillars, and desiccated riverbeds, all exuding an ancient stillness and desolation. The air was thin, yet the energy was exceptionally dense, tinged with a heavy aura of death. Is this the relic of the celestial creator? Xuan Ye cautiously extended his spiritual power, simultaneously channeling the heaven-devouring divine art to sense the three treasures he so fervently desired. The first to be sensed was an exceedingly pure, gentle, yet overwhelmingly powerful wave of spiritual energy emanating from the southeast. He immediately set off, swiftly navigating the ruins while avoiding residual weak energy traps. Shortly thereafter, in a corner of a completely collapsed hall, he beheld a peculiar plant. This plant was entirely dark golden, its branches and leaves wilted, as if it had long lost all vitality. Yet atop the desiccated stalk, two fist-sized, translucent fruits hung, resembling curled infants, with faint features visible, radiating a soul-stirring wave of pure energy. Soul infant fruit. Xuan Ye's heart leapt with joy as he carefully approached, confirming the absence of any prohibitions before using his jade ruler to excavate it along with a small patch of soil, placing it into a specially crafted cold jade box for safekeeping. With this fruit, his spiritual realm would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. After securing the soul infant fruit, he closed his eyes once more to sense. This time, a far more terrifying and enticing wave surged from the north. Within that wave resided the awe-inspiring might of dragons and the reverence of phoenixes. The overwhelming vitality of blood and energy, even from such a distance, caused the devouring demonic flame within him to stir restlessly. The dragon and phoenix origin fruit. He quelled his excitement and hastened onward, traversing through the vast expanse of desolation. A relatively intact plaza emerged ahead. At the center of the plaza, a colossal light dome was inverted, and above it, ethereal silhouettes of a dragon and phoenix languidly swirled, emanating an astonishing aura of oppression. The Spirit Beast Dome. Xuan Ye recognized this entity, which could only be activated with the blood of the primordial ancient dragon or the ancient heavenly phoenix. Having prepared for this moment, he promptly retrieved a jade vial from his spatial ring, containing a single drop of primordial ancient dragon's blood, which he had painstakingly exchanged for the Alchemist Guild. He flicked the blood towards the dome, causing it to ripple and silently part, revealing a narrow opening. Xuan Ye swiftly entered. Within the dome, the sight was breathtaking. A purple-gold ancient tree took root in the center of the plaza, and upon its branches, an extraordinary fruit entwined with dragon and phoenix motifs radiated a brilliant luminescence. Beneath the ancient tree lay two enormous skeletons. One, a majestic purple gold, with bones that coiled like mountain ranges, exuding a formidable spatial power. The other shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors, its feathers retaining an air of nobility and grandeur despite the passage of endless ages. The primordial ancient dragon, the ancient heavenly phoenix. Judging by the scale of their remains and the lingering pressure they exerted, they must have been immensely powerful beings in life. It was precisely such terrifying entities that gave rise to the dragon phoenix source fruit. Xuan Ye, suppressing the terrifying bloodline pressure, gazed fervently at the fruit. Without a hint of hesitation, he leapt forward and cautiously plucked the dragon phoenix source fruit from the tree, holding the purple gold fruit in his hands. Xuan Ye's heart raced with excitement. It was his ticket to dominance in the vast world. As a traveler who had perused the four-part saga by the author known as Btth, Xuan Ye did not exaggerate when he declared that this dragon phoenix source fruit was the greatest opportunity in the Btth continent, second only to the burning formula. In the original tale, aside from Xiao Yan, who continuously evolved into the Flame Emperor through the burning formula, Zhou Yan's dragon phoenix body was undoubtedly the most exceptional talent in the Btth continent. Even the divine bloodline of Gu Suner paled in comparison. It is well known that in the vast world, the supreme dragon phoenix is recognized as the foremost divine beast. Zhou Yan, possessing the dragon phoenix body, achieved the status of sacred heavenly sovereign in the Grand Ruler, her talent akin to the 9 divine bloodlines of the divine beast continent. In contrast, Gu Suner's divine bloodline offered little more than a slight enhancement in cultivation speed. It provided no combat prowess and lacked the awakening of bloodline abilities, rendering her merely a 6-star heavenly meridian in the grand scheme of the world. Without Xiao Yan's assistance, she would have languished at the level of Earth Sovereign for life. This illustrates the innate superiority of the dragon phoenix body compared to so-called divine bloodlines. After all, those who grew into the dragon phoenix body were typically heavenly sovereigns, while fully developed dragon phoenix bodies could even ascend to the rank of sacred heavenly sovereign. Conversely, those with divine bloodlines often peaked at a mere 1-star Do Saint, equivalent to the strength of a 1-star sovereign, with the utmost limit being at the Do Emperor level, approaching Earth Sovereign. As for the statement made by Elder Zhu Li in Do Po Tsang Qiong that the dragon phoenix source fruit was only for magical beasts, Xuan Ye dismissed it as utter nonsense. If it were truly exclusive to magical beasts, how could the protagonist Mu Chun, with his dragon phoenix body, exist? Furthermore, the devouring god technique was not a technique of the Btth continent or the vast world. It was inherently domineering and defied logic. The fruit, now in his possession, was incredibly heavy, and its immense energy threatened to burst forth from his being. A resolute glint flashed in Xuan Ye's eyes as he sat cross-legged between the 2 colossal skeletons, opening his mouth to consume the dragon phoenix source fruit. Boom! Upon entering his stomach, it felt akin to swallowing a blazing sun. The incomprehensibly terrifying energy erupted instantaneously, violently coursing through his limbs and bones, as if threatening to shatter and crush his very essence. Devouring god technique, devouring demonic flame, refined for me. Xuan Ye's expression contorted, and blood began to seep from his 7 orifices, yet his will remained ironclad as he fervently operated his technique. The dark, tumultuous, devouring demonic flame surged forth from within, enveloping him and greedily extending towards the 2 massive corpses of the primordial ancient dragon and the ancient heavenly phoenix. The ferocity of the devouring god technique was vividly displayed at this moment. It began to forcibly absorb and refine the energy of the dragon phoenix source fruit, as well as the last remnants of primal blood and power within the 2 skeletons. This was an exceedingly perilous and agonizing process. A moment's negligence could lead to explosive death. Yet, Xuan Ye, relying on the formidable control of his spiritual realm, endured through sheer willpower. Time lost its meaning within this desolate ruin. Days turned into weeks, weeks into months. Xuan Ye transformed into a dark red cocoon on the plaza, ensconced within the intertwining energies of the devouring demonic flame and dragon phoenix power. Within the cocoon, his body underwent a cataclysmic metamorphosis. His bones shattered and were reborn, imbued with a shimmering purple gold sheen. His meridians widened and tore, gaining unparalleled resilience. His blood boiled and evaporated, merging with new, potent essence. Faint echoes of dragon roars and phoenix cries resonated from within him. A year passed in the blink of an eye. One fateful day, the dark red cocoon trembled violently, and countless cracks appeared on its surface. Crack! The cocoon exploded with a resounding crash. A tall, slender figure stepped forth from within. It was none other than Xuan Ye. At this moment, he appeared more balanced and graceful, with hints of purple gold radiance shimmering beneath his skin. His hair flowed freely, and within the depths of his opened eyes, fleeting images of dragon and phoenix flickered. A terrifying vitality akin to an ancient behemoth lay dormant within him, and even the slightest movement sent ripples through the surrounding space. The dragon phoenix body, complete. Moreover, his aura surged at an alarming rate. 9-star Great Dome Master Pinnacle, Dose Spirit. 1 star, 2 stars, 3 stars, until he broke through the barrier and stabilized at the peak of 9-star Do King. And this was merely the result of refining a portion of the energy. He sensed that the majority of the immense energy from the Dragon Phoenix source fruit still resided deep within his limbs and bones, should he fully refine it. He could undoubtedly reach the pinnacle of 3-star Do Saint. Not only that, but during the fusion of the primordial ancient dragon and ancient heavenly phoenix's blood and essence, his comprehension of spatial power had ascended to an extraordinarily profound realm. With a mere thought, the space around him rippled like water. In addition to his grasp of spatial energy, upon achieving the Dragon Phoenix body, a secret inheritance related to the Dragon Phoenix body spontaneously emerged in his mind. This inheritance was extraordinarily defiant. Only by stepping into the Do Zone realm, third heavenly realm, fusion realm, could one begin to receive the complete inheritance. The core of this inheritance required one to reach the Do Sheng realm, supreme realm. Note, Do Zone, Do Zun, and Ruzhuang Do Zun correspond to the 3 heavenly realms, fusion realm, transformation realm, and communication realm. Meanwhile, the lower, middle, and upper half-saint levels correspond to the 3 minor tribulations of the supreme: physical body tribulation, spiritual power tribulation, and divine soul tribulation. With mastery over spatial power and the secret inheritance beneath the Do Zone realm, I stand in an invincible position, even against Do Zone experts. I possess the strength to contend. Xuan Ye clenched his fists, feeling the unprecedented power coursing through him, his heart brimming with ambition. He adjusted to the surging power and turned his gaze deeper into the ruins. There, an exceedingly sharp, transformative aura of creation subtly beckoned. His final objective awaited, the heavenly stage Do technique, the great creation palm. After collecting all the surrounding herbs into his spatial ring, he moved with a sudden burst of speed, not employing his Do Chi wings, but instead manipulating the space beneath his feet, causing it to warp slightly, allowing him to dash forward as if teleporting several dozen zhang in an instant, racing towards the source of that transformative aura. Chapter 4. Great Creation Palm. Deep within the Tianzong Mountains, deathly silence reigned as the predominant atmosphere, with even the wind, daunted by the omnipresent, minute spatial fractures, whimpering as it circled around. However, today, this ancient tranquility was irrevocably shattered. Boom! A stream of violet gold light flickered at a speed that defied the limits of perception, each flash appearing hundreds of feet away. Its trajectory unpredictable, as if it were engaged in incessant micro-jumps through space. Within that radiant flow was Xuan Ye. His dark robe bore several rips, a smudge of unbidden blood lingering at the corner of his lips, and his striking visage was etched with gravity, yet his deep-set eyes burned with an intense brilliance, embodying the ultimate calm and madness that erupted in the face of despair. Behind him, for shadowy figures of dark gold relentlessly pursued, akin to relentless phantoms seeking his demise. They were 4 towering metallic puppets, forged from an unknown dark gold material, cold and heavy, exuding an ancient, savage aura. Their eye sockets glowed with a merciless crimson light, wielding colossal axes and heavy polearms. Each step they took cracked the earth beneath, and each swing of their weapons easily tore through space, creating ripples of distortion and deafening sonic booms. The energy they radiated was terrifyingly powerful, reaching the level of a battle sovereign. Xuan Ye had only just attempted to approach the core white jade hall, which emanated an aura of boundless creation and majesty, when he inadvertently triggered these formidable guardians. In a hasty encounter, the absolute power of their terrifying forms crushed and disregarded his fighting spirit defenses, leaving him internally wounded. Were it not for the unmatched resilience of his Dragon Phoenix body, which withstood the aftermath, he would have been obliterated by their devastating polearms capable of cleaving mountains. He could not match their strength. Xuan Ye's mind raced, urging the affinity of his Dragon Phoenix body with space to its utmost. Suddenly, a tremor surged from his back, and with a resounding crack, a pair of resplendent wings unfurled. These were not wings of energy, but a tangible existence. Their span was astonishing, the bones a noble hue of violet gold, and rather than mere feathers, they were composed of intricately layered dragon scales and phoenix feathers, creating an extraordinary structure, the edges blurred and warped, as if the wings themselves existed in the crevices of space, each flap resonating with the power of the cosmos. The Dragon Phoenix wings. This was one of the 5 fundamental secret arts Xuan Ye had gleaned from the legacy of the Dragon Phoenix body. The 5 fundamental secret arts are Dragon Phoenix Wings, Dragon Phoenix Claw of the Skies, Dragon Phoenix's Song of the Nine Heavens, Dragon Phoenix Armor, and Dragon Phoenix Transformation. Dragon Phoenix Wings, Supreme Speed, slipping into the void. Dragon Phoenix Claw of the Skies, unparalleled offense, capable of rending the heavens. Dragon Phoenix's Song of the Nine Heavens, a soundwave-based soul technique that daunts the spirit. Dragon Phoenix Armor, the entire body enveloped in dragon and phoenix scales, significantly enhancing defense. Dragon Phoenix Transformation, invoking the bloodline of the Dragon Phoenix, transforming into the Supreme Dragon Phoenix. Given Xuan Ye's current realm, he could only manifest a mere fraction of these 5 foundational secret arts. Nonetheless, even such a limited application proved immensely beneficial to him. With just a slight flutter of his wings, Xuan Ye's speed surged to an unfathomable level, akin to achieving instant teleportation over a short distance, narrowly evading a terrifying axe strike that would have annihilated his previous standing along with a vast expanse of ruins. A breathtaking chase unfolded amidst the ancient ruins. Xuan Ye maximized his speed and spatial awareness, each movement of the Dragon Phoenix wings allowing him to glide like a specter between crumbling walls and solidified energy storms. Meanwhile, the 4 puppets operated with the precision of relentless killing machines, tireless and inexhaustible, obliterating all obstacles with overwhelming force, their massive forms shattering dilapidated temples. Fixated on the small yet agile figure ahead, their crimson gazes cold and merciless. Wherever they passed, a scene of apocalypse ensued. Energy surges wreaked havoc. Ancient structures crumbled to dust, the earth fractured continuously, and space itself was violently torn asunder. Xuan Ye's gaze remained steadfast on the increasingly distinct and towering pure white hall. The hall, constructed entirely of the most flawless white jade, emanated a warm, yet overwhelming aura of creation, and it was his ultimate goal. However, just as he was about to surge toward the massive, closed doors of the hall, an invisible, yet weightier than mountains, pressure suddenly descended. It was as if the very laws of space within the ruins had coalesced here, forming an invisible barrier that ensnared him like quicksand, drastically reducing his speed. Simultaneously behind him, 4 terrifying attacks capable of effortlessly slaying low-level battle sovereigns had completely sealed off all avenues for evasion. The colossal axes cleaved the heavens, and heavy polearms rent the earth. The chilling intent to kill felt palpable, almost freezing his very soul and flesh, crushing him. An absolute deadlock. No escape, no defense. In that fleeting moment between life and death, Xuan Ye's soul realm surged into frenzied operation at an unprecedented speed, his gaze piercing through the invisible barrier of space. Locking onto the central altar of the hall, where a translucent, jade-like skeletal figure sat. This was the moment. There was no time for contemplation. This was his only last hope. A flicker of extreme madness and determination flashed in Xuan Ye's eyes as he forcefully expelled a drop of violet gold essence, infused with the blood and essence of the Dragon Phoenix. However, he did not use it for defense or attack. Instead, he enveloped it with his soul power, and the Dragon Phoenix wings erupted with their final strength, propelling this essence as if traversing through space, perfectly splattering it upon the crystal-like skeletal figure of the battle saint. Buzz. The moment the essence touched the skeletal figure, time seemed to freeze. The long silent bones erupted with a dazzling white divine light, an unfathomable will, akin to a primordial behemoth that had slumbered for countless epochs, suddenly awakened. This will was desolate, ancient, immense, and majestic. It transcended the emotions of living beings, exuding an unparalleled authority over creation, life, and destruction, instantly engulfing the entire core region of the ruins. Before this will, the 4 formidable battle sovereign puppets froze mid-air, as if confronted by an exalted ruler. Their crimson glows flickered wildly, emitting fearful, almost mournful sounds, their slaughter commands appearing laughably trivial and insignificant under this absolute tier of suppression. Profane the holy peace, and be annihilated. A cold, emotionless voice resonated as if echoing from the very end of time itself, reverberating in every corner, penetrating to the depths of the soul. In the next moment, one of the luminous skeletal bones seemed to move ever so slightly. Just this minuscule motion, a delicate, almost transparent white ripple emanated from the tip of the skeletal finger. It was silent, appearing slow, yet it instantaneously traversed space, brushing past the 4 rigid dark gold puppets. There was no explosion, no colossal crash. After the white ripple passed, the 4 ancient puppets formidable enough to give even battle sovereigns a headache, began to dissolve silently, from their colossal axes and arms to their torsos and heads, as if cast into the blazing sun, or as if an invisible giant hand had grasped the laws of their demise. They disintegrated, dissolving into the purest points of energy and light, ultimately vanishing without a trace of their existence. The power of creation, seizing the essence of the universe to give birth to all things, could also reclaim the vitality of all things, returning them to oblivion. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Cold sweat drenched Xuan Ye's robes as he gasped for breath, his heart racing. Witnessing this astonishing scene that resembled a divine miracle, filled with unparalleled shock and trepidation. The might of a battle saint, even after millennia, left behind a remnant so terrifying that vast will receded like a tide after delivering its strike, returning to silence. The invisible barrier before the hall also quietly dissipated. The skeletal figure of the battle saint regained its crystalline warmth, as if everything that had just transpired had merely been an illusion. Xuan Ye suppressed the surging blood within him, meticulously adjusting his tattered robes. With a countenance imbued with utmost reverence, he performed a profound bow towards the skeletal remains deep within the grand hall, his voice tinged with a raspy sincerity. I, Xuan Ye, am but a humble disciple. In my pursuit of the great Tao, I have inadvertently trespassed upon the sacred resting place of the saint, disturbing your noble presence, a transgression deserving of the gravest punishment. I am eternally grateful for your divine grace in saving me. This gratitude and virtue shall be etched in my heart for eternity, and I vow never to tarnish your esteemed name. I shall endeavor to propagate your unparalleled teachings for generations to come. Having completed his rites, he drew a deep breath and, with a heart full of awe, stepped cautiously into the vast expanse of the magnificent white jade hall. The interior was strikingly spacious, with a towering altar positioned at its center. Upon this altar sat a skeletal figure, as exquisite as jade. Though it had lain in repose for millennia, it emanated an aura of solemn majesty that compelled one to prostrate in worship, concealing within it a formidable energy, as if it possessed the terrifying power to recreate the very heavens and earth. This was the remains of the battle saint. Before the skeletal remains, instead of scrolls or jade slips, there was a constantly shifting sphere of dark golden energy. Within this sphere, countless miniature stars flickered in existence and demise. Chaotic energies unfolded vast landscapes, and all things experienced the cycles of flourishing and decay. An overwhelming essence of creation, birth, and destruction surged forth. The sphere pulsated gently, causing the surrounding space to collapse and rejuvenate in an endless cycle, as if it were a complete universe in itself. Heavenly tier battle skill, the great creation palm. Merely gazing upon it, Xuan Ye felt as though his very soul was being drawn into the boundless transformation of creation, seeking to comprehend the supreme truths of the Tao. At the same time, a profound terror arose from the depths of his soul, evoking a sense of ultimate void from which all things return. Its grandeur and enigmatic power transcended any battle skill or technique he had previously encountered or heard of. Xuan Ye endured the tumult and shock within his soul, bowing deeply once more to the remains of the battle saint. It is indeed a pity that your divine legacy lies here, shrouded in dust. Today, I am fortunate to witness it. I wish to uphold your aspirations and continue your path, allowing the name of creation to once again grace the world. I beg your pardon. He approached with utmost caution, reverently lifting the battle saint's remains from the altar and placing them respectfully within a high-quality spatial ring. The value of these remains was beyond estimation. Only then did he redirect his full attention towards the dark golden sphere of creation energy. Taking a deep breath, he sat cross-legged, not rushing to claim it, but first operating the swallowing heaven divine art to channel the essence and blood of the dragon phoenix. Adjusting his spiritual realm to its optimal state, he then slowly extended a fragment of his consciousness, infused with his own essence, attempting to connect and communicate with the energy sphere that epitomized the pinnacle of creation. As if sensing the unique essence of the dragon phoenix within him, a fusion of the ancient void dragon and the primordial heavenly phoenix, along with the peculiar aura of the swallowing heaven divine art that devoured all and evolved chaos, combined with the purity of his spiritual realm and his previous reverent attitude. The dark golden sphere did not reject his approach. Rather, at the moment his consciousness made contact, a tremendous torrent of indescribable information surged forth, intertwined with ancient insights regarding the birth and demise of the universe, the essence of creation, the origins of space, and the ultimate power, crashing into his consciousness like a bursting dam of the Milky Way. Xuan Ye let out a muffled grunt, his body quaking violently. Even as traces of blood seeped from his orifices. The intensity of his spiritual realm was nearly overwhelmed by this colossal influx of information. At the very core of this information flow, three ancient characters, imbued with boundless majesty, coalesced, forming the great creation palm. He could barely maintain clarity within his mind, temporarily sealing this vast ocean of knowledge deep within his consciousness, reserving it for future contemplation as his cultivation improved. In the external world, the dark golden energy source transformed into a luminous stream, swiftly entering his brow, where it manifested as an unusual rune, slowly rotating, with the dragon phoenix entwined around a chaotic nebula. The inheritance was complete. Xuan Ye closed his eyes to meditate for a considerable time before gradually reopening them. At this moment, within the depths of his eyes, visions of the dissolution of galaxies and the dawn of creation flickered and vanished. He felt the terrifying power contained within the rune in his consciousness, a sensation of unprecedented ambition and confidence flooding his heart. The dragon phoenix physique, the swallowing heaven demonic flame, the remains of the battle saint, and now this heavenly tier battle skill, the great creation palm. What a bountiful harvest his expedition into the ruins had yielded. Once more, he performed a deep bow towards the empty altar, turned, and with a gentle flap of his dragon phoenix wings, the surrounding space rippled as his figure instantly blurred and vanished at the entrance of the hall. It was time to return. In the central continent, and indeed across the entire Btth continent, storms would soon rise in response to the name of Xuan Ye. Chapter 5. Return. In the private hall of the Dan Tower, Xuan Ye, the space rippled slightly as a tall figure silently appeared, garbed in dark robes. With a handsome visage and eyes deep as the stars, it was Xuan Ye, returned from the Tianzong mountain range. He bore the marks of travel, yet could not conceal the latent, overwhelming aura that suggested he was akin to a slumbering, primordial behemoth. Mother, I have returned. Xuan Ye gazed at the dignified figure deep in contemplation before a medicinal cauldron within the hall, a gentle smile gracing his face. Xuan Ye raised her head, and as her gaze fell upon Xuan Ye, a flicker of uncontainable astonishment and scrutiny flashed in her beautiful eyes. She keenly sensed that her adoptive son had returned from his journey with an even deeper, inscrutable presence, as if he harbored a terrifying energy that caused even her heart to flutter. The space surrounding him seemed to harmonize with this newfound energy, exuding an extraordinary cohesion. Btth. Xuan Ye set aside her tasks, hastening towards him, her expression filled with concern and seriousness. During your travels, did you encounter anything? Your aura has changed significantly. Xuan Ye smiled slightly, refraining from revealing the full truth regarding the ruins of the creation saint and the dragon phoenix physique, as it was too startling. He simply replied, partly truthfully, apologies for worrying mother. My luck was fortuitous in the ancient ruins, where I unexpectedly awakened a unique physique, granting me a much sharper perception of spatial power. And my cultivation has seen some advancement. Unique physique? Spatial perception? The astonishment in Xuan Ye's eyes deepened. Unique physiques are exceedingly rare, each possessing extraordinary abilities. She extended her hand, gently resting it on Xuan Ye's wrist, allowing a gentle stream of soul power to penetrate. After a moment, she withdrew her hand, her expression remaining one of lingering shock. She could sense the vast energy akin to that of a dragon and phoenix within him, the astonishing power hidden within his meridians and bones, as well as an affinity with space that was palpable. This was far beyond a mere slight enhancement. Good, 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 Xuan Ye exclaimed thrice, her face blooming with a joyous smile as all previous concerns evaporated. Truly, you are my son. Such an opportunity is a tremendous blessing. It seems that our Dan Tower shall soon give rise to an extraordinary figure. She did not probe further into the specifics of the physique. Every strong individual harbors their own secrets, and she respected Xuan Ye's privacy. A warm current flowed through Xuan Ye's heart as he flipped his palm, revealing several items upon the nearby jade table. A fruit entirely translucent, shaped like a baby, radiating pure soul fluctuations. It was the soul infant fruit, a portion reserved for his own use. Alongside it were several ancient medicinal herbs, long extinct in the outside world, and a dark golden scroll exuding a fierce aura, inscribed with the ancient text Great Wilderness Slashing Heaven Technique, a high-tier, earthly battle skill. Mother, these are items I obtained from the ruins. They may not serve me well, but they could be of use to the Dan Tower or to you. Xuan Ye spoke respectfully. He did not present the most valuable items, yet these were enough to stir Xuan Ye's interest. Xuan Ye's gaze swept over the herbs, particularly lingering on the soul infant fruit, her eyes glimmering with insight. With her experience, she recognized it as a sacred object for nourishing the soul. The advanced combat techniques inscribed on that scroll are indeed a rare treasure, even within the esteemed halls of the Dan Tower. She graciously accepted it without hesitation, her gaze toward Xuan Ye softening with a sense of pride. You have truly put thought into this, my dear. These treasures will undoubtedly serve me well. It appears that your expedition into the ruins has yielded far greater rewards than anticipated. After a brief conversation, Xuan Ye recounted some of his experiences in a polished manner, while Xuan Ye urged him to solidify his cultivation. Subsequently, Xuan Ye returned to his quarters, declaring his intention to enter seclusion. Within the tranquil chamber, he first retrieved another soul infant fruit and consumed it with a swift motion. The fruit melted upon contact, releasing a surge of refreshing yet immensely powerful pure soul energy that flooded into his consciousness like a torrential wave. His spirit realm's essence fervently absorbed this force, causing his already vast soul power to expand, condense, and transform dramatically. The process unfolded seamlessly, devoid of any hindrances. Time passed unmeasured as Xuan Ye finally opened his eyes, his gaze shimmering with brilliance, as if capable of piercing through the void. His soul power had surged to the pinnacle of the late spirit realm. He was now but a mere step away from the legendary great perfection of the spirit realm. In this moment, merely through his soul perception, he was likely on par with some Dozun experts. The explosive growth of his soul power also elevated his mastery over Do Qi and his comprehension of spatial forces to an unprecedented level. He then embarked on a year-long retreat. On one hand, he devoted himself to refining the residual energy of the Dragon Phoenix source within him, while on the other, he immersed himself in deciphering the chaotic runes representing the great heaven's creation palm within his consciousness. The refinement of energy progressed steadily, propelling his Do Qi cultivation to new heights. However, the process of comprehending the heavenly grade combat techniques proved exceptionally arduous. The profound mysteries associated with the source of creation were extraordinarily complex, leaving even him, at the pinnacle of the late spirit realm, feeling perplexed. He could only rely on the terrifying control of power inherent to the Dragon Phoenix body and the devouring nature of the celestial devouring flame to tentatively simulate and replicate the essence of creation. A year slipped by unnoticed. One day, the door to the tranquil chamber slowly opened, and Xuan Ye stepped out. His year-long seclusion had further refined his demeanor, rendering it more reserved. Yet occasionally, the flicker of brilliance in his eyes and the subtle distortion of space around him hinted at the formidable power he harbored within. He had ascended to the rank of 7-star Do Huang. Moreover, atop his Dantian's energy sea, in addition to the swirling Do crystal and the blazing celestial devouring flame, a minuscule, fluctuating dark golden palm imprint had begun to take shape, a nascent form of the great heaven's creation palm, already partially crystallized. Though he was still far from mastering its full power, he had indeed made significant progress. After a brief period of rest, he sought out Xuan Ye, 7-star Do Huang, a soul at the late stage of the spirit realm. Xuan Ye was once again profoundly astonished. In just a year's time, this rate of cultivation is simply unheard of. She increasingly affirmed that Xuan Ye's awakened physique was indeed extraordinary. Mother, I feel that my alchemical skills have also improved. I wish to attempt the assessment for 6th grade alchemist. Xuan Ye articulated his intentions. Upon hearing this, Xuan Ye's eyes sparkled with surprise and delight. Excellent. With your current level of soul cultivation, you certainly have a solid chance at the 6th grade. Coincidentally, 3 days from now, the Dan Tower will host an advanced alchemist assessment for core disciples. I shall personally accompany you. 3 days later, Xuan Ye followed Xuan Ye to the grand hall designated for high-level alchemist assessments within the Dan Tower. The atmosphere within the hall was solemn and austere, with numerous formidable alchemists already present, most of them seasoned and mature, their gazes upon Xuan Ye filled with curiosity and scrutiny. Clearly recognizing him as the adopted son of the esteemed Xuan Ye guided him to a designated assessment area, offering a few careful words of advice before proceeding to the main judging seat. As Xuan Ye prepared himself in quiet contemplation, a somewhat raucous commotion emanated from the entrance of the hall. Instinctively, he glanced up to see a woman gracefully entering the grand hall, clad in a black alchemist's robe. She nevertheless could not conceal her breathtakingly alluring figure. The robe accentuated her slender waist and voluptuous bosom, and as she walked, her long legs swayed, exuding an enchanting allure. As his gaze traveled upward, he beheld a face of mesmerizing beauty, her skin pale as jade, with peach blossom eyes that seemed to harbor boundless allure and charm, captivating all who met her gaze. Her full, moist lips curled slightly upward, radiating an innate air of pride and confidence. Her entrance instantly captured the attention of nearly all the men present, as if the air had become infused with a delicate, intoxicating fragrance. It's Miss Xiao Ying, the direct disciple of President Xian Kongzi. She has indeed come to participate in this assessment. Murmurs of astonishment circulated the hall. At such a young age, it is said that her sole talent is extraordinarily formidable, having already reached the pinnacle of a fifth-grade alchemist. Surely she is here to challenge for the sixth grade? The reputation of the enchantress was indeed well-deserved. The whispers around him unveiled her identity. Xiao Ying, a direct disciple of Xian Kongzi, one of the three great leaders of the Dan Tower, a paragon of beauty, talent, and lineage. Xiao Ying seemed accustomed to the attention. Her demeanor languid, yet imbued with a hint of haughtiness, her enchanting gaze sweeping over the crowd, seemingly indifferent to the ardent stares directed her way. However, when her gaze passed over the area where Xuan Ye stood, it lingered momentarily. That youth was quite exceptional. The way he looked at her was unlike the greedy and yearning gazes of other men. It was one of calm admiration, tinged with a hint of playful curiosity, as if he were appraising all things. Moreover, she found herself unable to fully discern his aura, sensing that beneath his handsome exterior lay something profoundly intriguing. A barely perceptible smile graced Xiao Ying's lips as she nodded lightly in Xuan Ye's direction, a subtle acknowledgement before she proceeded to her assessment position. Xuan Ye withdrew his gaze, yet a ripple stirred within his heart. Xiao Ying was indeed as remarkable as the rumors suggested. Her beauty and extraordinary alchemical talents were striking. If only. A thought quietly took root in his mind. Perhaps incorporating this enchantress into his harem would prove to be a most intriguing endeavor. With his newfound strength and a plethora of hidden cards up his sleeve, he now possessed the confidence and resources to pursue and claim such a remarkable beauty. Though the assessment had yet to commence, a faint smile of determination had already graced Xuan Ye's lips. The forthcoming evaluation promised to be all the more captivating. Chapter 6, Breaking the Sect Pill. In the core assessment hall of the Dan Tower, the atmosphere was solemn and grave. The vaulted ceiling was adorned with countless intricate flame runes, exuding a soft and steady warmth and light, ensuring the optimal environment for alchemy. The air was suffused with the fragrant aroma of various herbs and the lingering essence of medicinal vapors, invigorating the senses. Within the grand hall, dozens of independent white jade platforms were arranged with precision, many of which were already occupied by figures, mostly seasoned alchemists of considerable age and composure. Their expressions serious as they meticulously inspected the unified array of cauldrons and the diverse assortment of medicinal materials at hand. Those qualified to stand here for the sixth grade assessment were elites from within the Dan Tower or its affiliated factions, each a formidable presence in the outside world. As Xuan Ye entered the hall alongside Xuan Ye, the previously muted discussions abruptly ceased and countless gazes converged upon him. Most of these looks were filled with astonishment, scrutiny, and unabashed skepticism. It was simply because Xuan Ye appeared exceedingly youthful, though tall and handsome, exuding a calm demeanor. The lingering hint of youthfulness in his features made him seem no older than 14 or 15, in a realm where it typically takes decades, if not centuries, of accumulation to even attempt to breach the threshold of the sixth tier. His emergence seemed profoundly incongruous. Is that young Master Xuan Ye? What brings him here? This is the hall for the sixth tier alchemist assessment. Is he jesting? Even if he is the adopted son of Lord Xuan Ye, gifted as he may be, at his age, he should be at most a fifth-tier alchemist, right? Perhaps he is merely accompanying Lord Xuan Ye to broaden his horizons? Yet, standing in the assessment area seems rather inappropriate. Whispers surged through the crowd like a rising tide, predominantly filled with skepticism. Some even wore unabashedly sarcastic smirks, eager to witness how this privileged individual would embarrass himself. Lord Xuan Ye guided Xuan Ye to an unoccupied white jade platform, softly advising, "My dear, do not mind the gazes of others. Focus your mind and spirit." While she had faith in Xuan Ye, the surrounding murmurs still caused her brow to furrow slightly. "Rest assured, Mother," Xuan Ye replied with a serene smile, his gaze calmly sweeping over the faces of the doubters, as if observing a flock of chattering sparrows, completely unfazed. At that moment, A fragrant breeze wafted in, accompanied by a voice that was lazily yet magnetically alluring. "Oh, how curious today, to see such a young contender attempting to challenge the sixth-tier realm." The speaker was none other than Xiao Yan, clad in a flowing black gown that accentuated her breathtaking curves. Her peach blossom-like eyes lingered on Xuan Ye, tinged with a hint of inquiry and a barely perceptible playfulness. She, too, had heard the surrounding comments and did not genuinely believe that Xuan Ye possessed sixth-tier capabilities. In her view, achieving the pinnacle of the fifth tier at such a young age was already remarkable. Sixth tier? Absolutely impossible. Her presence was driven more by respect for Lord Xuan Ye and a curiosity about Xuan Ye's audacity. Xuan Ye met her gaze with a slight smile, choosing not to elaborate further. Soon, an elder from the Alchemist Guild approached the front of the hall, solemnly announcing the assessment rules. Contestants may select their own pill formula and utilize either their own materials or those provided by the guild for a corresponding fee. Successfully refining a sixth-tier pill, which must then be validated as qualified by the Elder Council, constitutes passing the assessment. As the announcement concluded, the crowd immediately focused their minds, each summoning their alchemical cauldrons, igniting flames, and bustling about. Xiao Yan gracefully raised her hand, and a crimson cauldron, intricately carved with phoenix patterns, thundered down. A deep blue flame flickered at her fingertips, radiating extreme heat, yet controlled with remarkable precision. Clearly, it was an extraordinary beast flame. She chose to refine a sixth-tier intermediate pill, the Soul Enlightenment Pill, a task of considerable difficulty. From the outset, her solid foundation and confidence were evident, drawing numerous glances of admiration and awe. Meanwhile, Xuan Ye remained unperturbed. Instead of hastily beginning, he closed his eyes for a brief moment, seemingly adjusting his state. "What a pretentious display," someone muttered derisively. After a moment, Xuan Ye opened his eyes, revealing a tranquil depth within. With a swift gesture, a pitch-black cauldron of ancient design appeared on the platform. The Qingxian cauldron bestowed upon him by Lord Xuan Ye. Contrary to the others, who meticulously retrieved materials one by one, Xuan Ye waved his sleeve, and dozens of materials emanating astonishing energy floated around him as if drawn by an unseen force. Each of these materials was a rare treasure, with several key ingredients pulsating with energy waves that could entice even a Do Huang-level expert. Was that the material for the breakthrough pill? He intends to refine the breakthrough pill. A peak sixth-tier pill. Insanity. Absolutely insane. For many seasoned sixth-tier alchemists, the success rate is already low. What could this young novice possibly achieve, merely seeking to attract attention? Gasps and doubts peaked in an instant. The breakthrough pill, a supreme concoction aiding Do Huang masters in transcending the Do zone barrier, is renowned for its formidable refining difficulty among sixth-tier pills, its value beyond estimation. Xuan Ye's audacious endeavor seemed utterly deranged to the onlookers. Even Xiao Ying's gaze was laced with astonishment and confusion. Was Xuan Ye truly here to cause a ruckus? Unfazed by the surrounding turmoil, Xuan Ye flicked his finger, unleashing a flame as dark as the abyss, seemingly capable of devouring light beneath the cauldron. What sort of flame is that? Its hue so peculiar, never before encountered. It emitted little heat, yet bore a disconcerting sense of pressure. The swallowing sky demon flame ignited silently, instantly preheating the cauldron to perfection. In the next moment, Xuan Ye sprang into action. His movements flowed like water, dazzlingly swift. His hands danced like butterflies flitting through flowers, leaving behind a flurry of afterimages. The floating materials, seemingly under the influence of an invisible hand, were introduced into the cauldron with uncanny precision, following an esoteric sequence and timing. The peak of his soul power at the late stage of the spirit realm was vividly displayed at this moment. His mastery in controlling the heat, precision in extracting the essence, and timing in fusion reached an astonishing level. The swallowing sky demon flame obeyed him with utmost docility, at times ferociously purifying impurities and at times gently nurturing the medicinal properties, shifting seamlessly according to his will. That profound flame appeared to intuitively grasp the essence of each material, perfectly coaxing forth every ounce of medicinal potency. The entire extraction and fusion process unfolded with an unimaginable speed, yet exuded an extraordinary sense of harmony and perfection, as if not refining a pill, but performing a grand artistic spectacle. The derisive laughter and skepticism that had once filled the hall had vanished without a trace, replaced by an eerie silence. All eyes widened in disbelief, fixated on the black flame under Xuan Ye's command, and the pure medicinal liquid merging within the cauldron, exhibiting no signs of repulsion. Xiao Ying's blue flame flickered intensely, nearly spiraling out of control. Her enchanting eyes widened, lips parted slightly, as she intently observed Xuan Ye's actions. The nonchalance and amusement on her face replaced by sheer astonishment. The control over his soul. This was beyond the typical soul realm mastery. A tempest of emotions surged within her. Renowned for her extraordinary soul talent, she was lauded as a prodigy, yet in this moment, she felt an uncharacteristic sense of inferiority compared to the soul control exhibited by Xuan Ye. What manner of creature is this? Congeal the pill. Just as the crowd remained immersed in shock, Xuan Ye suddenly called out. The cauldron trembled violently. An astounding wave of energy surged forth like a tempest. Yet Xuan Ye's formidable soul power firmly restrained it within the confines of the cauldron. Above, formless energy began to coalesce, hinting at the formation of pill lightning. This phenomenon occurs only when a 6-tier high-grade pill is about to take shape. Pill lightning. Could it truly be a peak 6-tier pill? Is he genuinely on the verge of success? Gasps of astonishment erupted once more, laden with awe and reverence. Xuan Ye's expression remained unchanged as he adjusted his technique. The swallowing sky demon flame surged and receded, transforming into countless fine strands of flame, weaving a net that enveloped the impending pill, executing the final stages of refinement and energy sealing. At long last, the cauldron's tremors gradually subsided, although the lid remained closed. An intensely rich fragrance of the pill began to escape, overwhelming the senses of all alchemists present and invigorating their internal energies. With a beckoning gesture, Xuan Ye opened the cauldron lid, revealing a pill the size of Dragon's Eye, perfectly round and adorned with 6 resplendent pill patterns and a faint energy halo, which slowly floated out and landed in the jade vial he had prepared. The peak 6-tier breakthrough pill was complete. An utter silence enveloped the hall, with the sound of a pin drop echoing. Everyone regarded the black-clad youth, who had stowed away the jade vial with an expression still as calm as ever, as if gazing at a marvel. At that moment, a spatial fluctuation rippled through the main seat of the hall, and one of the 3 esteemed elders, Xian Kongzi, appeared unbeknownst to anyone. Stroking his beard, he gazed at Xuan Ye with eyes full of astonishment and pride, exclaiming in a booming voice, "Ha ha ha! Splendid! 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 Xuan, you have indeed acquired a remarkable child. At such a tender age, he possesses the prowess of a Do Huang. The future of our Dan Tower is exceedingly bright." The words of Xuan Kongzi resonated like thunder in the ears of the assembly. A 6-star pinnacle alchemist at such a young age, and a Do Huang powerhouse. In an instant, all previous skepticism, ridicule, and disdain transformed into profound astonishment, reverence, and even fear. Those who had once mocked him now turned pale, cold sweat streaming down their faces, wishing they could vanish into the ground. Young Master Xuan Ye, a prodigious talent. We are indeed blind to such brilliance. Congratulations to young Master Xuan Ye for passing the assessment. Congratulations, Lord Xuan. Flattering, respectful, and obsequious voices surged like a tide, and the gazes directed at Xuan Ye underwent a complete transformation. Xiao Ying stood rooted in place, her peach blossom eyes sparkling with intrigue. The earlier shock had morphed into an intense curiosity. She gazed upon his handsome yet serene visage, observing his effortless dominance over the assembly, and felt a long-dormant chord in her heart being gently plucked. With such youth, such strength, and such alchemical skill, the title of the foremost genius of Central Continent would likely change hands from this day forth. Looking at the young man who surpassed her in so many ways, Xiao Ying's crimson lips pursed, forming a smile that exuded an alluring aggressiveness. In the core examination hall of the Dan Tower, the suffocating silence lingered for a considerable span before Xuan Kongzi's laughter, brimming with uncontainable admiration and joy, shattered the stillness. Ha ha ha, splendid, splendid. Xuan, you have indeed raised a remarkable son. Xuan Kongzi stroked his beard, his figure materializing clearly as he fixed his fervent gaze upon Xuan Ye, as though he were admiring a rare gem. At such a young age, a 7-star Do Huang, a soul in the late stages of the spirit realm, and effortlessly concocting the pinnacle of 6-star breaking sect pills. Such talent, such achievement, throughout Dan Tower's millennia of history, one could only compare it to. He paused momentarily, his gaze unconsciously sweeping over Xuan beside him, as if realizing something, but the admiration ultimately outweighed his concerns as he continued. Only that extraordinary alchemist, Yao Shen, from years past could rival him. The mention of Yaoshan acted as an invisible spell, instantly quieting the previously raucous hall that had erupted with excitement over Xuan Ye's successful concoction of the breaking sect pill. The expressions of the older alchemists were complex, revealing admiration, regret, and confusion. Standing beside Xuan Ye, whose face had been illuminated with joy and pride due to Xuan Ye's outstanding performance, swiftly dimmed. An unmistakable, profound sorrow and grief shadowed her features, prompting her to instinctively turn her face slightly away, as though reluctant to let anyone witness her current emotions. Yet her pallid complexion and trembling fingertips did not escape the observant eyes around her. Xiao Yan, who had been keenly observing Xuan Ye and Xuan, swiftly detected this subtle shift. A hint of perplexity flickered in her peach blossom eyes. She had heard of Yaoshan, a once-renowned alchemist in Central Continent, but knew little of his past or why it elicited such a reaction from Lord Xuan Ye. Curiosity piqued, she softly inquired, "Master Xuan, Elder Xuan Ye, who exactly is the Yaoshan you speak of? I am not well acquainted with his deeds." Upon hearing her words, Xuan glanced at the still somber Xuan Ye, sighed internally, aware that his words had inadvertently stirred painful memories. He sought to lighten the mood, directing his gaze toward Xiao Yan and the calm, yet knowing Xuan Ye, and slowly began to recount. "Since you have inquired, allow me to share. Yaoshan was, in his time, a towering figure in Central Continent. His magnificence still vividly remembered by countless elder powerhouses. His voice carried a tone of nostalgia as he unveiled a tale of brilliance and regret long buried. He was not of Dan Tower, yet his alchemical talent was nothing short of extraordinary. He ventured to Central Continent as a youth, rising through the ranks and eclipsing his peers, leaving countless so-called geniuses in his wake. Not only did he master the art of alchemy to its zenith, but his cultivation was also unparalleled. Alongside his close friend, Feng Zun, the two forged a formidable foundation in the southern domain of Central Continent, establishing the once-renowned Xingyun Pavilion. While Xingyun Pavilion may not have matched the depth of the one hall, one tower, two sects, and three valleys, their fame soared high, and none dared to underestimate them. Eventually, they stood alongside Fenglei Pavilion, Huangquan Pavilion, and Wanjian Pavilion, with Xingyun Pavilion bolstered by Yaoshan's 9-turned-0 Zun strength and his status as an 8-star pinnacle alchemist, far surpassing the other three pavilions. At this juncture, admiration glimmered in Xuan eyes. His peak achievement in alchemy was showcased at that year's Dan Conference. The Dan Tower's Dan Conference gathers the world's finest talents, representing the pinnacle of the alchemical realm on the continent. Under the spotlight, Yaoshan triumphed overall, including several prodigies that our Dan Tower had painstakingly nurtured, ultimately claiming the championship of that year. The champion of the Dan Conference, Xiao Yan, echoed softly, her eyes sparkling with excitement. She understood well the difficulty of securing victory at the Dan Tower's Dan Conference, a dream and unattainable glory for countless alchemists throughout their lives. Confident in her own exceptional talent, with aspirations set on becoming the next champion, she felt a twinge of yearning and comparison upon hearing of Yaoshan's past. Xuan tone grew somber, laced with deep regret. After claiming the championship, the name Yaoshan soared to unprecedented heights. Everyone believed he would become yet another pillar of the alchemical realm on the continent, with prospects of reaching the legendary 9-star realm. Xingyun Pavilion thrived as a result. However, Heaven's jealousy of extraordinary talent was relentless. Xuan sighed deeply. At the pinnacle of his fame, he mysteriously vanished, along with his equally gifted disciple, Han Feng. Xingyun Pavilion, solely supported by Feng Zun, though it has not fallen from its esteemed position among the 4 pavilions over the years, no longer possesses its former brilliance. Our Dan Tower has also attempted to investigate, yet we have received no news. It is as if they have evaporated from the mortal realm. This matter remains an unsolved mystery in Central Continent to this day. A profound silence enveloped the hall as everyone immersed themselves in this tale of brilliance and abrupt cessation, lamenting the extraordinary alchemist who had once shone so brightly. Xiao Yan sighed softly, finally comprehending why Elder Xuan Ye bore such a melancholic expression. Though she did not know the specifics, she could surmise that there existed a bond between Elder Xuan Ye and the esteemed Yaoshan that transcended the ordinary. At this moment, only Xuan Ye maintained a tranquil demeanor, yet deep within, he grasped the entirety of the situation. He was acutely aware that Yaoshan had not merely disappeared, but had fallen victim to the machinations of his direct disciple Han Feng and the Soul Palace. His physical form destroyed, leaving only a fragment of his soul to languish within the ring of a young man from the Xiao family in the Gamadi Empire of the Northwest continent. His gaze once again fell upon Xuan Ye, who had her eyes cast downward, her long lashes casting delicate shadows upon her fair cheeks, her concealed sorrow and worry almost spilling over. It was evident that she had never ceased her search for Yao Xin, and that bond was heavy and sincere. Observing Xuan Ye in such a state, a clear and resolute thought took shape within Xuan Ye's mind. Yao Xin, he must be saved. This was not only to repay a debt of gratitude, but also for the sake of the motherly figure who treated him as her own, Xuan Ye. Xuan Ye quietly clenched his fist, a glimmer of cold determination and fervent resolve intertwining in the depths of his gaze. This goal did not conflict with his pursuit of the pinnacle. Rather, it felt akin to a mission that must be fulfilled. As for assisting Yao Xin in exacting vengeance, Xuan Ye was confident that eliminating Han Feng would be a trivial matter. Not only that, but Han Feng is also endowed with a plethora of treasures. The half-volume of the Burning Decision, the legacy of an 8th-grade alchemist, ancient medicinal formulas, and the ethereal fire ranked 15th on the list of extraordinary flames, the Haixing flame. Additionally, by entrusting Han Feng's soul to Yao Chun, one could request various invaluable items, such as methods of resurrection, antidote formulas, and soul cultivation secrets. The thought of acquiring such an abundance of gold coins by eliminating a single Han Feng made Xuan Ye exclaim, "Han Feng, you truly are a benevolent soul." As for that peculiar group from the Soul Hall, assisting Yao Chun in eliminating one Han Feng was already an act of great mercy. Why provoke the Soul Hall for no reason? Despite the enmity between the Alchemist Guild and the Soul Hall, one cannot underestimate their might. It would be all too easy for them to vanquish the current version of oneself. It would be better left to the future Xiao Yan. At this moment, someone discovered a flaw in the plan. Am I usurping Xiao Yan's opportunities? How will Xiao Yan grow? Never mind, never mind. Whether the lucky one can truly grow is a question in itself. Besides, he has the wealthy Gu Suner by his side, so there shouldn't be any issues in the short term. To be honest, Xuan Ye was genuinely curious to know if having intercepted Xiao Yan's opportunities in extraordinary fire would hinder Xiao Yan's ability to evolve the Burning Decision, and whether he could still triumph in the 3-year agreement, as well as how Xiao Yan would gain the approval of the ancient clan. After Xian Kongzi concluded his narration, the atmosphere in the hall remained somewhat somber. He cleared his throat to shift the topic. All right, the past is bygone. Today marks the joyous occasion of Xuan Ye passing the 6th grade assessment. Xuan Ye, your talent is indeed extraordinary, but remember to remain humble and diligent. Yao Chun is your role model, as well as your cautionary tale. The path of alchemy is long and endless. The future demands your unwavering effort. Xuan Ye gathered his thoughts and respectfully bowed. The junior shall earnestly heed the teachings of President Xian Kongzi and strive to meet the expectations of both the president and my mother. His demeanor was humble and composed, showing no trace of arrogance despite his earlier astounding performance, which further garnered the silent approval of Xian Kongzi and the elders. Chao gazed at Xuan Ye, her captivating peach blossom eyes filled with increasing intrigue. This man was powerful, mysterious, and exceptionally gifted, yet so composed, even sharing a peculiar connection with the legendary Yao Chun. Her curiosity was thoroughly ignited. At this moment, Xuan Ye had also calmed her emotions slightly. She lifted her head to look at Xuan Ye, her eyes once again filled with pride and tenderness, gently patting the back of his hand. The 6th grade assessment had been profoundly impacted by Xuan Ye's sudden emergence, and a long-buried past had added a touch of poignant color to the event. Undoubtedly, Xuan Ye's name would spread throughout the Alchemist Guild and the upper echelons of Zhongzhou, akin to how Yao Chen's had in the past. The title of the foremost prodigy in Zhongzhou had quietly settled upon his shoulders, heralding the commencement of Xuan Ye's legendary journey. The beings of the Btth continent, prepare to welcome your future emperor of a night. Chapter 8, renowned in Zhongzhou. In the northern region of Zhongzhou, within an ancient inn known as Listening to the Wind, the air was thick with the sounds of animated conversation, mingled with the aromas of alcohol and various outlandish tales wafting through the spacious hall. Travelers, mercenaries, and small merchants passing through paused to exchange their experiences from across the continent, particularly regarding the most sensational topic of late. Have you heard? That young Master Xuan Ye from the Alchemist Guild, my heavens, a Do Huang before the age of 15, a 6th grade alchemist, and more. I heard he concocted a breaking sect pill during the assessment. At the pinnacle of the 6th grade, he succeeded on his first attempt. At 15, I was still playing in the mud at 12. Truly, the comparison is disheartening. Moreover, It is said that President Xian Kongzi himself remarked that his talent rivals that of the revered Yao Zun from back in the day. Yao Zun, the champion of the Alchemist Conference. Such praise is utterly astonishing. Indeed. This young Master Xuan Ye is destined to become a pillar of our younger generation in Zhongzhou. The discussions surged with awe, envy, and incredulity. In a corner of the hall, a figure clad in a simple gray long robe and a wide-brimmed hat sat quietly, sipping alone. The hat was pulled low, obscuring much of his face, revealing only a sharp jawline and a hint of a smile at the corners of his lips. It was none other than Xuan Ye, preparing to venture to the northwest continent to seize opportunities. This time, he had departed alone from the core area of the Alchemist Guild, publicly claiming to be traveling in search of a breakthrough, while in truth, he aimed to head to the northwest continent. On one hand, it was to gain experience and temper his resolve. On the other, he sought to follow the faint memories of his past life to acquire several crucial opportunities ahead of time. However, as he paused at this inn, he inadvertently overheard the fervent discussions about himself. Listening to the crowd extolling his virtues to the heavens, even exaggerating somewhat, Xuan Ye felt little turbulence within. Rather, he found it somewhat amusing. Yet suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind like a bolt of lightning. Reputation, at times, serves as an invisible force and a protective charm. If one could elevate their fame to great heights, many unnecessary troubles would naturally circumvent them. Furthermore, a genius enveloped in myth seems to render even the most astonishing feats entirely reasonable. With this in mind, why not amplify this fade even further? With a flicker of intent, Xuan Ye set down his cup and casually tapped his fingers on the rough wooden tabletop, producing a few soft yet strikingly clear knocks. The sound seemed to carry an unusual charm, causing several nearby tables of diners engaged in lively discussions to pause momentarily, their gazes drawn in instinctively. The figure under the hat slightly raised his head. Though much of his face remained shrouded in shadow, the sudden emergence of a tranquil aura, contrasting sharply with the surrounding clamor, was impossible to overlook. At a neighboring table, a burly man with a thick beard, mid-sentence and spitting with fervor, was interrupted and looked displeased, gruffly asking, "Hey, friend over there, do you have something to say?" Xuan Ye altered his voice to carry a slightly hoarse, seasoned tone, and with a light chuckle, replied, "I dare not offer advice. I merely felt a surge of sentiment upon hearing you all discuss the name of Xuan Ye from the Alchemist Guild." Oh, an older gentleman at another table, appearing well-versed and knowledgeable, stroked his beard with curiosity and said, "From your words, it seems you are somewhat acquainted with that young Master Xuan Ye." Acquainted is an overstatement. Xuan Ye subtly shook his head, causing his hat to sway gently. "I was fortunate enough to catch a distant glimpse of him not long ago." "Oh, pray tell, what manner of genius is he? Is he truly as extraordinary as the legends suggest?" Instantly, the curiosity of those at nearby tables was piqued, and even those sitting farther away perked up their ears. The details regarding Xuan Ye were scarce, and any tidbit of information was enough to capture their attention. Xuan Ye appeared to ponder for a moment, as if organizing his thoughts or recalling memories. After a brief pause, he slowly began to speak, his voice imbued with an indescribable admiration. "What manner of genius? Forgive my lack of eloquence. It is difficult to convey even a fraction of his essence. I can only say that his presence transcends the mere label of genius." He paused, successfully arousing everyone's curiosity, before continuing. "I hail from a reclusive family long hidden from the world, one that has witnessed its fair share of so-called prodigies and talents. Yet compared to that young Master Xuan Ye, they are but fireflies beneath the bright moon." A reclusive family? Upon hearing this, the crowd regarded him with a newfound sense of mystery and importance. I once observed him practicing combat techniques from a distance. They were not high-level techniques. Merely ordinary palme technique. Yet in his hands, those simple movements resonated with the very fabric of space. The gusts of his palms did not merely unleash energy. Rather, it was as if they could devour light and extinguish vitality. The kind of realm was utterly unparalleled, something I had never encountered. The elder of my family subsequently remarked that the effects observed were by no means achievable through ordinary cultivation methods. That young master, Xuan Ye, is likely endowed with some extraordinary constitution, perhaps a long-lost, ancient lineage. En extraordinaire constitution. One that devours light? One that extinguishes vitality? What sort of terrifying technique is this? No wonder it is so defiant. The crowd gasped in astonishment, as though they had stumbled upon a momentous secret. Seizing the moment, Xuan Ye spoke with an even more assured and reverent tone. His soul power is profoundly unfathomable. Though I have merely caught a distant glimpse, it felt akin to standing before an expansive starry sky, vast and boundless, evoking a sense of awe. Such mastery in alchemy cannot be attributed to mere luck. He surveyed the room, noting that everyone was holding their breath in rapt attention. Even the waiter had forgotten to refill the tea, before declaring in a tone that felt almost like a proclamation. In my view, all the prodigies of the Central Plains, all the youthful talents, pale in comparison before him, rendering them insignificant. His innate gifts are truly unparalleled throughout the ages. He paused, as if gathering strength, and finally, with a voice resounding like thunder, he uttered the earth-shattering words he had long prepared. I have heard an ancient sage evaluate a certain supreme realm, questioning, who stands at the pinnacle when the fighting spirit reaches its zenith? And today, upon witnessing young Master Xuan Ye's demeanor, I comprehend the true essence of that statement. When it comes to innate talent and potential, it is evident, upon encountering Xuan Ye, all paths become void. Who stands at the pinnacle when the fighting spirit reaches its zenith? Upon encountering Xuan Ye, all paths become void. Some instinctively murmured the phrase. In an instant, the entire tavern fell into a profound silence. Everyone was shaken to their core by this domineering, earth-shattering declaration, their minds reeling, their scalps tingling. What a remarkable evaluation. What an extraordinary admiration. It elevates one individual to the ultimate pinnacle of fighting spirit cultivation, as if upon meeting him, the paths of all others become mere empty talk, mere embellishments. Such a statement is brazen to the extreme, yet also strikingly apt. Coupled with Xuan Ye's astonishing achievements, it instilled a sense of absurdity that it ought to be so. After a brief moment of silence, a thunderous eruption followed. Who stands at the pinnacle when the fighting spirit reaches its zenith? Upon encountering Xuan Ye, all paths become void. My heavens, how imposing. It's simply overwhelming. Some exclaimed. Which great being uttered this? Such discernment is extraordinary, unparalleled throughout the ages, extraordinary constitution. This is no mere exaggeration. Quick, take note. This statement must spread throughout the Central Plains. Everyone was exhilarated, savoring the words, each repetition amplifying their shock, each reflection making it feel even more fitting. They looked at the figure under the wide-brimmed hat with eyes full of gratitude, thankful for the insider information in this monumental appraisal. The well-informed elder trembled with excitement, his beard quivering. Your words, my friend, are truly earth-shattering. In all my years, I have never encountered such a lofty evaluation for a junior. Yet, in the case of young Master Xuan Ye, I find it entirely justified. A subtle smile curled at the corner of Xuan Ye's mouth, his objective achieved. He humbly shook his head, his voice returning to a placid tone. I merely spoke from my heart, relaying what I have seen and felt. The grandeur of young Master Xuan Ye cannot be fully articulated in words. Esteemed guests, the wine has been enjoyed, and I must be on my way. Let us part here. With that, he placed down the payment, lowered his hat, and rose to leave, doing so without hesitation. The crowd remained immersed in the reverberations of the phrase, who stands at the pinnacle when the fighting spirit reaches its zenith? Upon encountering Xuan Ye, all paths become void. When they finally regained their senses, the enigmatic figure had already vanished from the tavern entrance. A master, surely a figure from a hidden family. Only those from such families possess such insight and demeanor. Quickly, spread this word. Young Master Xuan Ye deserves this acclaim. The atmosphere within the tavern ignited. Everyone animatedly discussing the secret they had just heard, and that phrase destined to create a sensation. None realized that the illustrious figure from the hidden family was none other than the very Xuan Ye they were fervently discussing. As Xuan Ye walked away from the tavern, he listened to the increasingly fervent discussions behind him, a playful smile gracing his face. Who stands at the pinnacle when the fighting spirit reaches its zenith? Upon encountering Xuan Ye, all paths become void. Xuan Ye murmured to himself, seemingly struck by an idea, and chuckled with amusement. In the future, when revealing his talents, if he were to turn his back to the world, what a scene that would be. The seeds of legend have already been sown. It is merely a matter of time before they take root and flourish, sweeping across the entire Central Plains. With this divine aura now surrounding him, many of his future endeavors will undoubtedly be facilitated. Moreover, his journey to the northwestern continent seems to have become all the more intriguing. His figure melded into the crowd, soon disappearing entirely, leaving behind a statement capable of igniting the entire discourse of the Central Plains, which would fervently circulate in the listening Wind Tavern and countless other places thereafter. During the time Xuan Ye ventured toward the northwestern continent. His name began to attain a mythical status in the Central Plains. His self-promoting phrase, "Who stands at the pinnacle when the fighting spirit reaches its zenith?" Upon encountering Xuan Ye, all paths become void, had already spread like wildfire, engulfing the entire Central Plains, elevating him to the pinnacle of the younger generation, bringing him unparalleled glory. Within various taverns, the atmosphere buzzed with excitement, and the most sought-after topic naturally revolved around the now resplendent name, Xuan Ye. Hey, you have no idea. The news from within the Alchemist Guild suggests that young Master Xuan Ye is now nearing the level of Dozong. A well-informed mercenary captain whispered eagerly, though his excitement was palpable. Nonsense. How long has it been? From 7-star Do Huang to nearing Dozong? Do you think this is merely a matter of eating and drinking? Someone immediately retorted, though their tone was tinged with uncertainty. Others may not be able to, but he is Xuan Ye. Do not forget that phrase. Another elder at a nearby table tapped the surface, his eyes filled with reverence. Who stands at the pinnacle when the fighting spirit reaches its zenith? Upon encountering Xuan Ye, all paths become void. What a statement. The one who spoke was reportedly an ancient being who seldom appeared in public. A merchant dressed in traveling garb leaned in with an air of mystery. Not only that, it is said that even those ancient imperial clans with bloodlines of Dodi have young members who have heard this phrase. Reports suggest that some were unconvinced, but the clan elders sternly advised them not to provoke him lightly. The mention of imperial clans sparked a chorus of gasps, as if they had heard an unbelievable tale. More voices echoed in astonishment. A 7-star Do Huang, not yet 15? A 6-tier alchemist? This is beyond genius. It is simply monstrous. It is said he possesses a unique constitution that alters the heavens and earth, bending space to his will. An extraordinary constitution? No wonder. I thought it impossible for an ordinary person. It is said that upon Xuan Ye's birth, a celestial phenomenon occurred. With purple chi arriving from the east for 3,000 miles at this moment, the protagonist, revered by many as a figure of myth, Xuan Ye, emerged from the spatial wormhole, inhaling the arid essence unique to the northwestern continent, a surge of excitement swelling within him. This is where the story begins. Xuan Ye reflected with deep emotion. The northwestern continent. I, Xuan Ye, have arrived. Chapter 9. Queen Medusa. The northwestern continent, the Tagore Desert. Endless yellow sands stretched to the horizon, and the scorching wind whipped up the grit, stinging against the face with a slight pain. The air twisted due to the high temperature, and as far as the eye could see, there were only dunes, a desolate and lifeless expanse. A dark figure strolled leisurely through this sea of death. Though his pace seemed slow, each step he took covered a distance that felt as though he had shrunk the ground itself, gliding silently over several tens of feet, leaving behind faint footprints on the sand that were almost instantaneously erased by the wind. It was none other than Xuan Ye, who had traversed the distant spatial wormhole. Based on the fragmented memories of a past life and the scattered information gathered in the central continent, his first objective on this journey was an inconspicuous yet pivotal remnant map related to an extraordinary opportunity in the future, the map of the pure Lotus Demon Fire. It was said to be in the possession of a shop owner named Btth, nestled within this desert, harnessing the vast perceptual power of his spiritual realm. Xuan Ye swiftly pinpointed a dilapidated stone hut teetering on the edge of the desert. A crooked wooden sign hung outside, inscribed with the words "Gu Tuesday." As he pushed open the creaking wooden door, a wave of air infused with the scent of aged ink and a faint hint of mildew enveloped him. The interior was dimly lit, adorned with various yellowed maps hanging on the walls. An elderly man, his hair tinged with gray, radiated a restrained yet subtly chilling aura as he hunched over, meticulously sketching a map. When the old man lifted his gaze, his weathered face, marked by the passage of time, yet possessing sharp eyes, met Xuan Ye's. A flicker of faint surprise crossed his murky eyes, for despite his former strength as a battle emperor, he could not fathom the depths of this young man clad in black. It was as if he were staring into an unfathomable abyss. What map does the guest require? The old man rasped, revealing himself to be the reclusive Ice Emperor. Hai Bordong. Xuan Ye's gaze swept across the shop before settling on a tattered remnant map, carelessly piled in a corner, his heart affirming its significance. Instead of directly requesting it, he offered a subtle smile and stated plainly, "What I seek is not a map." Hai Bordong furrowed his brow, setting down his pen, and regarded him with caution. "Oh, what do you require?" "I need an antiquity that you possess," Xuan Ye replied with an air of indifference, as if discussing a trivial matter. "In exchange, I can assist you with that minor issue you are facing." Hai bodong sa pupin gunstit abali. An uncontrollable icy aura emanating from him, causing the temperature in the shop to plummet. What did you say? What minor issue? The sealing curse of the Queen Medusa. I imagine it's rather unpleasant, Xuan Ye remarked casually, as though discussing the weather. To be trapped at the battle spirit level, languishing here while drawing these neglected maps, was the former Ice Emperor, Hai Bodong, truly resigned to such an end? Who on earth are you? Hai Bodong et Galim, Vising Abali. His eyes ablaze with intense light as he unleashed the full force of his battle spirit aura. Yet, it collided with an invisible barrier and dissipated a mere 3 feet from Xuan Ye. At that moment, Hai Bodong was thoroughly taken aback. The prowess of the youth before him was unfathomable. Xuan Ye, disregarding his astonishment, flipped his palm, revealing a smooth jade vial containing a pill the size of a longan, radiating an extraordinary energy fluctuation. A distinct alchemical pattern flowed across its surface as if alive. This is a 6th grade pill, the Breaking Seal pill. Designed to dismantle various sealing spells, Xuan Ye placed the jade vial on the table. In exchange for that remnant map in your corner. How does that sound? Hai Bodong's gaze fixed intensely on the Breaking Seal pill, his breath becoming labored. This was the very item he had yearned for over countless years, a glimmer of hope to restore his strength. And the young man only desired the tatter map he had fruitlessly studied for years. Without a moment's hesitation, he snatched the remnant map and thrust it towards Xuan Ye, while his other hand swiftly grasped the jade vial, clutching it tightly as if fearing a change of heart from Xuan Ye. As the transaction concluded, Xuan Ye's spiritual power swept over the remnant map, confirming it as the pure Lotus Demon Fire map. A faint smile graced his lips as he turned to leave. Without a trace of hesitation, watching Xuan Ye's figure vanish into the desert, Hai Bodong remained in a daze, tightly gripping the Breaking Seal pill, his aged eyes a whirl of excitement, ecstasy, and disbelief. With the remnant map secured, Xuan Ye's next aim directed him deeper into the desert, the heart fire of the Azure Lotus. Utilizing his soul's perception and an acute sensitivity to the flow of celestial energies, he quickly identified a region radiating with a fervent and violent energy. This area lay near the sacred city of the Serpent People, concealing a tremendous and tumultuous power of flame deep underground. Easily evading the patrols of the Serpent People, he located an entrance to a subterranean cavern, slipping inside like a specter. Beneath the surface, an entirely different world awaited. The magma churned violently, waves of heat surged. At the center of a lake of magma, a cerulean lotus slowly revolved, within which blazed a flame akin to azure magma, emanating a heart-stopping, destructive heat, yet imbued with an extraordinary vitality. The heart fire of the Azure Lotus. A flicker of yearning ignited in Xuan Ye's eyes. Just as he prepared to act and claim it, he suddenly raised an eyebrow and turned to the opposite side of the magma lake. Emerging from the tumultuous magma was a stunning figure, exuding a wild allure. Her purple serpent tail swayed gracefully, outlining breathtaking curves. At her slender waist rested a full and proud bosom. Higher up, her face was breathtakingly beautiful, cold, seductive, and noble, her elongated lavender eyes scrutinizing Xuan Ye with a glint of malice and vigilance. Human? How dare you intrude upon my cultivation grounds? The voice of Queen Medusa was frigid, laced with the distinct resonance of the Serpent People, as the surrounding magma surged in response to her fury. Xuan Ye regarded the renowned Queen Medusa of the Gamma Empire with calm contemplation. Indeed, she was a vision of unparalleled beauty, particularly with her wild yet regal aura, unique and enticing. Unbeknownst to him, a flicker of wicked fire surged within his abdomen. Sensing this, Xuan Ye quickly composed himself. In this place, treasures belong to those with fate, he smiled lightly. Seeking death, a flash of cold light flickered in Queen Medusa's eyes, without uttering another word. She conjured a serpentine sword of violet energy in her delicate grasp, wielding the terrifying might of a battle emperor at its peak, slicing through the air. Aimed directly at Xuan Ye's throat, the speed was akin to lightning. However, in the face of this fierce assault, Xuan Ye merely raised his right hand. Instantly, a layer of fine, purple-golden dragon scales enveloped his arm, his fingers elongated and sharpened, glimmering with a frosty sheen. Trails of spine-chilling spatial rifts appeared in the air where his fingertips passed. Dragon Phoenix, Rending Claw. He did not employ any combat techniques, relying solely on the innate power of his Dragon Phoenix form, his claw extending forward. A resounding clang echoed throughout this subterranean realm. Queen Medusa's serpentine energy sword. capable of rending even formidable opponents of her level, was caught barehanded by Xuan Ye. The blade's tip hovered less than half an inch from his throat. It could advance no further. The purple-golden dragon scales bore not a single mark. What? Astonishment and disbelief flickered across Queen Medusa's icy visage for the first time. She felt as if her attack had collided with an immovable divine mountain. What sent tremors through her very soul was the unfathomable pressure emanating from the scaled arm of her opponent, a terror that resonated from the deepest depths of his bloodline. This pressure was supreme and noble, as if she stood before the progenitor of all serpents. It embodied the true dragon, soaring through the heavens, and the divine phoenix. In the presence of this overwhelming force, her serpent people's bloodline instinctively yearned to submit, trembling at its might. In the realm of beast-kind, bloodlines reigned supreme. The dragon phoenix bloodline coursing through Xuan Ye was such that even Medusa's current form, the violet ghost flame serpent, or even the evolved 7-colored devouring python, let alone the 9-colored devouring python, were utterly eclipsed. You are not human? Who on earth are you? Queen Medusa recoiled in shock, widening the distance between them, her gaze uncertain as she observed the slowly retreating purple-golden scales on Xuan Ye's arm, her voice trembling with a hint of fear she herself did not realize. The oppressive force from his bloodline left her gasping for breath. Xuan Ye retracted his hand, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression serene. He would naturally not reveal all his secrets, so he casually stated, "This emperor is indeed not human, but rather a magical beast possessing a trace of human blood. By a stroke of misfortune, I inadvertently ingested transformation grass and took on human form." His words were a blend of truth and falsehood, cloaking himself as a magical beast that had mistakenly consumed transformation grass. After all, within the secret arts inherited from his dragon phoenix body, the dragon phoenix transformation allowed him to metamorphose into the divine beast, the dragon phoenix. And yet he retained the essence of a true magical beast. The sole distinction between the dragon phoenix transformation and other shape-shifting magical beasts lay in the fact that when other shape-shifting beasts were exhausted, they reverted to their original forms. While Xuan Ye, under the dragon phoenix transformation, would revert to his human form when fatigued. Sensing the terrifying pressure emanating from Xuan Ye, which resonated with her bloodline and sent shivers throughout her being, Queen Medusa believed him to be about 70 to 80% truthful. Apart from those descendants with supreme, magical beast bloodlines, she could not fathom how such a young human could possess such formidable physical prowess and a bloodline suppression that left her feeling desperate. What exactly do you intend to achieve? Queen Medusa's tone grew considerably grave, her earlier murderous intent now replaced with vigilance and trepidation. Confronting a kindred spirit with such an alarming bloodline was no wise course of action. I have come here for the purpose of that fire. Xuan Ye gestured towards the heart fire of the azure lotus. This fire is immensely beneficial for my cultivation. As for you, his gaze swept over Queen Medusa. To harness the through evolution carries great risks, with a likelihood of 9 deaths to 1 life. If you're willing to trust me, perhaps I could lend you a helping hand in the future, granting you a greater fortune. Moreover, after I consume my control over it will be significantly stronger, rendering it far safer than recklessly allowing yourself to be burned by the. Xuan Ye's voice held an inexplicable allure and credibility. His unfathomable strength, the terrifying pressure of his bloodline, and his calm demeanor, as though he held dominion over all, caused Queen Medusa, who was at a bottleneck in her evolution and yearned for power, to waver in her resolve. Perhaps collaborating with this enigmatic powerhouse was a far better option than opposing him, or risking her life to evolve alone. Gazing into Xuan Ye's tranquil yet profound eyes, akin to a starry sky, the scales of judgment within Queen Medusa's heart began to subtly tilt. Chapter 10. Devouring. After soothing Queen Medusa, Xuan Ye urged her to return and prepare, promising to seek her out after he had consumed the. Deep within the heart of the Taggart Desert, in a subterranean cavern that Xuan Ye had forcibly opened and concealed with his formidable spatial power, the searing heat scorched the rock walls to a bright red glow, distorting the air to an extreme, producing a hissing sound. At the center of the cavern, Xuan Ye sat cross-legged, his expression graver than ever. Before him, the azure lotus heart fire, forcibly extracted from the magma world, danced wildly, resembling an enraged azure sun, emanating a destructive energy. Even though it was temporarily bound by the power of the dragon phoenix, the chaotic energy contained within this continued to cause the sealed space to tremble, as if it might collapse at any moment. The success of the devouring heaven divine art, and whether the devouring demonic flame can undergo its ultimate transformation. All hinges on today. A glint of madness and determination flickered in Xuan Ye's eyes. He inhaled deeply the scalding air, his hands rapidly forming intricate ancient seals. Devour the heavens, consume the earth, accept. Boom! He opened his mouth and inhaled fiercely, unleashing a terrifying force of absorption that erupted from his body, transforming into an invisible black vortex that enveloped the azure lotus heartfire. Roar! As if sensing a lethal threat, the azure lotus heartfire emitted a silent roar, its already turbulent energy exploding in an instant. Rumble! The azure sea of flames surged violently, engulfing the entire cavern. The terrifying heat was sufficient to vaporize steel in an instant, boiling mountains and seas. The spatial barriers Xuan Ye had erected groaned under the immense pressure, fissures spreading like wildfire. Xuan Ye, at the forefront, felt as though 1,000 volcanoes had erupted within him. Puff! Even with the formidable resilience of the dragon phoenix body, he immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, which evaporated before it could touch the ground. The garments covering his body instantly turned to ash, revealing a robust physique adorned with fine, purple-golden dragon scales. The scales glimmered with a frenzied light, resisting the omnipresent, terrifying power of the suppress it. Xuan Ye's eyes glowed crimson, his throat emitting a deep roar. He urged the dragon phoenix body to its utmost limit, his blood and energy surging like a mighty river, staunchly withstanding the initial wave of the most ferocious onslaught. Yet, waves of excruciating heat continued to sear his skin, with some areas of the dragon scales beginning to glow faintly red and distort. This was merely the beginning. The primal force of the azure lotus heartfire surged into his meridians like a torrent breaching a dam. Wherever it flowed, the meridians felt as though they were being seared by a red-hot iron, tearing apart. The pain was far beyond mere torture, enough to send any resolute mind into instant despair. Devouring heaven divine art turn, Xuan Ye clung fiercely to a sliver of clarity in his spiritual realm, desperately operating the devouring heaven divine art. Within his dantian, the previously dormant, devouring demonic flame, akin to a shark sensing blood, erupted with unprecedented greed and excitement, surging forth to confront the azure sea of flames invading his body. An even more perilous battle unfolded within Xuan Ye's being. The devouring demonic flame, exceedingly domineering, tore and consumed the energy of the azure lotus heartfire, attempting to assimilate it. But as in, the azure lotus heartfire would not submit easily. It resisted fiercely, and with each clash, Xuan Ye's meridians felt as though they were being struck by a heavy hammer, his organs seemingly shifting and fracturing. Xuan Ye's body became a brutal battlefield for the clash of two terrifying flames. At times, his exterior turned pitch black, exuding an ominous aura that devoured all, while the devouring demonic flame began to consume and refine the azure lotus heartfire. At other times, his form radiated a brilliant azure light, as if magma flowed beneath his skin, his body cracking like porcelain, oozing blood that had been vaporized. This cycle repeated endlessly, with the agony proving ceaseless. Were it not for the extraordinary regenerative ability of the dragon phoenix body continuously mending his damaged meridians and flesh, he would have been obliterated by this terrifying energy collision and turned to ash countless times. In this extreme suffering, time stretched interminably. 1 day, 2 days. Xuan Ye nearly exhausted all his mental fortitude, his soul power at the peak of the late spiritual realm pressed to its limit, meticulously controlling the collision of the two flames, guiding the devouring demonic flame to gradually devour and merge. This process was excruciatingly slow and perilous, with each increment of the devouring demonic flame consuming the essence of the azure lotus heartfire. Its hue grew deeper, its power more fearsome, and the emanations it released increasingly terrifying. 1 month, 2 months. Xuan Ye had transformed into a charred statue, his exterior cloaked in a thick shell formed from his own flesh and the ashes of flames. Only beneath that shell did flashes of a haunting purple-black and azure intertwine, indicating that the internal struggle had never ceased. Within the cavern, the energy storm raged on, growing ever more violent. Had it not been for the formidable spatial barriers, it would have long since stirred the entire desert. Finally, on a day in the 3rd month, the charred statue trembled violently. Crack! The surface shell suddenly cracked open, countless fissures appearing, and from within surged a dark, profound energy that seemed to devour even light, mingled with flickers of azure lightning like residual energy. A brand new, far more terrifying and domineering flame, imbued with the dual essence of destruction and devouring, began to awaken slowly, like a slumbering ancient beast. Roar, a deep roar, reminiscent of primordial chaos, erupted from within Xuan Ye's very being. The charred, hardened shell encasing his body shattered explosively. What emerged was no longer flesh covered by dragon scales, but rather a new flame, profound and dark, seemingly composed of countless minuscule black holes, enveloping him entirely. The devouring sky demon flame had succeeded. It had completely consumed and merged with the essence of the azure lotus earth fire, achieving a qualitative leap. At this moment, the devouring sky demon flame deepened in hue, its power skyrocketing by more than tenfold. As the flames danced, the surrounding space no longer twisted, but instead continuously collapsed and annihilated, emanating a terrifying aura that froze the very soul. However, Xuan Ye's work was far from finished. The immense energy brought forth by the devoured, along with the pure power feedback from the devouring sky demon flame, surged within him like a tsunami. He immediately focused his mind, channeling this vast ocean of energy toward the barrier he had long since touched, the Dou Zone realm. 7-star Dou Emperor, 8-star, 9-star Pinnacle. The bottleneck, as fragile as paper, was instantly shattered by this terrifying energy infused with the essence of boom. A brand new, overwhelming aura, surpassing even the Dou Emperor, erupted from Xuan Ye's body like a tempest. Dou Zone, success. Yet this was far from the end. The energy still surged from the azure lotus earth fire and the devouring sky demon flame. Dou Zone at the initial, mid, and late stages, and then he continued to ascend. Within the cave, energy howled as time sped by in his cultivation. Unbeknownst to him, a month had slipped away. When Xuan Ye opened his eyes once more, two beams of substantial brilliance pierced through the void like lightning, instantly creating two unfathomable holes in the rock wall before him. He slowly rose to his feet. The profound, devouring sky demon flame gracefully retreated within him, revealing a fair and robust physique, even more perfect than before, as if every inch of flesh contained explosive power. He gently clenched his fist. Buzz, without employing any Dou Qi. Merely the pressure generated by his physical strength caused the surrounding space to emit a mournful cry of strain, as fine black spatial cracks spread quietly from the center of his fist. With a subtle shift of thought, the vast and powerful Dou Qi surged through his meridians like a boundless ocean. The sensation of strength was far beyond that of a Dou Emperor, exceeding tenfold. He felt as though a single punch could effortlessly shatter a mountain. As his soul's power radiated, the movements of grains of sand, the crawling of scorpions, and even the flow of magma beneath the earth became vividly clear in his mind, all within his control. Is this the power of Dou Zone? Xuan Ye marveled at the earth-shattering changes within him and the spatial force he could command with a mere gesture. Even he, with his temperament, couldn't help but murmur softly, "Truly, it is fearsome." Half a year of seclusion, devouring, and he had finally entered the realm of Dou Zone. Now he possessed the foundational capital to establish himself on this continent. Beyond his cultivation, he had not anticipated the formidable transformations brought about by the devouring sky demon flame. With a flick of his hand, a strand of dark fire ignited, warping the surrounding void with its terrifying energy. The evolutionary path of the devouring sky demon flame resembled that of the burning decision. However, the Emperor flame fused within the burning decision is a symbiosis of many. While my devouring sky demon flame is one that plunders the essence and enhances the demonic flames, there are indeed distinctions. If the demonic flame were to consume myriad from the vast world, could it not evolve into chaos flame? Am I taking the path of the ruthless with an ancient template? Would I not attract great karma? With this thought, envisioning an elderly self covered in red hair, Xuan Ye couldn't help but feel a chill. Chapter 11. Chaos Flame. If the demonic flame were to consume myriad from the vast world, could it not evolve into chaos flame? Chaos. Anything related to these two characters is extraordinary. For instance, the chaos body yin, bearing the heavenly heart mark, can break the law that only one emperor exists in the same era, although the highest realms of the four-part saga, namely the mastery realm and the divine realm, may be regarded as mere quasi-emperors within the secret realm system of the human body. The difficulty is not much less than achieving the extreme path great emperor. Perhaps the chaos flame could play a significant role in aiding Xuan Ye to ascend to the divine realm. As for the mastery realm, I'm afraid it's not within Xuan Ye's consideration. Essentially, the Mastery Realm involves harnessing the power of the entire vast world to combat foes. Although powerful, it is ultimately reliant on external forces. Once one departs from the vast world, their combat prowess would diminish significantly, possibly even falling short of an immortal emperor. Once a name is inscribed on the celestial ranking, one's potential is sealed. Conversely, the divine realm relies on one's own strength, allowing one to disregard external factors, and possesses boundless potential. As for the heavenly evil god, who is defeated by the Mastery Realm's Muchun, for Xuan Ye, it is likely a matter of protagonist halo. It is also possible that the heavenly evil god was merely in the early stages of the divine realm, while Muchun, leveraging the power of the vast world, stepped directly into the late stage of the Mastery Realm, thus capable of defeating the heavenly evil god. One can only say that the divine realm presents significant challenges, reliant on talent, yet holds boundless potential, whereas the Mastery Realm is comparatively easier with a fixed upper limit determined by the vast world's power, and is heavily influenced by external forces. The relationship between the two resembles the secret arts of the Coffin Trilogy and the ancient immortal arts. Should the vast world's power be severely wounded, the strength of the Mastery Realm would drastically weaken. Most importantly, the Mastery Realm's power is ultimately an enhancement from external forces, not one's own strength, and does not represent true might. However, the Btth continent, where Xuan Ye currently resides, falls within the scope of the vast world, and normal cultivation can ultimately only lead to the Mastery Realm. Thus, Xuan Ye seeks to utilize the Chaos Flame to evolve the celestial ranking and ascend to the divine realm. After all, without the Chaos Flame, Xuan Ye could rely solely on his Dragon Phoenix body to secure a place among the Heavenly Supremes. With this thought in mind, Xuan Ye withdrew the devouring Sky Demon Flame and immediately tore through the void, heading toward the Serpent People clan. Deep within the Taggart Desert, in the sacred city of the Serpent People, the night was as dark as ink, silver sands swirling, while the cold moonlight draped this exotic architectural ensemble in a veil of mystery. At the innermost part of the sacred city, a bath carved from millennium of cold jade lay hidden behind layers of restrictions. The water within was no ordinary liquid, but contained the cold essence of the moonlight, exuding an extraordinary fragrance that nourished both soul and body. A breathtakingly enchanting figure languidly floated in the milky white liquid. Her purple serpent tail occasionally swayed, stirring the spring water, droplets cascading down her satin-smooth skin, tracing the breathtaking curves of her waist and hips, disappearing beneath the shimmering surface where her voluptuous form lay partially obscured. The moonlight fell, outlining her exquisitely cold and beautiful profile, her long, jade-like neck, and the alluring silhouette that rose and fell beneath the water, each inch radiating deadly allure. This figure was none other than Queen Medusa. She gently closed her eyes, her long lashes glistening with moisture, as she attuned herself to the increasingly active power of her bloodline, preparing for evolution, contemplating the providence promised by that mysterious, powerful being. However, the exquisite tranquility and sensuality of this moment were abruptly shattered without warning. The space beside the bath tore open like smooth silk, creating a pitch-black rift. There was no violent energy upheaval, no grand spectacle, only a heart-stopping sensation of spatial distortion, as if that very space had been effortlessly erased by some supreme force. In the next instant, a tall figure clad in dark robes stepped gracefully through the rift, moving with composure as if merely crossing a commonplace threshold. The visitor was none other than Xuan Ye. After solidifying his cultivation at the 2-star Do zone level, he directly tore through the void, precisely following the faint spatial mark he had left on Medusa. The moment his foot landed, Xuan Ye sensed the distinctiveness of the surroundings. An intoxicating aroma filled the air, accompanied by a moist vapor and the almost imperceptible sound of flowing water. He instinctively raised his gaze. Within the hazy glow interwoven by moonlight and mist, a flawless figure, an exquisite masterpiece of creation, unexpectedly invaded his sight without concealment. Her damp purple hair clung to her snow-white cheeks and chest, and amidst the rippling water, her voluptuous softness, delicate waist, curvaceous hips, and the mysterious purple-scaled serpent tail formed an enchanting and untamed tableau. Particularly striking was her stunning visage, which suddenly turned towards him, momentarily displaying astonishment that swiftly morphed into overwhelming shame and fury, assaulting his senses. Even at Xuan Ye's current Do zone realm, his heart skipped a beat, and his breath momentarily faltered. An inexplicable, primal heat and possessiveness surged within him, akin to a wicked fire erupting from his lower abdomen, flooding throughout his body, compelling his gaze to linger a moment longer on her alluring form. This woman is truly a peerless enchantress. Who? What audacity! Queen Medusa had already sensed the rift in space the moment it occurred. But upon realizing that the intruder was Xuan Ye, especially in such an unfathomable manner within her bathing sanctuary, witnessing her in her most vulnerable state, her icy countenance flushed crimson, quickly transforming into a profound shame and rage that would not easily be washed away. "It's you." Gazing into his fervent eyes, she let out a sharp cry and plunged into the water, revealing only her fragrant shoulders. Yet, the chilling glare emanating from her pale purple eyes was enough to pierce through Xuan Ye with the intent to shred him into pieces. The overwhelming aura of a peak Dou Huang erupted violently as she was ready to strike without hesitation. "Your Majesty, please temper your anger." Xuan Ye swiftly suppressed the flicker of wicked fire within him, mentally cursing, "Damn it, the dragon nature is inherently lustful. It's all the fault of the dragon phoenix bloodline." In an instant, he attributed all the blame to his dragon phoenix heritage. Regaining his composure, he lifted his hand slightly, and an invisible yet vast spatial force quietly enveloped the area, instantly suppressing Medusa's impending Doqi eruption. He then spoke in a calm tone. "Imbued with an undeniable authority, I did not intend to pry. Traversing through space, I was unaware of your bathing. It is truly an accident." His gaze remained steady, devoid of any lasciviousness, yet the fleeting heat in his deep eyes sent alarms ringing in Medusa's heart, intensifying her embarrassment and fury. She stared intently at Xuan Ye, feeling the terrifying pressure that easily subdued her strength, her voice chilling to the bone. "Who exactly are you?" She felt distinctly that his aura was even more unfathomable than it was 6 months ago, although she did not know if he had reached the Dozong realm. It was a qualitative leap that left her breathless. "I am Xuan Ye. My mother, Xuan Yi, is one of the 3 titans of the Dan Tower. I believe Her Majesty may have heard of her." The 3 titans of the Dan Tower. Queen Medusa's delicate body trembled violently, her beautiful eyes widening in disbelief, her crimson lips parting in shock. This revelation was more astonishing than his status as a Dozong. The offspring of a titan of the Dan Tower held a status so exalted that it could make the entire Gamma Empire look up to him. However, as she continued to sense Xuan Ye's unabashed aura, she realized it was a vast pressure that truly transcended the realm of the heavens and earth, far beyond what it had been 6 months prior. Your cultivation, Dozong. You've broken through to Dozong." Her voice trembled with incredulity. "Breaking through from Dou Huang to Dozong in just half a year? What an absurdity. I have made some progress, now a 2-star Dozong." Xuan Ye stated with the same calmness, as if he were commenting on the pleasantness of the weather. 2-star Dozong. Queen Medusa felt a wave of dizziness, regarding Xuan Ye as though he were an ancient beast clad in human skin. This utterly shattered her understanding. Amidst her shock, she suddenly recalled the possibility you took that blue lotus core flame could be. She could scarcely fathom it. How could anyone devour a type of and leap several stars in just 6 months? A mysterious smile curled at the corners of Xuan Ye's mouth as he did not respond, but slowly raised his right hand. Suddenly, a deep, dark flame, seemingly forged from countless minuscule black holes, quietly leapt from his fingertips. The moment the flame appeared, the entire moon's spirit spring appeared to have its brilliance drawn away for an instant, enveloped by a chilling, terrifying power that threatened to consume all. Space slightly collapsed around the flame, emitting a silent lament, and even Medusa's soul felt a piercing cold and tremor. Her bloodline recoiled in despair before this flame. What kind of flame is this?" Her voice was hoarse, her breathtaking face etched with horror. Such pure devouring power, could it be the legendary Void Devouring Flame? Void Devouring Flame? Xuan Ye lightly flicked the flickering magical flame with his fingertip, his tone laced with a hint of disdain and superiority. "It is indeed proficient in devouring, but this flame of mine is not listed among the of this realm." "Not this realm?" Queen Medusa was left utterly stunned, her mind blank. "Not from this world? Where does it come from? From beyond the heavens?" She gazed at Xuan Ye, her eyes filled with boundless mystery and curiosity. This man possessed unfathomable strength, an incomprehensible progression speed, and a status of utmost nobility. Now he wielded a power that was unheard of, comparable to a legendary flame. The enigma surrounding him was impenetrable. Xuan Ye observed her astonished and bewildered visage, retracting the devouring flame, standing with hands clasped behind his back. his gaze seemingly piercing through endless voids, his tone becoming ethereal, yet commanding. Your Majesty need only know that the vastness of the world far exceeds your imagination. Some mysteries, without the strength to grasp them, can lead to calamity. When you truly shed your mortal coil and possess the power to touch the essence of heaven and earth, perhaps then you'll be qualified to understand the origins of the flame in my hand and the truths of this world. Queen Medusa stared at him, her heart tumultuous. Every word he spoke was enough to upend all her perceptions. Having spoken, Xuan Ye's gaze swept across the pool. Feeling the chilling energy coalescing within and the agitation of her bloodline, he remarked lightly, "It seems that your Majesty has long prepared for the evolution of your bloodline. The medicinal power has infused your body. Only the final catalyst is needed. I have come this time to fulfill the promise made that day." At his words, Medusa took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the tumult within her heart. Her purple serpent tail thrashed restlessly in the water, ultimately meeting Xuan Ye's deep and oppressive gaze. Biting her full lower lip, her voice tinged with an unperceived tension, she declared, "I am ready. Let us begin." Chapter 12, Evolution. Deep within the Tagore Great Desert, a desolate valley was entirely sealed off by Xuan Ye using his formidable spatial power, isolating it from the outside world. This place was exceptionally hidden, the ground etched with countless profound runes, forming a vast array that gathered the energies of heaven and earth. At the center of the array, Queen Medusa had revealed her true form, a massive purple python stretching over 10 zhong in length. Her serpentine body was adorned with translucent scales that shimmered like amethyst under the moonlight, reflecting a chilling glow. Her head held high, her pale purple serpent eyes were interwoven with a desire for evolution and a fear of the unknown. This was her true form, the purple flame serpent. Xuan Ye hovered above the array, his expression solemn. He cast his gaze upon Medusa, his voice low yet imbued with an undeniable power. "Medusa, the process will be excruciatingly painful, akin to the agony of burning flesh and refining the soul. Should your mind falter, it would lead to the annihilation of both body and spirit. However, if you can endure, the vast expanse of potential will unfold before you, a return to ancestral might. Are you prepared?" In Medusa's immense serpent eyes, a flicker of resolve shone through, and with a fierce hiss, she nodded her colossal head emphatically. "Very well. Focus and calm your spirit. Safeguard your heart and the essence of your soul." Xuan Ye, devoid of hesitation, suddenly formed a seal with his hands. Boom! The abyssal inferno of the devouring flame erupted within him, transforming into a sea of black fire that blotted out the sky. The flames were not searingly hot. Instead, they exuded a chilling coldness that devoured all. Within this infernal ocean, countless minuscule black holes flickered into existence as space succumbed to relentless collapse and distortion. "Go!" Xuan Ye pointed towards the massive violet-hued flame serpent below. The obsidian sea of flames, as if commanded by an ancient beast, let out a silent roar and lunged downward, instantly engulfing Medusa's colossal form. A heart-wrenching wail erupted from Medusa, piercing the silence. It was no longer a human sound, but a primal roar filled with excruciating torment. The devouring flame was an embodiment of sheer dominance. It did not merely incinerate, but voraciously consumed her scales, flesh, and impurities within her veins, all the while furiously refining and awakening the deepest powers of her bloodline. The crystalline scales, under the onslaught of the inferno, emitted a sound that was almost unbearable, first turning crimson, then splintering, and finally melting away into vapor. The flesh beneath was cast into a purgatorial furnace, each inch torn apart and shattered, only to be forcibly reshaped within the life-infused flames of destruction. Agony, an indescribable, overwhelming anguish. Medusa's massive serpent form writhed violently within the valley, convulsing and colliding. Each roll shook the very earth, and had it not been for the spatial confinement, it would have undoubtedly alarmed the surroundings. Her howls never ceased, filled with despair and struggle, with purple tears streaming from her serpent eyes. Xuan Ye remained expressionless, his spiritual essence intensely concentrated, skillfully controlling the intensity and range of the devouring flame. He had to ensure that the fire could completely awaken her bloodline while meticulously safeguarding her heart and the essence of her soul. This process demanded utmost focus, allowing for not a single misstep. He witnessed her scales falling away in large patches, melting to reveal charred, carbonized flesh that continuously regenerated, while her sturdy bones groaned under the burden of the flames, fissures appearing upon them. He felt her soul's resonance oscillating violently in pain. akin to a flickering candle in the wind. This was the ultimate contest of will and suffering, time elongated to an unbearable stretch. An hour passed, then two. Medusa's struggles gradually weakened. Her roars became hoarse and feeble, and her massive form was marred with horrifying scars, a grotesque tapestry of charred and renewed flesh. Her breath had become alarmingly faint, as if it could extinguish at any moment. Xuan Ye furrowed his brow slightly, yet his gaze remained composed. He understood that this was the pivotal moment, to break and then to rise anew. No destruction, no rebirth. He suddenly intensified the output of the devouring flame. Roar! Just as Medusa's consciousness teetered on the brink of complete oblivion, an ancient and noble force, rooted deep within her bloodline, seemed to awaken with this final stimulus. Buzz! A brilliant spectrum of colors erupted violently from her ravaged form. The radiance was blinding, exuding an air of supremacy that eclipsed all serpents. Where the light passed, the charred remnants of flesh swiftly shed, and new, glistening scales, shimmering with myriad hues, grew at a visible pace. Her body began to shrink, yet underwent a momentous transformation. No longer the violet flame serpent, she was evolving into a more perfect and powerful form, the seven-colored devouring python. The metamorphosis was rapid. Within mere breaths, a small serpent, merely a foot in length, adorned with vibrant scales, appeared at the center of the formation. It seemed somewhat bewildered, writhing as if in a daze, its seven-colored pupils reflecting the innocence of rebirth. She had transformed, the seven-colored devouring python. A flicker of joy crossed Xuan Ye's eyes. But his hands did not pause. He was acutely aware that, at this moment, Medusa's soul and the newly formed body of the seven-colored devouring python had yet to fully merge and were exceedingly fragile. He promptly retrieved the sixth-grade spirit-nourishing elixir he had prepared. Flicking it with his fingers, the pill transformed into a streak of light, accurately shooting into the mouth of the seven-colored serpent. Once ingested, the gentle yet potent spiritual energy disseminated, swiftly nurturing and stabilizing Medusa's weakened soul, aiding in the most profound integration with this newly born body, brimming with potential. The seven-colored brilliance gradually subsided, and the small serpent appeared to fall into a slumber, enveloped within a cocoon of rich, seven-colored light. Xuan Ye exhaled, withdrawing the devouring flame and the formation, descending to the ground to await patiently. The luminescent cocoon pulsated for roughly the span of an incense stick, eventually unfurling like petals of flower. Within the cocoon, it was no longer the seven-colored serpent, but a naked, breathtakingly perfect figure. The same exquisitely beautiful face remained, yet now bore an indescribable air of nobility and authority. However, the most striking change was below her waist. The purple serpent tail had completely vanished, replaced by a pair of straight, elongated, flawless jade legs. The legs, perfectly aligned, boasted an intoxicating curve that left one parched with desire. Evolution successful. She had wholly transformed into a complete humanoid form. Yet, perhaps due to the immense energy expenditure of the transformation or the need to assimilate the elixir's potency, Medusa's eyes were tightly shut, her long lashes fluttering slightly as if ensnared in a deep slumber. Her breathing was even, her chest rising and falling gently, outlining an alluring curve. In this moment, she was utterly defenseless, sleeping like an infant, presenting a stark contrast to her usual image as a cold, regal, and decisive queen, adding an entirely different allure. Xuan Ye crouched down, his gaze intensely scrutinizing this exquisite masterpiece of creation. His eyes ultimately settled upon her dainty feet. The feet were slender and perfect, the toes resembling lustrous pearls, arranged in neat alignment, their nails reflecting a healthy pink sheen. The arch of her feet was elegantly curved, the skin pale and delicate, akin to the finest mutton-fat jade, eliciting an irresistible urge to caress and admire. He extended his hand, his fingertips lightly brushing against the jade-like instep. The sensation was cool and exceptionally smooth, akin to the highest grade of silk. A wave of fervent desire surged within him. Xuan Ye swallowed hard. After all, she was in slumber. With this thought emboldening him, he grew bolder, gently grasping the delicate jade foot, just as he became somewhat lost in indulgence. Relishing the exquisite sensation beneath his hand, a voice imbued with a hint of languor, mischief, and coldness suddenly echoed above him. "Do you find my feet beautiful? Are they delightful to touch?" Xuan Ye's movements abruptly froze, as if ensnared by an unseen force. Slowly, he raised his head, only to find Medusa, unbeknownst to him, had opened her eyes, reclining on her side, propping her head with one hand. Her gaze, now deeper and interspersed with hints of seven-colored glimmers, fixated upon him, her stunning face adorned with a smile that was perilously enigmatic. As their gazes locked, the air became instantly charged with tension. Xuan Ye could even feel the soft, warm, and silky texture of the jade foot in his grasp. Even with his fortitude, he could not help but feel a flicker of embarrassment, instinctively wanting to release his hold. However, Medusa seemed to perceive his thoughts. The jade foot that he grasped playfully curled, the soft arch brushing against his palm, igniting a wave of tantalizing temptation. Her crimson lips parted slightly, releasing a breath fragrant as orchids, her voice imbued with a captivating magnetism. "What's this? Were you not thoroughly enjoying yourself moments ago? Now you feel shy?" With a graceful wave of her jade hand, a veil of red gauze enveloped her exquisite form, artfully shrouding her alluring silhouette in an enchanting haze. The jade foot mischievously slipped from Xuan Ye's grip, gently tapping upon the void, creating ripples in the fabric of space. At this moment, Medusa had already ascended to the realm of the Do Zone, and a formidable 5-star Do Zone at that. Upon reflection, Xuan Ye recognized the validity of this transformation. In the original narrative, Medusa's soul had fragmented, resulting in her incomplete strength, barely reaching the level of a 3-star Do Zone. Yet, with the elixir of soul fusion he had administered, coupled with Medusa's years of stagnation at the pinnacle of Do Huang, her eventual breakthrough to 5-star Do Zone was merely a matter of course. Feeling the immense power of her 5-star Do Zone status, alongside the fearsome bloodline strength of the 7-colored sky-devouring serpent, Medusa's heart swelled with exhilaration. However, when her gaze fell upon Xuan Ye, she was taken aback. Despite his inferior cultivation compared to the protagonist, the oppressive aura of his bloodline remained undiminished, leaving her utterly astonished. What manner of bloodline is this? It surpasses even that of the 7-colored sky-devouring serpent. Medusa sighed inwardly, gazing upon his youthful yet strikingly handsome visage and meeting his deep, starry violet-golden eyes. A flutter of emotion stirred within her. Chapter 13. The transaction deep within the heart of the Taggart Desert, in a valley sealed by the forces of space. The earth-shattering evolution, though fiercely suppressed by Xuan Ye, still emanated an unparalleled majesty from the depths of the bloodline of the 7-colored sky-devouring serpent. It rippled outwards like pebbles cast into a tranquil lake, subtly alerting the 4 most powerful entities within the holy city. Just as Xuan Ye stood with the freshly awakened Medusa, her jade foot still clasped in his hand, the atmosphere thick with ambiguity and danger. For formidable and chilling auras surged forth like phantoms from the direction of the holy city, skillfully locating the weak points of the spatial seal, forcefully penetrating into the valley entrance. "Your Majesty, what a terrifying residual energy! Who dares to disturb the royal presence?" The voice, aged yet robust, echoed with urgency and vigilance. The 4 revered elders of the Serpent Clan had arrived, each a pinnacle Do Huang, the strongest pillars beneath Queen Medusa. Sensing the disturbances within the valley, they hastened to respond. However, as they burst into the valley and beheld the scene within, even these seasoned matriarchs were rendered motionless, their wrinkled faces betraying shock and disbelief. The regal, aloof queen they revered now appeared disheveled, her attire in disarray, reclined upon the ground. What shocked them further was the sight of a stranger in a black robe, crouched beside the queen, one hand still grasping her newly born, porcelain-like, delicate foot. The elder's hand encircled her ankle, and his fingers seemed to subconsciously caress it. "Madman, insolent fool, release your grip. You seek death." The second elder, known for her fiery temper, was on the verge of exploding, her crimson dough chi erupting like flames, ready to pounce. The third elder's eyes flashed with malice, as an invisible soul shock brewed within her. "Stop!" 2 voices rang out simultaneously. One belonged to Xuan Ye, who did not even turn to face them, merely exerting his will. An overwhelming pressure, as vast as a starry sea and as heavy as primordial mountains, descended upon the 4 elders, instantly forcing their do chi and soul power back within, rendering them as helpless as insects trapped in amber, struggling to breathe, their faces reflecting sheer terror. A Do Zone, and one far beyond an ordinary Do Zone. The pressure of his bloodline was utterly terrifying. It felt as though they were confronting a supreme divine beast, stripped of any will to resist. The other voice belonged to Medusa, her breathtaking features flushed with crimson, a mixture of embarrassment and anger flooding her senses, particularly the warmth radiating from her ankle, which sent her thoughts into disarray. Yet her resolve was unwavering. She forcibly quelled her tumultuous emotions and declared coldly, "Do not act disrespectfully. This is Lord Xuan Ye, my esteemed guest. Were it not for his selfless assistance, I would have perished in the evolution today and would not have succeeded in my rebirth." Steeling herself, she rose, channeling a more solidified surge of seven-colored energy to meticulously arrange her gauzy attire, concealing all traces of her vulnerability. Though her newly born jade foot remained awkwardly planted upon the sand, she subtly released a fraction of her current aura. Boom! A surge far more majestic and noble than before, radiating an imposing grandeur that towered above all serpents, spread forth, clearly signaling her formidable 5-star Dozone power. Dozone? Your Majesty, you have succeeded. This aura, 5-star Dozone. Blessed be our serpent clan. The four elders were once again engulfed by overwhelming joy, their previous anger and hostility transforming into disbelief and reverence. They could distinctly perceive the quintessential metamorphosis of Medusa's bloodline, a supreme authority that compelled their very souls to kneel in submission. Lord Xuan Ye, the eldest elder, the first to recover from her astonishment, inhaled deeply, her gaze towards Xuan Ye filled with boundless gratitude and profound respect. She trembled as she bowed. "I, on behalf of the entire Serpent Clan, express our deepest gratitude for your act of rebirth. This debt is heavier than mountains, and we shall remember it for all eternity." The other 3 elders followed suit, bowing deeply in utmost reverence. They understood that the ability to assist the queen in achieving such an astonishing evolution exceeded their wildest imaginations. Xuan Ye then gently withdrew his overwhelming pressure, as though he had merely performed an inconsequential deed. "We each seek what we desire. There is no need for excessive formality. Elders." His gaze shifted to Medusa, directly addressing the crux of the matter. "Queen Medusa, I observe that the 4 elders are all at the pinnacle of Zhou Yuan. Shall we engage in another transaction?" "Oh, what transaction?" Xuan Ye flipped his palm, revealing 4 jade vials, each containing a pill the size of a dragon's eye, shimmering with radiant patterns, exuding immense energy. These are 4 breakthrough pills, sufficient to aid the 4 elders in breaking through the Dozone barrier. Xuan Ye gently nudged the jade vials forward. Breakthrough pills. 4 of them. The elders' gazes instantly ignited with fervor, their breaths quickening. These treasures could save them decades of arduous toil, potentially altering their fates. Their eyes turned towards Xuan Ye, filled not just with reverence, but also an indescribable gratitude. Such a generous gift. Do you not fear that our serpent clan cannot provide what you require in return? Medusa gazed at the jade vials, her heart racing with excitement. If all 4 elders were to break through to Dozone, the strength of the serpent clan would surge dramatically, easily liberating them from their current plight. Rest assured, it is merely that half of the incomplete map you seized from Haibuodong. At these words, Medusa was taken aback. Merely half of a fragmented map could exchange for 4 breakthrough pills. What, pray tell, is the nature of that fragmentary map? Medusa was taken aback, for she could hardly believe her interlocutor to be a benevolent soul. It merely indicated that Xuan Ye was privy to the secrets of this incomplete map. To speak of it was inconsequential. That fragment represented a remnant of a foreign flame, of no assistance to you. On the contrary, should its existence be unveiled, unless your serpent clan possesses a Do Saint-level powerhouse, catastrophic annihilation would surely follow. A Do Saint. Medusa and the 4 elders were momentarily stunned, realizing the tremendous influence this fragment held. After a moment of silence, Medusa cast a penetrating glance at him, her delicate hand flipping over to reveal the tattered ancient map adorned with an enigmatic lotus, which then materialized in her palm. "I have acquiesced. Henceforth, this fragment of the map belongs to you." With that, she tossed the map to Xuan Ye and took the jade vial from his hand. Xuan Ye received the map, his soul power sweeping over it to confirm its authenticity, and he felt assured. He promptly placed the map within his spatial ring. With the transaction complete and his objectives achieved, he had no intention of lingering, offering a respectful farewell. "With this matter concluded, I shall take my leave." Upon observing Xuan Ye's intention to depart, the 4 elders exchanged glances, their eyes flashing with urgency and unspoken significance. The Grand Elder stepped forward earnestly, his tone imbued with profound sincerity and reverence. "Please, esteemed one, do not hasten away. You have bestowed upon our clan a grace akin to rebirth. Why not remain a few days longer so that we may extend the hospitality of our humble abode? It would also afford us the opportunity to repay your immense kindness." Xuan Ye paused, responding coolly. "There is no need. I have pressing matters to attend to." Instantly, anxiety marred the expressions of the four elders. The second elder, unable to restrain himself, lowered his voice and urgently transmitted a thought to Medusa. Your Majesty, this individual possesses unfathomable strength, and his bloodline is so formidable that it is beyond my comprehension. If only we could unite with him and bear offspring. His bloodline would surely be earth-shattering, potentially leading our serpent clan to unprecedented glory. Your Majesty, this is a divinely ordained opportunity that must not be missed. The third elder hastily added, Indeed, Your Majesty, you have successfully evolved, attaining peak beauty and strength. You and Lord Xuan Ye are a match made in heaven. With such formidable support, how could our serpent clan fail to thrive? The fourth elder bluntly asserted, Your Majesty, for the sake of our kin, please give this serious consideration. I observe the way Lord Xuan Ye gazed upon you. There is no doubt he holds genuine interest. Upon hearing the elder's fervent suggestions, which verged on selling herself, Medusa felt a wave of indignation, particularly at the mention of union and progeny. Despite her status as a five-star zone and the queen of the serpent clan, her exquisite countenance flushed crimson as a rush of heat surged to her head. She longed to find a crack in the earth to hide herself. As a queen, she was deeply concerned for her clan's future. Suppressing her embarrassment, she shot the four elders a fierce glare before turning her attention to Xuan Ye. Striving to maintain a calm demeanor, yet unable to mask the tremor in her voice, I wish you safe travels. Should you require anything in the future, the Serpent Clan and I shall do our utmost to assist you. Xuan Ye discerned the complex emotions in her words and sensed the ardent gazes of the four elders. Curiosity piqued within him, yet he maintained a facade of composure, offering a slight nod. Until we meet again. With that, he made no further delay, gesturing lightly before him. With a swift motion, the space before him was effortlessly torn open, akin to a curtain, revealing a pitch-black rift into which he stepped, his figure vanishing in an instant. The rift then sealed, as if it had never existed. In the valley, the five highest rulers of the Serpent Clan remained, each grappling with their own thoughts. The four elders encircled Medusa, their excitement palpable. The Grand Elder spoke in hushed tones. Your Majesty, though my earlier words may have been somewhat hasty, they were indeed heartfelt. Lord Xuan Ye is an extraordinary man the likes of which we have not seen in eons, if only we could. Enough, Medusa interrupted, her face still aflame with embarrassment, taking a deep breath as she gazed toward the direction Xuan Ye had vanished. The light in her beautiful eyes flickered with complex emotions before ultimately transforming into a vague, non-committal huff. This matter is for me to deliberate. There is no need for further discussion. You must hasten to consume the Breaking Clan pill and advance to the Do Zone. Despite Medusa's authoritative tone, the slight flush of her ears and the fleeting glimmer in her eyes betrayed the tumultuous emotions stirring within her. Chapter 14. Azure Scales. Shimo City, a settlement perched on the edge of the Tagore Desert, was perpetually shrouded in sandstorms, its air thick with heat and a coarse, gritty atmosphere. The Emotai Mercenary Corps, one of the preeminent forces within the city, today appeared especially boisterous, as mercenaries bustled in and out, transporting supplies and discussing missions. Yet, amidst this clamor, an abrupt silence descended. A sudden wave of terror enveloped the area, rendering all mercenaries as if grasped by an unseen hand, their eyes widening in alarm as they looked skyward. There, against the blazing sun and the swirling sands, a dark figure hovered calmly. There were no signs of wings formed from Do Chi. He stood, defying reason, as if treading upon invisible steps rather than mere air. The fierce winds billowed around his black cloak, rustling ominously, yet they could not disturb his form in the slightest. The sunlight that fell upon him seemed consumed by an intangible force, causing the light in his vicinity to warp slightly, dimming and enhancing the aura of unfathomable mystery and authority surrounding him. The newcomer was, of course, Xuan Ye. Guided by the memories of his past life and the perceptions of his soul power, he effortlessly located this place. He cast his gaze downward, indifferently scanning the crowd below, which bustled like ants, ultimately honing in on the two young men who emerged hurriedly from the hall, their expressions drastically altered. The leading figure exuded a calm demeanor, while the other appeared somewhat rebellious. They were none other than Xiao Ding and Xiao Li, the two brothers. Xuan Ye spoke, his voice neither loud nor overwhelming. Yet it pierced through the winds and chaos with clarity akin to a chilling blade, etching into the very souls of those present. Imbued with an undeniable and absolute will, within the span of a single incense stick, bring forth a young girl adorned with azure scales upon her arm before me." He paused momentarily, his tone chillingly devoid of warmth, yet laced with a terrifying power capable of shattering all otherwise. "The Btth mercenary corps shall no longer have any reason to exist." Boom! The moment his words fell, an overwhelming and dreadful pressure, as vast as an abyss, descended upon the entire headquarters of the Btth mercenary corps. Thud! Thud! In an instant, all mercenaries below the Dou rank were rendered incapable of even a scream, their eyes rolling back as they succumbed to unconsciousness, collapsing to the ground. Even those of the Dou rank turned pale, as if drained of blood, their bones creaking as if bearing an unbearable burden, their Dou Qi sluggish, and their breathing laborious, eyes filled with boundless terror. A Dou Wang? No. Perhaps even a Dou Huang? No. This pressure was infinitely more terrifying than the strongest Dou Huang within the Gamma Empire they had imagined. It was as though a mere thought from this being could obliterate them all, along with their very base, into mere dust. Xiao Ding and Xiao Li, standing at the forefront, felt this dread most acutely. Though they had both reached the pinnacle of Dou Shi, they now felt like a frail boat amidst a tempest, on the verge of capsizing. Cold sweat drenched their backs, their faces as pale as death. They harbored no doubts regarding the mysterious powerhouse hovering above them. He absolutely possessed the terrifying capability to annihilate the Btth mercenary corps in an instant. Azure Scales? Xiao Li gritted his teeth, laboring to utter that name, his eyes brimming with suspicion and fear. The young girl they had taken in, often bullied by others? How could she attract such a fearsome entity? Xiao Ding, embodying a remarkable composure, suppressed the tremors of his soul and urgently commanded his few loyal subordinates who were still able to stand. "Quick, bring the girl Qinglin here. Do not make any mistakes." His voice quivered slightly due to fear. Upon hearing this, the subordinates scrambled towards the servant quarters in the backyard. Though the wait was brief, for the members of the Btth mercenary group, each second felt as long as a century. The figure in the black robe above them loomed like a reaper of souls, his silence more suffocating than any threat. Soon, a diminutive figure was brought forth. It was a girl who appeared to be merely 12 or 13 years old, frail in stature, clad in a faded, coarse cloth dress. Her small face was grimy, smeared with dust and streaked with tears. Yet her eyes shone brightly like emeralds, within which faintly glimmered 3 black dots resembling flower buds. At that moment, those eyes brimmed with boundless fear, confusion, and helplessness, her tiny body trembling like a frightened animal. She was pushed forward, too terrified to lift her gaze toward the towering figure that seemed like a deity of destruction. "Hey, adult, we've brought her," one of the mercenaries stammered, nearly collapsing to his knees. Xuan Ye's gaze instantly fell upon the exposed half of the girl's arm protruding from her tattered sleeve, where a few delicate, jade-like blue scales were scattered. It was she, the possessor of the 3-flower pupil of the green serpent, Qinglin. Upon the sighting of his target, the terrifying pressure surrounding Xuan Ye dissipated like a receding tide. All the mercenaries felt as if a great weight had been lifted. Gasping for breath as if they had just escaped from the gates of hell, their gazes toward Xuan Ye now infused with even greater fear. Xuan Ye descended gracefully from the air, his footsteps light upon the ground, raising not a speck of dust. He disregarded the tense and anxious Xiao Ding and Xiao Li, and strode directly towards the quivering girl, who looked as though she might curl up into a ball. He crouched down to align his gaze with Qinglin's, his previously cold indifference melting away like snow in the sun, replaced by an uncommon gentleness. "Do not be afraid," he spoke softly, his tone a stark contrast to the earlier demeanor that had exuded an air of divine authority. "Tell me, what is your name?" Qinglin trembled, her green eyes welling with tears, and timidly replied in a voice as faint as a whisper, I am called Qinglin." Instinctively, she hid her scaled arm behind her back, her small frame shivering from fear. "Qinglin, what a lovely name." Xuan Ye smiled gently, his expression radiating a reassuring warmth. "Do not hide it. It is not something ugly. It is a gift bestowed upon you by the heavens, a testament to your uniqueness." He extended his hand, gently grasping her frail, attempting to hide arm. Qinglin flinched, but did not pull away. Xuan Ye's fingers were warm and dry as they caressed the delicate blue scales, his touch exceedingly tender. "You see," he continued, his voice imbued with a soothing quality that seemed almost magical, "they are beautiful like jade. Do you know? I too possess something special, much like you." Qinglin gazed up at the strikingly handsome and powerful figure before her, his eyes exuding genuine kindness. His words were unlike anything she had ever heard, No one had ever described her scales as a gift, as beautiful. Oh, really? She asked timidly, her large eyes reflecting a slight reduction in fear, replaced by curiosity and bewilderment. Indeed, it is true, Xuan Ye affirmed with certainty. What you possess is an extraordinarily powerful and rare gift among millions. Though it may trouble you now, in the future, it will empower you beyond measure, allowing you to rise above all who have ever belittled or bullied you. He locked eyes with Lin, his words clear and earnest. As long as you follow me, I will teach you how to harness this power. You are destined to stand atop the peak of this Btth continent. To stand atop the peak of this Btth continent? This proclamation resounded like thunder in the tender heart of Lin, leaving Xiao Ding and Xiao Li, who stood nearby, utterly astounded and shaken. This little girl, whom they had considered an ill omen and often looked down upon, harbored such terrifying potential. Lin stared into Xuan Ye's profound and sincere eyes, feeling the warmth and strength of his words, recognition and hope she had never received before. Tears streamed down her cheeks once more, but this time they were no longer solely tears of fear. "See, can I really?" she stammered softly. "You can," Xuan Ye replied, reaching out to gently wipe the tears from her cheeks. "Trust me, from this day forth, you will not go hungry, nor will you suffer from the cold or be bullied again. You will have the finest cultivation resources, and I will personally guide you to become a true powerhouse." He rose to his feet, taking Lin's small hand in his own, and turned his gaze back to the relieved yet complex expressions of Xiao Ding and Xiao Li. "I shall take her with me." He tossed a nondescript storage ring, containing 2 3-pattern Qingling pills and some gold coins, sufficient to compensate the mercenary group for their care over the past days. Without waiting for Xiao Ding or Xiao Li to respond, he led the somewhat dazed yet instinctively trusting Lin, and with a slight ripple of space around them, their figures vanished as if they had melted into water, disappearing without a trace as though they had never existed. Only the members of the Thai mercenary group remained, exchanging bewildered glances as if in a dream. Along with the storage ring on the ground containing enough elixirs to drive the entire Shimo city into a frenzy. After a lengthy silence, Xiao Li finally swallowed hard, his voice hoarse. "Brother, did we just miss something important?" Xiao Ding gazed in the direction where Xuan Ye had vanished, his face a mixture of complexity and shock, ultimately transforming into a deep sigh, perhaps. "The world of that great individual is too far removed from us. I never anticipated that the child Lin would possess such fortune." Meanwhile, Lin, now taken by Xuan Ye, stood in an unfamiliar desert, gazing up at the black-robed youth holding her hand, and timidly asked, "Sir, how should I address you?" Xuan Ye looked down at her pure, yet slightly timid emerald eyes and smiled warmly. "You may simply call me young master." Chapter 15, Instruction. After departing from Shimo City with Lin, Xuan Ye found a secluded forest and, with a wave of his hand, established a simple yet tidy cave dwelling, setting up barriers to conceal their presence and prevent prying eyes. Inside the cave, Lin stood somewhat awkwardly, nervously twisting the hem of her clothing, her green eyes furtively glancing at Xuan Ye, filled with both fear of the unfamiliar surroundings and an instinctive dependence and curiosity towards this powerful yet gentle figure. Observing her cautious demeanor, Xuan Ye softened his tone, saying, "From now on, you may call me young master." "Yes, young master," Lin replied softly, her voice barely above a whisper. Xuan Ye noticed her gaze occasionally darting to the blue scales on her arm, a flicker of self-doubt and sadness crossing her features. His heart stirred, and he crouched down to meet her gaze, speaking gently. "Are you still concerned about this?" Lin instinctively drew her arm back, lowering her head in silence. Xuan Ye smiled slightly, extending his right hand toward her. In the midst of her confusion, he activated the supreme Dragon Phoenix bloodline within him. In the next moment, something astonishing began to unfold. Before one's eyes, Xuan Ye's slender, fair hands and forearms seemed to shimmer with a golden-purple radiance beneath the skin. Gradually, exquisite diamond-shaped scales, seemingly forged from a blend of amethyst and gold, began to grow forth naturally. These scales were adorned with intricate, arcane patterns that exuded an aura of nobility, antiquity, and overwhelming dominance, seamlessly merging with his entire being. Rather than appearing out of place, they only enhanced the mysterious and formidable charm he possessed. Lin's emerald eyes widened in astonishment, her small mouth agape in disbelief. She glanced at the magnificent purple-golden scales adorning Xuan Ye's arm, and then cast her gaze upon the sparse, turquoise scales on her own arm, which she regarded as unsightly marks. Her eyes filled with shock and confusion. "And master, Yushi stammered, struggling to find her words. Do you see? Xuan Ye's voice was gentle, yet imbued with strength. In this world, there exist myriad unique physiques, each manifesting in different forms. Some burn with the fervor of flames. Others chill like ice, while some, like ours, are expressed through these scaled skins. This is not a curse, but a gift. An external manifestation of the power that lies within. He lightly tapped the purple golden scales on his hand, which emitted a delicate chime. My scales originate from an exceptionally powerful bloodline. As for yours, his gaze settled on Qing Lin's arm, his tone affirming, they derive from your rare and extraordinary eyes. The Bai Shi Sanhua Tong. Bai Shi Sanhua Tong, Qing Lin murmured, repeating the unfamiliar term, confusion evident in her verdant eyes. Indeed, Xuan Ye nodded. It is one of the most elite ocular talents, even within the entire Btth continent. It does not directly bestow scales, but rather your physique. In conjunction with this ocular power, naturally gives rise to such manifestations. He extended his hand, gently grasping Qing Lin's slender arm, adorned with turquoise scales. This time, she did not flinch, merely tilting her small face upwards, listening intently. Your strength, your future, lies within your eyes, Xuan Ye stated, gazing deeply into her orbs. In the coming days, I shall teach you how to initially harness it. Thus, in the secluded cave of the desert, Xuan Ye temporarily took on the role of teacher for Qing Lin. He first imparted to her the foundational knowledge of the Btth continent and personally guided her in sensing the energies of the universe to condense Btth spirals. Although Qing Lin had never practiced before, the possessor of the Bai, Shi Sanhua Tong, naturally possessed a soul power far exceeding that of ordinary individuals, rendering her perception of energy remarkably acute. Under Xuan Ye's meticulous tutelage, she astonishingly advanced to the third stage of Btth within a mere 5 days. Such speed elicited a silent nod of approval from Xuan Ye. 5 days, and she achieved the third stage of Btth. This would take some a lifetime to accomplish. In the intervals of their training, Xuan Ye elucidated the intricacies of the Bai, Shi Sanhua Tong. The powers of the Bai, Shi Sanhua Tong, primarily manifest in 3 aspects. He explained patiently, while seated opposite Qing Lin. Firstly, the control of serpents. You possess an innate, absolute dominance over all serpentine magical beasts, capable of commanding their very souls, compelling them to battle on your behalf. The greater the disparity in strength, the stronger your control. Once your ocular power reaches its zenith, even ancient bloodline serpentine supreme beasts will be bound by your will. Qing Lin listened, her eyes beginning to shimmer with anticipation, albeit with a hint of confusion. Secondly, soul extraction. You can extract and seal the souls of defeated serpentine magical beasts within your emerald eyes. When needed, you can summon them to assist in battle and even utilize fragments of their combat techniques from their former lives. The more souls you seal, the greater your arsenal becomes. Thirdly, and most dreadfully, the ability to open space. At the deepest level of your ocular power, you can create a unique realm within your eyes, capable not only of storing souls, but also imprisoning and refining enemies, a phenomenon brimming with boundless mystery. As Xuan Ye spoke, he even demonstrated this ability. He casually returned with several desert poison pythons of varying ranks. Encouraged by Xuan Ye, Qing Lin timidly focused her mental energy, directing her gaze upon the fierce serpents. A miracle unfolded. Those once aggressive and irritable pythons, upon encountering Qing Lin's emerald eyes, which began to shimmer with subtle 3-flower ripples, instantly trembled in fear, prostrating themselves on the ground, their eyes filled with terror and submission, not daring to utter a hiss. Qing Lin was taken aback by this effect, her small face reflecting sheer delight and incredulity for the first time. Concentrate your mental power, attempt to infuse your will into your gaze, and command them. Xuan Ye instructed meticulously. Following his guidance, Qing Lin endeavored to channel her still undeveloped mental energy toward a first-tier magical sand python, silently commanding, "Coil." Coil up. The python stiffened momentarily, and then obediently began to coil itself into a ball, even flicking its tongue in a seemingly endearing manner. "I did it, Master. I succeeded," Qing Lin exclaimed, her face flushed with excitement, her eyes radiating an unprecedented brilliance and confidence as she looked at Xuan Ye. Xuan Ye, observing her genuine joy, couldn't he help but smile softly. Through these days of interaction, this innocent, timid girl endowed with extraordinary talent had indeed evoked within him a sense of affection and a desire to guide her. However, witnessing Qing Lin's alarming rate of progress and her innate affinity for the Bai Shi Sanhua Tong, A thought crystallized in Xuan Ye's mind. While he could certainly instruct Lin personally, the path he followed, the swallowing heaven divine art, was far too domineering and peculiar, rendering it unsuitable for her. Moreover, as he was destined to accumulate enemies and face tumultuous challenges in the future, keeping Lin by his side would not be the most prudent course of action. Thus, she required a nurturing environment more suited to her physique, one that could systematically cultivate her ocular technique and provide her with a relatively stable growth atmosphere. There was no place more fitting on the Btth continent than the Heavenly Serpent Manor. That place epitomized the culmination of serpentine bloodlines and associated secret arts. Offering the most suitable techniques and resources for the growth of the Bai, Shi San Hua Tong, while ensuring her protection. Several days later, as Lin had become adept at controlling second-tier serpentine magical beasts and solidified her status as a one-star Do practitioner, Xuan Ye called her to his side. Lin, he began, observing the girl before him, her complexion noticeably rosy and her eyes now brimming with vitality and confidence. Your talent is exceptional, and your progress is remarkable. However, the path I tread does not align with yours. Prolonging your stay by my side may hinder your future. Upon hearing this, Lin's face paled instantly, the light that had just ignited in her eyes dimming, replaced by panic. Master, you don't want Lin anymore? Did I do something wrong? Tears welled in her eyes as her voice trembled. Not at all. Xuan Ye gently shook his head, tenderly patting her little head. It is precisely because you have done so well with such outstanding talent that you should go to a place where you can truly shine. He paused, continuing, I intend to send you to a place known as the Heavenly Serpent Manor. It is the most revered sanctuary for all practitioners of serpentine bloodlines and ocular techniques on the continent. There, you will find the most suitable techniques, the most professional instructors, and a secure environment for your growth. It is there that your Bai, Shi San Hua Tong, will receive the best development and nurturing. Heavenly Serpent Manor? Lin echoed, her eyes still filled with reluctance and unease. To her, Xuan Ye was the first person to treat her kindly, to recognize her, and to offer warmth and hope. Do not worry, Xuan Ye assured her, his tone resolute. I shall personally write a letter of recommendation for you. With your talent, the Heavenly Serpent Manor will undoubtedly regard you as a core disciple of utmost importance, dedicating themselves to your training. Once you have achieved your goals, we shall have our day of reunion. At that time, I will still require your assistance. Upon hearing the mention of the day when they would part and the need for assistance, Lin's unease in her azure eyes slightly abated. Although she felt an overwhelming reluctance, she understood that the decisions made by her master were rooted in reason. Subsequently, she nodded vigorously, her verdant eyes rekindling with determination. Yes, Lin will be obedient. I will strive diligently in my training, so as not to disappoint my master. Once I become stronger, I will be able to assist you. Observing the little girl's effort to appear strong despite her obvious reluctance, Xuan Ye felt a subtle stirring within his heart. He smiled gently. Very well. I shall look forward to that day. Now, let us prepare. We must set forth to other places. With Lin in my grasp, it is time to pay a visit to the little medicine fairy. Coincidentally, at this juncture, it was likely that Xiao Yan was venturing into the Monster Mountain range for training. The thought of soon encountering the original protagonist of this Btth continent filled Xuan Ye with a sense of anticipation. Chapter 16. The Heavenly Serpent Manor. Across the endless expanse of yellow sand, Xuan Ye meandered towards Qingshan Town, accompanied by Lin. He chose not to tear through space for their journey, partly to allow Lin to gradually acclimatize to the outside world, and partly to nurture her spirit of adventure. Lin trailed closely behind him, her small face brimming with curiosity and a hint of timidity towards the unknown world. Yet she had improved significantly since their first encounter. The guidance and affirmation she had received from Xuan Ye over the past few days had gradually dispelled the shadows lurking within her heart, like sunlight breaking through the clouds. However, this seemingly tranquil desert concealed unwelcome guests. As they approached a massive sand dune, the space ahead and behind them trembled almost imperceptibly, and two figures suddenly materialized like phantoms, blocking their path and severing their escape route. One figure in front wore a green robe, despite being in her middle years. She retained an alluring grace, her striking features complemented by sharp, eagle-like eyes that exuded a formidable aura of a 3-star Do Huan. She was none other than the Green Man of the Heavenly Serpent Manor. The figure behind was shrouded in a voluminous black cloak, emanating a cold and eerie presence. It was a magical beast, its soul power surging with immense strength, unmistakably reaching the level of Do Huan, a sole guardian of the heavenly serpent manor. Known as the eight-winged black serpent, Btth, their gazes, upon materializing, immediately fixated on Qing Lin behind Xuan Ye, more precisely, on her pair of azure-green eyes, which widened slightly in surprise. The three-flowered eye of the azure serpent. Indeed, it was the three-flowered eye of the azure serpent. The green man's voice brimmed with uncontrollable excitement and ecstasy as she stared intently at Qing Lin, as if beholding the most precious treasure in existence. Heaven has favored our heavenly serpent manor to encounter the legendary eye technique here. Btth's gaze, concealed beneath his black cloak, shimmered with greed and fervor as he rasped. Little girl, come with us back to the heavenly serpent manor. The lord of the manor will spare no resources in nurturing you, making you a top-tier powerhouse of the continent. However, he completely disregarded Xuan Ye standing before Qing Lin, as though he were mere air. Qing Lin was terrified by the predatory gazes of the two, her small face turning pale as she instinctively clutched the hem of Xuan Ye's garment, retreating behind him, her body trembling slightly. Xuan Ye furrowed his brow, shielding Qing Lin behind him, and cast a dispassionate glance at the two. People from the heavenly serpent manor? Only then did the green man direct her gaze toward Xuan Ye, sensing his utter lack of aura fluctuations, her tone adopting a condescending edge. And who might you be? This little girl possesses the long-lost supreme eye technique of our heavenly serpent manor. She is a valuable asset we must secure. We kindly request you facilitate this matter by handing her over to us, and the heavenly serpent manor will certainly reward you handsomely. Although her words were phrased politely, the tone bore an unmistakable authority, as if refusing would mean antagonizing the entire heavenly serpent manor. Upon hearing this, a cold smirk graced Xuan Ye's lips. Reward? What if I were to decline? One who invites trouble shall face the consequences. The green man's expression darkened. Thus, let us not hold back. Btth, take action. Seize the little girl. If this person dares to obstruct, eliminate him without mercy. Before her words had fully dissipated, she raised her jade hand, and a torrent of green dough chi surged forth, transforming into countless menacing green energy giant pythons that hissed through the air, lunging towards Xuan Ye from all directions. Each python contained terrifying power capable of effortlessly shredding an ordinary dough wong. Simultaneously, she darted towards Qing Lin, while Btth emitted a shrill cry, unleashing a soul-targeting, invisible wave of terror that surged towards Xuan Ye like a tidal wave. This soul shock was exceedingly malicious. Should an ordinary dough huang be struck, it would instantly suffer a soul injury, rendering them defenseless. The two worked in perfect harmony, launching a thunderous assault aimed at instantly subduing Xuan Ye while simultaneously seizing Qing Lin. In the face of this sudden onslaught, Xuan Ye remained rooted in place, unmoving. Just as the energy giant pythons and the soul shock were about to reach him, a hum resonated. An indescribable, terrifying pressure erupted from Xuan Ye, as if an ancient behemoth had suddenly awakened from an eon-long slumber, surging outward from him explosively. The strength of this pressure was tangible. The space around them seemed to freeze. Those ferocious green energy giant pythons, under this overwhelming force, disintegrated like fragile soap bubbles, bursting into nothingness without even a whimper of protest, dissipating into pure energy particles. The green man's forward momentum collided with an invisible yet indestructible barrier, producing a muffled sound as she was propelled backward with greater speed than she had advanced, a sweet taste filling her throat as she involuntarily spat out blood, her face a mask of shock and disbelief. Meanwhile, Btth's malicious soul shock, upon reaching the 3-zhang radius surrounding Xuan Ye, vanished without a trace, as if a cow had plunged into the sea, not even creating a ripple, only to be met with an even more vast and terrifying countershock of soul energy that surged back with ferocity. Btth let out a piercing scream, his soul form beneath the black cloak twisting violently, becoming increasingly ethereal, clearly suffering significant backlash. With merely the eruption of his aura, Xuan Ye had effortlessly dismantled the combined thunderous assault of two formidable opponents, injuring one and rebounding the other. What kind of terrifying power was this? The green man barely steadied herself, wiping the blood from her lips, her gaze towards Xuan Ye transforming from initial disdain to boundless terror, her voice trembling. Dough zone? No, that cannot be. Who on earth are you? Btth's soul quivered in fear as he stared at Xuan Ye, rasping, who might you be? Why do you interfere in the affairs of our heavenly serpent manor? Xuan Ye stood with his hands clasped behind his back, the suffocatingly terrifying pressure around him gradually receding, yet his deep-set eyes remained as cold as eternal ice. He offered no reply, instead revealing a jade token, entirely white and engraved with intricate, arcane tower-shaped patterns, appearing in the palm of his hand. The token radiated an aura of ancient authority that only a truly top-tier power could possess. Danta, he uttered softly, enunciating 4 words. Danta. Both the Green Man and Baiyo exclaimed simultaneously, their faces paling instantly. As a premier force outside of the central state, how could they be unaware of the terror of the Danta? It was a behemoth that could rival the Soul Palace. Xuan Ye. Xuan Ye, the Green Man, murmured the name, suddenly struck by a realization, her pupils narrowing to the size of pinheads, her voice sharp with extreme shock. You are the Xuan Ye of whom it is said, the pinnacle of Do Qi, who achieved enlightenment in the void. The legendary first prodigy of the central state? The soul of White Fang trembled violently, evidently astounded by the formidable reputation it had just encountered. Tales of the extraordinary prodigy emerging from the central state, hailed as unparalleled throughout the ages, had long circulated through various channels, and they were certainly aware of them. Yet, they could scarcely have imagined that they would encounter the very embodiment of such a figure in the desolate expanse of the northwest continent's desert. Moreover, his prowess was even more terrifying than the rumors suggested. Xuan Ye tucked away the jade tablet, his tone remaining calm, yet imbued with an undeniable weight. Shall we converse earnestly now? Green Man and White Fang exchanged glances, each perceiving the fear and bitterness reflected in the other's eyes. They had almost dared to lay hands on this harbinger of doom, even contemplating the theft of his companion. It was akin to the old immortal consuming arsenic, inviting death upon themselves. The two hastily retracted all hostility and arrogance, adopting a posture of utmost humility as they bowed deeply. It is indeed an honor to meet young Master Xuan Ye in person. We were blind and foolish to offend you, and we humbly request your forgiveness. Xuan Ye waved his hand dismissively, uninterested in holding a grudge, and directly articulated his intentions. This young girl is named Qing Lin, blessed with the 3 flower eyes of the green serpent. I have been aware of her existence for some time. I have taken her under my wing for a few days of instruction. He paused, observing the immediate tension in their expressions, and continued. I am aware that your heavenly serpent manor possesses the secret arts and environment conducive to nurturing the 3 flower eyes of the green serpent. Thus, my original intention was to personally draft a letter to send her to your manor for further training. I had not anticipated encountering you here ahead of time. Upon hearing this, Green Man and White Fang were initially taken aback, only to be overwhelmed with joy. This harbinger of doom did not seek to claim the 3 flower eyes for himself, but rather intended to deliver her to the heavenly serpent manor. This was nothing short of divine fortune. Rest assured, young Master Xuan Ye, Green Man exclaimed, his voice trembling with excitement. If the Manor Master learns that the 3 flower eyes have manifested, he will surely be overjoyed. Our heavenly serpent manor will dedicate all its resources to cultivate Miss Qing Lin as the next Manor Master. We will not disappoint your expectations. White Fang quickly added his own vow. We swear to protect Miss Qing Lin and assist her growth. Xuan Ye nodded, satisfied with their response. He then turned to the still fearful Qing Lin, who clutched his garment tightly, and softened his tone. Qing Lin, you have heard what was said. These 2 hail from the heavenly serpent manor, which is the most suitable place for your cultivation. Accompany them. They will care for you and teach you how to harness your power. Though apprehensive of the 2 men, Qing Lin had greater trust in Xuan Ye. She raised her small face, her azure eyes brimming with reluctance. Young master, will you not come with us? Xuan Ye gently ruffled her hair. I have other matters to attend to. Focus on your training at the heavenly serpent manor. Once you have achieved your goals, we shall meet again. Remember the lessons I have imparted. Do not grow lax. Qing Lin nodded vigorously, suppressing her tears. Yes, I will remember. I will strive to cultivate diligently and not disappoint you. Xuan Ye imparted a few final instructions to Green Man and White Fang, handing over a letter he had prepared in advance, imbued with his soul's mark, clarifying his identity and the significance he placed on Qing Lin. Green Man and White Fang accepted the letter with reverence, offering repeated assurances, before cautiously leading the tearful Qing Lin, who looked back frequently, as they tore through the fabric of space and departed swiftly. After bidding farewell to Qing Lin, Xuan Ye gazed in the direction they had vanished, his eyes flickering slightly. Sending Qing Lin to the heavenly serpent manor was indeed the most prudent choice. He collected his thoughts, directing his gaze towards the direction of Qingshan Town, and with a single step, melded into the void, continuing on his journey. His next target, the ebb and poison body, the little medical sage. Chapter 17. The first encounter with Xiao Yan. Qingshan Town, a bustling settlement adjacent to the Beast Mountain Range, remained as raucous and chaotic as ever. The boisterous shouts of mercenaries, the calls of herb vendors, and the mingling scents of sweat, medicinal herbs, and blood formed a unique tapestry of border life. A shadowy figure silently appeared at the town's entrance. Tall and strikingly handsome, with sharp brows and bright eyes. He exuded an air of calm dignity that starkly contrasted with the surrounding environment, drawing the attention of many passers-by. The figure was none other than Xuan Ye. He did not rush to seek the little medical sage, but instead strode directly into the undulating Beast Mountain Range beyond the town. With the vast and meticulous perception granted by his perfected spiritual realm, he effortlessly evaded all beasts and mercenaries, delving into the heart of the mountains as if taking a leisurely stroll. Soon, he pinpointed an exceedingly concealed cave obscured by vines and illusions. With a flick of his hand, he dispelled the rudimentary barrier and entered. Inside, there was little of note, save for a desiccated skeleton seated within, in front of which lay several scrolls and an unassuming black iron piece. Xuan Ye's gaze immediately fell upon the black iron piece. With a flick of his finger, it soared into his hand. His spiritual power swept over it, revealing the hidden remnants of the pure Lotus Demon fire map within. A smile graced his lips as he stowed the iron piece, subsequently collecting the scrolls of advanced combat techniques and the low-grade storage ring resting on the skeleton's finger. Thus, he had preemptively claimed all the treasures within this cave. Having completed his task, he leisurely made his way back to Qingshan Town, beginning his search for the primary target of his journey, the little medical sage. The streets of the small town bustled with activity. Xuan Ye's spiritual realm spread like mercury, quietly searching for the faint aura characteristic of the ebb and poison body. As he turned a corner, his gaze inadvertently fell upon a boy approaching from the opposite direction. The boy, around his age of 15 or 16, bore an ordinary visage, clad in coarse clothing, yet conspicuously hefted a black giant ruler that seemed ill-suited to his frame. His steps slightly burdened, with cultivation only at the fighter level. Xuan Ye's attention lingered on the boy for a moment, particularly on the black giant ruler, and he instantly recognized him as Xiao Yan. However, he did not dwell on it. A yet-to-flourish child of destiny was hardly worthy of his concern. They were merely strangers crossing paths. At that moment, Xiao Yan, with his head lowered, sensed an unfamiliar presence ahead, prompting him to instinctively raise his gaze. Upon recognizing Xuan Ye's appearance and aura, a flicker of astonishment and curiosity swept through his eyes. Before him stood a figure as upright as a pine tree, garbed in immaculate dark attire, with a visage so strikingly beautiful it bordered on the ethereal. His sharp brows slanted into his temples, and his violet golden eyes sparkled like distant cold stars, deep enough to ensnare one's soul. Though he emitted no overwhelming aura, the serene nobility that radiated from him set him apart from the rough ambience of Qingshan Town. Who is this person? His presence is so extraordinary, and he appears to be of a similar age to me, Xiao Yan mused, unable to resist stealing a few more glances. However, when Xuan Ye's calm gaze briefly passed over him, it felt as though he were merely observing a pebble by the roadside, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. This left Xiao Yan with a peculiar sense of discomfort. Yet, as he scrutinized Xuan Ye, an ancient voice emanating from the archaic black ring on his finger suddenly resonated within him, filled with shock and urgency. Boy, do not stare at him. Instantly retract your gaze and aura. Xiao Yan was momentarily taken aback by the abrupt and almost stern warning from Yao Lao, instinctively responding in his mind. Master, what is the matter? Is there something wrong with that person? He seldom heard Yao Lao speak in such a tense tone. This is serious. Yao Lao's voice was laden with unprecedented gravity, even tinged with a hint of barely perceptible trepidation. This person's soul power is as vast as the starry sea, and profound as the abyss. The realm of mastery he has attained appears to have reached the zenith of spiritual perfection. Indeed, it evokes an inexplicable sense of oppression even in me, his mentor. This is simply unfathomable. A soul at the pinnacle of spiritual perfection. Although Xiao Yan remains somewhat unclear regarding the precise delineations of the soul's realm, the fact that even the erudite Yao Lao has lost his composure, employing terms like the vast starry sea and the profound abyss, speaks volumes of his terrifying prowess. More alarming still is his cultivation level. Before Xiao Yan could fully contemplate this, Yao Lao's voice grew increasingly grave and somber, revealing, I, as your mentor, find myself unable to discern the depths of his abilities. He is shrouded in a veil of mist, yet the faint aura he inadvertently exudes, condensed, magnificent, and imbued with a majesty that surpasses the heavens, undoubtedly signifies a Dozong level. And he is certainly not a novice. At the very least, he must be a 2-star Dozong, if not higher. Dozong, or perhaps a Dozong above 2 stars. Upon hearing this, a chill coursed through Xiao Yan from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head, his complexion paling dramatically, and his heart racing as though it might burst from his chest. Dozong, what a staggering concept! The mightiest of the Jia Ma Empire, Yinlan sect's leader Yun Shan, and the royal protector Jia Xingtian are but Do Huang. Yet this youth, seemingly of similar age, is actually a Dozong powerhouse far exceeding the Do Huang. How can this be possible? Teacher, you must be mistaken. How old can he be? Xiao Yan's voice trembled, nearly unable to accept this revelation. Absolutely not, Yao Lao asserted with unwavering certainty. Though I currently exist in a spiritual state, my discernment remains intact. This young man is a prodigy, a true genius in every sense. In my many years of life, I have never encountered, nor even heard of anyone achieving such heights at this tender age. It is simply unprecedented. Xiao Yan struggled to swallow. The overwhelming sense of disparity washing over him like ice water, leaving his limbs feeling cold. He had initially believed that, with Yao Lao's guidance, his ascent from the 3rd stage of Doqi to Doshi within a year was astonishing. Arrogance had crept into his heart. However, compared to this individual, his progress seemed laughably minuscule, hardly worthy of even serving as the other's shoe shiner. Who then is this person? Xiao Yan asked hoarsely, unable to maintain eye contact, casting his gaze downward while stealing glances at the seemingly ordinary white jade token at the young man's waist. Yao Lao's voice took on a note of astonishment. That token, it's the identity token of the Dan Tower, and judging by its quality and design, it is certainly not possessed by an ordinary member. Dan Tower? Xiao Yan found the name unfamiliar. Teacher, what is the Dan Tower? Dan Tower. Yao Lao's tone suddenly elevated, filled with reverence and yearning. Listen closely. The Dan Tower stands as a colossal entity at the heart of the Central State, revered as the supreme sanctuary in the hearts of all alchemists across the Doqi continent. Its profound heritage and formidable strength far exceed your imagination. There, 7th and 8th tier alchemists are not uncommon, and it is rumored that there exist legendary alchemists capable of concocting 9th tier precious pills, even 9th tier mysterious pills. The number of powerful individuals within is as plentiful as the stars in the sky, with Dozun experts being numerous. And perhaps even ancient Do Shang beings lie dormant within. Its influence radiates across the continent, extending far beyond what you might conceive. 9th tier alchemists. Do Shang. Xiao Yan felt his mind sway, his breath quickening. The Yunlan sect, which once seemed like a towering giant in his eyes, now pales in comparison to the towering terror of the Dan Tower. Compared to the Dan Tower, the Yunlan sect scarcely qualifies as an ant. Should the Dan Tower desire, it could obliterate the Yunlan sect countless times with a mere flick of its fingers. This is an entirely different realm. Now do you understand? Yao Lao spoke gravely. Thus, never provoke that young man. He is not only a core member of the Dan Tower, but his personal strength is also frightfully formidable. A top-tier Dozong with a soul at the pinnacle of spiritual perfection. His origins and talents are beyond the scope of common reasoning. Xiao Yan inhaled deeply, forcibly suppressing the tumultuous waves of emotion and the inescapable sense of defeat within him. He clenched his fists, his nails nearly embedding into his palms. The immense chasm of disparity lay before him like a vast abyss. Yet, Xiao Yan is not one to be easily crushed. Teacher, I understand. Xiao Yan's voice gradually regained its firmness. There are always individuals beyond one's own capabilities and realms beyond one's comprehension. Today, encountering this individual has unveiled the vastness of this world and the true essence of genius. But this will not dishearten me. He raised his head, his gaze once more directed towards the direction in which Xuan Ye had vanished. Though still filled with reverence, it was now ignited by a fervent fighting spirit. In 3 years, I will defeat Nalan Yanran. Furthermore, I shall venture beyond the Jia Ma Empire to explore a broader world and challenge even more formidable foes. One day, I, Xiao Yan, shall stand at the pinnacle of this continent. Yao Lao sensed the transformation within Xiao Yan's heart, from initial shock and defeat to resolute determination, and felt a swell of pride. Excellent. Such ambition. This is the spirit of my disciple, Yao Chen. The path ahead is destined to be fraught with challenges, but I shall always accompany you. Xiao Yan nodded emphatically, etching the silhouette of the figure in black robes deep within his mind, treating it as a distant yet tangible target. He then steadied the weight of the Xian Zhongqi and stepped forward, continuing towards the direction of the magical Beast Mountain range, his strides now seemingly more assured and powerful. Meanwhile, the already distant Xuan Ye remained unaware of the dialogue unfolding within the ring. Though his soul in the spiritual realm was powerful, Yao Chen had deliberately concealed and suppressed his presence, and Xuan Ye had not specifically focused on Xiao Yan. Thus he remained oblivious to the anomaly of the ring. To him, it was merely a fleeting encounter with a somewhat extraordinary youth. His entire focus was currently fixated on sensing the unique aura emanating from the elusive and deadly poisonous body of Calamity. Little Medical Fairy must be nearby. Chapter 18. Little Medical Fairy. In the back hall of the Wan Yao Zhai in Qingshan Town, a secluded room filled with a faint herbal fragrance, Xuan Ye's silhouette appeared silently in the courtyard, his spiritual perception already locking onto the distinct aura within the room, an energy fluctuation that exists between purity and toxicity, a harmonious coexistence of contradictions. He approached slowly and gently knocked on the door. "Please come in." A gentle and melodious voice, reminiscent of a flowing spring, resonated from within. Xuan Ye pushed the door open, revealing a simple yet tidy interior, with several meticulously cared-for potted plants by the window. A young girl clad in a light white dress was facing away from him, carefully arranging the medicinal ingredients on the table. Upon hearing footsteps, she turned around. In that instant, it was as though the entire modest room brightened slightly. The girl appeared to be around 17 or 18 years old, with a delicate oval face akin to that of a porcelain doll, her skin fair and exquisite, as if it could be broken by the slightest touch. Most striking were her clear, pale purple eyes, resembling a tranquil mountain spring, pure and devoid of any impurities, radiating an innate gentleness and shyness that evokes a sense of pity upon first glance. Though her figure had yet to fully mature, she already displayed the beginnings of alluring curves, combined with her gentle and fragile demeanor, resembling a lily quietly blooming in the morning mist, fresh, ethereal, and simply captivating. This girl was none other than the Little Medical Fairy. Upon encountering the newcomer, an unfamiliar boy of extraordinary grace and strikingly handsome features, the little healer was momentarily taken aback. A faint blush graced her porcelain cheeks as she softly inquired, "May I ask, are you here for a consultation? Or perhaps in search of medicinal herbs?" Her voice was gentle, yet tinged with a subtle note of wariness. Xuan Ye's gaze remained calm and unwavering. He did not respond to her question, but rather addressed her directly with a low, magnetic voice. "Is there a delicate, colorful line on your abdomen?" Boom! The word struck the little healer's ears like a thunderclap. The color drained from her face, leaving it pale as parchment. Her delicate frame shuddered involuntarily, and she instinctively stepped back, even as her hands moved to protect her abdomen. Her pure violet eyes brimmed with profound shock, fear, and confusion. Who are you? How could you possibly know?" Her voice trembled, as if the deepest secret she harbored had been suddenly unveiled, exposing her fragile vulnerability. Xuan Ye did not respond immediately. Instead, he spoke slowly. "There is no need for fear. It is not a curse, but rather a testament to your extraordinary gifts." He regarded the little healer's uncertain gaze, his voice imbued with a soothing power. "What you possess is a unique constitution known as the poison body of Calamity. It is not an illness, but an unparalleled talent for cultivation. Those endowed with this constitution naturally resonate with toxins, allowing them to rapidly enhance their strength through the ingestion of poisons, their cultivation speed far surpassing ordinary expectations. A unique constitution? A talent for cultivation? The little healer was momentarily stunned. This notion was in stark contrast to her long-held belief that she was afflicted with a strange illness. Indeed, Xuan Ye nodded. The vastness of the world is filled with wonders. Although such unique constitutions are rare, you are not the soul bearer. He paused slightly. In the next moment, to the little healer's astonishment, Xuan Ye's eyes underwent a sudden transformation. His originally deep-set gaze now appeared to emanate a flowing purple-golden divine light as intricate. Noble patterns of purple and gold gradually spread from the corners of his eyes, like mysterious designs that added an otherworldly sanctity to his striking visage. Simultaneously, beneath the skin of his brow, a brilliant purple-golden radiance glimmered, gradually coalescing into a minuscule yet distinctly visible mark of a dragon and phoenix entwined. An ancient and overwhelming bloodline pressure rippled forth like a tidal wave. Though fleeting, it was sufficient to send shivers of reverence through the little healer's soul. As if she stood before a deity descended to the mortal realm. As you can see, Xuan Ye's voice was calm, yet underscored with undeniable authority. I too bear a unique bloodline. This is not a flaw to be concealed, but a foundation bestowed upon us by the heavens, allowing us to stand atop all beings. The dragon and phoenix mark on his brow, and the purple golden patterns at the corners of his eyes gradually faded, returning to normalcy. Yet his eyes, still shimmering with purple and gold, continued to gaze upon the little healer. You and I are of the same kind. We are destined not to lead mundane lives, nor should we feel anxious or be obscured in such remote places due to this gift. The little healer was utterly transfixed, staring blankly at Xuan Ye's calming yet captivating purple golden eyes. The fleeting, terrifying pressure and the divine mark he had revealed, along with his words, shattered the years of self-doubt and fear she had harbored within. It turned out she was not a monster, but rather someone of extraordinary talent, one of his kind. A colossal surge of information overwhelmed her mind, leaving it blank, yet an unprecedented, inexpressible excitement and hope surged within her like wild grass. With a flick of his wrist, Xuan Ye produced the 7-colored poison compendium he had retrieved from the cave, presenting it to her. This is the key to mastering your gift, he said matter-of-factly. Study it diligently. It will aid you in initially guiding the poison within you. The little healer instinctively accepted the scroll, and as she opened it to read the descriptions of the poison body of calamity and various methods of toxin control, her delicate frame trembled once more. However, this time, it was not pure fear, but rather a mix of excitement and enlightenment. Yet, when she reached the final parts detailing the potential for explosive toxicity leading to devastation and eventual demise, her complexion paled again, as if the flickering flame of hope was about to be extinguished. But it says here that in the end, her voice quivered with panic. All power comes at a cost, especially extraordinary power. Xuan Ye's voice remained steady, as if stating a predetermined fact. The poison body of calamity indeed has its drawbacks. The accumulation of toxins will eventually lead to backlash. However, this is not an impasse. He fixed his gaze upon the little healer's renewed despair. Speaking with firm conviction, there exists a method known as the poison elixir technique. It allows one to condense the accumulated toxins within into a personal poison elixir. Once successful, you shall completely master the poison body of calamity, transforming calamity into strength, free from backlash, and boundless in potential. The poison elixir technique. The light in the little healer's eyes reignited, akin to a drowning person seizing the last piece of driftwood. Is it true? How does one cultivate this? The materials required for this method are exceedingly rare, and the process of refinement is fraught with peril, far beyond what you can endure at this stage, Xuan Ye replied. Observing her rekindle hope, I share this with you today to prevent your despair. Dedicate yourself to studying this compendium, laying a solid foundation to control the toxins. When your strength is sufficient and the time is ripe, I shall return to assist you in condensing the poison elixir. His words were akin to the most solemn of promises, wholly calming the little healer's restless heart. A tremendous wave of joy and gratitude surged through her, enveloping her entire being. She gazed blankly at this boy before her, divinely handsome as if descended from the heavens, who shared her unique bond. He had not only unveiled her secret, bringing forth new understanding, but had also bestowed upon her the most precious hope and promise in her moment of utter despair. He was powerful, mysterious, and possessed a similar uniqueness, yet exuded such strength and confidence. In his presence, she felt she was no longer a solitary monster. In the tumult of such intense emotions, the seeds of affection began to quietly blossom within her. The little healer felt her heart racing uncontrollably, her cheeks flushed warmly. Stealing a glance upward, she yearned to reaffirm the sudden hope, recognition, and warmth she felt. Just then, Xuan Ye was also gazing at her, awaiting her response. Their eyes met in the air. The little healer clearly beheld those near-at-hand eyes, the deep, regal purple gold like the finest amethyst melded with fragments of gold. The depths of his pupils swirling with stars, the cosmos of creation and destruction, breathtakingly beautiful, imbued with a wisdom and tranquility that seemed to perceive all. In that moment of shared gaze, the little healer felt herself being drawn into the vortex of those purple golden eyes, her heart skipping a beat, her breath momentarily suspended. She had never before encountered such beauty, such profundity, yet felt such an inexplicable sense of familiarity. A rush of indescribable shyness and confusion overwhelmed her. Like a startled fawn, she suddenly lowered her head, her exquisite face blooming a deep crimson, akin to a ripe apple, even her delicate earlobes tinged with a seductive blush. She could feel the heat radiating from her cheeks, her heart pounding fiercely, nearly leaping from her throat. Thank you, young master, she stammered, her voice barely above a whisper, her small hands nervously twisting the hem of her garment, too timid to look at Xuan Ye again. I have yet to inquire your esteemed name. Danta, Xuan Ye. He replied. Xuan Ye revealed his name and identity, ensuring that in the future, the other party would not lose track of him. Gazing upon the delicate lily before him, blushing with recognition and hope, he understood her feelings. Xuan Ye, the young healer, silently repeated this name in her heart, as if to engrave it deeply into her very soul. Summoning her courage, she lifted her head once more. Although her cheeks remained flushed, her pale, purple eyes brimmed with an unprecedented determination, gratitude, and a hint of concealed admiration. Your kindness, I shall never forget. I will diligently study the poison scripture, striving to meet your expectations and await your return. In that moment, the young girl's heart fluttered for this kindred spirit who had bestowed upon her a sense of rebirth and belonging. This is for you. With that, Xuan Ye tossed a spatial ring to the young healer. Within it lay the fortune of several 100,000 gold coins and a few tomes of advanced combat techniques, along with the crafted purple cloud wings and an intermediate-level earth-grade poison technique. Take care. Xuan Ye nodded slightly, adding, you possess the cursed toxic physique. The empire of Xuan Yuan is most suitable for your growth. With that, he did not linger, turning to depart, his figure swiftly vanishing beyond the courtyard gate. The young healer stood frozen, gazing at the direction in which he had disappeared, motionless for a long while, clutching the scroll of the seven-colored poison scripture tightly, as if it were the key to a new world and the bond between her and that noble gentleman. The blush on her cheeks lingered, yet the corners of her lips unconsciously curled into a charming smile, a blend of shyness, hope, recognition, and admiration. Chapter 19. The Demon Beast Mountain Range. Due to the young healer's knowledge of her own physique, she departed from Qingshan Town early with Xuan Ye's provisions, resulting in Xiao Yan not encountering her. At this moment, within the Demon Beast Mountain Range, towering ancient trees loomed, thick miasma and primal aura intertwined, creating a perilous territory. In the high skies, Xuan Ye floated in the void, his black robe gently swaying in the mountain breeze. He did not deliberately release his Do zone pressure. Yet the natural rhythm of the surrounding space made him seem like the sovereign of this realm, causing the myriad beasts in the forest below to instinctively cower in silence. His violet golden eyes scanned the mountain range with indifference, while his spiritual perception meticulously sensed everything. Suddenly, his gaze paused, locking onto a narrow valley below. There, a youth burdened with a massive black measuring stick was fleeing in a most disheveled state. The boy's clothes were tattered and stained with blood, his breath ragged, and his complexion pale. It was none other than Xiao Yan. Behind him, a cloud of dust billowed, accompanied by thunderous howls, as over 20 bloodthirsty wolves, their eyes glowing crimson and drooling, pursued him relentlessly. Among them, 2 leading wolves exuded the aura of second-tier magical beasts, equivalent to human Do masters, presenting a dire threat to Xiao Yan, who was merely at the pinnacle of Do fighters. Gritting his teeth, Xiao Yan summoned all his Do Qi to the utmost, desperately dodging amidst the terrain, but the cumbersome measuring stick severely hampered his speed, placing him in a precarious situation. Xuan Ye hovered in the air, expressionless as he looked down. The law of nature dictates the survival of the fittest, and he had no intention of intervening. His gaze indifferent, he was about to turn away. However, as Xiao Yan fled for his life, he slipped, crashing heavily to the ground. Struggling to lift his head at that moment, his peripheral vision caught sight of a black-robed figure standing in the void above. The sunlight was somewhat blinding, yet the aura of that figure was so unique, serene, and noble, as if it were out of place from the surrounding world. Yes, it was him, the youth from the Pill Tower, in Qingshan Town. A tempest surged within Xiao Yan's heart. Was this what it meant to tread upon the void? Truly a Do zone powerhouse. This scene struck him like a hammer to the chest. Do zone. In the Gamma Empire, this was a legendary realm. The words of Yao Lao echoed in his mind, making him acutely aware of the horror of the one before him. Just as Xiao Yan was momentarily stunned by this overwhelming shock. Oh, whoa. The most imposing second-tier wolf king, its eyes ablaze with ferocity, seized this perfect opportunity, leaping forth with all its might, transforming into a crimson shadow. its stench-filled breath rushing toward Xiao Yan's throat with its gaping maw wide open. The speed was unfathomable. The icy grip of death clutched at Xiao Yan's heart. His pupils constricted sharply, rendering him unable to evade. In that critical moment high above, the still figure of Xuan Ye seemed to be stirred by the relentless commotion below and the piercing gaze directed at him. He slowly turned his head, his deep, violet-golden eyes sweeping indifferently over the pack of wolves. His focus was not on Xiao Yan, but rather on the bloodthirsty wolves. Then, his lips parted slightly, and a single cold word, like the frigid winds of a netherworld, resonated clearly throughout the valley, carrying an air of supreme command and undeniable authority. Scram. The sound was not particularly loud, yet it seemed to embody some grand truth of the universe. However, at the moment that word was uttered, an overwhelming terror, emanating from the deepest recesses of their bloodlines and the very essence of their souls, descended upon all the bloodthirsty wolves like the roar of an ancient beast. It was not merely a pressure of strength, but an absolute suppression stemming from their rank, as if they had encountered a sovereign destined to instill fear and subservience since the dawn of their bloodline. Ugh! The wolf king that had leaped through the air, its fangs almost grazing Xiao Yan's skin, let out a howl filled with unprecedented terror and agony. It seemed as though an invisible hammer had struck it fiercely, causing its massive body to freeze, then convulse as it crashed to the ground. It did not even dare to look up at the sky, curling up and emitting a low whimper, its eyes filled with boundless fear, tucking its tail between its legs and retreating in frenzied flight. The entire pack of wolves collapsed in an instant. All the bloodthirsty wolves seemed to hear the call of death, feeling the marrow-deep suppression of their bloodlines, and they fled in terror, screeching in despair, no longer caring for any prey, wishing they had 2 more legs to escape like headless chickens, vanishing without a trace in the blink of an eye. In the valley, dust hung in the air, leaving only Xiao Yan, who sat on the ground, panting heavily, his face a mask of shock and confusion. He had survived again, remarkably, with just a single word. With great difficulty, Xiao Yan lifted his gaze toward that figure in the sky, akin to a divine being, his heart racing uncontrollably. Although he could not fathom how a single word could wield such power, it was evident that the methods of a Dou Zone powerhouse reached celestial heights, far surpassing his imagination. Merely one word was sufficient to repel a pack of wolves. What immense might was this? Yao Lao within the ring was also shaken to his core, internally astonished. What a remarkable young man. This Xuan Ye is indeed terrifying. The power of a single word contains such extraordinary strength, as if it possesses a unique suppression over magical beasts. Can a Dou Zone truly wield such power? Or does he possess some secret technique? With Yao Lao's insight, he could not discern that this was, in truth, an absolute suppression derived from the Dragon Phoenix bloodline. He attributed it solely to Xuan Ye's unfathomable strength and means. The shock within Xiao Yan was unmatched, and his yearning for power had never been more intense. However, high above, after repelling the wolf pack, Xuan Ye did not cast another glance at Xiao Yan below. His gaze abruptly shifted toward another direction of the mountain range. His spiritual perception detected a powerful aura of a Dou Huang rapidly approaching this way. Moments later, a streak of azure light pierced through the sky, the brilliance dissipating to reveal a graceful and stately figure. A delicate skirt enveloped her curvaceous form, while her ebony tresses were elegantly styled into an aristocratic updo. Her beauty was breathtaking, with skin as smooth as fine jade, and her features painted with the artistry of a master. Her pair of pale purple eyes sparkled with clarity akin to water, yet they naturally exuded an air of profound languor and nobility. Her demeanor was strikingly different from the seductive allure of Queen Medusa, resembling instead a rare orchid blossoming in a secluded valley, serene, exquisite, and imbued with the distinctive grace of a sovereign. Yun, Xuan Ye silently mused. The timing was indeed fortuitous. Just as Yun's figure became distinctly visible, her gaze poised to sweep across the empty expanse, Xuan Ye subtly withdrew his attention. He casually lifted his right foot and took a gentle step forward. The motion flowed seamlessly, as if it were merely a common stride. However, at the very moment his foot touched the ground, a soft tearing sound erupted. The space before him, fragile as a delicate canvas, was effortlessly and silently torn apart by an invisible yet immense force, creating a gaping, inky rift. Within the rift lay a chaotic, profound void, where silver streams of spatial turbulence writhed like electric serpents. Xuan Ye stepped into it, vanishing in an instant. The rift then closed, the sky returning to its original state, as if nothing had transpired. Below, in the valley, Xiao Yan once again bore witness to this extraordinary spectacle of space being torn asunder and traversed. His mouth agape, he stared at the empty sky, overwhelmed by sheer astonishment. The power of a Do Zone was truly unfathomable. Almost simultaneously with Xuan Ye's disappearance, Yun Yun's figure had descended upon this region's sky. She hovered, her delicate brows furrowed, sensing the surroundings with a hint of perplexity. Moments ago, she distinctly felt a subtle yet disconcerting ripple, as if a formidable presence lingered. Why had it vanished so abruptly? Her gaze swept over the valley below, where she observed a disheveled youth staring vacantly at the sky, alongside the chaotic traces left by fleeing wolves. Yet she detected no signs of any formidable beings. She assumed the boy had merely been pursued by magical beasts, perhaps misinterpreting her own perception. Without pausing or exchanging any words with Xiao Yan, Yun Yun flared her azure Do Qi wings and transformed into a streak of light, darting towards the depths of the mountains where the powerful sixth-tier magical beast's aura resided, contemplating how to obtain the purple spirit crystal. In the valley, only Xiao Yan remained. He slowly rose to his feet, gazing in the direction of Yun Yun's departure, then looked up at the sky where Xuan Ye had vanished, his fists clenched tightly. The events of the day had planted a seed named stronger within his heart. A Do Zone, such power. One day I, Xiao Yan, shall surely attain it. The flames of determination burned fiercely in the boy's eyes. Chapter 20. Yun Yun. Deep within the magical Beast Mountain range, in a secluded valley, Xiao Yan stood bare-chested, his bronze skin glistening with sweat. He gripped the massive Xian Zhong firmly, his gaze sharp as a hawk. The Do Qi within him surged like a boiling river, rushing violently causing the dark giant to radiate intense heat, distorting the air around it. Flame Splitter. He shouted fiercely, his muscular arms tensing, exerting all his strength to swing the incredibly heavy Xian Zhong forward. Boom! A colossal wave of fire, spanning several feet, erupted from the tip of the, carrying with it an unmatched, fervent energy that crashed violently against a massive green stone ahead. With a thunderous sound, the boulder shattered instantly, splintering into countless fragments, while the ground was gouged into a deep, charred trench, smoke billowing forth, waves of heat rising. Panting heavily, Xiao Yan leaned against the exhilaration etched upon his face. "Teacher, I did it." From within the ring, the voice of Yao Lao resonated with satisfaction. "Indeed, you have finally grasped the form of this earth-tier Do technique. Though its power is still lacking, it marks your entry into its mastery. Continued practice is necessary to fully harness its true potential." Yet, just as Yao Lao began to speak, his voice abruptly faltered. At the same time, Xiao Yan abruptly lifted his head, his eyes widening in horror as he gazed towards the core of the mountain range. Boom! An overwhelmingly ferocious, malevolent, and heart-pounding aura erupted like a dormant volcano, sweeping across the heavens and the earth. Soon after, another equally powerful aura, imbued with the unique vastness and sharpness of human Do Qi, surged skyward, colliding violently with the malevolent presence. The earth-shattering roar of energy reverberated even from such a distance, akin to thunder. As the powerful shockwave caused the distant forests to undulate like waves, countless birds fleeing in panic into the sky while bees scattered in all directions. "What is this?" Xiao Yan's expression changed drastically, utterly shaken by the sudden, terrifying commotion. The strength of these two auras far exceeded any powerful beings he had previously encountered. Two Do Huang powerhouses were clashing. Yao Lao's voice carried an unprecedented gravity. "No, that is incorrect. One aura is undoubtedly that of a Do Huang, while the other is even more ferocious and malevolent. It's a sixth-tier magical beast, the overlord of this mountain range, the purple crystal-winged Lion King." The purple crystal-winged Lion King? Who is it fighting? Xiao Yan's first thought was of the mysterious youth in the black robe. "It is not him." Yao Lao swiftly refuted. "That brat from the Dan Tower possesses a deep, restrained aura, far more terrifying, distinctly different from this human Do Huang's presence. This Do Huang aura seems to belong to the owner of that azure streak of light we sensed earlier, the female Do Huang. Is it her?" Xiao Yan's heart jolted in surprise. He never imagined that the seemingly noble and elegant woman would dare challenge a sixth-tier magical beast. "Go, boy, get closer to observe." The life-and-death struggle between a Do Huang powerhouse and a sixth-tier magical beast is a rare opportunity. It will greatly benefit your future training. But be extremely careful. Do not get caught up in it. Yao Lao urged urgently. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan immediately suppressed his shock, slinging the onto his back, and swiftly traversing the forest like a nimble ape, cautiously approaching the epicenter of the energy explosion. When he stealthily reached a concealed cliff that offered a clear view of the battlefield, the scene before him rendered him completely speechless, his breath caught in his throat. In the sky ahead, the battle had reached a fever pitch. The purple crystal-winged Lion King loomed large, resembling a small mountain, its body cloaked in shimmering crystalline scales of purple and gold, reflecting a dazzling yet chilling brilliance in the sunlight. With a pair of massive eagle wings, it stirred up fierce gales as it roared skyward, the sound waves reverberating like a tangible force, causing stones to tumble. Its opponent was none other than the elegantly dressed Xuan Ye. At this moment, Xuan Ye was no longer the serene and graceful figure she once was. Enveloped in a torrent of azure do qi, each swing of her peculiar long sword unleashed colossal wind blades stretching for dozens of feet, tearing through the sky and clashing violently with the purple flames spewed by the purple crystal-winged Lion King. Boom! 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 The explosive sounds of their energy collisions echoed like thunder from the heavens, continuously resonating. Terrifying ripples of energy surged forth like tidal waves, devastating the forests below, uprooting countless ancient trees, some reduced to ashes by flames, others shattered into pieces by wind blades. The entire battlefield resembled the onset of apocalypse. Xuan Ye moved like a butterfly amidst the storm, deftly weaving through the Lion King's ferocious assaults, her swordsmanship exquisite and unparalleled. Her wind attribute, do qi, executed with such mastery that at times it morphed into colossal wind shields to deflect attacks, while at others it coalesced into numerous wind arrows that shot forth. Though the purple crystal-winged Lion King was immensely powerful and its flames ferocious, it found itself somewhat flustered amidst the onslaught. Tearing wind ants, Xuan Ye issued a chilling low shout, her sword whirling rapidly in her grasp, instantly manifesting thousands of deep azure wind blades, which coalesced into a colossal vortex of razor winds, sweeping relentlessly toward the amethyst-winged Lion King. The Lion King unleashed an enraged roar, its body radiating a brilliant purple glow, forming an immense violet barrier. SSSS. The storm of wind blades furiously sliced against the purple barrier, producing a sound that grated on the teeth, causing the barrier to tremble violently before it ultimately shattered. The remaining wind blades ruthlessly struck against the Lion King's scaled armor, leaving behind white streaks, and several scales were cleaved apart, oozing purple blood. Roar! Infuriated by its injuries, the Lion King bellowed, "Human woman, you have enraged this king." Amethyst seal. It violently swung its massive head, and the resplendent purple horn atop its crown erupted with blinding light, shooting forth a profound purple beam that, like a bolt of lightning, disregarded the expanse of space, instantaneously illuminating Xuan Ye, who had just exhausted her energy from executing a formidable combat technique. Not good. Xuan Ye's complexion paled, realizing she could no longer evade. As the purple light enveloped her, her azure fighting spirit became sluggish, as if forcibly confined by an unseen force, solidifying. A wave of weakness surged through her. In that fleeting moment, the massive paw of the amethyst-winged Lion King, imbued with terrifying power to rend all, was already descending upon her with ferocity. Win's ultimate kill. Xuan Ye clenched her silver teeth, mustering the fighting spirit that had been largely sealed, as her sword erupted with its final radiance, a remarkably pure azure beam shooting forth, striking the Lion King's paw with pinpoint accuracy. The beam pierced through the Lion King's paw, creating a shower of purple blood. Roar! The Lion King howled in pain, emitting a thunderous roar, yet its paw's momentum did not wane. Although weakened, it still struck brutally against Xuan Ye's chest. A mouthful of crimson blood violently erupted from Xuan Ye, splattering on her pristine white dress, resembling tragic plum blossoms. Her complexion turned as pale as paper, her body plummeting from the heights like a lifeless kite severed from its string, the peculiar sword slipping from her grasp. Her once elegant hair was now in disarray, dark strands stained with blood clinging to her pallid cheeks, her eyes tightly shut, her breath growing exceedingly feeble, evidently suffering from severe internal injuries. "Teacher!" On the cliff, Xiao Yan could not suppress his exclamation, his palms slick with cold sweat, though he was unfamiliar with the woman. Witnessing such a stunningly powerful figure meet such a tragic fate stirred within him a sense of compassion and shock. The battle between a Do Emperor and a sixth-tier magical beast was indeed fraught with peril. despite the amethyst-winged Lion King's paw being pierced and bleeding profusely. Upon seeing its adversary gravely injured and plummeting, it emitted a triumphant roar, flapping its wings to dive down, intending to deliver the final blow. However, at that very moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The space above where Xuan Ye fell distorted violently, as if a massive stone had been cast upon a tranquil water surface. In the next instant, a pitch-black spatial rift was forcibly torn open. A figure clad in a dark robe, resembling a specter, stepped forth from the rift. Appearing right beside the plummeting Xuan Ye, the newcomer was none other than Xuan Ye, who had concealed himself within the void. He swiftly enveloped the gravely injured and unconscious form of Xuan Ye in his arms. The moment he grasped her, he felt a soft and delicate warmth. Even through her garments, he could sense her breathtaking curves and resilience, particularly the tender area of her wounded chest, whose softness stirred a ripple within his heart. The air around him was tinged with a faint scent of blood, mixed with the unique fragrance of a woman. Xuan Ye's violet golden eyes lowered, sweeping over the pale, yet still stunning visage of the woman in his embrace. And the stark blood at the corner of her mouth drew a barely perceptible frown from him. At that moment, the descending amethyst-winged Lion King also sensed this unexpected intruder, feeling a great threat emanating from the spatial rift. It let out a warning roar. Yet its speed did not diminish, as its massive paw continued its relentless descent. Xuan Ye lifted his gaze, coldly regarding the furious amethyst-winged Lion King. He did not unleash the aura of a Dozong. Instead, he subtly stirred his thoughts, awakening the supreme dragon phoenix bloodline within him. Buzz, an invisible yet supremely noble and tyrannical bloodline pressure surged forth, radiating from Xuan Ye like a tidal wave. This pressure was not aimed at energy, but directly at the very essence of the bloodline. For magical beasts, this source of suppression derived from rank was far more terrifying than any disparity in strength. The roaring amethyst-winged Lion King suddenly froze in mid-charge. Its crimson, beastly eyes were instantly filled with boundless fear and disbelief. Under that oppressive force, it felt as though it had transformed into a minuscule insect, standing before a colossal primordial dragon soaring through the heavens. A profound sense of humility and trepidation emanating from the depths of its bloodline compelled it to nearly prostrate itself. Trembling in fear, roar, whimper. Its roar morphed into a fearful whimper, its charge abruptly ceasing, its massive body tumbling through the air several times before barely stabilizing. It gazed in terror at the figure of the black-robed youth holding the human woman, as if confronting the most dreadful of entities. Get lost. Xuan Ye's lips parted slightly, uttering a chilling word imbued with the unmatched will of the dragon phoenix. The amethyst-winged Lion King felt as if it had received a reprieve. No longer daring to linger even a moment longer, it emitted a low growl laced with fear. Disregarding the excruciating pain in its paw, it frantically flapped its wings, fleeing toward its cave lair without a backward glance, as if fearing that falling behind would mean its annihilation. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. From a distance atop the cliff, Xiao Yan was left utterly dumbfounded, his mind a blank slate. What had he witnessed? That mysterious black-robed youth had once again torn through space to rescue the Dou Emperor woman. Then, it seemed he had merely cast a glance at the terrifying sixth-tier magical beast, or perhaps uttered a single word, and that once mighty amethyst-winged Lion King had fled in a panic, utterly disgraced. A Dozong, indeed, was terrifying beyond measure. Xiao Yan felt his throat dry, his heart racing, for what he had witnessed today repeatedly shattered the limits of his understanding. Xuan Ye did not even cast a glance in Xiao Yan's direction. Instead, he gazed down at the gravely injured and unconscious Xuan Ye in his arms. Feeling the astonishing softness and delicate waist beneath his touch, a peculiar emotion began to stir within him. Without the slightest hesitation, he cradled Xuan Ye with one arm while the other casually gestured before him once more. With a rip, the space was effortlessly torn apart like fabric. He stepped into the rift, his figure along with Xuan Ye disappearing without a trace. The spatial rift rapidly sealed itself. All that remained on the distant cliff was Xiao Yan, wide-eyed and reeling from the immense shock amidst the destruction that resembled a battleground ravaged by a tempest. Chapter 21. One Qi transforms into three purities. Deep within the Monster Mountain range, the energy storm gradually subsided, leaving behind a scarred landscape that bore witness to the ferocity of the previous battle between a Dou Emperor and a sixth-tier magical beast. Xuan Ye stood upon the void, cradling the already gravely injured and unconscious Xuan Ye. The woman, once regal and beautiful, now appeared as pale as paper, her lips stained with glaring blood, her brows furrowed in evident pain. The droplets of blood blooming upon her pristine white dress lent her an air of tragic beauty and fragility. Through the fabric of her robe, one could still perceive the astonishing softness and warmth emanating from her exquisite figure, particularly at the sight of her injured chest, where the tender touch was enough to cause one's heart to flutter. Xuan Ye lowered his gaze to the beauty cradled in his arms, and a flicker of unusual emotion passed through his amethyst eyes. His decision to rescue her was undoubtedly influenced by an appreciation for her unparalleled beauty and grace, as well as a man's instinctual desire to play the hero. However, the more profound and primary reason lay deeper still. Fragments of memories from his past life raced through his mind, ultimately focusing on the enigmatic life and death gate of the Yunlan sect and the bizarre doppelganger technique exhibited by Yun Shan during the 3-year agreement. According to his recollections, during the anime's 3-year agreement, Yun Shan appeared to have employed a form of doppelganger technique to create 2 clones that pursued Xiao Yan while his true self engaged Medusa. This doppelganger technique was far from an ordinary energy clone. Its solidity, wisdom, and combat prowess were nearly indistinguishable from the original. Such a phenomenon should be inconceivable within the cultivation system of the Btth continent. At that time, Yun Shan had just entered the Do Zone realm, and with the aid of the Soul Palace, barely managed to ascend to that level. How could he possibly have devised such a miraculous technique? Xuan Ye scoffed internally. This technique bore a closer resemblance to the legendary 1 Qi turning 3 purities, one of the 36 unparalleled divine techniques of the myriad realms. As this thought crossed his mind, even Xuan Ye's composure faltered slightly, causing his breath to quicken. 1 Qi turning 3 purities. This was one of the supreme divine techniques of the myriad realms, originating from the ancient celestial emperor. Its might was transcendent and unfathomable, far beyond the mere creation of clones. Its true terror lay in the fact that upon reaching mastery, one could divide into 2 entities equal in strength, wisdom, and memory to the original, capable of self-cultivation and growth. Moreover, the original and its clones shared thoughts yet remained relatively independent, creating the equivalent of 3 formidable beings whose intentions were perfectly aligned, an overwhelming force whose power was not merely additive, but geometrically multiplied. Not to mention, this technique also encompassed boundless transformations and offensive sacred arts, representing a true foundation-level divine technique capable of subduing a major clan. This divine technique was categorized into 4 levels. 1. 3-part realm. Entry level, the clone possesses strength equal to the original, existing in a primary-secondary relationship. 2. 3 unity realm. Greater mastery, the clone merges with the original to enhance spiritual power. 3. 3 deities realm. Perfection, the clone becomes an independent entity, existing permanently. 4. Unification realm. Final stage, the clone burns away to become power, and the divine technique dissipates. If the doppelganger technique of the Yunlan sect bore even the slightest connection to 1 Qi turning 3 purities, its value would be immeasurable. Furthermore, Xuan Ye, in light of his own inheritance from the Devouring Spirit clan, the Devouring Heaven divine art, understood even more hidden truths. The Devouring Spirit clan of the Btth continent was, in fact, one of the 32 major clans of the extraterritorial evil races, a minuscule branch of the Devouring Demon clan. The creator of the Devouring Heaven divine art, the Devouring Demon Emperor, was ultimately suppressed and sealed by the ancient celestial emperor using the divine technique of 1 Qi turning 3 purities, alongside many other powerful beings. The connections between the Devouring Demon clan, the celestial emperor, and 1 Qi turning 3 purities ignited a flicker of realization in Xuan Ye's eyes. If the doppelganger technique of the Yunlan sect truly had any link to the celestial emperor's legacy, then the life and death gate of the Yunlan sect was likely far more complex than it appeared. The more he pondered, the more convinced he became. After all, the founding ancestor of the Yunlan sect, Btth, was said to have reached a peak of merely Do Zone cultivation. What merit did he possess to establish such a peculiar realm as the life and death gate? It was more plausible that the life and death gate was an ancient secret realm left behind, merely discovered by Btth, who then founded the Yunlan sect around it. And perhaps the traces of the celestial emperor's legacy were concealed within that very life and death gate. Regardless, Xuan Ye was resolute in his decision to visit the Yunlan sect. In comparison to the potential celestial emperor's legacy, the inheritance of the ancient Tuo Shi Emperor, while exalted in the Doqi continent, would likely equate to only a quasi-earthly supreme being in a vast expanse of the myriad realms. The ancient celestial emperor, on the other hand, was a peak existence among the supreme heavenly sovereigns, standing at the apex of the myriad realms, the foremost tier beneath the celestial evil god. Even a fragment of his unparalleled divine techniques would far exceed the worth of the Tuo Shi Emperor's legacy. This was undoubtedly a monumental gamble. Yet the potential rewards were sufficient to entice Xuan Ye into daring risks. The unconscious Xuan Yuan in his arms had become the finest key and pass to the core secrets of the Yunlan sect. With his mind made up, Xuan Ye hesitated no longer. Embracing Xuan Yuan, he cast a sweeping glance over the ravaged mountains below and the distant figures still in shock, ignoring them entirely. He formed a simple seal with one hand, causing the spatial forces around him to ripple, rather than violently tearing through space again. He invoked the spatial fluctuations in a gentler manner, rendering their forms gradually blurred and ethereal, until they quietly vanished as though merging with water. This time, he was not undertaking a long-distance spatial traverse, but rather departing with the injured Xuan Yuan in search of a tranquil place to recuperate and deepen their bond. The Yunlan sect, the life and death gate, the celestial emperor's legacy. Xuan Ye was determined to obtain them all. On a distant cliff, Xiao Yan remained engulfed in profound shock, unable to regain his composure. What he had witnessed today, the strength and mystery of the cloaked youth, his ability to repel sixth-tier magical beasts with a mere gesture, the tearing of space, and ultimately his rescue of that stunning Do Huang, left an indelible impression on him. Master, who exactly is he? Xiao Yan murmured, his voice hoarse. A flicker of doubt stirred within him. Within the ring, Yao Lao remained silent for a long while before slowly sighing, incomprehensible. His strength far surpasses that of an ordinary Dozong, and his methods are unprecedented. The Pill Tower is indeed a place where prodigies emerge. Kid, strive diligently in your cultivation. The world outside is far broader and more splendid than you can imagine. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan nodded firmly, gazing in the direction where Xuan Ye had vanished, clenching his fists tightly. The path leading to the pinnacle of power appeared clearer and more challenging in his eyes. At this moment, Xuan Ye had already found a secluded cave within the depths of the Monster Beast mountain range. A search for that potentially extraordinary legacy had quietly begun. Chapter 22. Healing. Deep within the Monster Beast mountain range, an entrance to a concealed cave was shrouded by dense vines, the interior dry and immaculate. With only a few beams of dim light filtering through the crevices, illuminating the minute dust particles suspended in the air, Xuan Ye silently stepped inside, cradling the gravely injured and unconscious Xuan Yuan. He carefully laid her upon the soft beast hide he had prepared. At this moment, Xuan Yuan had long since lost the regal elegance of the Yunlan sect's master. Her complexion was as pale as snow, her delicate brows furrowed, and her long eyelashes seemingly dampened by the lingering pain. Her originally simple dress was stained crimson with blood, particularly at the lower left chest area where the fabric was torn, revealing a horrifying purple-red handprint, the surrounding skin swollen and slightly sunken, a testament to the terrifying impact of the purple crystal-winged Lion King strike. Moreover, an eerie purple energy coiled around her vital meridians like chains, continuously eroding her do qi. This was the effect of the purple seal, rendering her incapable of utilizing her powers to heal herself. Xuan Ye examined her injuries, his brows knitting together in concern. The location of the injury was awkward, and the intertwining of the seal and the wound made it exceedingly troublesome. He first produced a high-grade healing elixir, carefully administering it to Xuan Yuan's mouth, employing gentle fighting energy to dissolve its potency while safeguarding her heart meridian, temporarily stabilizing her injuries. As the elixir settled within her, its soothing effects began to spread, eliciting an exceedingly faint moan from Xuan Yuan, her eyelashes fluttering momentarily before she slowly opened her eyes. Initially, her gaze was clouded with confusion and frailty, but a sudden wave of pain surged through her, memories flooding back. Instinctively, she attempted to channel her fighting energy, only to immediately sense the constriction of her sealed meridians and the agonizing pain in her chest. Involuntarily gasping in distress, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. "Do not move." A calm yet unfamiliar male voice resonated nearby. Startled, Xuan Yuan suppressed the excruciating pain and warily turned towards the source of the voice. A young man clad in black stood a short distance away, his tall stature and strikingly handsome features bordering on the ethereal, particularly his deep, violet golden eyes, which regarded her with a serene intensity. The dim lighting within the cave accentuated his enigmatic and transcendent aura. "Who are you?" Yin Yun's voice was hoarse and weak, yet it carried the authority and vigilance befitting a sect leader. She attempted to rise, but the movement tugged at her wounds, causing her vision to darken and her entire body to weaken, collapsing back down, her breath growing increasingly labored. "Your rescuer." Xuan Ye's tone remained unperturbed as he stepped closer, holding a jade vial in his hand. "Your injuries are severe, and you have fallen victim to the Lion King's seal. If not addressed promptly, it may jeopardize your foundation." Yun Yun could feel the troublesome seal and the weight of her injuries within, aware that his words bore truth. However, as he approached, particularly when his gaze swept over her exposed skin beneath her tattered garments, a faint blush involuntarily rose to her pallid cheeks, and she instinctively wished to curl up, yet lacked even that strength. "What do you intend to do?" Her voice trembled slightly, barely perceptible. "To heal your wounds." Xuan Ye crouched beside the animal hide and shook the jade vial in his hand. "External injuries must be treated first. This ointment is remarkably effective in alleviating the Lion King's fiery poison and bruises. Forgive my intrusion." With that, he extended his hand, his fingertips gathering a gentle, fighting energy before lightly brushing against the edge of her tattered clothing. Yun Yun's delicate body quivered suddenly, akin to a startled rabbit, yearning to evade him, yet powerless to do so. She could feel his cool fingertips occasionally gliding over her sensitive skin near her chest, sending waves of tingling sensations coursing through her. Her cheeks flushed scarlet, as if kissed by fire, the color creeping to her ears and the delicate nape of her neck, rendering her utterly bashful. She tightly shut her eyes, her long lashes trembling violently, biting her lip to stifle the intensely embarrassing feelings surging within her. Her thoughts a chaotic whirl. Throughout her life, she had prided herself on her composure. Never had she experienced such intimate proximity with a stranger, particularly in such a vulnerable manner. Xuan Ye's movements, however, were marked by an unusual focus and calmness, as if he were merely attending to a piece of art. He carefully parted the fabric surrounding the wound, revealing the gruesome, purplish-red bruise. Upon witnessing the transformation of her once ivory skin into this state, he furrowed his brow ever so slightly. He dispensed a portion of the verdant ointment from the jade vial onto his fingertip, its fragrance rich and invigorating. Then, with utmost care and gentleness, he began to apply the ointment to the wound and the surrounding inflamed skin. The coolness of the ointment against her fiery injury provided a slight reprieve, yet the tender application stirred an overwhelming sense of shame within her. Yin Yun could not suppress a soft, almost inaudible whimper of dismay, realizing only after the sound escaped her lips how ambiguous it was, instantly wishing she could vanish into the earth. Xuan Ye appeared oblivious to her reaction, maintaining his focused demeanor as he continued to apply the ointment, his touch neither too heavy nor too light, perfectly calibrated to ensure the medicinal properties penetrated deeply. His fingertips occasionally brushed against the surrounding unblemished skin, the sensation warm and smooth as jade, stirring an unexpected ripple of emotions within him. For Yun Yun, the entire process felt interminable, akin to an eternity. She could distinctly perceive every movement of his fingertips, every touch, the coolness juxtaposed with the burning pain of her injuries, the intertwining feelings of shame nearly driving her to the brink of collapse. Her breath became involuntarily rapid, her chest rising and falling, yet each motion tugged at her wounds, inciting waves of sharp pain that drew tears to the corners of her eyes. At last, Xuan Ye finished applying the ointment, diligently pulling her garment back to modestly conceal her form. Although she remained disheveled, she was in a significantly better state than before. "Done. As for the seal, we shall address that once your external injuries have healed further." He stood, his voice still calm, as if what had just transpired was utterly ordinary. Only then did Yun Yun dare to slowly open her eyes, the blush on her cheeks lingering, and she could hardly bear to meet Xuan Ye's gaze. In a voice as soft as a whisper, she stammered, "Thank you," her tone laced with unmistakable embarrassment. In the ensuing days, Xuan Ye tended to Yun Yun in the cave. He changed her dressings daily, administered the elixirs, and utilized his gentle fighting energy to help her absorb the medicinal effects while resisting the seal's encroachment. As they spent day and night together under his meticulous care, Yun Yun's condition gradually improved. Although the seal remained, her mobility became more manageable, allowing her to sit up and converse. After the initial overwhelming embarrassment faded, she discovered that Xuan Ye consistently exhibited decorum, his gaze clear and respectful. Aside from the necessary contact for healing, he made no inappropriate advances, often dedicating most of his time to quiet meditation, which allowed her to gradually relax. Through their conversations, she learned his name, Xuan Ye. With each interaction, her intrigue regarding the enigmatic man deepened. His strength was unfathomable, his insights far surpassing her understanding, and his grasp of various energies, techniques, and even the laws of nature was profoundly deep. Occasionally, his subtle guidance would illuminate her thoughts, leaving her with a sense of clarity. Moreover, his alchemical skills were unparalleled. With the remarkable elixirs all crafted by his hand, her curiosity grew exponentially, and her gratitude began to transform into something more profound. One day, she could no longer contain herself and asked, "Master Xuan Ye, who exactly are you? With your prowess and abilities, you cannot be an unknown individual." Xuan Ye was in the midst of concocting a potion to help dispel the seal when he paused momentarily at her inquiry, lifting his gaze to meet hers. At that moment, Yuan's injuries had healed significantly. Although she still appeared frail, a hint of color had returned to her complexion. Her pale lavender eyes gazing at him with a blend of curiosity and an almost imperceptible expectation. After a brief deliberation, he deemed the moment ripe and replied calmly, "I hail from the Central State Alchemist Tower." Boom! Despite her prior mental preparation, Yuan was still struck dumb by this revelation, her mind momentarily blank. Her beautiful eyes widening in disbelief, her lips parting slightly in astonishment. The Central State Alchemist Tower. That was the sacred ground in the hearts of all alchemists in the Btth continent. A colossal entity of incomprehensible strength, far beyond what the Yunlan sect could compare to. Suddenly, a long-buried memory surfaced in Yuan's mind. You were the legendary first prodigy of the Alchemist Tower in the Central State. She recalled a rumor she had heard from the Yunlan sect. At that time, she had merely heard of a remarkable genius emerging from the Central State Alchemist Tower, who stands at the peak of Btth. Upon first meeting Xuan Ye, one feels as if the sky has turned a void. At the time, Yuan had thought it merely a rumor, an exaggeration. Now, seeing the striking youth before her, he appeared even more formidable than the tales described. At such a young age, he had already attained the status of a Do Zong expert, and his alchemical skills rivaled those of the first alchemist of the Gamma Empire, Dan Wang Gu He. Moreover, it was said that Xuan Ye was the son of Xuan Ye, one of the three great heads of the Alchemist Tower. Xuan Ye, a pinnacle 8th grade alchemist and a peak 9-turn Do Zun. Since Xuan Ye is her son, it is no wonder that he possesses such terrifying strength and extraordinary alchemy skills. Following her shock came a profound realization and a trace of indescribable self-abasement. As the leader of the Yunlan sect, she may hold a prestigious position in the Gamma Empire. Yet when compared to his illustrious identity and background, it is akin to the difference between the heavens and the earth. So, it turns out he is young Master Xuan Ye. Yuan has been remiss. Her tone inadvertently bore a hint of reverence and detachment, while within her heart, a subtle pang of bitterness arose. Xuan Ye, perceptive to her emotional shift, offered a slight smile that softened his earlier aloofness. Status is merely an external trifle. In the days we have spent together, I have found Sect Master Yuan to be gentle and resilient, far from an ordinary person. Why concern oneself with such hollow titles? His words were like a spring breeze, gently dispelling the nascent barriers within Yuan's heart. She lifted her gaze and found herself ensnared by his deep, golden purple eyes, which reflected calmness and sincerity, devoid of any arrogance. A warm current surged within her, dissolving her reverence and replacing it with a more intricate and unnameable sentiment. Despite his exalted status, he had rescued her in her most vulnerable hour, caring for her with a genuine humility and respect. Gazing at his exquisite profile and feeling the comforting aura surrounding him, Yuan's heart raced uncontrollably, a blush creeping onto her cheeks as she hastily averted her gaze to mask her fluster. The atmosphere in the cave shifted to one that was subtly intimate and charged. Observing Yuan's bashful demeanor, Xuan Ye knew the moment had arrived. The fish had indeed taken the bait. It was time to gently guide her into inviting him to the Yunlan sect. Chapter 20 Yunlan sect. Life in the cave felt as if it were separated from the world, with only the gentle sound of water and their gradually entwining breaths remaining. Under Xuan Ye's meticulous care and the effects of high-grade elixirs, Yuan's injuries healed remarkably fast, and the troublesome purple crystal seal was carefully unraveled by Xuan Ye's formidable, devouring flames. Although her strength was gradually returning, she seemed to linger in the tranquil and ambiguous atmosphere of this confined space. Xuan Ye did not rush to reveal anything, yet his very presence was an unspoken invasion. He continued to change her bandages, his fingertips occasionally brushing against her increasingly sensitive skin, sending shivers coursing through her. While she meditated, he would sit quietly beside her, his deep, golden-purple eyes fixed on her until her cheeks flushed and her heart raced. When the cave turned cold at night, he would naturally draw her shivering form into his embrace, warming her with his body heat, allowing her initial rigidity to melt into soft pliability. Xuan Yun's defenses had crumbled under this daily onslaught of tenderness and assertive closeness. She found herself beginning to anticipate his touch, yearning for the warmth and safety of his embrace, and even her heartbeat would race uncontrollably when he drew near. One day, as her injuries neared complete recovery, Xuan Yun sat by the stream, untangling her slightly disheveled hair. Xuan Ye approached from behind, naturally taking the wooden comb from her hands, gently brushing her cascading locks. His movements were light and deliberate, his fingertips occasionally grazing her sensitive earlobes and neck. Xuan Yun's body stiffened slightly, her cheeks instantly flushed, her heart pounding like a drum. Yet she made no move to stop him. Instead, she softly closed her eyes, savoring this rare intimacy. The atmosphere in the cave was serene yet charged. Suddenly, Xuan Ye set down the comb, gently placing his hands on her shoulders to turn her around. Their eyes met. Xuan Yun could clearly see her reflection in the depths of his gaze, along with the unmasked, gradually intensifying desire for possession. A flutter of panic surged within her, prompting her to instinctively shy away from his stare. "Yun air," he called softly, his voice deep and magnetic, imbued with an irresistible allure. Xuan Yun trembled at this endearing address, her heartbeat skipping a beat. Before she could fully comprehend, Xuan Ye's face loomed closer. He suddenly bent down, capturing her slightly parted, surprised lips with his own. Xuan Yun's beautiful eyes widened in shock, her mind blank. Instinctively, she attempted to resist, placing her hands against his chest, only to find her strength swiftly sapped by his overwhelming and fervent kiss. His kiss was not gentle. It bore a forceful declaration of ownership, his agile tongue prying open her lips, entangling with her softness, savoring her sweetness. After the initial shock and resistance, an unprecedented tingling and excitement coursed through her like electricity, leaving her utterly weak, her hands that had pressed against his chest, now quietly climbing up to his neck, awkwardly responding to him. In the cave, only the faint sounds of flushed breaths and hurried gasps remained. The kiss felt eternal. It was not until Xuan Yun was nearly breathless that Xuan Ye slowly released her. Gazing at her, languid in his embrace, her eyes glimmering, cheeks flushed, and lips slightly swollen, she appeared irresistibly alluring, provoking a fiercer flame in his golden-purple eyes. He leaned down, lifting her effortlessly in his arms, heading towards a corner adorned with soft furs. "Xuan Ye, no." Xuan Yun, realizing what was about to transpire, let out a faint protest, her voice soft as a sigh. We have 2 great age difference. I do not mind. As my cultivation rises, my lifespan will naturally extend. This age gap is inconsequential." However, before she could finish, Xuan Ye lowered his head again, sealing her words with another kiss. As their clothes gradually fell away, the warmth of spring revealed her jade-like skin to the cool air, causing her to shiver, only to be enveloped by an even more intense heat. She could only cling tightly to him, surrendering to the unfamiliar tide of emotions he led her through. Within the cave, the muffled sounds of suppressed moans and heavy breaths intertwined, echoing for an eternity. Time seemed to lose meaning, and at last, the wind subsided and the rain ceased. Xuan Yun curled up in Xuan Ye's embrace, her cheek pressed against his solid chest, listening to the rhythmic beats of his heart, feeling an unprecedented sense of security and fulfillment. Shyness, sweetness, and a subtle transformation into womanhood filled her heart. After several days of such closeness, their relationship had blossomed into a sweet intimacy. Xuan Yun was utterly captivated by Xuan Ye's strength, gentleness, and occasional dominance. One day, nestled in Xuan Ye's embrace, she played with a strand of his black hair and softly said, "Xuan Ye, my injuries have nearly healed. It's time to return to the Yunlan sect. Would you come back with me? I want the sect members to meet you." As she spoke, her cheeks flushed with a hint of girlish shyness and anticipation. Xuan Ye's lips curled into a subtle smile. His goal had been achieved. He leaned down, planting a kiss on her smooth forehead. "All right." The Yunlan sect stood majestically atop Yunlan Mountain, shrouded in mist, with grand halls reaching for the sky. As Xuan Yun and Xuan Ye's figures appeared at the sect's entrance, They immediately caught the attention of the guarding disciples. It's the sect master. The sect master has returned. The disciples bowed respectfully. Yet when they noticed the unfamiliar young man in black robes beside Yuan, as well as the unguarded intimacy between them, they were momentarily taken aback. What left them nearly speechless was that the young man was not walking or using battle chi to fly, but rather, he walked calmly upon the air, striding alongside the sect master. Walking on air, a Dozong powerhouse. All disciples and elders of the Yunlan sect who witnessed this scene were left aghast, gasping in disbelief. Such a young Dozong. How is this possible? The news spread through the entire Yunlan zone like a bird taking flight. Lin Yanran, practicing her sword in the square, turned her gaze upon hearing the commotion. When she laid eyes on the young man in black robes beside her master, her long sword nearly slipped from her grasp. The man possessed an ethereal beauty, his extraordinary presence accentuated by those profound eyes that seemed to draw in one's very soul. Yet what shocked her even more was the realization that he was so young, yet already capable of treading upon the void. This talent was nothing short of monstrous. Compared to her fiancé, Xiao Yan, there was no comparison to be made. The difference was as vast as the heavens and the earth. A sense of self-consciousness and an insatiable curiosity welled up within her. Yuan, perceptive to the astonishment and curiosity of the crowd, felt a flush rise to her cheeks. Yet she maintained her composure as she led Xuan Ye straight to the main hall. The elders of the Yunlan zone had already gathered there, including Gu Yi and others, all regarding Xuan Ye with a mixture of uncertainty and reverence. Master, you have returned. The elders hurriedly bowed, their eyes instinctively darting toward Xuan Ye. Yuan nodded slightly, inhaling deeply, and introduced with clarity. Esteemed elders, this is young Master Xuan Ye, hailing from the Central State's Dan Tower. During my encounter with the purple crystal wing Lion King in the Beast Mountain Range, I sustained grave injuries. And it was young Master Xuan Ye who came to my rescue. The Central State's Dan Tower? The crowd gasped in astonishment. That was the legendary sanctuary of alchemists. However, what shocked them even more followed. Xuan Ye's gaze swept over the assembly with indifference. He uttered no words, merely flipping his palm to reveal a deep, light-devouring black flame that leapt forth from his hand, emanating a terrifying wave of heat that stirred the souls of all present, causing the fire attribute Do Qi within the alchemists and several elders to become chaotic and submissive. An elder with discernment exclaimed in shock. To be able to control his alchemical prowess must be. Esteemed elders, Yuan, observing their reactions, surmised their thoughts. Xuan Ye is indeed a quasi-7th grade alchemist. A quasi-7th grade alchemist. And such a young Dozong powerhouse. The great hall descended into a profound silence. Everyone was left dizzy by the weight of this terrifying title, their gazes toward Xuan Ye transforming from reverence to sheer astonishment and admiration. Witnessing the shock on their faces, a subtle smile graced Yuan's lips, a sense of pride swelling within her. She instinctively stepped closer to Xuan Ye, her hand gently intertwining with his fingers. This subtle gesture did not escape the keen eyes of Lin Yanran and several astute elders who had been observing them closely. Lin Yanran's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. Watching her master's slightly flushed profile and their quietly entwined fingers, a storm of emotions surged within her. Her master, with this young Master Xuan Ye. The elders exchanged glances, their expressions filled with shock and realization. No wonder the master had brought a stranger back to the sect. It turned out they shared such a connection. However, if the other party possessed such status and strength, he was indeed worthy of the master. In an instant, the attitude of all present towards Xuan Ye shifted to one of utmost courtesy, tinged with a hint of flattery. A Dozong of such youth, coupled with his status as a quasi-7th grade alchemist, held immeasurable potential and influence. Xuan Ye calmly accepted their gazes, gently grasping Yuan's cool, soft hand, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 24, Yun Mountain. Within the grand hall of the Yunlan zone, the atmosphere grew increasingly respectful and even obsequious due to Xuan Ye's status as a quasi-7th grade alchemist. The elders regarded him as one would a living treasure, especially the alchemists of notable rank within the sect, whose eyes gleamed with fervor. To receive his guidance would be an immeasurable boon. Xuan Ye's indifferent gaze swept over the assembly before finally resting upon Yuan as he casually inquired. Yuner, I have heard that the previous sect master, Mr. Yun Shan, has been in seclusion for many years, striving to break through to the Dozong realm. Might I inquire if he has succeeded? Upon his inquiry, The previously lively atmosphere in the hall momentarily stilled. The elders displayed expressions of embarrassment mixed with anticipation. Yin gently shook her head, a hint of unnoticeable concern flickering across her exquisite features as she softly responded. Master has been in seclusion for some time now, and no news of a successful breakthrough has emerged. The barriers to the Do Zone realm are formidable, and only with great opportunity and perseverance can they be breached. Perhaps he still requires a little more time. Hearing this, Xuan Ye nodded slightly, as if he had anticipated it. His tone remained calm, yet he dropped a bombshell that would drive the entire Yunlan zone into a frenzy. I see. Since Mr. Yunshan is Yuner's mentor, if there's a need, I may be able to offer assistance. A breakthrough pill is something I can certainly provide. Breakthrough pill? Those three words resonated like thunder within the hall, including Yun. The breaths of all senior members of the Yunlan zone grew heavy, their eyes widening in disbelief and ecstatic joy. The breakthrough pill, a pinnacle 6th grade elixir, could significantly enhance a peak Do Huang's chances of breaking through to Do Zone. Such a miraculous pill was a rare treasure, virtually priceless across the entire Gamma Empire and several neighboring realms. Countless peak Do Huang powerhouses spent their lives seeking a single pill in vain. Yet now, this young Master Xuan Ye casually expressed his willingness to offer one. Young Master Xuan Ye, you truly mean this? An elder with white hair trembled with excitement, his voice hoarse as he asked. Xuan Ye smiled faintly. I never speak in vain. Yun was equally astonished and elated, her beautiful eyes sparkling with gratitude and affection as she gazed at Xuan Ye. She understood the significance of a breakthrough pill for her master and the entire Yunlan zone. Unable to restrain herself, she once again took Xuan Ye's hand, an unspoken understanding passing between them. Elder Yunling, responsible for the sect's daily affairs, was the most agitated, nearly trembling as he retrieved a jade slip from his bosom, shattering it with fervor. This matter must be reported to the old sect master immediately. As the jade slip shattered, a peculiar wave surged toward the depths of Yun Mountain. In mere moments, a powerful aura rose from the secluded area of the back mountain. Rapidly approaching the Grand Hall, a gray figure appeared at the hall's entrance like a specter, then stepped inside. The newcomer wore a gray robe, his hair and beard white. Yet his visage did not seem aged. Rather, his eyes were filled with the weight of years and a hint of frustration from an unbroken barrier. This was the previous sect master of Yunlan Zone, Yunshan. He had been deep in seclusion, and the urgent summons had startled him, leaving him somewhat displeased. However, upon entering the Grand Hall, his gaze immediately fell upon the young man in black robes standing closely beside his disciple, Yun, their demeanor intimate. All his emotions were swiftly replaced by overwhelming shock. Treading upon the void, such a young Do Zone powerhouse. Yunshan's pupils constricted to the size of pinpoints, nearly convinced he was hallucinating. How many years had he been trapped at the peak Do Huang level? How much effort had he expended? To this day, he had yet to touch that barrier. Yet this young man, judging by his appearance, could not be over 20, and he had already attained the realm he had longed for. In that instant, Yunshan felt an indescribable bitterness and sense of defeat wash over him, as if he had wasted half his life. Comparisons indeed breed envy. Master, upon encountering Yunshan, Yun promptly approached to pay her respects, simultaneously rousing Yunshan from his stupor of astonishment. Yunner, may I ask who this is? Yunshan forcibly subdued the tumultuous waves of his heart, his gaze flickering with uncertainty as it fell upon Xuan Ye, his tone inadvertently tinged with a hint of reverence that even he failed to recognize. In a world where strength reigns supreme and the accomplished are held in high regard, despite the other being a junior, his prowess far surpassed Yunshan's, leaving no room for disrespect. Master, this is young Master Xuan Ye from the Dan Tower of Zhongzhou. My disciple encountered grave peril in the Beast Mountain range, and fortunately, young Master Xuan Ye intervened to rescue her. Yun hastily introduced, her voice betraying an unmistakable pride and affection. Young Master Xuan Ye was not only a formidable Do Zone expert, but also a quasi-7th grade alchemist. The mention of the Dan Tower of Zhongzhou and a quasi-7th grade alchemist dropped like a bombshell. Yunshan felt his head spin, his gaze towards Xuan Ye transforming from shock to sheer awe and profound respect. Such a young, quasi-7th grade alchemist, his background and talent were simply terrifying beyond description. He swiftly clasped his hands in a gesture of utmost politeness, even infused with a touch of humility. Ah, it is indeed young Master Xuan Ye. Ah, Yunshan, express my deepest gratitude for your life-saving grace towards my little disciple. The immense favor you have bestowed upon the Yunlan sect will be remembered for generations to come. Xuan Ye inclined his head slightly, acknowledging the gesture. His demeanor remained composed and unassuming, yet exuded an undeniable authority that commanded respect. Mr. Yinshan, you are too kind. I share a bond with Yun'er, and assisting her was only natural. His gaze swept over Yinshan before he continued. I heard earlier that Mr. Yinshan is still striving to break through to the Dozone realm. I have promised Yun'er that I would present you with a breaking realm pill to aid in your endeavor. Although Yinshan had already learned of this from Yunling's message, hearing Xuan Ye affirm it in person left him utterly exhilarated, his old face flushed with excitement. Such a generous gift. I truly do not know how to express my gratitude. Young master. He glanced at Xuan Ye and then at his disciple Yuan, who stood beside him, her demeanor affectionate and eyes sparkling with hope. In that instant, his thoughts began to flow freely. Such a prodigious individual, with a background that seemed to touch the heavens and unparalleled strength. If he could forge a deep relationship with him, perhaps even consider a union, that would be an extraordinary boon for the Yunlan sect. A warm smile spread across Yunshan's face as he regarded Xuan Ye, his gaze akin to that of a satisfied father-in-law. Young Master Xuan Ye, your accomplishments at such a tender age are truly remarkable, a sight I have never encountered before. May I inquire as to your thoughts on my disciple Yun'er? She possesses a gentle disposition, and her looks and talents are quite commendable. If it pleases you. Yun was taken aback by her master's straightforwardness. Her face flushed crimson as she stamped her foot in playful protest. Master, what are you saying? Yet, the shyness and anticipation that danced in her eyes betrayed her innermost thoughts. Xuan Ye, upon hearing her response, allowed a subtle smile to grace his lips. Instead of addressing the query directly, he shifted the conversation with an air of casualness. Mr. Yinshan, you are too courteous. By the way, has the Yunlan sect recently entertained any unusual guests? For instance, individuals with a chilling aura, acting mysteriously, who claim to be from the Soul Palace. The Soul Palace? Yinshan paused, a contemplative expression crossing his face before he shook his head. I have never heard of such a force. Recently, there have been no visitors of that nature within the sect. Before he could finish, it seemed a thought struck him, furrowing his brow. However, it is indeed curious that a mysterious figure visited a couple of days ago. This individual was cloaked in a black robe, emanating a chilling and eerie aura, claiming to be a protector from the Soul Palace. He mentioned something about assisting me in breaking through to Dozone, but required the Yunlan sect to handle certain matters for him in return. I sensed that his origins were unclear, his movements secretive, and his conditions vague. So I did not immediately agree, merely stating that I would consider it for a few days. Young master, why do you inquire about this person? Is there something amiss with the Soul Palace? Yinshan, being a man of great cunning, immediately sensed an unusual undertone in Xuan Ye's demeanor. Upon hearing this, Xuan Ye's understanding deepened. The protector from the Soul Palace had indeed made contact, but it appeared that Yinshan had not been swayed by his temptations, nor had any substantial agreement been reached. This was undoubtedly good news. With no interference from the Soul Palace, the subsequent exploration of the Life and Death Gate and the pursuit of the Heavenly Emperor's legacy would undoubtedly proceed with greater ease. Maintaining a calm facade, he merely remarked, "It's nothing of great concern. I just happen to hear that this force has a rather unsavory reputation and employs rather sinister tactics. So I thought it prudent to advise you to exercise caution. As for the Breaking Realm Pill, I can commence its refinement shortly. I trust your esteemed sect can procure the necessary materials?" Upon hearing Xuan Ye affirm the refinement of the Breaking Realm Pill, Yinshan promptly cast aside thoughts of the mysterious protector, overwhelmed with joy. Indeed, we can certainly manage. Thank you, young master. Should you require anything, the Yunlan sect will exert every effort on your behalf. At that moment, in Yinshan's mind, no mysterious protector could compare to the reliability of young Master Xuan Ye from the Dan Tower, who could effortlessly produce a Breaking Realm Pill. Cultivating a relationship with Xuan Ye was the true pathway to the Yunlan sect's ascendance. Xuan Ye observed Yinshan's elated expression, a hint of satisfaction curling at the corners of his mouth. The first step in securing the trust and reliance of the Yunlan sect's leadership had been flawlessly accomplished. Next, he would leverage this goodwill to gradually uncover the secrets of the Life and Death Gate. Chapter 25, The Life and Death Gate, the following day. In a specially designated alchemy square on the back mountain of the Yunlan sect, a throng of people had gathered, with nearly all the high-ranking members and core disciples in attendance, their eager gazes fixated on the center of the square. Draped in a black robe, Xuan Ye stood before an ancient alchemical cauldron. He did not rush to begin, but instead closed his eyes in meditation for a moment, adjusting his state to its peak. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open, a flash of purple-golden light flickering momentarily. "Rise," he commanded in a low voice, extending his palm. The deep, dark flames, seemingly capable of devouring light, erupted with a thunderous roar, enveloping the cauldron in an instant. The terrifying heat and eerie devouring power spread forth, causing those observing from a distance to pale, their internal Dou Qi becoming sluggish. Refining a 6th-grade pinnacle-breaking realm pill was an exceedingly complex process, demanding an arduous control over both spiritual energy and flames. Yet, in Xuan Ye's hands, everything flowed seamlessly, as if he were dancing through the motions with effortless grace. Rare herbs, considered precious in the outside world, were methodically introduced into the cauldron, rapidly transforming into the purest medicinal liquid under the cauldron's monstrous refining capabilities. With not a single drop wasted, his hands moved in a mesmerizing dance, forming dazzling pill seals as he precisely controlled the fusion and transformation of each medicinal essence with his spiritual energy. Heavenly energy surged wildly, even forming a small energy vortex above the cauldron, subtly hinting at the gathering of pill thunder, which was forcefully suppressed by Xuan Ye's formidable spiritual strength. The entire refinement process lasted a full day. As the sun dipped below the horizon and twilight deepened, the cauldron suddenly trembled violently, its lid soaring into the sky. A rich, fragrant aroma of the pill enveloped the entire square, invigorating all who inhaled it, loosening the barriers of their cultivation. A pill the size of a longan, perfectly round and radiating 6 resplendent pill patterns along with immense energy, shot forth from the cauldron as if it possessed a will of its own, attempting to flee. Xuan Ye, having anticipated this, swiftly reached out his hand, an invisible force of spatial energy immediately ensnaring the pill, guiding it obediently into the cold jade vial he had prepared in advance. The breaking realm pill was successfully refined. His calm voice resonated. It had struck like thunder in the hearts of all present. The square fell into a moment of stunned silence before erupting into thunderous cheers and exclamations. The elders of the Yunlan sect gazed at Xuan Ye with eyes brimming with boundless admiration and fervor. Yunshan, flushed with excitement, trembled as he received the heavy jade vial from Xuan Ye's hands, feeling the immense energy contained within the pill. His voice choked with emotion. "Thank you, young master. This grace, Yunshan shall never forget." Xuan Ye nodded slightly, choosing not to elaborate further. Once the excitement among the crowd had subsided, he turned his gaze towards Yunshan and spoke. "Master of Yunshan, I have long heard of the illustrious reputation of your sect's life and death gate, and I am quite curious. Might I be permitted to take a look within?" At that moment, Yunshan was immersed in the immense joy of obtaining the breaking sect pill and readily acquiesced to Xuan Ye's request. Moreover, he did not believe that the life and death gate would pose any significant benefit to a Douzone powerhouse, as it had always served as a training ground for disciples below the Douang level. "The honor you bestow upon our sect is as great as a mountain. Not only may you observe, but you may also reside within for as long as you wish." Yunshan exclaimed with a smile, adding, "However, while the life and death gate is rich in energy, it may not provide substantial assistance given your current level. That is of no concern. My curiosity is simply piqued." Xuan Ye replied nonchalantly. Under Yunshan as personal guidance, Xuan Ye arrived at a stone wall at the back mountain, sealed by formidable energy barriers. Yunshan executed a series of intricate hand seals, causing the stone wall to ripple with wave-like patterns, revealing a luminous portal just wide enough for a single person to pass through. "Please, my lord," he gestured. Xuan Ye cast a reassuring glance at Yun Yun before stepping through the portal. Observing Yun Yun's worried expression, Yunshan comforted her, saying, "Yunner, with Lord Xuan Ye's strength, there is virtually no threat to him within the life and death gate. Worry not." Upon hearing this, Yun Yun's cheeks flushed as she let out a soft whimper. Meanwhile, at the moment Xuan Ye stepped into the light gate, the surroundings transformed abruptly. A wave of pure energy, far more concentrated than that of the outside world, surged towards him. To his astonishment, what lay before him was not the cave or narrow passage he had envisioned, but an extraordinarily vast and boundless space. The sky was a gentle hue of chaos, devoid of sun, moon, or stars, yet bathed in a soft, diffused light. The ground was adorned with mountains, rivers, plains, and hills. He even spied some exotic plants long extinct in the outside world flourishing vibrantly, filling the air with an ancient and profound aura. This was no ordinary small world that a Dozun could conjure. Xuan Ye felt a shiver of awe in his heart. Its solidity and vastness exceeded all expectations. He attempted to activate the swallowing heaven divine art, aiming to absorb the energy for cultivation. However, as soon as he initiated the technique, his expression changed dramatically. This was not Do Qi. The energy flooding into his body was pure, majestic, and bore a quality far superior to Do Qi. Drawing closer to the essence itself, he had sensed a hint of this energy while devouring and refining the dragon phoenix's essence fruit. Yet it was nowhere near as rich and pure as this. Was this spiritual energy? The spiritual energy of the vast world. At that moment, Xuan Ye's heart was swept by tumultuous waves. He finally understood why, in the original narrative, Nalan Yin ran as cultivation had soared after entering the life and death gate, elevating from a 2-star Great Do Master to the pinnacle of Do Wang in merely 3 years. Moreover, her speed of cultivation was not inferior to that of Xiao Yan, who had consumed the fallen heart flame. It was not her extraordinary talent, but rather that she was absorbing not Do Qi, but a higher grade spiritual energy. Naturally, the speed of cultivation was incomparable. The life and death gate, indeed, had connections to the upper realms. Xuan Ye forcibly suppressed the excitement within him, his gaze sharpening as he scanned the depths of this space. In a flash, he transformed into a streak of light, swiftly darting towards the core region of this small world. The deeper he ventured, the denser the surrounding mist became. This mist was not mere vapor, but was composed of pure spiritual energy. Simultaneously, the space began to manifest chaotic rifts and twisted energy fields, indicating that this realm was not entirely stable. After flying for about half an hour, a massive barrier, transparent as crystal, suddenly emerged from the dense spiritual fog ahead. The barrier was inscribed with countless intricate runes, emanating powerful spatial fluctuations that firmly obstructed his way. A spatial barrier? It seemed to be set by Btth, intended to prevent exceptional disciples from later sects from inadvertently straying too deep and encountering peril. Xuan Ye halted, scrutinizing the barrier, which possessed enough strength to repel anyone below the Dozun level. However, to him, it was as good as non-existent. With a mere thought, the dragon phoenix body within him stirred quietly, the intricate purple-gold dragon scales shimmering momentarily as an overwhelming affinity for space naturally emanated from him. He then extended a finger, lightly tapping the spatial barrier. Buzz! The barrier vibrated violently, the runes flickering wildly in an attempt to repel the intruder. Yet, in the face of the dragon phoenix's power, all spatial obstructions appeared feeble and ineffectual. His finger penetrated the barrier effortlessly, akin to a heated iron pressing into ice. Following that, he stepped forward, and the spatial barrier, which could ensnare even a pinnacle Dozong, became as insubstantial as air, allowing him to pass through with ease. Beyond the barrier lay an even denser, almost corporeal mist of spiritual energy, visibility drastically reduced, and even soul perception was heavily suppressed. An ancient, profound, and slightly oppressive aura permeated the air, causing Xuan Ye's heartbeat to quicken involuntarily. He flew cautiously forward, his mind sharpened, with both Do Qi and spiritual power poised to erupt at any moment. In this uncharted territory, he dared not let his guard down. Time lost its meaning as he traversed the depths, seemingly crossing endless mists. Suddenly, the thick fog ahead began to thin slightly. A colossal building's outline appeared, enigmatic amidst the haze. Xuan Ye's pupils constricted sharply, his speed decreasing as he approached cautiously. As he drew nearer, the silhouette of the structure became increasingly distinct. It was an ancient palace of such grandeur and magnificence that words could scarcely capture its essence. The entire edifice seemed to be forged from white jade and some mysterious metal, radiating a faint divine light even after eons, standing tall and majestic. Every detail of the palace was exquisitely crafted: carved beams, painted rafters, flying eaves, and bracketed roofs, all infused with the principles of the universe, far removed from the architectural style of the Do Qi continent. The closer he got, the more intense the pressure from deep within his soul became, as if bowing before a supreme existence. Taking a deep breath, Xuan Ye stifled his excitement and astonishment, finally arriving at the palace's grand entrance. He lifted his gaze, piercing through the thinning spiritual fog to behold the massive plaque above the main door. On the plaque were 4 ancient, vigorous characters, seemingly etched by supreme power. each embodying ineffable principles and dignity that inspired awe upon mere sight. Ancient Celestial Palace. These four characters struck Xuan Ye's spirit like heavy hammers. Despite his earlier speculations, the moment he confirmed it, unparalleled ecstasy and shock overwhelmed him. Indeed, this secret realm within the life and death gate was genuinely connected to that supreme existence from the vast world. Chapter 26. Ancient Celestial Palace. The imposing palace doors bore the four characters' Ancient Celestial Palace, radiating an ancient and majestic authority that resonated through the very essence of the cosmos. Merely gazing upon it made Xuan Ye's soul tremble, as if he were beholding a slumbering primordial deity. Suppressing his inner astonishment, he lowered his gaze and finally noticed that beneath the four grand characters was another line of relatively smaller, yet equally profound characters. Northern Domain Branch Palace. Branch Palace. Xuan Ye's pupils constricted once more, and tumultuous waves surged within him. Such a magnificent edifice, a world unto itself, was merely a branch palace. What then could the main celestial palace possibly look like? What an awe-inspiring might the Emperor of Heaven must have possessed in those bygone days. He inhaled deeply, striving to calm the tumultuous emotions within, and stepped into the Northern Domain's division hall. The doors of the hall opened silently, as if they had awaited this moment for endless ages. The instant he crossed the threshold, even with Xuan Ye's profound composure, he found himself momentarily entranced, profoundly shaken by the spectacle that lay before him. The interior of the hall was far more expansive than it appeared from the outside, with towering jade pillars that seemed to reach the heavens, intricately carved with depictions of the sun, moon, stars, and the myriad of ancient races paying homage. Each groove seemed to encapsulate supreme principles of the Tao. The vaulted ceiling soared beyond sight, seemingly connecting directly to the cosmic expanse, where countless ethereal stars meandered, casting a gentle, nebulous glow. The ground was paved with flawless, warm white jade, reflective enough to see one's own visage, and as he walked upon it, a faint aura of spiritual energy surged into his being from beneath his feet. The walls surrounding him bore faint glimpses of countless enigmatic murals and runes that flickered in the dim light, although most had faded. One could still sense their former terrifying power. The air was thick with pure spiritual essence, so concentrated that it was almost tangible, akin to liquid, where a single breath could equate to several days of arduous cultivation in the outside world. It was as if the entire hall was ensconced within a remarkably high-grade spirit-gathering formation. Within this grand hall flowed an indescribable resonance of the Tao and an overwhelming pressure, solemn, grave, sacred, and supreme. In stark contrast, the most prosperous and powerful core of forces Xuan Ye had previously encountered in the central continent, the Pill Tower, appeared as rudimentary as a humble cottage, lacking in both grandeur and depth compared to this place. This was indeed the true sanctum of ancient powers, Xuan Ye murmured to himself, his eyes brimming with awe and yearning. Then, a bolder, even audacious thought surged uncontrollably within him. What if he could refine and claim this ancient celestial palace division entirely? The mere emergence of this thought startled him, yet it was followed by an overwhelming fervor. To possess such a mobile dwelling, a sacred ground for cultivation, would prove immeasurably beneficial for his future. However, he quickly regained his composure. With his current strength as a 2-star dozome, he felt as insignificant as an ant before this vast celestial palace. Let alone refining it, he doubted he could even shake it. This was not something to covet at his present stage. Such matters required careful contemplation. Once his strength was sufficient, he would surely return to attempt it. Xuan Ye buried this ambition deep within his heart. The immediate priority was to seek any potential legacies left behind in this place. He focused his mind, cautiously traversing the expansive and magnificent hall, his soul power intensely concentrated, discerning every inch of space. Though the hall was vast, many areas appeared desolate, as if ravaged by calamity, with valuable items long since looted or destroyed. He made his way to the inner chamber, which seemed to be an important location, its layout more intricate yet equally vacant. After a long search, just as Xuan Ye thought this expedition might yield no results, his gaze suddenly fixed upon a jade platform at the main seat of the inner chamber. The platform was shrouded in dust, contrasting starkly with the surrounding immaculate environment. At its center lay an object, quietly resting. Xuan Ye approached, brushing away the dust, revealing a palm-sized token of dark golden hue. The token felt cold and heavy in his hand, its material indiscernible, with the words Heavenly Palace elegantly inscribed on the front, while the back bore indistinct cloud patterns and star charts, devoid of any energy fluctuations, appearing as mundane as a piece of common iron. A token? Xuan Ye furrowed his brow, examining it repeatedly. It could not be an ordinary item to be placed here. He attempted to infuse it with Btth, yet it remained unresponsive. He then tried to probe with his soul power, only to be gently rebuffed by an invisible force. After a moment of contemplation, he attempted to invoke the devouring power of the heaven-swallowing divine art, but it was as if it sank into the abyss. Even when he summoned a trace of dragon phoenix blood essence to envelop the token, it merely warmed slightly before returning to stillness. Puzzled, Xuan Ye rubbed the token, his brow furrowed. He had exhausted various methods, yet this token remained impervious. Just as he was on the verge of giving up, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Blood oath recognition. This seemed to be the most primal and effective method for recognizing ownership of ancient treasures. Without hesitation, he pricked his fingertip, allowing a drop of his purple-gold blood, imbued with immense vitality and pure energy, to fall upon the dark golden token. The moment the blood made contact, an astonishing transformation occurred. The drop of blood was absorbed instantaneously by the token, as if it were a sponge soaking up water. In the next instant, the dark golden token erupted with a dazzling golden light. The token became searingly hot, the words Heavenly Palace appearing to come alive. Swirling with boundless Tao rhythm, buzz, the token trembled violently, abruptly detaching from Xuan Ye's grasp, hovering in mid-air as a concentrated beam of golden light shot forth from it, striking swiftly into the center of Xuan Ye's brow. Xuan Ye felt as though his head might explode. An immense, indescribable torrent of information, interspersed with countless ancient and obscure runes and images, surged forcefully into his sea of consciousness. The intense pain compelled him to stifle a groan, nearly causing him to lose consciousness. He clung desperately to clarity, exerting all his will to operate his soul power, laboriously digesting this sudden onslaught of information. He could not tell how long it had been when the excruciating pain finally ebbed like a receding tide. Within Xuan Ye's sea of consciousness, an ancient text of boundless profundity and complexity materialized. The text commenced with 5 ancient characters exuding a chaotic aura, seemingly forged directly from the Tao, each character weighing as heavily as mountains, embodying the supreme power to divide heaven and earth, to transform the universe. One Qi transforms into 3 pure ones. Yet, he only possessed the first 2 volumes of this technique, the 3 parts realm and the 3 harmonies realm. 3 parts realm. The doppelganger possesses the same strength as the original body, existing in a primary-secondary relationship. 3 harmonies realm. The doppelganger merges with the original body to elevate the spiritual power realm. Moreover, according to the inheritance of these 2 initial volumes, if the original body remains unscathed, the doppelganger can be infinitely condensed. Although merely the initial 2 volumes of the cultivation method, not the complete inheritance, the insights regarding the doppelganger technique, energy utilization, and profound principles of the Tao contained within were so intricate and profound as to be beyond imagination. It far surpassed any heavenly ranked combat techniques in the Btth continent. Just from a cursory understanding, Xuan Ye comprehended that once he mastered these initial 2 volumes, he could manifest 2 doppelgangers that were identical in strength, wisdom, and memory to his original body, capable of independent cultivation and growth. In battle, with 3 bodies united as one, their power would multiply exponentially. Furthermore, it was an unparalleled divine ability for survival, exploration, and cultivation. It seemed that the memories from his past life regarding Yinshan were merely superficial. He likely hadn't even acquired the entirety of the first volume. No wonder he had been unable to defeat Xiao Yan. Ha ha ha, heaven favors me. Indeed, it is one Qi transforms into 3 pure ones. An immense joy surged through him, dissipating all fatigue and pain, prompting Xuan Ye to burst into hearty laughter that echoed throughout the vast and ancient hall. Though it was merely a fragmentary scroll, its value was incalculable. Undoubtedly, this was the greatest opportunity he had encountered in the Btth continent, surpassing any or technique. Even the dragon phoenix body and the heaven-swallowing divine art could not compare. He carefully stowed away the now tranquil token, which seemed to resonate with a faint connection to him, deep within his storage ring. This token may prove invaluable in the future. Once more, Xuan Ye surveyed the grand yet desolate division hall, his eyes filled with fervor and anticipation. The spiritual essence here is so dense. It is truly an unparalleled sanctuary for cultivating the transcendent art of one qi transforming into three purities. As for the Yunlan sect, I shall graciously accept this token of gratitude. He sat cross-legged, eagerly delving into the supreme incantation that resonated within his mind. Inside the ancient celestial palace's division, time seemed to lose its significance, with only the pure, liquid-like spiritual energy eternally flowing, suffusing the atmosphere with an ancient and sacred rhythm of the Tao. Xuan Ye sat cross-legged at the center of the grand hall, holding his breath and concentrating, immersing his entire being into the sea of consciousness. Comprehending the supreme technique titled One Qi Transforming into Three Purities. The scriptures were vast as a sea of stars, each character imbued with profound truths concerning the division of the soul, the condensation of true spirit, and the evolution of pure qi, deeply intricate and esoteric. Even with his soul power at the pinnacle of spiritual realms, he found the comprehension exceedingly arduous, akin to ascending an invisible, towering mountain peak. The initial step of dividing the soul was fraught with peril, as if wielding an invisible blade to cleave the intact soul, the agony surpassing that of corporeal dismemberment. A moment's inattention could result in severe soul injury or even the collapse of consciousness, reducing one to a state of idiocy. Veins bulged upon Xuan Ye's forehead, cold sweat streaming down as his body trembled slightly. Yet his gaze remained unwaveringly resolute, firmly holding onto a sliver of clarity within his spiritual platform. Guided by the incantation, he directed the essence of his soul with supreme will, undertaking this immensely perilous act of soul division. The process was slow and torturous, as if eons had passed. At last, after enduring countless instances of what felt like his soul being torn asunder and reassembled in excruciating pain, he successfully and cautiously extracted two strands of relatively independent pure qi essence from his soul's origin. These two strands encapsulated the embryonic forms of his insights into different and opposing paths. Next, he would fuse these two strands of pure qi essence, using his own formidable fighting spirit and vital energy as a foundation to mold the body of his doppelganger. He formed intricate, ancient seals with his hands, as torrents of fighting spirit and dragon phoenix blood surged forth like a boiling river, voraciously absorbing the boundless, pure spiritual energy within the hall. Gradually, two indistinct humanoid light cocoons began to coalesce on either side of his body. The light cocoons pulsated violently, their internal energy compressing and refining, undergoing a shaping process that similarly demanded immense mental focus and strength, requiring an almost grotesque level of control over his fighting spirit. As time elapsed, Xuan Ye's complexion grew increasingly pale, yet his eyes shone brighter. After an indeterminate duration, a soft humming resonated twice in unison. The colossal light cocoons on either side of Xuan Ye suddenly erupted with dazzling radiance, only to retract and reveal the figures within. From the left light cocoon emerged a young man clad in a black robe. His visage mirrored that of Xuan Ye, strikingly handsome. Yet his brow bore an aura of indomitable dominance and coldness, as if all existence could be devoured by him. His eyes, no longer the violet gold hue, had transformed into a profound, shadowy black gold, resembling two miniature black holes exuding an unsettling, consuming force. His long black hair flowed like ink, adding an extra layer of wicked charm. From this day forth, you shall be known as He Xuan, Xuan Ye declared, satisfaction gleaming in his eyes as he gazed upon his doppelganger. From the right light cocoon emerged a young man clad in white. Though his features resembled Xuan Ye's, his demeanor radiated an aura of purity, ethereality, and an untainted transcendence, akin to a celestial being descended from the heavens. His eyes shone with a pristine, resplendent white gold, capable of purifying all worldly impurities and penetrating the depths of the human soul. His white hair, as pure as snow, sparkled with a gentle luminescence. From now on, you shall be called by Yi. Xuan Ye instructed this doppelganger. Simultaneously, the two doppelgangers opened their eyes, gazing at the original in the center. At that moment, a wondrous connection was established among the three. They were independent entities, each possessing distinct personality inclinations and abilities, yet they shared the same core consciousness, memories, and insights, as if forming a trinity of unity. How do you feel? Xuan Ye, the original, inquired, his voice tinged with fatigue, yet predominantly filled with joy. Like never before. He Xuan replied, his tone deep and magnetic, imbued with a hint of cold metallic resonance. the corner of his mouth curling into a domineering arc. With clarity in the spiritual platform, I perceived the world. Btth's voice was ethereal and melodious, akin to the chime of jade, as he nodded slightly, his white gold eyes seemingly alive with a myriad of shifting runes. Xuan Ye nodded in satisfaction, flipping his palm to retrieve 2 finely prepared robes from his spatial ring. One was a voluminous black robe embroidered with dark golden dragon patterns, while the other was a delicate white robe adorned with white gold phoenix motifs. He tossed the black robe to Xuan, who donned it, the ample hood naturally cascading down to obscure his upper face and those aggressively black gold eyes, revealing only his sharply defined jawline and a chilling smile, rendering him mysterious and dangerous, as if a king concealed in darkness. He then offered the white robe to Btth, who elegantly adorned it, and Xuan Ye produced a strip of soft, white gold silk of an unknown material, gently binding it around Btth's eyes, veiling those penetrating white gold orbs. Though thin, the silk curiously insulated him from scrutiny, enhancing his air of transcendence, nobility, and inscrutable mystery. In private, you may refer to me as the original. In the presence of others, you may address me as your highness, Xuan Ye instructed to outsiders. You shall appear as unparalleled prodigies and my loyal followers. Understood, original. Both responded in unison, although their temperaments differed vastly. The absolute obedience and understanding emanating from the depths of their souls were indistinguishable. The spiritual essence here is boundless. It is an exceptional locale for cultivation, not to be squandered, the original proclaimed. Subsequently, the 3 adopted a triangular formation, sitting cross-legged, simultaneously channeling the heaven-devouring divine art. At the very moment the technique commenced, Xuan Ye's eyes flew open, his expression reflecting profound astonishment. Between the 3, a perfect and enigmatic cycle seemed to form. Not only did the speed of spiritual essence absorption surge exponentially, but more astonishingly, their insights into the technique and the energies of the universe were shared in real time through that mysterious soul connection, validating and complementing each other. The obscure aspects he had previously encountered in his cultivation became clear with Xuan's emphasis on power absorption and Btth's focus on soul purification, illuminating many details and applications he had overlooked before. The speed of cultivation had escalated beyond mere tripling. It was as if the foundational speed was multiplied thrice again by the efficiency derived from shared insights. This was a qualitative leap. One chi transforming into 3 purities indeed defies the heavens. No wonder it is heralded as one of the 36 unparalleled divine arts of the vast world. Xuan Ye rejoiced internally, fully immersed in this unprecedented cultivation experience. With such terrifying efficiency and the nearly endless pure spiritual energy within the Celestial Palace's division, the trio's auras surged at a visibly rapid pace. One day later, all 3 simultaneously broke through, reaching the pinnacle of the 2-star Do zone. 2 days later, they were on the verge of the 3-star Do zone. On the evening of the 3rd day, boom, 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 3 overwhelming auras erupted almost simultaneously from the trio, akin to 3 awakening azure dragons, sweeping through the ancient hall. The condensed and powerful auras had securely reached the pinnacle level of the 3-star Do zone. In just 3 short days, they had achieved what would take years of arduous cultivation in the outside world. The true form of Xuan Ye was the first to open his eyes, feeling the vast power surging within him, along with 2 avatars whose strength was completely equivalent to his own. An unprecedented sense of might and confidence filled his heart. With a subtle shift of thought, Xuan and Btth simultaneously rose, their movements perfectly synchronized yet imbued with their own distinctive qualities. It was time to depart. Rising to his full height, Xuan Ye cast a sweeping gaze across the heavenly palace that had bestowed upon him such remarkable fortune. This place would remain for another day. Now, it was time to return. He then led Xuan and Btth in the direction from whence they came. 3 figures, one black, one white, in the true form, merged seamlessly yet retained their unique characteristics, vanishing in unison into the thick spiritual mist. Chapter 28, The Guardian of the Duck. The space at the entrance of the ancient heavenly palace subtly rippled, and Xuan Ye's figure quietly materialized. He turned back to glance at the grand palace gradually shrouded in dense spiritual mist, a flicker of barely perceptible fervor and anticipation flashing in his eyes. As he concentrated, 2 figures, connected to his consciousness, silently separated from his side. These were Xuan and Btth. You shall proceed to Yunlan Sect first. Conceal yourselves outside. And do not reveal yourselves unless summoned, Xuan Ye instructed calmly. With their presence, he possessed his greatest trump card and secret weapon. Understood, my lord. Hey Xian, and Bai Yi replied in unison. The corners of Xian's mouth curled into a cold arc beneath his hood, and the space around him subtly distorted as he melded into the shadows, vanishing without a trace. Bai Yi nodded slightly, her platinum silk flowing without wind, her form becoming ethereal and indistinct, dissipating like a gentle breeze, leaving no trace behind. Having arranged for his avatars, Xuan Ye took a deep breath, allowing his aura to no longer be deliberately restrained. The overwhelming pressure of his peak 3-star Do zone erupted like a waking dragon. He stepped forward, penetrating the spatial barrier set by the cloud-breaking heavens, appearing in the outer region of the gate of life and death, and then unabashedly rushed toward the exit, his formidable aura radiating without reservation. Boom! This sudden eruption of power was far more formidable than 3 days prior, instantly creating massive ripples across the skies above Yunlan's sect, as if a boulder had been cast into a tranquil lake. What a powerful aura! It emanates from the direction of the gate of life and death. It is young Master Xuan Ye. He has emerged. This aura is even more terrifying than before. Throughout Yunlan's sect, numerous disciples and elders were stirred by this aura, gazing in shock toward the direction of the gate of life and death. Yuan, who was managing sect affairs, felt it most acutely. Surprise and concern intermingled in her beautiful eyes as she unhesitatingly set aside her tasks, transforming into a streak of azure light, rushing toward the entrance of the gate. Elder Yunling and others quickly followed suit. As Xuan Ye stepped leisurely through the energy portal, Yuan, who had been waiting outside, immediately approached him, her keen eyes scanning him up and down, her tone laced with unmistakable concern. Xuan Ye, you have finally emerged. Are you all right? Your aura. She keenly sensed that, although Xuan Ye still exuded his usual handsome composure, the pressure radiating from him was now even more profound and vast than 3 days ago, causing a sense of trepidation. He had only been inside for 3 days. How could there be such a significant improvement? Xuan Ye, noticing the genuine worry etched on Yuan's face, smiled gently and took her delicate hand, reassuringly saying, "Fear not, I am unharmed. The gate of life and death is indeed a peculiar place, and I have gained some insights, leading to a slight enhancement in my cultivation." Slight enhancement? Yuan and the elders who arrived shortly thereafter could not help but twitch their mouths at his words. This was no mere enhancement. It was a leap in cultivation. They even felt that, at this moment, Xuan Ye might be more powerful than before entering the gate. The gazes directed at Xuan Ye were now filled with awe and incredulity. Truly, a prodigy from the alchemy tower, his methods defied all common understanding. Young master, blessed by fortune, your strength has greatly advanced. This is indeed a cause for celebration. Elder Yunling quickly stepped forward to commend him, with other elders chiming in agreement. Xuan Ye responded with calmness, engaging in a few quiet exchanges with Yuan before walking alongside her toward the main hall, relishing the gentle words of the beauty and the countless awestruck gazes surrounding him. However, as the front mountain of Yunlan's sect trembled at Xuan Ye's emergence, the atmosphere was starkly different at the back mountain, outside the secluded chamber of Yunshan. A shadowy figure, akin to a specter, silently appeared on the ground before the chamber. The figure was enveloped in a layer of eerie black mist, rendering its form indistinct, revealing only a pair of flickering, cold red eyes that exuded an unsettling, deathly aura. The stone door of the chamber slowly opened, and Yunshan's figure emerged, his expression grave as he regarded the uninvited guest, his brows furrowed tightly. "Guardian of the Duck, what brings you here today? I believe I mentioned needing time to consider." The figure known as the Guardian of the Duck emitted a raspy, unpleasant laugh, akin to a night owl's mournful hoot. "Ha ha ha, Yunshan, my patience is limited. The Soul Palace can offer you far more than you imagine. Breaking through to Dozone? That is merely the beginning. Should your Yunlan sect pledge allegiance to my Soul Palace, not only Dozone, but even the realm of Dozun may be within your grasp. How much longer will you hesitate for such an opportunity?" His voice carried a seductive power, yet was laced with an undeniable pressure. Yunshan's expression shifted. Had he heard this promise 3 days prior, he might have been swayed. Yet now, he held the tangible breaking sect pill in his possession. And with the potential backing of the alchemy tower, the vague promises of the Soul Palace seemed utterly weak. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to keep his tone polite yet resolute. "I appreciate the Guardian's goodwill, but as a small sect, Yunlan is unlikely to catch the Soul Palace's eye. As for the matter of allegiance, It is of great significance. I beg you to forgive Yunshan for being unable to comply. The guardian of the duck, shrouded in black mist, seemed taken aback by Yunshan's straightforward refusal. The glow in his red eyes turned icy, and the black mist around him surged violently. A chilling, murderous intent spreading forth. Yunshan, do you understand the consequences of defying the Soul Palace? Do you truly believe that with your unbroken peak do huang cultivation, you can withstand my power? The overwhelming pressure bore down on Yunshan like a mountain, causing him to momentarily lose his breath, his face paling. Yet he gritted his teeth to endure, his heart racing in alarm. The guardian's strength was far beyond his own. It was certainly not merely that of a low-tier dozome. Seeing that he remained resolute, the guardian's tone became even more aggressive, tinged with a threat. It seems you prefer to drink the punishment rather than the wine. In that case, I shall simply invite you to the Soul Palace as a guest. Before his words had fully settled, a claw formed of pitch-black energy shot out from the mist, accompanied by a chilling wail of souls, aiming directly for Yunshan. The claw's speed was astonishing, its angle cunning, clearly intending to subdue Yunshan in an instant. Yunshan, both shocked and enraged, never expected the opponent would dare to strike within Yunlan's sect. His internal do qi surged violently as he prepared to resist with all his might. Just as the situation reached a critical juncture, a flash of inspiration struck Yunshan, and he shouted, "Guardian of the Duck, do not go too far. Do you truly believe that Yunlan's sect is without defenses?" The ghostly claw halted a mere 3 feet from Yunshan's face. The guardian's cold voice held a hint of skepticism. "Oh, what tricks do you have left? Could it be that young man who just emerged, whose aura is not weak, cackling, yet merely a novice in the realm of Dozone? You are hardly a match for me, the guardian." Yunshan feigned composure, sneering him. Young Master Xuan Ye is the son of the esteemed Xuan Ye from the Alchemist Tower in Central State, and he is the foremost genius of the tower. Now, having formed an alliance with our sect's leader, he has graciously bestowed upon me the Breaking Sect Pill. Our Yunlan sect has secured the protection of the Alchemist Tower. How could we ever condescend to join forces with your Soul Palace? I advise you, Guardian Wu, to depart swiftly, otherwise should you provoke the tower, the consequences may well exceed what a mere guardian like yourself can bear. His words, a blend of truth and deception, intentionally obscure the relationship between Xuan Ye and Yun Yun, while amplifying the might of the Alchemist Tower. Indeed, the mere mention of the Alchemist Tower seemed to possess a magical quality, causing the dark mist surrounding Guardian Wu to roil violently. And the spectral claws he extended retreated in an instant. The Alchemist Tower, the son of Xuan. The astonishment and palpable trepidation in Guardian Wu's voice were unmistakable. Is what you speak true? He simply handed you the Breaking Sect Pill? As a guardian of the Soul Palace, he understood all too well the implications of the Alchemist Tower. They were one of the few factions capable of engaging in a clandestine rivalry with them for countless years, their strength unfathomable, utterly unafraid of the Soul Palace. Especially the 3 main leaders, each a formidable adversary. If the Yunlan sect truly had established a connection with the Alchemist Tower, particularly with the son of a prominent figure, the situation would indeed be altered dramatically. Believe it or not, sensing his opponent's apprehension, Yunshan felt emboldened, his voice icy. The Breaking Sect Pill is in my possession. If Guardian Wu doubts me, he may feel free to test it. Let us see if you can withstand the wrath of the Alchemist Tower. In the secluded chamber outside the back mountain of Yunlan's sect, the atmosphere plummeted to a freezing point. The figure shrouded in ominous black mist, Guardian Wu, upon hearing Yunshan audaciously invoke the name of the Alchemist Tower to threaten him, contemplated for a moment, rather than retreating in fear. The swirling dark mist around him grew increasingly frenzied, his crimson eyes igniting with a terrifying murderous intent and a hint of greed. The Alchemist Tower, the son of Xuan, cackling, "This is truly fortuitous for me." Suddenly, Guardian Wu let out a shrill, maniacal laugh, his voice brimming with madness and excitement. Initially, he had aimed merely to subdue the local tyrant of Yunlan's sect. He had not anticipated to ensnare a dragon from the Alchemist Tower. Capturing that young Master Xuan Ye would be a monumental achievement. Perhaps he could extort a hefty sum from that woman, Xuan Ye. Upon hearing this, Yunshan's complexion drained to a ghastly white. He had intended to intimidate his adversary with the name of the Alchemist Tower. Yet instead, he had unwittingly incited his greed and bloodlust. Guardian Wu, do not overreach. This is a Yunlan sect. You shall not act with impunity. Yunshan, both alarmed and furious, unleashed the full force of his peak Do Huang energy, attempting a final struggle. Yunnan sect. Merely ants. Guardian Wu sneered, the dark mist swirling around him as he advanced menacingly. Once I dispose of this old fool, I shall capture that boy from the alchemist's tower. I am eager to see just how formidable this so-called genius of Central State truly is. He raised his spectral claw once more, this time targeting Yunshan's head. The wind from the claw sharp and lethal, evidently intent on delivering a fatal blow. Despair flickered in Yunshan's eyes as he could only watch helplessly as the lethal claw loomed larger before him, the shadow of death enveloping him entirely. Just at that critical moment, a chilling voice resonated through the air, imbued with an aura of unyielding authority and murderous intent, akin to thunder echoing from the heavens. Did you seek permission from me before laying a hand on my person? In an instant, Guardian Wu's claw, which had seemed destined to strike true, collided with an invisible yet unyielding barrier, halting just a fraction of an inch from Yunshan's forehead, frozen in midair, unable to advance further. What? Guardian Wu's crimson eyes widened in disbelief. In the next moment, a figure cloaked in black appeared before Yunshan like a specter, facing Guardian Wu with his back turned. The newcomer stood tall, his black robe billowing as if stirred by an unseen wind, the surrounding space subtly warping, exuding an overwhelming aura that rivaled even Guardian Wu's own. It was none other than Xuan Ye, young Master Xuan Ye. Upon sighting that familiar silhouette, a surge of elation washed over Yunshan, his voice trembling with excitement. Xuan Ye did not turn around. He merely cast a cold glance at the frozen, obsidian claw before him, the glint of icy brilliance flashing in his violet golden eyes. Shatter. He uttered a single word softly. Buzz. The terrifying claw, composed of countless chains of tormented souls, seemed to be forcibly ruptured from within by an indescribable force, shattering into myriad black energy motes, which were then entirely devoured by an invisible force, silencing even the anguished wails of the souls contained within. Guardian Wu uttered a muffled groan, the dark mist enveloping him convulsing violently, clearly having suffered a significant setback. He stared incredulously at Xuan Ye, his crimson eyes filled with shock and disbelief. You can so easily dismantle my soul chains. No, your aura, you have reached the pinnacle of the 3-star dozo. In just 3 days. How is this possible? He exclaimed, utterly baffled by the meteoric rise in Xuan Ye's strength. Xuan Ye stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze icy as he surveyed Guardian Wu, who was cloaked in repulsive dark mist and the essence of tormented souls, his tone frigid. You, a coward lurking in the shadows, dare to question me? Guardian Wu's anger flared at Xuan Ye's demeanor, yet beneath it lay a deeper sense of caution and avarice. You are indeed the son of Xuan Ye. Such talent cannot be allowed to live. Today, I shall capture you, extracting your soul and refining your essence. I can only imagine the delightful expression on Xuan Ye's face, cackling maniacally, despite being taken aback by Xuan Ye's remarkable power enhancement. Guardian Wu retained a steadfast confidence in his own abilities, for he was a veteran guardian of the Soul Palace, his strength having reached the 6-star dozone level, equipped with a plethora of peculiar soul techniques. Before he could finish speaking, the dark mist surrounding Guardian Wu surged violently, and countless black chains shot forth like venomous serpents, enveloping Xuan Ye in a sweeping tide. These chains not only carried formidable physical force, but also targeted the soul. Once ensnared, both Do Qi and soul would be confined and devoured. The soul chains, in the face of an assault that would leave even the most seasoned high-ranking dozong trembling. Xuan Ye merely snorted coldly. He did not employ any Do techniques. He simply raised his right hand slowly. From his palm, the deep, dark swallowing devil flame began to rise ominously. As the flames danced, the surrounding space appeared to be engulfed, distorted, and exuding a terrifying aura that seemed to return all things to oblivion. The insatiable hunger of the inferno was palpable. He gently thrust his palm forward, and that seemingly feeble wisp of black flame suddenly expanded into a surging sea of darkness, rushing toward the myriad soul shackles above. The hissing, corrosive sound echoed incessantly, a piercing reminder of its malevolence. Those grotesque and fearsome soul shackles, upon contact with the devouring flames, disintegrated as if encountering their nemesis. The vengeful spirits on their surfaces were instantaneously evaporated and purified, while the chains themselves melted at a visibly rapid pace, being greedily consumed by the inferno. The momentum of the demonic flames did not wane. Rather, it surged forth like a black tidal wave, crashing toward the protector. You. What manner of flame is this? It can consume the very essence of my spirit. Yu's countenance shifted dramatically, and he let out a scream of horror. He could distinctly feel his soul energy depleting swiftly in the face of that eerie black fire. Desperately, he retreated while forming seals with his hands. Dense black mist coalescing before him into a massive skeletal shield, attempting to obstruct the demonic flames. However, the devouring fire was unmatched in its dominance, instantly engulfing and melting the skeletal shield, forcing you into a state of utter disarray, the black mist surrounding him dimming significantly. You insolent wretch! You, both astonished and enraged, realized he was losing ground in this direct confrontation. Such a realization was intolerable. He bit his tongue, spitting forth a mouthful of essence blood, which melded into the black mist, his aura suddenly becoming ferocious, clearly intending to unleash a secret technique of great cost. Yet, how could Xuan Ye grant him such an opportunity? Just as Yu's old strength was exhausted and new power had yet to manifest, preparing to cast his secret technique, Xuan Ye's figure appeared before him as if teleporting, without any forewarning. The distance between them was mere inches. You could even see his own horrified and contorted reflection in the chilling, purple-golden eyes of his adversary. Your words are excessive. Xuan Ye's voice dripped with cold finality, akin to a death sentence. With fingers poised like a sword, he concentrated the powers of devouring, dragon, and phoenix, and spatial forces into a singular, profoundly deep black radiance, directing it toward the core of the thickest black mist enveloping you. A single finger pointed forth. This gesture was executed with unparalleled swiftness, as if transcending the very constraints of time. Yu was utterly incapable of mounting any effective response. With a soft sound, his fingertip effortlessly pierced through the dense black mist defense, precisely striking the true form concealed beneath it. A shriek, horrifying and inhuman, erupted from the mist. Instantly, the black mist surrounding you collapsed and dissipated, revealing a gaunt figure cloaked in an oversized black robe, a translucent blood hole glaringly apparent at his chest, from which dark blood gushed forth like a fountain. Within it resided a tyrannical force of devouring that relentlessly ravaged his vitality. He gazed in disbelief at the blood hole in his chest, then jerked his head up to meet the indifferent gaze of Xuan Ye, his eyes filled with terror, resentment, and unwillingness. Xuan Ye, the Soul Palace will never let you escape. With his last ounce of strength, he uttered a venomous curse, his form suddenly exploding into countless wisps of black smoke, frantically fleeing in all directions, employing a technique that burned his very essence to evade. Xuan Ye furrowed his brow, choosing not to pursue. He was reluctant to reveal too many of his trump cards in this battle, having refrained even from utilizing the Dragon Phoenix body. After all, he was merely a 6-star Do Zone, not worthy of such measures. At the rear mountain of Yunlan's sect, the dust had yet to settle completely, the air thick with the scent of blood and the acrid atmosphere of energy collisions. Yinshan struggled to extricate himself from the shattered rock wall, observing the fleeing Yu morphing into countless wisps of escaping black smoke, his face etched with urgency and frustration. He hastily addressed Xuan Ye, "Young master, we cannot allow the tiger to return to the mountain. The Soul Palace's protector will seek vengeance. Allowing him to escape today will yield endless repercussions. We must pursue at once." The elders, including Yunling, who had rushed over upon hearing the commotion, nodded in agreement, their expressions clouded with concern. They were all somewhat aware of the fearsome reputation of the Soul Palace. However, Xuan Ye merely cast a nonchalant glance in the direction you had vanished, a cold smirk curling at the corner of his lips. No, he shan't escape. The crowd was momentarily taken aback, puzzled. That Yu's evasion technique was elusive and swift, and he had already vanished beyond their sensory range. How could they possibly pursue? Xuan Ye offered no explanation, simply standing with his hands behind his back, his gaze seemingly penetrating layers of space, directed beyond the confines of Yunlan's sect. Meanwhile, dozens of miles outside the Yunlan sect, in a desolate forest, a dim black smoke fled in a panic like a stray dog, moving at breakneck speed. It was Yu, desperately fleeing after burning his essence. He glanced back toward the direction of Yunlan's sect, noting no one was in pursuit, his heart easing slightly. Yet, the excruciating pain of his punctured chest and the continual depletion of his vitality filled him with unending resentment and dread toward the youth named Xuan Ye. Cursed be Xuan Ye. Cursed be the Dan Tower. Once I return to report to the elders, I shall gather forces to raise your Yunlan sect to the ground, and I will extract your soul and refine your essence. He cursed venomously as he fled. However, just as his words fell, The very space ahead and behind him rippled violently, akin to water disturbed by a stone. In the next moment, two figures emerged from the distorted space without warning. One in front and one behind, completely cutting off all his escape routes. U.S. fleeing form froze, his eyes wide with terror. Before him stood a figure clad in an oversized black and gold dragon-patterned robe, standing motionless in the void, a broad hood shrouding the upper half of his face, revealing only a sharply defined jawline and a pair of lips that seemed capable of devouring all light. There was no powerful aura radiating from him, yet he exuded a profound, oppressive stillness, as if the very light in that space dimmed in his presence. Behind him stood another figure, hair as white as snow, garb in a white and gold phoenix-patterned robe. A strand of platinum silk gently bound his eyes, obscuring his gaze, yet accentuating his unparalleled beauty and ethereal, sacred aura, reminiscent of a celestial being descended from the heavens. Where he stood, the air seemed to purify, becoming solemn and serene. The sudden and eerie appearance of these two figures left you utterly bewildered. He had not sensed when or how they had come into being. What filled him with dread was the unmistakable pressure emanating from them, a terrifying force that rivaled, if not surpassed, his own at his peak. "Who are you?" U.S. voice was hoarse and filled with dread. He had never imagined that such formidable beings lay in ambush beyond the Yuan sect. Could it be that the Dan Tower sent them to protect that youth, Xuan Ye? Yet, these two appeared far too youthful. However, before you could finish his thought, the response came in the form of two frigid, emotionless assaults. The figure in the black robe uttered no words. He merely lifted his hood slightly, and his shadowed black and gold eyes seemed to whirl momentarily. He simply raised his right hand, gesturing with a distant grip towards you. "Devour." Boom! The space surrounding you instantly solidified and imploded. An indescribable, terrifying force of devouring erupted, as though it sought to tear both his body and soul into an unseen black hole. He expended the essence of his being to achieve a fleeting moment of escape, only to have it shattered instantaneously, his body ensnared as if trapped in a quagmire, unable to move. The soul power within him, along with his very life force, surged forth in a frantic escape. What? The guard, Mu, was gripped by terror, desperately channeling the remnants of his soul power to resist. Yet at that moment, the figure in white robes behind him made a move. Without any visible action, the strikingly platinum silken fabric stirred as if caught by an unseen breeze. Purification. A beam of utterly pure, platinum-hued holy light descended silently, as if transcending the boundaries of time and space, instantly illuminating Mu's form. Ah! This radiant platinum light, to one who practiced the sinister arts of soul cultivation like Mu, appeared to be the most lethal nemesis. The protective black mist surrounding him dissolved rapidly like snow under the sun, and the gathered power of vengeful souls within him emitted a heart-wrenching wail, scattering in disarray. His very soul felt as if it were being scorched in sacred flames, the agony far surpassing that of his physical form. The force of devouring and the searing light of purification, two utterly distinct yet equally terrifying powers, simultaneously bore down upon Mu. He could not muster even a semblance of resistance, and the protective soul power around him collapsed entirely. No! With a cry filled with despair and unwillingness, Mu's body swelled like an overinflated balloon, and then, amidst the terrifying interplay of black and white energies, it erupted with a thunderous bang. Flesh and blood did not splatter, for they were completely obliterated by the devouring force, and the remaining fragments of his soul were purified by the holy light, leaving not a trace behind. A guardian of the Soul Palace, possessing a formidable strength of 6-star Dozone, was thus annihilated in both form and spirit. Only the lingering, disquieting energy waves remained, bearing witness to the brief yet horrifying battle that had just transpired. Xuan and Bei stood expressionless, as if they had merely swatted a fly. Xuan flipped his hand, retrieving a special black ring that stored the soul remnants and an emblematic token of the Soul Palace left behind by Mu. The two exchanged a glance, nodded slightly, and their forms melded back into the void, vanishing from sight in the rear mountains of the Yuan sect. While everyone remained perplexed by Xuan Ye's assertion that he would not escape, the space ahead rippled once more. Under the astonished gazes of Yun Shan, Yun Yun, Nalin Yanran, and all the elders and disciples, the two mysterious figures who had appeared like fleeting shadows and swiftly vanquished Mu re-emerged like phantoms. Xuan and Bei materialized, one on either side of Xuan Ye, positioned half a step in front of him, exuding an air of respect yet retaining their own grandeur. Xuan presented the black ring and token to Xuan Ye. Your Highness, we have fulfilled our duty. The two spoke in unison, one voice deep and commanding, the other ethereal and melodious. At that moment, the entire assembly fell into a stunned silence. All eyes widened in disbelief as they beheld the two who had suddenly appeared before them, along with the chilling ring and token they offered. That was Mu's possession? They truly managed to slay him. How little time had elapsed since then? Yin Shan felt a chill run down his spine. He had personally experienced the terror of Mu. These two individuals were undoubtedly top-tier Do Zone. Yet, they had so effortlessly dispatched him. Who were these two? Their strength appeared to rival that of young Master Xuan Ye. Moreover, they seemed astonishingly youthful. Their appearances and bearing were nothing short of extraordinary. One resembling a sovereign of the night, mysterious and domineering, while the other was akin to a celestial being, pure and noble. Xuan Ye accepted the ring, casually stowing it away, and then, as if just remembering, he calmly introduced the astonished Yun Yun and the others. Forgive my oversight. These two are my esteemed friends and followers from the Central Plains, Xuan and Bei. They prefer tranquility and seldom make appearances. Esteemed friends and followers from the Central Plains? Two prodigies of such terrifying strength were actually followers of young Master Xuan Ye. This revelation was even more shocking than witnessing Mu's demise. The gazes of the Yunlan sect members toward Xuan Ye transformed from mere awe to something akin to reverence, as if they were beholding a divine being. His identity, status, power, and the energy he commanded had far exceeded their wildest imaginations. Nail and Yenran stood amidst the crowd, gazing up at the trio standing together. In the center stood Xuan Ye, handsome and noble, inscrutable in depth. To his left was Xuan, mysterious and domineering, like the ruler of the night. To his right was Bei, pure and ethereal, unlike any mortal. Each of these three figures possessed a charisma that eclipsed the sun and moon, each wielding an unimaginable power that could obliterate the masses. They were the true paragons of heaven, existing at the pinnacle of the continent. Looking at herself, Nailin Yinran could not help but feel a profound sense of disparity. Yet rather than discouragement, an unprecedented broadening of her perspective and a steadfast conviction surged within her. So this was the vastness of the world and the multitude of prodigies it contained. Compared to these three, what was Xiao Yan? Merely a trivial struggle among frogs at the bottom of a well. She felt increasingly grateful for her decision to cancel the engagement. Her future, her partner, ought to aspire to a broader horizon and strive towards such remarkable existences. Xuan Ye paid no mind to the tumultuous thoughts of those around him. To him, eliminating a guardian of the Soul Palace was merely the act of swatting away an annoying fly. His gaze swept across the crowd, finally settling on Yun Yun. His tone softening. The trouble has been resolved. There is no need for further concern. Yun Yun stared at him, along with the two equally stunning followers behind him, her heart brimming with endless curiosity and an indescribable sense of pride and honor. Chapter 30, Refining the Ancient Corpse. The clamor within the main hall of the Yunlan sect gradually subsided, yet the shock within the hearts of the people lingered. The downfall of Mu, alongside the breathtaking yet unfathomable appearance of Xuan and Bei, firmly established Xuan Ye's unparalleled status within the Yunlan sect. That night, the moonlight poured down like water, cascading over the peaks of Yunlan Mountain. Xuan Ye and Yun Yun stood side by side beneath the corridor outside the Master S Hall, the distant mountains undulating, shrouded in mist. Thank you for today, Yun Yun spoke softly, her profile appearing particularly graceful in the moonlight, her eyes shimmering with a hint of trepidation and an indescribable reliance. Had you not arrived in time, my master might. Xuan Ye similed Genti, naturally drawing her into his embrace, feeling her initially stiff form soften against him. He lowered his head and placed a kiss upon her smooth forehead. Between us, there is no need for gratitude. The matters of the Yunlan sect are my own. He paused slightly, continuing in a seemingly casual manner. By the way, your sect's life and death gate is indeed a remarkable place. The energy within is abundantly pure, far exceeding that of the outside world, greatly benefiting cultivation. I find it quite appealing. Yun Yun nestled against him, raising her head at his words, a hint of confusion in her beautiful eyes. The life and death gate? That has traditionally been a training ground for disciples below the Do Wang level. Does it still hold value for someone of your current realm? She did not grasp the true worth of the life and death gate, viewing it merely as a decent training venue. Xuan Ye chaklit inyardli. Maintaining an impassive facade, the path is inherently simple. The essence of energy is universally connected. Its unique environment possesses benefits for calming the mind and comprehending the Tao. I wonder, would it be possible for Sect Master Yinshan to make a concession and allow me to occasionally use this place for meditation? He did not directly demand, but rather employed the term borrow, lowering his posture significantly. Yin smiled radiantly. What difficulty could there be? Your contributions to our sect are monumental, not to mention borrowing the space for meditation. Even granting you the life and death gate would not provoke a single frown from my master. I shall speak to him about it tomorrow. Thus, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to you now. Xuan Ye's lips curled into a satisfied arc as he lowered his head to kiss those soft, fragrant red lips. Yin let out a soft murmur. Her cheeks flushed, responding with a mix of shyness and eagerness, their silhouettes gradually merging beneath the moonlight. The following day, Yin sought out Yinshan to discuss Xuan Ye's desire to borrow the life and death gate for cultivation. Upon hearing her words, Yinshan did not hesitate for a moment. With a swift gesture of his hand, he replied, "Young Master Xuan Ye has rendered great service to our sect. Not only should we allow him to borrow it, but it would also be fitting to gift him this gate." He added, "Yinner, bring forth the core jade talisman that controls the life and death gate and present it to the young master personally. From now on, the life and death gate shall be completely open to him." Unbeknownst to him, the gate concealed earth-shattering secrets, which he merely regarded as a splendid cultivation sanctuary. Feeling that this gesture of gratitude might even be somewhat modest, contemplating what else he could offer, Wen Yin presented a warm jade talisman, adorned with cloud patterns. To Xuan Ye, his heart soared with elation. Plans were unfolding smoothly, step by step. That night, Xuan Ye stayed in the Master S chamber of Yin. The crimson silk curtains enveloped them in warmth, the ambience filled with the essence of spring. The ordinarily dignified master of the Yunlan sect ultimately succumbed completely to Xuan Ye's tenderness and dominance, yielding to pleasure until exhaustion claimed her, drifting into a deep sleep. Her lips still curled in a satisfied and blissful smile. Gazing at the slumbering beauty in his arms, a flicker of complexity passed through Xuan Ye's eyes, soon replaced by unwavering resolve. The tender abode may be a hero's grave, but his ambitions soared far beyond such confines. On the following morning, Xuan Ye rose silently. With a mere thought, the figures of He Xian and Bai Yi appeared like phantoms outside the chamber. The three converged, exchanging no words, transforming into three streaks of light as they re-entered the life and death gate. Crossing through the spatial barrier, they once again stepped into this realm steeped in ethereal energy and ancient grandeur. Immersed in the purest spiritual essence, Xuan Ye's mindset had transformed. In a sense, this place had become his private domain. Delving deeper, they arrived once more before the ancient celestial palace's branch hall. This time, with the controlling talisman in hand, he effortlessly opened the hall's entrance. Upon entering the grand hall, Xuan Ye wasted no time. With a wave of his hand, two colossal skeletons, which radiated a haunting pressure even in death, materialized within the hall. One, entirely adorned in a hue of purple gold, its bones winding like mountain ranges, emanated formidable spatial power, the remains of the Tai Su ancient dragon. The other shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors, its feathers resplendent. Retaining an air of nobility and grandeur despite the passage of countless ages, the remains of the ancient Tianhuang. These two skeletons were treasures he had acquired from the relics of the creation saint. Within them lingered the purest essence of primal bloodline power. Let's begin. Xuan Ye's gaze burned with intensity as he looked toward He Xian and Bai Yi. They nodded in unison and sat cross-legged. Xuan Ye positioned himself between the two skeletons, his expression solemn. He formed seals with his hands, and the deep, dark swallowing demon flames surged forth once more, transforming into two torrents of flame that enveloped the remains of the Tai Su ancient dragon and the ancient Tianhuang. "Refine," he called out, and the temperature of the demonic flames surged to a terrifying degree. Yet he maintained precise control, not seeking to incinerate the bones, but rather to extract the last vestiges of primal blood essence hidden within the marrow. This process demanded immense mental and spiritual fortitude. Even Xuan Ye began to sweat, his focus intensely concentrated. The demonic flames blazed fiercely as the indomitable power of the swallowing demon flames began to slowly dissolve and constrict the two imperishable skeletons, extracting strands of purple gold and rainbow-hued blood essence, imbued with terrifying energy, as if two miniature dragons and phoenixes struggled and roared within the flames. The refinement continued for an entire day. When the last drop of essence was extracted, the massive skeletons had completely vanished, replaced by two pulsating spheres of blood essence, each roughly the size of fist, radiating overwhelming energy fluctuations and bloodline pressure. One gleamed in a regal purple-gold hue, with a dragon's silhouette swirling. The other shimmered in a brilliant rainbow, with a phoenix's cry reverberating. Btth. Without a moment's hesitation, Xuan Ye pressed his hands down forcefully. The Taisu ancient dragon's blood essence transformed into a purple-gold beam, surging directly into the top of He Xian's head. The ancient Tian Huang's essence morphed into a rainbow-hued light, pouring into Btth's crown. Boom! At the instant of infusion, both He Xian and Btth trembled violently. An overwhelming torrent of energy erupted within them like a breached dam. Had they not possessed unique physiques, transformed by the one Qi transforming into three pure one's divine ability, granting them remarkable compatibility with energy, they might have been overwhelmed in an instant. Even so, the bloodline power from these ancient apex beasts was incredibly domineering, fiercely surging and reshaping their forms. He Xian was enveloped in a rich purple-gold light. Intricate dragon scale patterns surfacing upon his skin, and an uncontrollable, formidable dragon might emanated around him, as a colossal phantom of the Tai Su ancient dragon roared behind him. On Btth's side, a sacred rainbow light soared into the heavens, his skin becoming increasingly translucent, exuding an ethereal nobility interwoven with the majesty of a sovereign bird. As an ancient Tian Huang's phantom spread its wings behind him, showering brilliance, Xuan Ye exerted all his energy into the swallowing heaven divine art, meticulously guiding the terrifying bloodline powers to merge seamlessly with his two avatars. The nature of the swallowing demon flames was fully unleashed, not only devouring all, but also perfectly harmonizing and grafting powers, far surpassing the crude transference of the void swallowing flame using the swallowing spirit clan's bloodline. The entire process could only be described as a masterwork of divine craftsmanship. If it were to spread, it would undoubtedly reverberate throughout the entire Btth continent. The power feedback from the bloodline fusion was astonishing. He Xian and Btth's auras ascended like rockets, from the early to the peak of 4-star Do Zone. 5-star Do Zone. This surging power continuously flowed back into Xuan Ye's original body through the intricate connection of the three pure ones. Xuan Ye's own aura surged alongside, breaking through barriers and stepping into the realm of 5-star Do Zone, continuing to ascend until reaching its zenith before gradually stabilizing. After a considerable period, the violent fluctuations of energy within the Grand Hall gradually subsided. He Xian and Btth slowly opened their eyes. At this moment, their demeanor underwent a transformation of monumental proportions. He Xian remained clad in black robes, yet within his black golden eyes, a dragon's silhouette seemed to swirl, distorting the very space around him, exuding an irresistible regal might that commanded submission, fierce and inscrutable. With a mere thought, he could activate the Tai Su ancient dragon bloodline, transforming into an ancient dragon, ruling over space. Btth's white hair remained unchanged, his silk ribbon still affixed, yet his platinum eyes appeared capable of purifying heaven and earth. A faint rainbow aura swirling around him, enhancing his ethereal nobility with an added touch of the phoenix's grandeur and majesty, akin to a deity. He too could awaken the bloodline of the ancient Tian Huang, transforming into a celestial phoenix, incinerating heaven and boiling the seas. Xuan Ye beheld the reborn forms of his two avatars, feeling the surging power within him, his heart brimming with joy. However, he soon acutely sensed the unprecedented demand for energy from his Dantian's Qi Si. The one Qi transforming into three pure ones had tripled his cultivation speed. Yet the resources required had soared beyond threefold. Xuan Ye murmured to himself, both in amazement and under pressure. The road ahead necessitated far more accumulation and effort. However, with two formidable avatars possessing the bloodlines of supreme magical beasts, as well as the celestial palace, his resources are undeniably abundant. Chapter 31. Seeking the strange fire again. Feeling the immense demand for energy within himself, coupled with the terrifying consumption brought about by the one Qi transforming into three purities, Xuan Ye is acutely aware that ordinary cultivation resources can no longer suffice for his future progression. He must seek more powerful and primordial wonders of the world to expedite his cultivation, and the strange fire is undoubtedly the best nourishment for the devouring sky demon flame, as well as the strongest catalyst for advancing his techniques. His gaze immediately turned towards the two known types of strange fire in the northwest continent. The Fallen Heart Flame from the Jianan Academy ranks 14th and is reputed as an accelerator for cultivation, exhibiting extraordinary effects and having developed a faint intelligence. currently in its maturing phase, brimming with energy. However, the Jianan Academy possesses considerable depth, guarded by two Peak-Do, Zong elders, and the half-Saint Dean, Mang Tianqi, whose return is uncertain, making any forcible acquisition quite perilous and requiring careful deliberation. On the other hand, in the Black Corner region, the Apothecary Emperor, Han Feng, possesses the Sea Heart Flame, ranked 15th. A glimmer of cold light flickered in Xuan Ye's eyes. This individual had betrayed his master and was gravely injured. Although he is a Peak-Do Huang and a 6th-tier alchemist, in the chaotic realm of the Black Corner, he lacks the protection of top-tier powerhouses and is, without a doubt, the easiest prey to capture, making him the most accessible strange fire at present. The thought process became clear in an instant. First, he would acquire the Sea Heart Flame. After devouring it, his strength would undoubtedly advance further, allowing him to subsequently scheme for the Fallen Heart Flame with greater assurance. Han Feng, I have heard you're also gathering information on strange fires, coveting the Fallen Heart Flame? Perfect. I shall collect the Sea Heart Flame on your behalf, sparing you from living in constant fear. A cold smirk played at the corners of Xuan Ye's mouth. His plans swiftly took shape in his mind. He did not intend to venture personally into the Black Corner region. Firstly, the Yunlan sect had only just stabilized, and his relationship with Yuan was flourishing. A sudden departure would seem abrupt. Secondly, dealing with a mere Han Feng was not worthy of his personal involvement, providing an opportunity to test the capabilities of his two avatars. With his mind set, Xuan Ye immediately communicated through their soul connection, issuing directives to the already concealed He Xian and Bai Yi outside the Yunlan sect. In the Black Corner region, Feng City. This city, named after the Apothecary Emperor Han Feng, is one of the most prosperous cities within the Black Corner region, attracting countless powerful beings and factions seeking medicine due to Han Feng's exceptional alchemical skills. A chaotic mix of people exists here, yet order is maintained, and no one dares to provoke the Apothecary Emperor's authority lightly. In the heart of the city stands the most magnificent estate, serving as Han Feng's residence and alchemical workshop. On this day, deep within the estate, in a chamber filled with the fragrance of elixirs, Han Feng sits cross-legged before a cauldron, his expression slightly grim as he gazes at a wisp of failed medicinal liquid dissipating within. His visage is quite handsome, yet a lingering air of coldness and persistent gloom surrounds him. Another failure. This 7th-tier elixir is indeed difficult to concoct. If only I had the assistance of the Fallen Heart Flame, the success rate would surely increase. He mutters to himself, his eyes shimmering with greed and impatience. He has long coveted the Fallen Heart Flame of the Jianan Academy, yet has been deterred by the Academy's strength, refraining from rash actions. Suddenly, his brow furrows sharply as an inexplicable feeling of trepidation washes over him, as if he were being scrutinized by an exceedingly dangerous entity. He abruptly rises, unleashing his formidable soul power to scan the chamber vigilantly. Yet, the estate remains tranquil, devoid of any anomalies. Is an illusion? Anfeng's bro nichts digli. Yet the unease within him intensifies. Naturally cautious and suspicious, he knows that this sudden sense of crisis cannot arise from nowhere. After a moment of contemplation, he resolves to heighten his defenses, just as he is about to summon his subordinates. At that instant, a hum resonates. The space within the chamber suddenly warps violently, akin to rippling water. In the next moment, two figures step forth, as if emerging from the void, one on each side, silently sealing off all his escape routes. One figure, clad in a flowing black robe, with a hood obscuring their face save for a cold, chiseled jaw, emanates a suffocating aura of tyrannical dragon might and spatial fluctuations, as if the Lord of Darkness has descended. The other figure, garbed in pristine white, with silken ribbons fluttering, exudes an ethereal purity, yet carries the solemnity of one who purifies all, resembling a celestial being descended to the mortal realm. They are none other than He Xian and Bai Yi, sent by Xuan Ye. Who are you? How did you get in here? Anfeng échappopils constrict sharply, terror gripping him. His chamber is heavily fortified and lies deep within the estate's core. Yet these two have managed to appear before him without a sound. Their strength is unfathomable. Answering him is He Xian's voice, devoid of any emotion. We are here to claim your strange fire. No sooner had the words left his lips than He Xian made his move. He didn't employ any flashy techniques. He simply unleashed a punch. As his fist struck, the purple-gold dragon scales on his arm flickered momentarily, and an incomprehensibly terrifying physical power crushed the void, as if this punch could shatter space itself. It also subtly contained the profound essence of the ancient void dragon's mastery over space, sealing off all avenues for Han Feng's escape. Fast, fierce, accurate. Han Feng's complexion changed drastically. He could feel the terrifying power contained within this punch, far surpassing that of an ordinary dozone. With a cry of alarm, he unleashed a deep blue flame from within, the Sea Heart Flame. Sea Heart Flame, Sea Flame Spear. A towering wave of blue fire instantly coalesced before him, forming a dense barrier of flames, the tidal surge formidable and highly defensive. However, bang! He Xian's seemingly unremarkable punch collided directly with the blue flame barrier. The Sea Heart Flame Barrier, capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a high-level Dohuan, was torn apart as easily as paper pierced through. The momentum of the fist remained unabated, crashing violently against Han Feng's chest. How is this possible? Han Feng's eyes brimmed with disbelief and horror. His Sea Heart Flame could not withstand a single blow. In a frantic moment, he could only cross his arms to block, while simultaneously retreating. Crack! The sickening sound of bones fracturing echoed clearly. Han Feng was struck as if by a speeding locomotive. A mouthful of blood mixed with internal fragments spewing forth, his arms twisted and deformed, his body flying backward like a torn sack, crashing violently against the chamber's wall. Embedding himself within, his breath instantly faltering to its nadir. One punch, merely one punch. A peak Do Huang possessing strange fire has been grievously injured and brought to the brink of death. The disparity is staggering. He Xian, endowed with the bloodline of the ancient void dragon, completely overwhelms Han Feng in physical strength and spatial control. The Sea Heart Flame. Han Feng's eyes filled with dread and despair. He struggles to regain control of the strange fire for counterattack. But the previously motionless Bai Yi has begun to move. He raised his hand, and a pinpoint of platinum purification holy light leapt forth, gently touching the agitated Sea Heart Flame. Where the holy light passed, the originally violent deep blue flames, as if meeting their natural nemesis, instantly became docile, even emanating a sense of fear, obediently relinquishing their connection to Han Feng. Hovering in the air, no, my strange fire. Han Feng watched in despair as the Sea Heart Flame slipped from his grasp, releasing a howl of utter hopelessness. He Xian's figure flickered, appearing before him like a specter, his dragon scale-covered hand pressing firmly upon Han Feng's crown. Devour soul, the cold voice pronounced his fate. Moments later, Han Feng's gaze dimmed completely, his vitality extinguished. In He Xian's hand, a luminous orb pulsating with immense soul power materialized, containing Han Feng's soul as well as the vibrant, deep blue Sea Heart Flame. Bai Yi extended his hand to accept the Sea Heart Flame, temporarily sealing it with the purifying holy light. Subsequently, he stowed away the spatial ring from Han Feng's lifeless body. The two exchanged a glance, and as they had arrived, their forms melded into the distorted space, vanishing without a trace. Only a scene of disarray remained in the secret chamber, alongside Han Feng's gradually cooling corpse. From a moment of their intervention to its conclusion, scarcely a dozen breaths had elapsed. The once feared sovereign of the Black Corner region, the renowned medicine Emperor Han Feng, had thus fallen, without even managing to send a distress signal. Far away at the Yunlan sect, Xuan Ye, through the soul connection with his clone, perceived all that transpired with clarity. A hint of satisfaction gracing his lips. The Sea Heart Flame was now in his grasp. Chapter 32. Confession in the garden outside the main hall of the Yunlan sect. The warm sun enveloped everything, and the fragrance of flowers wafted through the air. Xuan Ye walked alongside Yun Yun on the white stone path, dressed in a simple gown. Yun Yun's graceful figure and stunning beauty were accentuated by the sunlight, casting an ethereal glow around her. Occasionally, she would glance sideways at the man beside her, her eyes filled with tenderness and an unspoken affection. Speaking of my disciple Yanran, she had inquired about you not long ago, Yun Yun remarked with a smile, her voice soft. That girl seems to have been quite affected by your group. Upon hearing this, Xuan Ye raised an eyebrow slightly. Nailing Yanran? Is she not the disciple who went to the Xiao family in Wutan City to cancel her engagement? His tone was casual, as if merely making an observation. Yun Yun nodded gently, letting out a sigh. Indeed, this matter stemmed from her youthful impetuosity, and she handled it rather recklessly. Now, she has come to realize her mistake. Yet the 3-year agreement remains unalterable. I only hope that neither side will let things escalate too far. As her master, I naturally wish for her victory. Yet I'm also aware that Xiao Yan, who has garnered praise from the old medicine master, is no ordinary adversary. Xuan Ye paused slightly, gazing at Yun Yun. a flicker of understanding and calculation passing through his amethyst-colored eyes. After a moment of contemplation, he said, "The 3-year agreement, indeed. Xuan Ye, you must remind Lin Yanran not to harbor even a trace of underestimation. To remain undefeated, she must possess at least the strength of a 5-star great fighter." 5-star great fighter? Xuan Ye was momentarily taken aback, her beautiful eyes reflecting surprise. "Xuan Ye, are you not overestimating Xiao Yan? Yanran's talent is not lacking. She is already a 3-star great fighter. With the resources of our sect, it is entirely possible for her to break through to the pinnacle of great fighters or even a Douling within 3 years. 3 years ago, Xiao Yan was merely at the 3rd stage of Btth. Even with fortuitous encounters, how strong could he truly become? Is the requirement of a 5-star great fighter not excessively harsh? At that moment, a graceful figure emerged from the nearby flower bushes. Lin Yanran herself, clearly having overheard their conversation. She wore an expression of defiance and determination. She bowed to both Xuan Ye and Xuan Ye, then turned to Xuan Ye, unable to restrain herself. "Your Highness Xuan Ye, forgive my boldness. What Master says is indeed true, but what merit does Xiao Yan possess to receive such high praise from you? Does he possess some hidden trump card?" She simply could not fathom why the so-called waste whom she had rejected would capture the attention of someone as discerning as the esteemed alchemist in front of her, to the extent that he believed she required the strength of a 5-star great fighter to contend with him. Xuan Ye regarded the striking pair of master and disciple before him, one radiating gentleness tinged with confusion, the other brimming with stubbornness and defiance. He smiled faintly, a depth of understanding evident in his expression. "A trump card? Naturally. He has one," he replied in a calm tone, revealing a shocking secret, one of tremendous significance. His gaze swept over the two. Xiao Yan is accompanied by a soul entity. In life, it was a peak Dozun, and furthermore, an 8th-grade pinnacle alchemist. "What?" exclaimed both Xuan Ye and Lin Yanran in unison, their faces paling, their beautiful eyes widening in unparalleled shock and disbelief. "A peak Dozun, an 8th-grade pinnacle alchemist." Such beings were the stuff of legends throughout the entire northwestern continent. How could they possibly appear in a mere Wutan city, and even be by Xiao Yan's side? How could this be possible? Lin Yanran's voice quivered, her complexion paling. If what Xuan Ye said were true, then her decision to cancel the engagement was nothing short of ludicrous. She had rejected a potential genius nurtured by a peak Dozun, an 8th-grade alchemist? Xuan Yan's heart raced, her breath quickening. "Xuan Ye, is this truly the case? What is the background of this esteemed figure?" In that instant, she understood why Xuan Ye held such a high opinion of Xiao Yan. Xuan Ye replied nonchalantly, "His name is Yao Chun. You may not have heard of him. However, he indeed has considerable ties to my alchemist guild and has even won the championship at an alchemy convention. By all accounts, he can be considered half a member of the alchemist guild. Champion of the alchemy convention. Half a member of the alchemist guild." These phrases struck the hearts of the two women like a hammer, obliterating the last vestiges of doubt, leaving only sheer astonishment and trepidation. Once a champion of the alchemy convention, a peak 8th-grade alchemist, and a sole entity of a peak Dozun as a mentor, Xiao Yan's circumstances were simply extraordinary. Now, do you still think the requirement of a 5-star great fighter is unreasonable? Xuan Ye observed their astonished expressions, his tone remaining calm. Lin Yanran instinctively shook her head. Her cheeks flushed. The prior feelings of defiance and disdain had long since dissipated, replaced by an overwhelming pressure. Yet given the choice, she would still choose to cancel the engagement. Although she now understood that Xiao Yan was learning from a revered figure, having witnessed the prowess of Xuan Ye, He Xian, and by Yi, she had already deemed Xiao Yan beneath her notice. What a revered figure! What an 8th-grade alchemist! They were still far from the likes of Xuan Ye and his companions. Moreover, the true strength lay with that soul entity, not with Xiao Yan. Her own future might not necessarily see her defeated. Xuan Ye took a deep breath, her exquisite face now serious. "Thank you for informing us of this matter. Otherwise, I cannot imagine the consequences if Yanran were to underestimate her opponent and suffer defeat. This is a matter you both should be aware of, but it must not be disclosed to anyone else," Xuan Ye cautioned. The presence of the revered alchemist concealed alongside Xiao Yan holds its own significance. Careless revelations may lead to unforeseen complications. "Yes, we understand," Xuan Ye nodded solemnly. Lin Yanran quickly assured that she would not speak of it. Xuan Ye flicked his wrist, producing 2 exquisite spatial rings which he offered to Xuan Ye. "These contain some cultivation resources that should aid you in your practice. sufficient to elevate you to the Dozong realm. Your talent is already commendable. However, the burdens of sect affairs have left your mind too tranquil, lacking the drive to strive for greatness. In the future, your accomplishments should far exceed this. He then turned to Lin Yanran, presenting her with another ring. This contains some pills and techniques suitable for your current stage. With diligent training, you should be able to reach the higher echelons of great fighters within 3 years. As for whether you can triumph over Xiao Yan, that will depend on your own fortune. Yin accepted the ring, her soul power sweeping over it, and she gasped in astonishment. The richness of the resources, the variety, and the quality far surpassed her expectations. There were even many rare herbs and spiritual items she had only seen in ancient texts. She looked at Xuan Ye, her gaze filled with complexity and gratitude. Lin Yanran was equally astonished and overjoyed, quickly expressing her thanks. With these resources, she felt confident in her ability to grow stronger within 3 years. Xuan Ye's actions were not only to reassure Yun, but also to slightly compensate for the pressure that his intervention might have placed on Lin Yanran. After all, Xiao Yan's trajectory of growth had shifted, further binding the Yunlan sect, particularly Yun, closer to him. Investment in resources is always the most direct and effective approach. That night, after moments of tenderness, Yun fell into a deep slumber. Xuan Ye, however, rose quietly, his gaze penetrating through the palace towards the direction of the Black Corner region. Through their soul connection, he already knew that He Xian and Bai Yi had succeeded in their endeavors. Having acquired the ocean heart flame, it is time to proceed to the next step. The following morning, Xuan Ye bid farewell to Yun and Yun Shan, explaining that urgent matters awaited him at the Alchemist Tower in Central Continent, necessitating his temporary departure. Although Yun felt an overwhelming reluctance, she understood Xuan Ye's extraordinary identity and the demanding nature of his responsibilities. Thus, she could only part with heartfelt wishes for his swift return. Yinshan personally saw him off, displaying utmost respect. Upon leaving the gates of Yunlan sect, Xuan Ye moved with a fluid motion, blending seamlessly into the clouds. Moments later, atop a distant mountain, the figures of He Xian and Bai Yi silently emerged. Standing behind him, Bai Yi respectfully presented the jade vial containing the ocean heart flame and Hanfeng's spatial ring to Xuan Ye. As Xuan Ye accepted the vial, he could feel the potent energy of the deep blue flame within it, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Let us depart for the Black Corner region. It is time to meet the fallen heart flame of the Inner Academy. The 3 figures transformed into streaks of light, tearing through the sky towards the chaotic yet opportunity-filled Black Corner region. Chapter 33. Canaan Academy. Above the inner courtyard of Canaan Academy, a piercing sound, akin to the tearing of silk, abruptly shattered the tranquility of the afternoon. With a violent force, a massive black rift was ruthlessly torn open in space, unleashing a tempestuous surge of chaotic spatial energy that swept over the entire inner courtyard. Countless students engaged in cultivation, sparring, or leisurely strolling were startled into looking up, their fighting spirits stifled by the destructive aura emanating from the rift, their faces paling in fear. An enemy attack, a spatial passage? Who dares to forcefully tear through space and invade our Canaan Academy? Such a terrifying aura. The intruders must be top-tier powerhouses. Gasps of alarm echoed, and figures instinctively took to the air, only to be pushed back by the overwhelming pressure, unable to approach at all. Under the fearful gaze of the crowd, 3 exceptionally youthful figures stepped forth from the dark, tumultuous rift with an air of composure. At the forefront was a figure clad in a resplendent purple-gold robe, standing tall like a mountain, his black hair billowing in the wind, and his countenance strikingly handsome, almost otherworldly, as if he embodied the essence of all that is refined in the universe. Most striking were his profound eyes, which shimmered in shades of purple and gold, exuding an innate nobility and indifference, as if nothing in the world could capture his attention. He walked upon the void, his steps steady, his aura harmoniously unified. Though at the pinnacle of the 5-star Dozong, he emanated a depth that gave the illusion of confronting an endless sea of stars. To his left stood a figure cloaked in an expansive black gold robe adorned with dragon patterns, a broad hood shadowing the upper half of his face, revealing only a sharply defined jawline and a pair of indifferent thin lips. An invisible devouring force surrounded him, as if even light and sound would be drawn away upon approaching him, his aura dark and cold, reminiscent of an abyss that instilled dread. To his right was an individual of a starkly contrasting demeanor, clad in a pristine white gold robe. A delicate fabric of unknown material was gently tied over his eyes. concealing his gaze. His snow-white hair glimmered with a translucent sheen, radiating a faint glow. Though he was blind, he conveyed an air of purity and ethereality, possessing an insight into all things as if he were a celestial being descended from the heavens, untouched by the mundane. The three stood shoulder to shoulder, youthful, powerful, and enigmatic, arriving before the faculty and students of Canaan Academy in an overwhelmingly dominant manner. Stepping through the void, a dozong. Such youthful dozongs. And three of them. Who were they? In the plaza below, Lin Yan clenched his fists tightly, his fiery red hair nearly standing on end, his face reflecting shock and resentment. He had considered himself one of the top talents in the Inner Academy, yet compared to these three, whether in strength or that intangible aura, he felt leagues behind. Beside him, Lin Xiaoya's typically gentle countenance had lost its composure, his palm trembling slightly beneath his blue robe. His eyes filled with disbelief and shock. He sensed that any one of the three could effortlessly defeat him. Lu Qing, usually as steady as a mountain, now wore a grave expression, his gaze fixated on the purple-robed youth and the black-robed figure. His own domineering Dou Qi feeling somewhat constrained, an instinctive reaction to encountering a higher level of power. At the edge of the crowd, Han Yu, adorned in a silver gown, exhibited a flicker of turmoil in her cool, beautiful eyes. Coming from the Han family of Central Continent, her experiences far exceeded those of others. Yet she had never heard of such figures among the younger generation of the continent, let alone three appearing simultaneously. The noble indifference of the purple-robed youth, the chilling depth of the black-robed figure, and the ethereal purity of the white-robed youth all struck her with profound impact. What exalted beings have graced Canaan Academy with their presence? A commanding voice echoed, and a dozen formidable auras surged forth from the depths of the Inner Academy. Led by a gray-clad elder, the assembly of elders from the Inner Academy. Their expressions were grave as they formed a loose encirclement around Xuan Ye and his companions, their Dou Qi surging as if facing a formidable enemy. The manner of their entrance and their unfathomable strength had sent shivers down their spines. The elder in gray, the Grand Elder Su Qian, wore a serious expression as he unabashedly unleashed his three-star Dozong aura, speaking in a deep voice. You three. Is it not too disrespectful to intrude upon our Canaan Academy in such a manner? Please state your names. In the face of the elder's hostility and Su Qian's inquiry, the purple-robed youth, Xuan Ye, merely smiled faintly, his warm demeanor instantly diffusing the tension in the air. He performed a graceful bow. I am Xuan Ye, the junior in your presence, honored to meet Grand Elder Su Qian. These two are my close friends, He Xian and Bai Yi. We traveled from Central Continent, having long heard of the illustrious name of Canaan Academy, and we have come to pay our respects. Disturbing your academy was never our intention. I hope Grand Elder and the esteemed elders can forgive us. His voice was clear and gentle, imbued with a unique power that calmed the hearts of those present. At the same time, he flicked his finger, sending an ancient token flying towards Su Qian. Su Qian received the token, feeling its warmth in his hand. It depicted an alchemical cauldron surrounded by three profound ripples, emanating a unique soul wave and the fragrance of elixirs. His expression changed abruptly, and he exclaimed, The token of the Pill Tower's Grandmaster? You are the Pill Tower? My mother is Xuan Ye, Xuan Ye replied, his tone calm, yet resonant like thunder. The son of the Grandmaster Xuan Ye? Could it be that you are the renowned Xuan Ye, whose name echoes throughout the continent as the pinnacle of Dou Qi? Su Qian's serious expression transformed into one of shock and barely contained enthusiasm. The son of the Pill Tower's Grandmaster, the most celebrated genius of Central Continent. Such a reputation was indeed monumental. The surrounding elders gasped in unison, their hostility evaporating in an instant, replaced by curiosity and reverence. The Pill Tower held an excellent reputation, and its relationship with Canaan Academy was amicable, especially considering the identity of the visitor. The students below erupted into a fervor. The title of the continent's foremost genius enough to inspire both admiration and self-doubt among the youth. Xuan Ye smiled and remarked, It is merely a name. Grand Elder has overpraised me. I have come this time both to travel and to observe the renowned academy of the continent. Su Qian hastily returned the gesture, his face alight with joy. Young Master Xuan Ye is too courteous. It is our honor to have you and your friends visit Canaan Academy. Please, let us converse in the Great Hall. Internally, he rejoiced. Forging a good relationship with this future giant of the Pill Tower would bring immense benefits to Canaan Academy. Xuan Ye nodded and descended alongside He Xian and Bai Yi. Upon landing, Xuan Ye casually scanned Lin Xiaoya, Lu Qing, Han Yu, and others, nodding slightly in acknowledgement, as if to greet them. Yet, that unremarkable gaze imparted an invisible pressure upon Lin Xiaoya and the others, making them feel as if their very souls were laid bare. Experiencing the trio up close, the unquantifiable sense of oppression and their unparalleled grace overwhelmed the senses of the crowd. Lin Yin and the others instinctively lowered their heads, unable to meet their gaze. Han Yu, Lin Xiaoya, Lu Qing, and the other students from Central Continent felt a whirlwind of emotion stir within them. In the vast land of Zhongzhou, indeed, there are hidden dragons and crouching tigers. They have merely been frogs at the bottom of the well in the past. Xuan Ye's gaze appeared to casually sweep over the crowd, momentarily pausing on Lu Qing, Lin Zai, Han Yu, and Lin Yan. He recognized these individuals, who were undeniably among the most gifted in the northwestern continent, particularly Lin Zai and Lu Qing. In the early stages of the original story, they were on par with Xiao Yan before he absorbed them. However, due to a lack of resources and higher-level guidance later on, they gradually fell behind. A thought flashed through his mind. Now that he had achieved the Qi transformation into the three purities, the demand for cultivation resources was immense, and establishing his own faction in the future would require a solid foundation. These individuals were indeed worthy of cultivation and could serve as loyal followers, potentially becoming significant allies in the future. He resolved this in his heart, maintaining an expression of calmness as he engaged in pleasantries with Elder Su Qian, exuding both the nobility of a Tian Tower prodigy and maintaining decorum, making him feel like a breath of spring air, yet not to be underestimated. He turned to the two beside him, He Xian and Bai Yi, saying, "You two, as newcomers, feel free to explore the inner courtyard and appreciate the scenery of the Jianan Academy." He Xian's hood shifted slightly, acknowledging the remark, and in a flash, he vanished from the scene like a specter, his incredible speed causing the elders to narrow their eyes in astonishment. Bai Yi, with a slight nod and an ethereal voice, replied, "Very well." His white robe fluttered as he stepped forward, already 100 meters away in the blink of an eye, as if he had traversed space. His holy presence drawing the attention of numerous students. After arranging for his friends, Xuan Ye turned to Su Qian and smiled. "Elder, please." Inside the grand hall, the aroma of fragrant tea wafted through the air. After a round of pleasantries, Xuan Ye set down his teacup, his expression turning serious as he said, "Elder Su Qian, I have come not only for travel, but also to discuss a matter of significance." Su Qian's heart stirred. "Young Master Xuan Ye, please feel free to speak." Xuan Ye lightly tapped his fingers on the table, speaking softly. "I have heard that beneath the inner courtyard of Jianan Academy, there is a sealed known as the Falling Heart Flame, also referred to as a cultivation accelerator. Is that so?" Upon hearing this, the atmosphere in the hall became instantly tense. The previously smiling elders all changed their expressions, their gazes sharpening as they turned to Xuan Ye. There was a top-secret matter of the academy, the foundation of the Burning Heaven Refining Tower. Why would he bring up? Did the Dan Tower covet this flame as well? Su Qian's smile faded somewhat as he solemnly replied, "Young Master Xuan Ye is well informed. Indeed, the Falling Heart Flame is the cornerstone of our academy. May I ask why you inquire about it?" Xuan Ye appeared unfazed by the sudden tension, calmly stating, "Elder, there is no need for alarm. The Dan Tower does not covet the possessions of its allies. I mention this because I have sensed that the energy of the Falling Heart Flame beneath the seal is growing increasingly violent, posing a risk of backlash. If this continues, not only will the Burning Heaven Refining Tower become ineffective, but once it erupts completely, the entire inner courtyard may face destruction." The expressions of the elders changed again. They were well aware of this issue. In recent years, reinforcing the seal had become increasingly arduous, and they had long been worried. "Su Qian Saith, what you say is true. This is indeed a source of concern for our academy. What insights might you have, young master?" Xuan Ye smiled slightly. "I cannot claim to have profound insights. I am merely inexperienced, but my unique cultivation method allows me to restrain effectively. I could intervene and enter the depths of the Burning Heaven Refining Tower to weaken the power of the Falling Heart Flame to a safe and stable level. In doing so, we can ensure the long-term operation of the Burning Heaven Refining Tower and eliminate a significant threat to the academy." "Weaken?" Su Qian and the other elders exchanged glances, their eyes filled with skepticism. How could they simply weaken the violent Falling Heart Flame? "Are you serious, young master? The power of the Falling Heart Flame is formidable. Even a Dozong expert would find it challenging to manage." One elder could not help but question. Xuan Ye's tone remained calm, yet it carried an undeniable confidence. "Since I have spoken, I am assured of my capabilities. However, this endeavor would require considerable effort on my part. As a form of compensation, should I succeed, I hope to train for a few days in the deepest part of your academy's burning heaven refining tower alongside my two friends. After being weakened, the heart fire energy there would be more pure and gentle, benefiting our cultivation. Xuan Ye was, of course, aware of the existence of the juvenile body of the falling heart flame, but he did not disclose this to Su Qian and the others, framing his intention solely around cultivation. Thus, as long as he was beneath the burning heaven refining tower, absorbing the falling heart flame and subsequently offering the juvenile body to the academy, he could also do them a favor. After all, rarity increases value. Su Qian furrowed his brow, deep in thought. The other elders began to exchange thoughts mentally. Elder, this matter is of great significance. Allowing him to enter the tower's depths could, but if he can indeed weaken the falling heart flame, it would be a tremendous boon for our academy. The Dan Tower has always maintained a stellar reputation, and he is the son of the Xuan Ye head. He should not resort to forceful means to seize the falling heart flame. Furthermore, the two elders are at the back mountain. If there are any unusual movements, let him try. It is better than watching the seal collapse. After lengthy deliberation, Su Qian took a deep breath and looked at Xuan Ye, stating solemnly, "Young Master Xuan Ye, this matter is of utmost importance, and I must consult with the other elders carefully. However, if you can indeed resolve this grave concern for our academy, not only will I grant you a few days of training at the tower's depths, but we will also not be stingy with greater rewards." Xuan Ye raised his cup in acknowledgement, a profound smile on his face. "That is only fitting. I shall await your favorable response." Meanwhile, outside the Jianan Academy, in a tranquil courtyard, a young girl in green stood elegantly, like a freshly bloomed blue lotus. Her exquisite features marked by a hint of yearning and melancholy as she gazed into the sky lost in thought. Suddenly, her delicate brows furrowed slightly, her clear eyes shifting towards the inner courtyard, a flicker of surprise crossing her face. "Old Ling," she softly called. From the shadows, an aged figure emerged respectfully, bowing, "Mississippi." There was a powerful and unfamiliar aura that just emanated from the inner courtyard. "It does not belong to any elder of the academy," Xuan Ye inquired softly, curiosity lacing her tone. Ling Ying's expression grew grave as he nodded. "Miss, you are perceptive." Indeed, three powerful figures just tore through space and directly descended into the inner courtyard. Their presence far exceeds that of ordinary Dozong experts and is exceedingly youthful. "Oh, young powerhouses?" A glimmer of interest sparkled in Xuan Ye's beautiful eyes. "Do you know their origin?" Ling Ying pondered for a moment before responding, "The leader among them, if my old eyes do not deceive me, should be the renowned prodigy of the Dan Tower, the son of the Xuan Ye head, Xuan Ye. Xuan Ye, the one referred to as the pinnacle of Doqi in Zhongzhou, the one who made the phrase Xuan Ye Dao Qin Kong famous?" Xuan Ye had clearly heard this name before, and a hint of astonishment crossed her fair face. "Indeed, it is he." Ling Ying's tone carried a touch of sentiment. "This child possesses an astonishing talent, indeed remarkable. It is said he bears a unique constitution, with a cultivation speed that is astonishing, and his combat ability surpasses his peers, enabling him to fight above his level. He possesses numerous extraordinary secret techniques and practices bizarre, yet powerful mysterious arts, and at such a young age. He may already be a 7th-grade alchemist. Such talent, even among ancient clans, has few peers of his age." His words were tactful, yet the meaning was quite clear. Xuan Ye's eyes widened in surprise. To receive such praise from old Ling? Who then are the two individuals beside him? Ling Ying shook his head, a look of confusion and concern crossing his face. Those two are equally mysterious, and their auras no less formidable than Xuan Ye's. The one in black robes, surrounded by devouring power, is unfathomable, while the one in white robes, pure and ethereal, appears as if descended from the heavens. I cannot discern their backgrounds. They seem to have appeared out of thin air, yet their talent and strength are undoubtedly of the highest caliber. When did Zhongzhou produce such figures? Upon hearing this, Xuan Ye fell silent for a moment, a ripple of emotion stirring in her clear eyes. She possessed an extraordinary lineage, a rare gift that had been celebrated throughout history. Yet in comparison to Xuan Ye and his companions, her talents seemed rather unremarkable. She softly uttered the names Xuan Ye, He Xian, and Bai Yi, and for the first time, her exquisitely beautiful face displayed genuine curiosity towards someone of the opposite sex, aside from Xiao Yan. It appeared that the Jianan Academy was destined to become an intriguing place. Chapter 35 Zhi Yan. Deep within the inner courtyard, in a tranquil valley, Xuan stood respectfully, detailing to the aged guardians the proposal put forth by Xuan Ye regarding the weakening of the falling heart flame in exchange for time to cultivate at the base of the tower. The valley remained silent for an extended period, save for the gentle whisper of the wind. Old Xuan, with a visage as parched as tree bark, parted his lips and rasped. The Dan Tower Xuan Ye, a being of special constitution, a 17-year-old dozong, and a high-level alchemist. His name indeed resounds throughout the Central Plains. Old Bai, with his wooden demeanor, added in a low voice, the falling heart flame is indeed a pressing concern. The seal is becoming increasingly unstable, and even with our combined strength, it is growing more troublesome. Old Qian's murky gaze seemed capable of penetrating the very fabric of space. Directing his attention toward the direction of the Heavenly Flame Refinement Tower, the Dan Tower's reputation remains intact. The adopted son of Xuan Ye may indeed possess extraordinary means. Let him have a try. There is no harm in it. Old Bai ultimately concluded if he succeeds, it would be a great boon for the Academy. And granting him assistance is only right. Should there be ulterior motives? Although the two elders did not allow any hint of their intentions to leak. The invisible pressure that enveloped the valley in that moment spoke volumes. Su Qian, filled with conviction, bowed and said, "The younger generation understands. I shall go and convey this to His Highness Xuan Ye." Meanwhile, Xuan Ye communicated effortlessly with his true self and two avatars, swiftly delegating tasks. I sense the essence of the earthly heart refinement liquid in the back mountain growing more potent. It would benefit my cultivation of the dragon phoenix body. So I shall head there, he stated with calm detachment. Bai Yi, in the inner courtyard, there are individuals such as Lin Xiaoya, Lu Qing, Han Yu, and Lin Yan, all of whom possess exceptional talents, but have made slow progress due to their circumstances. You should engage with them, probe their intentions, and perhaps reveal some of your abilities to see if you can inspire their allegiance. Xuan Ye instructed, directing his gaze toward the ethereal figure clad in white. Bai Yi nodded slightly, the corners of her lips lifting subtly, her voice flowing like a gentle stream. Understood. Finally, Xuan Ye turned his attention to the ever-silent figure draped in black robes. Hey Xuan, there's a little girl in the inner courtyard named Ziyan. Her essence is of the same origin as yours. However, she is still oblivious to her own lineage. Seek her out and present yourself as her kin. Bring her to me. He spoke plainly, instructing He Xian to act accordingly. He Xian subtly nodded beneath his hood, and with a flicker of movement, he vanished into the shadows like ink dissolving in water. Xuan Ye, with a leisurely gait, proceeded towards the gathering of Earth's energies in the back mountain. In a secluded corner near the inner courtyard's herb management library, shrouded in a rich fragrance of medicinal herbs, a little girl with purple hair and purple eyes was crouched down, her small bottom perched as she stealthily leaned towards a peculiar mushroom radiating with a spectrum of colors. Dressed in a tiny white dress, her cherubic face was illuminated by a glimmer of desire as she cautiously extended her little finger, intent on poking the mushroom that appeared utterly delectable. Gulp! She swallowed hard, whispering to herself for encouragement. Just a sniff, just a sniff. Old How definitely won't notice. Maybe I could even have a taste? She was none other than the formidable Ziyan, ranked first among the inner courtyard strength rankings. Yet at that moment, she resembled a mischievous little mouse, both adorable and comical. Just as her fingertip was about to make contact with the vibrant mushroom, a figure materialized before her without warning. As if conjured from the void, standing silently as though it had always been there, a black stone tablet. Ah, Ziyang jolte din shok, leping buckward. Her purple eyes widening in alarm and anger as she demanded, "Who are you? Why did you suddenly scare me?" Her small hands instinctively shielded the mushroom behind her, an expression of possession adorning her face. Though she was immensely powerful and possessed keen senses, this individual had appeared as if they were never there until they manifested right before her. Furthermore, this person bore an oddly enigmatic appearance, clad in black and gold robes, their hood obscuring half of their handsome face, emanating a cold and mysterious aura. Yet, strangely, there was something about them that felt profoundly familiar and comforting, akin to encountering a long-lost relative. Deep within her bloodline, an unfamiliar warmth began to stir, prompting her to lower her defenses just a touch. He Xian silently regarded the startled little girl before him. Beneath his hood, his dark golden eyes flickered with a barely perceptible wave. Indeed, she was a little Taishu ancient dragon lost to the world, her bloodline pure, but her memories and origins sealed away, leaving her as innocent as a cub. The resonance of their shared lineage prompted a faint echo within the Taishu ancient dragon essence he had refined. He consciously restrained most of his aura, allowing only a thread of the purest ancient dragon essence to emanate naturally. Upon hearing Zhou Yan's childish yet forceful inquiry, Xian paused for a moment before responding in a low, uniquely magnetic tone, "I am your kin." Huh? Zhou Yan was momentarily stunned, her small mouth forming an adorable circle, her large eyes brimming with disbelief. She scrutinized Xian from head to toe, the sense of familiarity and resonance within her bloodline growing clearer and stronger. "Kin." Her voice trembled with excitement, filled with an unprecedented thrill. "You're also a magical beast like me." She had always believed herself to be one of a kind, never imagining she would encounter someone of her own kind. "Indeed," Xian replied affirmatively, his tone calm. "Is it true? You're truly like me." Zhou Yan momentarily forgot her fear and the mushroom. Bounding joyfully towards Xian, striving to gaze beneath the hood, her cheeks flushed with excitement. "How did you find me? What kind of magical beasts are we? Are we powerful? Are there others of our kind?" Her questions cascaded forth, her purple eyes sparkling with a desire to understand her identity and the exhilaration of finding family. Xian slightly lowered his head, observing the small figure barely reaching his waist, her excitement barely contained. His icy tones softened, "If only marginally, I sense your bloodline. Our clan is very strong, exceptionally strong." He deliberately avoided disclosing specific names or further information, deeming it premature to reveal the identity of the Taishu ancient dragon. "Very strong? How strong? Stronger than all the elders in the inner courtyard combined?" Zhou Yan's eyes sparkled with anticipation, her small face brimming with pride as if envisioning the greatness of her lineage. "Much stronger," Xian affirmed without hesitation. "The Taishu ancient dragon is the supreme sovereign of the magical beast realm." Wow! Zhou Yan was so elated she nearly bounced off the ground, circling Xian with glee, exclaiming, "This is amazing. I finally found my family. I'm not alone anymore. By the way, what is your name?" "I'm Zhou Yan." "Xian," he stated simply. "Xian," Zhou Yan repeated, finding the name cool and befitting of his attire. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and with wide, eager eyes, she asked, "Xian, are you here to take me home? Where's our home? Is there lots of delicious food there?" The little one's thoughts were always so innocent and straightforward. Xian slowly shook his head. "For now, we will not return." "Ah, why not?" Zhou Yan's delicate face instantly fell, her little lips pouting in a display of disappointment and confusion. "I will take you to meet someone," said Xuan, "someone who can help you grow faster and become stronger, and who can provide you with an abundance of energy far superior to these herbs." He astutely grasped Zhou Yan's fundamental desires, growth and deliciousness. Indeed, upon hearing about growing faster, becoming stronger, and the promise of countless delectable energies, Zhou Yan's violet eyes sparkled with a radiance akin to the sun, and she couldn't help but salivate. "Really? Is it even more delicious than this colorful spirit mushroom?" She pointed eagerly at the mushroom that made her mouth water. A world apart, Xuan replied with absolute certainty. "The resources of the Dan Tower are incomparable to those of the Canaan Academy's herbarium." "Wow, let us go. Let us go now." Zhou Yan responded without hesitation, immediately reaching out her soft, fair hand to clutch tightly at the icy sleeve of Xuan's dark robe, her face brimming with impatience. "Where is this powerful person? Does he really have that much delicious food? He wouldn't lie to a child, would he?" Xuan looked down at the small hand, gripping his sleeve, paused in silence for a moment, then gently took hold of her delicate hand with his gloved hand. "Btth, follow me." As his words fell, Xuan led the eagerly excited Zhou Yan, who was solely focused on delicious food and becoming powerful, as their figures gradually faded, as if being engulfed by shadows, silently disappearing from spot. Only the fortunate spirit mushroom remained, swaying gently in the breeze, emitting a solitary glow. Chapter 36. Recruitment in the back mountains of Canaan Academy. The peaks rose and fell, ancient trees towering overhead. Xuan Ye, clad in a robe of purple and gold, flickered through the forest like a specter, each step seemingly compressing distance, leaving behind trails of afterimages. He did not rush to search, but slowly closed his noble and mysterious purple-gold eyes. In an instant, a vast and profound spiritual force emanated from him, expanding outward like invisible ripples. The breath of the grass and trees, the veins of the rocks, the flow of the underground rivers, and even the minutest particles of energy were all laid bare under his formidable spiritual perception. After a brief moment, he opened his eyes, the purple-gold light briefly flashing, and his gaze precisely landed on a seemingly ordinary steep cliff. Well hidden, but alas, the energy fluctuations cannot escape this temple's perception. His figure moved, appearing before the cliff, Below it, a cave entrance concealed by dense vines exuded a chilling aura and a potent force of earth energy. At the entrance lay a massive giant ape, covered in snow-white fur, sprawled on the ground, snoring like thunder, radiating the formidable presence of a fifth-tier magical beast. The snow demon ape, the guardian of this place. Xuan Ye made no effort to conceal his presence. The snow demon ape's keen instincts were instantly awakened, its crimson eyes locking onto Xuan Ye, feeling an unsettling aura emanating from him that resonated deep within its soul. It immediately let out a threatening growl, pounding its broad chest. With icy and piercing fighting spirit rapidly coalescing, ready to shred this intruder to pieces. However, Xuan Ye merely cast a detached glance at it, his purple-gold eyes seemingly flickering with the shadows of dragons and phoenixes. An indescribable and terrifying pressure descended, not stemming from the level of fighting spirit, but from an absolute suppression at the origin of life itself. The snow demon ape's massive body suddenly stiffened, its chest-pounding motion freezing midair. Its crimson eyes filled with primal fear, an instinctual shiver in the presence of a supreme being. The icy fighting spirit it had gathered disintegrated under this overwhelming pressure. Its colossal form trembled uncontrollably, finally emitting a mournful cry, deeply prostrating itself on the ground, its head pressed firmly to the earth, reduced to a pitiful whimper. Xuan Ye no longer cast a glance at the beast, striding directly toward the cave entrance. With a flick of his fingers, a condensed stream of purple-gold fighting spirit shot forth, silently melting the thick ice and vines covering the entrance, revealing a narrow passage behind. He stepped in, and at the end of the passage was a modest, natural stone chamber, in the center of which lay a small pool of milky white viscous liquid, emanating a soft glow and an enchanting fragrance, its pure energy almost tangible. The earth core refinement milk. A slight smile graced Xuan Ye's lips as he took out a high-quality jade bottle, channeling his fighting spirit to gather every last drop of the liquid from the pool. This substance would benefit him in solidifying his cultivation and refining his body, while the remainder would serve as excellent leverage to subdue the talented individuals. Once finished, Xuan Ye's figure subtly dissipated within the stone chamber, leaving behind the snow demon ape at the entrance, still maintaining its prostrate position, too fearful to move. In a secluded and elegant pavilion by the water in the inner courtyard, Lin Xiaoying, Lu Qing, Han Yu, and Lin Yan were invited. Faced with a young man draped in white satin, with snow-white hair and a pristine platinum robe, their hearts were filled with a mixture of curiosity and scrutiny. They could sense that this youth, known as Btth, possessed an unfathomable aura. His ethereal and sacred demeanor was anything but ordinary, surely closely linked to the enigmatic Xuan Ye from the Central Plains. Btth stood quietly by the window, gazing at the picturesque scenery outside. Although he could not see, it felt as if he comprehended everything within. Without turning, his melodious voice gradually resonated. You four are the cream of the crop at Canaan Academy, with limitless potential for the future. Especially you, Lin, Lu, and Miss Han, coming from the Central Plains with your vast experiences, you must understand the grandeur of the world. His opening remarks stirred a subtle reaction in Lin Xiaoying and the others. He indeed recognized their origins. Lin Xiaoying clasped his hands, a warm smile gracing his face. You flatter us, Btth. Though the Central Plains are vast, our families occupy but a small corner, and we dare not claim to possess extensive knowledge. Yet, your presence alongside young Master Xuan Ye is truly awe-inspiring, leaving us feeling inadequate. Btth slowly turned, the platinum silk concealing his eyes. Yet the four felt as if a pure and penetrating gaze swept over them. It is not flattery. Lin, you hail from a Lin family, though not a top-tier clan. Your family principles are rigorous. Lu, you come from the Lu family, renowned for your marksmanship. Miss Han, your Han family also possesses remarkable ice techniques. The three of you have chosen to leave the comforts of the Central Plains to hone yourselves in this northwest region. Your determination is commendable. He precisely articulated their backgrounds, causing Lin Xiaoying, Lu Qing, and Han Yu to feel a shiver of awe. He was acutely aware of them. Btth then shifted his tone, his voice still ethereal, yet tinged with a hint of regret. However, the resources of the Northwest continent are ultimately meager. Though Canaan Academy is commendable, it remains worlds apart from the core regions of the Central Plains. Even with talent, without sufficient resources to support it, one is like a fine steed trapped in shallow waters, unable to gallop freely. Are you three content to return to the Central Plains after years of arduous training, only to find yourselves left far behind by your peers? And Lin Yan. He then turned to the fiery-haired youth. Your fire attribute physique is wild and requires vast resources for guidance and activation. Being trapped here truly stifles your potential. His words pierced through the hearts of the four like fine needles, striking at their hidden anxieties. Lin Xiaoying, Lu Qing, and Han Yu, hailing from the Central Plains, understood all too well the fierce competition and the critical importance of resources. Though Lin Yan was from the Northwest, he too was acutely aware of his limitations. The atmosphere in the pavilion grew somewhat oppressive. Btth's voice rang out again, infused with a celestial and grandiose tone, as if he were painting a magnificent tapestry. However, if you are willing to take a different path and follow a true enlightened master, then the journey ahead will be one of stars and seas. Your Highness, Lord Xuan Ye is destined to become a formidable leader of the Dan Tower, his innate talents eclipsing those of the younger generation across the central continent. At the tender age of 16, he has already ascended to the realm of Dou Zong, with combat prowess that is unfathomable, able to engage Dou Zun experts without defeat. Although he does not mention the Dragon Phoenix physique, his ability to stand undefeated against Dou Zun is sufficiently awe-inspiring. His methods are profound, excelling in alchemy, formations, and martial arts alike. By following him, you will transcend the limitations of the Northwest and the ordinary perspectives of the central continent as powers. You will have the opportunity to access true core resources, heavenly-grade techniques, advanced elixirs, and even the secrets of ancient relics. His words are laced with temptation. In due time, Dou Wang and Dou Huang will merely be the starting point of your journey. Dou Zong and Dou Zun will no longer be unattainable dreams. You will have the chance to tread upon the vast stage of this Dou Qi continent alongside His Highness, and perhaps glimpse the legendary realm of the saints in the future. Your families will share in the glory of your choices. The grandeur of this vision left even Lin Xiaoyan and his companions, hailing from the central continent and well-versed in the extraordinary, momentarily spellbound. The realm of the saints? That is a mythic existence, while they found it somewhat exaggerated. The terrifying strength of Xuan Ye and the illustrious background of the Dan Tower led them to ponder that perhaps it was not entirely impossible. At the opportune moment, Btth Ye offered tangible benefits. Should you pledge your loyalty to His Highness at this moment, he can grant you an opportunity to solidify your foundations and advance to the Dou Wang realm ahead of schedule. Moreover, this breakthrough will incur no loss of potential, promising a bright future. The allure of breaking through to Dou Wang. The eyes of the four instantly sharpened. For those stuck at the pinnacle of Dou Ling, this temptation was overwhelming, especially the prospect of solidifying their foundations while retaining their potential, a value far beyond mere elevation in rank. Lin Yan, the most straightforward among them, exclaimed eagerly, Lord Btth Ye, is this truly the case? His Highness's words are never empty. Btth Ye responded with unwavering confidence. Lu Qing inquired solemnly, what is the cost? He was well aware of the principle of investment versus return. Loyalty. Btth Ye's voice turned grave, specifying absolute loyalty and a total commitment to the future. His Highness requires no indecisive individuals. Silence enveloped the chamber once more. The expressions of the four shifted, their hearts engaged in a fierce internal struggle. To submit to another was no small feat for their proud spirits. Yet, the future painted by Btth Ye and the tangible benefits of breaking through to Dou Wang were magnetic in their allure. At that moment, a calm yet authoritative voice resonated from beyond the chamber. Those under my command do not harbor mediocrity, nor disregard meritorious subjects. Before the words faded, Xuan Ye had appeared within the chamber, his purple-golden robe billowing without wind, his violet-golden eyes casting a languid glance over the four, imbued with an innate sense of superiority. He toyed with a jade vial filled with the earth heart refining liquid, a vibrant life, energy subtly emanating from it. This is the earth heart refining liquid, capable of aiding you four in breaking through the barriers to Dou Wang, Xuan Ye declared, his tone flat yet imbued with resolute power. Will you remain in the Northwest, waiting for a gradual ascent, or will you accompany me to the central continent and seize boundless opportunities? The choice is yours. The stark contrast of immediate riches and grand future prospects wove a compelling web, further compounded by Xuan Ye's profound presence, ultimately shattering the hesitations of the four. Lu Qing was the first to kneel, clasping his fists and declaring, I, Lu Qing, pledge my loyalty to His Highness Xuan Ye, willing to brave fire and water without hesitation. Lin Yan followed suit, exclaiming, I, Lin Yan, am equally willing. I vow to follow His Highness unto death. Han Yu took a deep breath, offering a graceful bow, her cool voice resolute. I, Han Yu, am willing to serve His Highness. Lin Xiaoyan cast one last glance at Xuan Ye and then at Bai Yi, finally heaving a sigh, bowing deeply. I, Lin Xiaoyan, shall follow His Highness and forge great endeavors together. Xuan Ye regarded the four who had yielded, his expression betraying little emotion, merely nodding slightly. Rise. Now that you have entered my service, you are my people. The benefits shall undoubtedly be yours. He shook the jade vial, indicating that he would soon assist them in their breakthrough. Bai Yi stood quietly to the side, a subtle smile gracing his lips beneath the platinum silk. The recruitment had succeeded, and the foundation of His Highness's entourage had begun to take shape with several promising individuals. Chapter 37. Earth Heart Refining Liquid. In a tranquil courtyard temporarily sealed by Xuan Ye within the Canaan Academy, Lin Xiaoyan, Lu Qing, Han Yu, and Lin Yin sat cross-legged, their expressions a mixture of gravity and barely contained excitement. Before them lay wooden barrels, each filled with a viscous, milky liquid, its exotic fragrance wafting through the air. This was the Earth Heart Refining Liquid, meticulously diluted through Xuan Ye's unique methods. Due to Xuan Ye's abundant resources, the efficacy of this concoction surpassed that of the elixir consumed by Xiao Yan in the original narrative. The Earth Heart Refining Liquid, a distillation of the Earth's essence, possesses remarkable effects that can cleanse the marrow and solidify one's foundation. Though the four possessed commendable talents, their bodies were rife with impurities and blockages within their meridians. Utilizing this liquid to refine their bodies would eradicate lingering ailments, expand their meridians, and lay an unparalleled foundation for future ascension. Xuan Ye stood with his hands clasped behind him, his violet golden gaze calmly surveying the four. The process may entail some pain. Maintain your focus and guide the medicinal power. Yes, Your Highness, the four replied in unison, their eyes aflame with fervor. Aware of the preciousness of this opportunity, they unhesitatingly immersed themselves in the Earth Heart Refining Liquid. As the liquid entered their bodies, an initial sensation of coolness swiftly transformed into torrents of burning heat, surging violently through their limbs and bones. Sudden, intense agony struck, as if countless tiny blades scraped and scoured within. The faces of the four turned ashen, veins bulging on their foreheads, cold sweat cascading down as their bodies trembled uncontrollably. Lin Xiaoyan clung to a thread of clarity, directing the raging medicinal power against the barriers within his meridians. Lu Qing gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain with his characteristic resilience. Han Yu's silver teeth were clenched, her cool demeanor contorted in anguish, yet she persevered in circulating her technique. Lin Yin let out a low growl, his skin turning crimson as if branded by searing iron. Xuan Ye observed silently, his expression unwavering. This pain, compared to what he endured while cultivating the Dragon Phoenix physique and devouring foreign flames, was but a mere drizzle. As time trickled by, the four began to exude a dark, viscous substance, releasing a foul odor. This was the accumulated impurities and pill toxins within them. The pain gradually lessened, replaced by an indescribable sensation of ease and lightness. After what felt like an eternity, the four exhaled in unison, slowly opening their eyes. Their gazes sparkled with clarity and brilliance. They felt the transformations within their bodies, and their faces lit up with ecstatic joy. Although their Douqi levels had not directly ascended to Do Wang, they had reached the pinnacle of Do Ling. Nonetheless, they could distinctly sense that their bodies had been thoroughly purified. Their meridians were now broader and significantly more resilient, and the speed of Douqi circulation had increased exponentially. The once invisible barriers that had hindered their breakthrough to Do Wang had vanished without a trace, as if they could now summon the energies of heaven and earth at will, stepping into the Do Wang realm whenever they desired. Moreover, their perception of the energies of heaven and earth had sharpened remarkably, and their absorption and refinement speeds had greatly improved. This foretold a training velocity that would far exceed their previous endeavors. This was truly miraculous. Lin Yin was the first to leap up, stretching his limbs, feeling invigorated and empowered, exclaiming, "I feel as if I could take on 10 of my former selves." Lu Qing clenched his fists, feeling the dough qi surging within him like a torrential river, and spoke with conviction, "The foundation is more solid than ever. Breaking through to Do Wang will be effortless." He then turned to Xuan Ye, his gaze filled with gratitude and reverence. As Han Yu introspected her own being, she discovered that not only had her meridians been expanded, but her soul perception had also become notably clearer. She spoke softly, "Thank you, Your Highness, for your generous endowment." This grace will be etched in my heart. Her usually cool demeanor now resonated with an increased sincerity. Lin Dong felt this transformation most profoundly. As a practitioner of the wind attribute, he had high demands for speed and the circulation of fighting qi. This cleansing of his tendons and marrow had significantly enhanced his abilities. He bowed deeply, declaring, "Your Highness, the grace of your rebirth is unforgettable for me. Zhou Yuan, I shall exert my utmost effort in your service henceforth." Xuan Ye nodded slightly, unperturbed by the reactions of the four. The effects of the Earth Core Body Refinement Elixir were indeed remarkable for those below the Dou Emperor level. A solid foundation would pave the way for a brighter future. The realm of Dou Wang posed no challenge for them. They would temporarily suppress their advancement, and, once their stability was assured, would break through for even greater effects. The four readily agreed, fully convinced by Xuan Ye's arrangements. Subsequently, Xuan Ye produced 4 spatial rings, tossing one to each of them. Within were various cultivation resources, including pills, techniques, and fighting skills, sufficient for them to reach the Dou Emperor realm. Utilize them wisely, and do not disappoint the expectations of this palace. As the four probed the rings with their soul power, they were struck with astonishment at the richness and superior quality of the resources contained within. There were an abundance of 4th-grade pills, alongside several 5th-grade ones. Additionally, there were scrolls of techniques and fighting skills clearly of the Earth-grade low tier. Such resources, if placed within their families in the central state, would only be accessible to core disciples, yet they had been bestowed upon them with such ease, overwhelmed with immense surprise and emotion. The last remnants of subtle pride arising from their central state origins dissipated entirely, replaced by a profound sense of gratitude and belonging. Lin Yan was particularly exhilarated, his face flushed with excitement, yearning to fight valiantly for Xuan Ye. "I vow my loyalty to your highness." The four bowed again, their voices resonant and filled with unwavering determination. After arranging matters for the four, Xuan Ye returned to his quiet chamber. He retrieved the majority of an undiluted Earth Core Body Refinement Elixir and consumed it in one go. Indeed, he swallowed it directly. Given that Xuan Ye possessed the Dragon Phoenix physique, his physical form was robust enough to forego dilution, thus enhancing the effects. The milky liquid coursed through his body, transforming into a stream of pure energy that flowed throughout him. However, for one who had already experienced the minor completion of the Dragon Phoenix physique and the tempering of, this energy felt like a drop in the ocean, merely warming his body slightly and invigorating his blood with no other discernible effects. "Well, better than nothing," Xuan Ye remarked blandly, closing his eyes to commence his daily training. The swallowing heaven divine art began to operate, causing the space around him to warp slightly, as if an invisible black hole were devouring the energies of the heavens and earth. Meanwhile, far to the eastern border of the Gamma Empire, in the city of Shimo, a youth clad in black robes, weary from travel, arrived, none other than Xiao Yan. Following the guidance of his mentor, Yao Lao, he had journeyed here in search of clues regarding, hoping also to encounter his long-lost brothers, Xiao Ding and Xiao Li, who were operating the Mo-Tai Mercenary Corps in this area. After some inquiries, Xiao Yan arrived at the headquarters of the Mo-Tai Mercenary Corps. To his delight, he soon laid eyes on both Xiao Ding and Xiao Li. However, he was even more astonished to sense that both of his brothers had reached the level of Great Dou Shi. "Elder brother, second brother, you have both broken through to Great Dou Shi," Xiao Yan exclaimed, a mixture of shock and joy washing over him as he struggled to believe his own senses. He recalled that when he left Wutan City, his brothers had only just entered the Dou Shi level. How much time had passed since then? And how had they achieved this in the resource-scarce Shimo? Xiao Ding retained his calm and wise demeanor, though his brow bore a hint of sharpness as he smiled. "Little Yin, you finally arrived. It seems you have made considerable progress over the past 2 years." He was now a 7-star Great Dou Shi. Xiao Li, brimming with vigor, clapped Xiao Yan on the shoulder, exuding the aura of a 5-star Great Dou Shi. "Haha, third brother. Did you ever expect us to find such fortune in this desolate place?" Xiao Yan suppressed his astonishment and curiously inquired, "Elder brother, second brother, what adventures have you encountered to progress so swiftly?" Xiao Ding and Xiao Li exchanged glances. Xiao Ding pondered for a moment before replying, "Well, it is indeed a peculiar tale. About a year ago, a very mysterious youth arrived in Shimo." "A mysterious youth?" Xiao Yan felt a jolt within. "Yes." Xiao Li picked up the thread of the conversation, his face reflecting a mix of reminiscence and disbelief. "The youth appeared even younger than you were when you left Wutan City, yet he was able to walk upon the air." "Walk upon the air?" Xiao Yan's pupils dilated in shock, exclaiming in disbelief. Walking upon the air was a hallmark of Dou Zong experts. A Dou Zong younger than him? How could this be possible? Indeed, he walked upon the air. Xiao Ding affirmed with a solemn nod, his expression grave. We were all dumbfounded at the time. The youth possessed an extraordinary aura. He came to our mercenary corps, specifically requesting to take away a small maid we had sheltered, named Qinglin. Qinglin? Xiao Yan found the name unfamiliar. The youth seemed to hold great importance for Qinglin, stating that she possessed a certain special talent. Xiao Ding continued. He did not forcefully take her. Rather, before departing with Qinglin, he left us a substantial amount of resources as a token of gratitude for our care of her. Among these were pills capable of aiding us in breaking through to Great Dosher and some advanced cultivation techniques. Xiao Li added, the pills left by that youth were extraordinarily effective. After my brother and I consumed them, we not only successfully broke through to Great Dosher, but our foundations became exceptionally stable, and our cultivation speed accelerated significantly. Indeed, our rapid advancement is entirely thanks to the resources left by that mysterious youth. Xiao Yan's heart trembled violently. A youth who might be a Dou Zong, taking away a maid with special talents, and casually leaving behind resources sufficient to foster a Douling? What kind of influence was this? What was the origin of this individual? His mind flashed back to the mysterious purple-robed youth he had encountered half a year ago in the monster beast mountains of Qingshan Town. That same excessively youthful, yet unfathomable figure. Yao Lao had been exceedingly secretive about him at the time. Elder brother, second brother, do you know the name of that youth? Or any distinguishing features? Xiao Yan pressed urgently, his voice tinged with impatience. Xiao Ding shook his head. He did not disclose his name. As for features, he was very young, exceptionally handsome, and had an indescribably noble and aloof demeanor. Oh, he seemed to be dressed in a full set of purple robes. Purple robes. Very young, noble, and aloof demeanor. These keywords struck Xiao Yan's mind like thunder. Yes, it must be him. Without a doubt, it was him. Xiao Yan's expression shifted, murmuring to himself. The memory of that fleeting encounter in Qingshan Town with the purple-robed youth became vividly clear in his mind. At that time, he had sensed that the individual was extraordinarily remarkable, yet he had never anticipated that this person had also appeared in Shimo, taken away the maid named Qinglin, and aided his brothers in their breakthroughs. The grave voice of Yao Lao echoed in Xiao Yan's heart. Little fellow, it seems your instincts were correct. Such a young Dou Zong, even I, who have roamed the continent for many years, have never heard of. His taking away of that maid surely indicates he recognized her extraordinary qualities. Your two brothers have, unexpectedly, reaped great fortune from this encounter. Standing in place, Xiao Yan's heart surged with tumultuous waves. He had initially thought that the youth had only broken through to Dou Zong upon arriving in Qingshan Town. Little did he know that he had likely achieved this breakthrough even earlier, perhaps long before. The youth stood before him like a towering mountain, one he could only look up to. A profound sense of urgency and determination ignited fiercely within Xiao Yan's heart. This world was far more expansive than he had ever imagined, teeming with prodigious talents. He must exert himself even more diligently to keep pace with those truly monstrous beings. The Pill Tower, Xiao Yan recalled his conversation with the elder Yao in Qingshan Town, his gaze sharpening with unwavering resolve. Whoever you may be, Xiao Yan, shall not be outdone. At this moment, Xiao Yan remained blissfully unaware that his future opportunities had already been seized by Xuan Ye, still engulfed in his fervor. Chapter 38, Missed Opportunities. After bidding farewell to his two elder brothers, who had made significant advancements in their cultivation, Xiao Yan, filled with dreams of the future and a hint of urgency sparked by the mysterious purple-robed youth, once again plunged into the vast expanse of the Tagar Desert. According to Elder Yao's sensing, the Blue Lotus Earth Heart Fire, ranked 19th on the exotic fire list, was likely to originate from the depths of this desert. Under the scorching sun and amidst rolling yellow sands, Xiao Yan enveloped himself tightly in a black cloak, a black scarf covering his face, leaving only his steadfast and vigilant eyes exposed. As a mere 9-star Dou fighter, every step he took in this perilous desert demanded utmost caution. Along the way, he encountered numerous dangers, narrowly avoiding quicksand, venomous scorpions, and ferocious low-tiered desert beasts, all thanks to Elder Yao's formidable spiritual power providing timely warnings, guiding him toward the sense direction. Unbeknownst to him, he had ventured deep into the territory inhabited by the serpent people. One day, as he rested behind a sand dune, Elder Yao's urgent warning reverberated within his mind. Danger. A powerful serpent person approaches. A Dou Wang-level warrior. Flee. Xiao Yan felt a chill run down his spine. A Do Wong. For him, that was an insurmountable force. Without hesitation, he pressed his foot against the sand, unleashing his explosive speed, hurtling backward like an arrow in an attempt to escape. However, a chillingly enchanting yet icy laugh echoed behind him. Hee hee, a mere human Do fighter dares to infiltrate our territory? Since you have come, do not expect to leave. Before her words could fade, a purple figure, swift as a specter, darted over the sand dune, a suffocating aura accompanying a fragrant breeze that locked onto Xiao Yan with unyielding intensity. It was none other than one of the 8 leaders of the Serpent People, Yu Mei. Xiao Yan felt an overwhelming pressure enveloping him, his Do Qi becoming obscure as his speed plummeted. With a graceful flick of her delicate hand, Yu Mei unleashed a stream of Do Qi, not particularly potent, but sufficient to easily crush a Do fighter, aimed like a venomous serpent at Xiao Yan's back. In her eyes, dealing with a mere Do fighter required but a casual strike. The breath of death instantly descended upon Xiao Yan. His pupils constricted as he cried out internally, "Teacher!" Alas! Elder Yao sighed in resignation, and in the next moment, a vast ocean of spiritual power surged into Xiao Yan's limbs and bones, seizing control of his body. Boom! A terrifying aura, far exceeding that of a Do Wong and even brushing against the realm of a Do Huang, erupted suddenly from Xiao Yan's seemingly frail body. His previously rapid retreat came to an abrupt halt as he countered with a punch, a ghostly white flame manifesting upon his fist, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet to freezing levels. Bang! The seemingly sharp stream of Do Qi melted and disintegrated upon contact with the ghostly white flames, akin to snow meeting the warmth of spring. What? Yu Mei's alluring smile froze in an instant, transforming into sheer astonishment. She stared incredulously at the cloaked figure, unable to fathom how his aura had suddenly become so terrifying. The ghostly white flames sent a chill deep into her soul. Flee! Elder Yao, controlling Xiao Yan's body, showed no inclination to linger, transforming into a white shadow as he hastily retreated toward the desert's periphery. He understood that they must escape swiftly, or they would be in dire trouble. Trying to escape? Leave him. Though startled, Yu Mei remained composed, issuing a sharp command as her Do Qi wings coalesced behind her, propelling her forward with explosive speed in relentless pursuit, while powerful Do techniques bombarded Xiao Yan's back. Elder Yao, with his formidable spiritual power, maneuvered Xiao Yan's body to dodge left and right, occasionally turning to unleash palm strikes infused with Bone's spirit cold fire, neutralizing and even freezing Yu Mei's attacks. The two danced a perilous ballet of pursuit and evasion, leaving trails of light in the air, the sounds of their energy clashes echoing throughout the desert. Who dares to harm our leader? Capture him! Just as Elder Yao was on the verge of evading Yu Mei, four aged, yet imposing voices filled with immense pressure boomed like thunder from the direction of the Serpent People's holy city. In the next moment, four figures materialized as if by teleportation, encircling Xiao Yan and sealing all his avenues of escape. With their appearance, four heavy auras descended like mountains, locking firmly onto Xiao Yan. Dozong, and not just one but 4 Dozong. 4 for Dozong. Elder Yao, utilizing Xiao Yan's body, felt the almost soul-crushing weight of their terrifying presence, a tempest rising in his heart. How is this possible? When did the Serpent People acquire so many Dozong experts? Wasn't there only one peak Do Huang, the Medusa Queen? This sudden turn of events caused Elder Yao's heart to plummet. Faced with a Do Wong, he could still maneuver and even easily repel it. But confronting 4 Dozong simultaneously was an entirely different matter. In his prime, it would have been a simple task. But now he was merely a soul attached to Xiao Yan's frail body. However, what left Elder Yao even more apprehensive was what was to come. A far more terrifying and authoritative energy fluctuation, imbued with an ancient, primordial aura, surged forth as if a slumbering emperor had awakened. Erupting from the depths of the holy city, a 7-colored radiance tore through the sky, instantly appearing before the 4 elders. As the light dissipated, a stunningly enchanting figure emerged. Draped in a 7-colored veil, her captivating beauty capable of bewitching all, yet her pale purple eyes held a chilling detachment devoid of any emotion. With a mere glance, she instilled a shiver deep within Elder Yao's soul. The aura radiating from her unmistakably reached the level of a 5-star Dozong, and her refinement and the pressure she exuded were unparalleled by any ordinary 5-star Dozong. The Medusa Queen, she actually succeeded in evolving, and her strength surged to such heights. Elder Yao's heart sank like a stone. A Medusa queen of unfathomable depth, coupled with 4 Dou Zong elders today. He feared they were ensnared in a hopeless predicament. The icy gaze of Kai Lin swept over the encircled Xiao Yan, lingering momentarily on the ghostly white flames that flickered around him. Her crimson lips parted slightly, her voice, cold yet tinged with the faintest hint of surprise, uttered, "Another exotic fire?" The word "another" ignited a spark of hope amidst the nearly extinguished embers of despair in Elder Yao and Xiao Yan's hearts. Xiao Yan, in a state of urgency, shouted internally, "Teacher, an opportunity. They may know. Your Majesty." Elder Yao seized the moment through Xiao Yan, his tone imbued with unprecedented respect and urgency. "We meant no offense to your esteemed clan. We came solely in search of the exotic fire. The Blue Lotus Earth Heart Fire. We were pursued by your noble leader and had no choice but to defend ourselves. I have heard that you have encountered other exotic fires. Might you share the whereabouts of the Blue Lotus Earth Heart Fire? Should your Majesty disclose this information, I am willing to exert my utmost effort to concoct a 6th-grade pill as a token of gratitude." Upon hearing this, Kai Lin's enchanting eyes flickered with a barely perceptible wave of interest. A 6th-grade pill would indeed be a significant temptation for the relatively weaker serpent people. She exchanged a glance with the 4 elders. The 4 elders nodded slightly. Despite the peculiar tactics employed by the other party in the presence of the 5 Dou Zong, they would ultimately find themselves like fish in a barrel, unable to stir up any waves. Refining a 6th-grade pill? Kalen's tone remained unruffled. "You are indeed perceptive. It is permissible for me to enlighten you." Gazing into Xiao Yan's hopeful eyes, she continued slowly, "You have arrived too late. 6 months ago, someone already took the heavenly flame of the Blue Lotus." What? The flicker of hope was instantly extinguished, doused by a bucket of icy water. Both Yao Lao and Xiao Yan felt as if struck by lightning, their minds reeling. After enduring tremendous hardships and risking their lives to infiltrate the desert, the news they received was nothing short of a cruel blow. The heavenly flame of the Blue Lotus had already been claimed by another. A profound sense of loss engulfed Xiao Yan like a tidal wave, leaving even Yao Lao momentarily speechless. Kalen observed Xiao Yan's sudden despondency and remarked coldly, "The information has been conveyed. Remember your promise. The materials for the 6th-grade pill will be provided by our clan, but you must successfully refine it before you can depart." Yao Lao, with a bitter expression, controlled Xiao Yan's body to bow respectfully. Understood. Confronted by the 5 Dou Zong, they found themselves with no room for negotiation. Ultimately, Xiao Yan and Yao Lao returned to the sacred city of the serpent people, burdened with disappointment and resignation, temporarily stripped of their freedom. The coveted heavenly flame of the Blue Lotus had slipped through their fingers half a year prior. The identity of the one who had taken it looming over Xiao Yan like a heavy enigma. Chapter 39. The First Whispers of Xuan Ye. Within a stone chamber of the serpent people's sacred city, suffused with a faint aroma of medicinal herbs, Xiao Yan sat cross-legged, his complexion slightly pale and his breath somewhat erratic. For 7 consecutive days, Yao Lao had guided his body in the refinement of the 6th-grade imperial pill, a significant strain on both his spiritual and physical faculties. At this moment, the pill was finally complete. Yao Lao's vast soul power receded like a tide, retreating back into the ring for recuperation. Although immensely drained, he had not succumbed to slumber, but had merely become exceedingly weak, requiring time to recover. Xiao Yan's true visage emerged, revealing a youthful countenance still bearing the remnants of boyhood, now slightly fatigued from exertion. His aura reverting to the level of a 9-star Dou Shi. With utmost care, he placed the imposing pill-patterned imperial pill into a jade vial, exhaling a long breath of turbid air. "Thank you for your hard work, teacher," Xiao Yan silently expressed within his heart. "It is nothing. At least this troublesome task has been managed." Yao Lao's weak yet clear voice resonated within him. "Next, we must be cautious in dealing with the Queen Medusa." No sooner had he finished speaking than the door of the stone chamber was pushed open, revealing the enchanting figure of Queen Medusa, Kalen, stepping gracefully into the room. Her gaze fell upon Xiao Yan, and a flicker of astonishment crossed her icy lavender eyes for the first time. This youth before her was starkly different from the formidable figure who had previously commanded the fearsome white flame, capable of contending with Yume and stirring the attention of all present. Before her stood a mere human boy, merely 17 or 18 years of age, his strength no more than that of a Dou Shi, and he appeared somewhat weakened due to overexertion. "Is the pill refined?" Kalen's voice remained cold. though it bore more scrutiny than the earlier authority. She accepted the jade vial offered by Xiao Yan, her soul power sweeping over it slightly, confirming it to be a pill of commendable quality. Yes, senior, the pill is here, Xiao Yan replied respectfully. Kaylin stowed the vial away. Yet her gaze lingered on Xiao Yan, her brow slightly furrowing as she directly inquired, "Who exactly are you? What was the source of that Do Huang-level power and the strange flame? With your strength as a Do Shi, it is impossible for you to possess such power." Xiao Yan realized the moment had indeed come and hurriedly recounted Yao Lao's prior instructions, reporting to you, senior. I previously utilized a family secret technique that allows me to temporarily unleash potential and guide a trace of the foreign flame within me. However, this technique has significant side effects and cannot be sustained. Now that its effect has worn off, I have returned to my original state. He portrayed the bone spirit cold fire as a form of foreign flame within himself and attributed his sudden surge in strength to the secret technique. Kaylin listened attentively, a glimmer of understanding flashing in her beautiful eyes, though she remained somewhat skeptical. In a world filled with numerous secret techniques, it was not impossible for such an astonishing effect to exist. She chose not to dwell further on this, considering Xiao Yan's obsession with foreign flames, and spoke nonchalantly. In light of your adherence to the promise of pill refinement, I shall inform you. The individual who took the heavenly flame of the Blue Lotus is of similar age to you, also a youth. A youth of similar age? Xiao Yan's pupils dilated in shock, exclaiming involuntarily. A boy nearly his own age was capable of claiming a flame that even his teacher held in high regard? This was utterly inconceivable. Indeed, Kaylin's tone remained flat, yet carried an undeniable weight. However, you would do well to extinguish any unwarranted thoughts. His strength far exceeds your imagination, even surpassing mine. Surpassing yours? Xiao Yan felt as though his heart had been gripped tightly. Queen Medusa was a 5-star Do Zone. How could a boy be stronger than a 5-star Do Zone? Kaylin seemed to recall a scene from 6 months prior. A trace of grave seriousness crossing her pale lavender eyes. If we were to engage in a full confrontation, it is likely I would not last more than 10 exchanges against him. 10 exchanges? A 5-star Do Zone unable to withstand 10 exchanges. Xiao Yan felt as if struck by lightning, his entire being freezing in disbelief. This shattered all his prior conceptions. How could a peer be powerful to such an extent? Yao Lao's weak yet astonished voice echoed in Xiao Yan's mind. 10 exchanges to defeat a 5-star Do Zone. Who on earth is this boy? Could it be the one we encountered in Qingshan Town? Suddenly jolted back to reality, Xiao Yan's voice trembled with disbelief as he urgently inquired, "Senior, what does that boy look like? What are his distinguishing features?" Kaylin regarded Xiao Yan with some surprise at his intense reaction, but proceeded to describe. He possesses an extraordinarily handsome appearance, with a cold yet noble demeanor and striking purple-golden eyes. Purple-golden eyes. Handsome. Noble. These keywords struck Xiao Yan like a bolt of lightning. They perfectly matched the image of the mysterious youth he had encountered half a year ago in the magical Beast Mountain range of Qingshan Town. It was indeed him. He truly is him. Xiao Yan murmured to himself, his expression shifting tumultuously. The mysterious youth who had left a profound impression and immense pressure on him had grown to such an unfathomable level of strength. "Have you encountered him?" Kaylin caught the low murmur of Xiao Yan. "Half a year ago, at the border of the Gamma Empire in Qingshan Town, we had a brief encounter," Xiao Yan replied, his voice laden with a sense of overwhelming disparity and urgency. Kaylin nodded slightly, seemingly unperturbed, and continued, "He hails from the Central State's Pill Tower, the adopted son of one of the 3 Pill Tower giants, Xuan Ye." Hearing the name of the son of a Pill Tower giant sent a chill down Xiao Yan's spine. He had previously learned of the terror associated with the Pill Tower from Yao Lao. However, he had never heard of the 3 Pill Tower giants. Yet, those referred to as giants surely possessed strength beyond his imagination. Meanwhile, within the ring, Yao Lao's soul stirred slightly at the mention of Xuan Ye's name, though he refrained from elaborating further. Kaylin regarded Xiao Yan thoughtfully and, recalling his earlier use of foreign flames, curiously asked, "Since you already possess a foreign flame, why do you still persist in seeking the heavenly flame of the Blue Lotus? Is it possible that, like Xuan Ye, you require multiple foreign flames?" Xiao Yan was taken aback. He hadn't expected her to connect it to his cultivation method. He hurriedly clarified, "Senior, please understand. The cultivation method I practice indeed has certain peculiarities that necessitate a substantial demand for flames." He dared not disclose the existence of the burning technique, resorting instead to vague allusions. Simultaneously, a thought sparked in his mind, prompting him to inquire further. Senior, if I may, does it imply that Xuan Ye also requires various types of? Has he perhaps cultivated a similar technique? This was a matter of great concern for both Xiao Yan and Yao Lao. If the other party was indeed practicing a technique that necessitated the devouring of, they would face an extraordinarily formidable competitor in the future. Kai Lin shook her head. He has never mentioned such a thing. The reason he collected the blue lotus earth heart fire seems primarily to nourish his own unique flame. Nourishing a flame? Both Xiao Yan and Yao Lao were taken aback. Indeed, Kai Lin recalled, his flame is unlike any known on the Btth continent, presenting a profound black hue, exuding an extraordinarily terrifying aggressiveness and veracity. It can continuously evolve and grow stronger by devouring everything, especially devouring everything, including and advancing ceaselessly. Xiao Yan was utterly astounded. Could such a bizarre flame truly exist in the world? This sounded even more domineering than the burning technique. Yao Lao's grave voice instantly resonated in Xiao Yan's mind. Devouring everything to evolve? This is unprecedented. Could it be related to the void-swallowing flame? Ranked second on the list? No. While the void-swallowing flame possesses devouring power, it is already a supreme existence, far beyond the control of a mere youth. Moreover, the void-swallowing flame can only consume certain spiritual entities and may not directly evolve through the devouring of. Just as Yao Lao was engulfed in incredulity, Kai Lin added, her tone laced with an unrecognized apprehension. His flame not only possesses astonishing devouring capabilities, but seems to have a peculiar ability to assimilate everything, which is exceedingly strange and powerful, quite sinister. Yao Lao fell silent for a moment before transmitting his thoughts again, his tone filled with confusion and astonishment. Assimilating everything? This characteristic does not resemble that of the void-swallowing flame. Could it truly be a terrifying flame never before recorded, independent of a list? The secrets surrounding this young man exceed our wildest imaginations. Unable to restrain his curiosity, Xiao Yan pressed on, Your Majesty, do you know the origin of his flame? Is it not? Kai Lin glanced at Xiao Yan, replying nonchalantly. He mentioned that this flame has a unique inheritance, not born from the Btth continent. Not born from the Btth continent. Boom! This revelation struck Xiao Yan and Yao Lao like a thunderbolt. No, not from the Btth continent. Xiao Yan stared in disbelief. Almost convinced he had misheard, Yao Lao's voice carried unprecedented tremors, a flame for beyond the continent. How can this be possible? Are there other realms capable of nurturing such a terrifying flame, of which we are unaware? Who exactly is this Xuan Ye? The immense shock engulfed Xiao Yan like a tsunami. The youth known as Xuan Ye not only possessed an extraordinary background and unparalleled talent, but also wielded what appeared to be a mysterious flame from beyond the continent. All of this far surpassed the limits of what a boy from a remote empire could fathom. Xiao Yan stood in place, at a loss for words. Observing Xiao Yan's astonishment, Medusa chuckled. What's the matter? Feeling overwhelmed. You should know that in the central continent, there's a popular saying regarding Xuan Ye. What saying? At the pinnacle of Btth, who can rival him? Upon encountering Xuan Ye, all paths become void. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan was left speechless, pondering the extraordinary talent that would dare to use such words to describe himself. Xuan Ye's existence loomed like an insurmountable, majestic mountain before him, instilling within Xiao Yan an unprecedented sense of pressure, along with an indescribable yearning and fighting spirit. Teacher, Xiao Yan murmured within. Little one. Yao Lao's voice resonated with grave seriousness. It seems this world is far broader and more mysterious than we know. This Xuan Ye may prove to be an unimaginable adversary or an unforeseen opportunity in our future. The road ahead is destined to be anything but tranquil. Btth, Fuling Ziyan. Having departed the oppressive atmosphere of the Serpent People's holy city and re-entered the vast expanse of the Tagur Desert, the scorching sun beat down upon him. Yet Xiao Yan felt an emptiness within, as if a piece of him had been hollowed out. Arriving with great anticipation, believing that was within reach, he left empty-handed, burdened with the knowledge of a monstrous peer's existence. He trudged through the sandy sea, his mood evidently low. The blue lotus earth heart fire had been claimed by another, in a manner that robbed him of the courage to pursue it. This blow was undeniably heavy for a youth determined to grow stronger swiftly. Sigh. A faint sigh echoed in Xiao Yan's heart, the voice of Yao Lao. Still frail, yet more comforting. Little one, are you already disheartened? Xiao Yan pursed his lips, replying inwardly, "Teacher, I merely feel the gap is too vast." That's Xuan Ye. Let him be strong. The gentle breeze caresses the hills. Yao Lao interrupted, his tone becoming steady and powerful. Is, after all, a divine treasure of heaven and earth. To obtain it is my fortune. To lose it is my fate. The pursuit of has never been a smooth journey. If every setback leaves you despondent, how can you aspire to become a strong warrior? A true warrior rises stronger after each failure. Yao Lao's words rang like a mighty bell, striking at the core of Xiao Yan's being. He abruptly halted, inhaling the scorching air deeply, his eyes reigniting with fervor. Indeed, what hardships had he not endured? From the pinnacle of genius to the depths of despair, subjected to disdain. He had labored for 3 years to reclaim his status as a doja. What did this minor setback truly signify? That Xuan Ye, no matter how formidable, was still human. If others could reach such heights, why couldn't he? Xiao Yan? Teacher, I understand. Xiao Yan clenched his fists, his gaze restoring its former determination and sharpness. I was momentarily caught in a narrow mindset. If one is lost, we shall seek another. The continent is vast. It is not solely home to the blue lotus earth heart fire. Haha, now you sound like my disciple. Yao Lao smiled with satisfaction. A resilient spirit is the foundation of strength. With his fighting spirit rekindled, Xiao Yan suddenly recalled something, continuing on his path while curiously pondering. By the way, teacher, when Queen Medusa mentioned the name Xuan Ye earlier, I sense your ring seemed to stir slightly. Is that Xuan Ye Senior a friend of yours? Upon hearing this question, Yao Lao fell silent for a moment before responding in as neutral a tone as possible. Well, she can be considered an old acquaintance. She is one of the 3 giants of the Pill Tower, a peak Dozun powerhouse, and also a highly accomplished 8th-tier peak alchemist. Due to her unparalleled beauty and poise, she is regarded as the most beautiful woman in the Pill Tower. Peak Dozun, 8th-tier peak alchemist, the most beautiful woman in the Pill Tower. Xiao Yan was so astonished he nearly bit his tongue. While he had suspected that the Pill Tower's leaders must be extraordinary, he had not anticipated the Xuan Ye Senior to be such a terrifying figure. A peak Dozun stood atop the continent, while an 8th-tier peak alchemist was an exceedingly rare gem. Yet what intrigued Xiao Yan even more was the subtle shift in Yao Lao's tone as he spoke. Though his teacher made every effort to conceal it, he could still discern a hint of something unusual, just an old acquaintance, yet the mere mention seemed to stir the ring. Beneath his teacher's calm demeanor lay a complexity of emotions. Teacher, your relationship with this Xuan Ye Senior is not merely ordinary, is it? Xiao Yan inquired. His youthful curiosity piqued. Cough, cough. Yao Lao seemed to choke a bit, his tone tinged with embarrassment. What business do children have in prying into such matters? They're merely old stories. This reaction was almost a blatant admission of something hidden. Xiao Yan, with clarity in his heart, realized that there must be an undisclosed history between his teacher and the mysterious figure in the dark robes. However, he wisely refrained from pressing further, understanding that this was a matter of his teacher's privacy. In an attempt to shift the conversation, Yao Lao sighed, his voice laced with genuine surprise and an indescribable complexity. I never would have imagined that her cold demeanor would lead her to adopt a child, and one as extraordinary as Xuan Ye at that. Upon mentioning Xuan Ye, a heaviness settled in Xiao Yan's heart, quickly replaced by curiosity. Teacher, do you think Xuan Ye's remarkable prowess is related to being the adopted son of the dark-robed elder? There must be a connection, Yao Lao affirmed. As the adopted child of a prominent figure in the Pill Tower, he has access to the finest resources, techniques, and guidance. Yet, that is only part of it. The child's innate talent is likely terrifyingly extraordinary. With a unique physique and that mysterious devouring flame, it is indeed beyond imagination. Yao Lao's tone was filled with both admiration and a hint of trepidation. Xiao Yan silently committed this information to memory. The name Xuan Ye, along with his astonishing strength and background, had indelibly etched itself in his mind, becoming a target he aspired to pursue and surpass. Meanwhile, in the tranquil courtyard of the Jianan Academy, where Xuan Ye temporarily resided, the air shimmered slightly, and the figure of He Xian, cloaked in a dragon-patterned black robe, appeared silently. He was accompanied by a curious little girl with purple hair, her eyes wide with wonder. Zian, wow, this place is far more beautiful than Old House. Upon entering, Zian blinked her large violet eyes, captivated by the rare flowers and plants that radiated a soft glow in the courtyard. She inhaled deeply, her face a picture of rapture. However, when her gaze landed upon the handsome young man standing in the center of the courtyard, dressed in a robe of purple and gold, her small frame froze in place. A wave of primal instinct surged within her, a feeling of both awe and an unexplainable pressure. This was not merely a display of combat prowess. It was an overwhelming presence that transcended life itself. It felt as though she had encountered a born sovereign, evoking a sense of reverence and a hint of fear from her still embryonic ancient void dragon bloodline. Instinctively, Xian took a step back, hiding behind Xian, peeking out cautiously, her expression a mix of fear and vigilance as she regarded Xuan Ye. This striking older brother gave her an unsettling feeling, even more so than Xian. Observing Xian's startled demeanor, Xuan Ye's purple-gold eyes flickered with understanding. As the embodiment of the dragon phoenix, he was a supreme existence among magical beasts, naturally exerting pressure over all beastly bloodlines, especially one as nascent as Xian's ancient void dragon. He gradually tempered the unconscious bloodline pressure emanating from him and offered a gentle smile. You must be Xian, correct? There's no need to be afraid. I'm a friend of Xian's. My name is Xuan Ye. Feeling the disquieting pressure dissipate, Xian finally exhaled in relief. Though she remained somewhat reserved and softly inquired, Are you also of my kin? Why do you make me feel so strange? Xuan Ye smiled slightly, choosing not to elaborate further. He walked over to a nearby stone table and sat down, revealing several exquisite jade vials with a flick of his wrist. As the vials opened, a rich, pure, medicinal fragrance instantly filled the air, captivating Xian's violet eyes and nearly causing her to drool in anticipation. How fragrant! I want to eat it. At that moment, her little mind was entirely consumed by the allure of the elixirs, momentarily pushing aside her previous fear. These elixirs must taste far better than the herbs you usually sneak, Xuan Ye remarked, pushing a vial towards Xian with a gentle tone. This is a gift for you. Really for me? Xian gazed at Xuan Ye in disbelief, then glanced at Xian, who nodded slightly. She immediately flitted to the stone table like a jubilant bird, carefully picked up a vial, and eagerly poured out a round pill, swiftly popping it into her mouth. The pill melted upon contact, and pure energy coursed through her body, enveloping her in warmth and comfort, far surpassing the effects of her haphazardly consumed herbs. It's delicious, so delicious. Xian squinted her eyes in bliss, her small face radiating ecstasy. Xuan Ye observed her contentment and chuckled. If you follow me, there will be plenty more of this kind of elixir. Moreover, I might even help you uncover your true identity and master your powers more effectively. The promise of delectable elixirs combined with the prospect of discovering her heritage proved irresistible to the lonely little girl, who had long been filled with curiosity about herself. Without hesitation, Xian raised her small hand, her mouth still chewing the elixir, her words muffled yet resolute. I want to go with you, Brother Xuan Ye. From now on, Xian will stay with you. Seeing how easily Xian had been won over, Xuan Ye exchanged a glance with Xian, both sharing a fleeting smile. This little ancient void dragon, lost in the world, had finally begun to come into his own. With proper nurturing, she would undoubtedly become a significant asset in the future. Thin, clutching the jade vials, beamed with the joy of having found a long-term benefactor. Convinced that this initially intimidating Brother Xuan Ye was truly the best person in the world. Chapter 41. The Essence of the Fallen Heart Flame. At the heart of Jiannan Academy, the towering burning sky, Qi Refinement Tower loomed between heaven and earth, emanating a palpable heat. Typically, this was one of the most bustling locations in the inner courtyard, where countless students honed their fighting spirit through heartfire. However, today, the area surrounding the tower was marked by an unusual solemnity and tension. Elder Su Qian personally stepped forward to announce that the Qi Refinement Tower required urgent maintenance and would be temporarily closed, necessitating the immediate evacuation of all students. Though the students were puzzled, they swiftly complied under the stern gazes of the elders, exiting the vicinity of the tower in an orderly manner. Once the area was cleared, Su Qian, along with the other elders and the trio of Xuan Ye, Xian, and Bai Yi, descended to the lowest level of the tower. This expansive underground plaza was inscribed with countless intricate runes, radiating powerful energy fluctuations, which collectively formed a massive ceiling array. At the center of the array was a pitch-black abyss, from which an intense and chaotic energy surged forth, causing the surrounding space to warp slightly. Even the elders of the Do Huang level felt their hearts race in trepidation while standing before it. Young Master Xuan Ye, this is the location where the fallen heart flame is sealed, Su Qian said gravely, gesturing toward the dark opening, whose ferocity had escalated beyond previous encounters, indicating that the seal was on the brink of collapse. I entrust everything to you three. His gaze turned toward Xuan Ye and the others, infused with hope and a barely perceptible hint of concern. After all, placing the Academy's fate in the hands of 3 individuals he had only recently met was a tremendous burden. Xuan Ye's purple-gold eyes calmly surveyed the gushing energy of the abyss before he nodded slightly. Rest assured, Elder, having made a commitment, we shall exert our utmost efforts. He then addressed Su Qian and the other elders, stating, however, the secret techniques we employ involve our sect's legacy and cannot be witnessed by outsiders. I kindly ask the elders to wait here. The situation within the tower is complex and may take some time. Exchanging glances with one another, the elders felt a twinge of doubt, but considering the background of the Pill Tower and the tacit approval of the 2 elder figures, they ultimately nodded in agreement. That is only proper. We shall guard the 3 of you here. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to inform me. Your assistance is appreciated. Xuan Ye similed faintly, then exchanged a knowing glance with He Xian and Bai Yi. The 3 of them, their gazes intertwined, comprehended each other's intentions without the need for words. In the next moment, their figures moved in unison, transforming into 3 streaks of flowing light, resolutely plunging into the abyssal, ominous black entrance. As they crossed the threshold, a flash of light flickered at the entrance, and the formidable seal gradually closed again, isolating the interior from the outside world. Upon entering beneath the seal, it felt as though they had stepped into an alternate realm. The radiant runes at the base of the tower vanished completely, replaced by an expansive world of molten lava that stretched endlessly. The crimson lava flowed languidly like a vast lake, occasionally forming colossal bubbles that would erupt with a thunderous roar, showering the surroundings with a rain of fire. The air was suffused with an oppressive heat capable of vaporizing even the finest iron, and an insidious force permeated the atmosphere, unsettling the soul as if it sought to ignite their very essence. This was the heart fire of the fallen heart flame. At the core of this desolate expanse, an immense and formless flame roared with ferocity. It lacked a fixed shape, at times coalescing into a gigantic serpent, at others dispersing like mist. Its energy waves unmistakably reaching the level of a Dozong expert, embodying the matured fallen heart flame. To sense the intruders and erupted in fury. The entire sea of lava churned violently. Tidal waves of fire surged toward the trio like an avalanche, and the intangible heart fire manifested as countless fine needles, piercing deep into their souls. Purifying Phoenix. Bai Yi advanced a step, his eyes veiled in white silk, yet seemingly perceiving all. Confronted with an attack potent enough to obliterate the souls of lower-tier Dozong, he merely raised his right hand with a gentle motion. A melodious cry of a phoenix resonated through the air, as the ancient celestial phoenix's pressure spread like a tide. Bai Yi radiated a pure and sacred platinum light, within which the silhouette of a phoenix could be faintly discerned. This was the celestial phoenix's unique purifying flame, intrinsically restraining evil and chaotic energies. Wherever the platinum halo passed, the raging heart fire melted away as if it had encountered its nemesis, dissolving and purifying. The soul attacks capable of invoking inner demons dissipated like snow beneath the sun in the presence of the purifying flame. Bai Yi pointed his fingers, akin to a sword, directing them toward the core of the fallen heart flame. Sacred Phoenix, purifying light. A pillar of exquisitely refined platinum light tore through the searing air, creating a vacuum in the turbulent lava. At the moment, the invisible fire shield conjured by the fallen heart flame met the light pillar. It melted away like snow in the spring sun, quickly disintegrating. They emitted a sharp shriek, evidently suffering considerable damage. Devouring Demon Dragon, almost simultaneously with Bai Yi's strike. He Xian appeared silently at the side of the fallen heart flame. His dragon-patterned black robe remained still amidst the heat waves, and the coldness of his black golden eyes was akin to an abyss. In the face of the frenzied, He Xian simply unleashed a single punch. This blow appeared slow, yet it manipulated the surrounding spatial laws. Crack! The space before his fist shattered like a mirror, spiderweb-like fissures rapidly spreading, forming an invisible cage that sealed off all escape routes for the fallen heart flame. This was the innate ability of the ancient void dragon to control space, spatial confinement. The fallen heart flame collided violently, only to find itself ensnared like an insect trapped in amber, its movements becoming sluggish and hindered. What instilled greater terror was the devouring force radiating from He Xian's fist, mercilessly siphoning its energy. Devour heaven and earth. He Xian's deep voice reverberated through the molten world. He formed seals with his hands, conjuring a miniature black hole before him, as the fallen heart flame's immense energy was uncontrollably drawn into it, its formless body beginning to show signs of disintegration. They emitted a terrified whimper, experiencing such thorough suppression for the first time since its inception. Xuan Ye stood with his hands clasped behind his back atop the lava, his purple-golden eyes calmly observing the unequal battle. Seeing the fallen heart flame's vigor wane under by Ye's purification and He Xian's spatial devouring, he slowly raised his right hand. With his palm facing upward, a deep, dark flame flickered, seemingly capable of consuming all light. This was the devouring demon flame. The moment this flame appeared, the tumult within the entire lava world abruptly ceased. The once raging fallen heart flame trembled violently, as if confronted by a true sovereign. Its formless fiery body shrank frantically, emanating an indescribable, instinctual terror. Although the devouring demon flame was not it surpassed in its essence, originating from an outer realm of malevolence, embodying the terrifying characteristics of devouring and assimilating all things, inherently restraining and exerting a positional suppression over the nurtured in the Btth continent. It is over. Xuan Ye spoke softly as the seemingly feeble, devouring demon flame trembled slightly in his palm. In the next instant, the demonic flame transformed into a slender black streak, disregarding the distance of space, and instantly penetrated the core of the fallen heart flame. Buzz! The fallen heart flame emitted a final, despairing wail as its vast formless body began to twist and contract violently, all its raging energy seemingly forcibly consumed and compressed by that single black demonic flame. Its radiance swiftly dimmed, and its aura plummeted sharply. In but a few breaths, the matured fallen heart flame, once comparable to a dozong and a source of great concern for the entire Xiao Yan Academy, had utterly lost its capacity to resist, transforming into a fist-sized, faintly pulsating entity, presenting a pure, transparent hue, yet containing a faint black thread of its original fire seed, floating before Xuan Ye. Xuan Ye reached out to grasp this original fire seed, sensing the immense heart-fire energy contained within, along with a thread of fear that had been thoroughly suppressed and assimilated by the demonic flame. His gaze shifted toward the depths of the lava lake, where another faint yet vibrant, intangible flame was quietly nurturing itself. This was the juvenile form of the fallen heart flame. A slight smile graced Xuan Ye's lips as he stored the original fire seed of the matured form. His objective for this endeavor had been achieved. What remained was to await the opportune moment to deliver this juvenile form to the Xiao Yan Academy, completing the transaction. Meanwhile, the devouring demon flame, having consumed the essence of the matured fallen heart flame, would undoubtedly elevate in power. The base of the burning heaven Qi training tower returned to tranquility once more, leaving only the gentle sound of the flowing lava and the nascent flame awaiting its growth. Chapter 42, Devouring Again. At the base of the burning heaven Qi training tower, the searing lava world continued to churn. Yet after the loss of the matured fallen heart flame's core, the soul-chilling, frenzied aura had dissipated significantly, leaving only the natural heat emanating from the subterranean lava. Xuan Ye, He Xian, and Bai Yi did not immediately return to the surface. Xuan Ye hovered above the lava, cradling the forcibly compressed, pure, transparent core of the fallen heart flame, which was entwined with a peculiar black thread. In his other hand, a deep blue flame emerged, undulating like ocean waves, radiating a vast oceanic energy. This was the ocean heart flame. To simultaneously devour two was no trivial task, even for Xuan Ye, who bore the devouring heaven divine art and the devouring demon flame, is a conglomeration of the Earth's violent energies, and their conflicting attributes could lead to disastrous consequences if not handled with utmost care. A flicker of seriousness passed through Xuan Ye's purple golden eyes. With a thought, an ancient-looking storage ring materialized in his hand, a trophy obtained from Hanfeng. His soul energy probed within, quickly locking onto a warm jade box. Upon opening the jade box, a pill the size of a longan lay quietly within, its surface adorned with intertwining dragon patterns of gold and silver. The pill emanated an extraordinary energy fluctuation, accompanied by faint sounds reminiscent of a dragon's roar. This was the Yinyang Xianlong pill, a pinnacle 7th grade elixir, reputed to save one's life at the brink of death and to aid in breaking through to new realms. Hanfeng had indeed prepared many valuable items, but alas, they had fallen into my hands. Without a moment's hesitation, Xuan Ye consumed this precious pill. As the elixir entered his abdomen, it did not dissolve instantly. Rather, it lay dormant like a slumbering dragon deep within his dantian, radiating a gentle yet resilient medicinal force that safeguarded Xuan Ye's heart pulse and vital meridians. This served as a precautionary measure. Should any unforeseen complications arise during the consumption process, the pill might provide a glimmer of hope for survival. In the original tale, when Xiao Yan was on the brink of death, it was precisely this pill that not only healed his injuries, but also enabled him to break through, propelling him to the rank of Dozun. This exemplifies just how extraordinary the Yin-Yang Xianlong pill truly is. After swallowing the elixir, Xuan Ye took out several jade vials filled with frigid ice spirit spring. He manipulated the cold essence, transforming it into icy mist that gradually enveloped the falling heart flame and the sea heart flame. The clash of extreme cold and heat produced a hissing sound, with clouds of white vapor billowing upwards. Under the stimulus of the ice spirit spring, the two dimmed slightly, their ferocious aura diminished. While preparing, Xuan Ye also siphoned a thread of his soul power to meticulously examine the tattered dark red scroll he had found in Han Feng's spatial ring, the fragmentary burning decision. Indeed, it was profound. Although merely a half-step, it elucidated the principles of the interaction between, advocating for a method of absorption and integration guided by martial arts. A spark of enlightenment flickered in Xuan Ye's eyes. The essence of the burning decision lay in refining rather than merely devouring. Through the unique operation of the martial arts, could be gradually refined and tamed, ultimately becoming one's own. This stood in stark contrast to the straightforward, domineering approach of the devouring heaven divine art. However, it offered an alternative perspective. My devouring heaven demon flame inherently surpasses, and though forced absorption is feasible, if I could adopt the idea of refinement and initially simulate the operation of the burning decision with the power of the demon flame, thereby weakening the resistance of before proceeding to absorb it, the efficiency might increase manifold, and the risks significantly diminish. With this thought, Xuan Ye immediately began his attempt. He wielded a slender thread of the devouring heaven demon flame, not to directly consume, but to carefully entwine it around the weakened falling heart flame, much like a spider weaving its web, simulating a certain refining trajectory gleaned from the burning decision as it slowly permeated, soothed, and dissected its internal structure. Indeed, the falling heart flame, which had previously struggled violently, now exhibited a noticeable decrease in its resistance. Though still fierce, it was no longer a chaotic confrontation. Convinced of his success, Xuan Ye hesitated no longer. He turned to He Xian and Bai Yi, instructing, "I shall enter seclusion here to absorb. The duration is uncertain. You two must delve deep into this magma world to seek out the juvenile form of the falling heart flame." "Yes, master." Both He Xian and Bai Yi replied in unison, their loyalty to Xuan Ye unwavering. He Xian's body radiated spatial power, tearing open a narrow spatial rift and stepping through first. Bai Yi, enveloped in a sacred white light, transformed into a streak of luminous energy, following closely behind into the deeper reaches of the magma ocean. With arrangements made, Xuan Ye took a deep breath, sitting cross-legged atop the magma. He skillfully manipulated the essence of the falling heart flame and the sea heart flame, as the devouring heaven demon flame surged from within him, transforming into a black flame furnace that enveloped both. This time, he did not merely resort to brutal consumption. Instead, he combined the refining techniques he had just comprehended, utilizing the demon flame as a tool, with the divine art as the method, embarking on a long and perilous journey of absorption. In a magma world, devoid of sun and moon, time flowed imperceptibly. The process of absorption proved far more arduous than anticipated. Though they had been weakened, they remained divine entities, and the violent energy they contained retaliated fiercely during the absorption. Xuan Ye's body alternated between transparency, akin to crystal, with inner heart flames blazing, and being enveloped by deep blue flames, as if ensnared in a hellish abyss. Were it not for the protective potency of the Yin-Yang Xianlong pill safeguarding his heart pulse, coupled with the cooling effects of the ice spirit spring and the techniques gleaned from the burning decision that greatly diminished the backlash, he would have long since succumbed. As the devouring heaven demon flame engaged in combat and absorption with the two, it grew increasingly profound and terrifying. Its inky hue seemed capable of absorbing all light. As the flames flickered, even the surrounding space slightly warped, exuding a disquieting aura of devouring and assimilating all things. It was evolving and growing at an astonishing rate. While Xuan Ye devoted himself entirely to absorbing, He Xian and Bai Yi, exploring the depths of the magma world, made a remarkable discovery. In a relatively stable region close to the Earth's core, they stumbled upon a skeletal figure seated in meditation. The bones glimmered like jade, radiating a faint glow, having withstood the searing magma for countless years without suffering any damage. Beside the skeleton lay a faint, almost extinguished, incorporeal flame, the juvenile form of the falling heart flame. What caught their attention even more was the ethereal soul hovering above the skeleton. This soul resembled an elderly man with white hair, his visage weathered and his eyes filled with an expression of both sorrow and astonishment as he stared, dumbfounded, at the suddenly appeared Xian and Bai Yi. You too. The voice of the heavenly fire sovereign, the spirit of Yao Tianhua, trembled as he spoke. He had remained silent for countless years, and today he unexpectedly encountered two such remarkably gifted youths. Moreover, judging by their ages, they were undoubtedly still in their teens. The potent aura radiating from them indicated they were at the Dou Zone level, and certainly not of low rank. The black-robed youth, with his spatial power swirling around him, sent shivers down his spine, while the white-robed youth radiated a holy and ethereal presence, as if capable of purifying all. From whence do these prodigies hail? Bai Yi inquired with a calm demeanor. Though blindfolded, he seemed able to discern the state of the soul. The heavenly fire sovereign, regaining his composure from shock, managed a bitter smile. I am Yao Tianhua, known as the heavenly fire sovereign. I never imagined that after my long fall, I would encounter such extraordinary talents among the younger generation. What brings you two here? Xian spoke succinctly. We are here on orders to investigate. Bai Yi added, it seems you are in dire circumstances. If you're willing to trust us, we may be able to assist you in leaving this place. The heavenly fire sovereign scrutinized the inscrutable duo and sensed his own dissipating soul. With a heavy sigh, he conceded, very well. In my current state, I have nothing left to covet. If I can escape this dark and sunless place, I shall be eternally grateful. Exchanging a glance, Xian and Bai Yi proceeded, with Bai Yi carefully nurturing the heavenly fire sovereign's feeble soul using his soul power, along with the jade skeleton and the juvenile falling heart flame, storing them within Han Feng's spatial ring. Upon their return to Xuan Ye's seclusion site, half a month had elapsed. At this moment, Xuan Ye's aura surged powerfully, having unmistakably broken through to the pinnacle of the 7-star Dou Zone. The devouring heaven demon flame in his palm had deepened in hue, appearing as if it could consume even one's gaze. Within the core of the flames, a hint of transparency and a glimmer of azure shimmered, a testament to the characteristics gained from successfully absorbing the falling heart flame and the sea heart flame. The power of the demonic flame has surged to levels far beyond what it was merely half a month ago. The cultivation of both Xian and Bai Yi has ascended in tandem with my own breakthrough, achieving the pinnacle of the 7-star Dou Zone through the mysterious connection of the Qihua Sanqing. Below, I have discovered a skeletal remains of a Dou Zone, its soul lingering yet exceedingly frail, ensnared in a slumber. This is the juvenile form of the fallen heart flame. Bai Yi respectfully reports and presents the findings. I, Xuan Ye, open my violet golden eyes, casting a glance over the feeble soul of the heavenly fire sovereign and the flickering flame of the juvenile entity. Nodding in approval, well done, with a flick of my hand, I placed the slumbering soul of the heavenly fire sovereign and its bones into Han Feng's spatial ring for temporary safekeeping. This individual may prove useful in the future. Subsequently, I grasped the juvenile fallen heart flame, savoring the pure and gentle heart fire energy within. The time has come. I must ascend. Rising to my full height, I feel the surging power within me and the even more formidable, devouring demonic flame, a satisfied smile gracing my lips. This descent into the tower's depths has yielded rewards far exceeding my expectations. Not only have I made significant advancements in my cultivation and evolved my demonic flame, but I have also acquired an unexpected boon, the soul of the heavenly fire sovereign. It is time to emerge and fulfill the transaction with the Canaan Academy. The three of us transform into streaks of light, soaring toward the ceiling entrance above. Chapter 43. Zhu Kuan. I store the juvenile fallen heart flame, feeling the overwhelming Dou Qi of the 7-star Dou Zone peak coursing through me, alongside the even more formidable, devouring demonic flame. Preparing to depart the magma world with Xian and Bai Yi to return to the tower's summit and conclude the transaction with the Canaan Academy. However, just as I turn, a colossal eye suddenly opens beneath the magma world. Immediately, an indescribable, primordial, and terrifying consciousness emanates, akin to a slumbering dragon awakening, silently rising from the depths of the magma world's darker abyss. The strength of this consciousness far exceeds anything I can currently comprehend, eclipsing even the pressures from the Dan Tower's giants and the memories of celestial realms that linger in my mind. Then a voice, ancient and profound, yet imbued with supreme authority, resonates deep within my soul. Little child, your bloodline is quite intriguing. Come down and meet with me. This voice arrives with startling abruptness, penetrating the barriers of space and magma, indelibly marking my soul. Even with my resolute spirit, I am shaken by this sudden soul transmission. My heart fluttering, my countenance shifting, and my form halting abruptly. My lord, your highness? He Xian and Btth immediately sense my anomaly, their vigilance heightening as they position themselves protectively beside me. Though they did not directly receive the transmission, they can feel the indescribable terror emanating from below, along with the intense fluctuations of my soul. A flicker of uncertainty crosses my violet golden eyes as I raise my hand to signal my companions to remain calm. Directing my sharp gaze toward the seemingly endless crimson abyss below, my thoughts race, and I quickly consider a possibility: the cave of the ancient Emperor Ta'ashi. According to my past life's memories, deep within the Canaan Academy lies the abode of the last Dou Emperor of the Douqi continent, Ta'ashi, guarded by the old dragon emperor of the ancient Void Dragon clan, a being of unfathomable strength trapped for endless ages. Zhou Yuan is that old dragon emperor, I say, my voice low and laden with an unprecedented gravity. He invites us to descend and meet. Upon hearing this, both He Xian and Btth's expression sharpen. The old dragon emperor of the ancient Void Dragon? That is a legendary existence. His strength has likely reached the pinnacle of the continent. There may be unknown risks below. Should we deliberate further, my lord? Btth cautiously suggests, sensing the overwhelming aura emanating from below, far exceeding our current capacity to confront. He Xian remains silent, yet the spatial energies around him begin to subtly fluctuate, readying for any sudden developments. After a moment of contemplation, determination flashes in my eyes. If the other party harbors malicious intent, with their strength, we are utterly incapable of resisting. Since it is merely an invitation, we shall descend to investigate. Such an existence may present us with an opportunity. I am well aware that attracting the attention of such a being entails both fortune and peril. But retreating is not in my nature. Let's proceed. No longer hesitating, the three of us move as one, transforming into three streaks of light, not ascending, but plunging deeper into the magma world, into the abyss where even the perception of our souls is nearly consumed by the heat and darkness. The further we descend, the greater the pressure around us becomes, the temperature rising to absurd heights, rendering even the space itself thick and unstable. A typical Dou zone would likely struggle to maintain their protective Douqi here. Only our trio, having recently strengthened our powers and possessing unique abilities, can barely endure. Diving several thousand zhang deep, the surroundings shift from crimson magma to a dark, nearly black hue, with energies so turbulent they could rend low-tier Dou zone apart. Suddenly, from the dark red magma, numerous shadows spring forth. These shadows possess human faces and lizard bodies, their crimson pupils glaring, covered in hard scales. Sharp claws and teeth exuding a ferocious aura, with many even reaching the levels of Dou zone or Dou zun. They appear to perceive us as intruders, emitting sharp hisses and converging from all directions to launch a frenzied assault. The relentless torrent of attacks engulfs us in an instant. Oof. He Xian snorts coldly, his black robe billowing as he tears forward with both hands. A massive spatial fissure erupts like black lightning, instantly consuming dozens of the lizardmen charging at the forefront, silencing their cries as they are obliterated in the chaos of the spatial turbulence. His mastery of spatial power has grown increasingly refined. Btth, with fingers poised like a blade, unleashes a myriad of fine, sword-like flames from the platinum heavenly phoenix purifying flame, precisely piercing the skulls of those lizardmen, purifying their ferocious souls. His attacks are both sacred and lethal. I take a more direct approach, unleashing the devouring demonic flame, transforming it into a sea of black fire. Any lizard men who venture too close, regardless of their strength, are instantaneously engulfed, assimilated, and converted into pure energy to replenish myself. However, the sheer number of lizard men is overwhelming, and increasingly powerful individuals emerge among them. Despite our formidable strength, we begin to feel immense pressure, our progress severely hampered. Just as the battle reaches a stalemate, a roar, reminiscent of ancient primordial dragons, suddenly reverberates from the abyss's depths. This dragon's roar is not loud, yet it carries an unparalleled majesty and ancient will, instantly resonating throughout the entire magma world. As the dragon's roar resounds, all the frenzied attacking fire lizardmen freeze, as if ensnared by a binding spell. Their crimson eyes fill with sheer terror and reverence as they cease their assault, retreating like a receding tide, swiftly vanishing into the dark red magma, leaving no trace behind. In an instant, the surroundings fall into an eerie silence, with only the dull sound of magma flowing. The three of us exchange glances, each reflecting the shock mirrored in the other's eyes. Just a single dragon's roar has warded off countless powerful lizardmen. What immense power is this? Daring not to delay, we continue our descent. After approximately a stick of incense's worth of time, the scene before us suddenly opens up. A colossal and unfathomable translucent light shield materialized at the abyss's depths. Within this shield lay what appeared to be an independent space, wherein the faint outline of an ancient stone gate could be discerned. This was the entrance to the lair of the ancient deity Tuashi. Before this luminous barrier, an immense figure coiled, a dragon, a colossal dragon, beyond the realms of imagination. Its body undulated like a serpentine mountain range, stretching far beyond the horizon. Clad in dark golden scales, each as large as a shield, glimmering with a metallic sheen. Merely its presence exuded a terrifying pressure that suppressed the heavens and compelled all beings to submit. Under this overwhelming aura, the trio of Xuan Ye felt as diminutive as mere dust. The dragon's tightly shut eyes gradually opened, revealing colossal golden dragon pupils akin to the sun and moon. When its gaze swept across, it seemed capable of piercing through space, seeing through all illusions. Upon landing on Xuan Ye, its gaze paused momentarily, betraying an unmasked curiosity and intrigue. Yet, even this mere glance emanated waves of oppressive force, utterly terrifying. At that moment, Btth's white silk veil stirred in the absence of wind, and for the first time, an expression of profound shock crossed his otherwise pure visage. The divine phoenix bloodline within him quivered slightly under this pressure, a response driven by instinct. Xian's black gold eyes abruptly constricted, his innate power of devouring instinctively attempting to mobilize in defense. Yet it was akin to a stream striving to agitate the vast ocean, instantly rendered immobile by the sheer force. He felt a dragon's might that was both of the same origin and supremely exalted. Xuan Ye's violet gold eyes brimmed with astonishment, his dragon phoenix form emitting a resonant hum under the weight of this pressure, a testament to the defiance of his bloodline. Notably, Xian had merged with the bloodline of the ancient void dragon, transforming alongside the innate dark energy representing his devouring power into a demonic dragon bloodline, while Btth had integrated the bloodline of the ancient heavenly phoenix, evolving with the pure energy representing cleansing into a divine phoenix bloodline. Thus, Zhou Yuan did not perceive Btth as the ancient heavenly phoenix deserving of a forceful annihilation, but rather regarded both Btth and Xian as anomalous supreme beasts. Little one, you have finally arrived. The voice, aged yet imposing, resounded deep within Xuan Ye's soul, the same voice that had previously communicated with him. Its gaze bore the weight of 1,000 pounds, rendering breathing a challenge for the trio. I am the junior, Xuan Ye, honored to meet the Dragon Emperor. Suppressing the tumultuous waves within, Xuan Ye bowed respectfully, neither obsequious nor arrogant. Xian and Btth followed suit, slightly inclining their bodies. Such gestures of courtesy were indispensable in the presence of such a being. Zhou Yuan's massive dragon head shifted slightly, seemingly assessing Xuan Ye, particularly attuned to the unique aura of bloodline within him. A dragon phoenix body and such a pure, perfect one. Zhou Yuan's voice carried a hint of incredulous admiration. It is truly remarkable. Throughout history, the Btth continent has birthed but a handful of dragon phoenixes. I never expected to witness one today. Moreover, the dragon phoenix bodies across generations were said to have evolved from consuming the essence fruits of the dragon phoenix. Yet you, perfect, simply perfect. Zhou Yuan's voice echoed with endless weariness and a trace of disbelief, resonating within Xuan Ye's soul. The bloodline appeared as if it were a natural gift from the heavens, rather than a mere concoction of later generations. Young man, tell me, from whence do you hail? What is the origin of this supreme dragon phoenix bloodline? His enormous dragon pupils brimmed with scrutiny curiosity, and an ineffable complexity, having been trapped for eons. Encountering a being imbued with a legendary supreme bloodline, the one and only innate dragon phoenix body known to history, stirred monumental ripples in his previously tranquil heart. Yet unbeknownst to him, the devouring heaven divine art was the mightiest technique of the vast world, capable of perfectly seizing the essence, indistinguishable from the innate dragon phoenix body. Xuan Ye's dragon phoenix body was more potent than its predecessors because he cultivated the devouring heaven divine art, which coalesced his fighting energy into a more advanced spirit and dark energy. In the face of Zhou Yuan's sun and moon-like golden dragon pupils, which were filled with scrutiny and curiosity, Xuan Ye did not immediately divulge the origins of his bloodline. He met Zhou Yuan's gaze with a calm demeanor. Though his soul quivered slightly under the pressure, yet deep within his eyes lay a serene pride emanating from a higher realm. He spoke slowly, his voice resonating clearly in the stillness of the abyss. Honored Dragon Emperor, the source of my bloodline is not pressing at the moment. I have come today to propose a transaction. A transaction? Zhou Yuan's immense dragon head tilted slightly, releasing a low rumble filled with undisguised amusement and disdain. Little one, do you realize what manner of being I am? What qualifications does a mere 7-star Do zone have to negotiate with me? Were it not for the perfect, innate, supreme dragon phoenix bloodline that piqued his curiosity, he would not have bothered to exchange words with such a trivial creature. Xuan Ye remained unfazed by Zhou Yuan's disdain, a hint of a proud smile curving the corners of his lips. Qualifications are not solely determined by present strength. What I seek is modest. I merely wish to borrow 3 drops of your essence blood and gain access to some spatial secret techniques of the ancient Void Dragon clan. Essence blood? Secret techniques? A glimmer of cold light flickered in Zhou Yuan's dragon pupils, intrigued by the audacity. What is the price? He was keen to see what substantial bargaining chip this young man could offer. The price is this. Xuan Ye met Zhou Yuan's gaze resolutely, articulating each word with clarity. In the future, when I possess sufficient strength, I will assist you in breaking free from this confinement and leaving the ancient deity's lair. Ha 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 ha! Zhou Yuan erupted into laughter, a sound echoing through the abyss that resonated with such force it caused the very fabric of space to tremble. Assist me in breaking free? Young man, do you comprehend the magnitude of the power that binds me? The seal of the ancient deity Tuashi, unless one gathers all 8 ancient jades to unlock this lair. Or, he paused, a hint of ancient weariness and mockery flashing in his dragon pupils. Or unless you can attain the legendary Btth realm. Yet, it has been millennia since a Btth has graced the Btth continent. You? What gives you the right to aspire to the Btth? His tone was laced with disbelief, dismissing Xuan Ye as a dreamer. However, the disdain on Xuan Ye's face grew even more pronounced. He gently shook his head, as if lamenting Zhou Yuan's narrow perspective. Btth? Xuan Ye's tone carried an indescribable sense of superiority in the eyes of the honored Dragon Emperor. The Btth realm may appear as an unattainable pinnacle, yet to me, it is but a mere starting point. The so-called quasi-earthly sovereign is hardly worthy of being called a legend. Quasi-earthly sovereign? These gunas immense dragon cupils reflected contusion. This unfamiliar term seemed to touch upon some arcane rule, although he had never heard it before from Xuan Ye's tone. It was evident that the quasi-earthly sovereign likely referred to the Btth realm. Moreover, this young man spoke with such disdain. His words dripped with contempt for the Btth. Before Zhou Yuan could inquire further, Xuan Ye continued, his tone unassuming yet reverberating like thunder within Zhou Yuan's very soul. There is no need for your doubt, esteemed elder. I, along with my 2 companions, he gestured toward He Xian and Bai Yi, are not beings of this Btth continent. What? Zhou Yuan's massive form quivered violently, sending ripples through the surrounding stilled space. Not beings of the Btth continent. How is that possible? He had lived for countless eons and had never heard of life beyond the continent. Xuan Ye was quite pleased with Zhou Yuan's reaction and continued to explain in a tone imbued with condescension. The Btth continent is merely one of the countless lower realms within the vast and boundless Great Thousand World. It is insignificant and barren, akin to a single speck among the sands of the Ganges. Great Thousand World? Lower realms? Zhou Yuan's voice trembled with unprecedented shock and bewilderment. These terms were utterly beyond his comprehension. Indeed, Xuan Ye remarked, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. Though he was situated in the abyss, facing the colossal dragon, he appeared as if he were imparting fundamental knowledge to an innocent child. In the true Great Thousand World, the so-called Shang of the Duki continent is merely equivalent to the supreme realm there, while the Btth can barely be deemed a quasi-supreme. Beyond that, there exists the complete supreme realm, divided into lower, upper, and great perfection tiers. Above the supreme realm lies the celestial supreme, categorized into 3 grades: spirit, immortal, and sacred. Those are the true powerhouses commanding the star domains. Take the ancient Tuo Shi emperor who ensnared my predecessor. If placed within the great thousand world, he would merely be a slightly stronger quasi-supreme, perhaps not even touching the threshold of a true supreme. With each utterance from Xuan Ye, the astonishment within Zhou Yuan deepened. He had initially believed that Btth was the pinnacle of cultivation, the ultimate realm he had pursued throughout his life, only to discover, to his utter disbelief, that in this so-called great thousand world, Btth was merely a beginning, and that there were so many other unattainable levels beyond it. His own peak strength of 9-star Dou Shang, in the eyes of the great thousand world, was nothing more than the power of a native supreme. The pride he had harbored for millennia as one of the continent's top powerhouses was suddenly shattered. An unprecedented feeling of insignificance surged within Zhou Yuan. He finally comprehended why Xuan Ye always exuded an aura of transcendence, and why he looked down upon the realm of Btth with such disdain. Nearly speechless dragon eyes, Xuan Ye softened his tone, yet retained an air of aloof pride. The 3 of us stumbled into this realm due to a rare spatial turbulence. He Xuan and Bai Yi are my close friends. Xuan Ye gestured towards the 2 individuals beside him, noting that He Xuan bore the bloodline of the demon dragon, and Bai Yi possessed the physique of the divine phoenix, both being entities foreign to this world. Zhou Yuan's gaze swept over He Xuan and Bai Yi once more, this time not merely surprised by their strength, but rather scrutinizing them with a solemnity befitting otherworldly visitors. He indeed sensed from He Xuan an aura akin to the dragon clan, but more tyrannical and dark, while from Bai Yi, he felt a sacred and noble pressure, distinctly different from the beasts of the continent. In this moment, everything began to make sense. As he processed this paradigm-shifting information, Zhou Yuan remained silent for a considerable time. When he finally spoke again, his previously disdainful and authoritative tone had transformed into one of tranquility, even carrying a subtle hint of egalitarian dialogue. The great thousand world, quasi-supreme. So is. Zhou Yuan's voice resonated with profound emotion. I have been trapped here for countless years, believing I had witnessed the vastness of the heavens and earth, only to realize today that I am but a frog at the bottom of a well, a source of ridicule. His enormous golden dragon eyes refocused on Xuan Ye, now filled with complex emotions. Young man, if your words bear truth, then you indeed possess the qualifications to engage in a transaction with me. At this moment, in Zhou Yuan's eyes, Xuan Ye and his companions transformed from mere fortunate young talents with terrifying bloodlines into mysterious visitors from a more expansive world, possessing boundless futures. The promise of aiding his escape no longer seemed like a distant fantasy. Chapter 45, The Taishu Soul Art. In Zhou Yuan's immense golden dragon eyes, a brilliant light flickered intensely, revealing the inner turmoil and deliberation he was undergoing. The information Xuan Ye had presented was overwhelmingly shocking, directly destabilizing the worldview he had cultivated over billions of years, compelling him to reevaluate the value of the young dragon phoenix before him, hailing from the great thousand world. After what felt like an eternity of silence, Zhou Yuan finally spoke, his voice tinged with an unprecedented weariness and relief. Very well, trapped in this endless expanse of time. The ancient jade is ethereal, and the Btth realm is even more unattainable. If what you say is true, perhaps you're indeed my only hope for escape. His colossal dragon head bowed slightly as he gazed solemnly at Xuan Ye. 3 drops of my essence blood and some spatial secret techniques I can grant you. I only hope you will not disappoint me. Upon finishing his statement, Zhou Yuan's mountainous body trembled slightly, and 3 drops of blood, roughly the size of a fist and radiating a pure dark gold hue, each containing the essence of a liquid golden dragon swirling within, slowly separated from his brow. Each drop of essence blood contained unimaginable, overwhelming energy. The moment they appeared, the surrounding space began to distort under the pressure, emitting a deep, resonant hum. Simultaneously, a sphere of pure soul energy coalesced and surged towards Xuan Ye, containing the profound essence of the Taishu ancient dragon clan's spatial secret techniques. Thank you, esteemed elder, Xuan Ye exclaimed, a glimmer of joy flashing his eyes as he clasped his hands in gratitude. He could feel the terrifying power contained within those 3 drops of essence blood. This was the primal force of a peak 9-star Do Shang. Without hesitation, he flicked 2 drops towards He Xian and Bai Yi, keeping 1 for himself. The 3 exchanged a glance and simultaneously opened their mouths, swallowing the hovering dark golden essence blood. Boom! The moment the essence blood entered their bodies, it felt as if 3 stars had exploded within them. An indescribable primal power surged like a torrent, violently coursing through their limbs, bones, and meridians. The force was so immense that even with their peak 7-star Do zone cultivation and formidable physiques, they felt as though their bodies might burst. Xuan Ye let out a muffled grunt, channeling all his strength to operate the swallowing heaven divine technique. The purple gold dragon phoenix Do Qi intertwined with the swallowing devil flame, frantically refining and guiding this power. He Xian unleashed the full force of his devouring abilities, absorbing the essence blood energy like an abyss. While the demon dragon bloodline roared in excitement, Bai Yi was enveloped in a sacred platinum halo, continuously purifying and integrating the incoming energy into himself with the divine phoenix's cleansing flame. The trio's auras surged at a visible pace. 8-star Do zone, peak 8-star Do zone, 9-star Do zone. Ultimately, propelled by the terrifying energy of the 3 drops of Zhu Kuan's essence blood, their cultivation forcibly broke through to the pinnacle of 9-star Do zone. They were just a step away from the Do zone realm. Moreover, their foundations were not merely stable, but had become exceedingly solid due to the refining of the Dragon Emperor's essence blood. With both their physical strength and Do Qi quality experiencing a qualitative leap, feeling the surging, unprecedented power within him, Xuan Ye slowly opened his eyes, his purple gold irises radiating brilliance. He looked again at Zhu Kuan, his tone now composed. The elder's generous gift will be forever etched in my heart. Zhu Kuan observed the trio's rapid breakthroughs with a flicker of astonishment in his eyes, though much of it was attributed to his essence blood. The speed and stability with which these 3 youngsters refined it were indeed remarkable. At that moment, Xuan Ye spoke again, inquiring, "Esteemed elder, might you possess any secret techniques for cultivating the soul? The significance of soul power, I trust, is clear to you." Upon hearing this, Zhu Kuan's enormous dragon visage revealed a hint of pain. Having already expended much on essence blood and spatial secret techniques, this young man dared to seek soul techniques? The core secrets of the Taishu ancient dragon clan were not to be easily divulged. Noticing Zhu Kuan's expression, Xuan Ye's mind raced, immediately presenting an irresistible proposition. "Esteemed elder, should you be willing to part with such knowledge, I can assure you that I will diligently nurture your daughter, aiding her growth and ensuring her safety." What? Zhu Kuan's massive form suddenly trembled as though struck by a bolt of celestial lightning. His colossal dragon eyes instantly constricted to the size of a needlepoint, brimming with profound astonishment, excitement, and a hint of incredulous ecstasy. "What did you say? My daughter? Do you know where she is? Is she still alive? What has become of her?" For the first time, Zhu Kuan's voice lost its usual calm and authority, turning urgent and trembling. As his enormous dragon head leaned closer to Xuan Ye, the overwhelming pressure causing Xuan Ye to momentarily struggle for breath. Steadying himself, Xuan Ye nodded and replied, "Indeed, esteemed elder, your daughter is currently at Canaan Academy under the alias Ziyan. She is well, but having been lost at a young age. She knows nothing of her heritage or lineage. Due to an unfortunate incident involving a transformation herb, she has taken on the form of a 12 or 13-year-old human girl." He then elaborated on how he encountered Ziyan and her current circumstances. As Zhu Kuan listened to Xuan Ye's account, his immense dragon eyes initially filled with excitement and affection, only to be swiftly replaced by a tempest of rage and profound guilt. "Tuashigudi, you old scoundrel, to imprison me is one thing, but to allow my daughter to roam lost and forsaken is unforgivable. I shall not rest until I confront you." Zhu Kuan's roar reverberated through the abyss, laden with boundless regret and fury. For a millennium, he had been tormented by the thought of his newborn daughter left alone in the world. Once his fury subsided, Zhu Kuan's voice grew low and hoarse, infused with endless weariness. "I have wronged her. I have failed her." Xuan Ye seized the moment to reassure him. "Rest assured, esteemed elder, I have befriended Ziyan. I regard her as my sister, and I will protect her with my utmost effort." Zhu Kuan's enormous dragon eyes fixed intently upon Xuan Ye, his emotions swirling with complexity. After a prolonged silence, he took a deep breath and solemnly declared, "Young friend Xuan Ye, I underestimated you before. Whether or not you can rescue me is of little consequence now. I ask but one thing of you. Please, esteemed elder, speak, Xuan Ye urged. Protect my daughter Ziyin and take her to Dragon Island. But elder, before Zhu Kuan could finish, Xuan Ye interjected, as far as I know, the ancient dragon clan has now fragmented into 4 major dragon islands. Aside from East Dragon Island, the others have revolted and declared themselves kings. What? Zhu Kuan's fury ignited anew, his terrifying aura ripping apart the surrounding space. He never anticipated that, in his absence, his kin would instigate rebellion. Young friend Xuan Ye, assist my daughter Zi Yin in unifying Dragon Island. She must become the next dragon sovereign. Zhu Kuan's voice was resolute, filled with an unyielding determination, declaring that those traitors who remained obstinate could be dealt with mercilessly. Xuan Ye pledged earnestly, esteemed elder, rest assured, even without today's transaction, I will not stand idly by due to my bond with Ziyin. Unifying the ancient Dragon Islands and aiding her ascension to the throne is my obligation. Upon hearing Xuan Ye's unwavering response, Zhu Kuan's gaze shifted entirely. The previous scrutiny and transactional mindset vanished, replaced by profound trust and a hint of elder-like warmth. Excellent. Excellent. For Ziyin to encounter you is indeed her fortune. Zhu Kuan's tone was filled with relief. He hesitated no longer, and once again summoned a more refined orb of soul energy from his brow, containing the ancient clan's secret, the Tai Su soul technique. This was an unparalleled secret method aimed at cultivating a soul of imperial caliber. Otherwise, it would be challenging for Zhu Kuan as a magical beast to attain such an imperial soul. This is the Tai Su soul technique. Cultivate it diligently. With your talent, an imperial soul is within your grasp. Diukun Advisit. Xuan Ye was overjoyed and hastily accepted it. With this technique, his soul power would undoubtedly surge, greatly benefiting his future cultivation and alchemy. Following this, dark golden dragon scales began to shed from Zhu Kuan, flying towards Xuan Ye. Though the scale was merely the size of a palm, it was as heavy as a mountain, adorned with intricate natural patterns, imbued with world-destroying energy. This scale carries the weight of my strike. By activating it with your soul power, you can unleash it instantly, equivalent to a peak 9-star Do Shang's ordinary attack. In this realm, few can withstand it. Consider it my gift to you, a token of gratitude and protection. Zhu Kuan stated, his tone laced with concern. Xuan Ye accepted the dragon scale, elated. This was indeed a genuine, life-preserving trump card. A peak Do Shang strike, even if merely an ordinary attack, was sufficient to annihilate any Do Zun and severely injure lower-tier Do Shangs. Even if the Soul Hall's master, Han Mie Sheng, were to confront this strike, he would likely have to retreat from its ferocity, perhaps even suffer losses. Thank you, esteemed elder, for your generous endowment. I shall not disappoint your trust. Xuan Ye once again bowed deeply. At this moment, the transaction was complete and the trust was established. Although Zhu Kuan remained imprisoned, the burden weighing on his heart seemed to lighten considerably. He gazed upon the young man from the vast world, endowed with the supreme bloodline of the Dragon Phoenix, who promised to safeguard his daughter, his eyes brimming with complex hope. Meanwhile, Xuan Ye, carrying Zhu Kuan's 3 drops of essence blood, spatial secret methods, soul secret techniques, and a terrifyingly powerful dragon scale, felt immensely fulfilled. He exchanged glances with He Xian and Bai Yi, knowing it was time to depart from the abyss. Chapter 46, Mugu. At the bottom of the magma abyss, having reached an agreement with the old dragon emperor Zhu Kuan and reaped substantial rewards, Xuan Ye, He Xian, and Bai Yi ceased their stay. They offered a slight bow to the colossal dragon silhouette that loomed like a mountain, then transformed into 3 streaks of light, piercing through the viscous dark red magma, racing upwards. Upon nearing the ceiling entrance at the base of the burning Heaven Chi training tower, Xuan Ye halted, his violet golden eyes sweeping over the still, surging magma below. He formed seals with his hands, intertwining his comprehension of spatial power as he quietly inscribed an extremely concealed spatial seal on the rock wall beneath the entrance. This seal not only served to prevent outsiders from entering the magma realm, but also acted as a warning and coordinate point, allowing for future descent into the abyss or communication from Zhu Kuan. Having completed this, the trio traversed the seal and re-entered the underground plaza of the burning Heaven Chi training tower, adorned with runes. Young Master Xuan Ye, upon seeing the 3 emerge safely, Su Qian and the assembled elders, who had been anxiously waiting outside, breathed a sigh of relief and hurried forward. As their gazes fell upon the small flame in Xuan Ye's hand, enveloped in a gentle energy, pulsating softly and radiating pure, warm heartfire energy, their faces instantly transformed with overwhelming joy. Is this the new fallen heart flame? Su Qian's voice trembled, as he could distinctly sense that. While its energy was far less than before, it was remarkably stable and vibrant. Indeed, Xuan Ye confirmed, handing the flame to Su Qian. This is the embryonic form of the fallen heart flame. I have erased its violent thoughts. Using this as a core to reconstruct the seal will ensure the long-term stability of the burning Heaven Qi training tower, and there should be no significant issues for a century. Su Qian carefully accepted the flame, cradling it as one would a rare treasure, his face flushed with excitement. Wonderful. Truly wonderful. Young Master Xuan Ye, you're a great benefactor of Canaan Academy. Waiting for half a month has truly been worth it. The elders behind him also displayed expressions of elation, their gazes towards Xuan Ye and his companions filled with gratitude. However, just as Su Qian was reveling in his excitement, he instinctively sensed the aura of Xuan Ye and his companions. This perception caused him to shudder, his face betraying a look of horror. Half a month prior, when Xuan Ye and his companions entered the tower's base, though their aura was profound, Su Qian, as a 3-star dozone, could still roughly gauge their strength at around the peak of 5-star dozone. However, now, standing before him were 3 individuals whose presence was as profound and inscrutable as the depths of the mountains, instilling in him an oppressive sensation akin to facing the countless venerable elders of the back mountain. It had merely been half a month. In such a harsh environment at the base of the tower, how could their strength have experienced such a terrifying leap? This could no longer be described as mere genius. They were utterly monstrous. Master Xuan Ye, may I inquire about your cultivation levels? Su Qian could not help but swallow hard. Incredulity etched across his face. Xuan Ye merely smiled faintly, offering no detailed explanation, and casually remarked, "The energy at the tower's base was abundant. We made some minor gains." Su Qian and the other elders exchanged glances, stunned. This was far beyond mere minor gains. It was a complete transformation. Their doubts about Xuan Ye and his companions, particularly regarding Xuan Ye's status as the foremost prodigy of Zhongzhou, evaporated, leaving only profound respect. Truly, they were monsters nurtured by the alchemist's tower. Meanwhile, as Xuan Ye and his companions resolved the crisis at Yan Academy and their power surged, the atmosphere in a grim hall within the Black Corner region contrasted starkly. The dimly lit hall was shrouded in dense black mist, permeated by the wails of tormented souls. A spectral figure, cloaked in black, trembled as it knelt on the ground. It was the Iron Guardian dispatched by the Soul Palace to the Black Corner region. Master, I regret to inform you that Han Feng's soul mark has completely dissipated. He is dead. The Iron Guardian's voice trembled with terror. On the throne in the hall, a denser, almost tangible black mist writhed, exuding a chilling pressure that froze the very souls of those present. Within the black mist, 2 crimson glimmers ignited, resembling the eyes of a demon, fixated upon the Iron Guardian. Dead? When did this occur? A raspy, cold voice, akin to metal scraping, emerged from the mist. Xiao Yan. The voice was not loud, yet twisted the very essence of the Iron Guardian's soul, nearly causing it to unravel. He hastily replied, "Reporting to you, respected Mugu. Based on the time of the mark's disappearance, it was approximately several months ago. The aura of Xiao Yan has also vanished. I am incompetent and have failed to ascertain the identity of the assailant." Useless. A cold snort from the being known as Mugu sent the temperature in the hall plummeting to freezing point, with black frost even condensing upon the walls. The Iron Guardian felt as if struck by a heavy blow, his soul dimming significantly. Mugu, one of the elders of the Soul Palace, was a formidable powerhouse at the pinnacle of the 3-star Do Zone. He had long coveted the Xiao Yan in Han Feng's possession, yet had refrained from forcefully seizing it due to Han Feng's status as a 6th-grade alchemist and a delicate cooperative relationship with the Soul Palace. He had intended to slowly scheme for it, but unexpectedly, someone had beaten him to it. Several months prior, in the vicinity of the Black Corner region, there existed an individual capable of silently eliminating Han Feng and seizing the Xiao Yan. Moguis Crimson Gaze Flitzkeret, his chilling aura locking onto the direction of the northwestern continent, Yan Academy, or perhaps other hidden powers. Or had someone from Zhongzhou arrived? He could not believe that Han Feng would so easily perish at the hands of an unknown individual. The disappearance of Xiao Yan ignited a fierce anger and greed within him. that held significant implications for certain plans of the Soul Palace. Iron Guardian, present. The Iron Guardian responded promptly. I shall personally make my way to the northwestern continent. Mugu's voice bore an undeniable murderous intent. The truth behind Han Feng's death and the whereabouts of Xuan Ye must be uncovered. Whoever dares to covet what belongs to my Soul Palace shall pay the price. Yes, the elder is wise. The Iron Guardian felt a chill run down his spine, with Mugu personally taking action. It seemed the northwestern continent was poised to be engulfed in a bloody storm. The black mist upon the throne surged violently, coalescing into the figure of a sinister-looking elder, whose gaze was as venomous as a serpent. He stepped forward, distorting the surrounding space, tearing through the void, and vanished from the hall. The overwhelming pressure lingered, leaving the kneeling Iron Guardian too fearful to raise his head. The pinnacle of the three-star Dozun had now set his sights upon the northwestern continent. Meanwhile, the three members of Xuan Ye, having just departed from Jian Yan Academy, remained blissfully unaware of the colossal crisis looming, instigated by Xuan Yan. A storm was on the horizon. Chapter 47, Arrival at the Jiao Ma Empire. After spending half a month at Jian Yan Academy, Xuan Ye did not squander his time. During this period, he devoted himself to the cultivation of the Tai Su Soul technique acquired from Zhou Yuan. This supreme soul secret technique, originating from the Tai Su ancient dragon clan, was profoundly mysterious, directly targeting the soul at the imperial realm. With his formidable comprehension and inherent talent for the soul, Xuan Ye's soul power soared during this half-month, breaking through the bottleneck of the great perfection of the soul realm and stepping into the realm of half-step heavenly domain. Achieving half-step heavenly domain in soul power marked a qualitative leap. Xuan Ye felt his perceptions sharpen, his insight into the energies of the world becoming astute. He could even faintly capture the subtle trajectories of the laws contained within space. This brought immeasurable benefits to his cultivation, combat, and future alchemy. Simultaneously, after Lin Xiaoya and the others consumed the spiritual liquid bestowed by Xuan Ye, crafted from earth heart refining liquid and other precious materials, they too successfully broke through their bottlenecks, ascending to the ranks of Do Wang. Although they were merely one-star Do Wang, their foundations were solid, and their potential far surpassed that of ordinary Do Wang. The four held unwavering loyalty and profound respect for Xuan Ye. Feeling that everything was in order, Xuan Ye decided it was time to depart. His objectives for the northwestern continent had largely been fulfilled, devouring, enhancing his strength, gathering allies, befriending Queen Medusa and Ziyan, and establishing a connection with the ancient dragon Emperor Zhou Yuan. Next, he intended to visit the Jiao Ma Empire to see how Xiao Yan, whom he had previously robbed of opportunities, had progressed, especially regarding the rather intriguing 3-year agreement. On this day, Xuan Ye and his companions, accompanied by the newly promoted Do Wang Lin Xiaoya, Lu Qing, Han Yu, Lin Yan, and Ziyan, bid farewell to Su Qian and the other elders of Jian Yan Academy, tearing through space and directly heading towards the Jiao Ma Empire. In the capital of the Jiao Ma Empire, the Imperial Square was teeming with people, a cacophony of excitement. The square was hosting a grand event that hadn't occurred in many years, the finals of the Alchemist Conference. At the center of the square, several young alchemists were fully engrossed in controlling the flames within their cauldrons, performing the final refinement of their pills. Among them, a youth clad in black robes, possessing an ordinary face yet with an exceptionally resolute gaze, stood out prominently. He wielded a ghostly white flame, his alchemical techniques practiced and steady. This was none other than Xiao Yan, who had taken on the alias of Yan Xiao. On the high platform, prominent figures such as President Fa Ma, Jia Xingtian, Nailan Jia, and the esteemed leader of Yunlan's sect, Yun Yun, were all present. Their eyes were fixed upon Xiao Yan, filled with curiosity and admiration for this suddenly emerging young alchemist. The atmosphere in the square was tense yet fervent, as everyone eagerly awaited the birth of the ultimate champion. However, at this critical moment, interesting, a voice imbued with a clear, yet slightly languid laughter seemed to descend from the heavens. Not loud, but resonating clearly above the clamor of the square, reaching every ear. Even more disconcerting was that, accompanying this voice, an overwhelming, ethereal soul pressure, vast as an abyss and intangible, suddenly enveloped the entire square like a deluge. Under the oppressive aura, the multitude of spectators in the square, be they ordinary citizens or martial artists, great fighters, even the alchemists refining elixirs on the stone platform, felt their souls sink as if weighed down by an invisible mountain. Cold sweat instantly drenched their backs, and even breathing became laborious. Upon a high platform, formidable fighters such as Fama, Jia Xingtian, and Lin Dong, along with the peak Do Huang Yunyun, experienced a sudden change in expression. The overwhelming soul power was utterly terrifying. It was far beyond the realm of their comprehension. Even the esteemed sixth-tier alchemist Fama felt his soul tremble before this pressure, akin to a firefly in the presence of the bright moon. Who is this eminent figure that has descended? Jia Xingtian abruptly stood, his voice tinged with a barely perceptible tremor as his fighting spirit soared to its zenith, gazing at the sky as though confronting a formidable foe. All eyes instinctively followed Jia Xingtian's gaze upwards towards the imperial capital. In the next moment, an unforgettable scene unfolded. The previously clear sky was abruptly torn asunder, revealing a pitch-black spatial rift stretching 100 feet. At the edges of the rift, silver spatial turbulence writhed like electric serpents. Emanating destructivo. Then, under the horrified gazes of countless spectators, 8 figures slowly emerged from the rift. The 3 foremost figures were notably youthful, appearing to be no older than 17 or 18, yet they did not rely on any fighting spirit to take flight. Instead, they stood firmly in the void as if treading upon solid ground. They walked upon air, Do's own powerhouses. The figure on the left, clad in a dragon-patterned black gold robe with a broad hood obscuring his face, revealed only a stern jawline, with an aura so deep and frigid that it seemed to devour light itself. The one on the right wore a phoenix-patterned white gold robe with platinum silk binding his eyes, his snow-white hair giving him an ethereal, saintly quality, as if a celestial being had descended to the mortal realm. However, the central figure was the most captivating. Draped in a regal purple gold robe, he stood tall, his black hair billowing in the wind, his breathtakingly handsome visage striking awe, while his violet gold eyes shimmered with a condescending grace that seemed to look down upon the world. Merely standing there, he appeared to be the very center of the universe. Behind these 3 godlike youths were 5 others, equally youthful, adorned with resplendent wings of fighting spirit. 3 men and 2 women, each exuding distinct auras, some gentle, some stern, some wild, while the women radiated a cool lunar beauty, all possessing substantial power, clearly Do Wang strongholds. Yet in this moment, these 5 Do Wang, capable of dominating any region, stood respectfully behind the 3, resembling devoted attendants. The 8 figures hovered above, surveying the entirety of the imperial square below. Silence, a deathly stillness. The vast square, filled with tens of thousands of people, now seemed frozen, mouths agape and eyes wide, staring at the 8 figures in the sky. Particularly, the 3 young figures standing upon air utterly shattered their understanding. Such youthful dozone, and 3 of them at once. How could this be possible? The strongest in the Gamma Empire was merely a Do Huang. On the high platform, Fama, the chairman, dropped his teacup with a crash, shattering it upon the ground. Yet he remained oblivious, his lips trembling, walking upon air, Do Zong, so young. Who exactly are they? Jia Xingtian, the royal guardian, turned pale as cold sweat beaded on his forehead. He sensed a terrifying power from those 3 youths, one capable of easily annihilating the entire Gamma Empire. Lin Dong was so astounded he could scarcely speak. Even the typically composed Yunyun covered her rosy lips with a delicate hand. Her beautiful eyes filled with admiration and longing. Her gaze involuntarily fell upon the central purple-robed youth, stirring ripples within her heart. On the stone platform, Xiao Yan forcibly suppressed the trembling of his soul and raised his head to the sky. Upon seeing the central purple-robed youth, his pupils abruptly constricted to the size of pinpricks. It was him, the mysterious youth from Qingshan Town, the one who took Qing Lin from Shimo City, the mastermind behind gifting medicine to his elder brother, the one referred to by the Medusa Queen of the Serpent People, the one who seized the blue lotus heartfire, whose power was unfathomable. Xuan Ye. He had arrived in the Gamma Empire. The grave voice of Yao Lao echoed urgently in Xiao Yan's mind. Be careful, little one. The strength of these 3 surpasses what you encountered among the Serpent People, especially the one in the center, Xuan Ye. His soul power has likely touched the legendary realm. And the 2 beside him are certainly not simple. Xiao Yan's heart plummeted to the depths. Facing such existence, the sliver of confidence he had gained from breaking through to the pinnacle of Do Shi and beginning to master the flame, dividing wave was utterly crushed. Although Xiao Yan had yet to obtain the he had still broken through to the pinnacle of Doushi with Yao Lao's assistance. Xuan Ye's gaze swept indifferently over the frozen square below, finally lingering for a fleeting moment on the black-robed youth upon the stone platform. A faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. "It seems I have arrived just in time," he murmured softly, his voice resonating clearly in the ears of the nearby He Xian and Bai Yi. The finals of the Gamma Empire Alchemist Conference had come to a standstill due to the arrival of these 7 unexpected guests. A greater storm seemed poised to unfold over the imperial capital. Chapter 48, Observation. Under the multitude of astonished, reverent, and fearful gazes, Xuan Ye and his companions slowly descended from the sky, not landing in the audience area, but directly upon the most prestigious VIP platform. Their arrival instantly solidified the atmosphere atop the platform. Jia Tian, Fama, and the others felt as though they were facing a formidable enemy, yet dared not make a single move. However, Xuan Ye and his companions seemed oblivious to their tension. "Wow, it's so lively here. What are those round platforms for? Is it a contest of whose flames are more beautiful?" Upon landing, Ziyin excitedly looked around, pointing at the competition platforms below, her small face full of wonder. It was her first time witnessing such a gathering of people. Lin Xiaoya, Lu Qing, Lin Yan, and Han Yu appeared considerably more composed, standing a bit further behind Xuan Ye, engaged in quiet conversation while occasionally glancing at the competition below and the imposing Gamma Empire stronghold surrounding them. A hint of subtle superiority gleaming in their eyes, characteristic of the talents from Central State. After all, having spent time with Xuan Ye and his companions, they had felt somewhat overshadowed. Now, finally seeing ordinary people, a sense of superiority welling up within them. The Gamma Empire's Alchemist Conference is quite substantial, though the competitors' levels still have ample room for improvement, Lin Xiaoya remarked with a gentle smile. Lu Qing, arms crossed, cast a cold, scrutinizing glance over the entire venue. The strongest here is merely a Do Huang. Fighting spirit is exceedingly scarce. Their conversation was not deliberately muted, yet it clearly reached the ears of Fama, Jia Tian, and others, causing their expressions to fluctuate between shades of green and white, though they dared not retort. For the truth of their words was undeniable, and they had the standing to voice such opinions. Meanwhile, Xuan Ye's gaze remained fixed upon one individual, Yun Yun, the leader of the Yunlan sect. Ignoring the anxious Fama, Jia Tian, and the others, he directly approached Yun Yun, gazing upon her stunningly beautiful face, which momentarily appeared dazed due to shock. Xuan Ye's haughty demeanor softened into a warm smile, and he softly spoke. "Yun'er, it has been a long time. How have you been?" The address of Yun'er thundered in Yun Yun's ears, stunning everyone on the high platform. Yun Yun gazed upon the visage before her, one that surpassed even her most vivid memories in both beauty and inscrutability. A tempest of complex emotions surged within her enchanting eyes, elation, longing, grievance, and an ineffable flutter of excitement. Unable to contain her feelings any longer, she leapt into Xuan Ye's embrace, burying her head against his chest, her voice quivering with emotion. You still remember to return?" This moment left the entire platform, as well as the audience below who had taken note of the situation, utterly petrified. The leader of Yunlan sect, the dream goddess of countless souls within the Jiama Empire, had just thrown herself into the arms of a stranger. Moreover, judging by their demeanor, their relationship was anything but ordinary. Jia Tian, Fa Ma, and Nalan Jie exchanged glances, a tumult of emotions stirring within them. They were instantly reminded of the secret news regarding the former sect leader Yun Shan's breakthrough to Dozong, as well as the myriad changes within the Yunlan sect over the past 6 months. It turned out that this mysterious and formidable youth stood behind it all. No wonder the Yunlan sect suddenly possessed such confidence. Who would dare provoke the Jiama Empire with such a figure as their backing? Fa Ma's gaze was particularly keen. He fixated intently on an inconspicuous ancient token hanging from Xuan Ye's waist. Upon discerning the alchemical cauldron and the 3 wave patterns etched upon the token, his pupils constricted to pinpricks. That was the Dan Tower token. He belonged to the Dan Tower. A tempest of realization surged within Fa Ma. It was no wonder he possessed such terrifying soul power. A Dozong at such a young age. Everything suddenly made sense. The Dan Tower, the sanctum of alchemists in the Do Chi continent. Truly, it was worthy of its reputation to cultivate such prodigies. With this thought, all of Fa Ma's doubts and unease transformed into profound respect and understanding. He discreetly tugged at Jia Tian's sleeve, subtly indicating the token at Xuan Ye's waist. Following his gaze, although Jia Tian was less informed about the Dan Tower than Fa Ma, he recognized its immense stature, and he gasped in astonishment. The remnants of his reluctance and vigilance dissipated, replaced by a near-humble deference. As a result, the atmosphere atop the platform grew delicate. No one dared express any dissatisfaction or suspicion regarding the arrival of Xuan Ye and his companions. Not even a breath was exhaled, lest it disturb the embracing pair and these ominous, mysterious visitors. Xuan Ye gently patted Yin Yun's back, whispering softly, "Some matters were delayed. But here I am now." His gaze swept across the halted competition below and landed on the black-robed youth who was fixated on him, eyes brimming with complexity as he smiled enigmatically. It seemed he had arrived just in time. This unfolding drama was becoming increasingly intriguing. Meanwhile, in a remote corner of the northwestern continent, a rift in space appeared, from which a bizarre and terrifying figure emerged. A flicker of dark light passed, and in an instant, it harvested every soul in the vicinity. In such a desolate region of the northwestern continent, it was astonishing that the true entity chose to act personally. Chapter 49. The initial mention of the 3-year agreement, the finals of the Jiama Empire's Alchemist Conference resumed under an extraordinarily eerie atmosphere. Although the rift in the sky had closed, the awe and oppressive presence emanating from the 8 figures that descended like deities, particularly the 3 young Dozongs standing in midair, lingered in the hearts of all, an inescapable shadow. Upon a stone platform, Xiao Yan, known as Yin Xiao, suppressed the storm of emotions stirred by Xuan Ye's appearance, as well as the instinctual tremor within his soul in response to the half-step heavenly realm's soul pressure. He poured his entire focus into the final refinement of the elixir. He knew that under the scrutiny of such terrifying existences, any misstep would seem laughably trivial. Indeed, Xiao Yan's resolve was remarkably steadfast. Despite the overwhelming external distractions, he successfully completed the elixir with the aid of his solid foundation and the secret support of Yao Lao. When a cauldron opened, releasing a fragrant aroma, a round, intricately patterned pinnacle 4th-tier elixir appeared before the crowd, prompting a wave of hushed exclamations. A pinnacle 4th-tier elixir. This Yin Xiao was truly formidable. To be such a young, 3rd-tier alchemist capable of concocting a pinnacle 4th-tier elixir was indeed awe-inspiring. Under normal circumstances, Xiao Yan's performance would have made him the center of attention, earning him countless accolades and alliances. However, today, all praises seemed somewhat lackluster. The gaze of the crowd inevitably drifted toward the calm observers atop the platform, with Xuan Ye, He Xian, and Bai Yi, 3 remarkably young, yet fearsomely powerful individuals, casting their shadows. Xiao Yan's brilliance seemed to dim significantly. It was akin to a bright star appearing mundane under the light of a full moon. Without those few, this Yin Xiao would undoubtedly be recognized as the rare talent of a century in the Jiama Empire. Fa Ma murmured under his breath, encapsulating the sentiments of many. It was not that Xiao Yan lacked excellence, but rather that his peers were simply extraordinary. Jia Tian, Nalan Jia, and others nodded slightly, their gazes flitting between Xiao Yan and the likes of Xuan Ye, their emotions a tumultuous mix. The outcome of the competition was without suspense. Xiao Yan secured the championship with his 4th-tier elixir. Yet, when Fa Ma approached to present the award and inquire about Xiao Yan's mentor, he hesitated, subconsciously glancing at Xuan Ye, noting that the latter exhibited no particular reaction, merely observing the proceedings with indifference. He felt slightly reassured and proceeded with the formalities. After a hasty conclusion to the award ceremony, Jia Tian, as the royal representative, took a deep breath, steeling himself as he stepped forward, respectfully cupping his hands toward Xuan Ye. "Mister, may I inquire what brings your esteemed presence to the Jiama Empire? Should you require any assistance from our royal family, please do not hesitate to ask." Xuan Ye withdrew his gaze from below, casting a casual glance at Jia Tian. The pressure emanating from his amethyst gold eyes made Jia Tian feel an invisible weight. He replied nonchalantly, "No significant matters. I merely heard of the 3-year agreement between Yunlan's sect and the Xiao family, which piqued my interest. I came to witness the ensuing spectacle." His voice was calm, yet resonated throughout the platform. A 3-year agreement? Lin Xiaoya, Lu Qing, Han Yu, and Lin Yan exchanged intrigued glances upon hearing this. Hailing from the central continent, they had witnessed grander spectacles and found themselves particularly drawn to such enmity-laden duels. Lin Yan, whose temperament was the most impatient, could not help but ask, "Your Highness, what is this 3-year agreement? It sounds quite fascinating. Is it a wager between factions?" Xuan Ye smirked slightly, providing a straightforward explanation. "It is a matter of personal grievances. A young man from the Xiao family in Wutan city of the Jiama Empire was rejected by the Yunlan sect's young sect master, Lin Yan. 3 years prior, in a fit of rage, he established a 3-year agreement to reclaim this humiliation before the world at the Yunlan sect. Oh, rejected in such a manner? A hint of amusement flickered across Lu Qing's stern face. This was indeed a profound humiliation. What is Xiao family's young man now? To dare set a 3-year agreement, he must possess some confidence. Han Yu's cool gaze also reflected a glimmer of curiosity. From rejection until now, 3 years is a significant span for a young man from a remote empire to challenge a behemoth like the Yunlan sect's young sect master. It is no small feat. He is either audaciously ignorant or possesses extraordinary capabilities. Lin Xiaoya merely smiled gently, choosing to remain silent. Xuan Ye offered a non-committal smile, refraining from revealing Xiao Yan's true identity, merely stating, "Ultimately, the truth will be unveiled in due time. I trust it shall not disappoint." Listening to the conversation between Xuan Ye and the young Do Wang behind him, Jia Xingtian, Fa Ma, and others were engulfed in uncertainty. They realized that this formidable group had arrived for the sake of Nailan Yanran and Xiao Yan's 3-year agreement, an affair that they had perceived as a mere internal grudge between the Yunlan sect and the Xiao family had surprisingly attracted the attention of the Central State Alchemist Tower. What secrets lay hidden beneath this development? Particularly Nailan Jia, whose expression darkened considerably. He had not anticipated that the disgraceful annulment of engagement from years past would escalate to such an extent, drawing the attention of unimaginable powers. Yun nestled beside Xuan Ye, listening to their discourse, her beautiful eyes flickering with complexity. She understood profoundly the significance of this 3-year agreement for both Xiao Yan and the Yunlan sect. With Xuan Ye's involvement, the trajectory of events had completely surpassed her control. As the capital of the Jiama Empire stirred with the arrival of Xuan Ye and others, far away, over desolate mountain ranges, the air shimmered with distortion. And a sinister figure enveloped in dense black mist stepped forth, the elder Mu Gu, who had come from the Soul Palace. The terrifying aura of a Peak 3 star Do Zun emanated unabashedly, silencing the forest below, causing even the magical beasts to cower and tremble. Elder Mu Gu's crimson gaze swept across the landscape, his soul power surging forth like a tide, sensing the territory of the northwestern continent. Suddenly, his brow furrowed, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. The soul mark of the Protector Wu had vanished. Moreover, it seemed to have dissipated even earlier than Han Feng's. The Protector Wu was the guardian stationed by the Soul Palace in the Jiama Empire, possessing strength at the Do Zone level. Elder Mu Gu had initially intended to seek out Protector Wu for information, only to discover he had perished as well. A minor empire like Jiama had consecutively lost a quasi-7-star alchemist and a guardian of the Soul Palace. A chilling light surged in Elder Mu Gu's eyes, his murderous intent almost palpable. Clearly, the Jiama Empire concealed significant secrets. Those who dared to provoke the Soul Palace would inevitably pay the price. Originally planning to investigate Han Feng's demise and the whereabouts of Hai Xian in the Black Corner region or the Jianan Academy, he now altered his course. The recent abnormalities in the Jiama Empire piqued his interest further. I shall first visit the Jiama Empire. I am eager to unveil who possesses such audacity. With a cold snort, Elder Mu Gu melded back into the void, hastening towards the capital of the Jiama Empire. An invisible storm, accompanied by his murderous intent, silently swept towards the Jiama Empire. The bustling capital and the impending 3-year agreement were fated to be anything but tranquil. Chapter 50. The storm approaches. The aftermath of the Alchemist Conference had yet to fully subside, and the skies above the capital of the Jiama Empire still bore the remnants of that day as cataclysmic rift in space. Xuan Ye and his companions did not linger long. After a brief exchange with Yun, they tore through space, instantly arriving at the mist-shrouded summit of Yunlan Mountain. Their arrival was akin to a boulder plummeting into a tranquil lake, stirring unprecedented turbulence within the Yunlan sect. In the plaza of the Yunlan sect, the mist was swept aside by an invisible wave of energy. As 8 figures materialized from thin air, the patrolling disciples paled in shock. Upon realizing it was their sect master Yun, accompanying 3 young figures standing in midair, they hastily knelt in reverence. Led by the venerable sect master Yun Shan, dozens of powerful auras erupted from various halls, swiftly converging upon the plaza. With the aid of resources provided by Xuan Ye, Yunshan had successfully broken through his bottleneck, now standing as a genuine one-star Do zone. Although his aura paled in comparison to that of Xuan Ye and his companions, like a firefly next to the bright moon, he had become a formidable presence within the Jiama Empire. Following him were no less than 10 elders of the Yunlan sect, each radiating the might of a Do Wang. Furthermore, under Xuan Ye's influence, Yun had ascended to the level of 7-star Do Huang, her demeanor increasingly regal. Yet, when Yunshan sensed the depth of Xuan Ye's aura, which had grown even more unfathomable than half a month prior, a storm of astonishment surged within him. He quickly approached, bowing deeply in respect. "We welcome young Master Xuan Ye back. We were unprepared for your arrival and failed to welcome you properly." Xuan Ye nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping across the members of the Yunlan sect, seemingly satisfied with their overall enhancement in strength. "You are too courteous, Sect Master Yan. I have come to observe the upcoming 3-year agreement and to stay for a few days. The honor of having young Master Xuan Ye personally attend the battle is both a privilege for Xiao Yan and a glory for the Yunlan sect. Please, allow me to escort you to the main hall." Yunshan beamed with enthusiasm, though his mind raced with thoughts. He keenly noted that the 4 young individuals accompanying Xuan Ye, Lin Zia, Lu Qing, Han Yu, Lin Yan, exuded a profound and formidable presence, each a Do Wang in their own right. The simultaneous appearance of 4 such young Do Wang was nothing short of astonishing, and that little girl with purple hair, seemingly innocent and carefree, nonetheless emanated a subtle sense of danger. The other Do Wang elders of the Yunlan sect, such as Gu Yi and others, felt their hearts race. They had labored for decades to barely achieve Do Wang status, yet these young individuals had reached or even surpassed their levels at such a tender age, creating a staggering disparity that left them feeling a mix of emotions, their reverence for Xuan Ye reaching its zenith. With this enigmatic youth and his formidable entourage at the helm, the Yunlan sect standing within the empire would be as solid as a mountain. Xuan Ye and his group were treated as esteemed guests, accommodated in the finest guest quarters of the Yunlan sect. As news spread, the entire sect was enveloped in a blend of pride and cautious anticipation. Upon learning of Xuan Ye's arrival to witness the battle, Nalin Yanran felt an immense pressure mount within her, simultaneously resolving to display her utmost strength in the upcoming duel, unwilling to bring disgrace upon the Yunlan sect or her teacher. In the capital, at the temporary lodging of the Xiao family, Xiao Yan sat cross-legged, the fluctuations of his Do Qi gradually calming. He opened his eyes, feeling the stability of his newly attained 1-star Do Sure Cultivation, and exhaled softly. Without the aid of, relying solely on his own efforts and the 3-pattern Qing Ling pill concocted by Yao Lao, achieving the level of the Do Sure from the 3rd stage of Do Qi in just 3 years had been a grueling journey known only to him. "Teacher, I have finally broken through." Xiao Yan's voice carried a hint of fatigue, yet was filled with determination. Yao Lao's ethereal visage materialized, gazing at his resilient disciple with a flicker of pride, yet more so with gravity. "1-star to Do Sure, my boy, you have done remarkably well. However, I have just received word that Nalin Yanran has reached the level of 7-star to Do Sure." Xiao Yan's pupils constricted, his fists clenching suddenly. 7-star to Do Sure. She surpassed him by a full 6 stars. The gap was undeniably vast. Yao Lao continued, "Moreover, Yunshan has broken through to Do Zone, and Yun has ascended to 7-star Do Huang. The number of Do Wang elders in the Yunlan sect has also increased. Additionally, Xuan Ye and his companions have arrived at the Yunlan sect." Xiao Yan's expression darkened ominously. The sudden surge in strength of the Yunlan sect was already a tremendous burden, and the appearance of Xuan Ye loomed like a dark cloud. He spoke gravely, "Without, my combat power is significantly diminished. Teacher, do we still stand a chance?" Yao Lao pondered, "You cannot bear the source fire of the bone spirit cold fire, but I can impart a trace of extreme cold fire energy to your weapon. Combined with the beast fire from the purple crystal winged Lion King you previously collected, the two may produce remarkable effects. You have initially grasped the flame-splitting abyssal destruction ruler, a formidable earth-level combat technique not to be underestimated. This battle, though fraught with challenges, is not devoid of opportunity. Cunning is required, for brute strength will not prevail." Xiao Yan took a deep breath, determination rekindling in his eyes. "No matter the cost, I must partake in this battle. 3 years of humiliation must be avenged." He hoisted the heavy ruler onto his back, his gaze resolutely directed towards the direction of Yunlan Mountain. The path ahead is fraught with peril, yet retreat is not an option. Meanwhile, in a sinister space far from the Jiao Ma Empire, the elder Mu Gu hovered in the air, flanked by 10 Soul Palace guardians who stood like phantoms, their formidable Do Zone auras coalescing into a realm of death. Elder, confirm that Xuan Ye is currently at the Yunlan sect in the Jiao Ma Empire. According to reports from our scouts, the old sect master Yunshan has broken through to Do Zone, but his aura is merely that of a one-star, posing little threat, reported one guardian. A cold glint flickered in the crimson depths of Elder Mu Gu's eyes. Yunlan sect? A den of ants. With the fall of Guardian Wu in the northwest continent, this Xuan Ye's timely appearance here, regardless of any connection, presents a significant threat to the Soul Palace due to his unique physique. Capturing him would be a monumental achievement. He never once considered that the very person he sought, the murderer of Han Feng, was Xuan Ye himself. Listen closely. Elder Mu Gu's voice was as frigid as ice. Target: Yunlan sect of the Jiao Ma Empire. Seal off all directions and apprehend Xuan Ye. Should anyone obstruct us, no matter who it may be, they shall be executed without mercy. Understood. The 10 Soul Palace guardians responded in unison, their murderous intent palpable. With a wave of his sleeve, Elder Mu Gu unleashed a tremendous Do Zone force that violently tore through the fabric of space, forging a stable passage into darkness. He stepped forward, the 10 guardians transforming into black mist, following closely behind him. A devastating force composed of a peak 3-star Do Zone and 10 Do Zones surged forth like a shadowy beast, targeting the Jiao Ma Empire and the Yunlan sect with precision and speed. On Yunlan Mountain, Xuan Ye seemed to sense something, raising his gaze to the horizon, a trace of barely perceptible coldness flashing in his violet-golden eyes. Yun Yun was beside him, pouring tea, while Nailin Yanran made her final preparations in the secluded chamber. At this moment, the other principal character of the 3-year agreement, Xiao Yan, was steadily ascending the stone steps leading to the Yunlan sect. The mountain wind began to rise, stirring the clouds and bringing with it the oppressive weight of an impending storm. Although the arena for the 3-year agreement had yet to commence, it was destined to become the epicenter of a much greater tempest. Various factions, both visible and hidden, would converge and collide there, intertwining the fates of all involved. Chapter 51. The 3-year agreement, Part 1. The long-anticipated day of the 3-year agreement had finally arrived. On this day, the Yunlan sect experienced an unprecedented commotion and attention. The vast square was teeming with people, a cacophony of voices filling the air. Leaders of various factions from the Jiao Ma Empire, powerful individuals, and many wandering cultivators drawn by the news, all turned their eyes towards the towering black arena at the center of the square. The atmosphere in the VIP section was notably distinct. In the central position, Xuan Ye sat comfortably in a large chair draped in soft beast pelts. His demeanor calm and collected. He was flanked by Xian and by Yi, akin to close friends, their restrained yet undeniable auras demanding attention. Meanwhile, the 4 youthful Do Kings, Lin Zai, Lu Qing, Han Yu, and Lin Yin, occupied a slightly offset position, engaging in hushed conversation while casting occasional curious glances around, embodying the unique scrutiny of central state prodigies. Despite their central state origins, they had never before witnessed such a spectacle. Btth Xuan Ye, Ziyan Sung Hadlix, munching on the pills Xuan Ye had provided, seemingly quite intrigued by the unfolding scene. The top-tier experts of the Jiao Ma Empire, including the royal guardian Jia Xingtian, the president of the Alchemist Association Fa Ma, the Miter family S. Hai Buodong, and the elder of the Nailin family, Nailin Jia, sat a little further down. Their demeanor exceptionally respectful, tinged with a hint of unease as they occasionally glanced at Xuan Ye and his companions with reverence. All eyes were fixated on the arena, where a graceful silhouette stood quietly. Dressed in a moon-white gown, Nailin Yanran's enchanting figure was accentuated exquisitely. Her beauty was breathtaking, her aura exuding a noble coldness. And the presence of a 7-star great Do Master radiated unabashedly, inciting cheers and excitement among the disciples of the Yunlan sect below, while evoking nods of admiration from the powerful figures in the VIP section. Indeed, Naylin's niece possesses astonishing talent. In just 3 years, she has reached the realm of a 7-star great Do Master. Truly, the younger generation is formidable, Jia Xingtian remarked, stroking his beard with a hint of envy. If our royal family had such a genius, we would have no cause for concern. Fa Ma nodded slightly in agreement. Her aura is steady, her foundation solid. The Yunlan sect has a promising future. This child, Yanran, is destined for greatness. Lin Jie, listening to the praises, wore a hint of pride and satisfaction on his aged face, yet deep within his eyes lay a complex emotion difficult to articulate. After all, this gathering was a product of the dishonorable annulment 3 years prior. As discussions swirled among the crowd, a powerful pressure suddenly emanated from the depths of the Yunlan sect. A streak of light flashed, and Yunshan's figure appeared beside the main seat in the VIP section, deliberately avoiding the central position occupied by Xuan Ye. He stood firmly, exuding overwhelming Dou Qi, his one-star Dou Zong aura unmistakable, though far less profound than that of Xuan Ye and his companions. Yet, in the Jiama Empire, it symbolized the pinnacle of power. Master Yunshan, congratulations on your breakthrough to Dou Zong. Jia Xingtian, Fa Ma, and others quickly rose, clasping their hands in respect. Their tones filled with genuine reverence, mixed with a touch of bitterness. As fellow top-tier experts of the Jiama Empire, they now found themselves overshadowed by Yunshan's ascent to the coveted realm of Dou Zong, leaving them far behind. Yunshan smiled, slightly bowing to the crowd, exuding confidence and vigor. He first respectfully acknowledged Xuan Ye before taking his seat, casting a glance at his beloved disciple, Lin Yanran, his eyes filled with confidence and anticipation. With young Master Xuan Ye at the helm, and such an outstanding successor in Yanran, the glory of the Yunlan sect was destined to endure. As time passed, and the sun climbed higher, Lin Yanran remained poised on the arena, akin to a serene snow lotus. Gradually, the murmurs of the audience began to subside, the atmosphere shifting to one of subtle tension and unease. Whispers circulated among the crowd, speculating whether the Xiao family scion had grown fearful and dared not to attend. In the VIP section, Lin Ziyi raised an eyebrow, murmuring, "The hour grows late. Could it be that the young master of the Xiao family has faltered at the last moment?" Lu Qing, arms crossed, replied coldly, "If he lacks the courage to attend, then this 3-year persistence is but a farce." Han Yu, with her icy gaze fixed on a mountain gate, remained silent. Lin Yan, growing impatient, exclaimed, "Why hasn't he arrived yet? Could it be that he truly has backed down?" Xuan Ye, holding a teacup, gently blew on it, his expression tranquil as if everything were well within his control. Meanwhile, the smile on Yunshan's face subtly faded, a flicker of displeasure crossing his eyes. If Xiao Yan truly dared not come, while the Yunlan sect would win by default, it would inevitably leave a stain on their reputation, particularly in front of young Master Xuan Ye. Just as the speculations and anticipations were about to drain the patience of the crowd, a series of clear and steady footsteps echoed from the stone steps leading up the mountain. Unhurried, yet imbued with a peculiar power that instantly overshadowed the din of the square. All gazes turned in unison towards the entrance of the stone steps. In the VIP section, Xuan Ye set his teacup down, a glimmer of interest flashing in his violet golden eyes. Yunshan, Jia Xingtian, and others straightened in their seats. Lin Yanran's previously tranquil gaze suddenly sharpened, fixating intently in a specific direction. Under the watchful eyes of the multitude, a figure, seemingly slender, yet standing resolutely upright, gradually ascended the stone steps, step by step, onto the plaza. This was a youth clad in a simple black robe, youthful in age, whose visage could hardly be deemed handsome, even bearing traces of a weary journey. However, between his brows and eyes emanated a tenacity and composure far surpassing that of his peers. Most striking was the enormous black ruler slung across his back, nearly reaching the height of his own frame, imparting an oppressive weight. Ignoring the myriad gazes around him, curious, scrutinizing, mocking, or hostile, his steps were unwavering, his gaze level, as he strode directly towards the black arena. At that moment, the entire Yunlan sect plaza fell into a profound silence, with only the steady sound of the youth's footsteps reverberating like a drumbeat within the hearts of all present. He finally arrived at the edge of the arena, pausing briefly, inhaling deeply, and then gracefully leapt onto the platform, standing opposite Lin Yanran. The distance between them was 10 paces. The youth raised his head, his gaze calm as it settled on the girl who had once subjected him to profound humiliation, also sweeping over the esteemed figures of the Gamma Empire seated in the VIP section. He had arrived. The boy who bore 3 years of shame had truly come. With the cultivation of a 1-star Dome Master, he faced Lin Yanran, a 7-star Dome Master, directly confronting the formidable Yunlan sect, home to powerful Dou Zone warriors. In that instant, every eye was drawn to the black-robed youth upon the arena. The previous skepticism and mockery seemed to dissipate under the weight of his calm and resolute gaze. regardless of the outcome. The audacity to step onto the stage had already earned him the respect of many. Ultimately, his voice resonated clearly across the plaza, neither raised nor furious, yet imbued with an undeniable strength. Xiao family, Xiao Yan. These four simple words thundered across the plaza like a clap of thunder. The 3-year agreement, the final battle, was on the brink of igniting. Chapter 52, The 3-Year Agreement, Part 2. Yun Shan's authoritative voice echoed like a bell, reverberating across the fog-laden plaza, instantly quelling all noise. The 3-year agreement has come as promised. This battle shall determine both rank and grievances. Commence. As the word begin fell, 2 figures on the arena moved almost simultaneously. Buzz, buzz. A rich azure dou qi and a somewhat heavier pale, yellow dou qi erupted simultaneously, swiftly coalescing around Nalin Yanran and Xiao Yan's bodies. Nalin Yanran's dou qi armor manifested in a streamlined form, resembling a feathered garment of wind, light and agile, perfectly enveloping her delicate frame, glimmering with a jade-like sheen. In contrast, Xiao Yan's dou qi armor appeared more substantial and unadorned, with rigid lines encompassing his entire body, exuding a sense of steadiness and solidity. The dou qi armor, a hallmark of dou masters. From the outset, both combatants displayed their full might without reservation. The moment the armor adorned them, Xiao Yan's foot forcefully struck the ground, causing the solid stone slab to crack underfoot. With the impetus of his explosive step, he charged toward Nalin Yanran with the ferocity of a rampaging bull, propelled by an unstoppable momentum. His gaze was as sharp as an eagle's, yet his mind was involuntarily flooded with the memories of 3 years prior in the Xiao family hall, the cold, proud visage of the girl, the seemingly weightless yet burdening marriage contract, and the gazes of his kin filled with anger or pity. Each memory pierced his heart like needles. Over the past 3 years, countless days and nights of arduous training, life and death battles in the Beast Mountain Range, and trials beneath waterfalls had all been for this moment, to cleanse himself of disgrace. Drawing near, Xiao Yan's left hand lunged toward Nalin Yanran in a grasp, attempting to disrupt her balance with a powerful suction. In the face of Xiao Yan's ferocious advance, a flicker of gravity crossed Nalin Yanran's icy gaze, yet she displayed no fear. With a delicate tap of her toes against the ground, her form spun away like willow fluff caught in the wind, gracefully deflecting much of the force from his grasp. This was the profound movement technique of the Yunlan sect, the wind fluff technique. Simultaneously, her heart surged with tumultuous emotions. She recalled the honor and pressure of being designated the young master of the Yunlan sect from a young age, her yearning for a love unbound by fate. Unwilling to be shackled by a marriage contract, especially to one she had never met, a boy rumored to be a waste. She acknowledged that her methods back then may have been fierce, yet she held no regrets in pursuing her own destiny. 8 extremities collapse. With his grasp missing its mark, Xiao Yan pressed on without pause, his right fist clenched tightly, dou qi surging through his meridians with a resonant sound that tore through the air, striking directly at Nalin Yanran's side. This punch contained the wrath and defiance of 3 long years. Wind Spirit Palm. Nalin Yanran reacted with remarkable speed, her jade hand enveloped in a swirling azure wind, unwavering as she unleashed a rapid counter, opting for a direct clash. Bang! The impact of their fists resonated with a thunderous sound. The azure and yellow dou qi clashed violently, creating shockwaves that rippled outward, causing the audience near the arena to sway in the gust, their faces alight with astonishment. Staggering back simultaneously, both combatants left deep imprints on the arena stone with each step. The radiance of their dou qi armors flickered intensely, absorbing the force of the powerful recoil. Such formidable strength. Nalin Yanran felt the tingling ache in her palm and was inwardly astonished. Despite Xiao Yan being merely a 1-star dou master, the refinement and explosiveness of his dou qi were not in the slightest inferior to her own as a 7-star dou master. Truly impressive. No wonder he was a 7-star dou master. Xiao Yan, too, felt his blood surge. The sharp wind attribute within her dou qi was like countless tiny blades attempting to infiltrate his meridians. Had it not been for his robust physique, he surely would have suffered a setback. In that moment of confrontation, both fighters gained a clearer understanding of each other's strengths, their gazes sharpening. Oomph. Nalin Yanran called out with a fierce determination, taking the initiative. Executing the wind fluff technique to its fullest, she transformed into a streak of azure light, swirling rapidly around Xiao Yan, her palms flitting as a barrage of fierce palm winds descended like a torrential storm. the edges of the winds coalescing into blades that sliced through the air with a hissing sound. Xiao Yan maintained a calm demeanor, pushing his explosive steps and agility to the limit, dodging with deft maneuvers. When evasion proved impossible, he met her attacks head-on with the 8 extremities collapse. His approach was bold and forceful, each collision echoing with a deep thud. Bang, 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 sizzle. The sounds of their fists clashing, the explosions of Btth, and the friction of armor filled the air. The two figures, enveloped in Btth armor, moved rapidly across the arena, clashing with intensity. Azure and yellow lights flashing in a dazzling display, the pace of the battle quickening to a dizzying speed. The audience below watched with bated breath, their hearts racing with each clash. How exhilarating! This was a true duel between geniuses. That Xiao Yan could contend with Miss Nailin to such an extent. His Btth armor was remarkably resilient, having withstood so many of Nailin's wind spirit palm strikes without shattering. In the VIP section, figures such as Jia Xingtian and Fama wore grave expressions. They could discern that while Nailin Yanran appeared to be on the offensive, Xiao Yan's defense was as solid as a fortress, and his counterattacks were devastatingly fierce, not yielding in the slightest. What a remarkable young man, to withstand Yanran's fierce assaults head-on. Jia Xingtian could not help but exclaim in awe. He mused that if he were to suppress his cultivation to the level of a Dou master, he could not possibly withstand such attacks with such ease. President Fama's eyes sparkled with excitement. The Btth is solidified, and his battle awareness is exceptional. If this young man were to have a distinguished mentor guiding him, his future achievements may very well surpass those of Nailin Yanran. Lin Zi and Lu Qing exchanged a glance, each perceiving a flicker of intrigue in the other's eyes. Lin Zi murmured, quite intriguing, to engage the strong while being weak, and to wield combat skills with such finesse, devoid of any hesitation or clumsiness. This level of martial prowess is not something that could be cultivated in a remote empire. Lin Yan nodded slightly. This Xiao Yan possesses an exceptional combat awareness. To hold his ground against a stronger opponent is indeed remarkable. Lu Qing affirmed, he is certainly a talent worth nurturing. Alas, the disparity in cultivation remains a significant hindrance. Han Yu's cold gaze revealed a glimmer of admiration. His physical strength is formidable, and his fighting spirit is impressively solid. It is evident he has put in considerable effort. To establish such a sturdy foundation, his temperament must be exceptionally resilient. Yun sat beside Xuan Ye, her delicate hands instinctively clenching slightly. She had already learned from Xuan Ye about the mysterious Dou Zun teacher accompanying Xiao Yan, so she was not surprised by his display of formidable combat prowess. Yet, witnessing her beloved disciple engage fiercely with Xiao Yan still filled her heart with trepidation. She hoped fervently for Yanran's victory to uphold the reputation of the Yunlan sect, but knowing Xiao Yan had a strong mentor made her anxious, a feeling that tormented her deeply. On the stage, the battle intensified further. Wind spin palm. Nailin Yanran halted abruptly, her palms tracing a perfect arc before her, as a rapidly rotating azure whirlwind instantly took shape, enveloped in a fierce, tearing force directed at Xiao Yan. Well done. Fire-blowing palm. Xiao Yan stood firm, not evading, as fiery Btth surged from his palms, transforming into 2 scorching waves of fire that slammed toward the whirlwind. Boom! The clash of wind and fire ignited a violent explosion. The rampant energy propelled both combatants backward, crashing heavily against the edge of the arena. Crack! Buzz! Almost simultaneously, the Btth armor encasing both of them, having endured countless fierce impacts, finally succumbed to the strain, fracturing under the pressure. In a resonant hum, the armor shattered, scattering into a myriad of luminous particles. With the armor broken, their slightly pale faces and labored breaths were revealed. Their robes bore signs of damage. Nailin Yanran had a bruise on her shoulder from the impact of the 8 extremes burst, while Xiao Yan sported several bloodstains from wind blades. Clearly, the intense melee had drained both of them significantly, leaving them injured. Nailin Yanran gazed at Xiao Yan, whose eyes still burned with fervor despite his gasp for breath. She took a deep breath, suppressing the tumult of her blood, and said slowly, Xiao Yan, I acknowledge your strength. It far exceeds my expectations. Yet, I must win this match. Xiao Yan wiped the sweat from his brow, his chest heaving, yet his voice was remarkably resolute. Nailin Yanran, you have withstood all my attacks. But to win, it won't be so simple. Show me all your abilities. Their gazes collided once more across the arena. The fighting spirit between them only intensified by the shattering of their armors. They both understood that the warm-up had concluded. The moment to determine the victor was at hand. In an instant, the atmosphere of the entire square tightened to an extreme. Chapter 53. The 3-Year Agreement, Part 2. At this moment, the entire Yunlan Sec Square was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. All eyes were fixated on the two figures, precariously balanced in the center of the arena, despite their shattered Douqi armor and dwindling energies. The combat intent in Lin Yanran and Xiao Yan's eyes burned with utmost intensity. They both understood that ordinary combat techniques could no longer decide the outcome. It was time to pour everything into the final contest. Lin Yanran took a deep breath, her jade hand slowly rising as she formed an exceedingly intricate and profound hand seal. As the seal took shape, the energies of the heavens and earth erupted violently, converging towards her like rivers returning to the sea. A radiant azure light enveloped her, growing increasingly blinding until it seemed to transform into a second azure sun. Hovering above the arena, an overwhelming and scorching sword intent surged upward, dyeing the clouds above a brilliant azure. This was the highest profundity of the wind's extremity, the sunset radiance. A gasp of astonishment escaped from a Yunlan sect elder, his voice filled with excitement and shock. Sister Yanran has actually mastered the sunset radiance. This is the sect master's ultimate secret technique. The energy fluctuations were terrifying. I feel as if my very soul is trembling. The crowd below erupted in an uproar. Even the esteemed guests like Jia, Xingtian, and Fama, powerful Do Huangs, changed countenance, sensing a lethal threat emanating from that azure sun. The power of this strike undoubtedly reached the high-tier Do Ling level. Yin Shan wore a smile of satisfaction and pride. Nodding slightly, Yun, however, clenched her jade hand tightly, her heart racing. This technique was tremendously powerful, but its consumption was equally daunting, and she worried whether Yanran could fully control it. Faced with the overwhelming might akin to a blazing sun, Xiao Yan showed no sign of retreat. Instead, a hint of madness surged within his eyes. He suddenly thrust the Xuanzhong into the ground beside him, his hands rapidly forming seals. Connecting with the wispy white flame above the vortex, the bone spirit cold fire essence left by his master. Master, lend me your strength, Xiao Yan silently implored. Kid, give it your all. The serious voice of his master resonated, infusing a pure chill into Xiao Yan's veins. The extreme cold and extreme heat intertwined within him, bringing about a tearing agony. Yet Xiao Yan gritted his teeth, forcefully channeling both powers, along with all his Douqi, into the Xuanzhong. Buzz! The Xuanzhong emitted a hum of strain, its body instantly transforming, one half engulfed in crimson beast fire, the other half in the bone spirit cold fire. The two utterly distinct flames merged in an eerie dance, radiating an extreme and terrifying dual elemental fluctuation. Before the could unleash its might, the surrounding air began to warp, freezing, then vaporizing under the high temperature, emitting a sizzling sound. Flame, split, devour wave. Xiao Yan roared towards the heavens, exerting every ounce of strength, gripping the seemingly weighty Xuanzhong and fiercely cleaving downwards at the azure, blazing sun. A crescent-shaped, half-red, half-white, enormous light, entwined with chilling air, tore through the skies. Swelling against the wind, where it passed, the ground froze, and the air ignited, producing a scene of utter devastation. On one side was the condensed energy of heaven and earth, radiant as the sun, the wind's extremity, sunset radiance. On the other side was the fusion of exotic fire and cold air, the earth-tier combat technique, flame split devour wave. The pressure emitted by both techniques enveloped the entire Yunlan Sec Square, rendering all spectators breathless, their souls trembling. Was this truly an attack that a great Dome Master could unleash? Under the gaze of countless astonished onlookers, the azure, blazing sun and the red-white light collided in midair like two falling stars, exuding an aura that threatened to annihilate everything. Boom! An indescribable, thunderous explosion erupted, as if the very sky had shattered. At the point of collision, a blinding white light flashed, morphing into a colossal energy sphere that expanded wildly. Azure, red, and white energies swirled like wild stallions within, eroding, strangling, and exploding. A terrifying energy storm instantaneously swept across the arena. Retreat! Activate the defenses! Yun Shan's expression changed drastically, with a wave of his sleeve. A powerful Douqi barrier enveloped the VIP section. Other elders swiftly intervened to shield their disciples behind them. Yet even so, some Yunlan sect disciples near the arena were still knocked off their feet, blood spewing from their mouths as they were flung backward by the rippling energy. The massive arena, under the onslaught of this destructive energy, crumbled like paper, disintegrating into dust. The smoke billowed upwards like a mushroom cloud, obscuring the sky and sun. At that moment, the entire Yunlan mountain trembled violently. Time seemed to stretch. Perhaps it was merely a fleeting instant, or perhaps an eternity. Eventually, the cataclysmic energy storm gradually subsided, and the swirling smoke began to settle. Everyone held their breath, their eyes fixed on what was once a fighting arena, now transformed into a vast pit of ruin. Within the pit, two figures lay prostrate on the ground, not far apart. Nailin Yinran's complexion was as pale as parchment, with crimson blood staining the corners of her mouth. Her moon-white gown was severely tattered, and her breath was faint to the extreme. She struggled to rise, but each attempt was met with failure. Xiao Yan was in a similarly dire state. His black robe had nearly disintegrated into rags, his body riddled with wounds, blood pouring forth. The Xuanzhong ruler had fallen to the side, and he lay on the ground, coughing violently, each spasm bringing forth flecks of blood. Both were gravely injured. A draw. Upon witnessing this outcome, the square fell into a deathly silence, which was soon shattered by a cacophony of astonishment. A draw? Good heavens! Xiao Yan has actually managed to reach a stalemate with Miss Nailin. With the strength of a 1-star Dome Master, he has confronted the 7-star Dome Master, the setting sun's brilliance. This Xiao Yan is truly formidable. Jia Tian, Fama, and others exchanged incredulous glances, their eyes filled with disbelief. This result far surpassed their expectations. Lin Ziyi, Lu Qing, and others also looked on with brightened eyes, their evaluations of Xiao Yan soaring yet again. Yun gazed at the two tragic figures in the arena, her heart aching profoundly, especially at the sight of Yinran's frail state, wishing she could rush down to her aid immediately. However, amidst the uproar and shock, an incongruous, chilling voice suddenly rang out. Humph. Xiao Yan, your ability to draw with our Yunlan sect's young master is indeed impressive. However, the grievances between you and our Yunlan sect cannot simply be resolved through a single contest. Why not stay as our guest for a few days? There are matters that require thorough discussion. The speaker was none other than the Grand Elder of Yunlan's sect, Yunling. His countenance was grim, his eyes flickering as he slowly stepped out from the VIP section, his gaze menacingly fixed on the exhausted Xiao Yan in the pit. While his words appeared courteous, anyone could discern the underlying threat. He intended to forcibly detain them, perhaps even to eliminate this future threat with immense potential who held a grudge against the Yunlan sect. In the VIP section, Lin Ziyi, Lu Qing, and others raised their brows, a hint of a playful smile gracing their faces, remaining silent as they observed Xuan Ye and Yun Shan. Jia Tian and the others, however, changed expressions, internally cursing Yunling's shamelessness. Yet they dared not easily intervene in the affairs of the Yunlan sect. Yun's expression shifted dramatically as she hastily stood up, preparing to thwart Yunling's reckless actions. Grand Elder. Her words were cut short as Xuan Ye gently grasped her wrist. He shook his head slightly, his purple-gold eyes containing a deep, amused glint, as if savoring a splendid performance. Seeing this, Yun, though puzzled, had no choice but to endure. Seeing Yun Shan remain silent, Yunling grew more emboldened, letting out a cold laugh as he moved to personally seize the already defenseless Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan glared at the approaching Yunling, his eyes filled with fury and resentment. Yet he was utterly spent, unable to even lift a finger, forced to watch helplessly as the man advanced. Just as Yunling's hand was about to reach Xiao Yan, whoosh, a shadow, like a specter, appeared before Xiao Yan without warning, moving so swiftly that it was beyond perception. Bang! With a dull thud, Yunling was sent hurtling back at an even greater speed, stumbling backward for several steps before barely regaining his footing, his face a mask of shock. The crowd focused their gaze, only to see that a figure swathed in a voluminous black robe had materialized before Xiao Yan. The robed figure stood with hands clasped behind his back. Though his features were obscured, a terrifying aura, far more imposing than that of Yun Shan, radiated from him, akin to a slumbering beast slowly awakening, enveloping the entire square. The figure raised his head, and a hoarse, disdainful voice emerged from beneath the hood, clearly echoing in everyone's ears. Ha! Is this the renowned Yunlan sect that strikes fear in the Jia Empire? It seems to be merely a collection of bullies who cannot bear to lose, a shameful display that tarnishes the legacy of Unbeaten. The speaker was none other than Ling Ying, a peaked Do Huang expert sent to covertly protect Xiao Yan, as Ling Ying's words reverberated across the square. The atmosphere shifted from shock and uproar to a palpable tension. A conflict far more terrifying than the 3-year appointment was on the verge of erupting. Chapter 54, Possession. Just as Ling Ying's contemptuous words echoed in the air, Yunshan stepped forward, his countenance darkened, as the aura of a Do Zone enveloped him. He spoke in a deep voice. Who exactly are you? Hiding in the shadows and meddling in the affairs of our Yunlan sect is rather disrespectful. Ling Ying's gaze swept over Yunshan, his hoarse voice tinged with scorn. Who I am is of little importance. You only need to know that Xiao Yan is not someone your insignificant Yunlan sect can touch. Should you dare to harm him in the slightest, the power to annihilate your Yunlan sect is far from lacking. The threat in his words was unmistakable. Yunshan's expression darkened further at this. But the mysterious origins of Ling Ying filled him with trepidation, rendering him hesitant. At that moment, a calm yet authoritative voice resonated from the void. When did the peaked Do Huang of the ancient clan become the bodyguard for the Xiao family? Does the clan leader know that the members of the ancient clan act in such a manner? As the words fell, Xuan Ye's figure had quietly appeared in midair, his purple-gold robe flowing without wind, and his indifferent purple-gold eyes looked down upon Ling Ying as if he could see through all falsehoods. The impact of this statement was like a thunderclap. Ling Ying trembled all over, abruptly lifting his gaze to Xuan Ye, his face beneath the hood filled with disbelief. He had concealed his identity deeply, even adopting the uncommon dark attribute for his doqi. Yet this youth had seen through his origins from the ancient clan so easily, and he had even named the clan leader, you. Ling Ying's voice was hoarse, momentarily at a loss for words. Xuan Ye's lips curled into a playful smirk as he continued. What? Surprised? Let me ask you again, what is the status of the ancient clan as young miss? Xuan Ye? And what status does Xiao Yan, a scion of a remote imperial family, hold? If you're going to concoct a story, at least make it somewhat plausible. Do you truly believe the world is filled with fools? His words struck like a sharp blade, piercing deep into Ling Ying's heart. He was rendered utterly dazed, his mind a blank, completely unable to comprehend how this enigmatic Xuan Ye could possess such profound knowledge of the ancient clan's secrets. Beside him, Yunshan chose not to speak, wisely opting for silence. With Xuan Ye present, it was no longer his place to take charge. Whether the Yunlan sect could weather this storm hinged entirely on the stance of this noble. However, there are always those who fail to grasp the gravity of the situation. Grand Elder Yunling, seeing Xuan Ye seemingly restrain the black-robed figure, and noticing the sect master's silence, assumed that Xuan Ye sided with the Yunlan sect. The desire to eliminate Xiao Yan flared up once more in his heart. His eyes glinted coldly. Seizing the moment when everyone's attention was diverted to Xuan Ye and Ling Ying, he suddenly shouted with a fierce voice, Elders, heed my command. This Xiao Yan harbors malevolent intentions and has forged a deadly enmity with our Yunlan sect. He must not be allowed to return unharmed. Seize him. No sooner had his words left his mouth than Yunling sprang into action, several loyal Do Wang elders from the Yunlan sect following suit, unleashing torrents of formidable Do Qi that shot towards the still weak Xiao Yan in the pit. Outrageous. Ling Ying was both shocked and furious, never expecting the members of the Yunlan sect to be so shameless. He moved swiftly, intending to intercept. Yet, in an instant, a blue handprint materialized before him, a manifestation of Yunshan's power. As the master of the Cloud Mist sect and a Do Zone, Yunshan had never before faced such disdain as he had from Ling Ying. His expression darkened, and with a resolute step, he unleashed a formidable Do Zone aura that surged like a tempest, locking onto Ling Ying. His voice, icy and piercing, cut through the air. Wretched interloper, do you dare to utter threats against my Cloud Mist sect? Today, you shall learn that a Do Zone must not be insulted. Yunshan's gaze sharpened. The arrogance displayed by his opponent clearly indicated a complete disregard for the Cloud Mist sect. A surge of murderous intent welled up within him. If he failed to subdue this cloaked figure today, what face would remain for the sect? However, Ling Ying remained unfazed, merely threatening. Master Yunshan, do not seek your own demise. Impudent, Yunshan retorted. Since you court death, I shall oblige. With no further ado, he summoned his Do Qi, which erupted like a volcano, raising his right hand high. The energies of heaven and earth converged frantically above him, forming an enormous blue handprint that obscured the sky. The handprint, swirling with winds and etched with intricate patterns, emanated a terrifying pressure capable of subjugating all. This was the Cloud Mist Sect's ultimate technique, the Great Wind Handprint, unleashed with the full might of a dozome. Great Wind Handprint, suppress, Yinshan bellowed, and the colossal handprint descended like the hand of a deity, carrying a devastating force aimed squarely at Ling Ying. Before the handprint could fully descend, the overwhelming pressure had already caused the ground of the plaza to fissure, leaving many weaker disciples incapacitated beneath its weight. Ling Ying's expression finally shifted. He had not anticipated that Yinshan would strike so decisively, and with such a lethal move. The force of this attack had reached the level of a 2-star dozome. Though he hailed from an ancient clan and possessed extensive knowledge, he was merely at the pinnacle of Do Huang, and now faced with this wrathful onslaught, he sensed a life-threatening peril. 10,000 Shadow Spirit Shield. In a moment of desperation, Ling Ying's internal cultivation surged, and an ancient, intricate suit of Do Qi armor enveloped him. Simultaneously, he clasped his palms together, channeling immense Do Qi into a massive energy shield that stood before him. This was the strongest defense he could muster in such a short time. However, the chasm between a dozome and a peak Do Huang was one of qualitative difference. Boom! The blue handprint struck the energy shield without flourish. For a fleeting moment, the shield, which had absorbed a significant portion of Ling Ying's Do Qi, held firm before shattering like glass. The handprints might diminish slightly, yet still bore down with unmatched force, crashing into Ling Ying's hastily assembled Do Qi armor. With a splutter, Ling Ying was struck hard, spitting out a mouthful of blood as the armor cracked and exploded. He was flung backward like a severed kite, tracing a tragic arc through the air before crashing heavily into the edge of the plaza, creating a deep crater, dust swirling, leaving his fate uncertain. One strike, merely one strike. A mysterious peak Do Huang was grievously wounded by Yinshan's overwhelming might, effortlessly crushed. Silence. A deathly stillness enveloped the scene. Everyone was paralyzed by the terror of Yinshan's strike. Jia Tian, Fama, and others were drenched in cold sweat, finally grasping the sheer terror embodied by a dozome. The realms of Do Huang and Dozome were worlds apart. The elders of the Cloud Mist Sect, including Yunling, displayed expressions of ecstatic awe, their leaders' might unmatched. Utterly delusional, Yinshan scoffed, a flick of his sleeve revealing the poise of a dozome. His gaze shifted to the pit where Xiao Yan struggled to rise, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. After dealing with the cloaked figure, it was time to address this lingering threat. Xiao Yan, who can save you now? Yunling grinned wickedly, leading several elders to press toward Xiao Yan once more. Xiao Yan gazed at the gravely injured Ling Ying and the advancing figures of Yunling and his cohorts. Despair and unwillingness flooding his heart. His Do Qi had long been depleted, and even standing was a challenge. Master, he could only weakly call out in his heart. Just as Yunling's hand was about to touch Xiao Yan, his wicked smile widening, an unexpected change occurred. A hum resonated. An indescribable, vast, ancient, and chilling soul power erupted from within Xiao Yan, awakening like a slumbering, ancient beast. Xiao Yan's previously weak aura vanished, replaced by an overwhelming presence that transcended all beings, embodying both antiquity and authority. His once dark eyes transformed into a ghostly white, cold and profound, as if peering into the cycles of life and death. Begone! A voice, ancient and filled with fury, erupted from Xiao Yan's lips. He made no significant movement, merely waving his sleeve nonchalantly. An invisible but immensely powerful wave of chilling white energy surged forth like a tidal wave. Bang! 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 The leading Do Huang elders of the Cloud Mist Sect, unable to utter a single cry, were instantly frozen into ice sculptures by the chilling energy, only to explode under a hidden force, scattering icy shards across the sky. Even the peak Do Huang Yunling was caught in the icy tempest, half of his body instantly encased in a thick layer of ice. He screamed in terror, desperately channeling Do Qi to resist, barely preserving his life, yet sustained grievous injuries as he was sent flying, a pitiful sight. All this transpired too swiftly, so rapid that none could react. Xiao Yan slowly floated up from the pit, stepping upon the void. Surrounding him was a ghostly white flame that danced with life, exuding an exquisite chill that sent shivers down spine. This flame was none other than the legendary Bone Spirit Cold Fire. Walking through the void, a dozome. How had he transformed into a dozome? That flame, it was the fabled. My heavens! What on earth was happening? The plaza erupted into chaos. Everyone was stunned by this unfathomable scene, their minds racing. The powerful figures of the Gamma Empire stood dumbfounded, while the disciples of the Cloud Mist sect turned pale with fright. Yinshan's triumphant smile froze instantly, replaced by sheer horror and gravity. From Xiao Yan at this moment, he sensed a danger far more profound than his own. At this moment, Lin Xiaoyo, Lu Qing, and others also ceased their amusement, their expressions turning exceedingly grave. Yinshan's pupils contracted, disbelief flooding his gaze as he beheld the aura emanating from Xiao Yan, now transformed. Yin covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. In the stillness of the air, Xuan Ye hovered, observing the drastically altered aura of Xiao Yan. A flicker of understanding passed through his violet golden eyes as he murmured softly to himself, "The apothecary master, indeed it is you." At that moment, the terrifying energy emanating from Xiao Yan rendered the members of the Yunlan sect hesitant to approach, their gazes filled with astonishment. After all, the recent spectacle of Xiao Yan effortlessly repelling the crowd was still vivid in their minds. To their disbelief, this young man, Ling Ying, weakly gazed at Xiao Yan, clearly taken aback by the unexpected trump card he possessed. In the face of the 3-year agreement, Xiao Yan, in a display of resilience, engaged in combat against a formidable foe, a Do Huang expert, unleashing the power of a Do Zone in an instant. Just as the series of events left everyone struggling to comprehend, a chilling, sinister laughter, seemingly emanating from the depths of a netherworld, echoed unexpectedly within the souls of all present. This laughter carried an unspeakable malevolence and greed, sending a shiver from the ground up to the very crown of their heads. What began as a mere attempt to capture a small fish from the pill tower had unexpectedly turned into a grand catch of formidable prey. Today, the Yunlan sect had truly provided an immense surprise for this being. The voice was infused with mockery and elation, akin to a hunter relishing in the capture of its ensnared quarry. A holy son of the pill tower, a boy endowed with strange flames and an unusual soul, along with a multitude of high-quality soul entities, TSK. The voice paused momentarily, as if savoring something, before erupting into a near-maniacal cackle, filled with disbelief and exquisite excitement. "Ha! This essence of the soul cannot be mistaken. It is you, Yao Chen. You truly have not perished yet. Hidden within a mere child. What a serendipitous discovery. Today shall be the day of my grand achievement." The name Yao Chen struck like thunder, causing the soul of the old apothecary, now in possession of another, to tremble violently, his expression turning ashen. As the chilling voice faded, the very fabric of space above the Yunlan sect tore apart, like fragile cloth, rending open a chasm of blackness stretching 1,000 feet. Within the fissure lay an abyss of darkness and chaotic spatial currents. A pressure far more overwhelming than that of Yinshan, or even the current Yao Lao, surged forth, as if capable of freezing the very essence of souls, inundating the entirety of Yunlan Mountain in a tangible tide of dread. Under this oppressive force, those below the Do Huang level collapsed to the ground, while even the Do Huang experts turned pale, trembling in fear. Yinshan and Yao Lao stood on edge, acutely aware of the imminent threat. A sinister figure, cloaked in an inky black mist, slowly emerged from the gaping rift, surrounded by countless wailing soul apparitions. Merely standing there, he appeared to be the very nucleus of the realm of death. The terrifying aura of a peak 3-star Dozun was unleashed without reservation. In the wake of this dreadful figure, 10 others, radiating Do zone-level fluctuations and shrouded in black mist, silently manifested, like messengers from the abyss. Their chilling gazes fixated on all present in the plaza below. The esteemed Elder of the Soul Palace, Elder Mu Gu, accompanied by 10 Soul Palace guardians, had descended. At that moment, the sky was enveloped in utter darkness, the sun consumed, leaving only a pervasive chill and silence. The Yunlan sect appeared, transformed into a realm of phantoms. Everyone's thoughts halted as boundless fear washed over them like frigid seawater, drowning their spirits. Faced with this godlike terror, all notions of grievances or competitions seemed laughably trivial. The true despair had arrived. Chapter 56. The Great War is about to begin. As the terrifying pressure, reminiscent of an abyss, enveloped the entirety of the Yunlan sect, and an atmosphere of despair permeated, an ancient yet remarkably steady voice emerged from Xiao Yan, encircled by the bone spirit's cold fire. resonating clearly in the stillness of the plaza. Xuan Ye, my boy, I am Yao Chun, an acquaintance of your mother, Xuan Ye. Today, as the Soul Palace attacks, we are both their mortal enemies. Why not join forces and resist this fiend together? Upon these words, it was as if a massive stone had been cast into a tranquil lake. A profound shock instantaneously illuminated Xuan Ye's face, and he turned sharply to Xiao Yan, disbelief flooding his violet golden eyes. Yao Chun, you are the renowned apothecary master of the continent. But his voice trembled just enough to convey his astonishment, as if he had never anticipated the legendary figure would appear in such a manner. Quickly suppressing his shock, his expression hardened, his gaze sharpening as it swept across the Soul Palace members, exuding an overwhelming chill. He declared in a solemn tone, "What the Apothecary Master says is indeed correct. The Pill Tower and the Soul Palace are bound in an unending feud. Since we have encountered them today, I shall fight alongside you, Senior." Their exchange resonated clearly in the ears of all below. Apothecary Master? Is that not a figure of Dou Zun level? My heavens! So Xiao Yan is backed by a revered master. No wonder he is so extraordinary. Jia Xing Tian, Fa Ma, and others were left astounded. The revelations they had received today surpassing their comprehension. Ling Ying, struggling to rise from the pit, trembled at the mention of Yao Chun's name and, sensing Elder Mu Gu's terrifying Dou Zun aura, felt a tempest of dread welling within. The esteemed elder of the Soul Palace. How could such an existence appear in the Jiamu Empire? Miss Yun Shan and the members of the Yunlan sect were ashen-faced. One Xian, Yu was already terrifying enough. And now, with the emergence of a legendary master and the evidently more fearsome Soul Palace, it seemed the Yunlan sect was doomed to face calamity. In the heavens, Elder Mu Gu, surrounded by churning black mist, let out a sinister, chilling laugh. Kik, Yao Chun, desperate to rally support at your last breath? With this mere child from the Pill Tower? Oh, and two little fellows who seemed promising. His gaze swept over Xuan Ye, as well as the seemingly stealthy He Xian and Bai Yi, now positioned behind Xuan Ye. Yao Chun's expression grew grave, and he conveyed telepathically to Xuan Ye, "Xuan Ye, this Elder Mu Gu is a peak 3-star Dou Zun, extremely difficult to contend with. I am currently in a weakened state, and can only hold him off for a moment. The 10 Soul Palace Guardians are all Dou Zun. You and your two friends must find a way to stall for time, awaiting an opportunity." However, Xuan Ye merely shook his head slightly, his gaze calm as he looked toward Elder Mu Gu, a haughty smile playing at his lips, his voice, though soft, brimmed with unwavering confidence as it resonated far and wide. "Apothecary Master, your state is not yet restored. Leave this Elder Mu Gu to me. As for those 10 insignificant fish," his gaze swept over the 10 Soul Palace Guardians, his tone dripping with disdain. "Hey Xian, Bai Yi, it's up to you. Make it swift." Arrogance. The audacity of this boy. The 10 Soul Palace Guardians erupted in furious howls, the black mist swirling violently. Elder Mu Gu, infuriated yet amused, retorted, "Kik, such a sharp-tongued little brat. A mere Dou Zun dares to boast of opposing me? I shall see what you are capable of." Yao Chun, taken aback, urgently transmitted, "Xuan Ye, do not act rashly. The difference between Dou Zun and Dou Zun is like heaven and earth." Yet Xuan Ye had already stepped forward, standing shoulder to shoulder with He Xian and Bai Yi. The three exchanged glances, no words needed, as they simultaneously unleashed their utmost powers. Boom! 3 vast and overwhelming auras, far surpassing the ordinary peak of Dou Zun, erupted forth from Xuan Ye, He Xian, and Bai Yi, surging toward the heavens like 3 awakened dragons. The surroundings of Xuan Ye were enveloped in a resplendent glow of purple and gold, with the ethereal silhouettes of a dragon and phoenix flickering behind him, exuding an overwhelming majesty that transcended all beasts. In stark contrast, the domain of Heishuan was shrouded in an insatiable darkness, a voracious force that seemed capable of devouring even light itself, warping and collapsing the space around it. Bai Yi radiated a pure white light that soared into the heavens, emanating an aura of purification that stood in vivid opposition to the eerie stillness of the Soul Palace. The intertwining essences of these 3 entities subtly resonated, stirring the very laws of the universe. Though their realms appeared to fall short of the peak of the 3-star Dou Zun represented by Mu Gu, the qualitative nature of their power was undeniably formidable, even surpassing in some aspects, presenting an enigma of strength. Crackling sounds echoed as the space above Yunlan sect could no longer withstand the clash of these terrifying auras, emitting a mournful wail of strain as intricate black fissures, akin to a spider's web, materialized and spread across the expanse. Chaotic spatial turbulence surged forth, producing a sharp, piercing howl. What? Mu Gu, whose face had been cloaked in shadow, finally revealed genuine astonishment. He could hardly believe the intensity of the auras unleashed by Xuan Ye and his companions. How can this be? A Dozong's cultivation possessing a combat prowess rivaling that of a Dozun. And what are the other two? When did this world give rise to such young Dozun prodigies? What he had anticipated as an effortless capture had suddenly transformed into a web of uncertainties. The performance of Xuan Ye and his companions had utterly shattered his understanding. In the plaza below, spectators were struck dumb by the sudden revelation. Their capacity for thought diminished. Xiao Yan and others were drenched in cold sweat, gazing at the standoff in the sky, their very souls trembling under the cataclysmic pressure. Ling Dong clutched his chest, his eyes filled with horror and confusion. He realized he had vastly underestimated Xuan Ye, whose depth and strength were unfathomable. Yin Shan, pale as a ghost, felt minuscule as an ant in the face of such power. Yao Chun, observing the trio's formidable silhouettes, momentarily flashed with extreme surprise, which quickly morphed into profound pride and shock. What a remarkable youth, truly deserving of being chosen by Xuan Ye. Such talent and combat capability are simply unheard of. Xuan Ye, wielding a dark long sword forged from the devouring flames of the abyss, pointed it at Mu Gu, his voice frigid and brimming with battle intent. Old dog Mu Gu, your opponent is me. Hey Xuan and Bai Yi remained silent. Yet their icy gazes were firmly fixed upon the 10 guardians of the Soul Palace, exuding a palpable aura of murderous intent. Recovering from his shock, Mu Gu was consumed by rage and a hint of greed. Very well. Today, I shall capture you 3 little monsters, extract your souls, and refine your essence to uncover the secrets hidden within you. The battle was on the brink of eruption. In the skies, one side was engulfed in swirling black mist, a lamenting specter of the Soul Palace's forces, resembling a legion of death from the abyss. On the other, 3 extraordinary figures of purple gold, dark devouring, and sacred purification stood shoulder to shoulder, akin to deities descended upon the mortal realm. The fissures in space continued to spread, and the terrifying energy fluctuations caused the entire Yunlan mountain to tremble violently, as if on the verge of collapse. This conflict, ignited by a 3-year agreement, would culminate in a cataclysmic clash involving the Pill Tower, ancient clans, the Soul Palace, and the revered alchemist, among other premier forces of the continent. Finally erupting in this remote land of the Gamma Empire. Chapter 57, The Battle of Dozun. Above the Yunlan sect, the once clear sky had long been replaced by a tempest of energy and shattered spatial rifts, heralding an apocalypse. In the heavens, a collision occurred between a luminous stream of purple gold and a dark torrent, where the clash of their essences caused the fragile space to collapse and reform like brittle glass, accompanied by a disconcerting, tearing sound. You little brat, come and die. Mu Gu screeched, unleashing a piercing roar as the black mist around him surged, transforming into a colossal ghostly hand that blotted out the sun. Its fingers were menacing, entwined with countless wailing souls, carrying a terrifying force that corroded souls and devoured vitality, descending upon Xuan Ye with tremendous force. This strike unleashed the true power of a Dozun, carving 5 distinct black trails through the space it traversed. Yet, facing this assault capable of effortlessly crushing an ordinary low-tier Dozun, Xuan Ye exhibited no fear. Rather, a fervent battle spirit ignited within him. His dragon phoenix body surged with energy, a radiant purple-gold light emanating from him, as if dragon scales and phoenix feathers danced beneath his skin. Dragon phoenix armor, he called out, and without flinching, his body was adorned with shimmering purple-gold scales, forming a magnificent battle attire that met the gigantic ghostly hand head-on. Boom! The ghostly hand collided with Xuan Ye's dragon phoenix armor, producing a resounding echo that reverberated throughout the heavens. A violent energy storm erupted instantaneously. However, what caused Mu Gu's pupils to constrict was that his hand, capable of rending mountains, merely caused Xuan Ye to stagger and slide backward several dozen feet, leaving only faint white marks upon his arms, without breaking the skin. How is this possible? Your physical body, Mu Gu exclaimed in disbelief, unable to trust his own eyes. A mere Dozong youth had withstood his furious strike solely with his flesh. This was utterly preposterous. Old dog, is this all the strength you possess? Xuan Ye shook off the tingling sensation in his arm, a mocking smirk gracing his lips. The might of the dragon phoenix body far exceeded ordinary imagination. It was on par with top-tier magical beasts. Arrogant. I shall see how many of my blows your body can withstand. Mugu roared in fury, the black mist swirling as he unleashed a torrent of sinister and bizarre techniques from the Soul Palace, including soul chains, corrosive black light, and heart-devouring curses, each one malicious and targeting the soul and flesh. Yet, Xuan Ye moved like lightning, his magnificent purple-gold wings unfolding behind him, the dragon phoenix wings. With a powerful flap, his speed soared to its zenith, leaving behind numerous afterimages in the air, narrowly evading the majority of the attacks. For those he could not evade, he either withstood them with his dragon phoenix body or launched fierce counterattacks. Dragon phoenix, rending claw. Xuan Ye's fingers transformed into claws. As purple-gold Dou Qi coalesced into the tangible visage of dragon claws, sharp enough to tear through space, and he struck fiercely at the black mist surrounding Mugu. Where the claws passed, even the eerie black mist was forcibly torn apart. Mugu, both astonished and furious, realized that in a short span, he was genuinely unable to contend with this youth. The opponent's speed, defense, and attack capabilities were far beyond what any Dou Zong should possess. The purple-gold Dou Qi exuded an oppressive, sovereign aura that weighed down upon his very soul. On another battlefield, Xuan and Ye's performances left all onlookers in stunned silence. Xuan faced the onslaught of 4 guardians from the Soul Palace alone, his figure flitting like a specter amidst the oncoming chains and dark energy. His approach was brutally simple, often consisting of a straightforward punch, a palm strike, or the outright opening of a devouring domain akin to a black hole. Any guardian struck by him instantly felt their protective black mist dissipate, their souls dimming as if their power was forcibly siphoned away. He was like a sovereign of the night, unstoppable, as he single-handedly pushed back the 4 guardians, leaving them defensively scrambling, devoid of any capacity to retaliate. Ye, conversely, radiated a divine aura as he confronted another quartet of guardians. His entire being shimmered with pure white light, his eyes veiled in white silk, yet seemingly capable of perceiving all. He did not employ overly extravagant combat techniques. Rather, with a mere flick of his fingertips, beams of platinum-hued purifying light shot forth with astonishing velocity. This radiance inflicted immense damage upon the souls of the temple's guardians. The black mist of their defenses disintegrated upon contact with the white light, akin to snow melting under the warmth of spring, causing their very soul forms to emit anguished wails as their vitality waned. Alone, wielding but a sword, he firmly suppressed the 4 guardians, with the purifying light driving away the malevolent forces in its wake. My heavens, how formidable they are! For guardians of the Dou Zong rank, utterly subdued by a single individual? How can this be possible? Prince Xuan Ye is even more terrifying, engaging in a fierce battle with a Dou Zun expert without the slightest hint of retreat. Who exactly are they? Are the prodigies of Zhongzhou truly this fearsome? Below in the square, figures such as Jia, Xingtian, and Fama stood in stunned silence, their minds utterly blank. What they witnessed today completely overturned their understanding of the term genius. Ling Ying clutched her wound, her eyes filled with horror and bitterness. This child and his companions are nothing short of monsters, far surpassing even the prodigies of the ancient clans. Yun Shan and the members of Yunlan's sect were equally pale, trembling beneath the cataclysmic aftermath of the battles raging above, their protective formations already activated, yet precariously teetering. Meanwhile, the situation for Yao Chan was far from optimistic. Being in a soul state, he could only rely on Xiao Yan's body for combat. Yet, facing 2 well-coordinated guardians of the Soul Temple, although Bone Spirit Cold Fire was immensely powerful, its consumption was equally staggering, and he gradually found himself at a disadvantage, barely holding his ground through his extensive combat experience. The situation dire. The heart of the battlefield, the most intense clash, remained the confrontation between Xuan Ye and the elder Mugu. Boom! 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 The sound of thunder echoed as the purple, golden, and black streams of energy collided in the air at an incomprehensible speed, intertwining, separating. Each impact unleashed earth-shattering roars, shattering large expanses of space as if it were glass, revealing the chaotic void behind. The energy shock waves spread like tsunamis, obliterating the trees and rocks upon Yunlan Mountain. Elder Mugu grew increasingly alarmed as he realized that the Soul Temple's secret techniques, which he had once prided himself on, were significantly less effective against Xuan Ye. The opponent's soul power was exceptionally resilient, and his physical form was grotesquely strong. The purple golden dough, Qi, seemed to have some restraining effect on the Soul Temple's sinister energies. There could be no further delay. A glint of ruthlessness and anguish flashed in Elder Mugu's eyes. He had no choice but to resort to secret techniques for a swift resolution. Otherwise, a misstep could lead to catastrophic consequences. He abruptly retreated, rapidly forming a bizarre and intricate hand seal. As swirling black mist churned violently around him, a chill more profound and sinister than before began to awaken, as if it were connecting to the breath of the nine netherhell. Boy, to force this revered self to employ such a technique. You have every reason to be proud. Next, let me show you the true power of the Soul Temple. Elder Mugu's voice turned hoarse and grotesque, filled with boundless murderous intent. Xuan Ye hovered in the air, the dragon phoenix wings gently flapping, gazing at Elder Mugu, whose aura had suddenly grown perilous. There was no fear reflected in his purple-golden eyes, but rather a fervent blaze of combat spirit. Whatever abilities you possess, unleash them. Today, I shall use you, old dog, to test my brilliance. Chapter 58, Annihilation of the Sovereign. Above Yunlan's sect, the battle was tightly contested, with energy storms raging and cracks in space resembling black spiderwebs sprawling across the heavens. Elder Mugu, driven to fury by Xuan Ye's extraordinary combat prowess, finally resolved to hold nothing back. Nine Nether Soul, Extinguishing Curse. Elder Mugu's hoarse roar carried an endless chill as the bizarre seal he formed came to a sudden halt. The boiling black mist around him contracted instantly, coalescing into a pitch-black beam, no thicker than a man's arm, yet so profound it seemed capable of devouring all light. Countless twisted, tormented faces of souls writhed and screamed upon the surface of the beam, emanating a terrifying wave of corruption and a sense of annihilation. This was an exceedingly venomous technique of the Soul Temple, which burned the essence of collected souls as a cost, with power sufficient to severely injure or even obliterate a dozun of the same rank. The dark beam locked onto Xuan Ye, and wherever it passed, space did not merely shatter. It appeared to be eroded and corrupted by some evil force, transforming into a viscous black mire. Even the chaotic spatial currents were tainted with an aura of deathly stillness. Xuan Ye, be careful. Yao Chun, sensing the situation, hastily transmitted his soul voice, his tone rife with urgency. He understood the dreadfulness of this strike. Below, the onlookers, despite the vast distance and layers of protection, felt a chilling sting in their souls, as if the residual waves from that beam were siphoning away their vitality. Jiaxing Tian, Fama, and others lost all color, while disciples of the Yunlan sect fainted in droves. Yet, facing this terrifying strike that could make any dozun brace themselves, Xuan Ye remained unfazed, suspended in the air, his expression betraying no hint of panic. Instead, within his purple-golden eyes, a fervent and almost devout battle spirit ignited. Old dog, have you finally mustered the courage to reveal your trump card? A cold, sharp smile graced Xuan Ye's lips. Very well, let me show you what true celestial might is. As these words fell, Xuan Ye slowly raised his hands, forming an ancient and profound seal before his chest. With the emergence of this seal, the entire world seemed to come to an abrupt standstill. The winds ceased, the clouds hung motionless, and even the rapidly fracturing spatial rifts appeared to slow in their expansion. An indescribable grandeur, ancient and primordial, as if it stemmed from the dawn of creation, quietly descended. Buzz, surrounding Xuan Ye. The purple-golden dragon phoenix, Dou Qi, surged like a torrent into the seal he formed with his hands. Not merely Dou Qi, but his formidable soul power, along with the energy of the surrounding heavens and earth, seemed to respond to a supreme summons, forcibly drawn together. An extraordinary phenomenon manifested. Above Xuan Ye's head, a pair of enormous, hazy hands resembling those forged from gold slowly materialized. These hands were unimaginably vast, akin to the hands of a deity, palm facing upwards, cradling the heavens. A terrifying rhythm of creation and destruction emanated from these golden giant hands. What is that? Hai Boidong gasped in astonishment, feeling his very soul tremble beneath the shadow of those golden hands. Such overwhelming pressure. I feel as though my Dou Qi is about to solidify. Nailin Jia's voice trembled. All eyes widened in shock, fixated upon those golden hands, and between them, a point was frantically coalescing. A point of ultimate darkness. This black dot, initially no larger than a needle tip, erupted with an irresistible force of devouring power upon its emergence. Surrounding light, sound, energy, and even space itself began to collapse, twist, and shatter, being mercilessly consumed. From that black dot as the center, a terrifying black hole, visible to the naked eye, began to rapidly form. The edges of the black hole shattered like fragile glass, distorted into a spiral void. What kind of Btth technique is this? In the VIP seats, Zhou Yuan could no longer maintain his calm demeanor, his usually gentle face etched with horror. From that black hole, he sensed an aura of death potent enough to obliterate all. Lu Qing's tightly clenched fists trembled slightly, muscles twitching on his austere face, to invoke an anomaly in the heavens and devour space. Could it be? Xiao Yan was equally stunned by this earth-shattering phenomenon. Feeling the bone spirit cold fire within him shudder, he could not help but urgently question in his heart. Teacher, what kind of Btth technique is this? How can it be so terrifying? The soul of Yao Chun surged violently within the bone flame ring, its voice imbued with unprecedented shock and excitement. Even trembling slightly. Heavenly stage, this is the aura of a heavenly stage fighting technique. It invokes the forces of heaven and earth, evolving the might of creation, overwhelming in its dominance, devouring all in its path. Could this possibly be a heavenly stage palm technique lost since ancient times? This kid, Xuan Ye, his fortune is terrifyingly immense. Heavenly stage fighting technique. Xiao Yan felt as though struck by lightning, his mind rendered blank. To him, Earth stage techniques were already legendary, while the heavenly stage was nothing short of mythological. Xuan Ye actually unleashed a heavenly stage fighting technique. Above in the sky, the elderly Mu Gu, poised to exert the full force of the nine nether soul, extinguishing curse, felt the grand will and destructive aura emanating from those golden giant hands and the terrifying black hole. His face instantly froze in a grimace, replaced by boundless horror and disbelief. It was as if he had witnessed the most inconceivable event in the world, his pupils constricted to needle points, issuing a distorted and piercing scream. Heavenly stage fighting technique. Impossible. How could you little bastard, possess a heavenly stage fighting technique? This power that invokes creation and devours the universe. Could it be the inheritance of some ancient sage? The words heavenly stage fighting technique resonated with a magical quality, piercing through the energy storm, clearly reaching the ears of everyone below. In an instant, the entire Cloud Lawn sect fell into a deathly silence. Following this was an indescribable uproar and astonishment. Heavenly stage. What did I just hear? Heavenly stage fighting technique. The legendary heavenly stage fighting technique actually exists? Young Master Xuan Ye is wielding a heavenly stage fighting technique. Jia Xingtian, Fama, Hebadong, and other powerful figures from the Garma Empire stood agape, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. To them, heavenly stage fighting techniques existed only in ancient tomes and legends, an artifact they would not even dare to dream of. Lin Zuyai, Lu Qing, Han Yu, and Lin Yin, though hailing from the Central Plains and possessing vast knowledge, were also utterly shaken, their eyes filled with awe and reverence. Ziyin blinked her large eyes, her small face brimming with curiosity. Although she did not fully comprehend the significance of the heavenly stage, she found the black hole to be quite amusing. Yin covered her red lips with her delicate hand, her beautiful eyes sparkling with a myriad of emotions as she gazed at the divine purple-gold figure in the sky, filled with pride and an indescribable sentiment. Great, heavenly, creation, palm. Xuan Ye disregarded the tumult below, channeling all his spirit and essence into this one palm strike, accompanied by a resonant voice that seemed to echo from ancient times. He slowly thrust his hands forward. The golden giant hands that supported the heavens also began to converge, compressing the terrifying black hole that had swelled to dozens of feet in size, like pushing a black doomsday star, toward the elderly Mu Gu and the light beam of the nine nether soul, extinguishing curse. Wherever the black hole passed, all things were annihilated. Space was no longer fragmented, but directly consumed into the most fundamental void. Light twisted, sound vanished, leaving only an eternal silence and darkness. No. The elderly Mu Gu let out a desperate scream, desperately channeling the pitch-black light beam of the nine nether soul, extinguishing curse to its utmost limit, crashing it violently into the approaching black hole. However, the disparity was too vast. The light beam of the nine nether soul, extinguishing curse, upon touching the edge of the black hole, vanished like a cow sinking into the sea, failing to create even a ripple before being mercilessly consumed, disintegrated. and turned into nothingness. No, I refuse to accept this. In the midst of the elderly Mu Gu's fearful and despairing cries, the terrifying black hole of creation completely devoured him and the surrounding vast expanse of space. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a heart-stopping, absolute silence. The black hole slowly shrank, ultimately disappearing from sight. Along with it vanished the elderly Mu Gu and all existence within that area, as if nothing had ever been there, leaving behind only a vast, impossibly smooth spatial void, gradually mending under the laws of heaven and earth. The sky temporarily returned to silence. Xuan Ye hovered in place, his complexion slightly pale, his breath considerably weakened, clearly indicating that the exertion of this heavenly stage fighting technique had drained him greatly. Yet his purple-gold eyes remained as bright as stars, scanning the remaining Soul Hall Guardians. Those Guardians, already terrified to the core, lost all courage to fight, letting out a shout before attempting to scatter in every direction. However, would Zhou Yuan and Bei allow them to escape? The domains of devouring and purification instantly enveloped them. All were still immersed in the unparalleled shock brought by that heavenly stage fighting technique. Everything that transpired today would be forever etched into the depths of their souls. And the name of Xuan Ye would undoubtedly resound throughout the entire continent once more with this palm strike. Chapter 59. A Storm Reawakens. The earth-shattering battle above the cloud lawn sect spread across the entire northwestern continent with astonishing speed, as if it had sprouted wings, and expanded outward like a storm toward the central plains and even more distant regions. Initially, the news was merely vague, reporting a mysterious conflict involving powerful beings at the cloud lawn sect, with strange flames and terrifying fighting techniques emerging. However, as more details emerged, particularly when keywords such as Dan Tower, Xuan Ye, heavenly stage fighting techniques, and the fall of the Soul Hall's elder combined, the entire Btth continent was shaken. In taverns and streets, countless people fervently discussed this legendary battle. Have you heard? That cloud lawn sect of the Garma Empire has encountered a colossal event. Isn't it about that 3-year agreement? Nalin Yanran and Xiao Yan? Huh. That's trivial. The real spectacle lies beyond that. You know about young Master Xuan Ye from Dan Tower, right? He was actually present. Not just present. It is said that the Soul Hall dispatched an elder and 10 guardians to capture him. And guess what happened? Young Master Xuan Ye, with his Do's Zone Cultivation, clashed head-on against the peak elder of the Soul Hall, a 3-star Dozun, and ultimately unleashed a stunning heavenly stage fighting technique, obliterating the elder into ashes. Heavenly stage fighting technique. My heavens, is that true? Absolutely true. Everyone who was there witnessed it. The celestial phenomena, the golden giant hands, the black hole that devoured everything. Elder Mu Gu, the elder of the Soul Hall, did not even have time to scream before he disappeared. But that's not all. Young Master Xuan Ye had 2 young companions, one in a black robe and the other in a white robe, both said to possess terrifying strength, each holding back 4 Soul Hall Do Zone Guardians and overpowering them. Moreover, that Xiao Yan from the Xiao family actually harbors the soul of the renowned alchemist Yao Chen within him. Yao Chen, the #1 alchemist of the continent in those days. My goodness, this news is explosive. Dan Tower's Xuan Ye, the mysterious duo of Zhou Yuan and Bei. The soul of the alchemist. The Soul Hall has truly encountered a hard wall this time. Not just a hard wall. It's akin to crashing into an ancient divine mountain. Utterly humiliated, the name of Xuan Ye, which may have previously only resonated among the top powers and younger generation of the Central Plains, now truly echoed throughout the land. His tale of defying a Dozun with his Dozone body and wielding a heavenly stage fighting technique became a subject of fascination, even regarded as legendary, inspiring countless young cultivators. The mystery and power of Zhou Yuan and Bei also became focal points of speculation and discussion. Moreover, the resurrection of Yao Chen stirred deep emotions among many old acquaintances. In the Central Plains at the Dan Tower, within a magnificent hall shrouded in mist and permeated with the fragrance of herbs, several imposing figures with vast auras gathered. Upon receiving the detailed intelligence Jade slip, the heads of the Dan Tower displayed expressions of complexity after perusing its contents. Good, good, good. A red-haired elder clapped his hands in hearty laughter, his voice booming like thunder. Indeed, this young lad, Xuan Ye, has not brought shame to our Dan Tower. To defeat a Dozong and even the Soul Hall's old ghost, Mu Gu, what a delight. Truly delightful. He was none other than Tian Lei Zi, one of the 3 giants of the Dan Tower, known for his fiery temperament. Another middle-aged man, possessing an air of refined elegance, nodded slightly, his eyes filled with satisfaction. It is indeed unexpected. I had thought he ventured to the northwestern continent merely for ordinary training, yet he has caused such a stir. The celestial tier fighting technique he acquired in that sacred site of the Transformation Sage far exceeds our expectations. He was Xian Kongzi, the eldest brother of Xuan Ye and the foremost among the three giants. However, amidst their joy, the expressions of those present darkened. The Soul Hall is becoming increasingly brazen. Tianlei slammed his hand on the table, his voice rising in fury. How dare they openly deploy elder-level forces against a core disciple of our Dan Tower? Do they wish to sever all pretense? The refined middle-aged man's gaze sharpened. With Mugu's demise, the Soul Hall will surely not let this matter rest. Given their modus operandi, a more frenzied retaliation is inevitable. Although young Xuan Ye has the support of his friends, He Xian and Bai Yi, he is still situated in the remote northwestern border. We must prepare accordingly. At that moment, the side door of the Grand Hall was thrust open, and a graceful figure, radiating elegance yet now bearing an urgent expression, hurriedly entered. It was Xuan Ye. She did not even pause to greet her two elder brothers before urgently inquiring, "Elder brother, third brother, I have just emerged from seclusion and heard the rumors. Did ye e'er encounter the Soul Hall's elder in the northwestern continent? Is he unharmed?" Her voice trembled slightly, her beautiful eyes filled with concern. Despite knowing Xuan Ye's formidable strength, hearing the mention of the Soul Hall's elder made her heart clench in anxiety. The refined middle-aged man quickly reassured her, "Do not fret, little sister. Ye heir is safe. Not only is he unharmed, but he also managed to turn the tables and slay that Soul Hall elder, Mugu." Turn the tables? Xuan Ye was momentarily taken aback, her lovely face reflecting disbelief. She knew Xuan Ye was powerful, but to slay a Dozun was truly astonishing. When Tianlei recounted the details of the battle against the Yunlan sect, particularly how Xuan Ye had utilized the celestial tier technique, the Great Transformation Palm, to vanquish Mugu, Xuan Ye gasped and covered her mouth in shock. After a long while, she exhaled deeply, although the worry in her eyes had not entirely dissipated. "It's good that he is safe. It's good that he is safe," she murmured, but soon her gaze hardened and turned icy. "The Soul Hall dares to bully my Ye heir like this. This matter cannot simply be brushed aside." In the Starfall Pavilion, nestled within a tranquil valley, a middle-aged man clad in azure, exuding a carefree and unrestrained demeanor, was holding a piece of intelligence jade slip, his fingers trembling slightly. He was Feng Xian, the master of the Starfall Pavilion and a close friend of Yao Chun. "You old rascal, you truly are still alive." Feng Xian's voice trembled with barely contained excitement and emotion. "I knew it. You stubborn old fool. How could you possibly fall so easily?" As he read that Yao Chen's soul had attached itself to a youth named Xiao Yan and had made an appearance at the Yunlan sect, he became so exhilarated that he began pacing back and forth in his chamber. "Xiao Yan, what a fine lad. To be recognized by you, old man. He must be extraordinary. In the northwestern continent, the Gamma Empire, it seems this old bone of mine must get moving." A glimmer of determination flashed in Feng Xian's eyes. He resolved to journey to the northwestern continent in search of Yao Chun, in stark contrast to the fervor and anger in the Dan Tower and Starfall Pavilion. Within the eerie dimensional space that housed the Soul Hall headquarters, an oppressive silence mingled with fury permeated the atmosphere. In a grand hall constructed from countless skulls, several figures shrouded in dense black mist, exuding an aura even more terrifying than that of the elder Mugu, stood in silent contemplation. Upon the throne sat a vague figure that seemed to merge with the darkness itself, emanating a pressure that seemed to freeze the very space around it. "Mugu is dead." A cold voice devoid of any emotion resonated from the throne, killed by a junior of the Dan Tower, slain under a celestial tier fighting technique. Silence enveloped the space below, yet the swirling black mist betrayed their inner turmoil. Yao Chen's soul has also appeared, another sinister voice interjected. "The Hall Master has long been concerned about him. Xuan Ye of the Dan Tower must die." A third voice brimmed with violent, murderous intent. "This child possesses terrifying talent, bearing a heaven-defying physique and mastering celestial tier techniques. If allowed to grow, he will undoubtedly become a grave threat to our Soul Hall. Yao Chen's soul must also be captured." A fourth voice added. The vague figure on the throne spoke slowly, its voice as cold as a millennium of ice. "Dan Tower, Yao Chun, very well. Issue orders to have the 4 heavenly sovereigns, Blood River, personally lead the charge, dispatching 20 elders as well to the northwestern continent. At any cost, seize Yao Chen's soul and eliminate Xuan Ye and his accomplices." Should anyone obstruct us, regardless of whether they hail from the Dan Tower or any other force, they shall be eradicated. Let the world know that those who offend the Soul Hall's majesty shall meet certain death. Understood, Hall Master. The terrifying figures below responded in unison, their murderous intent palpable. In the next moment, fissures in space tore open throughout the Soul Hall, and chilling, bloodthirsty auras surged forth like a locust swarm, coalescing into a devastating tide, all aimed at the distant northwestern continent. The storm had not abated with the conclusion of the battle at the Yunlan sect. Rather, it brewed an even more terrifying energy. Xuan Ye, Yao Chun, and Xiao Yan, along with the Gamma Empire, were about to become the eye of the storm in the power struggle among the continent's top forces. The true crisis was drawing ever closer. Chapter 60, Seclusion. The smoke of battle from the Yunlan sect gradually dissipated, yet the name Xuan Ye, along with the terror of his black and white duo and the news of Yao Zun's reappearance, spread across the Dou Qi continent like wildfire, igniting countless astonishment and speculation. However, Xuan Ye, positioned at the eye of the storm, appeared remarkably calm as he began to address the follow-up matters within the Yunlan sect. In a serene guest chamber, Xuan Ye sat opposite Yao Chun, whose soul had solidified significantly. Yao Chun wore a look of gratitude and awe at Xuan Ye's prowess. My young friend, Xuan Ye, this calamity at the Yunlan sect was averted thanks to you. Otherwise, my remnant soul might have truly perished here. Yao Chun spoke sincerely, filled with appreciation. Xuan Ye smiled humbly. You honor me, esteemed Yao Zun. The Soul Hall is a common enemy of the continent. It is but my duty to intervene. Besides, witnessing your grandeur is a privilege for me. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Xuan Ye seemed to recall something and produced a jade vial intricately engraved with seals from his spatial ring. Inside the vial, a spectral soul was anxiously colliding against the walls, unable to escape. Esteemed Yao Zun, during my recent training excursion, I chanced upon a spectral entity that seemed to have ties to the Soul Hall and captured it. Xuan Ye stated casually as he pushed the jade vial towards Yao Chun. This individual's cultivation method is rather peculiar, and the flames they wield are extraordinary, resembling the rumored sea heart flame. Although I possess some understanding of an alchemy, I find it challenging to discern its origins. You, esteemed Yao Zun, are well versed in these matters, particularly concerning an alchemical practices. Perhaps you can glean some insights into this individual's background and determine the appropriate course of action. His reasoning was sound. As a genius of the Dan Tower, apprehending those connected to the Soul Hall was his duty, and expressing curiosity about an unfamiliar techniques while seeking guidance from a seasoned elder was entirely reasonable. He refrained from explicitly mentioning Han Feng's identity or alluding to any notions of betrayal. Everything appeared to be a matter of chance and unintentional action. Upon hearing the words, Yao Chun did not ponder too deeply. Instead, he accepted the jade vial with a scholar's inquisitive demeanor and casually remarked, "Oh, the sea heart flame? Let me take a look." However, the moment his spiritual energy penetrated the vial, and he distinctly sensed the essence of that soul and the lingering, painfully familiar fluctuations of flame, the ease that adorned Yao Chen's face abruptly solidified. His entire soul felt as though it had been struck by thunder, instantly freezing in place. The hand that held the vial trembled uncontrollably, and his weathered eyes widened in sheer astonishment, filled with profound shock, disbelief, and an overwhelming, pent-up fury akin to a volcanic eruption. It was indeed Han Feng. Yao Chen's voice suddenly turned sharp and piercing, brimming with deep-seated hatred and sorrow. You wretched creature, it truly is you. The soul of Han Feng within the jade vial, upon Yao Chen's spiritual intrusion, reacted as if it had been stepped upon by a venomous serpent. It first stiffened, then erupted in a wave of intense fear. Old fool you, you're not dead. He twisted and struggled frantically, unable to conceal the terror that stemmed from the depths of his soul, especially in the presence of his former mentor, knowing full well the weight of his sins. Han Feng, you vile beast, lower than a pig or dog. Yao Chen's fury exploded, pointing at the vial and scolding harshly, his voice laced with piercing pain. In my lifetime, I, Yao Chun, have acted with a clear conscience before heaven and earth. Yet I was deceived by you, a heartless wretch. You caused me to suffer the destruction of my physical form, to drift aimlessly, enduring endless torment. Xuan Ye sat silently to the side, granting Yao Chun ample room to unleash his emotions. He understood that the agony of betrayal by one so close required a complete catharsis. Old fool, if you hadn't withheld the burning decision from me, how could I have harmed you? Han Feng's deranged roar pierced through the air, Are you not simply afraid that my achievements would surpass yours? Why must you feign superiority? Scoundrel! Yao Chen was genuinely incensed by Han Feng's words. I did not grant you the burning decision because that technique is perilous. Hence, I refrained from letting you cultivate it. Standing by, Xiao Yan observed Yao Chen's furious demeanor with great sentiment, feeling a profound indignation towards the elder brother who had betrayed his master. Xuan Ye reflected on the dialogue between Han Feng and Yao Chen, pondering deeply. Truth be told, if Han Feng had genuinely learned the burning decision, Xiao Yan would have been rendered irrelevant, and after secretly studying the technique, Han Feng would undoubtedly have uncovered its mysteries and powers. However, after failing to obtain it from Yao Chen, alas, one could only say that Han Feng's actions were excessively extreme. Truly, fate plays cruel tricks. After unleashing his fury for a considerable time, Yao Chen's voice gradually shifted from rage to a profound melancholy and helplessness. He slumped back into his chair, as if all his strength had been sapped, his soul dimming slightly. After a long while, he finally raised his head, his gaze towards Xuan Ye filled with an indescribable complexity, gratitude, relief, and a sense of unburdening. Xuan Ye, my boy. Yao Chen's voice was unusually hoarse. Thank you for bringing this wretched being before me. This debt is as heavy as Mount Tai. Were it not for you, I fear I would never find peace in death. He stood once more and bowed deeply to Xuan Ye. This bow came from the depths of his heart. Xuan Ye did not shy away this time, accepting it with composure before assisting Yao Chen to rise. Senior, you overstate the matter. Cleaning up one's own house and revealing the truth is simply what a junior ought to do. Yao Chen straightened up, his eyes still filled with rage, but now mingled with a clarity and determination. Regardless, I shall never forget this sentiment. Taking a long breath, Yao Chen expelled a cloud of foul air, his gaze regaining clarity and resolve. Without further hesitation, he commenced the final reckoning of Han Feng's soul, aiming to conclusively sever this karmic tie. Old fool you. Moments later, the soul of Han Feng within the jade vial was utterly obliterated in despair. Yao Chen appeared as if he had shed a colossal burden he had borne for years. Although his spiritual aura felt slightly weakened from the expenditure, his spirit was rejuvenated. Following this incident, the relationship between the two had undeniably drawn much closer. Observing the now calmer Yao Chen, Xuan Ye pondered for a moment before speaking. Respected Yao, I have two requests. Speak freely, young friend. As long as it is within my capabilities, I shall not refuse, Yao Chen replied readily. Firstly, a friend of mine, also in a soul state, requires a suitable body to be reborn. Might you possess profound knowledge of body refinement techniques? Xuan Ye inquired, recalling the heavenly fire master, Yao Tianhua. Upon hearing this, Yao Chen's eyes gleamed with interest, and he nodded. Indeed, I have researched body refinement techniques. In my quest for my own sake years ago, I sought extensively. Although I did not ultimately succeed, the methods I possess are among the finest on the continent. Without hesitation, he summoned forth a scroll of condensed spiritual energy and handed it to Xuan Ye. This scroll contained not only detailed refining steps, but also many insights and annotations from Yao Chen himself and valuable treasures. Secondly, Xuan Ye continued, a different friend of mine suffers from the calamity poison body and endures great torment. Might you have a solution? Perhaps the poison pill method? The calamity poison body? Yao Chen looked at Xuan Ye with renewed astonishment. How did this boy's acquaintances all possess such peculiarities? He pondered. The calamity poison body is indeed troublesome, but not insurmountable. I also know of an ancient secret method called the poison pill method. If one can procure the magic core of a 7th order heavenly poison scorpion beast along with other rare medicinal materials to refine the poison pill, it could control the poison body, turning harm into benefit. As he spoke, he retrieved a scroll containing detailed information about the poison pill method. Xuan Ye was overjoyed, solemnly accepting the 2 scrolls. Thank you, esteemed Yao. This grace I shall forever remember. Xuan Ye, my boy. Yao Chen gazed at Xuan Ye and hesitantly spoke. I presume you also obtained the sea heart flame from Han Feng. I wonder. His gaze shifted to Xiao Yan beside him. My disciple cultivates a unique technique that requires the consumption of exotic flames. Might you be willing to bestow the sea heart flame upon Xiao Yan? In return, there shall be a generous reward. Apologies, senior, but my flame also requires for sustenance. Therefore, I have already absorbed the sea heart flame. Xuan Ye politely declined. If you require assistance with body refinement, you may certainly seek me out. Are you jesting? Exotic flames are a tremendous fortune in this world. Why should I give it to Xiao Yan? Each exotic flame is a key to my future breakthroughs, and it is for the fated ones to possess. Moreover, aside from the body refinement and poison pill methods, Xuan Ye found little value in anything else Yao Chen offered. Upon hearing this, both Yao Chen and Xiao Yan expressed their understanding with disappointment. Following the conclusion of this significant transaction, Xuan Ye did not linger long at the Yunlan sect. He temporarily accommodated Lin Xiaoya, Lu Qing, Han Yu, and Lin Yan here. Subsequently, he entered the peculiar cultivation space, the gate of life and death, which had been completely bestowed upon him by Yin Shan, alongside He Xuan and Bei. Xuan Ye sat cross-legged at the center of the outer hall of the ancient heavenly palace, first immersing his mind into the two newly acquired scrolls. After carefully studying and memorizing the key points, he stored the scrolls away. The pressing matter was to elevate his own strength. The retaliation from the Soul Palace could strike at any moment. He must break through swiftly. He took out the great Void Soul art obtained from Zhu Kuan and began to diligently cultivate. With the half-step Heavenly Realm's soul power guided by this Supreme Dragon Clan secret technique, it was as if a raw gem was being meticulously polished, becoming increasingly brilliant and refined, launching an assault towards the enigmatic Heavenly Realm soul. Simultaneously, his peak Do Qi at the 9-star Do Zone had reached its absolute limit. The swallowing sky divine art operated at its zenith, continuously compressing and purifying his Do Qi while comprehending the mysteries of spatial power, making final preparations to condense the spatial seed and step into the Do Zun realm. Heavenly black and white night stood silently on either side, akin to the most loyal guardians, their essences subtly intertwined with their master, experiencing a synchronized elevation. Chapter 61. Ascending to the Do Zun. Within the gates of life and death, time seemed to lose its significance. Xuan Ye sat cross-legged, his mind completely immersed in his cultivation. The profound runes of the Tai Su Soul Sutra flowed like stars in the ocean of his soul, each flicker enhancing the refinement and vastness of his spiritual power. The invisible barrier that obstructed the celestial realm of the soul had become precariously unstable under the continuous onslaught. Simultaneously, within his dantian, the pinnacle Do Qi of the 9-star Do Zone had already reached its zenith, akin to a torrent poised to surge forth. The Tung Tian Shun Ju operated frenetically, compressing and tempering this Do Qi, rendering it more pure and substantial. His comprehension of spatial power grew increasingly lucid, as the subtle fluctuations of the surrounding space appeared to extend from his will. This was a natural progression. When the accumulation of his soul and the refinement of his Do Qi reached a critical juncture, a resonant hum, seemingly emanating from the very essence of his soul, reverberated. Xuan Ye's spiritual power finally broke through that solid barrier, stepping into an entirely new and boundless realm, the celestial realm of the soul. Almost simultaneously, a brilliant silver light suddenly ignited at the center of the vast whirlpool of Do Qi within his dantian. It was a spiritual elixir imbued with the essence of space. The moment the seed of space formed, Xuan Ye's aura surged explosively, like a slumbering dragon awakening. A terrifying pressure that exceeded that of the Do Zone swept outwards like a tempest from his being. Crack! Crack! The stable space within the gates of life and death began to shatter like fragile ice under the sudden onslaught of Do Zun's might. Dark fissures in space appeared from thin air, spreading and emanating chaotic, ethereal energies. Xuan Ye abruptly opened his eyes, his purple-golden irises seeming to embody the cycles of celestial bodies and the birth and demise of stars. He slowly raised a hand, sensing the tumultuous, monumental power within him, as if he could command a realm, alongside the spatial networks that felt palpably within his soul's perception. Is this the power of Do Zun? He mused quietly, his voice tinged with an indescribable awe. The mere aura he naturally exuded could provoke the fracturing of space, a stark contrast to the Do Zone. Beside him, heavenly black and white night also opened their eyes simultaneously. As they were one with their master, Xuan Ye's breakthrough resonated within them, causing their auras to soar like rockets, instantly shattering barriers and firmly stepping into the realm of 2-star Do Zun. The devouring power surrounding heavenly black deepened into an abyssal darkness, while the purifying light of white night grew increasingly resplendent. The three exchanged glances, each reflecting a shared sense of wonder. Do Zun on the continent was the true entry into the realm of the powerful. With a shift of his thoughts, the overwhelming pressure that had spread outwards receded into his being like a tidal wave, and the surrounding shattered space began to mend slowly under the laws of heaven and earth. He needed time to familiarize and stabilize this surging power. Meanwhile, As Xuan Ye achieved this remarkable breakthrough within the gates of life and death, a month had quietly passed outside the Yunlan sect. Under the renown left by Xuan Ye and the steadfast presence of Lin Yuan and his companions, had regained its tranquility, even growing in prominence. Lin Yuan, Lu Qing, Han Yu, and Lin Yan, leveraging the resources left by Xuan Ye and the accumulation of the Yunlan sect, had successfully broken through to the 3 to 4-star Do Wang level within this month, their auras becoming increasingly stable and formidable. After attending to the sect's affairs, Yan devoted more energy to her cultivation and recently achieved a breakthrough to 9-star Do Huang, now but a step away from Dozong. She often gazed towards the direction of the gates of life and death, her beautiful eyes filled with anticipation and a subtle, unnoticeable longing. As for Xiao Yan and Yao Chun, they did not linger long after the Yunlan sect incident. Yao Chun was acutely aware that the Soul Palace would not relent, and his existence posed a significant threat to both the Yunlan sect and Xiao Yan. After aiding Xiao Yan in stabilizing his injuries and taking a brief respite, the master and disciple quietly departed from the Yunlan sect, disappearing without a trace, embarking on a more arduous and secretive journey of training, aiming to enhance their strength swiftly in preparation for future crises. However, the winds of misfortune do not cease for those who seek peace. In the depths of the Soul Palace's headquarters in Zhongzhou, an urgent report from the Northwest continent was presented to the higher-ups. The intelligence detailed the account of Mu Gu Tianzun and his subordinates' failure at the Yunlan sect, but it also included a seemingly inconspicuous piece of information that piqued the interest of a powerful figure within the Soul Palace. According to the residual soul imprint, the youth named Xiao Yan bore some connection to an ancient clan. The Xiao clan still had remnants of bloodline in the Northwest continent. A cold voice echoed within the hall, laced with surprise and a chilling intent to kill. Though it was merely a suspicion, it was better to err on the side of caution. A frigid command swiftly emanated from the Soul Palace headquarters, relayed to all undercover agents, branches, and allied forces within the Jiama Empire and its surrounding areas. Exterminate the Xiao clan in Wutan City. Trace all who may be associated with the Xiao clan, especially one named Xiao Yan, alive or dead. All accomplices shall face no mercy. This command, akin to the whisper of death, shattered the tranquility of the Northwest continent's borders in an instant. Wutan City, the Xiao clan, under the influence of the resources and prestige left by Xiao Yan, the Xiao clan had undeniably become the uncontested ruler of Wutan City, flourishing within. However, on this fateful evening, disaster struck without warning. Shadowy figures shrouded in black mist appeared above the Xiao clan like specters. The leader exuded an aura unmistakably at the Do Huang level, accompanied by several Do Wang strongmen. They did not attempt to conceal their presence. The chilling, bloodthirsty pressure unique to the Soul Palace enveloped the Xiao clan estate like a dark cloud. Hith. It seems this is the place. Leave no survivors. The Soul Palace Do Huang leader rasped, issuing the order to massacre. In the next moment, countless dark soul chains shot forth from the black mist like venomous serpents, raining down upon the terrified members of the Xiao clan below. Help! Fight back! The air was filled with piercing screams, desperate cries, and furious roars as they echoed throughout Wutan City. The ordinary members of the Xiao clan stood no chance against these at least Do Wang-level adversaries from the Soul Palace. The soul chains easily pierced their bodies, forcibly extracting their souls to be devoured, leaving behind lifeless husks. The elders of the Xiao clan, their eyes bloodshot, desperately urged their Do Qi in resistance. But with a mere flick of the Soul Palace Do Huang's hand, their defenses crumbled like paper, their bodies exploding into a mist of blood, and their souls violently extracted. The scent of blood permeated the air as the once prosperous Xiao estate transformed into a hellish nightmare in a matter of moments. The Soul Palace members operated like cold, unfeeling reapers, leaving nothing alive in their wake, only piles of corpses and lingering vengeful spirits. This targeted massacre was swift and efficient. By the time other factions in Wutan City were alarmed and cautiously arrived to investigate, they found only a desolate wasteland and a surging tide of resentment. The news spread rapidly, sending shockwaves throughout the Jiama Empire and its surrounding regions, creating an atmosphere of fear. Chapter 62, Return to Zhongzhou. In the depths of the forbidden area behind the Yunlan sect, Xuan Ye gradually opened his eyes, within which flickered the birth and demise of countless stars, ultimately settling into a profound tranquility. His aura, once sharp enough to fracture space itself just a month prior, had now transformed into a harmonious and restrained presence. undetectable to all but the most formidable of adversaries. Beneath the placid surface lay a terrifying undercurrent of power. As a two-star Dozun with a heavenly soul, he had solidified a realm that commanded respect across the northwestern continent in a mere month. He was flanked by Xuan and Bei, both of whom exuded a similarly deep and unfathomable energy, clearly having reaped significant benefits in their training. Congratulations, Your Highness, on your further advancement, Lin Ziyai, Lu Qing, and others who had been waiting outside as the silent chamber door opened, bowed deeply, their tones imbued with utmost respect. They were acutely aware that this seemingly youthful prince was the holy son of the Dan Tower from Zhongzhou, possessing an esteemed identity and unimaginable strength. Xuan Ye nodded slightly, casting his gaze over the group. Lin Ziyai's aura was sharp, firmly established at 3-star Do Wang, while Lu Qing and the others had also made commendable progress. Very well, he remarked, flicking his fingers to send several ancient-style spatial rings flying towards them. This matter is settled. I shall return to Zhongzhou shortly. These resources will assist you in your cultivation. With this token, should you ever find yourselves in Zhongzhou, you may seek me out at the Dan Tower. As Lin Ziyai and the others received the rings, their weightiness revealed a treasure trove of high-level magic nuclei, rare medicinal herbs, and scrolls within, eliciting an overwhelming sense of shock and gratitude. They bowed deeply once more, exclaiming, "Thank you, Your Highness, for your generous gifts. We shall diligently cultivate and strive to serve you in Zhongzhou." Xuan Ye spoke no further. A subtle shift in his consciousness allowed him to sense a faint yet discernible aura of blood and resentment lingering in the external world. A sensation so delicate that would escape the notice of all but he, a being of heavenly soul. The minions of the Soul Palace were swift in their movements. A glint of cold light flickered in his eyes. Having already slain a venerable elder of the Soul Palace, he was entangled in an unending feud with them. Given his talents and status, he was undoubtedly viewed as a future threat they sought to eliminate at all costs. As he prepared to return to Zhongzhou, the journey was long, and the Soul Palace might well catch wind of his movements and attempt to ambush him. In a mere flicker, he appeared at the secluded sanctuary of Yunyan. Sensing the spatial fluctuations, she opened her beautiful eyes, a fleeting complexity crossing her features upon seeing Xuan Ye. She could feel that he had become even more inscrutable than a month prior, a disparity that resonated at the very essence of life itself. "Are you leaving?" she inquired softly, her tone calm but tinged with an imperceptible hint of melancholy. "Indeed," Xuan Ye affirmed with a nod. "The Dan Tower has summoned me for urgent matters. Moreover, this place." He paused, refraining from explicitly mentioning the Soul Palace, yet Yun could surmise enough. "After my departure, the Cloud Mist sect will be entrusted to you. You have reached 9-star Do Huang. Once the opportunity to break through to Do Zone arises, success will come naturally. Without lingering too long, having given his instructions, Xuan Ye's form gradually faded, ultimately merging with the void, disappearing without a trace. Not even stirring a ripple in the fabric of space, a testament to his mastery over spatial forces. Almost simultaneously with Xuan Ye's departure from the Cloud Mist sect, in a humble and hundreds of miles from the holy city of the Gamma Empire, Xiao Yan sat cross-legged upon his bed, diligently practicing the techniques instructed by Yao Lao to solidify his recent advancements. However, the terrified and murmuring conversations of mercenaries in the adjacent hall pierced his ears like icy water, instantly freezing every fiber of his being. The Xiao family is finished. Yuten City is finished. Which Xiao family? The one whose strongest member is merely a great fighter? Yes, it's them. In a single night, they were exterminated. Exterminated? How is that possible? Who did it? No one knows. It's all very mysterious. They say the Xiao family estate now resembles a ghost domain, bodies piled high. Not a single soul left breathing. The scene, it's horrendous. My heavens, what kind of calamity have they incurred? Even a great fighter had no power to resist? Boom! Xiao Yan felt as though thunder had erupted in his mind, the entire world around him abruptly losing all sound and color. He sprang up from his bed, his face ashen, lips trembling uncontrollably, pupils constricted to pinpricks. Exterminated. The Xiao family in Yuten City, bodies piled high. Not a single survivor. Each word pierced his heart like a poisoned dagger, causing him excruciating pain, nearly suffocating him. No, it cannot be. This must be false. He emitted a strangled sound from his throat, as if it were being choked, eyes glazed with extreme fear and denial. Yao Chen's urgent voice rang in his mind. "Xiao Yan, steady yourself. The news may not be accurate." But Xiao Yan had completely lost control. Like a frenzied beast, he burst through the door, not even pausing to navigate the staircase, but instead leaping directly from the inn's second-floor window. As splinters flew, his internal dou qi surged uncontrollably, his figure morphing into a nearly distorted shadow. Screaming through the air towards Unbeaten City with reckless abandon, moving with blinding speed. Xiao Yan, calm down. Yao Chen's roar was like thunder. He had struggled to penetrate the despair and terror engulfing Xiao Yan's mind. As he sprinted, his thoughts were a blank slate. Save for that bloody phrase echoing ceaselessly. Father Xiao Zhan, the three elders, Xiao Mei, Xiao Ning, familiar faces flashing before him, shattering into fragments. He could hardly fathom what had become of the land that had nurtured him. When he finally caught sight of the familiar silhouette of Unbeaten City, his heart raced violently. Nearly bursting. Like a meteor, he crashed down from the sky, staggering a few steps before collapsing onto the familiar cobblestone street in front of the Xiao family estate. Once a modest yet warm and tidy entrance, the Xiao family gate now lay in ruins. The wooden doors had splintered into countless pieces, strewn across the ground, smeared with dark red blood and black handprints. The plaque inscribed with the words Xiao Residence had snapped in half, one piece slanted in the rubble. Caked in mud and congealed blood, a suffocating stench assailed his senses, a foul amalgamation of coagulated blood and decaying flesh. Swarms of flies buzzed overhead like a dark cloud, their incessant, buzzing grating on the nerves. Xiao Yan clawed towards the entrance, and as he stepped into that once familiar courtyard, all strength seemed to drain from him. Collapsing to the ground with a thud, his vision engulfed by a horrifying sea of crimson. Corpses, piled high like a mountain. The courtyard, once filled with the laughter of children and the practice of clan members, had devolved into a slaughterhouse. Dark brown blood soaked into every inch of the earth, congealing into thick scabs. Shattered limbs, ruptured organs, and contorted faces lay scattered about. Once familiar clansmen, young and old alike, now reduced to cold, mutilated flesh, chaotically heaped together. Some already decomposing, revealing stark white bones. Their faces bore the frozen expressions of ultimate terror, pain, and confusion from their final moments. Blood splatter and deep gashes marred the walls and broken beams, silently recounting the despair and struggle that had unfolded. The entire estate fell into an eerie silence, save for the wind whistling through the gaping holes, resembling the wails of countless vengeful spirits. A heart-wrenching howl erupted from Xiao Yan's throat, a sound so inhuman it seemed to transcend mere anguish, accompanied by blood and the agony of tearing despair. He lunged towards the mountain of corpses and the sea of blood, frantically digging and searching. Father, Father, Grand Elder, Second Elder, Third Elder, where are you? He called out each name, his hands quickly saturated with blood, minced flesh, and putrid fluids, his nails tearing as he rummaged through the lifeless bodies, crimson and drenched. Yet he felt not a hint of pain. Time and again, he cradled the cold, disfigured corpses, attempting to identify them, only to despairingly cast them aside once more. No, there was no trace of his father, Xiao Zhan, anywhere. He scoured the front yard, burst into the collapsed council hall, invaded the small courtyard where they once lived, and pried through every possible hiding place among the rubble. The panic and despair in his heart surged like a tidal wave, repeatedly plunging him into the abyss. Like a lone wolf stripped of everything, teetering on the brink of death, he let out a helpless and anguished howl amidst the ruins. Ultimately, before the remnants of his father's study, he unearthed a corpse clad in elder's robes. It was the second elder, yet still not Xiao Zhan. Xiao Yan collapsed in a pool of blood and debris, gasping for breath, tears mingling with the grime on his face. An overwhelming sorrow bore down upon him like a mountain, nearly suffocating him, while the uncertainty of his father's fate ignited a flicker of hope, faint yet capable of searing his heart and lungs. Why? Who could possibly aim to annihilate the Xiao family? His voice was hoarse, akin to a worn-out bellows, filled with profound hatred and confusion. The spirit of Yao Chen slowly materialized, his aged visage etched with gravity and deep remorse. Gazing upon the hellish scene before him, feeling Xiao Yan's nearly shattered soul, he spoke with heavy sorrow. Child, gather yourself. Xiao Yan raised his reddened eyes, fixating intently on Yao Chen. Your father may still be alive. Yao Chen endeavored to keep his voice steady. The absence of a body here signified hope. The soul palace, though ruthless in its methods, would not go to the extent of taking a corpse unless there was a purpose behind it. They must have abducted your father for a reason. A pained expression crossed his face, This matter may have implicated you through me. The Soul Palace's target has always been me. They must have discovered your connection to me, leading them to target the Xiao family. Xiao Chen assumed he had brought disaster upon the Xiao family, unaware that the true cause lay within the bloodline of the Xiao family itself and the possible existence of an ancient jade. Xiao Yan shook his head vigorously, his teeth grinding, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth. Do not blame the teacher. It is the Soul Palace. It is those scoundrels. He transformed his boundless sorrow into a blazing inferno of hatred, firmly placing the blame on the Soul Palace. Seeing Xiao Yan retain a glimmer of rationality, Yao Chen quickly urged, now is not the time to wallow in grief. The priority is to ensure the safety of your two brothers, Xiao Ding and Xiao Li. Are they not in Shimo City? Xiao Yan suddenly jolted, right? Eldest brother and second brother. Yao Chen spoke urgently. Immediately head to Shimo City. Find them and ensure they hide away as swiftly as possible. Since the Soul Palace has acted in Wutan City, they will undoubtedly target other members of the Xiao bloodline. We must act before they do. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan felt as though he had glimpsed a glimmer of light in the endless darkness. With great difficulty, he rose to his feet, casting a final glance at the family ruins that had once cradled his childhood and youth, now transformed into a realm of ghosts. Burying all sorrow, pain, and despair deep within, replaced by a chilling intensity, capable of incinerating all in its path, a murderous intent and hatred. He wiped away the blood and tears from his face, his voice hoarse yet resonating like iron striking iron. Let us go. To Shimo City. His figure surged forth once more, propelled by deep-seated hatred and unending urgency, transforming into a streak of light directed towards Shimo City. Behind him lay the eerie silence of ruins, piled corpses, and a few crows perched upon the hollow eye sockets of the dead, emitting a chilling cacophony. Meanwhile, Xuan Ye was already tens of thousands of miles away, traversing the void, his soul in the heavenly realm functioning like the most sophisticated radar, vigilant against potential ambushes from the Soul Palace. Unbeknownst to him, in the distant Gamma Empire, the Soul Palace had already massacred the Xiao family. However, this bore no significance to him, nor did he harbor any sympathy for the Xiao family's plight. Chapter 63. The Battle of the Wormhole. The boundless void was not merely pure darkness, but exhibited a profound chaos, flowing with faint streams of light. In this realm where time and direction lost all significance, a stable passageway, forcibly opened and maintained by immense energy, resembled a road of light winding through a dark jungle. This was the lifeline connecting various parts of the continent. The spatial wormhole, a shuttle-shaped vessel, forged from pure fighting spirit, traversed this luminous path with remarkable steadiness and speed. At the bow stood Xuan Ye, hands clasped behind him, his purple and gold robes fluttering gently in the unseen energy currents of the passage. His expression was calm, his eyes slightly closed, appearing to rest, yet the vast and acute perception of his heavenly realm soul spread like invisible mercury, silently enveloping every inch of space within hundreds of feet of the vessel, alert to any discordant fluctuations. He and Bai Yi stood like silent guardian deities behind him, their presences as solid as mountains, their gazes sharp as hawks, maintaining the highest level of vigilance. Within the vessel, shielded by a layer of gentle energy, Xian stared with wide, curious violet eyes at the bizarre and rapidly receding scenery outside the wormhole, finding this journey utterly novel. Having traversed more than half of the distance, the wormhole remained stable, seemingly without incident. However, just as the shuttle was about to cross into an area where the spatial forces became somewhat chaotic and the light distorted, Xuan Ye's eyes suddenly snapped open, a frigid glint flashing like lightning in the depths of his gaze. Prepare for battle. His voice was short and clear, laden with undeniable gravity. Almost simultaneously, a thunderous roar erupted from directly ahead, reminiscent of the heavens splitting open or the universe fracturing. The once impervious, brilliantly glowing barrier of the wormhole was violently breached by an incomprehensibly ferocious force, creating a massive gaping hole. Jagged edges of the breach sent shards of space scattering like broken glass, only to be ground into dust by the chaotic energy surging in from beyond. The wild and disorderly spatial turbulence surged in like millions of ferocious beasts escaped from their cages, roaring with the intent to annihilate everything, flooding in through the breach. The previously stable road of light instantly transformed into a tumultuous sea during a storm, violently shaking, distorting, flickering uncertainly, emitting a sound that grated on the teeth, as if it might completely collapse at any moment. Amidst the chaos of the crumbling passage and the rampant currents, several figures, entirely enveloped in thick, swirling black mist, stepped onto the shattered ripples of space, descending like vengeful spirits clawing their way up from the depths of hell. The foremost figure was draped in a dark red robe, the hue so rich it seemed to be solidified from countless bloodstains. His face was shrouded in the shadows of his hood, revealing only a pair of eyes, crimson, cruel, and cold, like a venomous snake locking onto its prey, instantly fixating on Xuan Ye at the bow of the vessel. The overwhelming aura he exuded surged like a blood tide, reeking of nauseating blood and death, reaching a terrifying level equivalent to a 4-star Dozun. Following this dark red figure, 7 more figures, similarly cloaked in black mist, lined up behind him, though their auras were slightly weaker. The bone-chilling pressure targeting the soul intermingled to form an invisible net, nearly solidifying the already teetering space. Those 7 elders had evidently reached the realms of 6 or 7-star Dozun, with one even stepping into the realm of 9-star Dozun. The Soul Palace's 4 heavenly sovereigns, Blood River. Xuan Ye's voice was as cold as 1,000 years of ice, directly exposing the identity of the newcomers. Despite maintaining an outwardly serene demeanor, his heart plunged with a sudden heaviness. He anticipated that the Soul Palace would never allow him to return to the central continent unscathed. An ambush was inevitable. However, he never imagined that they would employ such an extravagant display of force, one esteemed for heavenly sovereign from the Soul Palace. Accompanied by 7 formidable elders, this was clearly a ruthless determination to eradicate him entirely at any cost. A raspy, jarring laughter erupted from Blood River, reminiscent of a night owl's mournful cry. His scarlet gaze, sharp as the keenest blade, swept over Xuan Ye, brimming with unmasked greed and scrutiny. The holy son of the Dan Tower, Xuan Ye? Indeed, his reputation was well-deserved. At such a young age, he had already breached the barriers of the Dozun realm and even entered the realm of the soul. His talent was truly astonishing. It seemed that the secrets he harbored were far more intriguing than the rumors circulating outside. Without any superfluous words or pretentious testing, Blood River's withered hand shot forth from his sleeve, fingers curling menacingly towards the void where Xuan Ye stood. Blood Prison Magic Cage. Boom! In an instant, the space surrounding Xuan Ye and the entire shuttle-shaped vessel underwent a bizarre transformation. It felt as though the air had been siphoned away, replaced by viscous, blood-red energy that writhed and pressed like a living entity, swiftly coalescing into a massive crimson prison. Within this cage, countless twisted and wailing souls materialized, emitting piercing shrieks that struck at the very essence of one's soul. Simultaneously, a powerful force of spatial confinement descended, not only restricting movement, but also corrupting Do Qi and tainting souls with its horrific effects, threatening to crush and devour Xuan Ye along with the vessel. The assault came too swiftly, too ferociously, with an unforgiving decisiveness. A strike meant to kill without mercy. Your Highness! Black Xian and White Knight's pupils constricted as their shouts erupted almost in unison. The two reacted with the speed of lightning, their auras exploding forth, one heavy and profound like a towering mountain, the other sharp and fierce like a blade drawn from its sheath. 2 colossal pillars of Do Qi, distinct in their attributes yet subtly intertwined, surged skyward, resembling 2 furious dragons as they crashed against the encroaching crimson prison, striving to tear open a breach. Fools! Behind Blood River, the 4 elders of the Soul Palace struck almost in unison. For chains, as dark as ink and forged entirely from pure soul energy, slithered through the chaotic space like venomous serpents, carrying an aura of pervasive coldness. They swiftly ensnared Black Xian and White Knight. The chilling presence that penetrated their very souls caused their momentum to falter, forcibly isolating them from Xuan Ye. Meanwhile, the other 3 elders transformed into indistinct shadows like phantoms, encircling the main battlefield with lethal intent, racing toward the shuttle-shaped vessel protected by an energy shield. Their target was unmistakable, the young girl whom Xuan Ye valued so dearly. Black Xian, protect Ziyan, Xuan Ye commanded, his voice laced with undeniable resolve. Confronted with the impending blood prison magic cage, he felt no fear. Instead, a cold flame ignited within him. His vast reservoir of Do Qi surged with unprecedented velocity, an ancient, majestic aura emanating from the depths of his bloodline, akin to a slumbering dragon awakening in a sudden burst. Buzz! A peculiar humming resonated from within Xuan Ye. Complex, and arcane purple-golden patterns began to manifest beneath his exposed skin, rapidly spreading to envelop his entire being. These patterns intertwined and shimmered, exuding an essence that was immortal and impervious to all forms of assault. In the next moment, a set of ethereal armor, seemingly constructed from pure purple-golden light, enveloped his torso, limbs, and even his head. The armor bore faint, scale-like patterns reminiscent of dragon scales, interspersed with the resplendent glow of phoenix wings, rendering him as a celestial deity descended upon the world. This was the innate defense that emerged with the awakening of his physique, the dragon phoenix armor. Just as the dragon phoenix armor manifested, the blood prison magic cage, composed entirely of viscous blood and vengeful souls, thunderously closed in, engulfing Xuan Ye entirely. Boom! The sound of the impact reverberated within the cage, as the blood-colored energy ferociously eroded and pressed against the surface of the dragon phoenix armor, resulting in a violent clash and annihilation. Xuan Ye's body trembled as if struck head-on by a towering mountain. The brilliance of the dragon phoenix armor flickered desperately, emitting faint cracking sounds under the immense strain. A metallic taste filled his mouth, and he could no longer suppress the surge of blood that spilled from the corner of his lips, staining his chest. In just one direct confrontation, despite the unparalleled defense of the dragon phoenix armor, he had sustained significant internal injuries. The vast chasm of power between a 4-star Dozun and a 2-star Dozun was painfully evident. A genuine surprise flickered in Blood River's crimson eyes for the first time. Although this blood prison magic cage was not his most formidable technique, it was sufficient to ensnare and kill ordinary 8 or 9-star Dozun. He had never anticipated that a mere novice of 2 stars would withstand it solely through an extraordinary energy armor. Moreover, the ancient and regal aura emanating from that armor caused a strange tremor deep within his soul. What an extraordinary physique! What formidable defense! This sovereign is now even more intrigued by you. His surprise swiftly transformed into an intensified desire to kill and greed. Blood River's figure swayed, melding into the bloodlight. And in the next instant, he pierced through the chaotic energy storm, appearing directly above Xuan Ye. His right palm raised high, blood congealed within it, forming a colossal blood hand that blotted out the sun. The patterns on the palm were distinctly visible, as though forged from mountains of corpses and seas of blood, radiating a terrifying aura that corroded all and devoured every trace of vitality. His signature technique, the blood demon heart corrosion palm. Before the palm descended, the nauseating stench of blood and the chilling aura that penetrated the soul already rendered Xuan Ye breathless. On another front, Black Xian and White Knight found themselves in dire peril. The 4 elders of the Soul Palace had them thoroughly entangled. The dark soul chains, akin to a malignant tumor, formed a grim and eerie prison of souls, launching relentless attacks from every conceivable angle, eroding their do qi and assaulting their souls. Black Xian roared in fury, his unparalleled, might-shattering chain after chain. Yet more chains immediately ensnared him, rendering him immobile. White Knight moved like mist, her fingers slicing through the air with lethal sword energy, narrowly evading fatal strikes while counterattacking. However, besieged by 4 elders who surpassed her in cultivation and experience, she could only barely hold her ground, her body adorned with various wounds, blood staining her white garments. Meanwhile, the 3 elders approaching the vessel were on the verge of launching their attacks. 3 strands of pitch-black do qi, refined to perfection and imbued with destructive energy, surged like venomous dragons, striking toward the energy shield protecting Ziyan. The shield trembled violently, emitting piercing sounds of fracturing, poised to shatter at any moment. Get away! With gritted teeth, Black Xian disregarded one of the soul chains ensnaring him, forcing himself to absorb a powerful soul shock. Stumbling slightly, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, he unleashed an unprecedented speed, appearing before the shuttle-shaped vessel as if teleporting. Both fists surged forth, his do qi pouring out without reservation, the explosive force akin to a volcanic eruption, materializing into 2 colossal energy fists that thunderously met the 3 black streaks. Boom! A more violent explosion of energy erupted within the already fragile wormhole passage. This collision became the proverbial last straw that broke the camel's back. Crack, crack, boom! Like the shattering of ice, a colossal, grotesque black fissure spread instantaneously from the point of impact, resembling a spider's web, engulfing the entirety of the wormhole passage within sight. The luminous path, constructed from energy to maintain the stability of the passage, crumbled and fragmented like shattered glass. The chaotic spatial turbulence from the outside, capable of tearing apart everything, had completely lost its restraint, surging in like a breached dam, wildly sweeping in and tearing apart all existence within the passage. Light became utterly distorted, vanishing, leaving only a storm of chaotic destruction. This is bad. The wormhole has completely collapsed. A venerable elder from the Soul Palace let out a horrifying scream, his voice brimming with terror. In the next moment, the world spun, and all returned to chaos. A terrifying, irresistible force emanated from every shattered spatial fissure, as the spatial turbulence formed countless whirlpools of varying sizes and erratic directions. Akin to the gaping maw of an invisible beast, greedily pulling and devouring all life and matter within. He shouted, "Hey Xian, protect Zhi Yan," as Xuan Ye was violently swept away by a turbulent current, dragged into the unknown darkness. He managed to unleash a desperate cry with the last remnants of his soul power. In the blink of an eye, he vanished alongside the blood river that was similarly ensnared by another powerful current, both of them disappearing into a suddenly opened, unfathomable spatial fissure. Their breaths severed in an instant. Almost simultaneously, another massive whirlpool, resembling a greedy python, swallowed the fiercely battling Bai Yi and the four elders of the Soul Palace who had entrenched themselves around him, sealing the whirlpool, erasing all traces. As the wormhole collapsed and the turbulence surged, He Xian had only time to fiercely inject the majority of his remaining fighting spirit into forming a relatively solid black golden cocoon, sheltering the remnants of the boat where Zhi Yan was nestled. In the next moment, he, along with the three elders who had attempted to attack Yan and were now equally panicked, were swept away by a third powerful spatial current, submerged in the depths of the endless, roaring void storm. The three groups were violently and mercilessly separated by this sudden, catastrophic spatial disaster, cast into the vast emptiness in different directions, their fates uncertain. The entrance of the collapsed wormhole twisted behind them, merging into silence, ultimately leaving behind an absolute cold void, as if the harrowing ambush and escape had never transpired. Chapter 64, Black Chong. The sensation of spatial turbulence was akin to being thrown into an unending vortex of destruction, with every inch of flesh and every thread of soul enduring a feeling of being torn apart by 1,000 knives. He Xian concentrated all his fighting spirit into that layer of black golden cocoon, derived from the properties of the dragon's power, flickering under the violent assault of the turbulence, emitting a heart-wrenching sound of shattering. Yet ultimately, it persevered tenaciously. Uncertain of how long they had been tossed in darkness, perhaps it was a fleeting moment or an eternity, the terrifying tearing force suddenly vanished. Accompanied by a dull thud, He Xian crashed heavily to the ground, cradling Zhi Yan, the immense impact causing him to taste blood in his throat and spit out a mouthful of clotted crimson, his chest roiling like a tempest. Ignoring his own injuries, he quickly leaned down to check on Zhi Yan. The little girl had been well protected. Only due to the violent spatial transition and the preceding fright did her small face appear somewhat pale, her large eyes now groggily opening, filled with confusion and fear as she surveyed her surroundings. "Brother He Xian, where are we?" Zhi Yan's voice quivered slightly. He Xian, gritting through the excruciating pain that made him feel as if his body were disintegrating, swiftly scanned the vicinity. They seemed to find themselves in a tranquil valley, surrounded by towering ancient trees, the air thick with a rich, unyielding energy from heaven and earth, even more potent than within the inner courtyard of the Canaan Academy. The valley was exceptionally serene, with melodious bird song, fragrant flowers, and babbling brooks, forming a stark contrast to the previous cataclysmic spatial turbulence. However, this tranquility did not last long. Almost the instant they landed, a violent fluctuation emanated from nearby space, and three slightly disheveled figures, their surrounding black mist significantly thinned, stumbled out of the void. It was the three relentless elders of the Soul Palace. These elders had evidently suffered considerable setbacks in the spatial turbulence, their black robes tattered and stained with blood, their auras somewhat diminished. Yet the combined chill of their murderous intent remained steadfastly fixed upon He Xian and the sheltered Zhi Yan. Damn that spatial turbulence. One elder, bearing a grotesque scar across his face, spat out a mouthful of bloodied phlegm, his eyes fiercely locking on a He Xian. "But at least I finally found you." Hand over the little girl, "And perhaps I might leave you with a whole corpse." He Xian slowly rose to his feet, positioning Zhi Yan completely behind him. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and within his once serene eyes began to swirl an ominous black energy, not of the Soul Palace's chill. but a more domineering, more violent darkness. His voice, deep and hoarse, resonated with a dragon-like echo. Dream on. Umph. A dying ember still dares to speak arrogantly. Another elder wielding a soul chain sneered coldly, his wrist flicking as the pitch-black chain, like a venomous serpent, silently pierced through the void, aiming directly for He Xian's throat. Moving with astonishing speed, He Xian's pupils constricted. He was acutely aware of his precarious state and knew he must resolve this swiftly. If he were completely entangled by the three, both he and Zhou Yuan would be in grave peril. With a roar that was not entirely human, a deep growl erupted from the depths of He Xian's throat. His body was now enveloped in a profound, dark golden hue, with strands of substantial black energy swirling around. Rising, a terrifying aura, much more violent and chaotic than before, as if emanating from an ancient ferocious beast, exploded forth from within him. This was the unique power formed by the primordial essence of the void ancient dragon merging with an unknown malevolent energy over the long ages. Known as the Demon Dragon bloodline. Demon Dragon Claw. He Xian advanced rather than retreating, his right arm suddenly swelling. The surface of his skin covered with fine dark golden dragon scales, his fingers morphing into claws, radiating destructive black light at their tips, unflinchingly reaching out to seize that soul chain. Sizzle. A piercing sound of friction erupted. The soul chain, capable of easily piercing through the defenses of ordinary dozuns, was forcibly grasped by He Xian's claw, now enveloped in dragon scales and black light. The collision of the black light with the soul energy in the chain created a fierce clash, annihilating with a sound that grated on the teeth. What? The elder who had attacked paled, sensing a sensation as if his soul chain was about to be torn apart by bare hands. Attack! Do not give him a moment to breathe. The scarred elder barked, and together with another elder poised to strike, they launched their assault. One unleashed a massive black claw, a chilling wind howling, while the other exhaled a noxious green mist replete with corrosive properties, enveloping towards He Xian. He Xian's eyes gleamed with ferocity. The demon dragon bloodline fully ignited, rendering his state exceedingly savage. His left hand remained firmly gripping that soul chain, and with a fierce tug, he yanked the elder off balance, simultaneously compressing his right claw. Boom! The soul chain snapped audibly. The elder suffered backlash, letting out a muffled groan. His soul pierced with pain. Faced with the onslaught of the two assailants, He Xian's form twisted like a wraith, narrowly evading the majority of the spectral claw's lethal strikes. Yet, he was still grazed at the edges, resulting in a shredded shoulder garment and several deep gashes that exposed bone, blood gushing forth in an instant. As for the noxious green mist, he opened his mouth wide and unleashed an even more resounding dragon-S roar. Dragon-S roar, the invisible sound waves, infused with a tyrannical black light, swept forth like a shockwave, forcefully dispersing the pervasive green poison and driving it back. However, continuously invoking the dragon-S secret technique was an immense strain on He Xian, who was already in a precarious state. His complexion paled further, and his breath began to fluctuate violently. The three esteemed elders, though astonished by He Xian's sudden eruption of strange power, discerned that he was merely a fade of strength. He could not endure for long. Formed a bone-consuming array. The scarred elder's eyes gleamed with malice as the trio swiftly repositioned themselves, forming a triangular formation that encircled He Xian at its center. They joined hands to create identical, eerie seals. Dense black mist surged from their bodies, intertwining, and instantaneously transforming into a colossal black triangular array that enveloped both He Xian and Zhou Yuan. Once the formation was established, He Xian felt the space around him thicken to an almost viscous consistency, hindering his movements. Additionally, a chilling, bone-piercing energy began to invade his very marrow and soul, akin to countless fine needles penetrating his body and consciousness. Ugh! He Xian emitted a muffled groan of agony. The dark, golden dragon scales on his skin sizzling audibly under the onslaught of the black light, as if corroded. He exerted every ounce of strength to resist with the dragon-S bloodline, swirling black mist enveloping him as he fiercely battled against the array's encroaching power. Yet it was evident he was at a disadvantage. The wounds on his body began to blacken and fester under the frigid energy. He resolutely shielded Zhou Yuan behind him, using his own body to absorb the brunt of the corrosive force. Zhou Yuan gazed at her uncle He Xian, whose wounds were multiplying and whose expression was fraught with pain, her large eyes brimming with tears. Yet, she bit her lip tightly, stifling her cries, fearful of disturbing him. Cough. Let's see how long you can hold out. The scarred elder coughed blood, grinning wickedly as he urged the formation, intensifying the black light. Just as Xian felt his consciousness beginning to blur, the dragon's bloodline on the brink of complete erosion by the bizarre powers of the array. And facing imminent defeat, roar. A roar that seemed to emanate from the primordial depths of time, imbued with unparalleled majesty and unyielding dominance, suddenly resounded from the heavens above. This dragon's roar was so terrifying that it pierced through the confines of the bone-consuming array, causing the three esteemed elders of the Soul Palace to feel their blood surge and their souls tremble, their formation momentarily faltering. Immediately thereafter, the sky above them, fragile as gossamer, was rent asunder by a colossal claw adorned with azure dragon scales, tearing open a vast spatial rift stretching hundreds of feet. As vast as the starry sea and as commanding as celestial might, descended from the fissure like a tangible mountain. In the presence of this aura, the proud pressure exerted by the three Soul Palace elders paled in comparison, akin to a firefly before the full moon. A tall and robust figure, clad in a simple azure robe, with a rugged visage and eyes burning like molten lava, stepped forth from the rift. Merely standing there, the surrounding space warped slightly, as if unable to bear his presence. 99-star Sovereign. The scarred elder felt the nearly suffocating pressure, his voice trembling in pitch. His eyes filled with disbelief and terror. This sudden appearance was none other than the powerful being of the ancient Void Dragon clan, Qing. He had been traversing the void, pursuing the faint, exhilarating fluctuations of royal bloodline. When he unexpectedly tore through space to find such a scene, three individuals exuding the loathsome aura of the Soul Palace, surrounding and attacking a youth bearing the peculiar bloodline of the Dragon clan. The boy, grievously wounded, still valiantly protected a little girl, who radiated the purest and most sought-after royal bloodline he had been desperately searching for. Seeing the royal bloodline being besieged by the detestable minions of the Soul Palace, especially the frightened, pale face of the little girl and the bloodied youth standing resolutely before her, Qing's fury ignited within him, consuming him entirely. The wretched curs of the Soul Palace! How dare you insult my kin of the Dragon clan? Qing was in no mood for idle chatter. His furious roar shook the very valley. He did not even employ any elaborate techniques, simply unleashing a straightforward punch. The ancient Void Dragon fist. This punch, seemingly unadorned, shattered the space it traversed like a mirror, revealing a long, black void trail. An indescribable and terrifying power descended, as if the entire firmament were collapsing, directly crushing the three esteemed elders of the Soul Palace along with their bone-consuming array. No, please spare us, Senior. The three Soul Palace elders were paralyzed with fear, unable to even entertain thoughts of escape, their voices rising in desperate wails before the absolute force. Boom! As the punch struck the so-called bone-consuming array, along with the three Soul Palace elders within, had no chance to resist, instantly pulverized into the finest energy particles, their forms and spirits annihilated, leaving not a trace behind. The might of that singular punch was utterly fearsome, effortlessly obliterating three insignificant ants. Qing did not cast a single glance at the dissipating black mist. His fervent and eager gaze was immediately drawn to Ziyan, protected behind Xian, sensing the incomparably pure aura of royal bloodline emanating from her. He could hardly contain his excitement and joy. At last, I have found it. Such a pure royal bloodline. Qing's voice trembled with emotion. His gaze then fell upon Xian, who was battered and weary, yet still standing, his expression alert as he regarded him. Sensing the strange and chaotic bloodline within Xian, which bore an overwhelming dragon's might comparable to that of a royal bloodline, even stronger in some respects. Qing's rugged brow raised slightly, a glimmer of astonishment flashing in his eyes. And you, lad, your bloodline is quite peculiar. It possesses the essence of my ancient dragon lineage, yet is intertwined with a hodgepodge of other elements. However, this ferocity is indeed rare. Qing's tone was one of scrutiny, but more so conveyed a sense of protectiveness and discontent upon witnessing a fellow kin, albeit a mutated one, wounded to such an extent. You still have the courage to protect the royal bloodline despite your severe injuries. I commend you. With a wave of his hand, a gentle yet immensely powerful azure energy enveloped Xian and Ziyan in an instant. This energy brimmed with life force, rapidly nurturing Xian's damaged body. stabilizing his chaotic breath, even healing the blackened wounds on his shoulder at a visibly accelerated pace. "Children, do not be afraid." He Qing addressed the still wary He Xian and the somewhat frightened Ziyan, striving to soften his voice, though his innate dominance was difficult to entirely conceal. "I am He Qing of the ancient Void Dragon clan, here to take you both home." Chapter 65, Feng Qing'er. The turbulent currents of space are merciless exiles, casting beings into unknown realms. Bai Yi, along with the four Soul Palace elders, was swept into a world entirely different from their own. The tearing of the currents, coupled with a profound sense of weightlessness, gave way to the hard, cold sensation of the ground. Bai Yi stumbled upon landing, a sweetness rising in his throat as he forcibly suppressed the surging blood within him, immediately unleashing the power of his Tianjing soul to scan his surroundings. They appear to have stumbled upon an ancient secret realm, where the sky was shrouded in an eerie shade of dark purple, devoid of sun, moon, or stars, and illuminated only by wisps of pale light that swayed like the aurora. Beneath their feet lay colossal, fractured stone slabs, adorned with bizarre patterns, stretching endlessly to the horizon. Surrounding them were countless broken stone pillars and toppled statues, while the air was thick with desolation, silence, and an almost imperceptible sense of spatial disarray. However, this stillness was abruptly shattered. "Form the formation. Trap him." A senior elder of the Soul Hall reacted swiftly, his hoarse voice echoing through the ruins. The four instinctively spread out, occupying the cardinal points, as dense black mist surged forth from their bodies once more, resembling four towering columns of smoke, swiftly intertwining in an attempt to recreate the soul-devouring array. Bai Ye's gaze turned frigid. He understood that he must not allow them to form the array again. In the wormhole, he had been suppressed even while allied with He Xian, and now, alone and in a worse state, he faced the dire consequence of being trapped. Certain death. Form a formation? A fool's errand. A chilling voice rang out like the clash of cold jade. Behind Bai Yi, the space subtly twisted, and a pair of breathtakingly magnificent platinum wings unfurled with a swift motion. These wings were not corporeal, but were forged from the purest essence of platinum and flame. Each feather flowed with arcane runes, their edges sharp as celestial blades. With a gentle flap, they caused the surrounding space to emit a faint hum, as if it could not bear their presence. The divine phoenix wings. With a single beat, Bai Ye's form transformed into a streak of platinum light, moving so swiftly that it was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. No longer did he strike in a straight line. Instead, he traversed a path imbued with the profound truths of the universe, akin to a butterfly flitting through flowers or a phoenix soaring through the heavens, darting past the still-forming connections of black mist. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. As he passed, several meticulously refined platinum feathers detached from the edges of the divine phoenix wings, as if commanded, transforming into streaks of light that tore through the void, each aimed at the four Soul Hall elders. These feathers moved with a speed that surpassed thought, their sharpness seemingly capable of slicing through the very fabric of reality, creating elongated, inky fissures in the space they traversed, wounds that would never heal. "Beware his feathers," one elder shouted in horror, hurriedly summoning the black mist for defense. Thud! One elder, slower to evade, found his protective mist pierced by a feather, a gaping hole opening in his shoulder, transparent front and back, the wound devoid of blood, charred as if seared by intense heat. A domineering sacred aura relentlessly eroding his vitality. He emitted a harrowing scream, his energy instantly waning, though the other three barely avoided fatal injuries. They too were grazed by the feathers, suffering wounds ranging from torn flesh on their arms to deep lacerations exposing bone at their waists. The searing and corrosive sensation brought by the platinum energy left them in excruciating agony, and the formation could no longer be sustained. Bai Yi hovered in midair, the divine phoenix wings gently flapping, scattering flecks of light. His complexion was pale, and his breath came in quick gasps. The continuous use of the wings and feathers had drained him immensely. Yet his gaze remained as sharp as a blade, surveying the four furious adversaries below. Spread out. Wear him down from a distance. He cannot last much longer. The most gravely wounded elder howled, clutching his shoulder wound with venomous intent. The remaining three elders immediately altered their strategy, abandoning attempts to close the distance or form a formation. Instead, they utilized their agility to dart through the ruins, unleashing a barrage of sinister soul shocks, corrosive black energy spheres, and bizarre curse runes, akin to a tempest of fury from all directions towards Bai Yi. In an instant, the desolate ruins transformed into a cacophony of chaos. Black energy clashed with platinum light, resulting in explosions and thunderous roars. Btth, leveraging the unparalleled speed and agility granted by the Divine Phoenix wings, navigated through the dense onslaught while continuously retaliating with the Divine Phoenix feathers. The battle was brutal and intense. One elder attempted a sneak attack from behind, only to be met with by Ye's counter, a feather piercing through his abdomen, spilling his entrails as he fell to the ground, momentarily incapacitated. Yet Btth himself was not unscathed. A cunning soul shock grazed his mind, causing a momentary dizziness that slowed his movements. Almost immediately, a corrosive energy sphere detonated against his left rib, shredding his platinum robe and exposing charred flesh, even revealing his ribs. The excruciating pain elicited a muffled groan from him, blood once more spilling from the corner of his mouth. Seizing the opportunity, another elder unleashed a flurry of soul poison needles, as fine as hair, blanketing all of Btth's evasive space like a torrential downpour. Btth ses pupilles constricted, and he swiftly closed the Divine Phoenix wings around himself. The sound of countless impacts rang out like pearls falling on a jade plate. Most of the poison needles were deflected by the wings, yet a few penetrated the defense, embedding themselves in his back. The chilling, malevolent soul toxin surged into him, causing a wave of paralysis throughout his body, and his energy plummeted once more. At this moment, the only ones still standing were Btth, the scarred elder who had initially commanded, and the elder who had been wounded in the abdomen but could still manage to move. All three were battered and bruised, their vitality diminished to the brink, gasping for breath in this barren realm, resembling three dying beasts. The very fabric of the secret realm had become exceedingly unstable due to their fierce battle, now riddled with web-like fractures in space, threatening to collapse entirely at any moment. The scarred elder gazed at Btth, who hovered in the air, his wings dimmed, his bloodied white robe tattered, yet his eyes remained icy. A flicker of fear and retreat ignited within him. Yet he understood that it was too late. It was now a fight to the death. He would gamble everything. Exchanging a glance with the other elder, a fierce glint flashed in their eyes as they began to burn their dwindling source of soul energy, preparing to unleash a final desperate strike. Terrifying waves of energy coalesced around them, drawing in the surrounding space fractures and hastening their spread. Btth observed their determined stance. Knowing that he could no longer delay, he took a deep breath, as if drawing in all the energy around him, all the remaining fighting spirit within him, along with the power of his heavenly realm soul, even at the cost of a fragment of his ancestral bloodline, surged into his hands. Slowly, he formed an ancient and profound seal before him. As the seal took shape, the aura surrounding him became ethereal and elusive, as if merging with the very essence of the realm. Yet within it simmered a terrifying will of destruction capable of returning all things to the void and reshaping the elements of earth, water, fire, and wind. The dark purple sky deepened, and the ground of the secret realm began to tremble violently as the ancient stone pillars and statues crumbled at an accelerated pace. Great creation palm. The cold voice now resonated like a divine decree. Btth thrust his palms forward with ferocity. There was no cataclysmic beam of energy, only a seemingly unremarkable golden palm print, approximately 10 feet across, silently drifting towards the two Soul Hall elders who were burning their essence to launch their final assault. Wherever the palm print passed, the space did not shatter, but rather transformed directly into an absolute void, as though the very concept of existence had been utterly erased. Its speed appeared slow, yet it transcended the constraints of time and space, disregarding the furious energy unleashed by the two elders, which had the power to shatter mountains. The twisted expressions of the two elders instantly froze, replaced by boundless fear and confusion. They watched in horror as the terrifying handprint reached the torrent of energy they had unleashed, and then the cataclysmic force, potent enough to obliterate cities, melted away silently under the sun like snow, vanishing without a trace or ripple. Subsequently, the handprint imprinted upon them. There were no screams, no explosions. The bodies of the two, along with the very essence of their burning souls, disintegrated gradually, inch by inch, within that golden radiance, as if their existence was being erased, ultimately dissolving into nothingness, as though they had never graced this world. The great creation palm, a single strike, and all returned to the void, creation born from the heart. After executing this palm technique, Btth felt as though every ounce of his strength had been extracted. The magnificent wings of the Divine Phoenix behind him crumbled instantaneously, transforming into a myriad of luminous specks that scattered into the ether. He could no longer sustain his flight, plummeting like a bird with broken wings, crashing heavily onto the cold, stony ground. With a cough, fresh blood spewed forth, staining the ground before him. He sensed his vision blurring, his soul racked with excruciating pain, and his bones felt as though they were dislocating. The once immaculate platinum robe he wore was now tattered and filthy, stained with blood and dirt, clinging to him and outlining his slender yet erect figure. He struggled, summoning the last vestiges of his strength, and staggered to his feet. He could not linger. The commotion was too great, and who knew what else it might attract. He had to depart, to find his true self, to locate He Xian and Zhou Yan. He stumbled forward, his steps unsteady, each movement akin to walking on clouds. His once handsome visage now appeared as pale as parchment, marred by droplets of blood, fresh crimson trickling from the corners of his mouth and cascading down his chin. His once bright and clear eyes now bore only fatigue, pain, and a flicker of stubborn resolve. The faint halo of platinum light that had once surrounded him had long since dissipated, leaving behind only fragments of despair and disarray. He was unaware of how long he had wandered. His consciousness was fading. The scenery before him began to spin and overlap. It felt as if he had passed through an invisible barrier, and the surroundings shifted slightly, no longer merely ruins, but hinting at the presence of some vegetation, with a breath of life subtly permeating the air. Just before his vision succumbed to complete darkness, he seemed to glimpse a graceful figure standing not far ahead. Fengqing was not in the best of spirits today. This ancient secret realm was a relic serendipitously discovered by the Tian Yao Phoenix clan. She had been sent by the elders of her clan to investigate, but had found nothing and was about to leave this core area of ruins to explore the outskirts. Dressed in a flowing skirt, its hem shimmering like radiant clouds, she showcased an enchanting silhouette that could take one's breath away. Her skin was as pale as snow, her features exquisite, as if crafted by the hands of the divine. Her phoenix-like eyes shimmered with an innate nobility and a hint of languid allure. Her beauty bore an almost predatory quality, akin to a blooming poppy, knowing the danger, yet irresistibly drawing one in. Just as she was about to turn away, the space not far ahead rippled slightly, and a figure staggered forth from a distortion of light. It was a man. At first glance, Fengqing was captivated. Even though he was drenched in blood, his platinum robe in tatters, his complexion as pale as snow, and his expression one of utter disarray. The innate chill of his aura and his almost otherworldly handsomeness shone through like a bright moon in the dark night, untainted by filth. He resembled a fallen deity, grievously wounded, yet exuding a breathtaking beauty amidst his suffering. Fengqing was momentarily entranced. As the young lady of the Tian Yao Phoenix clan, she had encountered countless young talents, many of whom were strikingly handsome, yet never had any one of them stirred such profound waves within her heart simply by their presence, even in such a state of disarray. Shortly thereafter, she sensed the faint, yet palpably unsettling remnants of energy emanating from him, as well as the myriad of minute spatial fissures still trembling around his form. What kind of cataclysmic battle had transpired to leave such devastation in its wake? This man's power was likely far more terrifying than that of her mentor, the esteemed leader of the Wind and Thunder Pavilion. Just as Fengqing was engulfed in shock and her thoughts began to race, the man in white seemed to exhaust his final reserves of strength, swaying slightly, and his beautiful eyes, now devoid of focus, appeared to glance at her before he collapsed forward without warning, unconscious upon the cold ground before her. Gazing at the fallen, fragile yet beautiful figure, Fengqing almost involuntarily, moved closer. She knelt down, and as her delicate fingers brushed near him, an indescribable, terrifying pressure emanated from the unconscious man, akin to a slumbering ancient mountain, suddenly radiating from him. Although faint, it bore an unparalleled majesty and dominance, causing her Tian Yao Phoenix bloodline to freeze in place, her very soul quaking with trepidation. Fengqing's slender body trembled violently. Her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief, filled with astonishment and a hint of curiosity. This was a pressure from a bloodline more ancient and pure than that of royal lineage. Could it be that he was a primordial heavenly phoenix? Chapter 66. Ancient Clan. In the eastern part of the continent, above a rarely trodden ancient mountain range, the fabric of space rippled violently like water, before suddenly tearing open two rifts. Two figures, starkly different yet equally imbued with a sense of brutality, plummeted to the ground like meteors, stirring up clouds of dust. It was Xuan Ye and Blood River. The moment they emerged from the chaotic flow of space, even before they could discern their surroundings, the insatiable urge to kill ignited once more. "You little bastard, come and meet your demise." Blood River, with his disheveled hair and tattered dark red robe, revealed numerous wounds of varying depths, some still harboring stubborn purple-golden energy that gnawed at his vitality. He appeared maniacal, unleashing the full force of his 4-turn Dou Zun cultivation. The viscous crimson, fighting spirit surged forth like a tangible tide, staining the surrounding mountains and forests a foreboding scarlet, causing the flora to wither instantly and the rocks to corrode into a pockmarked mess. Xuan Ye's condition was even worse. His purple robe was completely soaked in blood, its color dark and clinging to him. The once resplendent dragon phoenix armor that adorned him was now marred with spiderweb-like cracks, its brilliance dimmed to the utmost, with many sections shattered and peeling away, exposing gruesome wounds down to the bone. His complexion was as pale as paper, fresh blood continuously oozing from the corners of his mouth, and his aura was feeble, as if a candle flickering in the wind. Only his eyes remained deep and cold, ablaze with an indomitable spirit. Faced with the enraged assault of Blood River, Xuan Ye chose not to flee. He understood all too well that turning his back on an adversary skilled in tracking and swift would spell his doom. He had no choice but to fight, to gamble his life for a sliver of hope. "Old dog, today you shall witness the might of a true prodigy." Xuan Ye roared, his voice hoarse yet resolute. Within him, the primal power derived from his dragon phoenix lineage surged, the purple-golden essence rising like smoke from his head, though faint. It carried an air of supremacy over all beings. He stomped his right foot firmly upon the ground, propelling himself forward rather than retreating, like a moth drawn to the flame, charging headlong toward Blood River. Dragon Phoenix, sky-rending claw. Xuan Ye's entire arm trembled violently, the purple-golden radiance of the Dragon Phoenix claw flickering erratically. The terrifying power and corrosive energy contained within the blood-red spear relentlessly assaulted his arm and body, causing his throat to convulse repeatedly, blood oozing from the corners of his mouth, and his form was violently hurled backward for hundreds of meters, carving a deep trench into the ground. Meanwhile, the blood-colored spear in Blood River's hand bore several distinct cracks under that claw's pressure. A glimmer of astonishment flickered in his eyes. The sharpness and solidity of the opponent's claw far exceeded his expectations. "Let us see how many times you can withstand this." Blood River sneered, transforming into a shadow of blood, instantly catching up to the retreating Xuan Ye. In his hand, the spear surged forth like a venomous dragon emerging from its lair, conjuring a myriad of blood-red spear shadows, each aimed directly at Xuan Ye's vital points. Xuan Ye's gaze was sharp. Though he had no wings behind him, his steps were profound, akin to a dragon soaring through the void. As he struggled through the myriad spear shadows, at times he met the attacks head-on with the Dragon Phoenix claw, producing thunderous explosions, and, at other times, he activated the Dragon Phoenix armor to withstand blows, the armor groaning under the strain, cracks multiplying. Occasionally, he unleashed the soul shock from the Taishu soul technique, as intangible soul blades pierced toward Blood River's sea of consciousness. Though unable to inflict severe damage, they repeatedly caused his offensive to falter momentarily. The two battled from the mountains to the plains, leaving devastation in their wake. The earth shattered, rivers evaporated, and forests turned to scorched earth. The aftermath of their conflict was sufficient to easily annihilate any warrior below the Dou Zone level. Xuan Ye was drenched in blood, his purple robe stained a dark red, and the Dragon Phoenix armor was severely damaged, with numerous places exposing blurred flesh and blood. Yet he continued to counterattack fiercely, employing a variety of powerful combat techniques with ease, although their potency was significantly diminished due to his depleting Dou Qi. His exquisite control and fearless approach instilled increasing dread in Blood River. This young man is nothing short of a monster. Despite being merely a 2-star Dou Zun, he should have long since exhausted his energy. Yet his bizarre physique seemed like an endless pit, perpetually squeezing out fresh strength. Moreover, his terrifying physical defense and soul realm diminished the effectiveness of many of Blood River's lethal moves. Blood Demon Corrosive Palm, Dragon Phoenix Shattering Star Fist, 10,000 Souls Annihilation, Taishu Soul Suppression Sound. Boom, boom, boom. The roars of energy explosions echoed. Blood River was also suffering, his body marred with several deep claw marks, inflicted by the Dragon Phoenix's tearing claws, where the purple-golden energy stubbornly corroded his vitality, proving exceedingly difficult to expel. His soul, too. ached faintly from Xuan Ye's relentless soul attacks, his aura considerably diminished since the beginning. Damn it! Damn it! Blood River roared in his heart, feeling as though he were not pursuing a two-star Dozun, but rather confronting an equally formidable opponent, replete with ever-changing tactics. This sense of frustration and underlying unease nearly drove him to madness. Dragon Phoenix Annihilation Kill. Xuan Ye unleashed yet another killing move, its power even more terrifying. The intent to kill coalesced into a lethal imprint, directly lunging at Blood River. Witnessing this terrifying killing imprint that sent shivers down his spine, Blood River descended into madness. Bloodlight coalescing on his withered palm, transforming into a heavy blood shield to block it. Boom! The killing imprint clashed with the blood shield, erupting with a sound akin to clashing metal. The blood shield trembled violently, deep fissures appearing on its surface, almost torn apart by the attack. Meanwhile, Xuan Ye was sent reeling by the backlash, spitting out another mouthful of blood, fragments of the Dragon Phoenix armor flying off. Yet he seized this recoil, spinning like a wraith, his left palm stealthily striking out. Within his palm, a golden light suddenly flared to life, initially faint, then swelling, exuding a terrifying aura that threatened to return all things to the void and shatter the very laws of existence. Great Heaven Creation Palm. This strike was not delivered with all his might, but rather Xuan Ye concentrated all the Dou Qi, soul power, and even a trace of his life essence he could muster into this desperate blow. The palm imprint was not large, yet it sent a chill of dread through Blood River in an instant. Again, with this move, Blood River felt both fear and rage. He had witnessed the strangeness and terror of this palm technique before in the wormhole and dared not to confront it directly. As he retreated hastily, he rapidly formed seals with his hands. Endless blood sea, splash, as if an infinite blood sea phantom manifested behind him. Towering waves surged forth, transforming into layers of barriers in an attempt to halt the chaotic palm imprint. Hiss! There was no earth-shattering explosion, as the terrifying palm imprint struck the blood sea barrier, which could corrode even a Dozun. It quickly dissolved and vanished as if it had met its nemesis, reverting to the most primal void. The palm imprint surged forward like a hot knife through butter, piercing through dozens of layers of blood waves. Although its brilliance dimmed considerably, it continued to advance toward Blood River. Blood River, terrified, barely managed to evade, simultaneously raising a skull-shaped defensive soul artifact to shield himself. Puff! The chaotic palm imprint grazed his shoulder, stripping away a large swath of flesh and exposing bone, the soul artifact shattering into pieces. Blood River let out a shrill scream, his aura plummeting yet again, and as he gazed at Xuan Ye, his eyes held not only killing intent, but also an indescribable fear. This boy is simply an indestructible monster. His methods are ceaseless, each more astonishing than the last, especially that peculiar palm technique, utterly unprecedented. I shall extract your soul and refine your essence. Blood River was completely deranged, disregarding his injuries, once more charging forward, unleashing a torrent of sinister and ruthless blood techniques like a tempest. Xuan Ye gritted his teeth, the remaining power of the Dragon Phoenix armor pushed to its limits. Withstanding most of the assaults, his body accumulating new wounds continuously, blood nearly transforming him into a being of crimson. At times, he countered with the Dragon Phoenix claw, leaving fresh scars on Blood River, while at other moments he employed the soul secret techniques from the Taishu Soul technique. The intangible soul spikes harrying Blood River's sea of consciousness, causing his offensive to repeatedly expose flaws. The two clashed from the depths of the mountains to the fringes, leaving behind ruinous landscapes of crumbled mountains, severed rivers, and a sight of devastation. The ferocity of their battle rendered this desolate mountain range reminiscent of an ancient battlefield of Shura. And just as Xuan Ye and Blood River fought for their lives amidst the mountains, causing the heavens and earth to lose their color tens of thousands of miles away, a massive city constructed entirely of luminous ancient jade, radiating an aura of infinite antiquity and majesty, stood tall, deep within the ancient holy city, in a realm isolated from the outside world. Atop a mist-shrouded mountain peak, several figures quietly gathered. At the forefront stood a man clad in simple white robes, his demeanor gentle and his gaze tranquil, resembling an ordinary middle-aged scholar. Yet, when he opened and closed his eyes, it seemed as if the sun, moon, and stars rotated within them. He was the clan leader of the ancient clan, a peak 9-star Zhou Yuan. Beside him stood a burly man in a black robe, his expression resolute and his aura as fierce and overwhelming as a volcano. He was the commander of the He Yan army, an 8-star Dosheng Gulai. The other three figures exuded a profound unity, akin to an unfathomable ancient pond. Garbed in archaic robes, led by Gu Dao, the three immortals of the ancient clan, each possessing the cultivation of 7-star Dosheng. They were not disturbed by the spatial fluctuations. Rather, they sensed the moment Xuan Ye and Blood River broke free from the chaotic flow of space, unleashing an intense battle aura. The violent clash of energies, especially one emanating a faint yet regal aura of the Dragon Phoenix, alongside another tainted and bloody energy from the Soul Palace, appeared particularly jarring in this territory bordering the ancient clan's influence. Oh, is that the Blood River from the Soul Palace? Who is he pursuing? Gu Lai raised an eyebrow, his gaze seemingly penetrating endless space, landing upon the battlefield. When he beheld a young boy, clearly of a much lower cultivation than Blood River, engaged in combat, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. The three elders of the ancient path simultaneously directed their gazes, their perceptions far more nuanced. This youth, possessing such a young bone age, has surprisingly achieved the rank of a 2-star Dozun. Such talent, remarked one elder, stroking his beard, his tone laced with astonishment. Even more commendable is his physique. Gu Dao spoke slowly, his voice calm yet tinged with gravity, though his aura was faint and his body riddled with scars. The nobility embedded deep within his blood was unparalleled by any ordinary special physique. There was an elusive semblance of dragon's roar and phoenix's cry, yet it exuded an ancient dominance that left the old man momentarily unable to fathom its origins. The combat techniques he employed were also extraordinary. Another elder interjected, noting that the secret arts of his physique were unmatched in ferocity, embodying an intent of obliteration. The palm techniques were peculiarly enigmatic, carrying traces of the true essence of the return to the void, that a 2-star Dozun could force the Blood River into such a desperate state. Even inflicting injuries upon him was nothing short of astonishing. Gu Yuan listened quietly to their discourse, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon the blood-soaked young man in white, who continued to retaliate fiercely. A barely perceptible smile began to play at the corners of his mouth. This youth is named Xuan Ye. Gu Yuan's voice resonated with a calm demeanor, yet it caused Gu Lai and the three elders to momentarily pause in surprise. The clan leader recognizes him? Gu Lai inquired. It is said that the saint's son of the Pill Tower, a figure not seen in a millennium, is also acknowledged as the foremost among the younger generation of the central continent. It would be difficult not to recognize him. Gu Yuan maintained his placid tone, yet the weight of his words stirred deep emotion among the prominent figures of the Gu clan. So it is him. A glint of brilliance flickered in Gu Dao's eyes. A man of such renown could not be an empty vessel. To witness him today is to realize that the rumors are not unfounded, perhaps even understated. Indeed, Gu Lai retracted his earlier condescension, his expression turning solemn, to engage in battle with the Blood River, an established 4-turn Dozun. To such an extent, injured yet unyielding, this level of combat prowess and tenacity among the younger generation of my clan is likely unmatched. As he spoke, images of Gu Qingyang and Gu Yao flashed through his mind, prompting him to shake his head gently. Gu Yuan's gaze was profound. He perceived far beyond the others. He recognized the latent potential of Xuan Ye's Dragon Phoenix body surging forth in adversity, the exquisite application of the Tai Su Soul formula to the power of the soul, and the calmness with which he sought battle opportunities even in dire straits, displaying a ruthless decisiveness to exchange injury for injury. The techniques he cultivated, both in martial arts and combat skills, were among the pinnacle, with a foundation as solid as a rock. What was even more remarkable was this indomitable spirit, not born of blind arrogance, but forged through countless blood-soaked battles, instilling confidence and resilience. Gu Yuan spoke slowly, stating that given time, if he does not meet an untimely demise, his future achievements could be limitless. Reaching my level may not be a mere fantasy. Upon hearing this, even Gu Dao and the three elders changed their expressions slightly. Such high praise from the clan leader was exceedingly rare in their memories. Gu Dao pondered for a moment, then turned to Gu Yuan. Does the clan leader mean? Gu Yuan's gaze remained fixed on the brutal battlefield below, observing as Xuan Ye once again narrowly evaded a lethal strike from the Blood River through the combination of his enigmatic soul impact and Dragon Phoenix claws, inflicting yet another wound beneath the latter's ribs. A flicker of barely discernible admiration crossed his eyes. Such a raw gem, cast adrift in the world, would indeed be a pity. Gu Yuan's voice was soft, yet carried an undeniable weight. Should he be able to join our clan, receive our heritage, and engage in mutual sharpening with Suner, Qingyang, and others, perhaps the younger generation of my clan could ascend to an even higher echelon. He did not explicitly solicit, yet the implication was clear to Gu Lai and the three elders. Watching the young figure below, struggling amidst blood and fire, yet radiating a resplendent brilliance, similar thoughts arose in their hearts. Meanwhile, the battle below was nearing its conclusion. Ultimately, Xuan Ye was exhausted, and in a final clash, the Dragon Phoenix armor shattered completely, scattering into countless motes of light. He was struck squarely by a powerful palm from the Blood River, and like a kite severed from its string, he flew backward, blood arcing through the air in a tragic display, his breath dwindling to its nadir, crashing heavily into the nearby forest on the outskirts of Gushing City. Unable to rise again, though the Blood River was also at the end of his strength, battered and weary, upon witnessing Xuan Ye finally fall, a vicious and gleeful smile spread across his face as he stepped toward the direction where Xuan Ye had plummeted, preparing to deliver the final blow. However, just as he raised his hand to gather the last of his strength, the entirety of the space surrounding Gusheng City suddenly froze. An indescribable, irresistible aura of terror, as if originating from the very essence of the world, descended like a celestial river from the heavens. The smile on the Blood River's face instantly stiffened, replaced by an overwhelming sense of fear and despair. He felt his body, soul, and even thoughts entirely frozen by this oppressive force. Even the mere act of moving a finger became a distant aspiration. Struggling, he managed to turn his eyes toward the direction of Gushing City, where he beheld several indistinct yet towering figures silently observing from the void above the gleaming white city walls. Gu, the ancient clan, echoed a singular thought in the depths of the Blood River's mind, sending him into a state of profound terror. At the same time, as Xuan Ye succumbed to unconsciousness, he faintly sensed the overwhelming authority that transcended all, and the cold, unfeeling gaze locked onto the Blood River. Chapter 67, Awakening. The once twisted and gleeful smile on the Blood River's face became entirely frozen, as if encased in ice. His raised hand remained suspended in midair, the last remnants of his crimson energy dissipating silently like a candle flickering in the wind. Not just his actions, but he felt his thoughts, soul, and even his perception of his own body frozen and severed beneath an indescribable, irresistible vast pressure. This oppression was not directed at the barely conscious Xuan Ye nearby. Rather, it was akin to a chain of laws descending from the heavens, precisely binding him in place. He struggled, nearly exhausting the last vestiges of his soul's strength, turning his almost petrified eyes toward the ancient, majestic Gusheng City. In the void above its walls, several indistinct figures stood quietly. They made no extraneous motions, emitted no earth-shattering aura. Merely their presence alone seemed to render them the very center of this realm, embodiments of the laws. Their gazes were calm and indifferent, akin to deities surveying mere ants. Gu, the ancient clan, the Dosane in the depths of the Blood River's consciousness. Only this last, soul-shattering thought remained, filled with boundless regret and despair. He had calculated every possibility, but never anticipated that the spatial turbulence would sweep him and Xuan Ye to the eastern region of the continent, right to the doorstep of the ancient clan. At that moment, among those indistinct figures, it seemed one of them slightly shifted their intent. There was no cataclysmic explosion, no dazzling spectacle. In the reflection of the Blood River's terrified eyes, the space around him, along with his own body, began to disintegrate as if turning to dust. Starting from the edges, piece by piece, dissolving into the most minuscule, primordial particles, returning to the void. This process was silent, yet astonishingly swift. The Blood River couldn't even manage a scream. All his consciousness, the traces of his existence, were utterly erased beneath that formless power. A once respected figure in the Soul Palace, drenched in blood, the four heavenly sovereigns, was thus obliterated in both form and spirit, as if he had never existed in this world. In the instant of his complete dissolution, a gentle yet irresistible force, akin to a warm spring breeze, gently lifted the unconscious Xuan Ye, whose breath was as faint as a wisp, transforming him into a streak of light that instantly vanished into the depths of Gushing City. Xuan Ye felt himself sinking into an infinite expanse of darkness and chaos. The body felt as if it had been utterly torn apart, with every inch of flesh and every vein emitting agonizing groans. The soul, too, seemed to have been cast into the fires of hell, enduring an endless torment of searing pain. Yet, deep within, a faint glimmer of purple-gold light persisted, like a lighthouse steadfast amidst a storm, tenaciously radiating vitality and resisting annihilation. Time became an abstract notion as the relentless tide of suffering gradually receded, allowing a sliver of faint light and awareness to return. Xuan Ye's eyelashes fluttered slightly as he struggled to open his eyes. The blinding light was disorienting, but his blurred vision slowly sharpened. He realized he was lying on a soft and comfortable bed, situated within a quaint and elegant chamber. The room was modestly sized, simply furnished, yet it emanated an indescribable aura of profound essence, with the air thick with the energy of heaven and earth that felt almost corporeal. Each breath was invigorating, surpassing even the core area of the Dan Tower where he had previously resided. Instinctively, he turned his focus inward. The sight jolted him with astonishment. The once nearly depleted and grievously damaged meridians, ravaged in the brutal battle against the Blood River, had now healed significantly, although still somewhat fragile. The fighting spirit coursing through them was now far more robust and refined. The total amount and purity had evidently transcended his previous limitations, reaching the level of a 3-star Dozun. To his further astonishment, the state of his physical recovery was remarkable. The horrific wounds that had once marred his body, deep enough to expose bone and even injure his essence, were mostly scabbed over and had fallen away, revealing new skin that shimmered with a faint purple-gold hue. A tremendous and vibrant force of blood vitality circulated within him, like a warm river nourishing every damaged tissue, mending the final remnants of hidden injuries. This was the terrifying regenerative ability of the Dragon Phoenix physique in action. He attempted to move a finger slightly, though he still felt waves of weakness and soreness. It was a far cry from a state of utter exhaustion and near death he had experienced before losing consciousness. "You have awakened." A calm and gentle voice resonated within the room, unintrusive, as if it had been patiently awaiting this moment. Startled, Xuan Ye swiftly turned to look. In one corner of the room, on a cushion, sat a middle-aged man clad in white robes. He bore an ordinary appearance and exuded an elegant demeanor, reminiscent of a well-read scholar. However, the depth of his eyes, akin to a starry sea, instantly conveyed to Xuan Ye that this individual was likely the formidable being who had, like a deity, effortlessly annihilated the Blood River and brought him to this place. With great effort, he attempted to rise and pay his respects, but was gently restrained by an invisible yet soothing force. "Your injuries have yet to fully heal. There is no need for excessive formalities." Zhou Yuan smiled slightly, his gaze lingering on Xuan Ye with unabashed admiration. The Dragon Phoenix physique indeed lives up to its reputation. Such grievous injuries would have felled an ordinary person, yet you have managed to recover to this extent within a mere day and night, even breaking through to the level of a 3-star Dozun under such pressure. Truly remarkable. Xuan Ye's heart trembled once more. Not only had this individual saved him, but he had also discerned his greatest secret, the Dragon Phoenix physique. He suppressed the tumult of emotions within and respectfully replied, his voice still a bit hoarse. "I am Xuan Ye from the Dan Tower. I am deeply grateful for your life-saving grace, esteemed elder. May I inquire where this place is?" "This is the Ancient Clan," Zhou Yuan replied calmly. The Ancient Clan. The two words resonated like thunder in Xuan Ye's ears. Even with his steadfast resolve, he could not help but display astonishment. Across the continent, who does not know of the Ancient Clan? It is one of the legendary 8 ancient clans, a colossal entity that has endured through the ages. To think he had been swept away by the currents of space into the territory of the Ancient Clan, and was saved by one of its powerful members. He immediately struggled to rise despite his frail state, bowing deeply to Zhou Yuan. "I am Xuan Ye from the Dan Tower, paying my respects to clan leader Zhou Yuan. Thank you for your timely rescue. This kindness will be etched in my memory." Although he had never met Zhou Yuan, the strength and demeanor displayed made his identity unmistakable. Zhou Yuan accepted the gesture with a smile, gently waving a hand. It was merely a fortuitous encounter. The Soul Palace's people were being reckless before my ancient sacred city, and they deserved to be eliminated. However, you, at such a young age, possess such cultivation and combat prowess that is indeed rare. He shifted his tone to a more gentle one. Your injuries are still not fully healed. You may wish to reside in our ancient clan for a while. It would allow me to extend some hospitality and, in turn, you may witness the splendor of our clan. Xuan Ye's thoughts raced. The invitation from clan leader Zhou Yuan was not something he could refuse, especially since he truly needed a period of recuperation. The ancient clan was undoubtedly the safest place for him at this moment. He promptly responded with respect. "Thank you for your generous hospitality, esteemed clan leader. I shall impose upon you." In the following days, Xuan Ye continued to recuperate in the quiet chambers arranged by the ancient clan. Once his injuries stabilized, he was guided by members of the clan to explore this isolated little world. It must be said that the grandeur and majesty of the ancient clan's little world far exceeded Xuan Ye's imagination. The sky was not the ordinary blue of the outside world, but a profound spectrum of shifting colors, eternally flowing like the aurora. The earth was imbued with spirituality, with countless majestic palatial complexes built alongside mountains and rivers, exuding an ancient and stately charm, with traces of time and powerful runic restrictions woven into the architectural details. The air was thick with the energy of heaven and earth, dense enough to almost take on a tangible form, making each breath equivalent to several days of arduous cultivation in the outside world. Occasionally, enormous spiritual beasts could be seen soaring through the skies or wandering through the woods, their presence formidable. Moreover, in certain core areas, layers of space folded upon one another, seemingly concealing countless paradisiacal realms, subtly radiating waves that even Zhou experts found unsettling. The entire little world resembled a meticulously crafted paradise, existing independently from the Btth continent, its profound depth and myriad wonders indeed surpassing even the headquarters of the Dan Tower. The elders guiding him, along with some young members of the ancient clan he encountered, observed Xuan Ye's reactions in silence. They had expected this prodigy from the Dan Tower to be awestruck by the otherworldly scenery of the ancient clan, but to their surprise, although Xuan Ye's gaze held appreciation and seriousness as he savored the intricacies of the place, his expression remained tranquil and his eyes clear, devoid of any signs of shock or disarray, as if everything before him, while rare, did not exceed his comprehension. "Young friend Xuan Ye, what do you think of our ancient clan's little world?" One of the accompanying elders could not help but inquire, a hint of restrained pride in his tone. Xuan Ye withdrew his gaze from a floating mountain in the distance, smiled slightly, and replied with poise, "The ancient clan's heritage is indeed unfathomable. This place is filled with spiritual essence, and the natural laws are harmonious. It is truly a sacred ground for cultivation. I am in admiration." His response was both fitting and sincere, yet the calm demeanor he exhibited caused the nearby elders of the ancient clan to inwardly reflect. The composure of this young man and the breadth of his perspective were far beyond his peers, explaining why he stood out in the Dan Tower and commanded such attention from clan leader Zhou Yuan. They were unaware that Xuan Ye had once beheld the legendary ancient heavenly palace, which was magnificently grand on an entirely different scale compared to the sights before him. Thus, despite the splendor of the ancient clan's little world, it could hardly evoke any sense of loss of composure within him. This extraordinary calmness, in turn, elevated his stature in the eyes of the ancient clan members even further. Chapter 68. Establishing Authority. In the ancient clan's little world, where spiritual energy flowed and radiant hues shimmered, Xuan Ye temporarily resided in a guest house nestled within a tranquil valley. Surrounded by exotic flowers and cascading springs, a truly idyllic environment. After several days of tranquil recuperation, the injuries within him had largely healed, thanks to the formidable, self-healing abilities of the Dragon Phoenix body. His cultivation at the level of a 3-star Dozun had become thoroughly stabilized, and his aura was now more restrained and profound than before. He would occasionally stroll near the valley, familiarizing himself with the surroundings while also absorbing the unique Tao rhythm and rules of this small world belonging to the ancient clan. This realm was undeniably extraordinary. The space was stable, and the laws were manifest. Cultivating here yielded results with half the effort. However, as the saying goes, the tree wishes for tranquility, but the wind does not cease. News of the saint son of the Pill Tower, Xuan Ye, visiting the ancient clan spread like wildfire among the younger generation, igniting immense curiosity and competitive spirit among these proud scions who had grown up under the clan's illustrious reputation. "Have you heard? The clan leader personally brought back that Xuan Ye, who is residing in the flowing cloud valley, at the pinnacle of Btth. Who will be the peak?" One glance at Xuan Ye and the Tao is rendered void. The saint's son of the Pill Tower? A grand title indeed. But who knows how much true skill he possesses? It is said he was gravely injured in a battle with the heavenly sovereign of the Soul Palace, and was rescued by the clan leader. Can he really contend with a heavenly sovereign? Is that true, or merely exaggeration? Let us go see for ourselves. Outside the flowing cloud valley, a number of figures, both bright and obscure, gradually gathered. Most were young members of the ancient clan, handsome young men and beautiful young women, all exuding remarkable auras, with the lowest among them at the Do Huang level and several at the Do Zone level, with a few particularly powerful individuals having already stepped into the Do Zone realm. They observed the occasional appearance of a white figure within the valley, their gazes filled with scrutiny, curiosity, and a hint of veiled provocation. Xuan Ye was fully aware of their intentions, but chose not to concern himself with them. He maintained a mind as clear as a mirror, recognizing his status as a guest. It was better to avoid unnecessary conflict. As long as they did not provoke him, he was content to enjoy his solitude and continue comprehending the Tao rhythm of this place, while solidifying his cultivation. Nevertheless, some individuals were not inclined to remain idle. One day, while Xuan Ye was quietly seated beside a bamboo grove in the valley, absorbing the subtle spatial fluctuations in the air, a somewhat sharp aura approached him from the distance, unabashedly making its way towards the flowing cloud valley until it stopped at the entrance. The newcomer, clad in a green outfit, stood tall and imposing, with a stern visage and eyes as sharp as a hawk's, exuding the powerful presence of a one-star Do Zun. He was none other than Gu Yao, a renowned genius among the younger generation of the ancient clan. With his hands clasped behind his back, Gu Yao stood at the valley entrance, his gaze piercing through the bamboo grove and locking onto the seated Xuan Ye. His voice carried an unmistakable air of arrogance and chill. "You must be the Xuan Ye of the Pill Tower?" Xuan Ye slowly opened his eyes, revealing a tranquil depth akin to a still pond, undisturbed by ripples. He regarded Gu Yao and inclined his head slightly. "Indeed. What guidance do you seek, esteemed one?" Seeing Xuan Ye's unperturbed reaction, Gu Yao's brow furrowed, and the feeling of being underestimated intensified within him. He coldly snorted, "I do not presume to offer guidance. However, I have heard that the saint's son Xuan Ye possesses unparalleled talent, hailed as the foremost among the younger generation of Zhongzhou. I, Gu Yao, wish to spar with you and see if your reputation is indeed deserved." His voice, though not loud, resonated throughout the flowing cloud valley, instantly attracting more young members of the ancient clan. The crowd buzzed with excitement and anticipation. "It's Brother Gu Yao. He is making his move. This will be entertaining. Let us see how Xuan Ye responds." Brother Gu Yao is a one-star Do Zun, ranking among the top 5 of the younger generation. It is said that Xuan Ye was previously gravely injured, so he might. Xuan Ye regarded the battle-hungry Gu Yao with indifference and calmly replied, "I am but a guest here. It is inappropriate for me to engage in combat. Moreover, sparring is not the purpose of my visit." His words were both truthful and served as a way to defuse the situation. However, to Gu Yao and the surrounding young members of the ancient clan, it sounded like a display of cowardice. A mocking smirk crept onto Gu Yao's lips. Inappropriate to engage? Or perhaps, afraid to engage? He stepped forward, his momentum intensifying, and his tone grew more impudent. "What Zhongzhou's #1 prodigy? I see nothing but a hollow reputation, a charlatan deceiving the world. Is the Pill Tower truly so bereft of talent as to present a timid individual like you as their frontman? I fear your mother must be equally cowardly." This last remark was steeped in insult, targeting not only Xuan Ye, but also the Pill Tower and even his own mother. In an instant, the air within the flowing cloud valley seemed to freeze. The onlookers, who had initially come merely to spectate, sensed the shift in atmosphere and collectively held their breath. Xuan Ye's previously calm gaze narrowed slightly, a glint of icy fury flickering within. He slowly rose to his feet, his purple robe billowing without wind. Though his aura remained subdued, an invisible pressure began to radiate from him. He could ignore personal slights, but he would not tolerate any indignity towards his master or his mother. "Repeat that." Xuan Ye's voice remained calm, yet carried a bone-chilling coldness. Gu Yao was momentarily taken aback by the sudden shift in Xuan Ye's aura, but his anger quickly surged forth. He was a prodigy of the ancient clan. How dare anyone treat him with such disregard, especially in front of numerous clansmen? He raised his head proudly and enunciated each word. "I said you, Xuan Ye, are nothing but a hollow reputation. The Pill Tower has no one." Boom! The moment his words fell, Xuan Ye moved. There were no dazzling displays of Do Qi, no intricate prelude of techniques, not even a chance for anyone to comprehend his actions. The crowd was left in a daze, as if the space around them had been instantaneously compressed. In the blink of an eye, Xuan Ye's figure appeared before Gu Yao like a wraith. So fast, incomprehensibly fast, beyond the limits of thought and reaction. Xuan Ye merely raised his right hand, forming a fist with his slender fingers. The fist appeared delicate, seemingly devoid of strength. Yet, at that moment of clinching, an overwhelming force, capable of shaking mountains and shattering stars, erupted, akin to an ancient beast awakening from slumber. The power of the dragon phoenix coalesced within that fist. The mockery and arrogance on Gu Yao's face instantly morphed into boundless shock and terror. He had no time to mount any effective defense or evade. He could only watch as that seemingly ordinary fist rapidly enlarged in his vision. Bang! A thunderous sound resonated, akin to the drumbeats of heaven and earth. The fist struck solidly against Gu Yao's chest. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. In the next instant, Gu Yao's tall form was sent hurtling backward as if struck by a falling star, moving at an imperceptible speed. Blood erupted from his mouth while the sickening sound of bones fracturing echoed from his chest. His overwhelming one-star Dou Zun aura dissipated as if a balloon had been punctured. Boom! Gu Yao's body crashed into a distant hill, creating a massive crater as stones flew and dust billowed. He was embedded within the rock, unconscious and gravely injured. His breath barely a whisper. One punch. Merely one punch. The pinnacle genius of the younger generation of the ancient clan, the one-star Dou Zun Gu Yao, was defeated, and it was a complete and utter annihilation. The flowing cloud valley fell into a deathly silence. All the onlooking young members of the ancient clan, whether they were Dou Huang, Dou Zong, or even the few others who had also reached the Dou Zun level, stood in stunned silence like statues. The expressions of excitement, anticipation, and enjoyment had frozen on their faces, transforming into unparalleled shock, horror, and a hint of bewilderment. Defeating Gu Yao in an instant? How could this be possible? Gu Yao was a one-star Dou Zun. Moreover, he is a Dou Zun capable of challenging those beyond his rank. It is said that even in his prime, Xuan Ye was merely a two-star Dou Zun. How could he possibly possess such formidable strength? The power contained within that single punch caused their very souls to tremble. At that moment, a composed voice broke the silence. Xuan Ye's prowess is astonishing. Gu Qingyang, I'm utterly outclassed. The crowd turned toward the source of the voice and beheld a young man dressed in blue robes, exuding a calm and refined aura. It was Gu Qingyang, the esteemed leader of the younger generation of the Gu clan, a three-star Dou Zun. His expression was grave, and his gaze toward Xuan Ye was filled with complexity and genuine admiration. Even Gu Qingyang acknowledges his inferiority. This revelation was even more shocking than Xuan Ye's feat of defeating Gu Yao with a single blow. Gu Qingyang held immense prestige among the younger generation of the Gu clan, and his strength was widely recognized as top tier. If even he admits to being inferior to Xuan Ye, just how terrifying is Xuan Ye's strength? The gazes of the onlookers toward the figure in white robes shifted entirely. The previous disdain, scorn, and provocation vanished, replaced by profound awe and disbelief. This extraordinarily youthful and strikingly handsome youth possesses such overwhelming and terrifying strength. Nonsense! A stern voice echoed, causing the air to ripple slightly. An elder dressed in the Gu clan as elder robes appeared, his demeanor serious. It was Elder Gu Sun, responsible for overseeing the daily affairs of the younger generation. He first cast a glance at the unconscious Gu Yao in the distance, his brow furrowing slightly, before sweeping his gaze over all the Gu clan disciples present, finally resting on Xuan Ye, to whom he gave a slight nod of acknowledgement. The clan leader has given instructions. Young friend Xuan Ye is a distinguished guest of our Gu clan. How dare you act so disrespectfully and provoke him? Elder Gu Sun's voice was deep and resonant, carrying an admonishing tone. Let today be a lesson. Remember, there are always greater forces beyond your own, although young in age. Young friend Xuan Ye has already attained the strength of a three-star Dou Zun. His innate talent and power are among the finest even within our Gu clan. You should take this as motivation to diligently cultivate, rather than indulge in arrogance and invite ridicule. A three-star Dou Zun. Elder Gu Sun's words struck the hearts of all the Gu clan disciples like a heavy hammer. They finally understood why Gu Yao had been defeated in an instant, and why even Gu Qingyang acknowledged his inferiority. This Xuan Ye, who appeared younger than most of them, had already reached such heights. In an instant, all were convinced, and no one dared to harbor even a shred of disrespect. The gazes directed at Xuan Ye were filled with complexity, but more importantly, with a profound respect for a true powerhouse. Xuan Ye offered a slight bow to Elder Gu Sun. Your words are too kind, Elder. I may have struck a bit too hard. I hope you can forgive me. Elder Gu Sun waved his hand, observing Xuan Ye's calm and unperturbed countenance. His heart sighed inwardly. This youth not only possesses an astonishing talent, but also exhibits a remarkably steady temperament. his future achievements are boundless. The clan leader's decision to invite him to the Gu clan may indeed provide a refreshing perspective for these arrogant young ones. In front of Luoyuan Valley, the turmoil subsided, yet the name Xuan Ye had firmly etched itself into the hearts of all the Gu clan's younger generation with an overwhelmingly strong presence. Chapter 69, 8th Rank Alchemist. In the battle at Luoyuan Valley, Xuan Ye gained the respect of the Gu clan's youth through his absolute prowess. Unexpectedly initiating connections with the top-tier talents of the Gu clan, Gu Yao and Gu Qingyang. After recovering from his serious injuries, Gu Yao became significantly more subdued. His previously aggressive pride transformed into a dedicated pursuit of strength. He was not a petty individual. Although he felt discontent in his defeat to Xuan Ye, he was more awakened to the sight of greater peaks. He sought out Xuan Ye, not to provoke, but to sincerely inquire about combat techniques and the application of power. Gu Qingyang, already possessing a calm demeanor, found himself even more inclined to befriend Xuan Ye after witnessing his unfathomable depths. He frequently brought unique insights and tales of cultivation from the Gu clan to Luoyuan Valley to discuss tea and philosophy with Xuan Ye, sharing experiences in their quest for enlightenment. Xuan Ye welcomed this collaboration, as Gu Yao's combat style was fierce and bold, while Gu Qingyang's was profound and intricate. Engaging in exchanges with them greatly benefited Xuan Ye in solidifying his 3-star Do Zun cultivation and mastering various applications of the Dragon Phoenix power. All three were extraordinary talents, and their mutual validation often resulted in unexpected sparks of inspiration. The once tranquil bamboo grove beside Luoyuan Valley had transformed into a frequent battleground for their sparring sessions. Xuan Ye received my technique, the Great Annihilation Finger. Gu Yao's finger wind was sharp, imbued with an aura of annihilation, aimed at the vital points surrounding Xuan Ye. Xuan Ye remained motionless, his right hand forming a sword-like gesture, with a flicker of purple-gold radiance swirling at his fingertips. He struck precisely at the weak point of Gu Yao's finger joint, effortlessly neutralizing the sharp attack. Your power is well-focused, and your intent flows with your finger. However, the essence of annihilation is too overwhelming. It cannot be sustained indefinitely. You must leave room for retreat. Xuan Ye offered his critique. Gu Yao pondered thoughtfully and retreated with a nod. Meanwhile, Gu Qingyang's palm shadows danced, resembling a vast azure sky descending upon them. The gusts of his palms containing a dual essence of suppression and binding. Brother Qingyang, your earth-covering seal has become increasingly exquisite, Xuan Ye praised. Opting not to confront it directly, he stepped with profound subtlety, his form gliding like a dragon, weaving through the myriad palm shadows, deftly avoiding the core of suppression while simultaneously striking with his fingers like blades, targeting the junctions of Gu Qingyang's palm imprints. Their silhouettes intertwined, their fighting spirits surged. Yet there was no intent to harm, only an ultimate pursuit of mastery over power. Not far away, several elders of the Gu clan, having heard the commotion, concealed themselves in the void, observing the three sparring with smiles of satisfaction on their faces. This young man, Gu Yao, through his defeat, has turned misfortune into fortune, becoming much more composed. The fiery essence in his techniques has softened considerably. Gu Qingyang is also making rapid progress. His exchanges with young friend Xuan Ye have refined his understanding of power. But what is most astonishing is Xuan Ye, despite being a 3-star Dozun. His grasp of combat dynamics and mastery of power is akin to that of a seasoned practitioner with centuries of experience. Watching him engage with Qingyang and Gu Yao, it is clear he has yet to exert his full strength. Is the Dragon Phoenix body truly this formidable? This child is no ordinary talent. The clan leader's decision to retain him was indeed a wise choice. During a casual discussion following one of their sparring sessions, Gu Qingyang inadvertently inquired if Xuan Ye had any other talents besides cultivation. Xuan Ye did not conceal the truth, candidly admitting that he was also an alchemist. An alchemist? Gu Yao's eyes lit up at the mention. In the Dtth continent, alchemists held a prestigious status, with high-ranking alchemists being sought after by various factions. Although the Gu clan had deep roots and possessed its own alchemist, high-ranking ones were still scarce. What rank of alchemist are you, Brother Xuan Ye? Gu Qingyang asked with keen interest. By fortunate chance, I am capable of refining pinnacle 7th-rank pills, Xuan Ye replied calmly. He chose not to reveal that his soul realm had reached the heavenly stage, as that would be too shocking. Even so, this was enough to astonish both Gu Qingyang and Gu Yao. At such a young age, not only was he a 3-star Dozun, but also a pinnacle 7th-rank alchemist. Such talent was nothing short of monstrous. From that day forth, when they sought out Xuan Ye, their requests expanded to include the matter of alchemy. Whether for cultivation needs, healing, or aiding breakthroughs, they would provide the materials while Xuan Ye would undertake the refinement. Xuan Ye readily agreed, as refining 7th-rank pills posed little challenge for him, and it provided an excellent opportunity to further hone his mastery of heavenly soul power in preparation for breaking into the 8th rank. Moreover, the medicinal herbs provided by Gu Qingyang and Gu Yao are nothing short of exquisite. Many of them are rare spiritual medicines unique to the ancient clans, which greatly benefits his alchemical skills. Within the tranquil chamber meticulously prepared for him by the ancient clan in the flowing cloud valley, flames surged beneath the alchemical cauldron. Xuan Ye sat cross-legged, his expression focused as the soul power of the heavenly realm flowed like the most delicate tentacles, controlling the fusion and transformation of every essence of medicinal energy within the cauldron. Gu Qingyang and Gu Yao quietly stood guard nearby, feeling the heart-stirring waves of spiritual energy and deepening their admiration for Xuan Ye. As time passed, the quality of the pills Xuan Ye crafted improved tremendously, with a success rate that was terrifyingly stable. Finally, after exhausting a precious batch of medicinal herbs painstakingly gathered by Gu Qingyang, sufficient to support the crafting of an 8th-grade pill, Xuan Ye resolved to attempt the breakthrough to the realm of an 8th-grade alchemist. This alchemical endeavor stirred quite a commotion. Above the tranquil chamber, energy converged chaotically, and a low rumble akin to thunder echoed from the void. Gu Qingyang and Gu Yao exchanged solemn glances, aware that a critical moment was approaching. Inside the chamber, beads of sweat formed on Xuan Ye's forehead, yet his gaze remained clear. Within the cauldron, a pill the size of a longan, perfectly round and radiating a tricolored halo, had already taken shape and was undergoing its final nurturing of energy. The 8th-grade pill, upon completion, would summon the thunder of the heavens, known as the pill thunder. Boom! Dark clouds suddenly thickened in the sky, not ordinary clouds, but thunder clouds formed from pure celestial energy. Within the clouds, silver, red, and golden lightning slithered like serpents, exuding a devastating aura. The tricolored pill thunder. Gu Qingyang gasped in astonishment, his eyes wide with shock. 8th-grade pills also had their hierarchies, and the ability to summon the tricolored pill thunder marked it as a paragon among them. Can Brother Xuan Ye withstand this? Gu Yao felt a twinge of concern, knowing that the power of the pill thunder could severely injure or even obliterate an ordinary Dozun. At that moment, the ceiling of the tranquil chamber shattered, and Xuan Ye propelled himself skyward, his white robes billowing in the tempest. He gazed up at the ominous tricolored thundercloud devoid of any fear, instead igniting a fervent martial spirit. Excellent. He did not wield any weapons, but instead pushed the power of the dragon phoenix body to its zenith. Beneath his skin, purple and gold patterns glimmered fiercely, and a primordial dragon's might surged forth, countering the pill thunder's celestial authority. Crack! The first silver pill thunder struck down like a silver dragon from the heavens, cleaving through the air. Xuan Ye neither flinched nor evaded. He clenched his right fist, gathering the purple-gold radiance, and unleashed a mighty punch. Dragon Phoenix, star-shattering fist. The punch collided with the silver thunder, erupting in a blinding flash and a deafening roar. Silver arcs of lightning scattered, shattering the surrounding rocks, yet Xuan Ye's form merely swayed slightly, with a few arcs of electricity flickering around his fist, quickly dissipated by the Dragon Phoenix's vitality. Next came the second pill thunder, crimson in hue, even more potent than the last. Imbued with searing heat and violent destructive force, Xuan Ye formed seals with his hands, and the space before him warped slightly as a solid black flame shield materialized instantly. A fusion of his own Do Qi and a trace of the devouring heavenly demon flame. Boom! The red pill thunder crashed violently against the flame shield, causing it to tremble violently, cracks spreading across its surface, yet it ultimately held its ground. Finally, the most terrifying of all, the golden pill thunder. Even before its arrival, the oppressive force that seemed capable of judging souls and annihilating all laws left Gu Qingyang and Gu Yao below, gasping for breath. Xuan Ye's expression grew grave as he unleashed his Do Qi and soul power without reservation. He embraced the air with both hands, and a miniature chaotic vortex appeared in his palms, exuding an aura of devouring all and evolving creation. This was the initiation of the great creation palm, carefully controlled within a certain range for defense. Devouring thunder of creation, the chaotic vortex surged upward, actively meeting the cataclysmic golden pill thunder. Instead of a violent explosion, the golden pill thunder was as if a cow sinking into the sea, swallowed entirely by the chaotic vortex. The vortex trembled violently, its surface flickering with light, as if it might collapse at any moment. Yet within, it seemed to create its own world, continuously erasing and digesting the frenzied energy contained within the pill thunder. Moments later, the chaotic vortex gradually dissipated, and the tricolored thundercloud in the sky appeared to lose its source of power, slowly vanishing. Sunlight once again poured down, illuminating Xuan Ye, who stood suspended in midair. He descended gently, his complexion slightly pale, and his breath fluctuated, clearly indicating the considerable toll the tricolored pill thunder had taken on him. Yet in his hand lay a pill the size of a longan, radiating a tricolored halo, its fragrance wafting alluringly. The 8th grade tricolored pill, thunder pill, success. Gu Qingyang and Gu Yao approached with excitement, their eyes filled with admiration and envy as they gazed upon the pill in Xuan Ye's hand. To withstand the pill thunder, especially the tricolored variant, had once again elevated their perception of Xuan Ye's strength. Xuan Ye contemplated the pill brimming with immense energy, sensing within it a remnant of the pure thunderous force that he had forcibly extinguished, and a thought suddenly sparked within him. He recalled a method of puppet crafting he had seen in the ancient tomes of the Alchemy Tower, the Heavenly Demon Puppet, a formidable combat puppet crafted from special materials, infused with soul imprints, and refined with the power of thunder, culminating in its creation. The crafting process was exceedingly rigorous, particularly the final step of thunder refinement, which required an exceptionally potent thunderous force, and the pill thunder summoned by high-grade pills was one of the most suitable choices. In the northwest continent, the earth demon Old Ghost, Xuan Ye's gaze flickered. He had left in haste previously and had not thoroughly seized opportunities. Now that his alchemical skills had also reached the 8th grade, he considered utilizing the pill thunder as a shortcut to craft the Heavenly Demon Puppet. As this thought took root, it swiftly embedded itself within his mind. Subsequently, the news of Xuan Ye becoming an 8th grade alchemist capable of withstanding the tricolored pill thunder spread like wildfire throughout the ancient clan. Those who had previously harbored doubts or merely respected his strength were now wholly convinced. A youth of such promise, whose power rivaled that of a high-level dozun and who could craft 8th grade pills, held immeasurable value and potential. The attitude of the ancient clan members toward Xuan Ye grew increasingly warm and respectful. All manner of cultivation resources and rare medicinal herbs were made available to him as much as possible. In turn, Xuan Ye reciprocated by frequently crafting urgently needed high-grade pills for the ancient clan, thereby forging a strong bond with them, earning the universal recognition of the clan's elders and the younger generation alike. Chapter 70, News of Xiao Yan. In the small world of the ancient clan, within the bamboo forest beside Flowing Cloud Valley, a clear spring flowed gently, surrounded by a misty haze. Xuan Ye, Gu Vingying, and Gu Yao had just concluded a spirited sparring session, now gathered around a smooth green stone to relax and sip tea. After this period of interaction, the three had long since cast aside past grievances, their relationships harmonized, often exchanging tales of the continent and insights on cultivation. Amidst the fragrant tea, Gu Qingyang casually broached a topic, his tone laced with an imperceptible concern. Brother Xuan Ye, during your travels in the northwest continent, have you come across any remarkable individuals or events? My sister Suner is also over there. I wonder how she fares. At the mention of Gu Suner, Gu Yao's previously relaxed demeanor shifted slightly, his gaze turning to Xuan Ye. Gu Suner held an esteemed position within the ancient clan, her bloodline pure, regarded as an unattainable goddess by countless young disciples of the clan. Any news regarding her stirred the hearts of many. Xuan Ye's hand, holding the teacup, paused momentarily, a flicker of recollection crossing his eyes. He pondered for a moment, seemingly organizing his thoughts before slowly responding, his voice calm and steady. Indeed, I have encountered Miss Suner. Gu Qingyang and Gu Yao instantly straightened their postures, listening intently. Miss Suner is well, and I believe her cultivation progress is commendable. Xuan Ye initially offered a reassuring remark, but soon shifted the tone of the conversation to something more nuanced. However, I have inadvertently stumbled upon a rather intriguing matter, he stated. What is it? Both Gu Yao and Gu Qingyang inquired eagerly. Xuan Ye raised his gaze, scanning the two of them before articulating clearly. I have observed that Miss Sun seems to harbor quite special feelings for a young man named Xiao Yan. From his words and actions, it appears she has developed an affection for him. What? A thunderous exclamation erupted from Gu Yao as he slammed his palm onto the table, causing the underlying stone to fracture instantly. His face turned ashen, his eyes widened in disbelief, and the previously tranquil aura surrounding him erupted into a tempest of fury. A pressure akin to that of a star doe zune cascading uncontrollably, causing the surrounding bamboo grove to rustle ominously. Xiao Yan? Who was he? Which ancient clan's prodigy? Or perhaps a scion of some formidable power? Gu Yao's voice dripped with incredulity and ice-cold rage. In his estimation, anyone worthy of the ancient clan divine maiden should at least be of comparable status. Though Gu Qingyang maintained his composure, his brows knitted tightly as he restrained the furious Gu Yao and asked Xuan Ye in a deep tone, "Brother Xuan Ye, do you know the origins of this Xiao Yan? What extraordinary qualities does he possess to win Miss Sun Er's favor?" Xuan Ye, observing their intense reactions, felt a sense of understanding. This was precisely as he had anticipated. He gently set down his teacup, maintaining an unperturbed demeanor as if recounting a trivial matter. "To my knowledge, this Xiao Yan hails from a remote town in the Gamma Empire, known as Wutan City. His family, the Xiao clan, boasts a mere dome master as its strongest member." A dome master? Gu Yao seemed to have heard the most ludicrous of jokes, his facial muscles twitching in disbelief. A family as insignificant as that? Gu Qingyang's frown deepened further. Xuan Ye continued, "As for this young man's talent, based on my observations and the information I've gathered, it can only be described as unremarkable. In his early years, he even experienced a peculiar stagnation in his cultivation for 3 years, during which he was ridiculed as a waste." Waste? Gu Yao nearly spat the words out, his body radiating an aura of menace. The thought that the divine maiden of his clan could harbor feelings for someone once deemed a waste was nothing short of a profound insult to their lineage and to Sun Er's status. What is his current cultivation level? Gu Qingyang, suppressing his internal turmoil, pressed on. Xuan Ye contemplated briefly, estimating based on the information he had received prior to leaving the northwest continent. If there have been no fortuitous encounters, he is likely still at the Dome Master level. A Dome Master? A Doling? Gu Yao trembled with indignation, stomping his foot against the ground, which responded with a resounding crack that radiated outward in a 10-jong radius. He roared, "What right does a mere Dome Master or Doling have to approach Sun Er? How could she?" His inability to comprehend the situation was palpable. Gu Qingyang's expression darkened as he turned to Xuan Ye. "Brother Xuan Ye, do you possess any further information regarding this Xiao Yan?" Xuan Ye nodded, detailing the limited information he had. "There is indeed a rather infamous tale. This young man was once engaged to Lin Yanran, a disciple of the Yunlan sect, the leading sect in the Gamma Empire. However, due to his stagnation in cultivation, Lin Yanran went to the Xiao clan to break off the engagement." Break off the engagement? Both Gu Qingyang and Gu Yao were momentarily taken aback. "Indeed," Xuan Ye replied casually, "it was a rather unpleasant affair. Xiao Yan, filled with youthful vigor, wrote a letter of divorce on the spot and set a 3-year agreement, vowing to ascend to the Yunlan sect 3 years later to duel Lin Yanran. Oh, he shows some spirit." Gu Qingyang raised an eyebrow, yet his gaze remained icy. Such spirit was inconsequential in the face of an overwhelming disparity in power and background. What was the outcome? Gu Yao asked coldly, keen to hear how this so-called waste could possibly make waves. Xuan Ye glanced at him before slowly responding. 3 years later, he indeed ascended to the Yunlan sect and engaged in a fierce battle with Lin Yanran, ultimately resulting in a draw. A draw? Gu Yao's voice rose sharply, filled with scorn and incredulity. After exhausting 3 years of effort, enduring humiliation, he merely fought to a standstill with a mere disciple of an imperial sect? Ha ha ha! Is this how he proves himself? Is this the man whom Sun Er fancies? His laughter was tinged with bitterness and disdain. What qualification does a man who can only achieve a draw with a minor disciple of the Yunlan sect have to stand beside the divine maiden of the ancient clan? Gu Qingyang fell into a profound silence. Initially, upon hearing about the 3-year agreement, he had presumed it would be a tale of a lowly youth's triumphant rise. But he never anticipated such a bland conclusion, which could even be described as ineffectual. From the perspective of the ancient clan, spending 3 years in such a barren region and achieving merely this level of accomplishment was hardly worthy of mention. What did Xiao Yan possess in terms of background, talent, or strength? Gu Yao gritted his teeth, fury blazing in his eyes. Our ancient clan has a lineage spanning millennia with a noble bloodline. Sun Er herself carries a divine grade bloodline, destined to stand at the pinnacle of the continent. And this waste from a remote town, a Dome Master or Doling, barely able to handle a common sect disciple. What right does he have? What right does he have to covet Sun Er? What right does he have to gain her affection? He could not fathom it 1,000 times over. This revelation was even more difficult for him to accept than when Xuan Ye had bested him with a single punch. It felt akin to having their most precious and flawless treasure sullied by a mere roadside peasant. Gu Qingyang took a deep breath, turning to face Xuan Ye with grave seriousness. Brother Xuan Ye, this matter is of great significance. Are you certain you did not misinterpret? Is it true that Miss Sun Er? Xuan Ye met his gaze and nodded affirmatively. While I cannot assert it with absolute certainty, the likelihood is exceedingly high. The way Miss Sun Er looks at Xiao Yan and her discreet dispatching of an ancient clan Do Huang to protect him suggests that their relationship is far beyond that of mere friends. With Xuan Ye as confirmation, both Gu Qingyang and Gu Yao felt their hearts plummet. They exchanged glances, each bearing witness to the uncontainable fury and profound absurdity reflected in the other's eyes. This news was akin to a stone cast into the placid waters of the ancient clan, creating ripples of turmoil. Before long, the whispers of the ancient clan's divine maiden, Sun Er, secretly harboring feelings for a youth named Xiao Yan, who possessed mediocre talent, limited strength, and an unremarkable background, began to circulate quietly among the core circles of the younger generation within the ancient clan on the northwest continent. At first, there was disbelief, quickly followed by an overwhelming tide of anger and confusion. Xiao Yan? Who is he? I've never even heard of him. Gamma Empire? Wutan City? What kind of savage land is that? A Dome Master? Any random guard from our ancient clan is stronger than he. A draw after 3 years? Is that all? What on earth does Miss Sun Er see in him? This is a disgrace. This is a humiliation for our ancient clan. It was clear that the young generation of the ancient clan was incensed. The name Xiao Yan instantly became the most despised and scorned entity among all the young men of the ancient clan. They could not accept the notion that their flawless, untouchable divine maiden would fall for such a waste of a man, one who possessed nothing of worth. Even some elders who heard of this matter furrowed their brows. Although they did not voice their opinions, it was evident that they held significant discontent towards Sun Er's choice and a young man named Xiao Yan. Within the Luyun Valley, Gu Yao remained unable to quell his anger. He suddenly turned to Xuan Ye, his tone grave and chilling. Brother Xuan Ye, since you have come from the northwest continent, do you know where Xiao Yan currently resides? Xuan Ye comprehended his meaning and shook his head. When I departed, he was still within the borders of the Gamma Empire. As for his current whereabouts, I remain in ignorance. However, he shifted the topic with a calm demeanor. Albeit laced with profound implications, matters of the heart are often beyond rational comprehension. Miss Sun Er is exceptionally astute. Her choice may indeed reveal that Xiao Yan possesses qualities we have yet to perceive. His words serve to stoke the flames of contention. Special qualities? Just based on him? The ancient demon scoffed repeatedly, his eyes glimmering with cold light. Regardless of any unique traits he may possess, it does not alter the fact that he is unworthy of Sun Er. Should I encounter him, I shall ensure he grasps the vast chasm that exists between an ant and a phoenix of the 9 heavens. Gu Qingyang, though silent, exhibited a similarly frigid gaze. The name Xiao Yan had become an acknowledged blemish and provocation among the younger generation of the Gu clan, a stain that should not exist, yet undeniably does. Chapter 71. The Death of Ling Ying. The turbulence in Luyun Valley appeared to have subsided. Yet the news concerning Xiao Yan spread like a stone cast into an ancient pond, sending ripples that continuously expanded, ultimately reaching the true core of power within the Gu clan. Initially, it was merely the private grievances and discussions among the younger disciples. But as the discourse intensified, it began to touch upon the reputation of the clan's goddess and the dignity of the Gu clan itself, prompting an elder to take action. In the assembly hall of the clan, the atmosphere was solemn. Not all elders were present, but those in attendance were core figures of the Gu clan, wielding real power and held in high esteem, including the third elder, Gu Dao, and the commander of the Black Yan army, Gu Lai. Clan leader Gu Yuan sat calmly in the main seat, his expression placid, betraying no hint of emotion. Yet the subtle tapping of his fingers against the armrest revealed the turbulence within his heart. Elders, began a gaunt elder, his tone grave. A matter has been circulating within the clan regarding that girl Sun Er. Surely, you have all heard of it. The hall fell silent, all eyes turning to Gu Yuan. Gu Dao slowly spoke, his voice tinged with a hint of chill. Are we referring to the boy named Xiao Yan from the northwest continent? Indeed, the elder replied, nodding. It is said that Sun Er hold a rather distinct sentiment towards that boy. This matter has already stirred significant unrest among the younger generation, and if it continues, it may tarnish Sun Heir's reputation and, in turn, our Gu clan's dignity. Another elder, whose temper was somewhat fiery, slammed his hand upon the armrest, exclaiming in anger, "This is utterly preposterous. Sun Heir bears the divine bloodline, and is our clan's future hope. How could she be coveted by a mere insect from some remote border? What is that Xiao Yan even worth? Does he deserve such consideration?" Though Gu Lai remained silent, the furrow of his brow and the glimmer of coldness in his eyes conveyed his stance. The purity of the Gu clan's bloodline was sacrosanct, a belief etched into the very bones of every core member of the clan. Finally, Zhou Yuan ceased his tapping, his gaze sweeping over the assembly with a calmness that belied his inner turmoil. Before he spoke slowly, his voice devoid of emotion, "I'm already aware of this matter. The source of the news is that child Xuan Ye." Several elders were momentarily taken aback. Given Xuan Ye's current high standing within the clan, his words would undoubtedly carry significant weight. He claims to have witnessed it firsthand during his training in the Northwest continent, Zhou Yuan added. At this revelation, the atmosphere in the hall grew even more grave. If true, this matter was far from baseless. Clan leader, the fiery elder interjected once more, "This must be thoroughly investigated. If it proves true, we must severely punish that boy who dares to cling to our Gu clan. And Sun Heir must be brought back to the clan immediately. She cannot remain in that savage land, where she would be deceived by scoundrels. It must be dealt with swiftly." The elders expressed their unanimous agreement. The fate of the clan's goddess was not merely a personal affair. It was intrinsically linked to the purity of the clan's bloodline and its reputation. Zhou Yuan remained silent for a moment, a flicker of complexity flashing in his eyes, but ultimately replaced by resolution. He inclined his head slightly, summoned Ling Ying. Ling Ying was the dark sentinel assigned to covertly protect Gu Sun Heir, possessing peak Do Huang cultivation. Shortly after the command was issued, a somewhat hurried figure rushed into the hall. Ling Ying, having received an urgent summons, had hastily returned from the Northwest continent via special channels. As Ling Ying entered the Grand Hall, he sensed the weighty atmosphere and the numerous penetrating gazes, causing his heart to tighten. He promptly knelt on one knee. Ling Ying, pay my respects to the clan leader and the esteemed elders." Zhou Yuan's gaze fell upon Ling Ying, calm and unyielding. Yet it felt as if a mountain was pressing down upon him. "Ling Ying, I ask you," Zhou Yuan's voice was measured but resonated clearly in every ear. "What is the nature of Sun Heir's relationship with the youth named Xiao Yan in the Gamma Empire?" Ling Ying's body trembled violently, cold sweat beating upon his forehead. The very scenario he had dreaded had come to pass. Bowing low, his voice trembled slightly, replying to the clan leader, "Miss Sun Heir. She is indeed acquainted with that Xiao Yan. They are old friends." "Old friends?" Gu Lai scoffed, his voice rumbling like distant thunder. "Just old friends?" "Ling Ying, do you comprehend the consequences of deceiving the clan leader and the Council of Elders?" A terrifying pressure surged forth like a tidal wave. Although it was not aimed specifically at him, Ling Ying felt breathless, his very soul quivering. "I would not dare to deceive." Ling Ying's face turned pale, stuttering, unable to raise his head. "Miss Sun Heir has indeed shown him more care than ordinary friends. More care than ordinary friends." The hot-tempered elder laughed in rage. "Ling Ying, at this juncture, you still dare to speak vaguely. Speak clearly. Has Sun Heir developed romantic feelings for that Xiao Yan?" This inquiry thundered in Ling Ying's mind like a clap of thunder. His body shook violently, lips quivering, longing to deny it. Yet under the scrutinizing gazes that seemed to pierce through all pretenses, any lie felt utterly feeble. He recalled the way Miss Sun Heir looked at Xiao Yan, a gaze imbued with tenderness and concern, along with the countless times she had discreetly come to his aid in times of crisis. Ultimately, he collapsed to the ground, his voice barely a whisper, filled with despair. "Miss Sun Heir does indeed feel differently about that Xiao Yan. Though he did not explicitly confess his feelings, his demeanor and words had already confirmed the truth of Xuan Ye's assertions, and the situation could be even more dire. Damnable wretch! A thunderous roar, not from Zhou Yuan, but from the irate elder, erupted like a tempest. He sprang to his feet, a terrifying pressure that far surpassed that of a Do Zun crashing down upon the prostrate Ling Ying like a tangible mountain. "As the captain of the protective detail, your duty is to safeguard the young miss and uphold the reputation of the Gu clan. Knowing that Xiao Yan is but an insect, how could you allow the young miss to grow close to him to such an extent? Not only did you fail to dissuade her, you neglected to report it. instead of betting this travesty. What use are you to us? In his fury, the elder offered Ling Ying no opportunity for defense. The oppressive force coalesced instantaneously, transforming into an invisible might that ruthlessly crushed Ling Ying beneath it. And no, clan leader, please spare me. Ling Ying's eyes brimmed with boundless fear and regret, barely managing to utter a weak plea for mercy. With a sound akin to a watermelon bursting, that noise resounded through the hall. Under the wrath of the elder, a 7-star Do Sheng, Ling Ying, at the pinnacle of Do Huang, had no chance to resist. His body exploded in an instant, transforming into a mist of blood, his essence obliterated, leaving not even a remnant behind. Thus, a diligent protector who had guarded Gu Sun Air for many years was executed on the spot for his negligence and concealment. Within the grand hall, a faint scent of blood permeated the air, rendering the atmosphere frigid. Gu Yuan's brow slightly furrowed, though he refrained from voicing any objections. Ling Ying's failure to report the truth was indeed a grave transgression, particularly when it pertained to the core interests and reputation of the Gu clan. Such matters demanded resolute action to serve as a warning to others. The other elders harbored no dissent, their expressions remaining icy. The death of Ling Ying did not quell their fury. Rather, it solidified their resolve to address the situation with unwavering determination. Gu Dao turned to Gu Yuan and said solemnly, "Clan leader, the situation has become clear. Sun must not remain on the northwestern continent any longer. We must immediately bring her back and sever all ties with that Xiao Yan." Gu Yuan slowly closed his eyes and, after a brief moment, reopened them, revealing a depth of coldness. He issued a command in a low voice: "Summon Xuan Ye, Gu Qingyang, and Gu Yao." Before long, 3 figures entered the hall. Xuan Ye, clad in purple, exuded an ethereal presence. Gu Qingyang was composed and reserved. Gu Yao's gaze was sharp, still harboring an anger that had yet to fully subside. Upon entering, the 3 immediately sensed the weighty atmosphere and the faint scent of blood in the air, causing them to shiver internally and bow respectfully. "Clan leader, esteemed elders." Gu Yuan's gaze first fell upon Xuan Ye. "Xuan Ye, regarding what you witnessed on the northwestern continent concerning Sun and that Xiao Yan, can you confirm its veracity?" Xuan Ye calmly replied, "To answer the clan leader, I witnessed it with my own eyes. Miss Sun indeed harbors a unique concern and protectiveness toward Xiao Yan, far exceeding the ordinary. Every word I speak is the truth." Gu Yuan nodded and then turned to Gu Qingyang and Gu Yao. "Are you both informed about the Xiao Yan?" Gu Qingyang replied solemnly, "I have heard brother Xuan Ye mention him. He hails from humble origins, possesses mediocre talent, and is weak in strength. He is truly an unsuitable match." Gu Yao, more direct and forceful, added with a hint of murderous intent, "Clan leader, that Xiao Yan, a mere insect, dares to defile Sun. He deserves nothing less than death. Please allow me to venture to the northwestern continent and personally eliminate him, bringing Sun back." Gu Yuan surveyed the 3, his gaze lingering on Xuan Ye for a moment, already reaching a conclusion in his heart. Xuan Ye, being the strongest and most composed and familiar with the northwestern continent, was the ideal candidate to lead this mission. Gu Qingyang, steady and reliable, could fill in any gaps. Though Gu Yao was impulsive, he was earnest regarding clan matters and possessed considerable strength, which could be honed further. "Very well." Gu Yuan's voice echoed with authority throughout the hall. "I command you both to set out immediately for the northwestern continent, to the Gamma Empire." His eyes flashed like lightning as he surveyed the 3. "Your primary task is to locate Sun and ensure her safe return to the Gu clan. There must be no mistakes. Secondly," Gu Yuan paused slightly, his tone chillingly uncompromising, "should you encounter that Xiao Yan, handle him at your discretion. However, make it clear to him the vast chasm between an insect and the heavens, so he may abandon any unwarranted aspirations. If he remains obstinate, HM." A cold snort conveyed his intent. Though he did not explicitly state a death sentence, the icy murderous intent sparked a glimmer of excitement in Gu Yao's eyes. And even Gu Qingyang's gaze sharpened slightly. "Qingyang and Yao, your orders are acknowledged." Both Gu Qingyang and Gu Yao replied in unison. "Go forth." Gu Yuan waved his hand. "This matter concerns the reputation of our Gu clan. It must be handled with utmost care." Xuan Ye slightly bowed, his expression calm. "Senior Gu Yuan, I too wish to journey to the northwestern continent." Then accompany Gu Qingyang and the others. Gu Yuan replied gently, "And thank you, young friend, for informing us of Sun's circumstances. It's all part of my duty. Clan leader need not be overly courteous." Xuan Ye responded. "Young man, you may call me Uncle Gu if you do not mind." Gu Yuan expressed his heartfelt gratitude, for if it were not for Xuan Ye, he might still be oblivious to Sun'er's plight. In that case, I shall gladly comply. Xuan Ye, taken aback, quickly acquiesced. What a jest! A pique d'eau saint. One must cultivate such connections diligently. The three bowed once more and exited the grand hall. Stepping out into the fresh air beyond the solemn doors, their emotions varied. Yet their objective remained unified, the northwestern continent. A storm, ignited by Xiao Yan, was poised to once again sweep across that land with the arrival of these three individuals. And the dissipating blood mist from Ling Ying seemed to foretell that this journey would not be tranquil. Chapter 72, East Dragon Island. Just as Xuan Ye set forth once more for the northwestern continent, He Xian journeyed to the Taishu ancient Dragon Island. The disorientation from the spatial transition had yet to fade completely when He Xian felt a suffocating pressure of true dragon might surging towards him from all directions like a tidal wave. This pressure was not directed at him, but emanated from the very laws of this realm. It was vast, ancient, and majestic, causing the blood within him, infused with the bloodline of a demon dragon, to flow with unbidden vigor, eliciting a sense of kinship while also igniting a flicker of rage against the provocation of his bloodline. Steadying himself, he realized he was standing above a boundless floating landmass. The ground beneath him was not composed of ordinary soil or rock, but exhibited a dark bronze hue, adorned with naturally formed, intricate dragon-shaped patterns that subtly radiated spatial fluctuations. Gazing upward, the sky was not blue but a profound, ever-changing void, peppered with numerous floating mountains and islands, each exuding a gentle luminescence, akin to stars scattered across the night sky. Some massive, variably shaped Taishu ancient dragons stretched their colossal bodies, soaring leisurely between the islands and the void, their low and distant roars intertwining into a primordial melody. This was indeed one of the residences of the Taishu ancient dragon clan, hidden within the endless void, East Dragon Island. We have arrived. Beside him, He Qing's rugged voice echoed, tinged with a sense of returning home. He glanced at the curious and cautious Zhi Yan, who was closely sheltered behind He Xian, her eyes sparkling with uncontainable excitement and affection. Little girl, how do you feel? This is your home. Zhi Yan blinked her large purple eyes, absorbing the comforting atmosphere that made her feel as though every cell in her body was rejoicing, a sweet smile gracing her face. The aura here is so pleasant. He Qing laughed heartily, his spirits soaring. He then turned his gaze to He Xian, openly expressing his admiration. Young man, you are remarkable. Though your bloodline is somewhat unique, the essence of dragon might cannot be feigned, and it is exceedingly domineering. To have protected the royal bloodline against the onslaught of 3 Soul Palace elders, your loyalty and strength earn my respect. At that moment, several powerful auras approached rapidly from a distance. As the light dissipated, a few Taishu ancient dragon clan warriors, now in humanoid form, were revealed. The men were robust and formidable, while the women exuded elegance and sharpness. Each emanated a powerful presence, at least at the Do Zun level, with a leader, a middle-aged man clad in azure-scaled battle armor, exuding an aura at the level of a 5-turn Do Zun. They first looked at Zhi Yan with overwhelming excitement, sensing the pure and resonant royal aura that stirred their bloodlines, and promptly bowed in reverence. Welcome back, princess. Zhi Yan was startled by the commotion and instinctively shrank behind He Xian. The armored man then turned his gaze to He Xian, his eyes filled with scrutiny, curiosity, and an unmistakable shock. He had already been informed of the events by He Qing. It was you who protected the king? The azure armored man inquired, his voice ringing like the clash of gold and iron. He Xian remained composed, nodding slightly. It was my duty. He Qing interjected, Elder Qing Shan. This is the young man. Do not be deceived by his currently unstable breath and visible wounds. He had previously single-handedly held back 3 high-ranking Do Zun from the Soul Palace, one of whom was a pinnacle 9-star Do Zun. Had it not been for his desperate protection, the king would likely have. His sentence trailed off, yet the implication was unmistakable. Upon hearing this, all the formidable members of the Taishu ancient dragon clan present, including the burly man named Qing Shan, were visibly moved. Their gazes towards He Xuan transformed instantaneously. Previously, they had only heard rumors. Now, with He Qing's first-hand confirmation, the reality struck them even more profoundly. A youth who appeared so young and seemed to have only recently broken through to Do Zun had managed to not only safeguard the king amidst the assaults of 3 formidable Soul Palace elders far beyond his strength, but also endure until He Qing arrived to rescue him. What astounding combat prowess this is. Furthermore, They could distinctly sense the strange yet chaotic, yet inherently noble and domineering pressure of the dragon bloodline emanating from within Xuan, whose quality seemed to rival that of the royal bloodline they had just welcomed back. This was simply incredible. Well, what a remarkable young man. Elder Qingshan's eyes shone with brilliance. His previous scrutiny transformed entirely into admiration and acknowledgement. To achieve such feats at the threshold of Dozun, while bearing such potent dragon blood, you are indeed commendable. He patted Xuan's shoulder with such force that the injured Xuan swayed slightly, yet he stood firm, further intensifying Qingshan's appreciation. From this day forth, Donglong Island shall be your home. Elder Qingshan's voice boomed. Your protection of the king is an immense favor to our Taishu ancient dragon clan. Should anyone dare to cause you trouble in the future, invoke my name, Qingshan. The other dragon clan powerhouses also stepped forward, their attitudes warm and welcoming. Xuan's valiant defense of the royal bloodline had already won their utmost favor. Coupled with his boundless potential of the demon dragon bloodline and the terrifying power he had displayed, these strength-revering members of the Taishu ancient dragon clan embraced him wholeheartedly. Subsequently, under the guidance of Heiqing and Elder Qingshan, Xuan and Xian began their deeper exploration of Donglong Island. The further they ventured, the more astonished Xuan became. Donglong Island was far more vast than it appeared from the outside, as if it constituted a world of its own. The mountains stretched like the spine of a dragon, and the rivers surged with not ordinary water, but liquefied celestial energy and starlight. Massive palaces were constructed against the mountains or floated in midair, their style rugged and ancient, adorned with countless epic tales and totems of the ancient dragon clan's battles. The air was thick with spatial energy, nearly tangible, making the cultivation of spatial techniques incredibly efficient. Occasionally, one could glimpse young dragons frolicking amidst the clouds, exhaling their nascent dragon breath, or dragon clan elders in human form sparring in the void, tearing through space with their every move, their roars echoing through the heavens. The entirety of Donglong Island was shrouded in a formidable spatial barrier, concealed within the void, rendering it nearly impossible to investigate from the outside, shrouded in mystery. Its grandeur and majesty were unlike anything Xuan had ever witnessed, far surpassing the capitals or sects of human empires. Eventually, they arrived at the entrance of a time-honored great hall situated at the pinnacle of Donglong Island. The hall was entirely forged from an unknown dark golden metal. Shaped like a sprawling ancient dragon, its head raised high, surveying the entire island with an aura that sent shivers down the spine. The Grand Elder resides within. Heiqing's expression grew solemn as he quietly addressed Xuan and Xian. The group stepped into the hall. The interior space was extraordinarily vast, the dome soaring as if it connected to the void outside, where illusions of vanishing stars danced. At the deepest part of the hall stood a slightly gaunt figure clad in plain linen robes, facing away from them, gazing up at the shifting stars above. Upon hearing their footsteps, the elder slowly turned around. In that instant, Xuan felt as though his heart was gripped tightly by an invisible hand. The elder's visage was unremarkable, his gaze gentle, resembling that of an amiable neighbor. However, when his eyes swept over, Xuan felt his soul bloodline, and even the surrounding space become transparent, utterly exposed. He could not muster even a shred of defiance or inquiry, as if confronting an infinite expanse of the cosmic night sky. This represented an absolute disparity in existential levels. 6-star Do Sheng, the Grand Elder of the Taishu ancient dragon clan, Zili. Zili's gaze first fell upon Xian, and in that moment his gentle eyes erupted with indescribable excitement and gratification. He murmured, "She has returned, finally returned, such a pure royal bloodline. Heaven bless our dragon clan." He nodded slightly at Xian, revealing a benevolent smile. Although Xian felt somewhat timid, she sensed an overwhelming warmth from this elder, blinking her eyes in response. Then, Zili's gaze shifted to Xuan. His eyes deepened further, as if attempting to penetrate Xuan's flesh and directly observe his bloodline's essence. The demon dragon bloodline, based on the origin of the Taishu ancient dragon, fused with a certain extremely dark and sinister energy from the heavens and earth, domineering, chaotic, yet brimming with infinite possibilities. Zili spoke slowly, his voice calm, yet resonant like the sound of the Tao, directly unveiling the root and characteristics of Xuan's bloodline. Xuan's heart trembled. This was the first time someone had so clearly discerned the essence of his bloodline. Growing up alone in the world, Reaching this point and stepping into the realm of Dozun was no small feat. Zili regarded Xuan with admiration, and even rarer was the acknowledgement of his resilient character, his gratitude, and his willingness to protect his kin even in dire straits. Xuan, you are commendable. Receiving affirmation from one of the highest beings of the Dragon Clan. Xuan inhaled deeply, suppressing the tumult within, and respectfully bowed. I am Xuan, honored to meet the Grand Elder. Protecting Xian is my duty. Zili nodded in satisfaction. From this day forth, you shall be a member of Donglong Island. Your bloodline is unique, your potential immense. Yet the darkness within also requires guidance and resolution. Shortly, I shall have someone escort you to the transformation pool, where your bloodline can be refined and your foundation solidified, which will greatly benefit you. The transformation pool. Even though Xuan had just arrived, he had already heard tales of this sacred place of the Taishu ancient dragon clan, reputed for its miraculous ability to facilitate rebirth. A surge of warmth flooded his heart, and he expressed his gratitude once more. Thank you, Grand Elder. Zili waved his hand, his gaze sweeping over Xuan and Xian once more, filled with anticipation, trained diligently. The future of the Dragon Clan may very well rest upon the shoulders of you young ones. After leaving the Great Hall, Xuan looked at the inquisitive Xian beside him, along with the friendly gazes of the Dragon Clan members around him, feeling the immensely familiar dragon aura in this realm. The tension that had gripped his heart finally began to ease. Chapter 73. The Transformation Pool. Deep within Donglong Island lay a secret valley shrouded by numerous powerful spatial barriers. The mist within was not ordinary vapor, but a mixture of condensed celestial energy and an even older, pure dragon aura. At the valley's center lay not a pool of water, but an extraordinary lake, seemingly forged from countless fragments of stars, the essence of spatial origins, and primordial dragon souls. The transformation pool. The water in the pool was not clear, but displayed a profound, dark golden hue, shimmering with flecks of silver light, as if the entire expanse of the starry sky had been concentrated within. The surface of the pool was calm, yet it subtly emanated a disquieting energy fluctuation, as though a primordial ancestral dragon capable of rending the universe lay dormant within. Merely standing at the edge of the pool, Xuan felt his demon dragon bloodline boiling uncontrollably, a mix of profound desire and a hint of instinctual fear intertwining within him. Xuan, this is the transformation pool. The elder Qing Shan, who beckoned him forth, bore a solemn expression, his voice imbued with profound reverence. This pool encompasses the quintessence accumulated over millennia by the ancient dragon clan of Taishu, encapsulating the will of the ancestral dragon. It possesses the capability to temper one's bloodline and reshape one's very essence. It is the ultimate sacred ground of our lineage. However, the energy contained within is exceedingly domineering, and the process is fraught with unbearable agony. Only those of immense fortitude and unwavering will may endure it. Although you possess the bloodline of the demon dragon, inherently formidable, the foreign malevolence within you will inevitably clash with the ancestral dragon's power within the pool, rendering the peril you face far more severe than that of ordinary clan members. Are you prepared? Yuan gazed into the dark, golden waters of the pool, his eyes devoid of hesitation, radiating a steadfast resolve akin to icy flames. He understood that power is not easily won. To master the chaotic and tyrannical bloodline of the demon dragon within him, he must endure unimaginable suffering. I am ready, Elder Qing Shan, Yuan declared, his voice low and resolute. Excellent. Elder Qing Shan nodded. Once you enter the pool, focus your mind and guide the energy. No matter how excruciating it becomes, you must not yield. Otherwise, the consequences will be either the weakening of your bloodline or, in the worst case, total annihilation. Yuan took a deep breath, dismissing any lingering doubts, and leapt into the seemingly tranquil, dark golden pool like a meteor crashing into the earth. With a resounding splash, the moment he entered the water, he was met not with a cold embrace, but rather as if he had plunged into a hellish sea of molten lava. No, it was even more terrifying than lava. Even with his ironclad will, Yuan could not suppress a cry of anguish. This was not merely burning or tearing. It was a cleansing and reconstruction that seemed to originate from the very fabric of the rules, targeting the essence of his bloodline. Countless strands of pure, yet overwhelmingly potent dragon energy pierced through his skin like a multitude of fiery needles, burrowing into his muscles, penetrating his bones, surging through his meridians, even striking at the core of his soul. His skin, slightly darkened by the demon dragon bloodline, began to crack and shed upon contact with the pool water. revealing the vibrant red flesh beneath. Yet, almost immediately, this flesh was rejuvenated by the torrent of life force, only to be torn apart again, in an endless cycle of destruction and rebirth. And this was merely the beginning. The waters of the dragon transformation pool contained not only energy, but also a faint will emanating from the primordial ancestor of the ancient dragon. This will, supreme and sovereign over myriad dragons, instinctively sought to purge and purify the malevolence and impurities within Yuan's tumultuous demon dragon bloodline. Boom! An intangible presence of the ancient dragon seemed to roar within his sea of consciousness. The overwhelming dragon might bore down upon his will, striving to obliterate his deviant demon dragon essence and restore it to the orthodox bloodline of the ancient dragon. Defiance. Yuan bellowed inwardly, a cry of unyielding fury. He clung to a flicker of clarity deep within his consciousness as the demon dragon bloodline surged to its full potential, unleashing a fierce, chaotic, yet undeniably magnificent dark dragon might that resisted the crushing force of the ancient dragon's will. The two equally potent yet fundamentally different dragon forces engaged in a brutal tug-of-war within him. His body became the most unforgiving battlefield. His meridians shattered repeatedly under the impact of the two forces, only to be tenuously mended by the inexhaustible vitality of the dragon transformation pool, growing wider and more resilient. Yet the process was akin to being cut into 1,000 pieces. His bones creaked under the unbearable strain, intricate black-gold dragon patterns appearing. But each new formation brought with it the agonizing sensation of having his bones ground to dust and reassembled. Even more harrowing was the clash of the bloodlines themselves. The ancestral dragon power of the transformation pool sought to purify and disperse the malevolent impurities. Yet the essence of the demon dragon bloodline was born from this very malevolence and the aberration of the ancient dragon's origin. They were fundamentally incompatible. Yuan felt as though his blood was being repeatedly boiled, frozen, torn apart, and reconstituted by these two forces. The agony, stemming from the very essence of life, was enough to shatter the resolve of any weak-willed individual. Outside the pool, Elder Qingshan and several Dragon Clan warriors who had come to safeguard him could clearly observe the unfolding scene. The dark golden waters formed a massive vortex around Yuan, whose body resembled a shattered porcelain artifact, riddled with terrifying cracks as dark red blood seeped out, only to be swiftly restored by the life force contained in the water. His face contorted in anguish, teeth clenched, muscles taut, veins bulging. He was evidently enduring unimaginable torment. Even more shocking was the sight within the pool. Pure waves of dark golden radiance surged forth, representing the cleansing of the ancestral dragon's power, while deep, violent, purplish-black currents erupted, a manifestation of the demon dragon bloodline's resistance. These two forces clashed, obliterated, and intertwined, producing a deep, rumbling sound akin to a dragon's roar that reverberated throughout the valley. Such a lad. To endure this level of torment. When I was in my prime, I too nearly succumbed, remarked a burly dragon warrior of 4-star rank, awe evident in his gaze. His bloodline is indeed peculiar and powerful. It can withstand the ancient dragons to such an extent. A female dragon warrior observed, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Elder Qingshan's expression grew grave as he spoke solemnly. This moment is crucial. If he can endure, refining his bloodline with his will and merging with the essence of the ancestral dragon, his demon dragon body will undergo a qualitative leap, brimming with untapped potential. But if he falters, time crept by as Yuan languished in his agonizing ordeal, each second feeling like an eternity. Day after day, he teetered on the brink of losing consciousness, the relentless pain emanating from every fiber of his flesh and soul crashing over him like an unending tide, each wave threatening to engulf him. Yet, in those moments of despair, fleeting images of Zhou Yuan's trusting gaze, memories of battling alongside Xuan Ye and Bei, and an insatiable yearning for greater power flashed through his mind. I cannot fall here. Armed with this indomitable resolve, he repeatedly clawed his way back from the precipice of collapse, fervently channeling the demon dragon bloodline, not only resisting the purifying force of the ancestral dragon, but also beginning to actively guide and absorb the pure energy of the pool. This was an exceedingly perilous endeavor, akin to dancing upon the edge of a blade, drawing strength from the mouth of a volcano. Yet, Yuan succeeded. Under his forceful guidance, a portion of the relatively gentle essence of the ancestral dragon began to be painstakingly consumed and integrated by the demon dragon bloodline. Within the purplish-black bloodline, a glimmer of ancient, pure, dark golden luster began to intermingle. The violent aura within his bloodline did not vanish entirely. Rather, it became more restrained and profound. Akin to a fearsome blade tempered through countless trials, its surface dulling while harboring an even more terrifying destructive power. The dragon patterns upon his bones grew increasingly intricate and clear, subtly forming a complete totem of the ancient demon dragon. His reborn, resplendent meridians widened like rivers, capable of accommodating a more torrential flow of fighting spirit. The surface of his skin shimmered with an ethereal layer of dragon scales, flickering with hues of gold and black, emanating an unsettling aura of defense. On the seventh day, the energy vortex within the dragon transformation pool suddenly intensified. The pool water visibly cleared at a remarkable rate, as most of the essence contained within had been forcibly absorbed by Zhou Yuan. A roar, reminiscent of an ancient demon dragon from primordial times, erupted from the depths of the pool, piercing through layers of spatial restraints and resonating throughout the entire valley. Boom! The dark golden waters exploded with a tremendous force. A figure slowly emerged from within. Zhou Yuan. At this moment, he was worlds apart from the individual he had been 7 days prior. His stature appeared taller and more athletic, his muscular form exuding explosive power. His skin, pale yet hinting at a metallic sheen, radiated an aura of newfound strength. Once characterized by raven-black tresses, his hair now resembled pure obsidian jade, while at the tips, a flickering aura of dark golden light danced. The most striking feature, however, was his eyes. Those pupils had utterly transformed into frigid vertical slits. The left eye, profound as a purplish-black abyss, seemed capable of devouring all light and souls, while the right eye blazed with dark golden flames, embodying the ancient majesty and power of the primordial dragon clan. A terrifying, profound aura, far more formidable than before, surged forth, a confluence of the ancient dragon clan's sovereign dignity and the savage ferocity characteristic of demon dragons, akin to an awakened primeval beast rampaging unchecked. Its intensity had unmistakably escalated from the initial realm of a newly ascended Dozuan to the pinnacle of a 3-star Dozuan. Furthermore, his foundation was remarkably solid, his aura condensed like steel. Most importantly, his demon dragon bloodline, refined and amalgamated through the 7 hellish days in the dragon transformation pool, not only eradicated numerous hidden perils and became increasingly pure and domineering, but also integrated a fragment of the primordial ancient dragon clan's essence, resulting in an immeasurable enhancement of potential. Suspended in midair, Xian felt the vast, oceanic power within him, capable of shattering stars with a single blow, and the unprecedented sense of completeness and strength emanating from the depths of his bloodline, nodding in satisfaction. Outside the valley, Elder Qing Shan and the others, sensing this aura, wore expressions of both relief and astonishment. It was a success, and more perfect than anticipated. Chapter 74, Intent to Kill. In the northwest continent, 3 streaks of light streaked across the sky with astonishing speed, tearing through the clouds, yet failing to capture the attention of the ordinary warriors and common folk below. It was Gu Qingyang and Gu Yao, sent by the ancient Yuan to investigate, along with Xuan Ye, who sought to intercept an opportunity. Clad in a robe of purple and gold, Xuan Ye's countenance remained tranquil, yet his deep-set eyes seemed even more enigmatic than usual, as if brooding over something profound. Gu Qingyang exuded a steady aura, his gaze sweeping over the barren mountainous terrain below, his brow imperceptibly furrowing, seemingly harboring no fondness for the land where Sun'er had paused, resulting in trouble. Gu Yao's expression was one of cold severity, his gaze sharp as a hawk, constantly scanning the surroundings, as if searching for something, the suppressed fury within him nearly breaking free. In such a savage land, where the energy of heaven and earth is thin and the laws obscure, it's no wonder it can only breed such worthless beings. Gu Yao snorted disdainfully. The mere thought of that insect, named Xiao Yan, daring to defile the goddess of his ancient clan, ignited an uncontrollable murderous intent within him. Gu Qingyang, maintaining a semblance of calm, spoke. The clan leader has instructed us to first locate Sun'er. We must avoid unnecessary complications. Once we find her, everything will become clear. Xuan Ye did not partake in their dialogue. His mind was largely absorbed in his own perceptions and the exploration of this familiar yet foreign land. However, just as they were about to enter the core region of the Gamma Empire, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Suddenly, without warning, Xuan Ye's figure faltered in midair, his complexion turning as pale as parchment. He clutched his chest, as if an invisible blade had plunged mercilessly within, ruthlessly twisting. An indescribable agony, originating from his very soul and essence, surged through him, rendering him incapable of maintaining his flight, causing him to plummet to the ground. Xuan Ye, what is happening? Gu Qingyang and Gu Yao exclaimed in alarm, swiftly descending to support the staggering Xuan Ye. They observed a trickle of peculiar purple-golden blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, starkly different from his usual injuries. As if it contained fragments of some primordial essence and laws, exuding a disquieting aura. At that moment, his energy became exceedingly chaotic. The previously profound 3-star Btth in cultivation exhibiting violent fluctuations, as though his very foundation had been shaken. Xuan Ye, how are you? Gu Qingyang inquired urgently. Sensing the dire state of Xuan Ye, which was far beyond mere internal injuries, he hastily retrieved an ancient clan healing pill, fragrant and soothing, intending to offer it to Xuan Ye. Gu Yao, equally perplexed, eyed the purple-golden blood, feeling the overwhelming authority and current sense of decay within it. His heart filled with inexplicable shock. Given Xuan Ye's strength, what could have transpired to inflict such severe damage upon him? Xuan Ye waved his hand, declining Gu Qingyang's pill. He bore the excruciating, soul-rending pain, as if a part of his very essence had been torn asunder, slowly straightening his form, wiping away the purple-golden blood at his mouth. His complexion remained ashen, yet within his eyes, after enduring such profound anguish, a cold flame ignited, one capable of freezing souls, accompanied by an overwhelming intent to kill. The intensity of his murderous intent was so pure and potent that the temperature of the air around him plummeted, and the ground itself formed a thin layer of frost. Both Gu Qingyang and Gu Yao recoiled half a step, taken aback by this sudden, terrifying aura. It's nothing, Xuan Ye rasped, his voice rough as if metal scraping against metal, old wounds, a recurrence of sorts. He offered no further elaboration, for this was no mere old injury. This was the backlash from the demise of his origin clone. Btth, the clone, sharing a portion of his soul and life essence, had just perished. At the moment the agonizing pain struck, fragmented, blurred memories flooded into his consciousness like a dam bursting. It was a strange forest, ancient and wild. Btth's signature white gold robe lay in tatters, stained with blood, his strikingly handsome face etched with defiance and fury, as the surrounding space fractured violently, evidently having endured a brutal battle. The final image that seared into Xuan Ye's vision was that of several figures shrouded in resplendent wings, exuding an aura of unparalleled pride and ferocity. He would recognize that presence anywhere, the celestial Phoenix clan. They were the ones besieging Btth. They were the reason Btth had been driven to the brink. His clone, the one who shared his strength and memories, had been slain by the celestial Phoenix clan. An unprecedented rage and murderous intent erupted within Xuan Ye, akin to a volcano. The celestial Phoenix clan, what a formidable enemy they were. He forcibly suppressed the overwhelming urge to let his fury consume him, swallowing the purple-golden blood imbued with primordial essence, as his dragon phoenix body surged into action, striving to stabilize the violent fluctuations in his aura and restore his damaged essence. He understood that now was not the time for rage. The grudge against the celestial Phoenix clan was etched into his memory. One day they would pay 100-fold, 1,000-fold price for this transgression. Gu Qingyang and Gu Yao observed Xuan Ye, whose eyes, though striving for restraint, reflected a chilling murderous intent, as if he sought to slaughter all living beings, leaving them both perplexed. They could not believe this was merely a recurrence of an old injury. What sort of old injury could provoke such a terrifying intent to kill? Moreover, the purple-golden blood emanated an aura of profound strangeness. Xuan Ye, if anything troubles you, do not hesitate to speak, though our strength may not match yours. The name of the ancient clan holds some weight in this northwest continent. Gu Qingyang stated earnestly, his tone sincere. He genuinely regarded Xuan Ye as a friend. Gu Yao, having tempered his earlier impatience, observed Xuan Ye's pallid visage and the suppressed anger within, murmuring, "Indeed, whoever has wronged you, name them. We shall seek retribution together." Despite his previous disdain due to Sun'er, Xuan Ye's strength and character had earned his respect. Xuan Ye inhaled deeply, the frigid murderous intent gradually receding. Yet the icy fire within his gaze remained undiminished. He shook his head, his voice returning to a calm, yet metallic coldness. "I appreciate your concern. Some personal matters are not convenient to disclose for the time being. Once I have retrieved Miss Sun'er, I shall address them myself." He lifted his gaze towards the direction of the central continent beast domain, his eyes seemingly penetrating the boundless expanse of space. Let's proceed. We have pressing matters to attend to. As he spoke, he transformed into a streak of light, ascending once more. Yet his silhouette now bore an added air of solitude and an unsettling chill. Gu Qingyang and Gu Yao exchanged a glance, both perceiving the weight of concern reflected in each other's eyes. They understood that something profoundly grave must have transpired concerning Xuan Ye. However, Xuan Ye was reluctant to elaborate, and they deemed it inappropriate to inquire further. In Xuan Ye's heart, the words Heavenly Demon Phoenix Clan were indelibly etched onto a list of targets for annihilation. Chapter 75. The Resurrection of Bai Yi. At the border of the Gamma Empire, the space shimmered slightly, and three figures materialized quietly, without causing the slightest disturbance in the flow of the world's energy, demonstrating their exquisite mastery over power. Leading the trio was a man clad in a robe of purple and gold, adorned with subtle dragon and phoenix patterns that shifted with his breath, exuding an air of nobility and enigma. Indeed, it was Xuan Ye. Yet, at this moment, his complexion lacked the usual luster, and his aura was dense and restrained, betraying a hint of imperceptible frailty. Gu Qingyang, dressed in a blue robe, emanated an air of elegance, his gaze sweeping over the somewhat barren mountains and cities below, imbued with the unique scrutiny of the ancient clan and a trace of undeniable apathy. Gu Yao, in sharp black and gold attire, possessed a gaze as piercing as a hawk's, his brows knitted with an unyielding chill and hostility, resembling a volcano poised to erupt at any moment. In this minuscule expanse, could there truly exist someone capable of catching Miss Sunner's attention? Gu Yao's voice was frigid, his formidable spiritual perception enveloping the city of Wutan and its surroundings like an invisible web, meticulously searching for the soul imprint of one Xiao Yan. His tone rife with derision and irritation. Their purpose was unequivocal. They aimed not only to retrieve Sunner from the Canaan Academy for the ancient clan, but also to fulfill a directive from the clan's elders to investigate the origins of Xiao Yan thoroughly, thereby eliminating this threat to the clan's reputation. Gu Qingyang, comparatively composed, yet equally sharp in his gaze, turned to Xuan Ye. Brother Xuan Ye, it has been confirmed that Xiao Yan's last known whereabouts were in the Gamma Empire, where his family resides. We must investigate thoroughly and ascertain this child's background without fail. He paused, a hint of inquiry in his tone, uncertain of what Xuan Ye intended. Xuan Ye's gaze calmly traversed the familiar landscape below, his voice devoid of turbulence. You two may proceed to investigate Xiao Yan. I have certain personal matters to attend to at the Yunlan sect, and shall seclude myself there for a few days. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingyang and Gu Yao were not surprised. Xuan Ye's status was transcendent, not bound by the ancient clan's hierarchy, and his actions followed his own principles. Moreover, they sensed the subtle change in his aura, indicating that his journey to the Yunlan sect was likely for recovery. Then, Brother Xuan Ye, please do as you see fit. Should we receive any news regarding Xiao Yan, we shall contact you. Gu Qingyang replied, clasping his hands in respect. Gu Yao merely nodded coldly, his eyes continuing to scan the area below with the precision of an ice blade, seeking any trace that might lead to Xiao Yan. For him, the priority was to locate this waste as swiftly as possible, to make him comprehend the vast chasm between a mere ant and the nine heavens phoenix. The trio ceased further conversation, their figures shifting slightly as they parted ways. Gu Qingyang and Gu Yao transformed into two barely perceptible streaks of light, darting toward Wutan City and the areas where Xiao Yan might be concealed. Meanwhile, Xuan Ye stepped forth, merging with the void, and in the next moment, he had appeared above Yunlan Mountain. At the Yunlan sect, the towering gates stood majestic. Xuan Ye's arrival was silent, yet instantly stirred the figure atop the main peak, who had already entered the Dozone realm. Yun Yun emerged from the great hall, clad in a flowing white dress, her beauty unparalleled, radiating an aura of grandeur befitting her newfound status. Upon seeing Xuan Ye return, her lovely eyes initially sparkled with uncontainable joy, which rapidly transformed into profound concern. She keenly sensed that Xuan Ye's once unfathomable aura now bore a semblance of fragility, and beneath his purple and gold robe, he exuded an indescribable weariness. My husband? Yun Yun swiftly approached him, her tone laced with worry. You have returned, but have you encountered difficulties? Xuan Ye gazed at Yun Yun, a barely detectable softening in his eyes, and shook his head slightly. It is nothing grave, merely some exhaustion from cultivation. I require the use of the gate of life and death for a few days to recuperate. Upon hearing this, Yin Yun's heart found some solace, yet her worry persisted. Without hesitation, she nodded. The gate of life and death is a gift from the teacher. There is no need to speak of borrowing. She then personally led the way, dismissing those around them, and guided Xuan Ye to the ancient and tranquil stone hall on the rear mountain. This stone hall, along with the connected space of the gate of life and death, had been formally bestowed upon him by the Yunlan sect as a gesture of gratitude and goodwill before his last departure. No one would disturb them here. You shall not be interrupted, Yun Yun softly assured, standing outside the hall. Thank you. Xuan Ye nodded and stepped into the stone hall, his figure vanishing into the swirling entrance of spatial fluctuations. Yun Yun gazed at his disappearing silhouette, lingering for a long while, the mountain breeze rustling her skirt, a trace of unshakable concern adorning her exquisite visage. She could feel that upon his return, Xuan Ye carried an inexplicable chill and detachment, as though he had endured some monumental upheaval. Within the gate of life and death, Xuan Ye was already intimately familiar with the terrain. He did not linger in any peripheral spaces. His form darted like lightning, tearing through layers of fragile spatial membranes, racing towards the core area, which even Dozun experts found difficult to probe. The surroundings whirled past in rapid succession, desolate ruins, shattered landscapes, chaotic spatial currents, until everything converged into a profound void. At the heart of this void stood a dilapidated yet still imposing cluster of palaces, akin to a slumbering giant, quietly suspended in the ether. The ancient heavenly palace's sub-palace. Xuan Ye traversed the outer hall and directly entered the inner sanctum. The hall within was vast and desolate, save for the enormous chaotic altar at its center, emanating a faint glow. The ancient runes inscribed upon the altar were thoroughly understood by him, and it was here that he had obtained the 2 initial volumes of the ancient divine art, one Qi transforming 3 purities, capable of inciting frenzy among the continent's peak powers. It was through this method, combined with the unique properties of the Dragon Phoenix body, that he successfully condensed the 2 avatars, He Xian and Bai Yi, each possessing independent consciousness and the potential for growth. Seated cross-legged at the center of the altar, he could no longer suppress the surging blood and primal essence within him. With a sudden burst, he expelled a mouthful of blood shimmering with purple-golden radiance, which fell upon the altar and was instantly absorbed by the greedy runes, causing them to glow faintly. The complete annihilation of Bai Yi had inflicted a direct backlash upon his main body, particularly affecting the shared portion of the divine phoenix essence, destabilizing the very foundation of his dragon phoenix equilibrium. The heavenly demon phoenix clan. A cold, killing intent flickered deep within his eyes, swiftly replaced by absolute rationality. The matter of revenge would come later. The immediate priority was to restore himself and reconstruct Bai Yi. He formed intricate hand seals, the incantations profound, resonating with the runes upon the altar. The dragon phoenix body within him operated at full capacity, and the purple-golden essence surged upwards like a beacon, drawing the chaotic energies above the altar, which flowed like a liquid galaxy. Buzz! The entire altar trembled violently, all runes illuminating in succession, erupting with dazzling brilliance. The chaotic energy above, as if summoned by an emperor, madly converged towards the center of the altar, forming an enormous, slowly rotating chaotic vortex, emanating an essence primal enough to split the heavens and earth. Simultaneously, Xuan Ye focused his mind, and a faint, yet pure stream of platinum light, imbued with the essence of the divine phoenix and all of Bai Ye's memories and traits, began to drift from the ancestral point between his brows. This was the core essence that Bai Yi had forcibly traced back to him at the moment of her demise, thanks to the mystical connection of one Qi transforming 3 purities. In the crucible of chaos, with the laws as flames, the dragon and phoenix as the foundation, and the divine phoenix as the guiding force, condense. Xuan Ye's low chant resonated with the echoes of ancient Tao. Once more, he extracted 3 drops of the most exquisite, vibrant purple gold essence, brimming with overwhelming vitality, and with a deft flick of his fingers, he precisely launched them into the heart of the chaotic vortex, merging with the flickering, nearly extinguished source of the platinum divine phoenix. Immediately thereafter, his soul power, originating from the early stages of the heavenly realm, surged forth unreservedly, transforming into countless invisible threads of spiritual essence, akin to the most intricate of looms, penetrating into the chaotic whirlpool. He intended to utilize his own dragon and phoenix blood as the energy and life framework, with the chaotic essence as the molding material. the divine phoenix's source as the core blueprint, and the supreme secret art of one chi transforming into three purities as the foundation, to reconstruct the avatar of Btth. This process was fraught with peril. The chaotic essence was ferocious, containing the fractured laws that required an indomitable will to navigate and untangle. The divine phoenix's essence was delicate and needed to be handled with utmost care, ensuring that it did not completely perish in the fusion with the dragon and phoenix blood. The shaping of the soul demanded absolute precision, necessitating a flawless replication of all of Btth's traits. Time slipped away amidst the silent yet monumental rumble of energy. Under Xuan Ye's masterful manipulation, the chaotic vortex gradually became docile. The three drops of purple gold dragon and phoenix blood intertwined with the platinum divine phoenix source at the center of the vortex, evolving as a vague humanoid silhouette began to sharpen into clarity. Fair skin, a lithe form, and the signature resplendent hair, akin to condensed platinum holy light, began to manifest. Xuan Ye's complexion grew increasingly pale, his breath more feeble, as the immense drain on his soul power inflicted a sharp pain akin to needles at his brow. Yet, his gaze remained as tranquil as a deep abyss, meticulously controlling every subtle step of the reconstruction, diligently infusing Btth's residual source mark into the gradually forming avatar. Uncertain how much time had elapsed, when the final wisp of chaotic air was thoroughly absorbed, a brand new figure quietly hovered at the altar center. Clad in a robe of pure energy that shimmered with platinum hues, the figure bore a strikingly beautiful yet aloof countenance, bearing a resemblance to Xuan Ye, yet exuding an even greater sense of ethereal grace. It was Btth. At this moment, Btth's eyes were tightly shut, his aura faint as if newly born, resembling a deep slumber. Yet within him, the fluctuations of a source belonging to a Dozun powerhouse, along with the unique aura of the divine phoenix, had reignited, seemingly restored to its former combat prowess under the nurturing of the chaotic essence and dragon and phoenix blood. Xuan Ye gradually concluded his efforts. Observing the successfully reformed Btth upon the altar, his emotions restrained, only a hint of relieved calmness evident. The destruction of his avatar and its subsequent reforging was a testament to the confidence bestowed upon him by one chi transforming into three purities, albeit at a considerable cost. He consumed several precious elixirs, beginning to meditate with closed eyes, wholly focused on restoring his depleted source and soul. Within the dimly lit main hall of the celestial palace, only the chaotic air spiraled slowly, casting reflections of the two figures clad in purple and white, wherein silence concealed immense vitality and a chilling intent to kill. Once he had fully recovered, it would be time for him to emerge, for there were unfinished matters in the outside world, along with debts that must be repaid. Chapter 76, The Cause of Death. At the ancient celestial palace's subtemple, upon the chaotic altar, time passed quietly. 3 days were but a fleeting moment for this eternal ruin. In the center of the altar, the newly birthed Btth avatar, enveloped in a radiant platinum light, had stabilized his aura grand and overwhelming, having evidently regained the pinnacle of a 3-star Dozun level, even more refined and pure than before his fall, subtly brushing against the threshold of 4 stars. He slowly opened his eyes, revealing a cold and settled gaze that spoke of life and death experiences, devoid of the slightest trace of confusion from his rebirth. Xuan Ye too awakened from his profound meditation, his purple gold robe billowing without wind, his depleted source having recovered significantly, his complexion returning to a healthy hue, and his aura deep as the ocean. He gazed calmly at Btth, devoid of words, as a strand of divine thought was transmitted. Inquiring about the cause of his fall, Btth received the essence of his original's intent, and within his cold platinum eyes surged a torrent of complex emotions, an overwhelming fury, a searing hatred, and a resolute defiance against the brink of despair. He did not respond verbally. Instead, he slowly raised his right hand, emitting a white gold halo of spiritual light from his fingertip, which gently touched his brow. In that instant, a soul imprint carrying the last memories and intense emotions surged into Xuan Ye's consciousness like a burst dam. Time seemed to rewind to a month prior, to the ancient domain belonging to the Celestial Phoenix clan, rife with pride and primal energy. Consciousness gradually detached from the boundless darkness and excruciating pain. Btth found himself reclined upon a jade bed, crafted from some warm phoenix feathers, situated within an exceedingly opulent palace, suffused with rich fire attribute energy and a faint aura of phoenix majesty. His injuries seemed to have stabilized initially, no longer worsening, yet his inner energy remained utterly depleted, and his soul felt profoundly weak. "You have awakened?" A voice, both cool and tinged with curiosity, resonated. Btth turned to see a woman in a colorful gown standing at the palace entrance. It was Feng Qinger. Her beauty was striking, her figure graceful, and she regarded him with a gaze of scrutiny and exploration. "Did you save me?" Btth's voice was hoarse, edged with caution. He sensed a bloodline power flowing within her that was of the same origin as his, albeit seemingly a tier lower. "It was I who brought you back to the clan." Feng Qinger stepped into the hall, her eyes fixed on Btth, unable to conceal her astonishment and curiosity. "Who exactly are you? Why were you so gravely injured, abandoned in the outside world, and the bloodline within you?" She paused, her tone laced with disbelief and reverence. "It seems to be even more ancient and powerful than our purest royal bloodline." Btth remained silent, secretly circulating his techniques to hasten his recovery. In the following days, he resided within this magnificent palace. Although his movements were restricted, the Celestial Phoenix clan did not treat him harshly. Rather, they provided him with numerous precious healing elixirs and rare, celestial treasures imbued with pure Phoenix energy. Clearly, they held immense interest in his mysterious and powerful divine Phoenix bloodline. During this time, several elders, exuding formidable auras and surrounded by resplendent Phoenix flames, came to investigate him. Leading them were three strikingly beautiful yet sharp-eyed female elders, the triumvirate of the Celestial Phoenix clan, Tian Yao, Feng Huang, and Kuan Huang. Their strength was undoubtedly at the Dosheng level. As they meticulously examined the pure and domineering divine Phoenix bloodline within Btth, their eyes erupted with uncontrollable greed and astonishment. Incredible! The purity of this child's bloodline and the vast potential it holds are not in the slightest inferior to the legendary ancient Celestial Phoenix. If we can grasp the secrets of his bloodline, it may allow our clan's bloodline to undergo a transformation, restoring our ancient glory. We must keep him. We must exhaust our resources to ensure he remains, for he is the hope of our clan's resurgence. The triumvirate of the Celestial Phoenix soon reached a consensus, their attitude towards Btth becoming increasingly amicable, showering him with various resources and even promising a position as an elder, simply to secure his willingness to stay within the Celestial Phoenix clan. Btth's injuries healed rapidly under the accumulation of such resources. Yet he maintained utmost vigilance in his heart, aware that what these old schemers coveted was solely his bloodline. However, as the saying goes, when a tree wishes for tranquility, the wind does not cease. Just as Btth's injuries had nearly healed and his strength had returned to the 2-star Dozun level, while secretly plotting his escape, an indescribable terror, as if the entire firmament were collapsing, suddenly enveloped the entire palace. This pressure bore the supreme aura of a sovereign, domineering, scorching, filled with absolute dominion. Under this pressure, even the formidable Tian Yao trio turned pale, bowing their heads in submission. The space within the palace was utterly frozen, and Btth felt as if he were an insect trapped in amber, finding it excruciatingly difficult even to move a single finger. A figure appeared silently within the palace, clad in golden robes adorned with a resplendent 9-colored phoenix poised for flight. He appeared to be of middle age, yet his gaze was as cold and deep as a 1,000-year-old frozen lake, devoid of any emotion. Merely standing there, he seemed to embody the very center of this realm, the sovereign of myriad phoenixes. This individual was none other than Huang Tian, the patriarch of the Celestial Demon Phoenix clan, a pinnacle powerhouse at the 5-star Do Saint level. Huang Tian's gaze pierced through Btth like two tangible heavenly blades, as if he sought to see through him entirely. In that gaze, there was neither the greed nor desire of the 3 demon phoenixes, but rather a pure indifference, akin to appraising an object, alongside an unmistakable possessiveness. Indeed, it was a bloodline as pure as the ancient phoenixes. Huang Tian slowly spoke, his voice plain yet imbued with the gravitas of life and death. "Regrettably, those not of our kin must harbor different intentions." His eyes shifted to the bowed 3 demon phoenixes nearby, his tone leaving no room for debate. "This child's bloodline would be a tremendous boon for my son, the 9 Phoenix. Refining his bloodline's essence may lead to a transformation, allowing the 9 Phoenix bloodline to surpass my own." The expression of the Phoenix elder shifted slightly, exclaiming urgently, "Patriarch, this child's bloodline is rare. If we could subdue him, it would greatly benefit our clan in the long run." No need for further discourse. Huang Tian interrupted coldly, his eyes devoid of warmth. An external bloodline, no matter how powerful, remains a potential threat. Only through complete refinement and integration into my son's being can we ensure the correct path. His gaze once more fixed upon Bai Yi, now viewing him as either a corpse or a rare elixir. A deep sense of foreboding enveloped Bai Yi, as an unprecedented shadow of death loomed over him. He had not anticipated the ruthlessness and decisiveness of the patriarch of the celestial demon phoenix clan, who offered no chance of reprieve and sought to strip him of his bloodline. You wish to refine me? In your dreams. Bai Yi roared, the Dou Qi and divine phoenix bloodline within him erupting explosively. The brilliant golden flames soared skyward, striving to break free from the shackles of that space. He understood that against a 5-star Dou Saint, he had no hope of victory, not even the luxury of escape. Yet he would never resign himself to a fate of slaughter. Do you dare to contend with the brilliance of the full moon, you mere ant? Huang Tian's expression remained apathetic, and he did not even lift a finger, merely stirring his thoughts. Boom! The terrifying pressure enveloping the palace surged tenfold. The golden flames Bai Yi unleashed were instantly suppressed back into his body, as if struck by an invisible giant mountain. He spat a mouthful of blood, his injuries exacerbated, and his meridians shattered in multiple places. This was an absolute suppression of realm. Before a 5-star Dou Saint, he was no different from an insignificant insect. Take him away, Huang Tian ordered indifferently, turning to leave. 2 fierce elder Dou Saints of the celestial demon phoenix clan stepped forward to seize Bai Yi. In this moment of despair, a glint of madness and resolve flickered in Bai Yi's eyes. He fixed his gaze upon Huang Tian's indifferent back, the connection to his true self, Xuan Ye, and the essence of his being igniting to its zenith, transmitting the current scene and his boundless hatred. Concurrently, the still recovering divine phoenix bloodline within him, along with all his Dou Qi and soul energy, began to operate in a destructive manner, compressing itself. A surge of violent energy, potent enough to alter the heavens and earth, rapidly brewed within him. Just as Huang Tian was about to step out of the palace, he halted abruptly and turned, a flicker of surprise appearing in his eyes. You wish to self-destruct? He flicked his fingers, sending forth a meticulously condensed 9-colored phoenix feather, attempting to interrupt Bai Yi's self-detonation. However, it was too late. Bai Yi watched as the feather shot toward him, gazing at Huang Tian's still indifferent face, a mocking and resentful smile blossoming upon his handsome visage. He summoned his final reserves of strength, unleashing a roar that reverberated throughout the celestial demon phoenix clan stronghold. Imbued with indomitable will and a tempest of curses, Huang Tian, you old dog. Today, you bully me and seek to refine my bloodline. When I, the true self, arrive, it shall be the day your lineage is utterly annihilated. Boom! In the next moment, an indescribable destructive energy erupted centered around Bai Yi. The golden light engulfed everything, and a terrifying energy storm instantaneously swept through the entire palace, reducing it to rubble. The space shattered inch by inch, revealing the pitch-black void behind it. The 2 elder Dou Saints who had approached were the first to be caught in the explosion, sent flying and spitting blood, grievously injured. Even Huang Tian was shaken by this sudden detonation, containing the essence of the divine phoenix and all the energy of a Dou Saint, his figure swaying slightly. A corner of his robe torn, and for the first time, a look of astonished anger crossed his face. He had not expected that this seemingly weak Dou Zun would possess such a fierce resolve, with the self-detonation's power far exceeding his realm, even containing a hint of something that sent a shiver down his spine. True self. Could it be that this child is merely a fragment of his being? If even a fragment possesses such terrifying bloodline power, how fearsome must the true self be? It's almost unimaginable. As the golden light of destruction slowly dissipated, only a vast black hole remained, along with the last lingering trace of Bai Yi's bloodline essence permeating the air. Bai Yi had perished both body and soul, save for a core essence that, through the mystical One Qi transforming 3 purities, transcended endless space and returned to Xuan Ye's being. On the chaos altar, Xuan Ye gradually opened his eyes, his purple-gold irises concealing millennia-old frozen ice and the wrath capable of incinerating the starry sea. The final echoes of Bai Yi's despair, anger, and resolute self-detonation were imprinted indelibly upon his soul. He raised his hand, a wisp of golden divine phoenix flame quietly burning at his fingertips. The last mark left by Bai Yi, a beacon of vengeance directed toward the celestial demon phoenix clan and Huang Tian. Huang Tian, celestial demon phoenix clan. Xuan Ye murmured softly, his voice calm, yet laced with a chill that froze the surrounding chaotic air. Very well. Chapter 77, Departure. In the ancient celestial palace's subtemple, the tide of murderous intent receded, yet the coldness within Xuan Ye's purple-gold eyes crystallized into an everlasting ice. Huang Tian, the pinnacle of the five-star Dou Saint, the master of the celestial demon phoenix clan residing in the distant beast domain, was not a presence he could confront head-on at this stage. Impulsiveness is the roar of the incapable. True vengeance demands absolute rationality and a power capable of crushing all. The celestial demon phoenix clan, Huang Tian, Xuan Ye repeated these two names softly, his voice eerily calm. Very well, I shall remember this generous gift. He swiftly suppressed the surging murderous intent, his thoughts beginning to operate like the most precise of instruments. Elevating his strength was the only core objective at present. With a thought, he utilized the source connection of one Qi, transforming 3 purities to transmit a message to the distant Black Xian on the ancient Void Dragon Island, instructing him to focus on his cultivation on East Dragon Island, leveraging the resources of the ancient dragon clan to enhance the dragon bloodline as much as possible, and not to converge for the time being. At the same time, he looked at Bai Yi, whose essence had stabilized at the pinnacle of the white gold Dou Zoom beside him, and commanded, "You will remain here." Utilizing the residual chaotic energy and ancient laws of this celestial palace to solidify your cultivation, safeguarding this place. Do not venture out unless summoned. Bai Yi nodded slightly, his cold visage betraying no emotion, as though the painful experiences of his recent fall had not stirred any significant emotional upheaval within him. He was, after all, a fragment of Xuan Ye, with the execution of his true self as well as his highest principle. Having arranged the whereabouts of his 2 fragments, Xuan Ye's gaze turned toward a certain direction in the void. The entity must spring into action to seize those opportunities that have long been marked, yet remain unclaimed due to various reasons. In his mind, 3 critical locations and objectives vividly materialize. The Black Corner region. There lies the heavenly demon puppet refinement technique in the possession of the sinister old ghost of the Demon Flame Valley. The remnant map of the purifying lotus demon fire lost to time, and the Bodhi essence from the ancient Bodhi tree. Each of these treasures is sufficient to stir the hearts of a Dozun or even a Doshang. The Black Corner region beckons. It is time to pay a visit. With a flicker of his form, Xuan Ye's purple gold robes traced a radiant arc through the air, and he vanished alone into the ancient ruins. The flames of vengeance were forcibly transformed into an absolute calmness in pursuit of power. Meanwhile, Gu Qingyang and Gu Yao had already arrived at their primary destination, Wutan City. However, upon entering this border town, which should have been bustling with life, they were instead met with a chilling silence and an overwhelming stench of blood. The residents of the Xiao family had been reduced to a shocking wasteland of charred earth. Suspended above the ruins, the two observed the remnants below, the shattered walls and the traces of what were once towering heaps of corpses, now barely discernible through the hasty cleanup. Their brows furrowed in concern. The aura of the Soul Hall was intensely palpable, and not just from one source. Gu Qingyang spoke in aggraviton, his fingertips swirling with a trace of nearly imperceptible black energy residue, whose cold, corrosive nature was unmistakably a hallmark of the Soul Hall. A massacre had indeed transpired here, executed by the hands of the Soul Hall itself. Gu Yao's gaze swept coldly over the ruins, his consciousness meticulously probing every inch of the ground. It was undoubtedly the handiwork of the Soul Hall's minions. But why would they mobilize for the annihilation of the Xiao family, a mere ant-like clan with only a Dome Master as its strongest member? This remained his greatest conundrum. While the Soul Hall was known for its ruthless methods, it typically had clear objectives, targeting powerful factions or collecting souls. A family like the Xiao, which appeared as mere dust in the eyes of the ancient clans, should not have drawn the Soul Hall's attention at all. Gu Qingyang's expression mirrored his contemplation. Indeed, something was amiss. The Soul Hall would not act without reason. The Xiao family likely harbored secrets unknown to us. He attentively sensed the residual energy fluctuations in the air, attempting to uncover more clues. And it appeared that the Soul Hall was searching for something or confirming a particular matter. Unbeknownst to them, this seemingly inconspicuous Xiao family was one of the ancient 8 clans, once standing alongside the ancient and Soul clans as descendants of the Xiao lineage. Their family secret pertained to the ancient imperial jade of Tuasha, which was the true reason the Soul Hall had intervened. What secrets could they possibly have? A family reduced to nothingness. Gu Yao scoffed, showing no concern for the Xiao family's demise, even finding a sense of relief in it. His only frustration was the inability to kill Xiao Yan himself. That Xiao Yan was quite fortunate to be absent from the clan, thus escaping a calamity. Finding no further clues, Gu Qingyang declared, "This place holds no value. Since Xiao Yan is not in Wutan City, he must have fled elsewhere. Given his acquaintance with Xuan Ye, the Canaan Academy may serve as a destination." Canaan Academy? A glint of cold light flashed in Gu Yao's eyes. "Perfect. Let us head to Canaan Academy. I wish to see what emboldens that fool to approach Xuan Ye." They lingered no longer, transforming into streaks of light as they sped towards the direction of Canaan Academy. Little did they know, a storm regarding the relationship between Xiao Yan and Xuan Ye had already begun to brew within the ancient clans. And the seed of this tempest had been inadvertently sown by Xuan Ye, who had just parted from them. Amidst the vast mountains and forests, a shadowy figure raced forward at an almost exhausting pace, slightly unsteady, yet imbued with an indomitable tenacity. It was Xiao Yan. His complexion was ashen, bloodshot eyes betraying the fatigue of countless days of travel, compounded by the immense grief and hatred stemming from his family's tragic fate. The haunting images of the mountain of corpses and ocean of blood at the Xiao family estate loomed over him like a nightmare. "Master, how much longer until we reach Canaan Academy?" Xiao Yan's voice was hoarse and dry, tinged with a barely perceptible longing. The ethereal form of Yao Chen emerged from the bone flame ring on his finger, his spectral visage marked by gravity and concern. "Patience, my boy. At this pace, we shall reach the outskirts of Canaan Academy in 7 or 8 days. However, your current state is far from ideal. Your mind and spirit are severely depleted. Even if you reach the academy, how will you face her? How will you seek the fallen heart flame?" At these words, Xiao Yan hesitated momentarily, his speed diminishing slightly. He clenched his fists, nails digging deeply into his palms, the sharp pain momentarily clarifying his chaotic thoughts. "I understand, master." He inhaled deeply, striving to quell the tumult of his blood and qi. But whenever he closed his eyes, he saw his father, his kin, and the minions of the Soul Hall. His voice trembled with suppressed sobs and anger. Yao Chen sighed, his tones softening somewhat. "Hatred can be a driving force, but do not let it consume your reason. Though Xiao Zhan's whereabouts are unknown, the Soul Hall, having captured him rather than killing him on the spot, must have ulterior motives. He is likely not in immediate danger. What you must focus on now is survival and becoming stronger." He paused, his voice taking on a guiding note. "Think of Canaan Academy. Think of the little girl who has always awaited your return." At the mention of that little girl, a faint yet genuine light sparkled in Xiao Yan's eyes. Xuan Ye, the girl who had grown up alongside him, who remained steadfast by his side even during his darkest days, was as serene and beautiful as a blue lotus. Her smile and tenderness were the most precious solace in his bleak childhood and adolescence. "Xuan Ye," Xiao Yan murmured, her exquisite visage and eyes as clear as autumn waters flooding his mind, a warm current flowing through his heart, momentarily dispelling the chilling cold. "Is she faring well at the academy? It has been so long without news. She must be worried." Yao Chen observed the glimmer of youthful hope and softness in his disciple's eyes, feeling somewhat reassured, and continued, "That girl comes from a remarkable background. She will be fine at Canaan Academy. But you, in such a wretched state, going to see her will only cause her unnecessary worry. Listen to your master. Regain your composure. Once at the academy, find a place to rest, gather information before proceeding." Moreover, Yao Chen's tone turned serious. "The fallen heart flame is a rare heavenly fire, immensely powerful, and serves as an accelerator for cultivation. You must obtain it. This is not only for vengeance against the Soul Hall, but also to one day truly deserve to stand by her side." These last words struck Xiao Yan's heart like a hammer. He recalled Xuan Ye's mysterious and formidable background, though the specifics were unknown. He sensed it far surpassed the Xiao family's. The immense pressure and motivation surged within him as he thought of his current strength, merely that of a dome master. "I understand, master." Xiao Yan's gaze regained its determination. For his father, for the Xiao family, and for Xuan Ye, he declared, "I must grow stronger. The fallen heart flame, I will surely acquire it." A renewed surge of power seemed to awaken within him, and his speed subtly quickened. Yao Chen regarded his revitalized disciple with a hint of satisfaction on his ethereal face, turning his gaze towards the direction of Canaan Academy. In his soul perception, he faintly sensed an unusual oppressive aura, as if a storm was quietly brewing. He silently mused, "I hope everything goes smoothly. That girl's identity seems to be a considerable trouble." The master and disciple exchanged no further words, their figures dashing through the forest. racing towards the destination that promised both hope and hidden risks, Canaan Academy. Xiao Yan, harboring a fervent desire for reunion and an unwavering resolve to grow stronger, remained blissfully unaware of the tremendous upheaval quietly brewing in the wake of his actions, instigated by the continent's foremost powers. Chapter 78. A Reunion with Medusa. Above the desolate mountains at the border of the Gamma Empire, the air shimmered slightly as a figure clad in purple and gold materialized. Xuan Ye, poised to venture into the Black Corner region. He was about to tear through the fabric of space for a long-distance traversal when, suddenly, a thought struck him, and his gaze fell upon a mist-shrouded mountain peak below. Almost simultaneously, a vibrant rainbow light shot skyward from the mountain summit, carrying an air of regal magnificence intertwined with a primal ferocity and authority, halting just short of Xuan Ye. As the luminescence dissipated, it revealed a stunning figure capable of eclipsing all else. Dressed in a robe of iridescent scales that accentuated her breathtaking curves, her flowing azure hair cascaded like a waterfall. Her visage, a blend of allure and nobility, radiated charm and authority, with a pair of pale violet eyes that sparkled like the world's most exquisite gems, now reflecting a hint of undeniable astonishment as they fixed upon Xuan Ye. It was none other than Queen Medusa of the Serpent People. Xuan Ye, is it truly you? Medusa's lips parted slightly, her voice retaining its unique allure, though the astonishment in her tone was unmistakable. Her perceptive nature allowed her to detect the profound change in Xuan Ye's aura almost instantaneously, one that transcended the Dozone realm and resonated harmoniously with the very fabric of space. Vast and inscrutable, a pressure as deep as an abyss. A Dozone, and not merely an entry-level Dozone. The refinement and depth of his aura evoked a stirring sensation deep within her soul, rendering even her own status as a 7-star Dozone insignificant. How much time has passed? A storm of emotions surged within Medusa. Through her fortuitous merger with the soul of the 7-colored, devouring python and relentless cultivation, she had barely reached the 7-star Dozone, believing she had narrowed the gap, only to discover that he had soared to heights she still needed to look up to. However, this astonishment was fleeting. Contemplating Xuan Ye's unfathomable background, his terrifying talent, and that enigmatic flame, his ascendance to Dozone seemed almost inevitable. As this realization dawned, Medusa's gaze shifted to Xuan Ye, revealing not only shock but also a complex array of sentiments that she herself had yet to fully comprehend. It was an innate admiration for strength, a gratitude for his past assistance, and perhaps a hint of something more profound, an inexplicable curiosity and attraction toward this mysterious and formidable man that belonged solely to her. Queen Medusa, Your Majesty, it is good to see you well. Xuan Ye regarded the stunning queen before him with calm eyes, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his lips. He truly held a deep appreciation for Medusa, drawn not only by her unparalleled beauty, but also by her indomitable spirit and pride. In his heart, she indeed had the merit to be his woman. I am well. Medusa swiftly reined in her exposed emotions, restoring her regal, aloof demeanor, though the flicker in her eyes betrayed her inner turbulence. And you, congratulations on advancing to the realm of Dozone. Her tone was sincere, laced with a barely perceptible hint of emotion. A fortunate breakthrough, Xuan Ye replied casually, his gaze sweeping over Medusa. What brings you here, my queen? With a delicate gesture, Medusa brushed a strand of azure hair from her forehead, an innocent movement imbued with captivating charm. She lifted her entrancing violet eyes to meet Xuan Ye's gaze. I have just emerged from seclusion, eager to explore and seek further possibilities. Upon sensing a familiar aura, I came to investigate, and indeed, it is you. Pausing momentarily, she casually inquired, where are you headed on this journey? To the Black Corner region. Xuan Ye did not conceal his destination. The Black Corner region? Medusa arched an eyebrow, the area being well known to her. An infamous lawless territory in the northwest corner of the continent, rife with chaos and opportunity. It was a place where danger and fortune coexisted, indeed suitable for honing skills and seeking chance. After a moment's contemplation, she suddenly lifted her gaze to Xuan Ye, her expression exuding her typical assertiveness, yet tinged with a subtle hint of testing and unrecognized anticipation. Coincidentally, I am also without a destination. Since our paths align, why not travel together? At her words, Medusa felt a stir within herself. She had always preferred solitude. She had never actively invited anyone to accompany her. Yet, in the presence of Xuan Ye, It had slipped from her lips so naturally. Perhaps it was the instinctive assurance of safety in the company of a strong ally. Or perhaps a desire to observe this enigmatic man more closely, or simply an earnest wish to spend more time with him. Upon hearing her proposal, Xuan Ye regarded Medusa's exquisite visage and the complex emotions swirling within her violet eyes, feeling a subtle shift in his heart. He had always harbored interest in Medusa, and now, with her invitation, he saw no reason to refuse. To journey alongside a queen was indeed an honor for him. Xuan Ye smiled gently, though subtle. The warmth of his expression enlivened his already striking features, causing Medusa's heart to skip a beat. Then let us set forth. Medusa suppressed the peculiar feelings welling within her, feigning calmness as she nodded. The seven-colored radiance enveloped her form, preparing to depart. Wait, Xuan Ye interjected, and as Medusa cast a puzzled glance his way, he waved his sleeve lightly. Instantly, the space around them rippled like water, a soft yet irresistible force enveloping Medusa. In the blink of an eye, she felt the scenery before her blur and elongate, as if traversing an unseen corridor. The mountains and rivers around them racing backward at an unfathomable speed. In an instant, when she regained her balance and fixed her gaze, she was astounded to find that the Gamma Empire's border mountains had transformed into a distant, indistinct black line on the horizon. Is this the spatial traversal of a Zhou Yuan? Medusa's heart trembled once more, although she was aware that Zhou Yuan could manipulate space. Experiencing such a near-instantaneous movement firsthand, feeling the immense power that could alter the very world with a mere gesture, was far more impactful than simply sensing an aura. She instinctively glanced at Xuan Ye, whose expression remained unperturbed, as if he had merely performed a trivial task. For the first time, she clearly recognized the chasm of strength that lay between them, akin to a vast gulf. Yet simultaneously, an unusual sense of security began to blossom within her. With him by her side, the Black Corner region, once rumored to be fraught with peril, no longer seemed so daunting. The power of a Zhou Yuan is indeed extraordinary. Medusa inhaled deeply, quelling the tumultuous emotions within her, her tone imbued with a complex admiration. Merely a trivial skill. Once the queen steps into this realm, mastery will come naturally. Xuan Ye replied calmly, revealing no trace of arrogance despite the disparity in their powers. This demeanor warmed Medusa's heart slightly. Side by side, they soared toward the Black Corner region at a leisurely pace. Though Xuan Ye could have continually transported them through space for a quicker arrival, he seemed to prefer a speed that suited Medusa. The journey stretched long, and their conversation was sparse. Xuan Ye was not naturally loquacious, and Medusa maintained the dignified reserve of a queen. Yet the occasional exchange of glances and unspoken understanding rendered the voyage far from mundane. Medusa would occasionally inquire about insights regarding the Zhou Yuan realm, while Xuan Ye would provide succinct guidance, each remark illuminating her understanding and deepening her trust and reliance upon him. Meanwhile, Xuan Ye quietly admired the breathtaking scenery that was Medusa, ever so captivating at his side. The mountain breeze stirred the inky locks of Medusa, her colorful scaled robes elegantly tracing breathtaking curves, while her profile under the light appeared increasingly exquisite and enchanting. The notion of subduing her within his heart grew ever clearer. They had arrived. Time seemed to slip away, and, at last, the calm voice of Xuan Ye broke the silence. Medusa lifted her gaze, and before her lay an endless expanse shrouded in a faint, gray-black mist of energy. The air began to fill with a peculiar scent of chaos, bloodshed, and yet a vibrant pulse of life. The Blackhorn domain had been reached. Medusa's eyes narrowed slightly, and the aura of a queen naturally emanated from her, with multicolored battle energy flickering around her. She glanced at Xuan Ye beside her, only to find him maintaining a demeanor of effortless tranquility, as if they were not about to step into a notorious land of turmoil, but rather his own garden. Let us proceed. Xuan Ye cast a glance her way, leading the way toward the gray-black territory. Without a moment's hesitation, Medusa followed closely, walking alongside him. Observing Xuan Ye's tall and mysterious silhouette, her initial curiosity and admiration seemed to quietly settle, transforming into something deeper after this shared journey. This venture into the Blackhorn domain, perhaps, was not merely a quest for opportunity. Chapter 79, The Eight Doors. The sky over the Blackhorn domain was perpetually veiled in a thin layer of blood-red and gray mist, with the air saturated by chaos, bloodshed, and a nearly tangible greed. The headquarters of the Eight Doors, a massive structure built from black iron and colossal stones, loomed like a ferocious beast, exuding an oppressive aura. The square in front was paved with immense black stones, hard and cold, serving as the arena for the 8 doors to display their might and deal with adversaries. Though bloodstains were often cleaned, the dark red that seeped into the stones could never be erased. In the square, dozens of elite disciples of the 8 doors were engaged in their daily drills and vigilance under the guidance of several elder-level Do Kings. The brilliance of battle energy flashed intermittently, accompanied by shouts that echoed in organized harmony, creating an atmosphere both formidable and intense. In a place like the Blackhorn Domain, to hold a position of power and operate a vast auction house was no small feat. The leader of the 8 doors, Xuan Ye, a 2-star Do Emperor, was a figure of considerable strength in this region, instilling fear in most. However, at this moment, all training and shouts came to an abrupt halt. Above, the once roiling gray-black energy mist was torn asunder by an invisible hand, revealing a dazzling stream of purple-gold light accompanied by a slightly resplendent rainbow glow, descending unceremoniously upon the headquarters of the 8 doors. There were no violent fluctuations of space, nor the howling of wind. It simply appeared, as if a deity had stepped into the mortal realm, quietly hovering above. As the radiance dimmed, 2 figures emerged. At the forefront stood a figure clad in a purple-gold robe, adorned with dragon and phoenix patterns that seemed to flow naturally, exuding an air of nobility and mystery. His features were strikingly handsome, with jet-black hair cascading freely, and his deep-set eyes surveyed the scene below with a calm authority, akin to a king surveying his dominion. He did not consciously project a terrifying aura, yet merely standing there caused the surrounding space to subtly warp, as if the very fabric of the world struggled to accommodate his presence. The light around him appeared dimmer, shrinking in his vicinity. Slightly behind him was a woman draped in a robe of colorful scales. Her beauty was breathtakingly exquisite, imbued with an unassailable nobility and majesty. Her lavender eyes sparkled like the rarest gems, exuding countless charms, yet their coldness deterred any from gazing too directly. Her figure, accentuated by the robe, outlined breathtaking curves, and a formidable aura of a Do Zong radiated subtly from her, with a flickering halo of colors. It was none other than Xuan Ye and Queen Medusa. Their arrival instantly drained all sound from Square. The invisible pressure that overshadowed all beings crashed down like a towering mountain upon the hearts and souls of every individual present. Those once brimming with bravado among the 8 doors disciples found it increasingly difficult to breathe, their faces turning pale as the battle energy within them froze, becoming stagnant. Several elder Do Kings were equally struck with terror, their bodies trembling uncontrollably, feeling as if they were a fragile boat amidst a tempest, on the verge of being crushed by this intangible force. Stand upon the void. A slightly more knowledgeable elder quivered, his voice laden with boundless fear. No aura was needed to be released. Merely standing in that posture of treading upon the void spoke volumes. This was a Do Zong. Moreover, the youth in the purple-gold robe appeared even more composed, as if he were one with the very space itself. His strength was unfathomable. Just then, a voice resonated from deep within the headquarters, laced with fury. Who dares to trespass upon my 8 doors? Have you grown weary of life? A figure clad in black surged forth, embodying an overwhelming Do Emperor's presence, soaring like a black lightning bolt toward the square. The newcomer, robed in black, bore a sinister countenance and sharp, eagle-like eyes, none other than Xuan Ye, the leader of the 8 doors. He had been occupied with affairs when he sensed 2 formidable auras descending upon the headquarters without restraint, stirring a mixture of shock and anger within him. In this Blackhorn domain, apart from a handful of top forces, who would dare to show such blatant disrespect to the 8 doors? He had to appear immediately, employing a thunderous display to intimidate the intruders and uphold the dignity of the 8 doors. However, as he charged into the air, his gaze was immediately drawn to the unparalleled beauty beside Xuan Ye. That face was more enchanting than any woman he had ever encountered, and that figure could sway the hearts of any man. A flash of fiery greed flickered in Xuan Ye's eyes, contemplating the possibility of possessing such a celestial being. Yet, as this thought took shape, it was abruptly doused by a chilling realization. His gaze fell upon the figure in the purple-gold robe, locking onto those calm eyes that seemed to harbor the essence of the universe. More importantly, he noticed the feet of the figure, casually treading upon the void, not propelled by battle energy, nor aided by any magical beast or artifact. This was a true mastery of standing upon emptiness. Xuan Ye's mind reeled as if thunder had struck within. His expression of rage froze, shattering like porcelain, replaced by sheer astonishment and disbelief. His heart felt as if gripped by a cold hand, threatening to cease its rhythm. A dozone? No. To so effortlessly blend with the very fabric of space, this posture was far more terrifying than an ordinary dozone. An uncontainable thought struck his soul with dread. Could it be a dozone? As Xuan Ye's consciousness trembled, nearly causing him to plummet from the sky. Xuan Ye's placid voice, devoid of any ripple, began to resonate clearly in the ears of all present, as if echoing directly within their souls. I have come solely for 2 items, the unnamed incomplete map that you will auction and the 3,000 thunder movement technique. His tone, though soft, bore an undeniable authority, suggesting that what he requested must be granted, with no alternative. In the moment that phrase, this esteemed one, escaped his lips, boom, it was as if a celestial thunderbolt had struck the square, leaving every individual present in shock. This esteemed one, he referred to himself as a true dozun. My heavens, how could this existence have descended upon our Black Corner region? It is over. Just a moment ago, those disciples and elders of the 8 gates have now lost all semblance of hope, their faces ashen and their legs trembling. The sound of bodies collapsing echoes through the air, unable to withstand the invisible pressure and the terror within. They knelt in droves. Each pair of eyes brimmed with boundless dread and horror, their bodies shaking like leaves in a storm. A dozun, such a legendary figure, capable of establishing a sect in the central continent and standing at the pinnacle among the continent's strongest. How could they appear in the Black Corner region? In their 8 gates, Xuan Ye was the first to bear the brunt. Upon hearing the term true body, darkness enveloped his vision, and he nearly fainted. Cold sweat cascaded from his forehead and back, instantly soaking his robes. He struggled to swallow, his throat parched and pained. He suddenly recalled the fervent gaze he had cast upon the woman in the colorful dress, and his heart sank. He dared to harbor impure thoughts towards the woman of a dozun. Xuan Ye's spirit plummeted, a chill surging from his very soles to the crown of his head. He wished he could instantly blind himself. Such thoughts could condemn him to 1,000 deaths. He could even sense the icy disdain flickering in the exquisite woman's lavender eyes, plunging him into an abyss of despair. Forgive me, esteemed senior. I am but a humble junior, blind to your presence, and have acted with great offense. Please have mercy. Xuan Ye's voice trembled violently, nearly breaking into sobs. He could no longer maintain the dignity of a sect leader, deeply bowing mid-air, his head nearly touching his chest, adopting a posture of utter humility. I shall fetch it immediately. I will bring it for you, esteemed senior. At this moment, his only thought was to fulfill every request of this dozun, praying to preserve his life and the foundation of the 8 gates. Whatever remnants of maps or the 3,000 thunder movements were mere trifles in the presence of such a being. Xuan Ye merely regarded him with a calm gaze, remaining silent. Yet, the weight of that silence bore down upon Xuan Ye more heavily than any reprimand. Like a man ignited by flames, he whirled around, shouting to the trembling elders below, "Quick, to the treasury. Bring forth that ancient map and the scroll of 3,000 thunder movements. Hurry!" At the fastest speed, his voice, twisted by sheer terror, became high-pitched. An elder scrambled towards the depths of the headquarters. The wait was not long, but for Xuan Ye and all members of the 8 gates, each second felt like an eternity. The square was engulfed in silence, save for the heavy, oppressive sounds of ragged breathing. Soon, the elder returned, cradling a jade plate in both hands, staggering as he flew back. Upon the jade plate lay a seemingly ancient, uniquely textured, tattered leather map, alongside a scroll crackling with silver lightning. Xuan Ye practically snatched the jade plate, lifting it high with both hands, respectfully presenting it to Xuan Ye, his voice still quaking. "Esteemed senior, the items you requested are here. Please have a look." Xuan Ye's gaze swept over it, a flicker of spiritual force probing to confirm its authenticity. With a mere wave of his sleeve, the remnants of the map and the scroll vanished from sight. Seeing Xuan Ye accept the items, Xuan Ye felt a slight relief but dared not lift his head. At that moment, Xuan Ye flicked his finger, and a stream of light shot towards Xuan Ye. Instinctively, he caught it, feeling its warm touch, a powerful medicinal force subtly emanating from it. Upon closer inspection, it was a pill the size of a longan, perfectly round, shimmering with a noble dark gold hue, adorned with naturally formed mystical patterns, exuding a fragrance that invigorated the spirit. This is, as the leader of the 8 gates, Xuan Ye was well-versed and vaguely guessed its significance. His voice trembling once more, though this time from overwhelming excitement. The Emperor's ultimate pill. Consider it your reward. Xuan Ye's tone remained unperturbed. The Emperor's ultimate pill. A pinnacle 6th grade pill capable of elevating a Dou Huang strength by 1 or 2 stars. For Xuan Ye, who had been stagnating at the 2-star Dou Huang level for years, this was akin to a life-saving boon. Xuan Ye was utterly dazed, a surge of elation crashing upon his heart. He had originally sought merely to preserve his life, never expecting to receive such a precious reward. He clutched the Emperor's ultimate pill tightly, as if gripping the most valuable treasure in the world, his excitement rendering him nearly incoherent. Thank you, esteemed senior, for your generous gift. Thank you. I, Xuan Ye, am willing to serve you with all my might. Behind him, the elders and disciples stood in stunned silence. The Emperor's ultimate pill. Should the sect leader consume it, his power would undoubtedly soar, and the status of the 8 gates would rise exponentially. This Dozun senior was not only immensely powerful, but also remarkably generous. Xuan Ye did not spare another glance at the overjoyed Xuan Ye. He slightly turned his head towards Medusa and said, "Let us depart." Queen Medusa nodded slightly, having never regarded Xuan Ye and the others with any significance. Her gaze lingered mostly on the enigmatic figure of Xuan Ye. With another subtle flick of his sleeve, the space rippled like waves, enveloping him and Medusa. In the next instant, they vanished without a trace, as if they had never existed, leaving behind only the gradually calming spatial ripples and the members of the 8 gates, still ensnared in a tumult of shock, fear, and ecstatic confusion. Chapter 80. The Btth Transformation Saliva. The sky above the Black Corner region remained dim. Yet wherever Xuan Ye and Medusa passed, the pervasive blood-red haze and gloom seemed to recede slightly. After leaving the 8 gates, the two did not linger, making their way directly to the renowned chaotic city of Black Ink City within the Black Corner region. Black Ink City was even larger than the city housing the headquarters of the 8 gates, its mixture of people more pronounced. The city walls were constructed from a dark iron stone, marked with various weapon scratches and dried bloodstains, as if every brick narrated the harsh laws of survival. The city gate was bustling with crowds, yet the atmosphere was palpably oppressive, each person's eyes reflecting vigilance and greed. The arrival of Xuan Ye and Medusa stirred a considerable commotion. Medusa's breathtaking beauty and Dozong aura, alongside Xuan Ye's profound, space-warping authority, made them akin to beacons in the night. The crowd parted before them, no one daring to make eye contact or obstruct their path. Their destination was clear, heading straight for the largest auction house in Black Ink City, the Black Ink Auction House. According to Xuan Ye, the Btth Transformation Saliva had first made its appearance there. Upon entering the auction house, no identification was required. Strength served as the ultimate pass. When the attending steward sensed Medusa's unabashed Dozong pressure and Xuan Ye's seemingly subdued yet soul-quaking aura, he practically stumbled in his haste to usher them into the most prestigious VIP room, offering the finest tea with an attitude as reverent as one would present to deities. Xuan Ye wasted no time, directly expressing his intention to the auction house's owner, Mo Tianxing, the Btth Transformation Saliva. Upon hearing this, Mo Tianxing displayed a troubled expression. "Esteemed senior, I must regretfully inform you that the Btth Transformation Saliva indeed graced our auction house, but has long been purchased by a client at a high price. Such rare treasures are seldom encountered." Xuan Ye's gaze flickered. This was within his expectations. He flicked his finger, and a warm jade vial appeared on the table, its cork slightly ajar, releasing an unusual medicinal fragrance that invigorated the steward's spirit, his eyes igniting with disbelief. "This is a breakthrough pill." Xuan Ye spoke in a calm tone, informing me that the Btth Transformation essence had fallen into the hands of someone, or if I were to find it, this elixir would serve as my reward. The Breaking Sect Pill, a top-tier 6th grade elixir. It could significantly enhance the chances of a peak Dou Huang powerhouse breaking through to Dozong. This was an irresistible temptation for anyone stuck at the pinnacle of Dou Huang, particularly for Mo Tianxing's son, Mo Ye, who was on the verge of reaching Dou Huang's peak. A Breaking Sect Pill would perfectly resolve his predicament. Mo Tianxing's breath grew heavy in an instant as his eyes fixated on the jade vial. After a moment of struggle, he gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "Esteemed elder, please wait. I know who possesses that item. I shall negotiate on behalf of my senior immediately. I will surely retrieve it for you." Under the immense allure of the Breaking Sect Pill, the Black Seal Auction House exhibited astonishing efficiency. In less than half an hour, Mo Tianxing returned, panting, cradling an oddly shaped wooden box. his face alight with excitement and eagerness. Esteemed elder, I have succeeded. The Btth transformation essence is here. He carefully presented the wooden box. Xuan Ye opened it to reveal a peculiar viscous liquid of a vibrant green hue, seemingly brimming with boundless vitality. Within the liquid, a faint silhouette of a tiny tree swayed, emanating a mysterious energy fluctuation. Indeed, it was the Btth transformation essence. He nodded in satisfaction and tossed the jade vial to Mo Tianqing. Mo Tianqing caught it as if it were a treasure, tightly embracing it and repeatedly expressing his gratitude. As he stored away the Btth transformation essence, Xuan Ye felt a subtle shift in his heart. With this item, combined with other materials he might find later, he would have a greater chance of controlling or even resolving the troublesome poison body of the little medical sage. As Xuan Ye prepared to leave the Black Seal auction house with Medusa, heading towards their next target, the Demon Flame Valley, which possessed the heavenly demon puppet refinement method, they were suddenly interrupted. Just as they exited the city gates, two overwhelmingly powerful auras surged from the distant horizon, racing towards them like meteors, seemingly also aimed at the direction of Black Seal City. The two auras were strikingly potent. One exuded a steadfastness akin to a mountain, while the other was sharp and piercing as a spear, both reaching the level of Zhou Yuan. Moreover, their youth was astonishing. Medusa instantly sensed the unmasked Zhou Yuan pressure emanating from the two, her body stiffening as her pale violet eyes filled with unparalleled astonishment. She abruptly turned to gaze in the direction of the auras, her lips parting in disbelief. Zhou Yuan, two more and so young. A tempest of emotions surged within her heart. While she had gradually accepted Xuan Ye's monstrous talent, the appearance of two other youthful Zhou Yuan powerhouses left her utterly flabbergasted. When had such a multitude of young prodigies emerged in the central state, or rather on this continent? Her strength as a 7-star Zhou Yuan was considered top tier in the northwestern continent. Yet now, before these two unexpectedly appearing young Zhou Yuan, it felt utterly insignificant. An unprecedented sense of pressure quietly crept into her heart. The two streaks of light evidently noticed the two remarkable figures of the city gates, particularly the unique aura emanating from Xuan Ye, which resonated with the very fabric of space. Their speed diminished as they stopped not far away. As the brilliance faded, the figures of Gu Qinyang and Gu Yao emerged. Gu Qinyang maintained his composed demeanor, his blue robe fluttering as his gaze fell upon Xuan Ye with a hint of surprise and understanding. He slightly cupped his hands and said, "Brother Xuan Ye, I did not expect to encounter you here." His gaze then swept over to the breathtakingly beautiful Medusa, a fleeting glimmer of admiration crossing his eyes before he quickly regained his composure, evidently regarding her as Xuan Ye's companion. Gu Yao, clad in black and gold armor, had a piercing gaze as always. He cast a glance at Xuan Ye as a form of greeting before his eyes scanned Medusa, taking in her enchanting and noble beauty, along with her graceful and proud figure. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes, but he quickly averted his gaze, seemingly uninterested, merely standing there with an air of indifference. To him, a woman of such beauty and strength beside Xuan Ye was undoubtedly his woman. Is she your woman? Yes. Gu Qinyang, realizing Xuan Ye's lack of inclination to provide further introductions, tactfully refrained from prying and naturally accepted Medusa as Xuan Ye's companion. He turned to Xuan Ye and asked, "Brother Xuan Ye, have you come to the Black Corner region for a specific purpose?" "We are on our way to the Jia Nen Academy." Xuan Ye's expression remained tranquil. He neither confirmed nor denied Gu Qinyang and Gu Yao's tacit assumptions, simply nodding lightly. "Yes, I have some personal matters to attend to." His gaze lingered on Gu Yao for a moment, sensing that the latter's aura had become even more refined than before, indicating he had not been idle during this time. Yet, Xuan Ye's ambiguous attitude did not go unnoticed by Medusa, who, hearing and seeing this, felt her seasoned queenly heart skip a beat. His woman? Xuan Ye did not refute it. An inexplicable warmth surged to her cheeks, painting them a charming shade of crimson. She felt as though her ears were on fire. If an ordinary person dared to make such an assumption, her temperament would have caused her to unleash her wrath and obliterate them without hesitation. Yet, the ones uttering these words were two formidable young Zhou Yuan with unknown backgrounds, and beside her, Xuan Ye had tacitly accepted it. This tacit acceptance felt like a stone cast into her heart's lake, sending ripples of emotion spreading outward. Subconsciously, she turned her face slightly away from Gu Qinyang and Gu Yao, striving to maintain her queenly composure. However, her delicate hands involuntarily clenched, revealing that her inner turmoil was far from tranquil. She could even feel her heartbeat racing faster than usual. Gu Qinyang, possessing keen insight, noticed that although Medusa concealed her emotions well, he still caught the fleeting blush and subtle movements. He understood, further affirming his suspicions. And with a polite nod to Xuan Ye, he smiled. In that case, we shall not disturb you any longer, brother Xuan Ye. Matters at the Jianan Academy are pressing, so we shall take our leave. Gu Yao also nodded, casting one last glance at Xuan Ye, his eyes still harboring a hint of wariness and barely perceptible fighting spirit, before he and Gu Qinyang transformed into streaks of light, racing towards the Jianan Academy, disappearing into the horizon. Only after their auras had completely vanished did Medusa seem to breathe a sigh of relief, though the flush on her cheeks had yet to fade. She stole a glance at the seemingly unperturbed Xuan Ye beside her, her heart racing like a startled deer, feeling a mix of embarrassment, anger, and a hint of secret delight she herself was reluctant to explore. Xuan Ye took in her reaction, a trace of barely noticeable amusement flickering in his purple-gold eyes. Yet he did not expose it. He raised his gaze towards the direction of the Demon Flame Valley, his tone still composed. Let us proceed to the next location. Medusa softly acknowledged, her voice noticeably gentler than usual, obediently following behind him. Sunlight filtered through the dark clouds of the Black Corner region, casting elongated shadows of their purple gold and colorful figures. In the silence, an undercurrent of subtle tension began to weave between them. Meanwhile, in the distance, towards the direction of the Jianan Academy, a storm ignited by Xiao Yan had already commenced with the arrival of Gu Qinyang and Gu Yao. Chapter 81. Annihilation of the Demon Flame Valley. The Demon Flame Valley lay nestled within a treacherous mountain range in the Black Corner region, perpetually enshrouded in a grayish toxic miasma. The valley was deep and foreboding, flanked by cliffs that seemed to have been cleaved by a giant axe, steep and jagged. Numerous black fortresses and caves were constructed upon these cliffs, echoing with chilling cries and ominous energy fluctuations. Here lies one of the most infamous forces in the Black Horn domain, founded by the sinister Elder Demon, who wields the bizarre art of transformation fire and the formidable prowess of the 7-star Do Zone, instilling terror in all who cross his path. The gray miasma lingers perpetually, casting a pall over the skies of the Valley of Demonic Flames. Yet today, this somber hue has been audaciously torn asunder by two strikingly distinct radiances. One, a resplendent golden-purple luminescence, exudes an air of nobility and mystery, reminiscent of the majesty from the heavens above. The other, a vibrant kaleidoscopic shimmer, is bewitching and frigid, embodying the pride of the king of beasts. Unfettered, these two streams of light descended with an overwhelming presence directly upon the central plaza of the valley, the very heart where the core disciples convene and train. As the luminous streams dissipated, the figures of Xuan Ye and Medusa emerged. Xuan Ye stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his purple-gold robe undisturbed by the valley's chilling winds, his gaze sweeping indifferently over the chaos below, where the disciples of the valley were thrown into disarray by their sudden appearance, akin to observing a swarm of ants. Medusa stood beside him, her colorful scales accentuating her breathtaking curves, her faint lavender eyes coldly surveying the scene, the aura of the 7-star Do Zone unabashedly radiating around her, causing the weaker disciples to struggle for breath. Who dares intrude upon the Valley of Demonic Flames? A Do Zone powerhouse. Hurry, inform the elders. Form a formation. Quick, form a formation. Cries of alarm and shouts of fury erupted in a cacophony. Dozens of disciples, clad in uniform black garb adorned with flame totems, swiftly arranged themselves into a battle formation under the guidance of several Do Wang-level attendants. Their dense black Do Qi coalesced into a massive barrier of black flames, striving to withstand the oppressive might of the uninvited guests above. More disciples surged forth from all directions, their eyes fierce, imbued with the reckless ferocity characteristic of those from the Black Horn domain. However, whether it was the seemingly sturdy battle formation or the ever-increasing throng of disciples converging like a swarm of ants, in Xuan Ye's eyes, they were naught but mere playthings. He could not even be bothered to speak. Instead, he slowly raised his right hand towards the densely packed crowd below, his fingers slightly splayed, then gently clenched. There were no earth-shattering explosions, no dazzling lights. But the instant his fingers converged, a deep, resounding hum erupted from the vicinity of the formation, the air vibrating as if it could not bear the pressure. Immediately, under the horrified gaze of the disciples of the valley, the surrounding space began to twist, fold, and shatter chaotically, as if being kneaded by an unseen giant hand. Spatial annihilation. Ah, no, what is this? My body, the space, it's tearing me apart. The shrill screams, almost inhuman in their anguish, erupted instantaneously. Those who formed the battle formation and the attendants bore the brunt of it. Their bodies were forcefully pulled, compressed, and severed by an incomprehensible and irresistible force within that twisted space. Their protective Dou Qi vanished like bubbles under sunlight. Their once sturdy forms rendered as fragile as parchment before the chaotic forces of space. Some had their arms severed at the roots by sudden spatial fissures, their blood consumed before it could even spurt forth. Others found their bodies grotesquely folded in half by the contorting space, the sound of shattering bones grating on the senses. Some even were, as if thrown into an invisible meat grinder, silently disintegrating into a mist of blood, subsequently devoured by more spatial rifts, leaving not a trace behind. There were no smoke or flames, only the mournful cries of space and the desperate howls of life. That region morphed into an isolated, death-trap-laden space of chaos, where any material entering was ruthlessly crushed and annihilated by the invisible forces of space. This was spatial annihilation, a chillingly exquisite and terrifying application of spatial power belonging to a Dozun powerhouse. In the brief span of 2 or 3 breaths, the once formidable battle formation, composed of the valley's most elite disciples, along with all structures and rocks within that area, vanished without a trace. All that remained was a terrifying zone, marked with minute-black spatial fissures, slowly swirling with chaotic energy, and the air thick with a nauseating stench of blood. Silence. An absolute silence enveloped the entire plaza of the Valley of Demonic Flames. Those disciples who had hurried to the scene, miraculously avoiding the fate of being caught in the spatial annihilation, stood frozen in place, as if encased in ice. The ferocity and hostility that had once adorned their faces disappeared without a trace, replaced by boundless terror and confusion. They could scarcely comprehend what had just transpired. All they witnessed was a moment of space distortion, and then so many of their comrades. Gone? Not even a trace left behind. Some of the more psychologically vulnerable disciples crumpled to the ground, their legs giving way, their trousers dampened with the stench of urine. Medusa, standing alongside Xuan Ye, though mentally prepared, was nonetheless profoundly impacted by the chilling display of silent extermination of dozens, if not hundreds, of formidable beings. Her delicate hands tightened slightly, her gaze fixed upon Xuan Ye's profile, filled with an indescribable shock. Was this the power of a Dozun? To command space, to dictate life and death. All with a mere thought. What formidable being has descended upon my valley of demonic flames, unleashing such a merciless massacre? Has it not been excessive? Amidst this deathly silence, an ancient voice, laden with indignation and a hint of trepidation, echoed from the depths of the valley like the mournful cry of an owl. Before the voice could fully dissipate, a gaunt figure enveloped in deep blue flames shot forth like a specter, halting in the air at the opposite end of the plaza. The newcomer, garbed in black robes, bore a visage ashen and hollowed, with deep-set eyes. Surrounded by an eerie blue flame that radiated a chilling and searing aura, it was none other than the founder of the Valley of Demonic Flames, the elder demon of the 7-star Do Zone. Having been in seclusion, he was roused by the terrifying spatial fluctuations and emerged to witness the grisly scene of his elite disciples being slaughtered. His heart surged with shock and fury. Yet, as his gaze fell upon Xuan Ye, perceiving his stance of unity with the void and the unfathomable aura that made his very soul tremble, all his anger was extinguished in an instant, replaced by a bone-chilling dread. A Dozun. The elder demon's frail body trembled uncontrollably, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He forced a smile, more grotesque than tears, his voice laced with palpable flattery and fear as he bowed deeply. Esteemed elder, I have failed to extend a proper welcome. Forgive me, forgive me. I am unaware of how my Valley of Demonic Flames has offended you, inciting such wrath. If there has been any misunderstanding, I am willing to offer all I possess to atone. At this moment, his only thought was to submit, to plead for mercy. In the face of a Dozun, what honor, what dignity was worth anything? Surviving was paramount. Xuan Ye's gaze finally shifted from the area he had annihilated to rest upon the elder demon, his eyes as frigid as a millennium of ice, devoid of any emotion. Misunderstanding? A faint, sardonic smile curled at the corner of Xuan Ye's mouth. The elder demon's heart tightened, and he hastily replied, Yes, indeed, a misunderstanding. Esteemed elder, however, before he could finish, Xuan Ye coldly interrupted him. I cannot be bothered to waste words with you. You are not worthy to listen. In that instant, Xuan Ye made his move. He did not employ any complex techniques, nor did he even harness the power of space. He simply directed a punch towards the direction of the earth demon Old Ghost, striking with sheer force across the void. At the moment the punch was unleashed, it seemed as if an ancient dragon phoenix phantom flickered behind Xuan Ye and vanished in an instant. A formidable and unparalleled power, capable of tearing the heavens and shaking the stars, surged forth, accompanied by a majestic aura of purple and gold, coalescing at the tip of his fist. Wherever the punch's wind passed, the space did not merely distort. It shattered like fragile glass, disintegrating into the finest particles, leaving behind a long, gaping black void in the fabric of reality. The Dragon Phoenix Fist. With the purest essence of the Dragon Phoenix, it crushed all that stood in its way. The obsequious smile on the Earth Demon Old Ghost's face froze completely, replaced by an overwhelming sense of fear and despair. He let out a shriek. Deep blue flames surged wildly from within him, forming layers of fiery barriers before him, as he desperately retreated, attempting to evade this cataclysmic blow. However, in the face of absolute power and speed, all efforts proved futile. The purple-gold fist imprint, disregarding the spatial distance, instantly pierced through the layers of flame barriers. The ethereal flames that even ordinary Do Zone would dread crumbled before the Dragon Phoenix fist imprint as if they had encountered their natural nemesis, unable to withstand even for a moment before dissipating into nothingness. In the next instant, within the Earth Demon Old Ghost's utterly horrified gaze, the fist imprint struck ruthlessly against his chest. A dull thud echoed, akin to the tolling of a death knell. The protective Do Chi surrounding the Earth Demon Old Ghost, along with his gaunt frame honed over years, vaporized instantly under the weight of that destructive power, as if an ice block had been thrown into a steel furnace. Not a shred of flesh or bone was left. He was reduced directly to the most primordial energy particles, vanishing into the void. A fearsome 7-star Do Zone, who had reigned in the Black Corner region for many years, the Earth Demon Old Ghost, had thus fallen, utterly and completely. The remaining disciples of the Magic Flame Valley, witnessing their revered ancestor, akin to a deity in their eyes, being obliterated in a single punch, were left shattered, unable to utter a single scream. Cries of despair and pleas for mercy echoed, a cacophony akin to the onset of apocalypse. Xuan Ye did not even glance at the crumbling disciples. His consciousness spread like mercury, instantly enveloping the entire Magic Flame Valley. Moments later, his gaze locked onto a concealed cave deep within the valley, where the strongest energy prohibitions lay. With a flick of his sleeve, the power of space surged, transporting him and Medusa directly before the cave. The prohibitions capable of withstanding the peak attacks of Do Zone crumbled like paper before Xuan Ye, dissipating effortlessly with a mere sweep of his hand. Inside the cave lay the accumulated wealth of the Magic Flame Valley, a dazzling array of gold coins, medicinal herbs, magic cores, and weapons. Yet, Xuan Ye's gaze fell squarely upon a primitive stone platform at the deepest part of the cave. On the platform lay a scroll, entirely black, crafted from an unknown beast's skin, inscribed with 3 ancient characters, Celestial Demon Puppet. Xuan Ye extended his hand, drawing the scroll into his possession, briefly scanning it with his soul power to confirm its authenticity. A flicker of satisfaction crossed his eyes. The objectives of his expedition to the Black Corner region had finally been fulfilled. He turned to Medusa, who was still immersed in the awe of the recent, overwhelming battle, and said calmly, "It is done. Let us depart." Medusa, regaining her composure, gazed at Xuan Ye's unperturbed countenance, as if the thunderous obliteration of an entire sect had been merely a casual act of brushing off dust. She took a deep breath, suppressing the tumult within her heart, and nodded gently. The two transformed into streaks of light, vanishing above the Magic Flame Valley, leaving behind a valley ravaged and utterly destroyed at its core, engulfed in endless fear and chaos, and a lingering scent of blood and shattered space, silently narrating the irresistible destruction brought forth by the arrival of a Do Zone powerhouse. Chapter 82, Mysterious Gaze. At the Canaan Academy, the plaza of the inner courtyard selection competition buzzed with excitement, the fervent battle intent and raucous cheers nearly piercing the heavens. Elite students from the outer courtyard were fervently fighting on the platform for the limited spots in the inner courtyard, their Do Chi clashing and light radiating brilliantly. Amidst the throngs of spectators, a somewhat slender figure clad in black seemed starkly out of place amidst the surrounding frenzy. Xiao Yan, weary from his long journey and the upheaval within his family, bore the marks of fatigue and hardship upon his face, yet within the depths of his dark eyes, an indomitable flame burned brightly. Armed with the strength of a 5-star Great Dome Master and the clandestine guidance of his teacher, Yao Chun, he had successfully defeated formidable opponents and earned his qualification for entry into the inner courtyard. When the judge announced his name with great fervor, Xiao Yan felt little joy, only a heavy sense of determination to take the first step towards vengeance. However, as his gaze instinctively swept across the stands, he froze suddenly, his breath caught in his throat. Among the crowd, a girl in a light blue dress was gazing at him intently. Her beauty was exquisite, her aura ethereal, as if she were a newly bloomed blue lotus, creating a serene world of her own amidst the bustling plaza. It was none other than the one who haunted his dreams, Xuan Ye. Their eyes met, and time seemed to stand still in that moment. A flicker of incredulous surprise flashed through Xuan Ye's clear, autumn-like eyes, quickly replaced by deep concern and heartache. She saw the weariness in Xiao Yan's gaze and the lingering sorrow etched upon his brow. Almost instinctively, Xiao Yan pushed through the crowd, hastening to stand before Xuan Ye. 1,000 words lodged in his throat, ultimately escaping as a trembling call. Xuan Ye. Xiao Yan, brother. Xuan Ye's voice was as gentle as a feather, instantly soothing the tumult within Xiao Yan's heart. She noticed the evident fatigue etched upon his face. A pang of sorrow pierced her heart, and she couldn't help but reach out her delicate hand, gently clasping his somewhat cold palm. Are you all right? I've heard about the Xiao family situation. Feeling the warmth and strength radiating from her touch, Xiao Yan's nose tingled, and a long-suppressed sorrow and grievance threatened to overflow. He grasped Xuan Ye's hand tightly, as if it were the only lifeline he could cling to in the depths of darkness. Xuan Ye. His voice was hoarse as he quickly recounted the tragedies faced by his family, the disappearance of his father, Xiao Zhan, and a massacre of his kin. As he reached the end, his teeth clenched, and his body trembled slightly. Xuan Ye listened quietly, not interrupting, merely tightening her grip on his hand, her eyes brimming with a complex blend of compassion and fury. She had already learned part of the situation through ancient clan information, but hearing Xiao Yan's account in person felt entirely different. Once Xiao Yan's emotions began to settle, he suddenly remembered something, carefully retrieving an item from his storage ring. It was a piece of ancient jade, rudimentary and dull in color, seemingly crafted from some unknown stone. The jade was irregular in shape, with smooth edges, cool to the touch, and etched with indistinct, peculiar patterns that appeared inconspicuous, reminiscent of a fragment of some ancient ornament. I found this hidden in a secret compartment in my father's study, Xiao Yan said, handing the ancient jade to Xuan Ye, his voice low. My father seemed to place great importance on it, hiding it away very discreetly. I don't know what it is, but I feel that the upheaval in our family may be related to it. As Xuan Ye took the ancient jade, a barely perceptible shiver coursed through her delicate figure. For the first time, an expression of grave seriousness appeared on her usually calm and beautiful countenance. She scrutinized the intricate patterns on the jade shard with great care. Though indistinct, the unique way they were etched, imbued with an ancient and mysterious aura that even made her heart race, was unmistakable. It bore a striking resemblance to the fragments of the Tuo Shi ancient Emperor Jade, a subject of fierce contention among the ancient A clans. As chronicled in the tomes of her clan, those shards that concealed the greatest secrets of the Btth continent. It was indeed ancient jade. A tempest of emotions surged within Xuan Ye as she grasped the implications. She finally understood why the Soul Palace had suddenly unleashed such merciless wrath upon the Xiao family. Situated far away in the northwest continent, their target was not Yao Chun, nor any member of the Xiao clan, but rather this shard of the Tuo Shi ancient Emperor Jade. She abruptly lifted her gaze to Xiao Yan, her eyes reflecting an unprecedented seriousness and gravity. Her tone tinged with urgency. Xiao Yan, listen to me. You must safeguard this jade. Under no circumstances should it be revealed to anyone else, not even to your closest companions. She gripped his hand tightly, her fingertips turning pale from the pressure. Remember my words. It will bring you calamity. It is an existence far beyond your imagination, one that will stop at nothing to seize it. Until you possess sufficient strength, forget about it and conceal it well. Never let it be exposed to the world. Observing the unprecedented solemnity in Xuan Ye's expression and the unmasked fear and warning in her words, Xiao Yan felt a chill run down his spine and nodded heavily. Although he was unaware of the jade's exact origins, Xuan Ye's reaction spoke volumes. He carefully stowed the ancient jade deep within his spatial ring, akin to securing a terrifying bomb capable of obliterating oneself. "I understand, Sun'er," he replied gravely. "I will grow stronger, strong enough to protect it, strong enough to reclaim everything." Sun'er gazed into Xiao Yan's eyes, where a renewed flame of determination flickered, bringing her some solace. Yet, the heavy anxiety stemming from the ancient jade loomed over her like an unshakable cloud. She could only hold his hand tightly, silently conveying her support. Meanwhile, far away in the depths of the Gamma Empire, within the secluded ancient palace of the Yunlan sect, Bai Yi, clad in a platinum phoenix robe, sat quietly upon the chaotic altar. Streams of platinum-colored divine phoenix Dou Qi coursed around him, merging with the chaotic energy swirling above the altar, continuously solidifying his peak cultivation at the 3-star Dozun. The ruins were eerily silent, disturbed only by the faint hum of energy flow. However, an exceedingly subtle sensation, akin to a malignant presence, began to burgeon deep within Bai Ye's spiritual platform. It was a feeling of being observed. Initially, he attributed it to a perception through the soul link from his original form, Xuan Ye, or perhaps to some unconscious fluctuation of the ancient palace's lingering laws. But soon he dismissed these possibilities. The gaze was cold, indifferent, and high above, as if it pierced through layers of spatial barriers, disregarding the residual restrictions of the palace, directly landing upon him and even penetrating his energy body. Probing into the core essence constructed by the One Qi becomes 3 pure one's secret technique. Bai Yi abruptly opened his eyes, the sharp light radiating from his cold platinum gaze. A torrent of immense soul power surged forth, meticulously scanning every corner of the grand hall, every inch of space, every flow of energy. Yet there was no one present. The crumbling pillars, ancient runes, and the swirling chaotic energy were devoid of any life force, any hidden energy fluctuations. Not even a trace of an external soul imprint could be detected. Everything remained unchanged since his entry. Yet, the sensation of being watched did not dissipate. Rather, it sharpened as he delved deeper into his spiritual probe. The gaze seemed to emanate from an incomprehensible, unreachable dimension, like a detached observer documenting everything about a subject of experimentation. Bai Yi rose to his feet, his platinum robe billowing without wind, and he walked to the center of the hall, his eyes scanning the fractured ceiling that appeared to connect to the void of the starry sky outside. Was it from there? Or was there something inexplicably peculiar hidden within the ancient palace itself that he had yet to perceive? He attempted to invoke the One Qi becomes 3 pure one's secret technique, channeling the power of the divine phoenix bloodline, even drawing upon a fragment of the chaotic altar's strength to envelop himself in layers of protective and perceptive barriers. Yet it proved futile. The gaze remained devoid of hostility, lacking any energy interference, simply observing. It was this pure, unfathomable scrutiny that instilled a deep-seated terror, for it implied that the observer possessed means and realms beyond his comprehension, rendering him almost devoid of secrets in its presence, incapable even of detecting its trail. For the first time, an expression of grave concern emerged on Bai Ye's typically impassive and handsome visage. He could not ascertain whether the source of this gaze was benevolent or malevolent, whether it was a mere chance encounter or an inevitable fate. But it loomed over him like an invisible yet palpable sword, hinting at some unknown, potentially catastrophic crisis that could erupt at any moment in the future. He stood still, his platinum eyes narrowing slightly as he sensed the omnipresent scrutiny, silently relaying this anomaly through the soul link to his original form, Xuan Ye, far away in the Black Corner region. This seemingly secure ancient relic did not appear to be as tranquil as it seemed on the surface. Chapter 83. Heart Shadow Demon Emperor. The path from the Black Corner region to the Jianan Academy was no longer an endless expanse of desolation and slaughter. Instead, it was imbued with an ineffable subtlety. Thanks to the presence of a companion, Xuan Ye walked alongside Medusa, their pace unhurried, as if they were not in transit, but rather embarking on a leisurely stroll. The purple-golden robe fluttered in the gentle breeze. He appeared calm, yet deep within his sea of consciousness. The warning message from Bai Yi regarding the enigmatic gaze stirred ripples like a stone cast into a lake. An inexplicable, elusive premonition lingered in his mind, as if some shadow beyond his current understanding was quietly spreading. However, this sensation was too ethereal, unfounded, and with his current strength and perspective, he was unable to extrapolate further. He furrowed his brow slightly, and then suppressed the unease. The immediate priority was to enhance his strength to confront known threats. As for the unknown scrutiny, It would have to be monitored for now. His gaze shifted to Medusa beside him. Perhaps it was the departure from the relatively familiar environment of the Gamma Empire. Or perhaps the earlier acknowledgement of Xuan Ye as her man by Gu Qingyang and Gu Yao had stirred something within her heart. The once decisive and proud queen of the snake people now bore a hint of softness and reliance, her fierce demeanor somewhat diminished. The mountain winds swept past the steep cliffs, and as Medusa gracefully prepared to take flight, a long, warm hand naturally extended before her. Medusa paused slightly, looking up at Xuan Ye. His expression remained calm, as if he had merely performed the most ordinary of actions. A faint blush crept on her jade-like cheeks. After a moment's hesitation, she ultimately placed her delicate, pale hand, imbued with terrifying strength, lightly into the palm of Xuan Ye. In that fleeting moment of contact, both seemed to sense the subtle stirrings of each other's vast vitality and energy. Xuan Ye's hand was warm and firm, enveloping hers, and an inexplicable sense of safety washed over her. Medusa instinctively curled her fingers slightly, feeling that solid touch, her heartbeat quickening imperceptibly. Xuan Ye gently grasped her hand, and as the spatial force beneath their feet subtly stirred, they gracefully glided past the treacherous cliff, landing effortlessly on the flat ground opposite. The entire process was as fluid as water, and he scarcely cast a glance at the precipice. "You," Medusa murmured, her voice softer than usual, attempting to withdraw her hand, only to discover that Xuan Ye had not released his hold. The fleeting thought of resistance vanished as she allowed him to lead her. Feeling the warmth radiating from his palm and gazing at his tall, enigmatic silhouette, an unprecedented amalgamation of shyness, comfort, and a hint of sweetness quietly unfurled within her heart. She was no longer the queen of the serpent people. In this moment, she was simply a woman being guided and protected by him. As they journeyed forth, traversing the desolate plains and scaling the mountains, their conversation was sporadic, mostly Medusa inquiring about Zhongzhou and the wonders of higher realms, to which Xuan Ye responded succinctly. More often, silence enveloped them, yet this quietude was devoid of awkwardness. Instead, it flowed with an unspoken understanding and a gradually warming intimacy. Occasionally, Xuan Ye would gesture towards some extraordinary sight, and Medusa would follow his gaze, her profile illuminated by the light, breathtakingly beautiful. Their relationship, during this seemingly ordinary expedition, was subtly drawing closer with palpable speed, intensifying. "Are we heading to Canaan Academy because of those two we just encountered?" Medusa could not suppress her curiosity, attempting to break the disquieting atmosphere of burgeoning affection. "Indeed," Xuan Ye replied, a barely noticeable smile gracing his lips to witness the spectacle. "The two from the ancient clan will likely bring considerable surprise to Xiao Yan." He offered no further explanation, yet Medusa sensed his apparent enthusiasm for the matter. She refrained from pressing further, silently trailing in his wake, her heart igniting with a flicker of curiosity about Canaan Academy. However, as the bond between Xuan Ye and Medusa quietly developed during their journey, far away in the depths of the Gamma Empire's Yunlan sect, within the ancient Heavenly Palace's subchamber, a silent horror, far exceeding the understanding of the Btth continent, lay coldly observing all. Bai Yi remained seated upon the chaotic altar, diligently cultivating, striving to disregard the ever-present sensation of being watched. Unbeknownst to him, the source of that gaze did not emanate from beyond the altar, but rather from beneath it. Deep within the foundation of this grand altar, amidst the countless primordial runes that suppressed and isolated an endless void of darkness, there existed no light, sound, or matter, only the most unadulterated nothingness. Yet, within this absolute void, a formless entity hovered, indescribable in nature. It lacked a fixed shape, at times resembling a writhing shadow, at others transforming into countless distorted eyes, and occasionally dispersing into a thick, black mist laced with blasphemy and whispers. Its core was a profound, dark red, akin to a demonic heart pulsating slowly. An indescribable aura of terror, a mere fraction of which could not be articulated, was tightly sealed within this void by the altar's runes. Yet, even the faintest hint of its natural emanation caused the surrounding nothingness to continuously dissolve, rebirth, and cycle anew. Should a Dou Emperor-level powerhouse find themselves here, they would likely be unable to withstand even a fraction of its aura, resulting in an instantaneous shattering of their soul, their flesh reduced to the most basic particles. This was indeed the true reason for the abandonment and sealing of this ancient heavenly palace's subchamber. It was a dark demon emperor, known as the Heart Demon Emperor, sealed here by the Heavenly Emperor, who once commanded respect across the vast world. At this moment, the Heart Demon Emperor's formless and intangible gaze, imbued with the power to extinguish stars and corrupt the will of the universe, penetrated through layers of ancient seals, now worn by time. Locking onto the platinum figure above the altar, by Yi, the whispers, seemingly emanating from the depths of the nine hells, echoed in the darkness. A doppelganger. An interesting doppelganger. Dragon Phoenix body? No, merely possessing a fragment of the Divine Phoenix's power, a mere insect. The essence of the soul is intricately linked to the main body, a delicate connection. Alas, it is too weak. This doppelganger lacks the energy to bear the will of this emperor. To force an invasion may trigger its self-destruction, a loss not worth the gain. The Heart Demon Emperor's whisper was laced with an unmistakable greed and regret. Having been sealed here for eons, its power had dwindled significantly, desperately requiring a suitable vessel to regain strength and reconnect with the outer realms. Bai Yi's doppelganger, formed through the secret method of one qi transforming three purities, which contained the essence of both the Dragon Phoenix and Divine Phoenix, was undoubtedly an excellent choice, its potential far surpassing ordinary corporeal forms. However, as a doppelganger, despite its core connection to Xuan Ye, it feared that any attempt at forceful possession or invasion might trigger an immediate self-destruction, leaving it with nothing and potentially exposing itself to even more troublesome scrutiny. As the darkness subtly surged, an unsettling thought caused the void to once again dissolve in vast swathes. I must wait for the main body to arrive. This demon emperor has all the time in the world. Humph. Its terrifying gaze coiled around by Yi like the coldest of serpents, scrutinizing every detail of his energy flow and every ripple of his soul, rendering him utterly exposed. It awaited a perfect opportunity, one that would allow it to stealthily occupy this doppelganger and use it as a springboard to reach Xuan Ye's true form, ultimately breaking free and re-entering the world. Above the altar, Bai Yi suddenly felt a jolt of anxiety, the sensation of being observed intensifying as if a pair of eyes from the depths of the nine hells pierced through his very soul. He sprang to his feet, unleashing a burst of platinum duki, scanning his surroundings with vigilance, yet finding nothing amiss. Only an oppressive silence remained, alongside an increasingly suffocating sense of impending danger. A storm was brewing, and dark clouds loomed overhead. Whether it was the burgeoning affection between Xuan Ye and Medusa, or the impending conflict at Canaan Academy, all appeared trivial beneath the shadow of the sealed Heart Demon Emperor. An enormous tempest, one that would ripple across the entire continent and beyond, was silently brewing in the depths of an unknown abyss, as the darkness beneath the altar lay in wait, poised to devour everything in its path. Chapter 84. Witnessing the spectacle within the inner courtyard of Canaan Academy, a newly established force known as the Pan Men, an invigorating vitality flourished, starkly contrasting the somber atmosphere of the Black Corner region. Following the trials of the outer courtyard and the formidable counterattack against the established White Gang under Xiao Yan's leadership, the name Pan Men had become renowned among the new students of the inner courtyard. In a serene courtyard of the station, moonlight cascaded like mercury, casting a silvery sheen upon the bluestone slabs. Xiao Yan and Sun Er sat side by side on a stone bench. The rare tranquility following a series of battles and the establishment of their force felt precious. The air was imbued with a faint fragrance of grass and wood, mingling with the subtle scent emanating from the young girl beside him. Xiao Yan gazed at Sun Er, whose beauty seemed to transcend the ordinary under the moonlight, filling his heart with warmth and an indescribable sense of security. The upheavals within his family, the burdens upon his shoulders, and his yearning for strength seemed to be soothed in this moment by the gentle glimmer in the girlish eyes. He instinctively reached out, yearning to grasp Sun Er's delicate hand resting on the stone table, his fingertips trembling slightly, imbued with the youthful awkwardness and nervousness characteristic of his age. Sun Er seemed to sense his intentions, and two delicate blushes quietly blossomed upon her jade-like cheeks, akin to white lotuses kissed by the dawn, a breathtaking beauty. She slightly lowered her eyelids, her long, curled lashes trembling gently, yet she did not shy away. Instead, she subtly adjusted the angle of her hand, as if silently encouraging him. Their fingertips were on the verge of touching, and the air was imbued with a sweet, enchanting fragrance. However, at that tender moment, a sudden rending sound echoed through the inner courtyard. The space, fortified by a powerful energy barrier, was torn apart like fragile silk by an overwhelmingly brutal force, creating a gaping chasm that spanned dozens of yards. A tempestuous spatial turbulence surged forth, instantly triggering the energy barrier of the entire inner courtyard, emitting a piercing alarm. Following this, a voice, imbued with supreme authority, chilling to the bone and seemingly capable of freezing souls, erupted from the fissure like a thunderclap, reverberating throughout the inner courtyard. Presumptuous? These two words, laden with the weight of celestial judgment, swept through the space, causing all students below the Do Wang level to turn pale, their internal energies thrown into disarray, their ears ringing, with some weaker ones collapsing to the ground. Even a few elders at the Do Huang level felt their blood surge and their souls tremble. Xiao Yan's fingers, which were about to brush against Xuan, froze abruptly, an indescribable terror weighing down upon his heart like an insurmountable mountain, pressing upon his very soul and flesh. He felt as though he were a bug trapped in amber, struggling to even roll his eyes, breath halting abruptly, veins bulging on his forehead, cold sweat soaking through his back. His heart was filled with boundless dread and a primal fear of life. What level of powerhouse is this? Beside him, Xuan trembled at the sound, her exquisite visage paling to a ghostly white. She abruptly raised her gaze towards the rift in the sky, her clear and beautiful eyes filled with disbelief and a deep-seated terror and helplessness. Ancient demon, brother, Qingyang, why are they here? She murmured softly, her voice trembling ever so slightly. Under the myriad astonished gazes, two figures stepped forth from the rift, as if descending from divinity. On the left stood a figure clad in black and gold battle attire, tall and upright as a spear, with a stern visage and piercing eyes as sharp as ancient ice, emanating a soul-piercing aura of ferocity and an unmasked pressure of a dozun. It was the ancient demon. His gaze, akin to two tangible ice blades, penetrated layers of structures, fixating ruthlessly upon Xiao Yan, whose fingers were but a breath away from Xuan Ye's delicate hand. The coldness, fury, and chilling intent in his eyes seemed poised to freeze and shatter Xiao Yan on the spot. To the right stood another figure in blue robes, his demeanor relatively composed. Yet his gaze upon Xiao Yan bore the characteristic indifference and scrutiny of the ancient clan, exuding an aura of a three-star dozun. This was ancient Qingyang. The sudden arrival of such youthful dozun powerhouses unleashed an overwhelming pressure akin to a tangible tsunami, engulfing the entire inner courtyard. All chatter and activity ground to a halt. Everyone was stifled by the overwhelming force that towered over them, daring not to even breathe. Who are these exalted beings gracing our Jia Nan Academy? An aged and hurried voice broke the silence, as the Grand Elder Su Qian appeared in midair, his expression grave, even tinged with fear. A peak three-star dozun, he found it difficult to breathe under the weight of the two young dozun, as if confronting two insurmountable ancient divine mountains. Upon sensing the unique, ancient aura of bloodline pressure emanating from ancient Qingyang and ancient demon, his expression shifted dramatically, realization dawning upon him. The ancient clan, they are of the ancient clan. He quickly grasped their intent. Xuan who but the mysteriously noble young lady of the ancient clan could summon such young dozun to personally come forth? Su Qian couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. He had once held high hopes for Xiao Yan, even wishing to assist him within his capabilities. Yet, before the monumental presence of the ancient clan, his mere three-star dozun status rendered him unqualified even to speak. He cast a complex glance at the pale-faced Xiao Yan below, struggling under the terrifying pressure, shook his head helplessly, and withdrew a distance, signaling his decision to refrain from intervening. The ancient demon disregarded Su Qian entirely, his gaze like that of a venomous serpent, fixated on Xiao Yan, his voice icy and devoid of warmth, laced with intense ridicule and fury. A mere ant dares to lay hands on my clan, S divine maiden? What gives you the audacity? The question, imbued with dozun pressure, struck Xiao Yan's mind like a heavy hammer. He felt a sweetness in his throat, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, his body swaying perilously, yet within his dark eyes burned an indomitable flame, defiantly glaring at the ancient demon. Seeing this, Xuan Ye's heart raced with urgency. She was about to step in front of Xiao Yan. Just then, another clear sound of spatial tearing resounded above the inner courtyard. This sound, less violent than the arrival of the two ancient clan members, was more precise and composed, as if tearing through space was as simple as breathing. Amidst the astonished gazes, another rift appeared quietly. A figure adorned in purple and gold, trailing a spectrum of luminous colors, stepped forth from within. At the forefront was Xuan Ye, draped in a purple-gold robe, his countenance strikingly handsome, his expression tranquil, as though the tense atmosphere surrounding him were of no concern. The aura flowing around him was profound as the ocean, seamlessly melding with the space. And the pressure he exuded was even more formidable and refined than that of ancient Qingyang, clearly on the cusp of a peak 3-star Dozun, even half a step into the 4-star realm. Beside him, the Queen Medusa, her colorful skirt billowing, radiated an otherworldly beauty, her cold purple eyes sweeping over the scene with regal pride. Brother Xuan Ye? Ancient Qingyang's eyes widened in surprise upon seeing the newcomer. His previously stern expression softened considerably as he offered a slight bow. Even the fiercely hostile ancient demon, upon sensing Xuan Ye's heightened presence, furrowed his brow, his hostility abating slightly as he nodded in acknowledgement. Xuan Ye's strength and status warranted their equal respect. The Grand Elder Su Qian, now rendered somewhat numb by shock, marveled at Xuan Ye's rapid ascent to Dozun. Moreover, his aura seemed even more terrifying than that of the two from the ancient clan. His talent was astonishingly unparalleled, seemingly surpassing even the pride of the ancient clan. Xuan Ye's gaze swept over the pale-faced Xiao Yan, who was bleeding yet still defiantly standing, then glanced at the anxious Sun and finally rested upon ancient Qingyang and ancient demon, a playful smirk gracing his lips as he casually remarked, "Just passing by. I heard it was quite lively here, so I thought I would take a look. Please continue. Do not mind me." His nonchalant demeanor starkly contrasted the tense atmosphere surrounding them. The ancient demon snorted coldly, although surprised by Xuan Ye's arrival. His attention remained primarily on Xiao Yan. He turned to Sun, his tone brooking no dissent. "Sun, our clan has sent me and Qingyang to fetch you home." Sun trembled delicately, biting her crimson lips as she glanced at Xiao Yan, who was desperately struggling under the oppressive force beside her. Her eyes filled with reluctance and inner turmoil. Xiao Yan felt the terrifying pressure, nearly capable of shattering his bones, and listened to the ancient demon's words that seemed to pronounce his doom. Witnessing the conflict in Sun's gaze, an unprecedented sense of powerlessness and rage surged within him. Power. It all stemmed from a lack of strength. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his palms, as blood trickled between his fingers, appearing particularly striking under the cold moonlight. Above the inner courtyard, 4 formidable beings at the Dozun level hovered in the air, their invisible might clashing and distorting the very sky. Xuan Ye, observing this intriguing scene from above, revealed a hint of playful amusement. Chapter 85, Humiliation. In the air above the inner courtyard of the Jianan Academy, the atmosphere was as stagnant as millennia-old frozen ice. "Kneel down!" The ancient demon's furious roar, infused with the weight of a Dozun's might, acted as an invisible shackle, pressing down relentlessly on Xiao Yan, intent not only on crushing his body, but also on shattering his will, forcing him to lower his head in humiliation before the insurmountable gap, even to the point of kneeling. Ugh! Xiao Yan emitted a muffled cry of pain, veins bulging like coiling dragons on his forehead and neck, his entire frame creaking under the unbearable strain. His knees trembled violently, bending inch by inch beneath the weight of the oppressive force that resembled a tangible mountain. The stone slabs beneath him cracking under pressure, as though he would be forcibly pressed into the ground in the next moment. He gritted his teeth fiercely, his lips having been bitten through, blood mingling with sweat and staining his chest. His dark eyes were filled with bloodshot fury and indignation. He could not kneel. He absolutely must not kneel. It was not merely a loss of dignity, but a manifestation of his weakness and incompetence towards Sun and himself. "Brother, ancient demon, stop!" Sun cried out in anguish, her delicate figure flashing as she unhesitatingly positioned herself in front of Xiao Yan. A faint golden dough qi surged around her, attempting to alleviate the terrifying pressure bearing down on Xiao Yan, but in the face of the ancient demon's wrathful Dozun might, her peak Douling strength was as insignificant as a firefly against the moon, instantly overwhelmed. Her face paled, a trickle of blood escaping from her lips. Yet she stubbornly spread her arms wide, shielding Xiao Yan behind her, her beautiful eyes brimming with determination and pleading. Seeing Sun willing to suffer injury to protect a seemingly worthless person, the ancient demon's fury intensified, and the pressure did not relent, but instead sharpened further. Sun, ancient Qingyang, standing nearby, frowned and admonished the ancient demon against further actions. Moving swiftly to Sun's side, his tone was significantly gentler than that of the ancient demon. Yet beneath that gentleness lay an undeniable pride of the ancient clan. Sun, You are a prodigious bloodline, an unprecedented treasure of my ancient clan, of noble status destined to stand atop the continent. You are still young, having seen so little of the world. This vast continent is home to countless true paragons, each brilliant as the stars. In the Central Plains, among the ancient races and powerful sects, there are countless young talents far superior to this Xiao Yan. You are merely momentarily trapped in this remote corner of the Northwest, having yet to witness the true grandeur of the world, which has led to a mere illusion of affection towards this ordinary individual. His words sliced through Sun'er's heart like the sharpest of blades, also delivering a crushing blow to Xiao Yan's already bloody dignity. An ordinary person? An illusion of affection? Oomph. The ancient demon retracted some of his pressure, allowing Xiao Yan a moment to breathe, yet his cold, piercing gaze, filled with utmost disdain and mockery, pierced Xiao Yan like a venomous needle. Brother Qing Yang speaks the truth. Sun'er, look at him. His talent is merely that of a great dome master, inferior even to the guards of my ancient clan. In terms of appearance, he is utterly unremarkable, lost in a sea of faces. Regarding his background and influence, he hails from a family long since crushed by the Soul Palace. What can he offer you, aside from some empty words and a stroke of luck? What else does he possess? With each word from the ancient demon, Xiao Yan trembled further, his complexion paling with each syllable. Each phrase was like a heavy hammer, smashing the flickering warmth ignited by Sun'er's defense into a million pieces, leaving only an abyss of coldness and humiliation. What does he possess to be worthy of you? What can he use to protect you? Just that pitiful resolve that requires your protection to stand tall? The ancient demon's ridicule reached its zenith. An ant must be aware of its insignificance. To aspire to cling to a phoenix of the heavens will only lead to being burned to ashes by its divine flames. I am saving him and also reminding you, Sun'er, do not remain obstinately ignorant. Enough! Xiao Yan suddenly raised his head, emitting a hoarse roar, his eyes blazing crimson as he fixed his gaze upon the ancient demon and ancient Qing Yang. An endless tide of fury, humiliation, and powerlessness surged within him like molten lava, scorching his insides. He hated his own weakness. He loathed the arrogance of the ancient clan. Power! Power! I must become stronger. I must surpass them all. Strong enough to obliterate every obstacle. Strong enough that no one besides Sun'er would dare utter a word against me. Strong enough to flatten the Soul Palace and rescue my father. Xiao Yan fervently swore within his heart, each word steeped in blood and tears. He gripped his fists tightly, his nails embedding into his flesh, blood flowing freely, as if to engrave this humiliation and resolve deep into his very bones. Yet, unbeknownst to him, the many opportunities he yearned for, the numerous exotic flames that would facilitate the evolution of the burning decision, the fragmented map relating to the pure lotus demon fire, the Btth transformation nectar, the 3,000 thunder movements, the earth heart body, refining milk, the purple cloud wings, and even more future chances, had long since been quietly intercepted by the purple-robed youth, who was leisurely enjoying the spectacle. At this moment, his vows and determination were, to some extent, merely illusions built upon shifting sands, while the path ahead was already strewn with invisible thorns. Within the bone flame ring, Yao Chen's soul emitted a barely perceptible sigh. He felt Xiao Yan's overwhelming fury and humiliation, filled with helplessness and heartache. Did he not wish to manifest himself and argue with this ancient clan scion? Yet he was acutely aware that in his current state, facing two true Dozuns, he stood no chance whatsoever. Moreover, the ancient demon had the terrifying support of the ancient clan behind him. Meanwhile, Xuan Ye, detached from the fray, was holding Medusa's soft, delicate hand, suspended in midair, observing the unfolding drama with keen interest. Watching Xiao Yan's face contorted by extreme anger and humiliation, witnessing his futile struggle against absolute power. A glint of amusement and delight flickered in Xuan Ye's violet golden eyes. Suddenly recalling something, his lips moved, and an invisible soul transmission precisely reached the ear of the solemn, yet helpless elder Su Qian below. Elder Su Qian, I trust you are well. Su Qian's body trembled slightly, surprised as he gazed up at Xuan Ye in the sky. He naturally recognized Xuan Ye, for it was this mysterious youth who had intervened during the calamity at the heavenly burning Qi Tower, resolving the crisis and returning a weakened, fallen heart flame to the Jianan Academy. Su Qian had always remembered this debt of gratitude. Lord Xuan Ye. Su Qian responded with the power of his soul, a heartfelt admiration escaping his lips. I never imagined that your highness would break through to the Dozun level so swiftly. Merely a stroke of luck, Xuan Ye replied, his tone casual yet laden with undeniable implications. Be wary of that lad, named Xiao Yan beside you. Within him resides a formidable soul entity that guides him. And one of his objectives on this journey is to acquire the fallen heart flame from your Xiao Yan Academy. What? Su Qian felt a jolt of alarm, his pupils constricting sharply. He abruptly turned, his gaze piercing like a blade as it fixed upon Xiao Yan, who remained engulfed in anger and humiliation below. To seize the fallen heart flame? This is the very foundation of Xiao Yan Academy. If this boy were to succeed, although it was merely hearsay, Xuan Ye had previously aided Xiao Yan Academy, and thus Su Qian found himself inclined to believe him. Moreover, Xuan Ye was now a Dozun powerhouse. There was no reason for him to deceive Su Qian. Better to trust in its existence than to dismiss it outright. His gaze towards Xiao Yan swiftly shifted from sympathy and helplessness to a profound vigilance tinged with coldness. The interests of the academy outweighed all else. He would not permit anyone to covet the fallen heart flame. Xuan Ye, observing the transformation in Su Qian's demeanor, allowed a deeper smile of amusement to grace his lips. He refrained from further words, tightening his grip on Medusa's hand, continuing to watch the scene unfold below with casual composure. Medusa, sensing the strength in his grasp, glanced sideways and caught the knowing smile upon his face, a flicker of intrigue passing through her violet eyes, yet she did not inquire further, remaining silently by his side. Below, Gu Qingyang was still attempting to persuade Suner, while Gu Yao cast a cold, disdainful gaze upon Xiao Yan. Clenching his fists tightly, Xiao Yan allowed blood to drip from his palms, vowing silently to grow stronger, unaware that his future path had already been silently severed by others. Chapter 86, Xun Elivis. In the skies above the inner courtyard, the atmosphere was taut, poised to snap. The murderous intent in Gu Yao's eyes had solidified into something almost palpable. As he raised his palm, dark dough qi swirling violently within, condensing into a destructive force aimed directly at the beleaguered Xiao Yan below. Should the strike land, even with Yao Chen's sole power to protect him, Xiao Yan would surely face annihilation. Suner's complexion turned deathly pale, tears welling in her eyes, but refusing to fall. Her faint golden dough qi ignited desperately, striving to serve as a final barrier. Gu Qingyang's brow furrowed deeply, although he did not intervene. He evidently acquiesced to Gu Yao's actions, deeming the eradication of this stain on the Gu clan's reputation as permissible. Just as the situation reached a critical juncture, a calm voice resonated clearly in the ears of every Dozun present. Hold on. All eyes turned toward Xuan Ye, who had been a passive observer until now. He slowly released Medusa's hand and stepped forward. Gu Yao halted, his brows knitting together as he regarded Xuan Ye. Brother Xuan Ye, what do you mean? Are you intending to protect this insignificant creature? His tone was tinged with displeasure and skepticism. Had it not been for his regard for Xuan Ye's relationship with him and the latter's status as a saint's son of the Pill Tower, he would not have paused. Gu Qingyang cast a puzzled glance as well. Xuan Ye gently shook his head, his gaze sweeping over Xiao Yan, who had temporarily gained a reprieve thanks to his interjection, yet remained a pitiful sight, his eyes bloodshot. He stated casually, as if recounting a trivial matter, "It is not that I wish to protect him. It is merely that the sole entity within that ring of his, which is connected to my Pill Tower and to my mother, Xin, holds some history." His tone was nonchalant, as if discussing an inconsequential issue. This sole entity, known as Yao Chun, was once the master of the Starfall Pavilion in the Central State, a renowned alchemist of his time, and had crossed paths with my mother on several occasions to discuss alchemy. In light of Yao Chen's connection to the Pill Tower, and for my sake, let's spare this boy's life. Those words were delivered lightly. They instantly caused Gu Yao and Gu Qingyang's expressions to shift. Yao Chun, the former master of the Starfall Pavilion, renowned throughout the Central State, who mysteriously vanished later on, hidden within this boy's ring? While they were indifferent to the Pill Tower's reputation, Xuan Ye's intervention commanded respect, and they felt obliged to concede. Gu Qingyang was the first to regain his composure, exchanging glances with Gu Yao before solemnly stating, "Since there is an old connection with Xuan Ye, then it shall be as you say." He turned to Xuan Ye and clasped his hands in gratitude. "Thank you, Brother Xuan Ye, for your reminder." Though Gu Yao harbored reluctance, and his murderous intent simmered, he ultimately scoffed coldly, dissipating the terrifying dough qi he had gathered in his palm. His icy gaze sliced through Xiao Yan's face, filled with warning and disdain, as if to say, "Consider yourself fortunate, insect." With the looming threat of death suddenly lifted, Xiao Yan gasped for breath, his body swaying slightly from exhaustion and overwhelming emotions. He raised his head to gaze upon Xuan Ye, whose words had sealed his fate, then glanced at the towering figures of Gu Yao and Gu Qingyang. Listening to their dismissive remarks about him being an insect, a deeper, more profound sense of humiliation enveloped his heart, more piercing than the pressure he had previously endured. Once again, he found himself at the mercy of a stranger, whose intervention was based on past ties to someone he regarded as a mentor. This feeling of helplessness, of having his destiny hinged upon another's whim, drove him to the brink of madness. There was no joy in surviving. Only an endless well of rage and self-loathing festered within him. His tightly clenched fists had pierced his palms, blood dripping steadily from his fingers and pooling on the ground, creating a stark crimson stain. Within the ring, Yao Chun let out a complex sigh. He had not anticipated that his intricate relationship with Xian Ye would become the sole bargaining chip for preserving Xiao Yan's life under such circumstances. Gu Qingyang no longer regarded Xiao Yan, his attention shifting to Sun, whose eyes were brimming with tears. His tone returned to its previous gentleness, yet was devoid of room for dissent. Sun, this farce must come to an end. Let us return. The clan has awaited you for far too long. Sun understood that the tide had turned against her. With Gu Yao and Gu Qingyang personally present, alongside Xuan Ye, she had no choice but to comply. She cast a lingering glance at Xiao Yan, who trembled yet burned with an unwavering flame of defiance, her heart heavy with reluctance and sorrow. Gently, she extricated herself from Gu Qingyang's supportive hand, gracefully descending to stand before Xiao Yan. Brother Xiao Yan, her voice choked, and she swiftly retrieved 2 scrolls, glowing with an ancient radiance, from her spatial ring, thrusting them into his bloodied hands. These are the first 2 seals of the Imperial Seal technique, the Mountain Opening Seal and the Ocean Turning Seal. You must cultivate diligently. She lifted her tear-streaked eyes to meet Xiao Yan's bloodshot yet resolute gaze, her voice a mere whisper, laden with profound affection and resolve, meant solely for his ears. Remember, without the strength of a dozun, do not seek me out. With that, she abruptly turned, tears finally cascading down her cheeks, yet she stubbornly refused to look back. Her figure transformed into a stream of faint golden light, returning to stand beside Gu Qingyang. Xiao Yan stood frozen, clutching the 2 scrolls. Still warm from Sun's touch and stained with her tears, replaying her farewell words in his mind as he watched her resolute departure, pain constricting his chest. He opened his mouth to cry out, to plead for her to stay, only to find himself devoid of the strength to utter a single sound. He could only watch helplessly as the 2 ethereal figures, carrying his beloved girl, stepped into the void, disappearing into the slowly closing rift in space. Powerless, worthless. These 2 words echoed like a curse in his mind, reverberating relentlessly. He fixed his gaze upon the tranquil sky, his eyes ablaze with wrath and an unquenchable desire for strength. Dozun, he must achieve it, no matter the cost. As the grand performance concluded, Xuan Ye grasped Medusa's hand, the playful glint in his amethyst eyes gradually dissipating, returning to a serene and profound calm. He cast a glance at Xiao Yan, who stood below like a soulless specter, exuding an aura of despair and unwillingness, and then glanced at the complex-faced Su Qian beside him, feeling little tumult within. Xiao Yan's fate had long since veered off course when he intercepted those fortuitous opportunities. To him, the current anger and vows were merely the prelude to a cornered beast struggle. This matter is settled. We should take our leave, Xuan Ye softly remarked to Medusa. She nodded slightly, feeling the warmth emanating from his palm, yet her heart remained tumultuous due to the recent upheaval. Although unaware of the ancient clan's origins, it was evident from the conversation among Xuan Ye and his companions that their strength was likely terrifyingly formidable. With a flick of his sleeve, Xuan Ye summoned the power of space, enveloping both himself and Medusa. Just before their departure, he sensed something, as if his gaze pierced through the endless void. Reaching towards the direction of the Gamma Empire and the Yunlan sect, towards the ancient celestial palace's subtemple, the gaze that Bai Yi sensed the secrets beneath the altar. A thought flashed through his mind, becoming an uncontrollable obsession, firmly embedding itself within his consciousness. Xuan Ye harboret an ominous premonition. The presence within the celestial subtemple might surpass his imagination. In the next instant, the 2 figures vanished from their location, leaving behind a scene of devastation and silence in the inner courtyard plaza, along with the youth who clutched a blood-stained scroll, swearing a blood oath within his heart. Yet lost, and without opportunities ahead. Chapter 87. The Whisper of the Demon Emperor. Above the Yunlan sect, the space trembled slightly, and the silhouettes of Xuan Ye and Medusa quietly materialized. After settling Medusa within the Yunlan sect and entrusting her care to Yuan, Xuan Ye did not linger for a moment. His amethyst figure once again melded into the void. In the next heartbeat, he found himself directly within the ancient celestial palace's sub-temple, concealed behind the gates of life and death, in a realm that was both silent and desolate. Upon entering this ancient ruin, an aura of coldness and stillness, far more intense than that of the outside world, assaulted him. The chaotic energy flowing through the air bore a weight that was almost ineffable. Btth stood silently beside the chaotic altar, his platinum robe contrasting starkly with the surroundings. Upon seeing Xuan Ye, he nodded slightly, his cool gaze reflecting the gravity he had conveyed earlier. "Your Excellency," Btth acknowledged. Xuan Ye waved his hand, signaling that words were unnecessary. His amethyst eyes transformed into instruments of acute perception, meticulously scrutinizing the hall he had long since familiarized himself with. The pillars leaned precariously. The runes dimmed, and the chaotic energy swirled as usual. Everything appeared unchanged since his departure. Yet, he trusted Btth Ye's perception and believed in the lingering sense of unease he could not shake. Buzz! The vast and boundless power of celestial souls surged forth from within Xuan Ye, unreservedly flooding the hall. This intangible force instantaneously permeated every corner, infiltrating every inch of stone wall and every crevice of the runes, even stirring the chaotic energy that flowed languidly above. The celestial soul power delicately sensed every fluctuation of energy, every structure of space, every thread of time. Nothing, there is nothing, apart from the ancient laws and the aura of desolation lingering from the celestial palace itself, as well as the chaotic energy emanating from the altar. He sensed no signs of foreign life, no hidden energy cores, nor any remnants of souls that should not exist. The sensation of being observed was palpable from Btth Ye, yet when he, in his true form, employed his celestial soul to probe, it was akin to colliding with a void, unable to capture any substantial target. This outcome not only failed to reassure Xuan Ye, but rather heightened his vigilance to its utmost. What kind of existence could elude even the celestial soul at its pinnacle? His gaze involuntarily darted back to the heart of the hall, to the colossal chaotic altar inscribed with countless ancient runes, pulsating with chaotic energy. The last time he visited, he had utilized this place to reshape Btth Ye, neglecting to pay much attention to the altar itself. However, under the current circumstances of suspicion, he finally discerned an exceedingly unusual detail that had been overlooked before. The altar was entirely forged from a material as dark as the core of a star. The runes ancient and intact, seemingly cohesive. Yet at the very center of the altar, where energy converged and chaotic energy flowed like a whirlpool, there appeared to be an exceedingly fine crack, almost indistinguishable from the surrounding runic patterns. This crack was not a physical fracture, but rather akin to a scar in the fabric of space, or a trace left behind by a powerful force that had forcibly penetrated and was laboriously mended. It was so minuscule that it resembled a hair's breadth. Without Xuan Ye's profound soul realm and vigilant nature, it would have gone unnoticed. The runes at the crack's edge were drawn in a manner and energy flow that differed subtly from the rest of the altar, suggesting that the immense energy and esoteric runes of the altar ultimately aimed to suppress, seal, and conceal this inconspicuous fissure, to utilize an entire subtemple of an ancient celestial palace, along with this evidently high-level chaotic altar, to seal a mere crack. This thought struck Xuan Ye like a bolt of lightning, sending a chill racing from his tailbone to the crown of his head. Cold sweat began to bead uncontrollably at his temples. What could possibly necessitate such a monumental effort to seal? A celestial subtemple, at its zenith, was likely at least an artifact-level existence. To have such an entity take such grave measures to seal something here beneath the crack, a terrifying conjecture, one that even Xuan Ye found chilling, began to uncontrollably proliferate within his mind, entwining his entire consciousness like a poisonous vine. Could it be that beneath this altar, the place connected by the crack, lay the seal of a demon emperor? An extraterritorial evil clan, a demon emperor. That was a terrifying existence comparable to the heavenly sovereigns of the vast worlds. An adversary capable of annihilating countless lower realms and waging wars against the multiverse for innumerable ages. If this place indeed sealed a demon emperor, even if it were merely remnants of its soul or a thought diminished a billionfold, Xuan Ye found it increasingly difficult to breathe. He finally comprehended why Btth Ye felt he was being watched, and why even his celestial soul struggled to perceive. It was due to the insurmountable chasm between their life levels and the essence of their powers. That probing gaze likely emanated from a completely different, higher-dimensional realm of perception. At such a level, even the souls of emperors appeared minuscule by comparison. Xuan Ye's heart raced, drenched in cold sweat from the terror of this conjecture. His muscles tensed as if confronted with the most horrifying existence in the universe. Suddenly, a voice unheralded resonated deep within the souls of both him and Btth. This was not a sound transmitted through the air, but a whisper that directly acted upon the essence of their souls. The voice ebbed and flowed, at times reminiscent of a lover's murmur, laden with temptation, at times echoing the ancient chants of a ritual, imbued with an eerie rhythm, and at other moments transforming into the wails of countless vengeful spirits, unsettling and causing their souls to sway. What a marvelous soul, celestial realm, perfection. The body of the dragon phoenix, along with the aura of the divine phoenix, forms an intriguing amalgamation. After countless years, there is finally someone capable of perceiving the existence of this emperor. Fear not, little one. Approach closer so that this emperor may behold you in earnest. You are exceptional, extraordinarily so. Perhaps you can be of assistance to me. Power, knowledge, and boundless treasures I can bestow upon you. Come, draw near to the altar and touch this rift to release me. This voice is imbued with an unparalleled allure, each syllable seeming to awaken the deepest desires and greed within the hearts of living beings. It appears to comprehend the human psyche, directly tempting Xuan Ye with his thirst for power and his pursuit of higher realms. Simultaneously, an indescribable, cold, and malevolent intent, akin to invisible tendrils, accompanies this whisper, attempting to silently entwine itself around the core of Xuan Ye and Btth's souls, undermining their vigilance and leading them toward that perilous rift. Xuan Ye suddenly felt a jolt, his formidable soul power instantly coalescing into an impenetrable barrier, forcefully repelling the encroaching malevolent intent. His countenance darkened ominously, and his amethyst gold eyes were filled with an unprecedented gravity and a hint of unmistakable trepidation. He had been targeted. This was not a mere vague scrutiny, but rather a direct fixation from the terrifying entity sealed beneath. Although he could not discern what was sealed away, the ability to penetrate the altar's seal and seduce souls was enough to demonstrate its daunting stature. He glanced at Btth beside him, noting that although Btth's expression remained impassive, his platinum battle energy had autonomously ignited, clearly shaken by the enticing voice. A crisis. A tremendous crisis. This ancient celestial palace's branch was not a place of opportunity, but rather a prison housing a formidable beast, and Xuan Ye seemed to have inadvertently found himself at the threshold of this cage, already marked by its captive. Chapter 88. The Devouring Celestial Art. The alluring whispers that ensnared the soul wove like invisible threads, incessantly entwining and tugging at Xuan Ye's will. Beneath the rift, the voice of the heart shadow demon emperor brimmed with irresistible enchantment, painting a vivid tableau of power, knowledge, and eternal life. For a fleeting moment, confusion clouded Xuan Ye's gaze, as his feet moved uncontrollably toward the subtle fissure at the altar's center, slowly stepping forth, just as his toes were about to graze the edge of the rift. Shimmering with an eerie luminescence, the dragon phoenix bloodline within him erupted in a resounding cry, filled with warning. A primal sense of danger surged through him like icy water, jolting him awake. Begone, Xuan Ye bellowed, unleashing the power of his celestial soul like a volcanic eruption. His amethyst gold essence surged skyward, forcefully severing the invisible threads of temptation and propelling him backward. How could this mere ant break free from my heart's enchantment? Beneath the rift, the heart shadow demon emperor's enticing voice abruptly ceased, transforming into a low growl laced with astonishment and ire. I underestimated your willpower. This anger swiftly swelled into a tempestuous rage. Ungrateful wretch. Then let you become the first nourishment for my liberation. Boom! The entire chaotic altar, nay, the entire miniature world of the ancient celestial palace branch, began to tremble violently. The previously subtle rift expanded abruptly, resembling a gaping wound, as an indescribable, grotesque energy, suffused with blasphemy, death, chaos, and destruction, erupted forth like a deluge from the fissure. The moment this malevolent energy manifested, the surrounding space emitted a hissing sound of corrosion. Light was distorted and devoured, and even the flowing chaotic currents seemed to encounter their nemesis, becoming tumultuous and dim. Buzz. Upon the altar, the countless primordial runes, which had lain dormant for eons, appear to be thoroughly incensed, illuminating instantaneously. Their resplendent radiance exploded like countless miniature suns. A vast and majestic ancient power descended, transforming into colossal chains of light and barriers of runes, forcefully pressing down upon the surging malevolence. Hiss! The malevolent energy clashed violently with the radiant runes, annihilating each other with a cacophony that sent shivers down one's spine. An energy storm wreaked havoc throughout the Grand Hall, warping and fracturing the very fabric of space. However, just as the runes exerted their full power to suppress the erupting malevolence, an exceedingly subtle, needle-like tendril of dark energy, as if animated by life itself, cunningly penetrated the blockade of runic light at a speed that transcended thought, aiming straight for the recently steadied Xuan Ye. Too swift. So swift that Xuan Ye could scarcely muster a complete defensive technique. The tendril of malevolence had already made contact with his body, burrowing in like a parasite in an instant. Ugh! Xuan Ye's body stiffened abruptly, his complexion turning ashen. A cold, lifeless energy, infused with endless malice and corrosive power, spread through his meridians, flesh, and soul like a virulent poison. Wherever it passed, the dragon phoenix essence became tainted, his battle energy faltered, and even his celestial soul felt waves of piercing pain and dizziness. Btth run! Xuan Ye gritted his teeth, enduring the terrifying sensation that threatened to obliterate his very existence. He barked at Btth, who stood ready beside him. The horror of this malevolence far surpassed imagination. Lingering would only invite mutual corruption. Without the slightest hesitation, Btth understood that staying would only be a burden. His platinum figure instantly transformed into a streak of light, dashing toward the entrance of the hall. Meanwhile, Xuan Ye exerted every ounce of strength to operate the Dragon Phoenix body and the Void Soul art, his amethyst gold essence and vast soul power forming two formidable barriers to staunch the encroaching malevolence. Yet, the caliber of this malevolence was too high. His strength was as fragile as a paper wall before it, easily pierced and dismantled. As the malevolence threatened to invade his heart and consciousness, despair washed over him, only for a sudden spark of inspiration to flash through his mind. The devouring celestial art. A frenzied thought struck him like lightning, illuminating his nearly overwhelmed consciousness. Since this malevolent energy shared its origins with the devouring celestial art, both stemming from the same otherworldly evil lineage, could the devouring celestial art not refine it? This was his last bastion of hope. Without hesitation, he cast aside all distractions and fears, forcefully guiding his nearly dissipated battle energy and soul with unwavering willpower, fervently channeling them along the profound and obscure pathways of the devouring celestial art. Buzz, a miniature chaos vortex, seemingly able to devour all light and energy, began to coalesce with great difficulty yet unwavering determination at the depths of his dantian. Indeed, as expected, the previously rampant and unstoppable jet-black malevolence halted abruptly upon encountering the pulling force of this chaotic vortex, as if encountering a higher-tier power of the same origin. Immediately, the chaotic vortex spun with renewed vigor, unleashing an overwhelmingly domineering force of devourment, as the tendril of malevolence, which had left Xuan Ye helpless, was forcibly torn from his body, as if thrown into a furnace, consumed by the chaotic vortex. Refine! Xuan Ye roared within, exerting all his strength to activate the divine art. Within the chaotic vortex, it seemed to create its own realm, as the destructive and lifeless malevolence was frantically torn, tempered, and transformed. In the span of several breaths, a supremely pure energy emerged, still tinged with a hint of inherent chill, yet entirely subdued, purged of all malevolent thoughts and corrosive traits, nourishing him like refreshing rain that revitalized his nearly parched meridians and soul. It not only dispelled the encroachment, but even slightly loosened the bottleneck of his pinnacle 3-star dozune. What? Beneath the altar's fissure, the heart-soul demon emperor, who was preparing to revel in witnessing the perfect corruption of his new vessel, felt his consciousness, composed of countless negative thoughts, suddenly tremble with disbelief. This is impossible. How could an ant from a lower realm refine the source energy of this emperor? This notion upended his understanding. Unless faced with an entity of equal caliber, it was inconceivable for one to resist the erosion of his source energy. Yet in the next moment, as he meticulously sensed the chaotic vortex refining his source energy, emanating a unique, domineering aura that seemed poised to devour all creation. His once immutable consciousness was suddenly engulfed by a tumultuous wave. Could this essence be the heaven-devouring divine method? For the first time, the voice of the heart-soul demon emperor lost its aloof composure, revealing an unmistakable shock and elation. Ha ha! Is divine will, truly divine will? I never anticipated, not in the slightest, that in this desolate lower realm, I would encounter a host practicing the supreme divine method of my outlandish evil clan, the Devourers, possessing such an extraordinary physique. Perfect, an utterly flawless vessel. Once I seize you with the heaven-devouring divine method and this body, I shall not only regain my strength in an instant, but perhaps even glimpse a fragment of the mysteries of my divine realm. Ecstasy and greed blazed within the heart-soul demon emperor's consciousness like wildfires. He could no longer regard the toll it would take, launching a reckless assault against the already faltering seal. Break free from me now. Rumble, rumble, rumble. An unfathomable force, tenfold, 100-fold more terrifying than before, erupted from the depths of the fissure as if millions of volcanoes erupted simultaneously. The entire celestial palace microcosm emitted a mournful cry of collapse. The earth split open into bottomless chasms. The sky was filled with spiderweb-like spatial cracks, and countless palace ruins were utterly reduced to dust in this cataclysmic tremor. The runes upon the altar flickered wildly, like a candle flickering in the wind, each rune chain snapping under the onslaught of malevolent energy. The fissure, under the heart-soul demon emperor's reckless assault, was rapidly expanding, with a miasma of evil so thick it resembled viscous ink, beginning to truly corrupt this ancient sanctuary. Xuan Ye, having just utilized the heaven-devouring divine method to avert crisis, was still processing the gravity of the situation when he was struck by the apocalyptic spectacle before him. Feeling the altar beneath his feet trembling violently, as if it would crumble at any moment, he gazed at the widening fissure, resembling a demonic maw, and the terrifying aura emanating from within sent shivers through his very soul, causing his heart to plummet. He never imagined that the adversary could recognize the heaven-devouring divine method. The terrifying demon emperor beneath the seal, far from relinquishing hope, was instead filled with an even greater insatiable greed due to the existence of the heaven-devouring divine method. Chapter 89. The Demon Emperor Breaks Free. Boom! Thud! Crack! Rumble! The entire ancient celestial palace microcosm had transformed into an inferno of energy, a graveyard of space. The frenzied assault of the heart-soul demon emperor resembled billions of stars exploding consecutively within a confined cage, unleashing a formidable force capable of obliterating all. The earth no longer merely split into chasms, but collapsed in massive chunks, revealing a void stained with malevolent energy, swirling with chaotic laws. The sky, no longer riddled with cracks, shattered like a broken glass dome, large sections peeling away and crashing down to reveal the cold, desolate expanse of the outer cosmos beyond. Countless floating mountains and dilapidated palaces were effortlessly crushed and vaporized in this world-ending tempest, leaving not a trace behind. The chaotic altar, as the core and focal point of the seal within this microcosm, bore the brunt of the most terrifying impact. The ancient runes inscribed by the primordial heavenly emperor shone with an unparalleled brilliance, akin to blazing suns, exerting their final strength to maintain the seal's integrity. Thick chains of light extended from the altar, entwining the ever-expanding fissure, yet under the corrosive influence of malevolence and the forceful assault, they emitted piercing sounds as they shattered, dissipating into a myriad of luminous particles. Nevertheless, the seal left by the heavenly emperor was ultimately too powerful and ancient, even after enduring countless eons of erosion. And despite the heart-soul demon emperor's reckless onslaught, the fissure's expansion was still forcibly slowed by the rune-staunch resistance. Cursed be the heavenly emperor. Cursed be the seal. The heart-soul demon emperor's roar was filled with exasperation and a hint of barely perceptible weakness. It had been sealed for far too long, its power long diminished. Such heedless assaults exacted a tremendous toll on its own reserves. It could sense that the lad who had cultivated the heaven-devouring divine method, possessing a perfect physique, was rapidly distancing himself from the altar, on the verge of escaping this crumbling microcosm. Should he succeed in fleeing, who could say when it might find another vessel so fitting? It could not afford to wait. It would not resign itself to this fate. You have forced this emperor's hand. From beneath the fissure came the heart-soul demon emperor's anguished roar, filled with boundless malice and resolve. In the next moment, An indescribably pure, dark essence, imbued with the supreme source of demonic power, surged forth from the depths of the fissure. A drop of pitch-black blood, glimmering with dark red light, seemingly composed of countless twisted runes and wailing souls, slowly seeped from the void. The blood of the demon emperor. The instant this drop appeared, the entire collapsing microcosm was momentarily stilled, as if even the process of destruction was daunted by this supreme, demonic power. The remnant soul of the heart-soul demon emperor emitted a painful groan. Evidently, forcing out this drop of source blood was an immense burden, risking its very foundation. Yet it hesitated not. That drop of demonic blood ignited as if it possessed a life of its own. The black flames danced, not with heat, but with an extreme coldness and silence, transforming the burning demonic blood into flowing dark runes, inscribing and delineating in the void above the altar in a manner that transcended spatial comprehension. A complex, eerie formation, replete with meanings of desecration and chaos, rapidly took shape. At the center of the formation lay a swirling vortex of darkness, seemingly capable of swallowing all light and hope. With my blood as the catalyst, break the seal. Boom! An overwhelming, tyrannical force, far more terrifying than any prior assault, erupted from the black formation as if a long-dormant, world-destroying demon god had awakened. This power, infused with the heart-soul demon emperor's burning essence, crashed fiercely against the faltering heavenly seal. Buzz pop! This time, the resilient ancient runes emitted a mournful wail under the unbearable pressure. Countless rune chains vaporizing as if cast into a raging fire. The altar itself began to exhibit massive, penetrating cracks, and the heavenly seal that had suppressed the heart-soul demon emperor for countless ages finally dimmed and crumbled under the ultimate strike, fueled by the burning blood of the demon emperor. Crack rumble, accompanied by a thunderous explosion that reverberated throughout the cosmos. The entire chaos altar, along with its unfathomably deep foundational seals, erupted with a cataclysmic force. Countless fragments of stone and surging waves of energy cascaded outward like a tsunami, transforming the already fractured microcosm into a scene of utter devastation. In that moment of chaotic disintegration, as the seal shattered and the altar detonated, a shadowy soul essence, honed to perfection and nearly merging with darkness, broke free from the shackles of time and space. It carried the accumulated resentment, greed, and ecstasy of the heart-shadow demon emperor, traversing distances at an incomprehensible speed, and plunged directly into the brow of Xuan Ye, who was poised to tear through space and flee. Damn it! Xuan Ye's body stiffened midair, an involuntary curse escaping his lips. At this moment, he felt as if his consciousness was pierced by a colossal chaotic spear, entwined with countless vengeful spirits. It was a cold, vast, and terrifying will, steeped in endless epics, surging into him like a cosmic dark river, ruthlessly washing over and invading his soul. His awareness and his very essence felt as fragile as a leaf in a tempest before the remnant soul of the supreme demon emperor. Despite his desperate struggles to erect barriers with his soul power and attempt to devour it using the heaven-swallowing art, invoking his dragon phoenix bloodline to resist. All his efforts appeared utterly feeble in the face of such overwhelming power and disparity in status. It was akin to a firefly attempting to halt the flow of a galactic river, or an ant trying to shake a mountain. His consciousness was gradually submerged, corroded, and squeezed into the most remote corners of his mind, as if sealed within the deepest recesses of his own body, able only to watch and feel, yet utterly unable to exert any control. As the heart-shadow demon emperor's remnant soul, completely detached from its foundational seal, the already crumbled microcosm fell into an eerie calm. Xuan Ye floated amidst the dissipating void, and a terrifying transformation overtook his aura. The once noble and mysterious purple-gold energy now morphed into a dark, profound essence, entwined with strands of dread-inducing black-red, demonic energy. His long, jet-black hair danced wildly without wind, the tips tainted by an unsettling dark red hue. Most chilling were his eyes. Those once deep purple-gold orbs had transformed into a solidified black-red, devoid of Xuan Ye's former calmness, wisdom, or killing intent. Now filled only with a terrifying will that looked down upon the ages, indifferent to all beings, and saturated with infinite malice and desolation. At the center of his brow, a complex and eerie black demonic rune slowly emerged, writhing as if alive, emanating a pressure that could freeze souls. A laugh, distinctly different from Xuan Ye's original voice, rich, hoarse, and laden with ancient authority, escaped his lips. This sound seemed infused with an otherworldly magic, resonating deeply and causing one's spirit to sway. As if souls were being drawn in, Xuan Ye slowly raised his hand, now belonging to him, casting a glance at it. His black-red eyes reflecting a glimmer of satisfaction and greed. What a fine vessel, the dragon phoenix body, entrained in the heaven-swallowing art, a truly perfect host, he murmured, his voice enchanting. Then, as if merely to test the might of this new form, he casually lifted his gaze, surveying the collapsing and vanishing chaos before him. No energy fluctuations, no gathering of fighting spirit, merely a glance. With a mere flicker of his gaze, the already fragile space, akin to delicate paper meeting a scorching iron, was instantly rent asunder, revealing a bottomless abyss that flowed with destructive energy. Within that abyss lay not the usual chaotic currents of space, but an ultimate void that annihilated all. Feeling the sheer terror that this body could unleash with just a glance, Xuan Ye's lips curled into a wickedly satisfying smile. It had been so long since he felt this sensation, the feeling of total dominion. Though still faint, the potential of his body was indeed thrilling. Ha ha ha! In this vast world, the Demon Emperor has returned. Chapter 90. The Illusion of the Celestial Emperor. Is this the feeling of freedom? Ha ha ha! Indeed, it is quite delightful. Xuan Ye's demonic eyes surveyed the surroundings, just as the terrifying demonic might was about to fully erupt from this newly reborn vessel, preparing to sweep across this dimension. Suddenly, an anomaly arose. A clear, melodious hum, seemingly transcending the ages, resonated from within Xuan Ye's body without warning. This sound, though not loud, carried an essence of utmost purification, authority, and order, instantly overshadowing the cacophony of collapsing space and the wails of demonic energy. It was the ancient token of the Celestial Emperor, long kept by Xuan Ye and bound to him by blood. At this moment, the archaic token emerged from the depths of Xuan Ye's robe, radiating a brilliant yet gentle chaotic luminescence. The light did not disperse but enveloped Xuan Ye like a living entity, tender yet resolute. As the chaotic brilliance flared to life, time halted, space froze. The fragments of the crumbling and vanishing microcosm hung suspended in midair, maintaining the posture they held just before disintegration. While the abyss torn by Xuan Ye's gaze, with its edges flowing with destructive energy, appeared as if encased in frozen black ice, motionless. All sounds, colors, motions, and even the flow of energy, as well as the manifestation of laws, were forcibly stilled by a supreme power that transcended all. In this absolute stillness and silence, at the very core of that resplendent, chaotic glow, a blurred illusion began to coalesce and reveal itself. Cloaked in endless chaotic currents, its specific features and attire obscured, one could only vaguely sense an unmatched authority that supported the heavens and earth, delineated the pure from the impure, and established rules. Merely standing there, it seemed to become the center of the universe, the source of myriad paths. Though it was merely a faint projection, having endured countless ages, the trace of its ethereal essence breathed a flicker of life back into this stagnated time, tainted by demonic energy and on the brink of destruction. It was the projection of the ancient Celestial Emperor, imprinted within the token. Celestial Emperor, deep within Xuan Ye's consciousness. The temporarily suppressed remnant soul of the heart-shadowed Demon Emperor let out a piercing roar, twisted with boundless resentment, profound hatred, and a fear it could scarcely acknowledge. It could never have anticipated that at the critical juncture of its seal breaking and impending resurgence, it would trigger the contingency left behind by its eternal nemesis. The Celestial Emperor's illusion spoke no words. It did not even glance at the shattered world frozen in time. Nor did it heed the heart-shadowed Demon Emperor's anguished cries filled with ancient grievances. Its hazy visage seemed to regard the darkened Xuan Ye, entwined in demonic energy, with glimmering runes upon his brow and black-red eyes. Then, it slowly raised its right hand, composed of condensed chaotic light, seemingly bearing the weight of the sun, moon, and stars. There was no earth-shattering explosion of energy, nor any manifestation of laws that could tear apart the cosmos. It merely extended a finger toward Xuan Ye's brow. This gesture, seemingly slow, transcended the cycles of time and space, ignoring all barriers. As the fingertips glided through the air, the time and space, once solidified by the malevolent power of the heart-shadowed Demon Emperor, began to quietly dissolve, retreating and returning to its flowing state. In a moment of subconscious action, The Celestial Emperor's fingertip had already pressed against the center of Xuan Ye's brow, as if a single word bore the weight to suppress all. With a mere hand, he could shield the heavens. Words spoken would manifest as laws. This gesture symbolized an absolute order, transcending mere power, reaching the very essence of the rules, a supremely divine judgment. No, I refuse to concede. The remnant soul of the Heart Shadow Demon Emperor let out a desperate and frenzied roar within Xuan Ye's consciousness. It desperately urged the recently occupied vessel, attempting to summon the power of the Dragon Phoenix, the essence of the Divine Phoenix, and even mimic the operation of the heaven-devouring divine technique to unleash the fiercest resistance. Black and crimson demonic energy surged wildly from Xuan Ye's 7 orifices, striving to resist. The eerie demonic patterns on his brow flickered violently, emanating an unsettling wave that threatened to erode the soul. However, the remnant soul of the Heart Shadow Demon Emperor had just unleashed a secret technique, rendering him exceedingly weak at this moment. Before that seemingly unremarkable fingertip coalesced from chaotic light, all resistance, all struggles, all evil and chaos appeared utterly laughable and futile. There was no explosion, no shockwave, only a peculiar rhythm. As if the very rules were being forcibly rewritten and mistakes corrected in an instant began to permeate the air. The demonic patterns, infused with the essence and will of the Heart Shadow Demon Emperor, emitted a faint and sharp hissing sound as the surrounding demonic energy rapidly dissipated and faded, the once enchanting luster extinguishing completely. Eventually, it transformed into a faint, nearly invisible gray trace. Meanwhile, from the depths of Xuan Ye's consciousness, the piercing wail of the Heart Shadow Demon Emperor's remnant soul echoed, filled with boundless anguish and resentment. Its recently infiltrated, yet not fully stabilized will of the Demon Emperor was ensnared by countless divine chains beneath that fingertip imbued with the Celestial Emperor's supreme purification and suppression power, as if being bound and pierced, then forcefully stripped away from every corner of Xuan Ye's consciousness, compressed. Celestial Emperor, you have suppressed this Demon Emperor for millennia. Ruin my plans. This grudge, this hatred, shall endure through the ages. Once my true form is freed, I shall. The Heart Shadow Demon Emperor's vengeful curse had not fully escaped his lips before it was completely sealed and suppressed by the endless chains of law, the sound abruptly ceasing. Ultimately, its remnant soul was forcibly compressed into a writhing, struggling sphere of dark light, enveloped in layers of primordial runes shimmering with chaotic brilliance, sealed deep within Xuan Ye's consciousness, in an impenetrable cage constructed from the power of the Celestial Emperor. As the remnant soul of the Heart Shadow Demon Emperor was suppressed and sealed away, the terrifying demonic presence enveloping Xuan Ye began to recede rapidly. The black and crimson hues in his gaze swiftly faded, revealing the profound purple-gold essence beneath, albeit filled with profound exhaustion and confusion. His wildly dancing black hair returned to its inky state, save for the tips which retained a faint trace of dark red, bearing witness to the recent peril. Devoid of the Demon Emperor's will to support him, coupled with the immense shock and drain upon his soul from battling the remnant soul, Xuan Ye's body suddenly slackened, his consciousness plunging into an abyss of darkness, and he fell helplessly from midair. Meanwhile, the chaotic phantom manifested by the Celestial Emperor's token, having completed the thunderous oppression, began to grow even fainter and more transparent. Its radiant chaotic brilliance, akin to extinguished stars, transformed into countless soft and pure specks of starlight, gently drifting, dissolving into the returning silence and shattered void. The phantom seemed to slightly lower its gaze, resting it upon the descending, unconscious Xuan Ye. The indistinct contours of its visage seemed to convey a subtle, elusive concern and comfort, just as this magnificent projection was on the verge of vanishing entirely from the realm of existence. Xuan Ye, in a daze, seemed to hear a tender call. Ye. The voice was ethereal, imbued with endless distance and a hint of indescribable longing, before it too, along with the last flicker of starlight, completely faded away. The world fell back into silence. Only the Celestial Emperor's token, suspended in the air, withdrew its brilliance gradually, softly settling upon the unconscious Xuan Ye's chest, radiating a faint, warm glow, as if guarding him. Thus, a heart-stopping conspiracy, marked by the intervention of the Celestial Emperor's projection, temporarily came to a halt. Yet the remnant soul of the Demon Emperor, sealed deep within the consciousness, continued to pose an unfathomable threat. Chapter 91. The Mysterious Dream. Boundless darkness and chaos enveloped Xuan Ye's weary consciousness like a warm womb, uncertain of how long he had drifted within this abyss of awareness. A glimmer of light emerged, akin to dawn breaking through thick clouds, quietly illuminating his vision. The radiance gradually expanded, dispelling portions of the darkness and delineating a scene that defied description. It felt as though he stood in the depths of an infinite starry sky, or perhaps in the primordial realm before all things were born. Beneath his feet lay not solid ground, but rather flowing clouds bathed in a soft glow. Around him, rivers of stars circulated, while the shadows of sun and moon drifted. Great runes danced like golden fish, flickering in and out of the void. At the center of this resplendent and vast scene stood two figures, quietly nestled against one another. Their faces were shrouded in a layer of hazy and sacred luminescence, which Xuan Ye could not pierce through, yet the vague outlines evoked a sense of breathtaking awe. The man stood tall, as if he bore the weight of the heavens upon his shoulders. Merely a blurred profile radiated an unparalleled majesty that transcended the ancient skies. He stood there silently, yet seemed to embody the very path itself, the architect of rules, the guardian of order. Xuan Ye could even faintly sense that the swirling stars and runes around them operated under some profound trajectory centered upon him. The woman nestled beside the man, her figure graceful and captivating, even without a clear view of her countenance. The tranquility, gentleness, and maternal radiance that emanated through the glow soothed the tumult within Xuan Ye's depths, calming his fears and anger as if a spring breeze had caressed an icy expanse. She appeared to be the source of all beauty, a symbol of life and hope. They did not engage in any earth-shattering actions. They merely stood there, embracing one another. Yet that posture naturally exuded a deep emotion and unspoken understanding that transcended time, as if they had held hands through the ages, weathering the vicissitudes of life together. They seemed to stand on the pinnacle of the heavens, transcending all time and cycles, gazing peacefully and profoundly down upon the endless rivers of stars and the vast multitude of beings below. Under their gaze, even the mightiest of warriors would appear as insignificant as dust, and the joys and sorrows, the rise and fall, would merely be trivial ripples in the long river of time. Xuan Ye's consciousness gazed longingly at those two figures, a surge of indescribable emotion, drawn from the depths of his soul, erupted like a dormant volcano. An unfathomable closeness, familiarity, and yearning overwhelmed him in an instant, as if those two figures were the long-sought sanctuary he had searched for through countless reincarnations, an inseparable part of the imprint of his existence. He could not comprehend the origin of such intense feelings, but their reality and intensity were undeniable. In that moment, the indistinct figures within the halo seemed to slightly turn their heads, their blurry gazes appearing to penetrate the barriers between dream and reality, resting upon Xuan Ye. Two gentle and affectionate voices, imbued with an endless depth of sorrow and an imperceptible thread of concern, resonated as if echoing from the dawn of time, reverberating clearly within the depths of Xuan Ye's consciousness. Ye-er, merely two syllables. Yet at this moment within the dreamscape, Xuan Ye felt an extraordinarily palpable warmth and emotion. Wait! A silent scream erupted from the depths of Xuan Ye's mind. He desperately sought to rush towards those two figures, yearning to dispel the hazy halo that surrounded them and discern their visages, longing to inquire who they were and why they instilled such a profound sense of familiarity within him. However, just as his consciousness grazed the edge of that luminous aura, the two entwined silhouettes began to shimmer and ripple like reflections in water disturbed by a pebble, gradually fading into obscurity. The stars surrounding him dimmed, the swirling runes slowly dissipated, and the clouds beneath his feet transformed into wisps of ethereal smoke. No, do not depart. Tell me, who are you? Xuan Ye's heart screamed in frantic desperation, gripped by a terror of losing something of paramount importance. Yet, the two figures ultimately did not linger. They transformed into a chaotic light that enveloped Xuan Ye in a warm embrace, akin to a silent farewell, before vanishing completely into the crumbling dreamscape, leaving no trace behind. Awakening abruptly from his stupor within the depths of the ancient celestial palace's remnants, in the heart of the life and death gate of Yunlan's sect. Xuan Ye sat bolthupret. He gasped for breath, beads of cold sweat dotting his brow, his violet golden eyes brimming with lingering terror, confusion, and a faint sense of loss. Instinctively, He pressed his fingers against his aching brow, where a faint gray demonic mark lingered, a reminder that his previous struggle with the remnant soul of the demon emperor had indeed been real. At his chest, the Tiandi token rested quietly against his garment, emanating a faintly cool sensation. However, at this moment, what consumed his entire being was that fleeting yet vividly clear dream. The hazy couple, their supreme posture overlooking all creation from the heavens, and the utterance of Year, which seemed to carry the weight of eternal longing. Every detail was deeply etched within the recesses of his soul, impossibly vivid and inescapable. Not merely a dream, or rather, undeniably not an ordinary dream. Xuan Ye murmured softly, his voice still raspy from the abrupt awakening. He rubbed his temples vigorously, attempting to calm the tumultuous thoughts swirling within. The profound sense of kinship that emanated from his very soul, the heart-wrenching affection, could not possibly be conjured from thin air. Who were they? That man, exuding an air of authority reminiscent of the Tiandi's ethereal presence. Xuan Ye furrowed his brow, striving to recall the aura of that tall male figure from his dream. Though hazy, the essence of his supreme demeanor, capable of upholding the heavens and establishing the rules, bore a striking resemblance to the ethereal image of the Tiandi that had emerged in the climactic moments to suppress the demon emperor. Could it be? And the woman, her tranquility, gentleness, and embrace, why did they evoke such warmth and reassurance, as if he had returned to the very genesis of his existence? Yeah. They called me Year. Xuan Ye repeated those two syllables, savoring the intimacy embedded within. This was clearly a nickname, a call from someone profoundly close. His origins, which he had believed to be that of a traveler from another realm, were they truly so simplistic? This dreamscape felt like a key, forcefully unlocking a door within his heart that had remained unnoticed, tightly sealed. Behind that door lay secrets intimately connected to him, secrets of vital importance, ones that could potentially overturn all his previous understandings. Xuan Ye sensed, in the depths of his being, a terrifying force propelling all of this forward. He must uncover the truth. His gaze sharpened, the prior shock and confusion replaced by a resolute desire for exploration. He felt that this dream, along with the enigmatic couple within it, might hold the essence of his very existence and the ultimate direction of his future path. Taking a deep breath, he forced his turbulent emotions to subside and began to assess his condition meticulously. Although his soul was weakened, its foundation remained intact. In fact, having endured the onslaught of the demon emperor's remnant soul and the purifying power of the Tiandi, it seemed to have become more refined. His cultivation still stood at the pinnacle of the 3-star Dozun, yet Xuan Ye sensed that should he desire to break through, he could do so at any moment. He touched the faint demonic mark on his brow again, feeling the weak but unyielding pulsations of the dark sphere sealed deep within his consciousness. Surrounded by layers of chaotic runes, his expression complex. The answers to all of this may ultimately rest with the sealed remnant soul of the heart-devouring demon emperor. Chapter 92. The Seal. Xuan Ye stood in the center of the ancient celestial palace, surrounded by the remnants of ages past, where silence reigned supreme. And the air was thick with dust and an ineffable desolation. The voice of Year, seemingly echoing from the other side of time and space, lingered in his soul, imbued with gentle weight and a haunting enigma. He firmly closed his eyes. Within the depths of his violet golden irises, confusion, excitement, and a quest for truth swirled together. These complex emotions ebbed like a tide that had been forcefully suppressed. The mists of truth were dense, yet the hazy figures standing above the heavens, along with the myriad of his inexplicable encounters, pointed towards a staggering secret that transcended his current understanding. However, indulging in the enigma at this moment was futile. He understood deeply that without sufficient strength, even if the truth lay before him, he would be powerless to touch it, potentially inviting calamity upon himself. One must cross the bridge when they come to it, but first he needed the strength to reach that bridge. Gathering his scattered thoughts, Xuan Ye's gaze regained its customary depth and calm. He sensed the stable and pure aura of Btth awaiting him beyond the gates of life and death. With a single step, space warped as he departed from the ancient hall, returning to the mist-laden entrance of the life and death gate at the rear of Yunlan Mountain. There, a platinum figure stood like a painting, exuding an unparalleled grace. In the hall below, Btth slightly bowed, her voice clear and melodious. "It is good to have you back." Xuan Ye nodded, his tone calm, yet imbued with concern that Btth could readily perceive. "Are you well, my lord?" "I am fine," Xuan Ye replied with a weary sigh, shaking his head. "Let's go." Yun and Medusa, must be awaiting us with bated breath. With no further words, Xuan Ye waved his sleeve, and together with Bai Yi, they transformed into a streak of light, darting towards the main hall of the Yaman sect. Before even crossing the threshold of the hall, Xuan Ye's keen soul perception captured the mingling auras within. Yun's gentle yet authoritative presence intertwined with Medusa's cold and enchanting essence, akin to a thorny rose. Rather than the anticipated clash, they exhibited a peculiar harmony. He paused, genuine surprise flickering in his eyes. From his understanding of these two women, Yun was gentle yet resolute, adhering to her principles, while Queen Medusa was domineering and assertive. Though he had left with feelings for both, he had harbored concerns about their interactions, yet he had not anticipated such a scene. With a hint of curiosity and veiled anticipation, Xuan Ye stepped inside. The main hall was warmly lit, the fragrance of incense wafting through the air. Yun sat beside the main seat, clad in a flowing white dress, her hair cascading like a waterfall, her exquisite face adorned with a genuine, gentle smile. As she gracefully poured tea for Medusa, seated in the guest chair, her movements were elegant and effortless, her gaze towards Medusa imbued with sincerity and an almost imperceptible admiration. However, Medusa, today, was not adorned in the splendid brocade that signified her regal authority. Instead, she wore a somewhat casual purple gown that accentuated her breathtaking, alluring curves. She languidly leaned against the back of her chair, her delicate fingers accepting the teacup that Yun had offered. Parting her crimson lips, she gently blew away the steam rising from the tea, and her elongated, beautiful eyes reflected a softness and tranquility that contrasted with her usual sharpness and coldness. She even inclined her head slightly towards Yun, a gesture of gratitude. The atmosphere between the two was harmonious as they engaged in quiet conversation. Their discourse seemed to revolve around the trade interactions at the borders of the Outcloud Empire and the Gamma Empire, as well as the various trivial matters encountered by the Serpent folk as some of their kin integrated into human towns following their migration. Yun's tone was gentle as she proposed some conciliatory suggestions, while Medusa occasionally supplemented or corrected her with a calm demeanor, embodying a collaborative spirit. On a small table beside them, several exquisite pastries were laid out, evidently prepared by Yun with care. This scene stirred a subtle tremor in Xuan Ye's heart, as an indescribable warmth quietly coursed through him, dispelling some of the gloom brought about by his dreams and the mysteries of his lineage. He had anticipated facing potential awkwardness or even undercurrents of tension, yet he was utterly unprepared for such a serene tableau. As if sensing his presence, both Yun and Medusa turned their gazes towards him simultaneously. A spark of surprise and concern ignited in Yun's eyes as she rose to greet him. "Xuan Ye, you have emerged from your retreat?" She hurried to his side, scrutinizing him closely, and upon seeing his steady aura and untroubled expression, she exhaled a sigh of relief, her gentle features unfolding into a warm smile. Medusa also set down her teacup and approached with graceful steps. While she did not express her concern as openly as Yun, the worry and relief were equally palpable in her deep purple eyes as they roamed over Xuan Ye. A playful smile graced her lips, one that could overshadow 100 flowers. "It seems you are not gravely harmed. We have fretted for no reason these past few days." Her tone retained its characteristic haughtiness, yet the inclusion of we felt entirely natural. Xuan Ye gazed at the two strikingly beautiful women before him, one gentle as water, the other fiery as flame, both gathered here because of him, coexisting in such harmony. The tension in his heart, taught from the enigma of his heritage, seemed to slacken somewhat. Regardless of the circumstances, the individuals before him were the warmth he wished to protect with all his might. He reached out, gently clasping Yun's delicate hand, offering her a reassuring glance, before turning to Medusa, his lips curving into a genuine, warm smile. "A minor inconvenience has been resolved. As for you two," his gaze shifted between the two ladies, finally resting on the congenial atmosphere enveloping them. "It appears that during my absence, you have gotten along far better than I had anticipated." Yun smiled softly, glancing at Medusa, and gently remarked, "Though Sister Medusa is of royal stature, her insights are profound, and she is not one to lack understanding." At the onset of the Serpent Folk's migration, the Cloud Mist sect extended what assistance it could, and, through several interactions, familiarity was fostered. Moreover, she paused, her cheeks tinged with a soft blush, her voice growing even gentler, knowing each other's intentions. Why engage in pointless disputes that only serve to sow discord and distract you? Medusa let out a soft huff, tacitly acknowledging Yun's words. Casting a teasing glance at Xuan Ye, her tone laced with jest, yet devoid of malice. This king simply finds it less troublesome to deal with intelligent individuals. Sister Yun is sensible and considers the greater picture, far preferable to those who only know how to vie for attention and appear superficial. Her candor, though straightforward, clearly articulated her stance. They had chosen to accept each other's presence, a reflection of a mature wisdom rooted in both reality and emotion, aimed not only at keeping Xuan Ye focused, but also at allowing themselves the comfort of remaining by his side. Xuan Ye felt a deep sense of gratitude swell within him. He understood the pride of both women. Such a concession and embrace of tolerance was no small feat. Extending his other hand, he gently patted Medusa's arm, a silent communication of understanding. "And I can truly rest easy." His voice softened considerably with such a wife. What more could a husband desire? The harmonious interaction between Yun and Medusa was a revelation to Xuan Ye. However, if this was the case, did it not suggest that his aspirations for a shared life in the same dwelling, surrounded by a harem, were inching closer to realization? That night, the moonlight poured down like water, casting a cool glow upon the summit of Cloud Mist Mountain, enveloped in profound silence. Seated alone in his quiet chamber, Xuan Ye felt the warmth brought by Yun and Medusa's harmonious rapport gradually settle within him. But the weightiness of his dreams and the looming peril hidden deep within his consciousness surged forth once more as icy tides of anxiety flooded his heart. He had to confront this issue. With a steady mind, he allowed his consciousness to slowly descend into the ocean of his awareness. The vast sea of mental strength had significantly recovered, yet he still sensed a hint of fatigue. His gaze fixed upon the depths of his consciousness, where a colossal seal, composed of countless intricate golden runes, was slowly rotating, exuding an aura of immortality, authority, and divine sanctity that suppressed all malevolence. This was the seal left by the Heavenly Emperor, his greatest reliance and simultaneously his most formidable threat. Beneath that resplendent seal, an inescapable darkness churned and surged, emanating a chilling, greedy, and chaotic demonic energy that sent shivers through the soul. It was the imprisoned heart shadow demon emperor, an entity of such terrifying stature that Xuan Ye currently could do nothing against. Xuan Ye's soul consciousness cautiously approached the seal, akin to approaching a slumbering ancient beast. He attempted to convey his thoughts, seeking to communicate with the existence within the seal, even if only to glean a fragment of information. Yet within the seal, there was only a profound silence. The heart shadow demon emperor seemed to have fallen into a complete stupor, or perhaps had weakened to the point of being unable to respond to external stimuli. His soul consciousness roamed the imposing golden barrier of the seal, perceiving the mysterious runes that flowed upon it, far surpassing the levels of the Btth continent. Yet the entity within remained utterly still. Xuan Ye meticulously observed these runes. Each one contained ineffable principles of the Tao, intricate and powerful, as if they were born in unison with the heavens and earth, intertwining to form a seemingly flawless prison. However, he keenly sensed that the brilliance of the seal had dimmed ever so slightly compared to when he had first acquired it. Were it not for the fact that his soul power had ascended to the heavenly realm and that he had formed a subtle connection with the seal through that call, it would have been nearly imperceptible. This was not an eternal seal. The Heavenly Emperor had perished millennia ago. The remnants and seal left behind were ultimately ephemeral, destined to be consumed by the passage of time and the encroaching instincts of the Demon Emperor until they dissipated entirely. This realization weighed heavily on Xuan Ye's heart, akin to a colossal stone pressing down upon him. Should the seal fracture, with his current strength as a 3-star Dozun, he would be no more than an ant before the Heart Shadow Demon Emperor, instantly vulnerable to possession, devoured, and annihilated in both body and spirit. His previous ability to suppress it had relied entirely on the sudden emergence of the Heavenly Emperor's remnants. Would such fortune be granted him again? To hope for the demise of this Demon Emperor was nothing short of delusional. He must find a means to counter it. He withdrew from introspection, opening his eyes, his violet golden irises gleaming with a sharp yet heavy light amidst the darkness. In the Btth continent, when it came to longevity and breadth of experience, perhaps no one could rival the ancient Void Dragon Emperor Zhou Yuan, despite being trapped in the molten world beneath Canaan Academy for millennia. The formidable being at the pinnacle of the 9-star Do Saint might possess some knowledge regarding the profound secrets of soul origins and powerful seals. Although hope seemed scant, it was certainly more prudent than remaining idle. He resolved to explore any potential lead. It appeared imperative to make a swift visit to Canaan Academy. Xuan Ye murmured to himself, solidifying his decision. He tucked this plan away in his mind, aware that such matters required careful deliberation, patience for the right opportunity, and assurance of his own unassailable state. The path ahead was fraught with peril and lurking dangers, yet Xuan Ye was never one to succumb to inaction. Chapter 93. A reunion with Zhou Yuan the following day. Before dawn, a spatial rift silently tore through the sky above Canaan Academy, only to swiftly mend itself. Unnoticed by anyone, Xuan Ye emerged from the rift, appearing in the depths of the familiar and fervent burning heaven Qi refining tower. He did not disturb anyone, whether elders from the inner court or students. His peak strength as a 3-star Dozun allowed him to navigate this realm with ease. Following the path etched in his memory, he felt the spatial energy around him ripple gently, seamlessly penetrating layer upon layer of restrictions, plunging him directly into the searing dark red world of molten lava. Like a streak of lightning, he darted through the viscous magma, clutching a dark golden scale exuding ancient draconic might, a token bestowed by Zhou Yuan during their last transaction. The scale emitted a faint glow, causing the ferocious fire lizardmen lurking in the depths of the magma to retreat in fear, daring not to obstruct his passage. Xuan Ye advanced unobstructed, heading straight toward the deepest recesses of this molten realm, toward the peculiar void capable of freezing even souls. Upon crossing that invisible boundary, the scene before him opened up magnificently. An endless expanse of dark void, dotted with distant stars, revealed an unimaginably colossal purple-gold dragon, coiling like a serpentine mountain, peacefully slumbering in this isolated domain. Even the natural aura emanating from it was sufficient to send tremors of awe through the hearts of ordinary Dozun. As if sensing the presence of the scale and Xuan Ye's arrival, the dragon's tightly shut eyes gradually opened, resembling two blazing purple suns, imbued with the weight of millennia and majesty, fixing their gaze upon Xuan Ye. "Child, what brings you here?" Zhou Yuan's thunderous voice resonated through the void, laced with surprise. "It has not been long since you last visited. Is there some upheaval on ancient Dragon Island?" The immense dragon head lowered slightly, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. Xuan Ye hovered in the void, facing this ancient dragon emperor, and respectfully bowed. "Senior Zhou Yuan, I trust you are well. All is well on ancient Dragon Island, and Xiao Yan has arrived safely, with Xian looking after her. Currently, there are no troubles." Upon hearing news of Xiao Yan, a flicker of uncontainable excitement and warmth crossed Zhou Yuan's vast eyes, and his imposing aura softened somewhat. Good. As long as the little one is safe. You, young man, are quite efficient in your endeavors." Zhou Yuan scrutinized Xuan Ye, a hint of astonishment crossing his features. 3-star Dozun at the pinnacle, with a heavenly realm soul. Your cultivation speed is indeed astonishing. The innate dragon phoenix body is truly deserving of its name. Xuan Ye inclined his head slightly, choosing not to elaborate further on this matter. Observing his reticence, Zhou Yuan, with his colossal form now radiating brilliant light, began to condense his essence. Moments later, the massive dragon form vanished, replaced by a middle-aged man clad in a purple-gold dragon robe, his handsome visage exuding authority, and his gaze profound as if embodying the cosmos itself. This man was Zhou Yuan in human form, his aura still vast as the ocean, but with less of the visual impact of a colossal beast, now imbued with the steadiness and inscrutability of a sovereign. "Speak plainly, what brings you here this time?" Zhou Yuan inquired, hands clasped behind his back, his piercing gaze fixed on Xuan Ye. "You cannot simply be here to update me on Xiao Yan's affairs." Xuan Ye took a deep breath, understanding that beating around the bush would be futile in the presence of such an entity. He addressed the matter directly. "I humbly seek your guidance, esteemed senior. Are you aware of any secret techniques or methods that can stabilize or prolong the duration of a powerful seal?" "A seal?" Zhou Yuan raised an eyebrow, curiosity intensifying in his eyes. "What do you need such a thing for? Have you come into possession of a sealed treasure, fearing the seal might fail? Or perhaps—" He scrutinized Xuan Ye closely. "Have you yourself fallen victim to a troublesome seal?" Xuan Ye paused for a moment, then shook his head. "Not all. I merely require a means to address a potential hidden threat. Given your vast experience and survival over millennia, I trust you possess knowledge regarding the art of sealing. I will be grateful for your insights." Zhou Yuan, recognizing Xuan Ye's reluctance to disclose further details, did not press him. Having lived through countless ages, he understood that everyone harbored their own secrets. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. "Sealing techniques are myriad and varied, but their essence lies in constructing a powerful energy cage to isolate the inside from the outside or suppressing the target through special rules. There are numerous methods to stabilize or extend a seal's duration. The most common involves continuously nourishing the core of the seal with energy, making it less susceptible to decay, or seeking a source that shares the same origin for reinforcement. Alternatively, one might construct a soul power framework to merge with the seal, enhancing its resilience. He then enumerated 7 or 8 top-tier sealing techniques from the Btth continent, some of which even involve the essence of the soul and spatial laws. If such knowledge were to circulate, it would undoubtedly incite a frenzy among countless powerful beings. Xuan Ye listened intently, committing the key points of each technique to memory. Subsequently, he settled into a meditative posture within the void, resolutely stating, "Thank you, Senior. I wish to attempt a few things here." Zhou Yuan's eyes glinted with surprise, and he nodded, intrigued by Xuan Ye's earnestness. He too was curious about what kind of seal could compel this fortunate young man to approach with such solemnity. Xuan Ye closed his eyes and focused, first attempting to simulate a gentle yet sustained flow of energy with his immense Btth, aiming to nourish the seal deep within his sea of consciousness. However, upon contact with the golden seal's luminous barrier, his formidable Btth dissipated without a trace, failing to stir even a ripple, as if it were inconsequential dust. Undeterred, he shifted tactics, invoking the swallowing heaven divine art to summon a hint of the swallowing demon flame. This dark flame, imbued with the essence of devouring all, cautiously approached the seal, attempting to consume any external forces that might erode it or reinforce the seal structure itself. Yet, the outcome remained disheartening. The swallowing demon flame found itself utterly impotent before the golden runes, unable to penetrate even a fraction, and was subtly repelled by the sacred and majestic aura. Next, he endeavored to construct a soul imprint using his formidable soul power cultivated through the void soul technique, attempting to create an auxiliary soul power array around the seal. However, just as the soul power array was on the verge of completion, an invisible, faint wave emanating from the golden seal disrupted it, causing the incomplete soul imprint to dissolve instantaneously, leaving no trace behind. 1 technique, 2 techniques, 3 techniques. Xuan Ye methodically applied every technique he could comprehend and attempt, beads of sweat forming on his brow, and his soul power significantly depleting. Yet, the results were uniformly dismal. The seal left by the Heavenly Emperor stood like an ancient, eternal mountain, impervious to any influence or alteration by his current strength, whether to strengthen or weaken. After a considerable time, Xuan Ye slowly opened his eyes, a profound sense of disillusionment and helplessness reflected in his amethyst orbs. Despite having mentally prepared himself for the possibility, he could not shake off the disappointment. Zhou Yuan observed quietly, absorbing every attempt and eventual reaction from Xuan Ye. His curiosity had reached its zenith. The secret techniques he had proposed were among the pinnacle of martial arts in this continent of Btth. Yet, they all proved utterly ineffective. What kind of seal had this young man encountered? "Young man," Zhou Yuan began, his voice laced with gravitas. "You must honestly disclose to this king what you intend to do with these secret arts. Is it possible that you have been implanted with some form of seal within your body?" Xuan Ye lifted his gaze, meeting Zhou Yuan's piercing eyes, fully aware that he could no longer conceal the truth. At the very least, he needed to make the other party cognizant of the severity of the situation. Taking a deep breath, he replied solemnly, "Senior, you possess keen insight. I indeed bear a seal, one that transcends my comprehension. As for the particulars, I must beg your understanding, for I cannot elaborate further. I only wish to implore you to personally examine this seal." Oh, Zhou Yuan's interest was piqued. A seal capable of rendering this prodigious youth, who boasted of possessing the body of a dragon phoenix and claimed to hail from beyond the continent, so profoundly affected, stirred his insatiable curiosity. "What is your request, then?" "Please utilize your imperial soul to probe my consciousness," Xuan Ye stated, his demeanor calm yet resolute, embodying a sense of determination akin to a man facing his final stand. To probe the consciousness with an imperial soul? Zhou Yuan furrowed his brow slightly. This was no trivial matter. The consciousness was the most vulnerable and pivotal aspect of a cultivator's being, and to allow such probing was akin to surrendering one's life into another's hands. Moreover, with the formidable power of his imperial soul, a misstep could irreparably damage Xuan Ye's spirit. Yet, gazing into Xuan Ye's steadfast and trusting eyes, Zhou Yuan pondered briefly before nodding. "Very well. This king shall ascertain what seal entangles you so." Zhu Yuan stepped forward, extending his right index finger, which shimmered with an invisible yet formidable essence of soul power that distorted the surrounding space. This was the imperial soul, transcending even the pinnacle of the heavenly realm. He cautiously touched the tip of his finger to Xuan Ye's forehead. In an instant, Zhu Yuan's consciousness seemed to be drawn into an endless corridor, surrounded by rapidly swirling chaotic lights and shadows. With the might of his imperial soul, even the consciousness of an ordinary Dou saint appeared defenseless before him. Yet, Xuan Ye's consciousness presented a profound, vast, and even anciently regal sensation. His soul power surged forward, piercing through the relatively shallow layers of mental energy, directly delving into the deepest recesses of Xuan Ye's consciousness. Indeed, there he beheld an indescribable chaotic spectacle, as if the cosmos had yet to be born. In the center of this chaos, a colossal wheel, composed of innumerable golden runes beyond his comprehension, emanating an aura of eternal indomitability that suppressed all realms, was slowly rotating. The levels of law contained within those runes far surpassed the cognitive boundaries of the Btth continent. Merely sensing a trace of its residual aura sent jolts of pain and insignificance coursing through Zhu Yuan's imperial soul. What manner of seal is this? Zhu Yuan's heart surged with tumultuous waves. Having survived for millennia and witnessed countless formidable beings, having even grazed the barriers of Dou emperors, he had never encountered such a terrifying and elevated structure of sealing. This was not something that belonged to the Btth continent. Was this indeed the seal left by the powerful beings from the vast world beyond, as Xuan Ye previously asserted? His soul power instinctively concentrated further, striving to discern the secrets hidden within the runes. Just as his spiritual tendrils ventured closer to the golden wheel, yearning to sense its core fluctuations, an unforeseen alteration transpired. Beneath the silently rotating golden wheel seal, a thick, inextricable darkness, long suppressed, seemed to sense this external, formidable intrusion. That mysterious darkness writhed slightly. In the next moment, a pair of incomprehensibly vast eyes, purely formed from boundless darkness and chaotic will, abruptly opened deep within that abyss. There was no sound, no explosion of energy, yet an indescribable gaze, imbued with primal malice and surpassing all beings, instantaneously transcended the veil between the illusory and the tangible, locking on Zhu Yuan's probing imperial soul. Zhu Yuan felt as though his very core had been pierced by countless icy, venomous needles simultaneously. A primal fear, stemming from the essence of life itself, washed over him like icy water. Under the scrutiny of those eyes, his imperial soul, which he claimed to be the apex of the continent, felt as insignificant as a flickering candle in a tempest, on the verge of extinguishing, an absolute suppression of rank, a gaze from a supreme existence he could neither comprehend nor contend with. With a sudden exclamation, Zhu Yuan recoiled as if struck by lightning, stumbling back several steps, his complexion paling to a ghostly white. A torrent of energy-laden purple-golden blood erupted from his mouth, dispersing into shimmering motes in the void. Clutching his chest, his eyes were filled with unprecedented horror and disbelief as he stared at Xuan Ye, who was slowly opening his eyes, as if confronting an unfathomable monstrosity. His imperial soul had been severely shaken merely from a glance. What terrifying entity was sealed away beneath that binding? What existence lay within Xuan Ye? As senior, Xuan Ye, noticing Zhu Yuan spitting blood, felt a pang of anxiety and rushed forward. Although he had anticipated the seal's complexity, he had not expected even Zhu Yuan's imperial soul to suffer such backlash from a mere probing. Zhu Yuan waved his hand, gasping for breath as he endeavored to steady his tumultuous blood and still quaking soul. He regarded Xuan Ye, his voice tinged with a barely perceptible hoarseness and gravity. Xuan Ye, tell me, what precisely is sealed within you? What exists within that sealet? He seemed at a loss for words to adequately convey the sensation, ultimately exhaling a long sigh suffused with lingering trepidation. That is a realm beyond my grasp. Chapter 94. The Extraterrestrial Evil Clan. Observing Zhu Yuan's abject horror and the blood he had spilled, Xuan Ye's last shred of hope evaporated completely. If even Zhu Yuan, with his imperial soul, crumbled under the gaze of the heart abyss demon emperor, then the level of this seal indeed far exceeded the limits that the Btth continent could contend with. Struggling to suppress the quaking of his soul and the turmoil within, Zhu Yuan fixed his gaze upon Xuan Ye. His once dominant dragon eyes now filled with unprecedented seriousness and incredulity. His voice bore a hint of hoarseness he himself was unaware of. Young man, you must tell this king the truth. What manner of entity resides within that seal? Could it be the remnant soul of a Dou emperor? No, that cannot be. Even a remnant soul of a Dou emperor should not render my imperial soul feel so diminutive. As the ancient void dragon monarch, his soul realm had ascended to the imperial level, and he believed that even against a true Dou emperor, he would not be without the means to contend. At the very least, he would not feel so utterly helpless. Yet the sensation he had just experienced was an absolute oppression in the essence of life and power, akin to an ant gazing up at the heavens, unable even to muster the thought of resistance. Xuan Ye, Btth deep gunes visilusaken demianor, realized that withholding some truths would render the other incapable of understanding or recognizing the gravity of the situation. After a moment of silence, he organized his thoughts and succinctly explained, Senior, that is not the remnant soul of a Dou emperor. It is the abyssal demon emperor. Abyssal demon emperor? Zhu Yuan's brows knitted tightly as he mulled over this unfamiliar designation. He had never heard of such an entity existing within the continent. He instinctively sensed that the character emperor was far from the mere emperor of fighters within the Btth continent. Xuan Ye gazed at Zhu Yuan's puzzled expression and continued. Do you still remember, esteemed senior, when I mentioned that the emperor of fighters is not the pinnacle of cultivation? Beyond that, there exists a more expansive realm. The vast world of the myriad realms. Zhu Yuan's pupils constricted slightly as he nodded. He naturally recalled that moment, when Xuan Ye first enlightened him about the existence of the myriad realms. It had left him profoundly shaken, making him realize that the Btth continent was merely one world among endless dimensions. Could this dark demon emperor truly be a being from that level of the myriad realms? Zhu Yuan tentatively inquired, sensing that this might indeed be the answer. Only a powerful entity from a higher dimension could account for such a terrifying sense of oppression. However, Xuan Ye first nodded, then shook his head. This left Zhu Yuan bewildered. What do you mean, boy? You nod and shake your head. What exactly is it? Xuan Ye took a deep breath, his tone imbued with an unusual calmness, as if he were stating a fact that bore no relation to himself. We are indeed within the myriad realms, but we are not beings of the myriad realms. Not beings of the myriad realms? Zhu Yuan was momentarily taken aback, unable to grasp the meaning. If not of the myriad realms, then where could they be? Could it be that they originated from beyond the myriad realms? The very notion struck him as absurd. What could possibly exist beyond the world? Yet, Xuan Ye looked at him and slowly, affirmatively nodded. A chill surged through Zhu Yuan's spine, far more intense than when he had been scrutinized by the demon emperor. Beyond the myriad realms? Are there beings beyond this world? This utterly upended his established understanding. He had comprehended that beyond the Btth continent lay endless dimensions, and above those dimensions stood the myriad realms, which represented the zenith of his understanding. But now, Xuan Ye was informing him that beyond the myriad realms, there was yet more existence. You, clarify your words. Zhu Yuan's voice involuntarily rose, betraying his palpable shock. Xuan Ye recognized the profound impact this revelation had on Zhu Yuan, but he needed to articulate it clearly. This was not merely to elucidate the peril within his own being, but perhaps the fate of the entire Btth continent could be entangled in this. He organized the fragmented information in his mind regarding the extraterritorial evil tribes and solemnly stated, some ancient entities in the myriad realms have conjectured that the infinite dimensions we inhabit, along with the core that these dimensions collectively safeguard, the myriad realms, may not be the sole existence. Beyond an unfathomable void, there resides an exceedingly terrifying race, instinctively driven to devour, annihilate, and erode other worlds. The beings of the myriad realms refer to them as the extraterritorial evil tribes. The extraterritorial evil tribes, Zhu Yuan repeated the name, feeling an icy malevolence and ominous foreboding merely from its utterance by Xuan Ye. Indeed, Xuan Ye continued, his tone growing heavy. It is said that approximately 1,000,000 years ago, the extraterritorial evil tribes discovered the coordinates of the myriad realms and launched an invasion. This was a cataclysmic calamity that affected countless dimensions, sweeping through the entirety of the myriad realms. The war has persisted since that time, never truly ceasing. 1,000,000 years of war. Zhu Yuan gasped, nearly losing control of his dragon aura. 1,000,000 years? What concept? The recorded history of the Btth continent is but a blip in comparison. In the face of such a scale of warfare, the Btth continent amounts to no more than a speck of dust. Yes, 1,000,000 years, Xuan Ye affirmed, a flicker of complexity passing through his eyes. What is even more terrifying is that after a million years of warfare, the depth of resources and the abundance of powerful beings in the myriad realms have already fallen to a disadvantage. According to the information I possess, nearly one-third of the territory of the myriad realms has been occupied and eroded by the extraterritorial evil tribes, transforming into cursed land. One-third of the myriad realms. Zhou Yuan was rendered utterly speechless, as if struck by lightning, standing frozen in place, the color drained from his once handsome and dignified face, leaving only boundless horror and disbelief. The myriad realms, one existence. It is the epicenter that countless lower realms yearn for, the ultimate sanctuary for powerful beings, a supreme world that gathers the essence of myriad realms. Its vastness, its depth, the quantity and quality of its strong practitioners. Zhou Yuan, even if he could not fully comprehend it, knew it surpassed all understanding. Yet, this colossal entity had been forcefully occupied by the so-called extraterritorial evil tribes for a full third, over a million years. Just how terrifying are these extraterritorial evil tribes? No wonder the being sealed within that confinement, merely a suppressed thought, could make him a peak 9-star Do saint with an imperial soul, feel as insignificant as an ant. Observing Zhou Yuan, whose worldview had been utterly shattered, left speechless in shock. Xuan Ye paused before delivering the final and most impactful piece of information. The Dark Demon Emperor sealed within me is part of a prominent faction known as the Heart Demon Tribe among the extraterritorial evil tribes. The Dark Demon Emperor's rank corresponds to the strength classification of the myriad realms, being a spirit tier, celestial sovereign. He looked at Zhou Yuan, enunciating each word clearly. The so-called celestial sovereign transcends the earth sovereign. Meanwhile, the Emperor of Fighters in the Btth continent is merely a quasi-earth sovereign. What? Spirit tier, celestial sovereign. Zhou Yuan felt as though he was on the verge of suffocation. In its prime, that Heart Demon Emperor could annihilate countless Emperor-level warriors with a single strike. Indeed, Xuan Ye nodded, his tone flat yet laden with a sense of despairing weight. Thus, if this Heart Demon Emperor were at its peak, it could indeed obliterate our realm, the Btth continent, with but a mere thought. In fact, it might not even require a thought. The mere essence it exudes could shatter the entire continent, leading to the obliteration of all existence. Silence. An utter silence. Zhou Yuan opened his mouth, but found his throat too parched to produce any sound. He gazed at the strikingly handsome young man before him, as if he were beholding a harbinger of doom, a being capable of unleashing apocalyptic devastation at any moment. He had lived for 10,000 years, weathered countless storms, and believed he had long since transcended life and death, fearless and undaunted. Yet at this moment, an unprecedented sense of trepidation gripped him. It was not the fear of death, but rather the dread of an incomprehensible, insurmountable absolute power emanating from beyond the world. This transcended the realm of mere strength. It was a crushing of rules, a disparity of dimensions. You boy. Zhou Yuan's voice trembled with an unrecognized quiver. His gaze toward Xuan Ye infused with a complexity of emotions, fear, sympathy, and even a sense of absurdity. How in the world did you come to harbor such an entity within you? And yet, you are still alive and well? This is simply unfathomable. A 3-star Do Zun encapsulating a world-ending thought within him. This is a billion times more outrageous than a porcelain doll cradling the sun. Faced with Zhou Yuan's monstrous gaze, Xuan Ye soudainly laughed. The smile was light, tinged with a hint of helplessness, a touch of self-mockery, but above all, it conveyed a serene acceptance, even a hint of underlying madness. Perhaps it was a twist of fate, or rather, destiny at play. Xuan Ye did not elaborate further, only stating casually, "As for why I'm still alive, it could be mere fortune, or perhaps the seal is sufficiently robust." He paused, his gaze turning toward the distant, void-like darkness, his tone deepening into a chilling abyss. "However, esteemed senior, there's a matter I must bring to your attention, as well as to all those who may harbor intentions towards me." His voice, though not loud, resonated with an eerie and resolute finality. "You are well aware of my current predicament, senior. With threats both internal and external, the Soul Palace regards me as a thorn in its side. The Celestial Phoenix clan harbors an irreconcilable grudge against me, and numerous factions in the central continent covet my reputation as the foremost prodigy. Xuan Ye have never been one to suffer in silence, nor to be easily preyed upon." He slowly turned his gaze, and in his violet golden eyes, there was neither the usual depth of calmness nor the gentleness he displayed before the beautiful Medusa Yuan. but rather a chilling indifference that seemed to look down upon all living beings. Let those who wish to extinguish my life, seize my opportunities, and obliterate my path come forth. I welcome the challenge. A cold and sinister smile crept upon his lips. Yet, I can assure you, should that day truly arrive, if I must perish, I shall take this entire Btth continent, its myriad of souls, mountains, rivers, suns, moons, and stars along with me, to the grave. After all, once the heart demon emperor breaks free, this world shall be the first to face annihilation. If that is the case, why not allow me to personally press that switch? Boom! Xuan Ye's words echoed like thunder in the void, each syllable laden with the terrifying implications of mountain-high corpses and seas of blood, striking heavily upon Zhou Yuan's heart. Are you insane? Zhou Yuan nearly leapt in fright, his face turning as pale as parchment, helplessly staring at Xuan Ye, devoid of any trace of the ancient Dragon Emperor's usual authority. While Zhou Yuan was indeed domineering and had slain many adversaries, he had never contemplated the utter destruction of an entire continent, the obliteration of all living beings. That was utterly insane. That was inhuman. Observing Zhou Yuan's panicked demeanor, the cold, sinister expression on Xuan Ye's face gradually softened, returning to a semblance of calm. However, beneath that calm lay a chilling resolve. He spoke softly, "Senior, I am not mad. I am merely stating a fact, the ultimate choice determined by the demon emperor within me, under the worst conceivable scenario. Rather than passively awaiting my enemies to kill me, to snatch away my fortunes, and then wait for the demon emperor's release to witness the continent's destruction, it is better for me to decide the endpoint of it all. At the very least, none of my enemies shall escape. They will all perish with me in this world." He gazed at Zhou Yuan, his eyes profound. "Therefore, Senior, pray for my safety. As long as I live, this seal may yet hold. If I die, ha ha ha." The final chuckle was akin to the whisper of death, sending chills down Zhou Yuan's spine, making his scalp tingle. This lad was truly ruthless, merciless to others, even more so to himself. Zhou Yuan swallowed hard. After a moment, he managed to utter a few difficult words. You young man, are truly a ruthless character." His heart was now a tumultuous storm. He had initially thought Xuan Ye was merely a prodigy endowed with exceptional talent and great fortune, someone he could invest in for the sake of Xiao Yan and the future of the ancient dragon clan. Yet now, he realized this young man was nothing short of a walking cataclysm. To become too deeply entangled with him could spell unforeseen consequences. But now that it had come to this, what could he do? Kill Xuan Ye? That would immediately herald the end of the continent. Drive him away? Let alone whether he could achieve that. He could not bear the consequences of such devastation. Moreover, Xiao Yan was still on ancient Dragon Island, alongside Xuan Ye's doppelganger. Hey Xuan! In that moment, Zhou Yuan, the Dragon Emperor who had roamed the continent for eons, felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness and entrapment. He could only stare intently at Xuan Ye, as if trying to see through him entirely. "There is no need for you to fret excessively, Senior." Xuan Ye's tone softened somewhat. "As long as I am alive, I will strive to find solution. Since this heavenly emperor's seal can suppress it, there must be other methods in this world. It simply requires time, and more importantly, greater power." Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuan's expression fluctuated, ultimately transforming into a long, weary sigh filled with resignation. He rubbed his temples, feeling more exhausted than he had in millennia. Very well, very well." Zhou Yuan waved his hand, his tone laced with fatigue and acceptance. "You young man, take care of yourself. If there is anything my clan, the ancient dragon clan, can assist with, as long as it is not a mission of certain death, feel free to ask." He finally understood that the question was no longer whether he should help Xuan Ye, but rather that he must help Xuan Ye survive. Xuan Ye's life was now inexorably tied to the fate of the entire Btth continent. "Thank you, Senior." Xuan Ye inclined slightly, expressing his sincere gratitude. He recognized that he and Zhou Yuan had tentatively forged a strategic alliance. "Now go." Zhou Yuan waved his hand in irritation. "Seeing you makes my heart race. Remember your words. Live well. Do not die." Xuan Ye nodded, refraining from further words, turning to tear apart the fabric of space, his figure vanishing into the void of this magma world. Zhou Yuan stood alone, rooted to the spot, speechless for a long while. He gazed at the place where Xuan Ye had disappeared, his expression a complex blend of emotions. After a while, he muttered under his breath, filled with trepidation and helplessness. "What in the world is this? At the pinnacle of Btth, who is the true master? Encountering a Xuan Ye, it seems the entire continent is at risk of turning to ash. Truly a harbinger of disaster." Chapter 95. The Earth Demon Puppet. Xuan Ye had departed from the suffocating magma world beneath the Canaan Academy. Instead of returning directly to the Yunlan sect, he leveraged his formidable soul perception to locate a secluded valley, rich in energy amidst the vast mountain ranges. The valley was shrouded in a natural mist, its terrain treacherous, with hidden spatial folds, making it an excellent temporary retreat for seclusion. He waved his hand to set up several spatial restrictions and soul barriers, completely isolating the interior from the exterior. Only at this moment, facing the serene valley alone, did Xuan Ye finally relax his perpetually tense mind. The experiences of recent days surged forth like a tidal wave, the myriad of complex events, each wave of crisis following another, had kept his mind in a state of heightened tension and rapid operation, suppressing the breakthrough opportunity that had long been stirring within him. At this moment, with security temporarily guaranteed and his mind slightly relaxed, the overwhelming energy that had been repressed for so long surged forth like a flood that had breached its dam, unstoppable. Boom! The energies of heaven and earth within the valley erupted instantly, as if stirred by an invisible giant hand, wildly converging towards the direction where Xuan Ye sat in meditation, forming a colossal energy vortex. The Dou Qi within him surged like boiling magma, roaring through his meridians. The dragon phoenix form manifesting spontaneously, with violet golden dragon scales and phoenix feathers swirling beneath his skin, exuding an ancient and majestic aura. The barrier of the peak 3-star Dou Zun crumbled almost without resistance under the impact of this long-accumulated power, shattering with a thunderous roar. 4-star Dou Zun. However, the breakthrough did not cease. The continuous battles, the crafting of doppelgangers, and the insights gained from confronting crises transformed into pure Dou Qi in this moment, propelling his cultivation to ascend further. The energy vortex grew increasingly violent, the clouds and mist above the valley torn asunder. Xuan Ye's aura thickened visibly, becoming more refined. Uncertain how much time passed, when the turbulent energies within the valley gradually calmed, Xuan Ye slowly opened his eyes, a flash of brilliance passing through his violet golden gaze, reminiscent of lightning streaking through the dark night. He felt an immense and unrelenting power surging within him, far surpassing anything he had experienced before. Gently, he clenched his fist, causing the very fabric of space to distort slightly between his fingers. 5-star Dou Zun, breaking through 2 stars. Such a rate of cultivation, if it were to be disseminated, would undoubtedly send shockwaves throughout the entire central continent. However, a lack of exuberance marred Xuan Ye's countenance. While the increase in strength was indeed commendable, the mere thought of the seal within his sea of consciousness, resembling the fabled sword of Damocles, rendered this progress somewhat trivial. He needed more methods, stronger trump cards, whether to counter the potential pursuit from the Soul Palace or to unravel the mysteries of his lineage. A greater power would always be welcome. At that moment, a brilliant idea flickered in his mind. Recalling the scroll on the method of crafting celestial puppets he had fortuitously obtained from a relic in the northwest continent. This technique could utilize the corpses of powerful beings, their souls and special flames to forge puppets that were absolutely loyal, unafraid of death, and physically formidable, perfectly suited for his current circumstances. With resolve, he acted. With a flick of his wrist, a corpse, still exuding a faint breath yet devoid of life, materialized before him on the ground. Clad in the distinctive black robes of the Soul Palace, the withered visage belonged to a 3-star Dou Zun he had previously slain in tandem with his avatar. Given its physical robustness, it was a somewhat adequate primary material. Xuan Ye's gaze sharpened as he formed peculiar hand seals. In the next moment, a flame as dark as ink, yet faintly shimmering with hues of green and blue, and rippling with an intangible radiance, surged from his palm. It was the devouring heaven-swallowing demon flame, a fusion of the 3 primordial fires, the Earth Heart Fire, the Ocean Heart Flame, and the Fallen Heart Flame. Upon its emergence, the surrounding temperature did not rise sharply. Instead, it emanated an eerie aura that seemed to consume all and obliterate souls. The very light within the valley appeared to be drawn into its depths, rendering the environment dim. Go! Xuan Ye commanded softly, enveloping the corpse of the Soul Palace Dou Zun entirely with a pitch-black flame. A series of hissing sounds echoed ominously under the searing embrace of the demon flame. The clothing of the Dou Zun's corpse disintegrated into nothingness, while the resilient skin and muscle began to gradually melt, shrink, and then coalesce under the dual forces of high temperature and devouring power. The impurities and lingering death energy within the corpse were ruthlessly purged and incinerated by the demon flame, leaving only the most refined essence of bodily energy and skeletal structure. This process was exceedingly slow, requiring meticulous control. Xuan Ye focused intently, pouring forth his soul's power as he cautiously guided the flame, ensuring thorough refinement without incinerating the material. Sweat trickled down his brow, yet his gaze remained as sharp as an eagle's. As time passed, the corpse shrank by nearly a third, taking on a muted golden iron hue, with dark flame-like patterns coursing across its surface, exuding a frigid and resilient quality. The physical refinement had reached its preliminary completion. Next came the most critical step, integrating the soul and endowing the puppet with basic combat instincts and an energy core. Xuan Ye halted the demon flame, surveying the initial form of the puppet with a slight frown. He lacked a suitable soul to fuse with it. Soul bodies at the Dozun level were already rare, and to utilize one for crafting a puppet was even more so. Suddenly, he recalled that within his spatial ring, there resided the soul of a celestial fire sovereign. He remembered that this soul seemed to possess a fire control technique known as the five-wheel separation fire method, along with the heavenly capital fire seal. Had it been any other time, he might have considered awakening it, negotiating for its techniques, or seeking to extract information. However, at this moment, its value to Xuan Ye had diminished significantly. The five-wheel separation fire method, the heavenly capital fire seal, he murmured to himself, his tone laced with indifference. Techniques of the quasi-celestial level and fire control methods had become trivial to him. Now equipped with the celestial level technique, heavenly creation palm, the legacy of the dragon phoenix, and the emperor's inheritance of one chi transforming into three purities, his perspective had shifted drastically. The secrets held by a fallen Dozun, reduced to mere soul form, were no longer worthy of his attention. Moreover, this soul body was merely a remnant of a Dozun, with limited strength, offering little benefit to his cultivation of the great void soul secret. Rather than allowing it to occupy space, it was better to put it to use. This thought burgeoned within him like rampant weeds, driven by an undeniable resolve. He did not even contemplate awakening the celestial fire sovereign to gauge its willingness or offer it a chance at rebirth. In that moment, this seemed the most direct and efficient choice in his mind. Without hesitation, Xuan Ye shattered the seal on the jade vial. The instant the seal was lifted, the soul within stirred slightly, and then a somewhat bewildered, ethereal figure drifted out. It was the celestial fire sovereign, Yao Tianhua. He surveyed his surroundings, sensing the unfathomable aura emanating from Xuan Ye, particularly the oppressive presence of five-star Dozun. A look of uncertainty crossed his face, but more so, a thrill of being reborn consumed him. Steadying himself, the ethereal figure bowed slightly towards Xuan Ye, his tone filled with gratitude and trepidation. Thank you for your assistance in breaking the seal. I am Yao Tianhua, and I do not know your however. Before he could finish his sentence, Xuan Ye acted. With lightning speed, he extended his fingers, and a powerful, invisible force mingled with the insatiable will of the heaven-swallowing demon flame, coalesced into a purple-black hand that grasped the not yet fully formed soul of the celestial fire sovereign tightly within its palm. What are you doing? Yao Tianhua exclaimed in terror, his soul writhing violently as he emitted a roar filled with panic and fury. He felt the unbridled, bone-chilling malice and aura of destruction. I hold no grudge against you. Why? Xuan Ye remained expressionless, his violet gold eyes devoid of emotion, as if what he grasped was not the soul of a once mighty being, but merely an ordinary material. To the celestial fire sovereign's terror and inquiries, he did not even spare a glance. Refine. A single, cold word escaped Xuan Ye's lips. In the next moment, the dark heaven-swallowing demon flame surged wildly, enveloping Yao Tianhua's soul entirely. A piercing scream echoed throughout the valley, filled with profound anguish, terror, and despair. The soul was scorched by the otherworldly fire and torn apart by the devouring force, suffering a torment that far surpassed the agony of physical punishment. Spare me. I am willing to serve you as my master. I know many secrets. I possess fire control techniques and powerful combat skills. I will give them all to you. Spare my life. Yao Tianhua begged frantically amidst the flames, his voice contorted as he clung to any semblance of hope for survival. Yet, Xuan Ye's heart was as cold as ancient iron, showing no signs of wavering. He coldly observed the struggling, wailing form engulfed in the demon flames, until the cries grew fainter, the essence of the soul forcibly stripped away, refined, erasing all consciousness and memory. As time passed, Yao Tianhua's voice ultimately fell silent. In just a matter of moments, the soul once known as Yao Tianhua completely dissipated, shedding all personal marks to transform into a pure mass of radiant soul energy, retaining only the most fundamental essence and a faint, forcibly imprinted mark of absolute servitude to Xuan Ye. With a flick of his finger, Xuan Ye precisely directed the refined soul essence into the center of the dark golden puppet's forehead. Buzz! The puppet trembled violently, its surface igniting with black flame patterns as if it had been infused with life itself. In those once hollow eye sockets, two clusters of pitch-black flames suddenly ignited, cold and lifeless, yet imbued with a disquieting blend of obedience and ferocity. Xuan Ye dared not be negligent. His hands swiftly altered the incantation, and the devouring demon flames surged forth once more, enveloping both the puppet and the essence of the soul, embarking on their final fusion and refinement. This process of forging persisted for nearly half a day. As the sun dipped towards the west and the last flicker of demonic flame within the valley was drawn back into Xuan Ye's body, a brand new puppet stood silently before him. This puppet, comparable in height to an ordinary person, radiated a dark, heavy golden hue, its muscular contours smooth and exuding a sense of power, with its surface adorned by intricate, scale-like patterns through which black flames flowed gently. Its visage remained indistinct, save for the pair of eyes ablaze with black flames, emanating an aura of coldness, lifelessness, and unwavering obedience. A ground demon puppet. Moreover, judging by the energy fluctuations it emitted, it could rival the prowess of a 7- or 8-star high-ranking Dozun. Although its physical resilience might not match the abnormal defenses of Xuan Ye's true form, the Dragon Phoenix body, it was more than capable of withstanding the assaults of ordinary Dozuns. As Xuan Ye gazed at this puppet, born from considerable effort and the sacrifice of a Dozun soul, a sense of satisfaction welled up within him. With it, he could effectively safeguard the Yunlan sect or serve as a formidable trump card in battle. However, this satisfaction was short-lived as a pensive expression surfaced on Xuan Ye's face. He abruptly recalled a scene from the earlier forging process, the anguished cries of the Heavenly Fire Master, his desperate pleas for mercy, and how, at that moment, Xuan Ye felt not a ripple of emotion, cold and detached, as if he were handling a mere stone. That attitude, which regarded life as inconsequential and was willing to sacrifice others without hesitation to achieve one's goals, bore an unsettling resemblance to the practices of the otherworldly evil clans and the Soul Palace. Xuan Ye questioned himself, recognizing that he was not a hesitating saint, nor was he lenient towards enemies. When he had slain the Soul Palace's guardian, he had acted decisively, free of any psychological burden. However, that had been a matter of opposing stances, life and death. Yet, the Heavenly Fire Master, strictly speaking, bore no direct enmity towards him. In fact, in some respects, he could be deemed innocent. In the past, he might have considered awakening him for a transaction, or even to silence him. There would always be a flicker of deliberation and fluctuation in his heart. He would never have so nonchalantly and calmly transformed a once formidable soul into the energy core of a puppet, as if crushing an ant. A chill quietly rose from the depths of his heart, colder than the night wind in the valley. He thought of the Heart Demon Emperor. Suppressed within his sea of consciousness, the Heart Demon clan excelled at invoking inner demons, eroding minds, and distorting intentions. Could it be that, with the ongoing dissolution of a seal, the aura of that demon emperor had begun to insidiously influence his character? If that were the case, did it not signify that he was gradually slipping towards the abyss? Ultimately, before the seal shattered completely, would he become the puppet of the Heart Demon Emperor, a being solely devoted to slaughter and destruction, devoid of all emotions and moral boundaries? Xuan Ye looked at his long, powerful hands, which had just ruthlessly snuffed out the plea of his soul. He could almost sense a faint, chillingly malevolent thought, like a maggot clinging to his soul's depths. In the valley, the night wind howled, rustling his robes. The joy of recently breaking through to a 5-star Dozun and successfully forging the ground demon puppet had long been overshadowed by this sudden, horrifying realization about his own character, replaced by deeper gravity and self-worn vigilance. Chapter 96. Xiao Yan's Resignation. In the inner courtyard of the Jianan Academy, the once sacred Tian Fen Refining Tower, a symbol of the Academy's highest cultivation ground, still bustled with activity. Yet, all were aware that the fallen heart flame, which had once evoked both love and hate in countless individuals, had long since vanished. In its stead was a meticulously nurtured, still developing embryonic fire seed. its efficacy incomparable to that of the former mature flame. Xiao Yan stood alone on a cliff not far from the refining tower, his black robe billowing in the wind. His once youthful and stubborn visage now shrouded in heaviness and gloom. He gazed at the towering structure, his fists clenched tightly, nails nearly embedding into his palms. Just days prior, the scene of the ancient clan's arrival was still vivid in his mind. The white-robed youth named Gu Yao had looked at him with a dispassionate gaze, akin to surveying an ant, the undisguised disdain and contempt piercing his heart like a chilling blade. Xiao Yan, Miss Sun's noble status is beyond your reach. All past matters are but smoke. Take care not to entangle further, lest the consequences be beyond what your Xiao clan can bear. Xuan Ye left, following those two individuals from the ancient clan, vanishing into thin air without even a formal farewell. He was left standing alone, feeling the gazes of those around him, some sympathetic, some mocking, and others reveling in his misfortune, as if he had been stripped bare and cast into the icy wilderness, with the blood feud of his family unavenged, his father's whereabouts unknown, and now even his beloved forcibly taken away. He found himself utterly powerless to resist. The pinnacle of a great Dome Master? In the presence of true strength, it seemed laughable as mere dust. A surge of extreme indignation and humiliation burned like toxic fire within his very core. He needed power, desperately, and the fastest route to attain it seemed to lie within the remnants of the fallen heart flame at the tower's base, if he could obtain it. Evolving the burning technique would lead to a rapid enhancement of his strength. Once this frenzied thought took root, it became uncontainable. That night, under a moonless sky and a howling wind, a shadow slipped like a wraith, stealthily infiltrating the Tian from refining tower. Relying on his familiarity with the Academy's layout and the concealment of Yao Lao's spiritual power, making its way silently towards the heavily sealed entrance at the bottom. Teacher, help me sense the presence of the fallen heart flame. Xiao Yan urgently called out in his mind. The ring warmed slightly, and Yao Lao's aged voice, tinged with seriousness, resonated. Little fellow, the spatial seal down below is extraordinarily robust. This must be where the fallen heart flame is hidden. Then, teacher, let us begin breaking the seal. Xiao Yan fixed his gaze on the direction Yao Lao indicated, his eyes shining with fervor, just as he attempted to forcefully breach the remaining seal. A thunderous voice erupted behind him like a clap of thunder. Xiao Yan, how dare you? A formidable aura descended instantly, pinning Xiao Yan firmly in place. The flames flared brightly, illuminating the face of Elder Su Qian, which was contorted with rage, followed by several other elders from the inner courtyard. You dare to covet the lingering in the Academy's sacred grounds. Do you understand the severity of this crime? Su Qian looked at Xiao Yan with a heavy heart. He had once held a degree of admiration for this tenacious youth, had it not been for Xuan Ye's prior warning. Su Qian would never have imagined he would commit such an act. Xiao Yan's body stiffened, his face pale, struggling to move under the oppressive might of the Do Zone. He knew he had failed and was caught red-handed. Elder, he opened his mouth to explain, but found any words felt utterly inadequate at that moment. Su Qian gazed at him, a flicker of complexity crossing his eyes, ultimately transforming into a sigh. Xiao Yan, your talent is commendable, yet your character needs refinement. I cannot condone today's actions. From this moment forth, you're no longer a student of Canaan Academy. Depart the inner courtyard immediately, never to return. The coldness of those two words felt like a final verdict, shattering the last vestiges of hope within Xiao Yan's heart. He ceased to argue, silently enduring it all. Amidst countless gazes filled with disdain or pity, he gathered his simple belongings and, step by step, stumbled out of the very inner courtyard where he had once harbored innumerable aspirations. The Black Corner region, a land intertwined with chaos and slaughter. Having left the sanctuary of Canaan Academy, Xiao Yan truly experienced the brutality of this territory. The law of the jungle was vividly enacted here. With his peak great fighter prowess and the clandestine guidance of Yao Lao, he barely struggled to survive on the fringes of the Black Corner region, enduring numerous bloody battles, accumulating myriad scars, and his gaze becoming increasingly fierce and fatigued. Within a concealed cave, the crackling of a campfire resonated. Xiao Yan sat cross-legged, attempting to operate the burning formula to absorb the energies of heaven and earth, but the results were negligible. The advanced yellow tear technique, in the relatively thin and volatile energy of the Black Corner region, was cultivated at a painfully slow pace. He could sense that the barrier to his breakthrough into Do Ling remained impenetrable, and due to the limitations of his technique, the foundation of his Do Chi began to appear somewhat flimsy. Master, I still cannot break through. Xiao Yan opened his eyes, his voice hoarse and laden with deep frustration. Was there truly hope left for this burning formula? From a ring, Yao Lao's ethereal spirit emerged, observing his disciple, who had grown thinner and yet more resolute since their last parting, his heart filled with complexity. Did he not understand the drawbacks of the burning formula? The conditions for evolution were excessively harsh. It was a rare treasure of heaven and earth, one that could only be encountered by chance. Little one, Yao Lao sighed. While the burning formula holds boundless potential, the path to evolution is indeed arduous. If you cannot find for an extended period, your cultivation progress will be severely hampered, and even your Dou Qi foundation may become unstable. Upon hearing Yao Lao's words, Xiao Yan's body trembled violently. Injured foundation? These words struck his heart like a heavy hammer. He recalled the tragic fate of the Xiao family in Wutan City, the disappearance of his father, the humiliation of Nalin Yinran's broken engagement, and the cold gaze of the ancient clan, along with Sun Er's resolute departure. Blood feuds unresolved, loved ones separated. Every humiliation and sense of powerlessness stemmed from two words: weakness. If the path to becoming stronger were blocked, what meaning would there be in persisting with the burning formula? Was he to remain trapped as a great fighter, helplessly watching his enemies revel, while Sun Er drifted further away in another world? No, he would never accept that. A fierce determination surged from the depths of Xiao Yan's eyes. He abruptly lifted his head, gazing at Yao Lao with a voice trembling with excitement. Master, I wish to change my technique. At his words, Yao Lao's ethereal spirit quivered slightly, falling into silence. He had anticipated that this day might come. The burning formula was his greatest gamble and the key to Xiao Yan's rise, yet the path was undeniably steep. Watching his disciple struggle in despair caused him equal anguish. Are you certain? Yao Lao's voice was unusually grave. You must understand that switching techniques requires you to disperse all your current cultivation and start anew. The pain involved is beyond consideration. Your years of hard work will be for naught, and even if you succeed in changing, you will completely lose the burning formula's potential to devour and undergo infinite evolution. I know. I understand everything. Xiao Yan shouted, his eyes reddening. But master, I cannot afford to wait. I am out of time. The blood feud of my family, my father's disappearance, and Sun Er, the ancient clan, is so powerful. If I proceed step by step, how many years will it take for me to be qualified to stand before them? No matter how great the potential of the burning formula, if it cannot evolve, it is but a useless technique. A technique that will drag me down. His voice carried a sobbing tone, imbued with a kind of desperate madness. I refuse to crawl along at a snail's pace any longer. I want power, right now. Even if I must disperse my cultivation and start over, even if the road ahead is more difficult, I accept it. At the very least, a mid-tier earth technique can offer me the hope of breaking through to Dou Ling, Dou Wang, or even higher realms. The cave fell into a profound silence, interrupted only by the crackling fire and Xiao Yan's heavy breaths. Yao Lao gazed at his disciple, nearly driven to the brink of despair, and sighed deeply. He understood that Xiao Yan spoke the truth. In the absence of hope for, stubbornly clinging to the burning formula might indeed lead to his ruin. Sometimes, surrender requires even greater courage. A long sigh echoed within the cave, filled with helplessness and heartache. Yao Lao's ethereal spirit extended his hand, and a scroll radiating a soft white light, composed of neither metal nor jade, appeared in his grasp. The moment the scroll materialized, the surrounding energies of heaven and earth subtly stirred. This technique is called the Earth Flame Technique, a mid-tier Earth-level skill. Yao Lao's voice held a hint of nostalgia and complexity as he spoke. This was obtained during my travels across the continent years ago. Though it does not compare to the Sky-tier techniques, it once sparked fierce competition. It is not exclusively fire attribute-focused, yet it offers unique enhancements for controlling flames and cultivating fire attribute Dou Qi. It is balanced and grounded, sufficient to support your cultivation up to the Dou Zone level. This is also an alternative path I prepared for you, aside from the burning formula. Xiao Yan's gaze fixated on the scroll as if it were a lifeline. Mid-tier earth level, sufficient to cultivate to Dou Zone. For him, this was the best choice currently within reach. Master, Xiao Yan's voice quivered. Yao Lao presented the scroll before Xiao Yan, his expression exceedingly solemn. Little one, I will ask you one last time. Are you certain? With your current cultivation, directly practicing an earth-tier technique is no simple task. The suffering involved, for those with weak wills, could even lead to collapse. Once you begin, there is no turning back. Have you truly made up your mind? Xiao Yan looked at the scroll, then lifted his gaze to Yao Lao's ethereal yet caring face. Countless images flashed through his mind, ultimately crystallizing into the hopeful eyes of his father, the tragic scenes of his clan's demise, and the heartbreaking glance Xuan Ye cast back as she departed. Gritting his teeth, he severed the last thread of hesitation, replaced by an almost obsessive determination. He extended his slightly trembling hand and accepted the weighty scroll. "I have made my decision, master." Xiao Yan's voice rang resolutely, filled with the determination of a warrior cutting off his own hand. "I shall change my technique. I shall Yan accept this." In pursuit of that higher, faster realm, to possess the power to control his own fate and protect what he cherished. He had no other choice but to endure the pain of relinquishing the burning formula, which had once harbored infinite hope but might also become a shackle. The path ahead was uncertain, fraught with thorns, yet he had resolved that even if he had to be reborn through fire, he would carve out a path that belonged solely to him, unaware that he had missed the greatest opportunity on the Btth continent. Chapter 97. Sharing the same bed. Atop Yunlan Mountain, within the exclusive alchemy chamber adjacent to the sect leader's quarters, the fervent atmosphere gradually subsided. With a flick of his sleeve, Xuan Ye withdrew the exquisite medicinal cauldron before him into his storage ring. The residual warmth of the cauldron lingered, and the air was suffused with the enchanting aroma of various advanced elixirs blending harmoniously, refreshing to the senses. Several jade bottles were neatly arranged on a jade platform nearby, containing the recently refined elixirs: the Zhou Yuan Dan beneficial for Dou Zun cultivation, the 8th tier healing elixir, the revitalizing purple heart pill, and even 2 bottles of 8th tier elixirs specially crafted for Yun and Medusa, designed to nourish beauty and stabilize foundations, the Phoenix Essence Jade Dew Pills. In his recent retreat to concoct elixirs, he sought not only to amass resources for himself and those dear to him, but also to evaluate the newly forged Earth Demon Puppet. The results filled him with immense satisfaction. The Earth Demon Puppet exhibited combat prowess rivaling that of a high-tier Dou Zun and displayed a remarkably unrefined ability to absorb Dan Lei. Its chilling combat instincts and capacity for absorbing Dan Lei undeniably provided significant assistance to Xuan Ye. However, each time his gaze fell upon the lifeless eyes of the Earth Demon Puppet, which burned with ebony flames, a flicker of anxiety regarding its emotional transformation would quietly surface within him. He forcibly suppressed this concern. Now was not the time for such preoccupations. After tidying up, Xuan Ye strolled out of the alchemy chamber. The twilight sun cast a warm golden hue over the Yunlan sect, while the distant palaces, with their flying eaves and corbel brackets, appeared serene and harmonious in the dusk. With a subtle shift of his consciousness, he quickly sensed 2 familiar presences in the rear mountains garden, where rare flowers and herbs were cultivated. As he made his way there, passing through the moon gate, he was greeted by a breathtaking scene. Yun, adorned in a moonlight white gown, was bent over, gently inhaling the fragrance of a blooming spirit orchid. Her profile framed by soft lines, her expression focused and serene. Meanwhile, Medusa lounged lazily on a cushioned rattan chair, her purple gown cascading like flowing clouds. She toyed with a fiery red maple leaf, her elongated, enchanting eyes narrowed as she gazed at the evening sky, her striking beauty softened by the sunset's glow, exuding an alluring languor. Though the 2 women were starkly different in style, both were breathtakingly beautiful, and their harmonious presence in the same garden seemed entirely natural. Xuan Ye's arrival immediately captured their attention. "Husband, you have emerged from your seclusion?" Yun straightened up, her gentle eyes sparkling with joy as she hurried towards him, instinctively straightening his already neat attire with delicate movements. Medusa, too, set aside the maple leaf, rising gracefully to approach him, her purple eyes sweeping over him with a playful glint as she teased. "It seems you have reaped substantial rewards. The fragrance of medicine on you is almost palpable." Observing the radiant smiles of the 2 enchanting women before him, the shadows cast by the creation of the Earth Demon Puppet and the mysteries of his lineage were largely dispelled by this warm scene. He smiled gently, flipping his palm to reveal 2 exquisite jade vials, having refined several batches of elixirs. These 2 vials of Phoenix Essence Jade Dew Pills will be beneficial for stabilizing your cultivation and nourishing your bodies. He presented the jade vials to both women. Yun received one, her fingertips brushing against his warm palm, causing her cheeks to flush slightly, her eyes shimmering with gratitude. "Thank you, husband," she spoke softly, a hint of dependency in her voice. Medusa accepted the other vial, feeling the lingering warmth of his touch and the pure energy radiating from the pill. Her heart warmed as well. Though she was a queen, accustomed to dominance, the sensation of being so thoughtfully cherished was undeniably alluring. She shot a glance at Xuan Ye, her tone retaining a hint of haughtiness, yet softened considerably. "It seems you have a modicum of conscience." Xuan Ye, satisfied by their touched expressions, could not resist wrapping both women in his arms. Yuan gasped softly, her cheeks instantly turning crimson, yet she made no attempt to resist. Instead, resting her delicate head against his sturdy chest, finding comfort in the rhythm of his heartbeat. Medusa initially stiffened, a flicker of embarrassment crossing her purple eyes. But as she felt the warmth of his embrace and the calmness of Yuan beside her, her tension gradually melted away, though a subtle blush crept onto her flawless visage, adding a touch of enchanting allure. With the soft warmth of their bodies enveloping him, the distinct yet equally captivating fragrances intertwined in the air, Xuan Ye felt the fatigue and tension of recent days dissipate significantly. He was not devoid of emotion. He possessed desires and affections. In the presence of two women who held his heart, his spirit brimmed with love and contentment. Perhaps it was the relaxation of his mindset, or perhaps the enchanting atmosphere, but a faint flush unexpectedly blossomed on his otherwise striking face, like a delicate hue of dawn on white jade, revealing a rare glimpse of bashfulness that was starkly different from his usual demeanor. How could such subtle changes escape the notice of the two women nestled against him? Yuan was the first to notice. She lifted her gaze to meet his, her eyes wide with surprise at the rare blush adorning his cheeks. A mischievous glint appeared in her beautiful eyes as she teased, "Husband, you are blushing?" Medusa, intrigued, tilted her head to look up at him, confirming the unnatural flush at his ears. Initially taken aback, she soon discovered this amusing revelation and smiled alluringly, her voice laced with playful mockery. "Oh, I always thought you were a decisive man, one who would not hesitate to strike down even the venerable of the Soul Palace. I never imagined you could be shy. How rare that is to witness." The two women, one on each side, gazed at his flushed face as if they had stumbled upon a new world, their previous sentiments of gratitude and warmth transforming into playful teasing. Being playfully teased by his beloved women at such close quarters deepened the crimson hue on Xuan Ye's face, enveloping him in an unusual sense of embarrassment. He tightened his embrace, pulling them closer, their graceful figures pressed against him. Lowering his head, his deep purple-golden eyes sparkled with a flicker of fervor, shifting between Yuan's rosy cheeks and Medusa's alluring purple gaze. "Shy." A smirk graced Xuan Ye's lips, his demeanor shifting entirely from bashfulness to assertive confidence. His voice, deep and slightly husky, resonated with an undeniable magnetism as he remarked, "It seems that I've been too courteous towards you both, making you forget who is truly in charge." The implications in his words were unmistakable, and both Yuan and Medusa, being astute individuals, could not fail to comprehend. What nonsense are you speaking?" Yuan's face flushed even more, turning the delicate skin of her neck a rosy hue, her beautiful eyes sparkling with reproach as she sought to break free, only to find herself held even tighter. Medusa's heart skipped a beat as well, her purple eyes widening with a hint of panic, yet her regal pride compelled her to maintain composure. Unbridled. "Who do you think you are, humph?" Despite her assertive words, the slight tremor in her voice betrayed her inner turmoil. Xuan Ye, observing the contrasting reactions of the two women, one radiating infinite shyness and the other feigning indifference yet exuding charm, felt the flames of desire within him intensify. He no longer granted them the opportunity to respond, bursting into laughter, his tone imbued with undeniable authority. "Since my ladies are so intrigued, let us this evening share a bed and thoroughly discuss who should truly be shy, shall we?" The phrase "share a bed" struck like thunder, leaving Yuan and Medusa momentarily speechless, their bodies freezing in shock as their cheeks flushed crimson, nearly bleeding with embarrassment. "Xuan Ye, you shameless creature!" Yuan exclaimed, a mixture of anger and embarrassment coloring her cheeks. "How dare you?" Medusa echoed, equally flustered, her eyes wide, attempting to assert her queenly authority, though her trembling voice lacked conviction. "Do you think I wouldn't dare?" Xuan Ye laughed heartily, saying no more, as his empty left hand swept forward decisively. With a tearing sound, a dark rift appeared in the courtyard, the violent power of space carefully controlled within a confined area. On the other side of the rift, his luxuriously and warmly decorated bedroom came into view. Before either woman could utter a sound of astonishment, Xuan Ye grasped their soft waists with firm arms, and in a flash, stepped through the rift. The fissure instantaneously mended. Tranquility returned to the courtyard, leaving only the delicate spirit orchid swaying gently in the evening breeze, as if recounting the enchanting yet domineering scene that had just transpired. Within the chamber, the warm glow of red candles flickered and a subtle fragrance lingered in the air. Cloudy Melody and Medusa, forcibly brought into the room, had yet to recover from the slight dizziness induced by their spatial transit and the astonishing proposition they had encountered. Suddenly, they felt the arm that encircled their waists loosen, replaced by a more fervent and irresistible embrace. Xuan Ye gazed down at the two stunningly beautiful faces, flushed with crimson and tinged with confusion. In his amethyst eyes, desire and affection intertwined. He lowered his head, first capturing Cloudy Melody's mildly parted pink lips, silencing her impending retort, and then, under the allure of her captivating violet gaze, he assertively claimed Medusa's sensuous, plump red lips. The night was still young. Chapter 99. The Call of Bloodline. Xuan Ye's figure once again melded into the ancient, timeless silence of the Celestial Palace's subchamber. The remnants of walls stood silently, their weathered shadows slowly drifting in the dust, while the air flowed with the melancholy of ages gone by, compared to the previous haste and turmoil of his mind. This time, Xuan Ye's state of mind was as tranquil as a deep, ancient well. His amethyst eyes meticulously scanned every broken pillar and crumbling wall, his consciousness flowing like an invisible wave, penetrating the subtle creases of space, searching for any traces that might have been overlooked. Though he had grasped the Celestial Emperor's inheritance, this palace, capable of suppressing the Demon Emperor, was itself an enigmatic relic. Xuan Ye harbored a persistent feeling that within this grand edifice lay secrets yet to be uncovered, hidden within the shadows of this desolation. Suddenly, as he reached the end of the main hall, standing before a colossal wall engraved with indistinct celestial trajectories, an inexplicable pulse from the very essence of life awakened deep within his bloodline. It was neither sound nor energy, but rather a resonance that transcended endless time and space, a pull that originated from common source. It felt as though behind that massive wall, something ancient and profound, intricately linked to his bloodline, was stirring from an eternal slumber, responding faintly to his proximity. Xuan Ye's steps halted abruptly, his pupils constricting, his gaze piercing the wall before him like a blade. Bloodline resonance? A chill ran through his heart. What could possibly evoke such a response from his bloodline? He focused intently, striving to capture the elusive call. Though faint, it was exceptionally clear, unwaveringly directed toward the Great Wall. He pressed his palm against the cold, rough surface, channeling his Dragon Phoenix aura into it like a gentle stream, while his consciousness transformed into the most precise chisel, delving into the intricacies of the wall's texture. After a moment, his gaze sharpened as he detected a subtle, nearly indistinguishable ripple in the fabric of space at a point that almost perfectly blended with the surrounding environment. This was not a man-made barrier, but rather a natural phenomenon, perhaps a concealed crevice cleverly obscured by supreme, divine powers. Were it not for this unique bloodline guidance, even with his 5-star battle sage cultivation and the keen insight of an emperor's soul, he would find it nearly impossible to unravel the mysteries contained herein. Indeed, it concealed a hidden realm. No longer hesitating, Xuan Ye felt the surge of battle energy within him, the power of space gathering at his fingertips. Following the unique rhythm of that spatial node, he gently swept his 5 fingers toward the void as if playing a melodious tune. A low, resonant hum echoed, seemingly emanating from the very depths of antiquity. The massive wall rippled in response, revealing a mysterious portal, just wide enough for a single person to pass through, flowing with a hazy white light, silently opening. Beyond the portal lay an unfathomable darkness, and a sensation of the bloodline call intensified, pounding against his heart like a war drum. Without a trace of hesitation, Xuan Ye stepped through the portal. Light and shadow swirled, the very fabric of space shifting around him. He found himself within an incredibly spacious secret chamber. Looking up, he saw a lofty ceiling, lost in the inky blackness, its height indiscernible. The walls surrounding him were as smooth as mirrors, reflecting a dull metallic sheen, engraved with ancient, intricate silver runes far older than those outside. These runes seemed to possess a life of their own, slowly swirling and emitting a steady yet faint glow, maintaining the stability and secrecy of this isolated space. At the center of the chamber stood a circular pedestal of white jade, rising above the ground, warm and translucent, radiating its own brilliance. Upon this pedestal floated an object enveloped in soft, pure white light, roughly the size of fist, its form elusive and indistinct. It was this very object that perpetually emanated the call that tugged at his bloodline. However, accompanying this call was an invisible yet overwhelming pressure, vast and boundless, reaching deep into the essence of life itself. This pressure was not aimed at his cultivation or soul, but directly affected the very fabric of his existence. The moment Xuan Ye stepped into the chamber, he felt his dragon phoenix bloodline boil, as if thrown into fiery flames, trembling uncontrollably. A profound reverence, stemming from the origin of life, along with an indescribable weight of binding sensation, suddenly enveloped him. The amethyst aura surrounding him ignited instinctively. The shadows of dragon scales and phoenix feathers flickering beneath his skin, desperately resisting this external oppression. What shook him to his core was the realization that his dragon phoenix bloodline, which could stand proudly against the universe, felt a sense of resonance and suppression in the face of this pressure. The entity within that glowing orb seemed to possess a bloodline hierarchy that surpassed even that of the dragon phoenix. How could this be? Xuan Ye's heart surged with tumultuous waves. The dragon phoenix bloodline was already a miracle of the world, merging two supreme bloodlines. What could possibly transcend it? His mind raced. Yet he could not ascertain the origin of this glowing orb. Nevertheless, the aura it emitted was ancient, vast, and supremely authoritative, imbued with a primal dignity that commanded reverence from all beings. Xuan Ye's gaze remained fixated on the orb of white light, his heart racing uncontrollably. Regardless of what this object was, the secrets and value it concealed must surely surpass imagination. It could even be intricately linked to his enigmatic lineage and the voice that transcended time and space, echoing in his heart. He had to possess it. With a fierce determination, Xuan Ye quelled the tumultuous energy within him and stepped forward, resolutely approaching the central pedestal. With each step he took, the pressure around him intensified. That insidious bloodline oppression felt like an ever-congealing frost, squeezing in from all directions, penetrating into his limbs and bones, even reaching the depths of his soul. The proud dragon phoenix bloodline let out a low growl, its amethyst radiance flickering erratically as it struggled against this terrifying pressure originating from the essence of life. His bones emitted faint creaks, as if unable to withstand the burden. The closer he drew, the clearer and more urgent the call from the orb became. Like a solitary vessel lost in endless darkness, finally spotting the guiding lighthouse. Yet simultaneously, the suffocating pressure surged forth like a tide. As he approached within 10 zhang of the pedestal, Xuan Ye's forehead glistened with sweat, his breathing becoming labored. It felt as though he were trudging against the weight of the world, each step a struggle. What on earth was it? He gritted his teeth, his amethyst eyes burning with unyielding resolve. The pride of the dragon phoenix, along with his thirst for truth, fueled his unwavering advance. 7 zhang, 5 zhang, 3 zhang. When he finally stepped onto the first step of the white jade pedestal, the pressure around him peaked. That orb of white light seemed within reach. He could even faintly sense a warm, yet regal pulse emanating from it. At that very moment, an anomaly occurred. Deep within his consciousness, the celestial emperor's seal, which had long been suppressing the heart of the demon emperor, stirred ever so slightly without warning. Simultaneously, the dense darkness beneath the seal appeared to be disturbed by this sudden resonance, churning violently for a brief instant, conveying a murky intent laced with surprise, wariness, and ferocity. A white luminous orb, the seal of the celestial emperor and the heart abyssal demon emperor. Between these three entities, there seems to exist an enigmatic connection shrouded in secrecy. Xuan Ye's heart trembled violently, his thoughts racing like lightning. This fleeting resonance appeared to induce a subtle, almost imperceptible loosening of the omnipresent pressure of bloodline dominance surrounding him. An opportunity, a glint of fervor ignited in Xuan Ye's eyes as he uttered a low command. The heaven-swallowing divine art surged forth with unprecedented velocity, propelling his dragon phoenix form to its utmost limits. Boom! A torrent of majestic violet-golden vitality erupted from within him like a volcanic explosion, forcefully countering the overwhelming pressure. Thud! 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 Seizing this ephemeral chance, he took 3 swift steps, as if shattering mountains and rivers, and finally stood firmly at the pinnacle of the stone platform, mere inches away from the orb, radiating infinite mysteries. Standing here, the object within the orb remained enveloped in a gentle yet resilient white light, rendering it indistinct. Yet one could sense an indescribable vastness and antiquity within. The source that called to him, that oppressed him lay right before his eyes. Xuan Ye gazed intently at the orb of white light, his breath momentarily caught in his throat. He could distinctly feel his dragon phoenix bloodline boiling to its zenith, imbued with reverence towards the supreme existence, as well as an instinctual, overwhelming desire to approach and possess it. With utmost solemnity and a hint of determination to uncover the ultimate secrets, he slowly raised his right hand, extending his finger towards the alluring white halo. As his fingertip was about to graze the surface of the ethereal white glow, the entire spacious chamber suddenly shook violently. Chapter 100: Tears of the Dragon Phoenix. At last, Xuan Ye's fingertip made contact with the swirling white halo. There was no cataclysmic upheaval, nor was there a violent surge of energy. In that instant of contact, the gentle yet resilient white light emitted a barely audible chime, akin to morning dew kissed by sunlight or mist dispersed by a gentle breeze, then swiftly transformed from opaque to transparent, dimming until it completely dissipated. As the light faded away, the object suspended at the center of the stone platform finally revealed itself to Xuan Ye without reservation. It was a pearl roughly the size of a dragon's eye, exuding an ineffable clarity as if formed from the purest crystal, yet more vibrant and profound than any glass. Within the pearl, the light was not static. Rather, it flowed and shifted, revealing two distinct forms, at times morphing into a miniature five-clawed true dragon, majestic and divine, coiling and roaring, emanating an overwhelming dragon might that commanded the heavens and governed the laws, at other times transforming into a resplendent seven-colored phoenix poised for flight, noble and graceful, its melodious cries resonating, embodying the essence of rebirth and life-giving grace. The images of the true dragon and divine phoenix alternated within the crystal pearl, cycling endlessly, a perpetual manifestation of life. They were not mere illusions but fragments of the most primal laws of the dragon and phoenix clans, embodying unfathomable origins. Merely gazing upon them, Xuan Ye felt as though his dragon phoenix bloodline was undergoing a profound baptism and impact. The earlier sensation of bloodline pressure became astonishingly clear and tangible, stemming directly from the pearl, which harbored the purest and most noble essence of the true dragon and true phoenix. Is this the true essence of the dragon phoenix? No, that cannot be. A sudden clarity dawned upon Xuan Ye, accompanied by a greater tempest of realization. This is the true dragon, the phoenix, the intertwining of the most primal and powerful essence of the true dragon and phoenix. His own dragon phoenix body was forged from the fusion of the bloodlines of the ancient void dragon and the ancient celestial phoenix. While these two creatures are indeed supreme beings in the realm of magical beasts, they are in strict terms merely powerful branches among the direct descendants of true dragons and phoenixes. Their bloodline, though potent, does not constitute the source. And what lies before him, within this crystal pearl, is the true essence of the dragon phoenix, transcending all branches of the dragon and phoenix clans. No wonder his dragon phoenix body has been suppressed. It is akin to vassals standing before sovereign. The ingrained disparity in bloodline hierarchy within him causes the essence of the ancient void dragon and the ancient celestial phoenix to instinctively evoke feelings of reverence and submission in the presence of this pearl. In this vast world, such a pure crystallization of the true dragon and phoenix essence still exists. Xuan Ye was overwhelmed by shock. This divine artifact must surely be a legend within the entire vast universe, capable of inciting frenzied competition among numerous celestial sovereigns. How could it possibly appear in this subpar celestial palace? However, a greater mystery soon followed. His dragon phoenix body was formed through the consumption and refinement of the dragon phoenix essence fruit, and fundamentally, it is not an innate bloodline. Why does this pearl, clearly imbued with a higher level of primal dragon and phoenix essence, evoke such a clear call to his bloodline? That resonance is not merely a simple attraction of power. It resembles a deep connection and summons between kindred essences. Unless, a thought struck him, causing his heart to nearly halt. Unless this pearl is connected to my true lineage? This notion was so astonishing that it momentarily disoriented him. Could it be that his mysterious origins are not from the Btth continent, and may even bear some connection to this exalted existence imbued with the essence of a true dragon and phoenix? Who are the figures from his dreams? What relation do they hold to him? Just as he was swept away by tumultuous emotions, attempting to untangle these chaotic threads of thought, an unexpected change occurred. The suspended crystal pearl seemed to have finally come to a realization, no longer requiring any guidance, and suddenly erupted with an unparalleled brilliance, gentle yet dazzling. It ceased to be a passive entity awaiting interaction and transformed into a radiant flow of colors, imbued with the endless echoes of dragon roars and phoenix cries. Moving with a speed that Xuan Ye could not possibly react to, nor could he muster any thought of resistance, and instantly merged into his chest. Xuan Ye felt his heart constrict violently, as if something had forcefully collided with it. A wave of indescribable warmth mixed with a tearing pain surged through his entire being. The crystal pearl had directly penetrated his flesh and bones, disregarding all defenses, seamlessly merging with his heart. Boom! At the very moment of the pearl's fusion with his heart, Xuan Ye's consciousness felt as though it was forcibly extracted from his body, plunging into an endless realm of illusions. What he beheld was no longer the dilapidated confines of a celestial palace, but a breathtaking paradise that defied description. Above the 9 heavens, the celestial palaces shimmered in and out of view, surrounded by boundless auspicious hues and radiant light. Below lay an expansive sea of clouds, where divine springs flowed. Celestial flowers bloomed, and rare beasts roamed, drawing in the essence of the sun and moon. Every breath in this realm contained energy infinitely superior to that of the Btth continent, even purer and richer than that of the core regions of the central continent he had previously encountered. It was the primordial, supreme, spiritual energy of the vast universe. At the heart of this paradise stood a woman on a floating island seemingly carved from a single block of chaotic divine jade. Xuan Ye's gaze was instantly captivated by her, unable to waver for even a moment. She wore a long gown of purest white, trailing to the ground, yet untouched by any speck of dust. Her hair cascaded like a waterfall, loosely held up by a simple jade hairpin, with a few strands framing her cheeks, enhancing her beauty and grace. Her countenance transcended the limits of mortal description, embodying a blend of divinity, ethereality, gentleness, compassion, and unparalleled majesty. Her brows and eyes, like exquisite paintings, shimmered with the depths of autumn waters reflecting the stars. With a mere glance, it seemed as though she could illuminate the birth and demise of the heavens, the cycles of countless realms. She stood there in tranquil silence, embodying the very center of existence, causing all creation to radiate in her presence, and bringing order to the cosmos. Her unparalleled grace could scarcely be described. Yet, in this moment, the woman who seemed to encapsulate all the beauty of the universe bore within her eyes capable of dimming the sun, moon, and stars, an ocean of profound sorrow. This sadness was so deep, so heavy, that it appeared to carry the weight of eternal partings and countless yearnings, nearly spilling forth in tangible form. She tilted her head slightly, gazing into the boundless distance, as if peering into a void that transcended time and space. Finally, unable to withstand the overwhelming grief, crystalline tears, akin to pearls severed from their strand, cascaded from her porcelain-like cheeks. These tears did not fall directly to the ground. When the first tear descended, it seemed to shimmer with the fleeting image of a miniature phoenix, exuding an essence of rebirth and creation. The second tear brought forth the majestic vision of a 5-clawed dragon, embodying the principles of dominion and destruction. The third and fourth tears continue to flow, each drop containing a unique essence, yet all intertwining harmoniously, representing the union of her boundless sorrow and some transcendent force. Ultimately, these tears, infused with extraordinary power, did not scatter. Instead, they began to coalesce before her, drawn together by an invisible force, merging and compressing into a singular entity. Countless droplets transcended the boundaries of time, and under the combined weight of profound sorrow and supreme power, they ultimately crystallized into one, a bead, the size of a dragoness' eye, as translucent as the purest glass, within which the images of the dragon and phoenix danced in perfect harmony. At the moment this bead fully formed, radiating a soft and eternal light, its name emerged in Xuan Ye's mind, Dragon Phoenix Tear. The scene abruptly halted. Xuan Ye's consciousness was violently yanked back to reality. He still stood upon the desolate stone platform of the secret chamber, his fingers outstretched, his heart beating vigorously in resonance with the Dragon Phoenix Tear that had just integrated into him. A warm and boundless power surged from it, nourishing his limbs and even subtly washing over the golden seal of the heavenly emperor in his mind, causing its radiance to solidify into an almost imperceptible glimmer. Yet, these bodily changes paled in comparison to the profound shock coursing through his heart. His complexion turned pale, his pupils constricted sharply, breaths came in quick succession. As his mind replayed the fleeting vision of that extraordinary woman shedding tears that crystallized into pearls. It was she, the woman from his dreams. Xuan Ye was nearly certain. Though the figure in his dream was shrouded in a hazy glow, the unique aura she exuded, the sensation of standing atop the heavens, yet imbued with profound tenderness and sorrow, was unmistakably mirrored in the woman who wept and formed the dragon phoenix tear. The dragon phoenix tear was indeed born from her tears. It contained the most primordial essence, potentially surpassing the realms of any ordinary dragon or phoenix power. And this tear, transformed into the dragon phoenix tear, had traversed endless time and space to arrive here, resonating with his bloodline and willingly merging into his heart. All of this pointed to a truth that left Xuan Ye's blood nearly frozen, while simultaneously boiling with fervor. His lineage was undeniably intertwined with the woman who had called to him as Year in his dreams and with this dragon phoenix tear. Xuan Ye gazed at the position of his heart, where the dragon phoenix tear had settled, now silent and fused with flesh and blood, indistinguishable from one another. He attempted to communicate with it through his consciousness, to awaken it with the dragon phoenix fighting spirit, even drawing upon a faint surge of soul power newly enhanced by the fusion. Yet the glass-like bead remained ensconced in a deep slumber, offering no response. Besides feeling its gentle, reassuring warmth emanating from within, and a subtle enhancement to his own dragon phoenix bloodline, he could not summon any additional power from it. It was as if that earth-shattering fusion, that transcendent vision, had merely been an illusion. It appeared the time had not yet come, or perhaps specific conditions were required to awaken it. Xuan Ye sighed softly, suppressing his slight frustration and deeper curiosity. Such a supreme artifact, intimately connected to the core of his identity, was clearly beyond his current capacity to command. He ceased his insistence and turned to leave the chamber, laden with monumental secrets. Passing through the spatial portal, he returned to the dilapidated main hall, then stepped outside, his figure emerging at the entrance of the life and death gate on the rear mountain of Yunlan Mountain. Sunlight streamed down, and the mountain breeze caressed his face, imbued with the unique freshness of the Yunlan sect. In stark contrast to the eternal stillness within the heavenly palace, this place thrived with vitality. Yun and Medusa had long awaited him outside. Both women were adorned in splendid attire. Yun wore a moon-white gown, ethereal and exquisite, her demeanor imbued with a gentle anticipation and a hint of parting sorrow. Medusa, clad in a resplendent purple gown that accentuated her breathtaking curves, wore her usual regal demeanor. Yet a flicker of softness glimmered in her violet eyes as she regarded Xuan Ye. "Is it resolved?" Medusa inquired, her lips parting slightly, her tone retaining a hint of regal inquiry. Xuan Ye nodded, his gaze sweeping over the two women, revealing a gentle smile. "Yes, for now, there is nothing amiss. Let's embark." Without stirring too many, only a few core elders, such as Yinshan, came to see them off. After Yun meticulously entrusted the sex affairs and whispered a few final instructions to her master, Yinshan, she joined Xuan Ye and Medusa, transforming into 3 streaks of light that soared into the sky, instantly tearing through the clouds and vanishing into the horizon. As a Dozun powerhouse, Xuan Ye could now initially command the power of space, far surpassing the capabilities of a Dozone. He wrapped an arm around the waists of Yun and Medusa, feeling the intense fluctuations of spatial energy around them. With a single step, they left a myriad of mountains and rivers behind. Below, cities and landscapes raced past like fleeting shadows, and the overwhelming sensation of spatial travel caused Yun, experiencing such speed for the first time, to instinctively tighten her grip on Xuan Ye's robe. Though Medusa was equally astonished by the velocity, she maintained her composure, though her tightly pressed lips betrayed her inner unease. Sensing the support of both women, Xuan Ye felt a wave of tranquility wash over him. His gaze turned toward the northwestern direction, the heart of the Chuxian Empire. Just moments ago, during their journey, he had received a clear message from Bai Yi through the mysterious connection of the Qi Hua Sanqing. The 2 clusters of exotic flames had been secured. The Yuming poison fire resided within a treacherous marsh at the borders of the Chuxian Empire, perpetually shrouded in lethal miasma. Its cold, poisonous nature could corrode Do Qi and incinerate souls, instantly killing any ordinary cultivator who ventured too close. The Fenu Longyan, on the other hand, was discovered within a rarely trodden ancient secret realm, characterized by its violent temperament and dragon-like form, embodying the utmost power of tearing and tempest, making it exceedingly difficult to capture. Through Bai Ye's pure, primordial Tian Phoenix essence, and his own Dozun strength, along with Xuan Ye's remote guidance. They had successfully subdued and collected these two clusters after considerable effort. Yuming poison fire, Fengnu Longyan. Xuan Ye silently recited, a surge of fiery anticipation igniting within his gaze. If he could successfully absorb these two clusters his cultivation would undoubtedly advance to a higher level. More importantly, by collecting the essence of 5 distinct, that would surely undergo a qualitative transformation. The extent of its power would reach a realm even he found difficult to anticipate. Without delay, he established a mental connection, instructing Bai Yi to rendezvous with them at a city named Heishan, located on the border of the Outcloud Empire. Days later, Xuan Ye and his companions crossed the border between the Jiamar Empire and the Outcloud Empire, officially stepping into this land renowned for its poison masters, characterized by an even more fierce and treacherous atmosphere. Upon entering the Outcloud Empire, the very air seemed to shift. A faintly discernible sweet and fishy scent mingled within the energies of heaven and earth, a residual aroma from various deadly toxins that had permeated this land over countless years. The towns they encountered along the way bore a more rugged and sinister architectural style, with shops prominently displaying signs of various poisons. And the passers-by exhibited an unmistakable vigilance and ruthlessness in their gazes. Simultaneously, a name began to frequently echo in the ears of Xuan Ye and his companions. Whether they paused at a roadside tea house or traversed the town, they could always overhear hushed discussions tinged with fear and reverence. Have you heard? The Poison Lady has annihilated another unsuspecting sect, and it is said that even the elder Do Huang could not survive 3 breaths. Indeed, that cursed poison body is truly terrifying. Wherever she goes, life ceases to exist, and all things wither. Now, in the northern part of the empire, who would dare provoke her? Even the royal family and the poison sect regard her with trepidation. They say she appears like a ghost, draped in gray-purple garments. And wherever she treads, the sky turns an eerie gray-purple. The name Poison Lady emerged, seemingly imbued with a curse that caused a look of dread to involuntarily manifest on the faces of all who uttered it. Xuan Ye's hand, holding the teacup, paused momentarily, a flicker of complex emotions flashing in his violet-golden eyes. The Poison Lady, Xiao Yan. The ethereal and benevolent girl he had encountered in Qingshan Town, who was well-versed in the healing arts, now bore a fate marked by destruction and solitude due to her cursed poison body. When he entrusted her with the 7-color poison cannon and guided her to the Outcloud Empire for training, it was partly to control her poison body, but also with the hope that she would discover her own path in a more suitable environment. It seemed that, in this regard, she had become even more formidable than the version depicted in the original text. The annihilation of sects and her fearsome reputation had spread far and wide, instilling terror in all who heard of her. Xuan Ye could not help but feel a mix of sentiment and curiosity. The premature awakening of her cursed poison body, combined with her experiences in the tumultuous Outcloud Empire, had evidently transformed her significantly. He was uncertain whether this change was for better or worse, but there was no doubt that the current Xiao Yan was no longer the fragile girl who required his protection. What kind of growth had she undergone? Gazing out at the hazy sky of the Outcloud Empire, Xuan Ye murmured to himself, curious about what their reunion would look like. Do you know the Poison Lady? Medusa, keenly perceptive to the subtle shift in Xuan Ye's emotions, cast a sidelong glance at him, her tone revealing no hint of approval or disapproval. Yin Yan also regarded him with curiosity. Xuan Ye withdrew his gaze, offering a faint smile as he drained the slightly bitter tea from his cup. An old acquaintance. Let us proceed to meet Bai Yi. He placed several gold coins on the table and rose to leave the tea house. Medusa and Yun Yun exchanged glances before following suit. They did not inquire further about the old acquaintance he mentioned, but the name Poison Lady had already left an impression in their minds. The trio continued their journey towards the designated city of Heishan. As they approached the northern region, the rumors concerning the Poison Lady grew increasingly dense, her notorious reputation overshadowing any local power within the Outcloud Empire. While Xuan Ye listened to these tales with a calm demeanor, his heart harbored more speculations and a subtle concern for Xiao Yan's current state. Chapter 102, 7-Star Dozun. Heishan City, situated at the northern border of the Outcloud Empire, derived its name from the contiguous Black Mountains that lay behind it. This city was characterized by a rugged style, known for its mineral trade and various illicit dealings, a place where both dragons and snakes intertwined, exuding a fierce atmosphere. In a secluded manner in the eastern part of the city, Xuan Ye and his companions successfully reunited with Bai Yi. Bai Yi remained adorned in his phoenix-patterned platinum robe, the golden silk ribbon veiling his eyes, fluttering gently in the breeze, his demeanor ethereal and otherworldly. He presented 2 specially crafted jade boxes to Xuan Ye. One was enveloped in a chilling frost, with faint traces of emerald green poison gas swirling around it, while the other emitted a low, howling sound, as if a storm brewed within. Your Highness, the Yuming poison fire and the wind fury dragon flame have both been sealed within. Bai Ye's voice rang clear and tranquil. Xuan Ye accepted the jade boxes, feeling the violent energy contained within, even through their seals. He nodded in acknowledgement. Thank you for your efforts. Without indulging in further pleasantries, Xuan Ye resolved to enter seclusion in the manner to absorb the. Yun and Medusa were tasked with guarding him, while Bai Ye concealed himself in the shadows, merging his presence with the surrounding environment like a ghost that had faded into non-existence. Inside the secluded chamber, Xuan Ye sat cross-legged. He first opened the jade box, radiating a chilling poison gas. As the lid lifted, a spine-tingling cold aura instantly enveloped the room, covering the walls and floor with a layer of ink-green ice crystals at an observable rate, while the air filled with a sweet yet deadly fragrance. A dark flame, reminiscent of ghostly fire, floated forth, its core a profound emerald green, encircled by a gray-black poisonous mist. This was the Yuming poison fire. Swallowing even divine technique, de vous. Xuan Ye's gaze sharpened, and he unhesitatingly activated his technique. The pitch black surged forth from within him like a ravenous beast, lunging directly at the Yuming poison fire. Upon contact, the 2 flames erupted into a violent clash of energies. The chilling toxicity of the Yuming poison fire fiercely eroded while the latter displayed its unparalleled, devouring nature. The dark flames resembling countless tiny mouths gnawing, disassembling, and assimilating the energy of the Yuming poison fire. Xuan Ye's body was half enshrouded in ink-green frost, while the other half was ablaze with pitch black, the excruciating duality of ice and fire assailing his meridians and soul. Yet, his expression remained unchanged. The dragon phoenix body surged with vitality, forcibly suppressing this tumult and guiding the to consume. This process lasted an entire day. When the last wisp of emerald green poison fire was entirely absorbed, transformed into pure energy that merged with his being, Xuan Ye's aura surged dramatically, directly breaking through from the peak of 5-star Dozun to 6-star Dozun. Meanwhile, the color of the deepened, and within the pure blackness, a hint of scarcely perceptible emerald glimmer emerged. The temperature of the flames did not seem to increase, yet the corrosive and toxic properties contained within had become exceedingly formidable. Without pausing for rest, he took a moment to stabilize his realm before opening the second jade box. A roar akin to a dragon's cry erupted from within, as a blue-white fire line shot forth, transforming into a miniature fire dragon composed purely of wind and fire energy, exuding a violent aura that threatened to break through the chamber. Wind Fury Dragon Flame. Where do you think you're going? Xuan Ye had anticipated this, and morphed into an enormous net, instantly enveloping the fire dragon form from the Wind Fury Dragon Flame, with the wind fueling the flames. The ferocity of the Wind Fury Dragon Flame far surpassed that of the Yuming poison fire. It violently collided within the net of, unleashing sharp wind blades intertwined with scorching dragon breath, incessantly cutting and searing the. Xuan Ye emitted a low grunt, a trickle of fresh blood escaping the corner of his mouth. Yet his gaze burned with even greater fervor. He exerted himself to the fullest, summoning the devouring heavenly flame, which clung to the Wind Fury Dragon Flame like a malignant growth, relentlessly entwining it while consuming its elemental laws of wind and the essence of fire. This act of devouring proved to be more arduous and protracted than before. Within the confines of the secret chamber, gales howled and flames surged, threatening to overturn the entire estate were it not for the protective barrier in place. 2 days passed. At the moment when the last vestige of the azure-white wind fire dragon Shi was entirely absorbed by the devouring heavenly flame, it felt as though some shackles within Xuan Ye had been shattered. His surging fighting spirit cascaded forth like a torrential flood, crashing through the barrier of the 6-star Dozun and boldly stepping into the realm of the 7-star Dozun. A formidable wave of energy radiated from him, causing the entire chamber to tremble ever so slightly. He slowly opened his eyes, and within his purple-golden irises, storms and venomous flames flickered momentarily. He extended his palm, and a brand-new flame rose within it. This flame, while predominantly a profound black, revealed itself upon closer inspection to be a harmonious blend of myriad colors. embodying the ceaseless vitality of the azure lotus earth fire, the vastness of the sea heart flame, the intangible forging of the fallen heart flame, the bone-corroding chill of the nether poison fire, and the violent rending of the wind fury dragon flame. The characteristics of the 5 exotic fires had not faded. Rather, they merged flawlessly under the refinement of the devouring heavenly technique, resulting in a form that was even more terrifying and closer to the essence of energy itself. The edges of the flame scorched the space around it, creating fine fissures that gradually mended under the flame's flow. It transcended mere consumption. It embodied fusion and evolution, hinting at a nascent form of chaos and unity, a primordial oneness. The devouring heavenly flame finally began to unveil its true potential. As Xuan Ye felt the cataclysmic yet life-affirming power emanating from the flame in his palm, a satisfied smile graced his lips. With the strength of a 7-star Do Zun and the advanced devouring heavenly flame, he now possessed the capability to contend with even a 5-turn Do Zun. He retracted his aura and exited the secret chamber. Yun Yun and Medusa immediately approached, their faces alight with joy as they sensed the deepening aura within him. Baiye's figure also appeared silently nearby. "Have you succeeded?" Medusa inquired, her violet eyes brightening, while Yun Yun watched Xuan Ye with curiosity. Xuan Ye nodded. "Let us depart. This matter is concluded, and we must return to the central continent." The 2 women nodded in agreement, and the group wasted no further time, leaving the estate to seek a secluded location to tear through space for their journey. However, just as they flew beyond the confines of Black Mountain City and reached the desolate peaks, a sudden eruption of violent energy fluctuations and the piercing sound of ruptured air resonated from the distance. 2 powerful auras clashed fiercely, both imbued with a potent toxic fighting spirit. One aura was sharp and destructive, akin to a 1-star Do Zone, while the other was thicker and more seasoned, emanating a stench of decay, unmistakably a 4-star Do Zone. "Is this a battle among poison masters?" Yin Yin frowned, accustomed to such conflicts within the realm of the Cloud Empire. Medusa, however, appeared indifferent, eager to vacate the scene. Yet Xuan Ye halted his steps. His immense soul force, now at the early stages of the heavenly realm, spread silently like invisible mercury, instantly reflecting the situation on the battlefield within his mind. On one side of the conflict stood an elderly man clad in a crimson robe, his gaunt visage exuding a sinister aura. Brandishing a serpent-headed cane, he summoned grotesque phantoms of poisonous snakes that hissed as they lunged at his opponent, the 4-star Do Zone. His adversary, a young woman, possessed hair as pure as snow, cascading gracefully to her slender waist, enhancing her ethereal and unruly charm. Clad in a form-fitting lavender dress that accentuated her graceful curves, her exquisite features resembled a masterpiece crafted by the heavens, her delicate features exuding an arresting beauty. Yet, what drew the most attention were her eyes, grayish-purple, deep as if harboring 2 swirling vortices, devoid of emotional turbulence, only an unsettling indifference and chilling stillness. Surrounding her was a mist of grayish-purple toxic fighting spirit, which coalesced into eerie poison flowers and vines, both agile and lethal. Though she emanated the aura of a 1-star Do Zone, her combat prowess rivaled that of the 4-star Do Zone Elder. The grayish-purple poison fighting spirit contained a terror capable of eroding even the soul, causing the Elder's phantom snakes to dissolve and disintegrate upon nearing her. This fighting spirit belonged to the fabled evil poison body, and that familiar visage, a flicker of realization and complexity, crossed Xuan Ye's purple-golden eyes. It was indeed her, the little physician. However, the white-haired, purple-eyed woman before him, with her detached demeanor and merciless strikes, bore little resemblance to the compassionate healer from Qingshan Town, aside from a faint similarity in appearance. The trials of time, the erosion of the evil poison body, and her experiences within the Cloud Empire had evidently transformed her entirely. Xuan Ye floated silently in the air, refraining from intervening immediately. He wished to ascertain how far the little physician had progressed. Yun Yun and Medusa, noticing his unusual demeanor, followed his gaze. Upon witnessing the white-haired figure clad in purple, fiercely battling the 4-star Do Zone without faltering, astonishment flickered in the eyes of both women. Is this truly the legendary evil poison woman? I never anticipated she would be an acquaintance of Xuan Ye. Chapter 103, The Evil Poison Woman. Above the desolate mountains, the explosive sounds of energy collisions resounded incessantly. The grayish-purple poison gas intertwined frantically with the crimson phantoms of poisonous snakes, tainting the sky with an eerie hue. The little physician, her white hair billowing and her purple attire fluttering, bore only cold, murderous intent and indifference in her grayish-purple eyes. With her delicate fingers deftly weaving, she summoned toxic flowers and vines that relentlessly dismantled the elder's onslaught. Though merely a 1-star dozong, she fought tooth and nail against a 4-star dozong, Scorpion by Yan, in a stalemate. As the battle raged on, Scorpion by Yan's unease grew. The tenacity of the evil poison body surpassed his expectations. The grayish-purple poison gas seemed capable of corroding all, even his meticulously cultivated toxic fighting spirit, proving inadequate for defense. As the battle dragged on without resolution, a sense of retreat began to blossom within him. At that moment, a clear sound akin to fabric being violently torn echoed, abruptly detonating at the core of the battlefield. The space, fragile as a crystal mirror, was forcefully rent asunder by an irresistible might, creating a massive rift edged with chaotic silver light. Terrifying spatial turbulence surged forth, carrying a destructive aura that instantly dissipated the energy fluctuations of both combatants. A vast pressure that sent shivers through the souls of dozong experts surged forth from the rift, enveloping the entire expanse of heaven and earth. Both the little physician and Scorpion by Yan halted their assault, retreating dozens of yards, their expressions shifting in confusion as they gazed at the sudden breach in space. Under the astonished gazes of the two, four figures emerged from the chaotic turbulence as if strolling leisurely through a garden. Leading them was a young man clad in a dark golden robe adorned with dragon and phoenix patterns, his stature tall and his appearance strikingly handsome, as if he had amassed all the elegance of the world. His expression remained impassive, his amethyst eyes deep and profound as the starry sky. Merely standing there, he emanated an inherent aura of gravitas, as if commanding the very heavens, causing the tumultuous energies of the world around him to quiet and submit. To his left stood a gentle woman clad in a moon-white gown, her demeanor ethereal and exquisite. To his right, a strikingly beautiful woman in a purple dress, her countenance breathtaking, exuding an innate nobility and disdain. Further back, a white-haired youth in a platinum robe, his eyes concealed, stood serenely, emanating an ethereal sanctity as though untouched by the dust of the mortal realm. These four individuals stood firmly in the void. A dozong? No. The manner in which they tore through space, the soul-stifling pressure they exuded, far surpassed that of an ordinary dozong. Scorpion Bayan's pupils constricted sharply, his heart racing, a chill surging from his feet to the crown of his head. As a 4-star dozong, he could distinctly sense the unfathomable power contained within the young man at the forefront, akin to a vast ocean of stars. This presence undoubtedly transcended that of a dozong. It was a dozun. Little medicine fairy was equally shaken, her gray-purple eyes fixated on the young man in purple robes, an inexplicable sense of familiarity washing over her. Yet, the depth of his strength and his markedly different aura left her hesitant to confirm her thoughts. The gray-purple poison surrounding her instinctively contracted, swirling protectively around her, adopting the strongest defensive posture. Scorpion Bayan, seasoned in the ways of the world, suppressed his astonishment, forcing a smile that was more akin to a grimace of respect as he addressed the leading figure, Xuan Ye, bowing deeply, his voice trembling imperceptibly. I apologize for your sudden arrival, esteemed ones. I am Scorpion Bayan of the Scorpion Gate, currently entangled in some personal grievances with this heavenly poison maiden. If I have caused any disturbance, I hope you may be magnanimous. This is a matter of our own. Might I request your forbearance? He lowered himself profoundly, elevating the others to a position of esteem, clearly indicating that this was a personal matter. Hoping they would not intervene. Before the might of a dozun, he, a mere 4-star dozong, was as insignificant as an ant. Yet, Xuan Ye did not even lift an eyelid, his gaze passing over Scorpion Bayan to rest upon the white-haired woman in purple. Regarding Scorpion Bayan's pleading and tentative words, he merely curled his lips into a slight, indifferent arc, his voice as chilling as a cold spring striking jade, resonating clearly in the now silent atmosphere. In my lifetime, I owe you no explanations. Boom! These unassuming words contained an unparalleled dominance and disdain. Scorpion Bayan felt as if struck by lightning, his body trembling violently, his complexion turning as pale as paper, cold sweat streaming down his forehead like a trickling creek. He had no doubt that should he utter another word, he would be obliterated in an instant. Igriagis, please forgive me. It was my folly. I deserve this fate. Scorpion Bayan hastily bent lower, his voice rife with fear and humility. no longer daring to mention grievances or request leniency. Yet, Xuan Ye appeared to disregard his pleas. His gaze firmly locked onto Little Medicine Fairy, where a flicker of complex emotions passed through his amethyst eyes. Nostalgia, reminiscence, and a barely perceptible hint of compassion. He spoke slowly, his voice now imbued with an indescribable nuance. I hadn't anticipated that after several years, your transformation would be so profound. The sound of his voice struck Little Medicine Fairy like a thunderclap. The familiarity of his tone, the implications hidden within his words, unleashed a flood of sealed memories, crashing down upon the barriers of her heart. Their initial encounter in Qingshan Town, the teachings and guidance in the Monster Beast Mountain Range. That extraordinary youth who had given her hope and direction in her time of confusion and despair. She abruptly lifted her head, her gray-purple eyes shimmering with disbelief. Fixated on Xuan Ye's stunning visage, her voice trembling with astonishment. "It's you?" Xuan Ye. She had finally recognized him, despite the stark contrast in their auras and the unimaginable heights he had attained. The contours of his features and certain qualities in his gaze resonated with the memory of that captivating boy from her youth. Upon realizing Xuan Ye's identity, the shock that had initially surged in her heart due to his formidable power oddly began to quell. She recalled the remarkable traits he had displayed back then, seemingly possessing a unique and powerful constitution. Although his ascent to the realm of Dozun was still astonishing, it felt somewhat more acceptable in light of his past. The gray-purple poison surrounding her instinctively retracted slightly, the icy intent of murder dissipating, though her gaze remained complex as she looked upon Xuan Ye, filled with the thrill of reunion, the struggle of her own transformation, and a sense of nostalgia for what once was. Meanwhile, Scorpion Bayan, upon hearing Little Medicine Fairy call out Xuan Ye's name and recognizing their evident past connection, felt as if all strength had drained from him, nearly plummeting from a void. It was over. This heavenly poison maiden was acquainted with a Dozun. He had just contemplated killing her, and now it was utterly finished. His face turned ashen, and he dared not utter another plea, trembling in fear as he awaited the judgment of fate, cursing those who had incited him to seek trouble with the heavenly poison maiden 1,000 times over. Xuan Ye observed Little Medicine Fairy, comprehending the complexities within her gaze, and sighed softly within. Chapter 104. Scorpion Bayan's Demise. Scorpion Bayan, witnessing Xuan Ye's attention shift from Little Medicine Fairy back to himself, felt a surge of dread as the amethyst depths of Xuan Ye's eyes held no warmth, only a cold indifference akin to gazing down upon ants. His soul quaked, the instinct for survival overwhelming all else, and disregarding his dignity, he nearly screamed, "Esteemed sir, please witness my words. This woman is the fabled calamity poison body. Surely you understand that this constitution is the source of calamity, leaving devastation in its wake wherever she treads. She has only just entered the Dozong realm, yet her notoriety is already formidable, having slaughtered countless lives. Should she fully mature, she will bring ruin upon the entire continent, causing immeasurable bloodshed. Such a malignant tumor must be eradicated swiftly to prevent future disaster. This is for the sake of all living beings, for the countless souls." He shouted desperately, attempting to sway Xuan Ye with the lofty notions of righteousness, positioning himself atop a moral high ground, as if eliminating Little Medicine Fairy were a noble act. However, he gravely misjudged Xuan Ye. Xuan Ye's lips curled into a faint but frost-biting smile, a clear mockery lacing his demeanor. Righteousness? The lives of the people? His voice, though calm, bore a penetrating weight, each word striking Scorpion Bayan's heart like ice shards. "You old fool are steeped in blood, haunted by the wails of the innocent you have slain, likely numbering in the thousands. And now, you presume to speak of righteousness before me, to indulge in moral discourse?" Scorpion Bayan's face drained of color, his lips trembling as he attempted to justify himself. I was merely..." Before he could continue, Xuan Ye cut him off sharply, his tone growing frigid, imbued with a disdainful aloofness that suggested indifference to the fates of the masses. "The lives of these countless beings are of no concern to me." His gaze swept over the desolate mountains below, as if penetrating the endless void to glimpse the myriad lives therein. "Heaven and earth are unkind, treating all things as mere fodder. I act solely according to my heart. Whom I wish to protect, I shall defend even against the world. Whom I wish to slay, not even the gods themselves can hinder my resolve." As the words fell, Xuan Ye slowly raised his right hand towards the direction of Scorpion Bayan, gently closing his fingers. There was no earth-shattering eruption of energy, nor dazzling brilliance of combat aura. Yet, the space surrounding Scorpion Yin twisted and warped as if grasped by an invisible giant hand, before collapsing with a thunderous roar. No, Scorpion Yin could only emit a desperate scream, his eyes filled with boundless terror. Everything around him, including the combat aura upon which he relied for survival, his formidable physique, and even his soul mark, was ruthlessly crushed, disintegrated, and reduced to the most primitive particles, ultimately vanishing into nothingness. A notorious 4-star Do Zong of the Xianyan Empire, a top-tier powerhouse of the 10,000 Scorpion sect, was thus obliterated without a trace beneath Xuan Ye's seemingly casual grip. His form and spirit extinguished. The world fell eerily silent, as if time itself had paused. Only the subtle ripples in space gradually settled, bearing testament that the horrific scene was no mere illusion. Yun and Medusa maintained their calm demeanor, having long grown accustomed to Xuan Ye's methods. Bai Yi remained poised in the void, his aura ethereal. However, at the very moment the space stabilized and Scorpion Yin was entirely annihilated, a fleeting glint of dark red light, filled with brutality and bloodlust, flickered within the depths of Xuan Ye's golden-purple eyes. Simultaneously, an abrupt and chillingly malevolent thought surged from the deepest recesses of his heart, akin to a vile parasite erupting forth. An overwhelming impulse to annihilate everything before him, to revel in the lamentations and despair of others, threatened to overwhelm his reason. Xuan Ye's body trembled imperceptibly, his expression instantly turning as frosty as ice. He promptly shut his eyes, activating the Tai Su Soul technique at an unprecedented speed, channeling immense soul power like a tempestuous sea to suppress the source of the malevolent thought that sought to influence his mind. Washing over the dark corner belonging to the heart abyss demon emperor, tightly sealed beneath a golden seal. A sound, replete with boundless malice and mockery, seemed to echo from beneath the seal, and the restless darkness and dissipating evil thoughts receded like a tide, once again firmly subdued by the resplendent golden light. Xuan Ye slowly opened his eyes. The dark red hue had vanished, replaced by the profound golden purple, though a trace of barely perceptible fatigue and deeper solemnity flickered in the depths of his gaze. The malevolent aura of the heart abyss demon emperor had become increasingly frequent. A chill ran through him. When he had just slain Scorpion Yin, he had felt little turmoil within. He bore no burden in eliminating such a hypocritical character who sought to harm him. Yet, the sudden surge of brutality and the desire for destruction were far from his true intent. The seal was indeed loosening, and the demon emperor's presence was beginning to exert a more profound influence over him. He forcibly suppressed the chaotic thoughts in his heart and turned his gaze forward once more. There, the little healing immortal still hovered in the air, her white hair gently swaying in the breeze, her purple garb outlining her slender yet slightly frail figure. Her gray-purple eyes were fixed on him, brimming with complex emotions. There was shock from Scorpion Yin's instantaneous demise, confusion and resonance with Xuan Ye's indifference to the suffering of others, and more so, a feeling akin to wandering through boundless darkness for far too long, suddenly catching a glimpse of a faint glimmer of light, an overwhelming sense of helplessness and a flicker of fragile hope. Xuan Ye reigned in all his sharpness and oppressive aura, taking measured steps as if treading upon an invisible staircase, gradually approaching the little healing immortal. He observed her eyes, which were so unlike those from his memories, infused with an inescapable sorrow and silence, and noted her hair, a symbol of the calamity of her poisoned body, completely unleashed. With a soft sigh, he reflected on the girl from Qingshan town, who once tenderly treated injured mercenaries and blushed at his gentle reminders. Ultimately, she had been forged by the cruel hand of fate into the fearsome heavenly poison maiden. He halted about 10 paces before the little healing immortal, a distance that neither overwhelmed her nor hindered clear conversation. "Little healing immortal," Xuan Ye began, his voice gentle and imbued with a soothing strength, starkly contrasting with the coldness he had displayed in dispatching Scorpion Yin. It must have been arduous these years. He did not inquire why she had transformed in such a way, nor did he question her fearsome reputation as the heavenly poison maiden. He simply offered a straightforward acknowledgement of her struggles. The little healing immortal quivered slightly, and in her gray-purple eyes, the frozen indifference seemed to crack, allowing a rush of indescribable bitterness to surge to her nose, almost overwhelming her with the urge to weep. She blinked forcefully, staving off the tears, her voice tinged with a roughness and choking emotion she herself had not recognized. "No, it's nothing. I'm used to it." accustomed to solitude, to slaughter, to the fearful and disdainful gazes of others, and to the endless pain and curses this body brought her. Xuan Ye gazed at her facade of calmness, feeling an even deeper pity. After a moment's contemplation, he extended an invitation. I am returning to Zhongzhou. The region is vast, its resources incomparable to those of the northwestern continent, with strong warriors abound. Moreover, only one material is needed to resolve your calamity of the poison body. He looked at her sincerely. Will you accompany me? At this declaration, not only did the little healing immortal stand in shock, but even Yuan and Medusa behind her were slightly taken aback. While they knew the little healing immortal was an acquaintance of Xuan Ye, they had not anticipated that he would directly invite a figure with such a fearsome reputation to join him. The little healing immortal stared blankly at Xuan Ye, at the genuine openness and invitation reflected in his eyes. To Zhongzhou, leaving this land that bears countless memories of pain and slaughter, my calamity of the poisoned body will be resolved. This proposition was akin to casting a star radiating alluring light into her pitch-black world. Her heart stirred, yet the long-standing solitude and vigilance prevented her from immediately responding. She slightly lowered her lashes, their long white tips quivering like butterfly wings, and softly murmured, My body. No problem, Xuan Ye interrupted, his tone imbued with an unassailable confidence and strength. Those simple 3 words seemed to contain the weight of 1,000 pounds, instantly shattering the last remnant of hesitation and defense within the little healing immortal's heart. She raised her head, and in her gray-purple eyes, a flicker of long-lost hope ignited. She gazed at Xuan Ye and gently nodded. All right. Chapter 105. The Heavenly Poisoned Scorpion Dragon Beast. The journey through the space wormhole was undoubtedly a novel and slightly shocking experience for Yuan, Medusa, and the little healing immortal, who were encountering it for the first time. It resembled a colossal tunnel constructed from countless arcs of silver light, winding and twisting towards an unknown distance. The walls of the tunnel were not solid, but formed by the violent forces of space being forcibly constrained under certain rules, creating a stable passage once tamed. Standing at the entrance of the wormhole, one could see the interior shimmering with vibrant colors, as numerous minute points of spatial light whizzed past like grains of sand in a galaxy, accompanied by a strange humming sound. Immersed within, one could distinctly sense the vast and orderly flow of spatial energy surrounding them, as if riding in a small boat, swiftly navigating the river of time. What a peculiar sensation! Yuan could not help but exclaim softly, feeling the spatial fluctuations around her, distinct from the external world, her gentle eyes filled with wonder. Even after managing the Yunlan sect for many years, she had never imagined that such a miraculous means of passage existed in the world. Medusa's violet eyes narrowed slightly as she sensed the omnipresent power of space, a hint of seriousness and yearning gracing her exquisite countenance. As a high-ranking Dozong, she was acutely aware of the terrifying strength required to construct and maintain such a wormhole, which undoubtedly opened a new door for her relentless pursuit of power. Meanwhile, the little physician stood quietly beside Xuan Ye, her gray-violet eyes gazing at the bizarre scenery beyond the tunnel, her expression somewhat dazed. This transcendent method of traversing vast distances made her feel as though she was sailing from a world filled with suffering and struggle into an unknown realm, one that might harbor hope. Observing the distinct expressions of the 3 women, Xuan Ye smiled faintly and explained, This is a spatial wormhole, constructed and maintained only by formidable beings above the Dozun level. Through it, the distances between various regions of the continent can be greatly shortened. The central continent and the northwest continent are separated by billions of miles. Without this, even a Dozun would take months or even years to traverse such vast expanses. His explanation provided the 3 women with a more intuitive understanding of the grandeur and might of the central continent. During their passage, the wormhole's trajectory fortuitously passed through a peculiar region known as the Wanda Swamp. A roar, filled with brutality and greed, echoed like thunder from all directions of the swamp, clearly reaching everyone's ears. Following that, an overwhelming aura, imbued with venom and draconic might, surged forth like a storm, locking onto the group. Ahead in the passage, the space rippled like water, and a colossal shadow forcefully broke through, revealing its grotesque form. It was a beast exceeding several dozen feet in length. It possessed a scorpion-like body, cloaked in a deep purple, hard exoskeleton, adorned with spine-chilling poisonous stingers and bizarre patterns. Its head, however, was not that of scorpion, but rather a massive dragon head, covered in scales and crowned with a single horn. Its dragon eyes glowed crimson, filled with a sinister and lecherous light, while its enormous jaws dripped with corrosive venom. A seventh-tier magical beast, the heavenly poison scorpion dragon. This creature was evidently captivated by the three stunning women in the wormhole, especially Yin Yun, Medusa, and the little physician. Its crimson eyes greedily swept over the trio, entirely disregarding the presence of Xuan Ye, whose aura was restrained, and by Yi, who stood by like a backdrop. Hiss, what a rich essence of vitality, and two special beauties. Ha ha ha, this king's luck is indeed exceptional. The heavenly poison scorpion dragon emitted a shrill, unpleasant laugh, its massive form blocking the wormhole, exuding nauseating, toxic fumes. Little beauties, surrender to this king and become his cherished concubines, and you shall be spared from physical torment. It was exceedingly arrogant, directly provoking them, as if it had already regarded the three women as its possessions. However, it failed to notice that at the moment of its appearance, a flicker of uncontainable surprise erupted within Xuan Ye's originally calm, violet-golden eyes. His gaze, sharp as the finest chisel, swiftly scanned the entirety of the heavenly poison scorpion dragon, ultimately fixing upon its heart, which harbored immense poisonous energy and the essence of life. The thought of the heavenly poison scorpion dragon's inner core flashed through Xuan Ye's mind, accompanied by an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Truly, this was a fortuitous find, a solution to the little physician's troublesome poisonous body, as he had just procured the final and most crucial ingredient required for refining the pivotal poison pill, the inner core of the seventh-tier heavenly poison scorpion dragon, which had come to him voluntarily. He regarded the still boasting and oblivious heavenly poison scorpion dragon with an expression of kindness, as if it were a priceless treasure. Just as the creature continued to fantasize about capturing the three women, a plain yet commanding voice, imbued with supreme authority, extinguished all its delusions like ice water. Xuan Ye made no obvious movement. He merely lifted his eyelids and cast a dispassionate glance at the heavenly poison scorpion dragon. In the next moment, the space surrounding the dragon solidified instantaneously. Its massive form became as immobile as an insect trapped in amber, unable to move even a claw. The greed and lechery in its crimson eyes were swiftly replaced by boundless terror and disbelief. It wished to roar, but found its voice completely shackled. It sought to struggle. Yet the solidified space acted as the most unyielding prison, binding all its strength tightly. It finally realized it had kicked a steel plate. The young man it had consistently overlooked was, in fact, the most terrifying presence among them. Unfortunately, it comprehended this too late. With a finger poised like a sword, Xuan Ye gently traced a line towards the heavenly poison scorpion dragon, now immobilized in space. There was no cataclysmic explosion, no gory scene. The dragon's massive body, along with its tough exoskeleton and grotesque head, disintegrated from the top down, as if erased by an eraser, becoming the finest dust that silently vanished into the spatial passage. The entire process was breathtakingly swift. A mere glance, a single gesture. A seventh-tier magical beast, comparable in strength to a human dozone and reigning supreme in the Wanda Swamp, was utterly obliterated, as if it had never existed. Only at the location where its heart had once been, a fist-sized inner core, deep purple and entwined with the phantom of a dragon scorpion, radiated pure toxic energy and life fluctuations. It was enveloped by an invisible force, slowly floating into Xuan Ye's palm. Xuan Ye grasped the still warm inner core of the heavenly poison scorpion dragon, savoring the immense energy contained within, and nodded in satisfaction. He turned and looked at the little physician, who was momentarily dazed by this spectacle. The little physician stared blankly at the inner core shimmering with violet light in Xuan Ye's hand, then glanced at the spot where the heavenly poison scorpion dragon had vanished. Her gray-violet eyes filled with shock and confusion. While she knew Xuan Ye was powerful, the extent of his strength, erasing a peak 7th-tier magical beast with a mere wave of his hand, was beyond her imagination. Xuan Ye Btth, extending the inner core of the heavenly poison scorpion dragon before her eyes, a gentle yet assured smile gracing his face. Little physician, his voice resonated clearly in her ears. The materials needed to cure your troubled poisonous body are complete. The little physician's delicate frame trembled, as if struck by a bolt of lightning. She abruptly raised her head, her gray-violet eyes fixated on the inner core in Xuan Ye's hand, then incredulously shifted her gaze to his smiling eyes. Cure. The materials for the troubled poisonous body, complete? He had always remembered? He had even known what was needed and had been searching for it? A wave of unprecedented warmth surged through her, like a flood breaching a dam that had been sealed for far too long. The feelings of bitterness, gratitude, disbelief, and a long-suppressed yearning for a normal life erupted within her like a volcano. Tears, no longer able to be restrained, fell like broken pearls from her gray-violet eyes, landing on her purple attire and blooming, deep-colored stains. She gazed at Xuan Ye, at the inner core that symbolized hope, choking back her emotions, yet unable to utter a single word. Xuan Ye watched her tearful visage, gently sighing within as he reached out to pat her shoulder lightly, his tone warm and resolute. "Do not cry. Everything will be all right." Yuan and Medusa silently observed from the side, their expressions complex. They could sense the tumultuous emotions coursing through the little medicine fairy at this moment and understood the profound significance of this inner elixir to her. Even the proud Medusa, typically so aloof, momentarily displayed a hint of warmth in her gaze. Bai Yi remained steadfast, seemingly indifferent to the world around him. Xuan Ye stowed the inner elixir away, his gaze sweeping across the now tranquil spatial wormhole ahead, and spoke softly, "Let us proceed. We are not far from the Dan Tower." The group set off once more, though the atmosphere within the ranks had subtly shifted. The little medicine fairy trailed quietly behind Xuan Ye, gazing at his silhouette, her gray-violet eyes reflecting not only hope but also an unspoken sense of resolve and reliance. Chapter 106. Return to the Dan Tower. At the exit of the spatial wormhole, the silvery light gradually dissipated, and the celestial energy of Central Continent, far purer and richer than that of the Northwest, washed over them like a warm tide. The scenery before them opened up, no longer the desolation of the Northwest, but instead a majestic range of mountains, suffused with ethereal energy. In the distance, outlines of grand cities and floating peaks could be discerned against the horizon, a scene of prosperity and strength, teeming with formidable beings. This was indeed Central Continent. Xuan Ye inhaled deeply, savoring the familiar aura, and addressed the three women beside him. Yuan and Medusa were awestruck. The essence of this realm felt akin to fish leaping from a stream into a vast ocean. The energy levels and stability of space vastly superior to that of the Northwest. The little medicine fairy silently absorbed the sensations, a flicker of barely perceptible hope crossing her gray-violet eyes. Perhaps here lay the solution to her physical afflictions. Xuan Ye pondered briefly, then turned his attention to Bai Yi, who stood quietly beside him. "Bai Yi," he began, "you shall venture to the beast domain and discreetly monitor the movements of the Tian Yao Phoenix clan, particularly any disturbances concerning Huang Tian. Should anything arise, notify me immediately through your clone." Bai Yi nodded slightly, voicing no objections. Having refined the essence of the ancient heavenly phoenix, he was most attuned to the aura of the Tian Yao Phoenix clan, making him the ideal candidate for this task. Xuan Ye then produced the dark golden dragon scale obtained from Zhou Yuan, passing it to Bai Yi. The scale felt warm to the touch yet heavy as a mountain, as if it sealed within a vast ocean of stars. This scale contained the essence of an attack from the elder Zhou Yuan, capable of slaying adversaries below the 6-star Dosheng when activated at a critical moment. He advised solemnly. The last time Bai Yi was forced to self-destruct was due to the overwhelming power of Huang Tian, a 5-star Dosheng peak. With this item for protection, it should ensure his safety at least once. Bai Yi accepted the dragon scale, feeling the immense dragon might it harbored, and nodded in acknowledgement. In the next instant, he transformed into an almost imperceptible stream of platinum light, tearing through space as he darted towards the beast domain, vanishing in the blink of an eye. With arrangements made, Xuan Ye led Yuan, Medusa, and the little medicine fairy toward the Dan Tower. With his current strength as a 7-star Dozun, traversing short distances through space with the three women was remarkably swift. The Dan Tower, nestled in the heart of Central Continent, rose as a towering edifice within the sacred city of Shengdan. Even from a distance, the rich fragrance of medicinal herbs permeated the air, accompanied by myriad soul fluctuations, each varying in intensity yet radiating a fervent energy. The imposing structure of the Dan Tower, reaching into the clouds, exuded an aura of ancient majesty. As one of the three great leaders of the Dan Tower and the esteemed adopted son of Xuan Ye's return naturally caused quite a stir. However, he did not linger outside, but directly led the three women into the core area of the Dan Tower, returning to a secluded and elegant palace. "Yunad, Eswat, please rest here and acclimate to your surroundings," Xuan Ye said gently to Yuan and Medusa. "I will take the little medicine fairy to the secret chamber to address her affliction." Though Yuan and Medusa were curious, They understood the urgency of the matter and nodded in agreement. Xuan Ye then guided the little medicine fairy deep into the palace, into a secret chamber filled with intricate formations inscribed with numerous gathering and purification runes. At the center of the chamber lay a white jade meditation cushion. Xuan Ye gestured for the little medicine fairy to sit down. She complied, crossing her legs upon the cushion, her gaze fixed on Xuan Ye as he busily retrieved various herbs emanating mysterious energy waves, the most striking of which was the inner elixir of the heavenly poison scorpion dragon beast, shimmering with purple light and entwined by a phantom scorpion. Alongside it were the previously prepared Btth transformative saliva and other items. Her heart raced involuntarily, a blend of tension and anticipation swirling in her gray-violet eyes. Relax your mind. Xuan Ye's voice possessed an unusual calming power. Trust me. Meeting his deep, resolute purple-golden gaze, her anxiety gradually subsided. She gently closed her eyes, entrusting everything to him. Seeing her settle, Xuan Ye ceased further conversation. He inhaled deeply, his expression shifting to one of intense focus. His hands formed intricate seals, and a torrent of soul power surged forth, meticulously controlling the infusion and refinement of each herb. His aim was to combat poison with poison, utilizing the supreme alchemy along with the life-giving properties of the Btth transformative saliva to forge a poison elixir within the little medicine fairy's body, capable of containing and controlling all toxic substances. While Xuan Ye began to tackle the ancient enigma of the little medicine fairy's toxic body within the secret chamber of the Dan Tower, far away in a foreboding mountain range shrouded in ominous black mist, a towering black palace radiating an aura of endless silence and anguished wails of souls stood ominously. The Soul Palace, the most enigmatic and terrifying force on the continent, had already received word of Xuan Ye's return to Central Continent and his entry into the Dan Tower. In the main hall, a figure cloaked in dense black mist sat quietly upon the throne, obscured from view, save for a pair of eyes flickering with ghostly white flames that radiated a chilling aura capable of freezing souls. This was the master of the Soul Palace, Hun Mi Sheng. Below, several figures emanating equally cold and formidable auras stood, all of them at the level of heavenly sovereigns. Master, when the heavenly sovereigns bowed. Xuan Ye has indeed returned to the Dan Tower. His rate of growth is alarming, possessing the dragon phoenix body, along with his enigmatic clone and devouring capabilities. If left unchecked, he will undoubtedly become a significant threat to our Soul Palace. We cannot allow him to escape this time. Hun Miesheng's ghostly white eyes flickered, his voice like the chill winds of the netherworld echoing within the hall. This child must not be allowed to remain. Our previous attempt to eliminate him failed, resulting in the loss of a 4-star heavenly sovereign and causing a substantial blow to our reputation. This time, I shall personally orchestrate our efforts. He paused, his tone imbued with an undeniable authority. Furthermore, orders have arrived from the clan. Upon hearing the mention of the clan, all the heavenly sovereigns below trembled, their expressions shifting to one of heightened reverence. Hun Miesheng continued. The clan has decreed that we must spare no effort to eliminate Xuan Ye. This child seems to have an extraordinary connection with the ancient clans. I will personally oversee this operation, and if necessary, may even take action myself. The master may take action himself? The heavenly sovereigns gasped in astonishment. The master of the Soul Palace was a terrifying presence at the peak of 5-star Doshang. To deal with a mere Dozun youth, it required the master's direct involvement, even risking personal action. What was it about Xuan Ye that warranted such significance from the mysterious Soul Clan? Yet, no one dared to voice their doubts. Soon after, the faces of the heavenly sovereigns gleamed with exhilaration. With the master personally orchestrating the plan and even potentially intervening, Xuan Ye, no matter how formidable, was destined for doom this time. Relay the orders. Hun Miesheng's voice turned frigid, commanding all heavenly sovereigns and 30 esteemed elders to deploy the soul-locking grand array, sealing off the surrounding void of Shengdan City for miles. Once Xuan Ye departed from the confines of the Dan Tower, the command was immediately executed. A lethal strike. Yes, Master. The assembly of celestial lords responded in unison, their voices brimming with murderous intent. Within the secret chamber of the Dan Tower, the medicinal cauldron hummed with an otherworldly resonance, vibrant colors dancing within it, while outside the tower, an atmosphere of impending doom loomed, dark currents swirling ominously. Chapter 107. The Convergence of the Poison Pill. Inside the secret chamber, the air seemed to solidify with only the flames beneath the cauldron flickering in serene transformation. Xuan Ye's expression was grave, the flickering firelight reflected in his violet-gold eyes. With a mere thought, a deep, abyssal flame, capable of devouring all light, surged forth from his palm. This was the devouring flame of heaven. Yet, unlike its usual pitch-black form, within the depths of this infernal flame, faint silhouettes of a blue lotus swayed, ripples of azure waves danced, and an intangible heart fire burned, adding an eerie dark green and a fierce pale blue to its essence. The three sources of exotic flames, under the refining process of the devouring heaven divine art, did not dissipate. Instead, they harmoniously fused, rendering the aura of the devouring flame even more terrifying and unpredictable. He did not summon the medicinal cauldron, for this endeavor was unlike ordinary alchemy. He intended to use the body of the little medical fairy as a crucible to forge the poison pill. Focus your mind and spirit, guiding all the poison-infused energy within you to converge in your Dantian's vortex. Xuan Ye commanded, his voice imbued with undeniable authority, penetrating the depths of the little medical fairy's soul, which trembled with anxiety. The little medical fairy, not daring to delay, immediately complied. With all her might, she operated her techniques. The grayish-purple calamity, poison pervading her limbs and meridians, began to converge frantically towards her Dantian's vortex, as if commanded by a sovereign. This process was excruciating, akin to forcibly dismantling and reassembling her very bones. The little medical fairy let out a muffled groan, her exquisite visage turning ashen. Beads of cold sweat soaking her white tresses, her delicate frame shaking uncontrollably. The once restrained poison suddenly concentrated, its fury and corrosiveness exponentially amplified, as if it sought to explode her Dantian and vortex. At this critical juncture, Xuan Ye intervened. With a flick of his left hand, a jade vial containing the Btth transformative essence automatically opened, a drop of verdant liquid, exuding boundless vitality and purifying aura, shot forth and suspended in midair. His right hand manipulated the evolved devouring flame, splitting off a slender, hair-fine tendril of flame, which enveloped the droplet of Btth essence with precision, akin to the most adept sculptor's chisel. With a hiss, under the scorching and refining influence of the devouring flame, the pure vitality within the Btth essence was maximally stimulated, transforming into a swirling green mist that emitted a refreshing fragrance. This mist did not disperse. Instead, under Xuan Ye's precise control of spiritual power, it coalesced into a gentle green beam of light, directly infusing into the little medical fairy's Dantian. The overwhelming force of vitality surged in, akin to a long-awaited rain in a parched land, instantly soothing the agonizing rift caused by the excessive concentration of poison, forming a resilient green membrane that steadfastly protected her Dantian and meridians from the poison's backlash. The little medical fairy felt an immediate alleviation of pressure, her pale complexion regaining a hint of color. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Xuan Ye's gaze sharpened, fixating upon the inner core of the heavenly poison scorpion dragon beast, which radiated a formidable potency and pressure. With a pointed finger, the devouring flame responded, transforming into a concentrated black fireblade that gently sliced across the core surface. Crack! The core shattered, unleashing an unrestrained torrent of deep purple poisonous energy, pure yet wildly chaotic, surging forth like a breached dam. This energy was so potent that it caused the very space within the chamber to warp, the air hissing with corrosive sounds. Go! Xuan Ye commanded, his spiritual force manifesting as an invisible hand that forcefully restrained the rampaging toxic energy, carefully merging it with the mist of Btth essence that continuously radiated vitality. Life and death, purification and toxicity, two diametrically opposed energies that should have repelled each other, began to undergo an incomprehensible transformation under Xuan Ye's formidable control, enhanced by the mediating influence of the devouring flame. This process demanded exquisite precision. A single misstep could nullify all progress, and the clash of energies could obliterate the little medical fairy. Sweat beaded on Xuan Ye's brow, yet his gaze remained as calm as ice, his hands executing intricate seals with deftness, guiding the flow and fusion of every strand of energy. The merged energy transformed into a peculiar grayish hue, flecked with vibrant green points of vitality and swirling deep purple streams of toxicity, with faint sounds of dragon roars and scorpion hisses emanating from it. Xuan Ye guided this amalgamated energy slowly, inch by inch, towards the little medical fairy's Dantian, where her own nearly tangible grayish-purple toxic vortex awaited. Boom! A cataclysmic sound erupted within the little medical fairy's body, as if the heavens themselves had split open. Her body convulsed violently, grayish-purple toxins erupting from her pores, saturating the entire chamber in desolation. The delicate lavender dress could not withstand such an internal and external onslaught of energy and the close-range scorching of the advanced exotic flame. It disintegrated into ashes in an instant. Before Xuan Ye lay a flawless figure, a divine masterpiece, wholly unveiled. Her skin, whiter than snow and as smooth as jade, boasted breathtaking curves. The intense energy surge and high temperatures rendered her alabaster skin adorned with an alluring blush, particularly as her ample bosom heaved rhythmically with each hurried breath. The tips of her budding petals standing erect in silent invitation. Her slender waist was delicate enough to be grasped with a single hand, accentuating a breathtaking silhouette, while her long, straight legs revealed the contours of hidden valleys. However, at that moment, Xuan Ye had no heart to admire this breathtaking beauty that could drive any man to madness. His entire focus was consumed by the critical step of pill formation. He compressed and forged the vast toxic vortex within the little medical fairy's dantian with the grayish energy. The devouring flame even sent forth tendrils of its primal fire into her being, conducting the most meticulous internal refinement. The little medical fairy emitted a pained and suppressed moan, her body convulsing uncontrollably. Had it not been for the life force of the Btth essence fiercely protecting her heart, pulse, and soul, she would have succumbed to this inhuman torment long ago. Her consciousness oscillated between profound agony and an extraordinary sensation, as if her very essence was leaping to a higher plane of existence. Time languished in this crucible of suffering. It was uncertain how long had passed, merely a fleeting moment or an eternity. Within the little medical fairy's dantian, the once massive and ferocious grayish-purple toxic vortex had vanished. In its stead, a pearl-sized core of deep, dark purple emerged, smooth as jade, swirling with toxic energy. The poison pill was complete. At the instant the poison pill fully coalesced, the long-suppressed potential within the little medical fairy erupted like a dormant volcano. Her aura surged at a visible pace, escalating rapidly. 2-star dozone, 3-star dozone, 4-star dozone, 5-star dozone, 6-star dozone. Ultimately, her aura stabilized at the pinnacle of 6-star dozone. But she was merely a step away from the advanced dozone. She drew back the grayish-purple poison that enveloped her, containing a holy within her body, with not a trace escaping. Strikingly white hair, like fresh snow, began to emanate a subtle hue of deep violet from its roots, symbolizing vitality and life. Though her original hair color was not fully restored, this ethereal violet imbued her previously lifeless visage with a new, enchanting brilliance. As she slowly opened her eyes, those once grayish-purple orbs, filled with desolation and sorrow, now sparkled with clarity and vitality, as if they held the essence of starlight, profound and mesmerizing. The detrimental effects of the cursed poison had been entirely subdued by the antidote. She reveled in an unprecedented sense of lightness and strength coursing through her, a joy of rebirth washing over her like a warm tide. Instinctively, she glanced at the man before her, the one who had granted her this transformation. Their eyes met, and she found herself captured by a pair of purple-golden eyes that bore a hint of bewilderment and rare fluster. Xuan Ye was indeed somewhat discomposed. He had been wholly absorbed in the alchemical process, his mind unclouded by distractions. Now, with the task accomplished and his focus relaxed, the breathtaking beauty before him, utterly captivating and unadorned, struck him like a potent visual shockwave. Her alabaster skin, her breathtaking curves, her enticing fullness, and the mysterious depths of her form all challenged the boundaries of his rationality. Especially her eyes, clear and vibrant, filled with the joy of rebirth and a hint of confusion, added an irresistible allure. Xuan Ye felt a dryness in his throat, and his heartbeat quickened uncontrollably, a suspicious blush rising to his handsome features. The little healer, following his gaze, instinctively lowered her head and gasped. In an instant, she realized her situation. Completely exposed before Xuan Ye, a wave of crimson surged through her, akin to a wildfire consuming every inch of her skin, from her cheeks to her neck, even to the peaks of her snowy bosom, now tinged with an alluring pink hue. The little healer, overwhelmed with embarrassment, wished to vanish into the earth, instinctively crossing her arms over her chest in a futile attempt to shield herself, which only served to accentuate her alluring curves. However, after this peak of shyness, when she raised her gaze again to meet the flustered man, a bolder, more fervent emotion ignited in her heart like a wildfire. It was he who had pulled her from the depths of darkness and despair. He had given her rebirth, bestowed upon her hope. He had seen all of her, the suppressed emotions of years, the loneliness and despair brought by the cursed poison, transformed into a volcanic eruption of love and possessiveness. The shyness in her once clear purple eyes swiftly dissipated, replaced by an unabashed intensity, a fervent desire that threatened to consume them both. Xuan Ye was taken aback by her sudden, assertive gaze, feeling a jolt of alarm. He opened his mouth, intending to break the awkward yet intoxicating atmosphere. But the little healer was quicker. She seemed to cast aside all restraint and shyness, leaping from her cushion and, with a fragrant breeze, directly into his embrace. Before he could respond, her delicate arms wrapped around his neck, and then with her soft, moist lips, imbued with her distinctive sweet fragrance, she pressed them fervently against his slightly parted lips. Xuan Ye's eyes widened in astonishment. In the secret chamber, the energy waves had yet to fully subside, the air suffused with the fragrance of Btth essence, the heat of the otherworldly flames, and a hint of sweet, cloying poison, creating an unusual atmosphere. The little healer, like a newly hatched bird, opened her eyes filled with confusion and joy, sensing the dark purple antidote within her that was effortlessly absorbing the chaotic poison, along with the surging power of her six-star Dozong energy. She instinctively gazed at the man who had granted her all this, the one who had guided her through her darkest days like a radiant star. Their eyes collided, and she found herself ensnared by his deep, starry gaze, now tinged with an undeniable allure and warmth. Xuan Ye's gaze was firmly fixed upon her, taking in her form, now glistening and exquisitely shaped after the destruction of her garments and the purifying energy. The realization of her utter nakedness flooded over her, and she gasped in shock. Her fair skin instantly flushed with a captivating crimson, like a ripe peach begging to be plucked. She fumbled to cover herself, unsure of where to begin. Her confusion and the unintentional allure she exuded only amplifying her irresistible charm. Xuan Ye's heart raced uncontrollably. He was no saint, faced with such a vivid tableau, especially with the complex emotions swirling in the little healer's eyes. Shyness, gratitude, dependence, and an enigmatic, deeper feeling he could not decipher. A warm rush surged from his core. Observing her flustered demeanor, as if she might burst into tears, Xuan Ye took a deep breath, suppressing his agitation, and stepped closer. He extended his arms, not with lust, but in a gentle, steadfast embrace, wrapping her trembling, heated form within his embrace. In that moment of skin against skin, their bodies involuntarily shuddered. The little healer, like a startled fawn, froze momentarily, but the warmth and solidity of Xuan Ye's presence, along with the soothing scent of herbs and masculinity emanating from him, gradually eased her taut nerves. She did not struggle. Instead, she nestled into him, burying her flushed face in his broad chest, feeling the rhythm of his own heartbeat quickening. "Do not fear, it is all over," Xuan Ye's deep voice murmured soothingly in her ear, imbuing her with a sense of calm. His embrace was gentle yet cherished, but the heat radiating from his palms coursed through her like electricity, igniting her senses. She could feel subtle changes in his body, the tightening of his strong arms, the gradual heaviness of his breath. As she lifted her gaze, her now clear and lively purple eyes sparkled with shimmering water, reflecting Xuan Ye's unparalleled beauty. Shyness still lingered, yet a bolder, more passionate emotion surged within her, like a vine breaking through the earth, growing wildly. It was he who had pulled her from the abyss. It was he who had seen all of her. It was he who now held her close. No longer hesitating, a glimmer of determination flashed in her eyes. She wrapped her arms around Xuan Ye's neck, rising on her toes, and with the courage of a desperate leap and a heart full of love, pressed her soft, moist lips against his. This time, Xuan Ye did not push her away. That inexperienced yet profoundly sincere kiss ignited like a spark on dry tinder. The thread of reason within Xuan Ye snapped in that instant. He let out a muffled groan, tightening his arms around her, drawing her supple form closer, and took the lead in the kiss, plunging deeply into the moment. In that instant, the secret chamber was filled only with hurried breaths and the intoxicating sound of their lips entwined. It was unclear who initiated it first, but the dark golden robe draped over Xuan Ye's shoulders slipped silently to the ground. Following closely, more garments were shed. 2 hours later, the lingering allure within the secret chamber had yet to dissipate completely. The little medicine sage, resembling a languid feline, nestled against Xuan Ye's bare, firm chest. Her skin as pale as jade, marked by suggestive crimson traces, a testament to their recent fervor. A satisfied and sweet smile graced her lips, her slender fingers unconsciously tracing circles upon Xuan Ye's chest. In her violet eyes, the once palpable silence and sorrow had been dispelled, replaced by an intoxicating allure and bliss. Thoroughly quenched, Xuan Ye embraced her, savoring the softness and warmth of her delicate form, feeling an uncommon tranquility and contentment within. He leaned down, planting a gentle kiss upon her smooth forehead. When they finally donned their garments and exited the chamber, the little medicine sage's steps bore a hint of stiffness and discomfort. A remnant of her newfound experiences, her exquisite visage still flushed, while her eyes sparkled with an alluring charm. Waiting outside were Zhou Yuan and Medusa, their gazes almost synchronously drawn to the little medicine sage's somewhat awkward gait and the unmistakable signs of springtime affection in her eyes. Both women were momentarily taken aback. As if suddenly enlightened, a blush crept upon Zhou Yuan's gentle cheeks, causing her to avert her gaze somewhat awkwardly, her mind inevitably wandering back to that wild night spent entwined with Xuan Ye, inwardly cursing his remarkable vigor and strength. Medusa's violet eyes flickered with a knowing glimmer and a hint of complex emotions, her lips curling into a teasing, playful smirk as her gaze flitted between Xuan Ye and the little medicine sage, ultimately culminating in a barely audible, soft huff, leaving her words unspoken. Xuan Ye, sensing the myriad of meanings behind the women's glances, felt a tinge of embarrassment despite his usual composure. He cleared his throat, redirecting the conversation. The issue with the Enan poison body has been resolved. You may rest here for the time being. I must pay a visit to my mother. He pronounced the word mother with utmost ease, stirring a response in the hearts of the three women. At that moment, they understood that he referred to Xuan Ye, one of the three titans of the Dan Tower. After settling the three women, Xuan Ye adjusted his robes and, with a flicker of his form, appeared outside the tranquil bamboo grove where Xuan Ye resided. As he stepped into the bamboo enclosure, a figure radiating urgency and concern darted out from within, swiftly approaching him. It was Xuan Ye, clad in elegant palace attire. She exuded a regal grace, yet her well-preserved, charming face bore an unmistakable expression of worry and care. Without a moment's hesitation for formalities, she reached out her cool hand to gently cradle Xuan Ye's face, scrutinizing it as if to confirm that he had not lost a single hair. "Year, you have finally returned. I heard that you encountered an ambush from the Soul Palace in the Northwest Continent. Were you injured? You always cause so much concern." Xuan Ye's questions came in rapid succession, her voice tinged with a barely perceptible tremor, her usually authoritative and wise eyes now filled with a mother's unique tenderness and fear. Upon sensing the vast, oceanic aura emanating from within Xuan Ye, far surpassing anything from before, her eyes widened in shock. 7-star Dozun? Your cultivation level. Xuan Ye allowed his adoptive mother to cradle his face, feeling the coolness and slight tremor in her fingertips, and gazing into her eyes filled with genuine worry and relief stirred the softest corners of his heart. Though not by blood, he had been nurtured by Xuan Ye since childhood, and her maternal affection had never waned. He grasped her hand in return, a gentle, apologetic smile gracing his handsome features. "Mother, I have caused you worry. I am fine. Although the journey had its trials, it ultimately bore fruit, and my cultivation has advanced." His voice remained calm, imbued with a soothing strength. Xuan Ye scrutinized him closely, confirming his well-being and the steadiness of his aura, which bore no signs of forced enhancement. Before finally exhaling a long-held breath, her anxious heart finally at ease, she gently patted the back of Xuan Ye's hand, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "As long as you are well, that is good. You must not take such risks again. The waters of the Central Continent are far deeper than you imagine. The Soul Palace, alas." She continued to chatter as she led Xuan Ye into the house, personally pouring him tea and inquiring about his experiences over the past period, leaving no detail unaddressed, as if trying to reclaim the time they had missed. Xuan Ye patiently responded, observing Xuan Ye's concerned demeanor, and listening to her admonitions filled with affection warmed his heart. No matter how formidable he became outside, a revered figure who stirred fear in the Soul Palace, here, he would always be the child that Xuan Ye could not help but fret over. This unreserved maternal love was among the most cherished bonds he held in the tumultuous and intricate world of Btth. Chapter 109, The Request. Inside the bamboo cottage, the fragrance of tea wafted gently, dispelling the earlier worries and urgency, leaving only the warmth of the mother-son bond enveloped in tranquility. Xuan Ye attentively listened as Xuan Ye recounted his brief journey to the northwest. Though he omitted critical secrets, such as the heart-wrenching Demon Emperor and the Dragon Phoenix tears, she still tightened her grip on the teacup whenever he spoke of perilous moments. Once he finished, he set down the teacup, his violet-golden eyes locking onto Xuan, his tone calm, yet imbued with undeniable resolve. "Mother, I have another matter to discuss upon my return. I wish to enter the star domain to subdue the 3,000 flame of Yans." "What?" Xuan Ye nearly dropped the teacup she had just lifted, her beautiful eyes widening in disbelief as she stared at Xuan Ye. "Year, do you understand the power of those 3,000 flames? They are a type of exotic flame, condensed from the power of the starry sky, possessing boundless might, and due to their nature, they are nearly immortal. Even your master, Xian Kongzi, once attempted to subdue them but failed, suffering hidden injuries in the process. While you're now a 7-star Dozun, subduing this flame is exceedingly perilous." Xuan Ye Btth. His expression remained unchanged, his gaze steady. "Mother, I comprehend the danger of the 3,000 flames. But precisely because of this, I need it even more. My cultivation method is unique, requiring the continuous absorption of exotic flames for advancement. I have successfully fused 5 types of, and I am confident in my ability to subdue more." He opened his palm, revealing a deep, dark flame that seemed to swallow light itself. The flame burned silently, the edges of the space distorting and mending around it, hues of blue and green flickering within, showcasing its terrifying characteristics derived from multiple exotic flames. A chaotic aura of destruction and rebirth, far exceeding that of a single, permeated the small bamboo cottage. Xuan Ye sensed the power within that flame, a force that even a peaked Dozun like herself felt a hint of trepidation from, her pupils narrowing. "Is this the new flame after you fused exotic flames? You can absorb multiple. This flame is an outcome of a secret technique I stumbled upon, which I have named the Devouring Heavenly Demon Flame." Xuan Ye retracted the flame, his gaze piercing as he looked at Xuan Ye. "Mother, please believe me. If I were not confident, I would never act recklessly. I must obtain the 3,000 flames." Xuan Ye scrutinized Xuan Ye's deep and steadfast eyes, devoid of youthful arrogance or impulsiveness, only reflecting the steadiness that comes from weathering storms and an absolute confidence in his own power. She understood this child. If he dared to propose it, he must possess significant assurance. As she pondered the dangers he had previously faced in the Northwest, the lurking threat of the Soul Palace, and the secrets within him that even she could not discern, her initial instinct to oppose out of worry gradually morphed into a more intricate emotion: trust, pride, and a tinge of helpless concern. This child is destined to traverse a treacherous path filled with thorns and challenges. She cannot, nor should she, allow her own worries to become shackles that bind him. She sighed deeply, extending her hand to smooth the wrinkle-free collar of Xuan Ye's garment, her tones softening with profound concern. "You, my child, are always so resolute. Very well, since your mind is made up, your mother shall support you." A flicker of emotion crossed Xuan Ye's eyes as he grasped Xuan Ye's hand. "Thank you, mother. Do not be too hasty in your gratitude." Xuan Ye's expression turned serious, regaining some of the imposing authority befitting a leader of the Dan Tower. The Star Domain is a critical stronghold for the Dan Tower, and the 3,000 yen flames hold immense significance. To activate the Star Domain requires a unanimous decision from the 3 of us: Yumi, Master Xian Kong, and Uncle Tian Lei. While I may agree, the consent of the other 2 is imperative. "I understand." Xuan Ye nodded. "Please wait here. I shall seek them out for discussion." Xuan Ye rose, casting a deep glance at Xuan Ye before vanishing within the bamboo cottage. At the pinnacle of the Dan Tower, in a chamber adorned with patterns of celestial trajectories, the projections of the 3 great heads of the Dan Tower were gathered. The elder at the center, clad in a purple alchemist robe with white hair and a ruddy complexion, was none other than the current president of the Dan Tower, Xian Kongzi. To his left, a robust figure with a rugged countenance, flickering with the faint light of thunder, was Tian Lei Zhi. To the right stood the recently arrived Xuan Ye. "What? That boy Xuan Ye wishes to enter the Star Domain to subdue the 3,000 yen flames." Lei Zhi's voice boomed, laden with astonishment and skepticism. "Xuan Ye, surely you jest? We both know the formidable nature of the 3,000 yen flames. Even Xian Kongzi faced challenges in his youth. How old is he? A mere 7-star Dozun? Is this not a path to certain death?" Xian Kongzi stroked his beard. His brow furrowed as he turned to Xian. Sister, we are all well aware of Yi's talent and strength. However, subduing the 3,000 yin flames is no trifling matter. Are you certain he is prepared? We must not allow our affection to cloud our judgment. Xian interjected firmly. Elder brother, Elder Lei, I am not acting impulsively. Yi has successfully merged 5 distinct types within himself. 5 types of... Both Xian Kongzi and Lei Zhunzi gasped in disbelief, their faces etched with incredulity. Merging 2 is already an arduous feat, let alone 5. This is unprecedented. Indeed, Xian Yi affirmed, he just demonstrated to me the flames post-fusion. Their power far exceeds our imagination. Furthermore, he is meticulous in thought. Since he has proposed this, he must possess considerable confidence. I believe we should grant him this opportunity. A brief silence enveloped the chamber. Xian Kongzi and Lei Zhunzi exchanged glances, each reflecting the shock and deliberation in the other's eyes. Finally, Xian Kongzi spoke slowly, his tone heavy with gravity. If he can indeed wield the power of the 3, there may be a glimmer of hope. The activation of the star domain is no small task, and the presence of the 3,000 yin flames within it remains a destabilizing factor. If Yi can subjugate them, it would be beneficial for both him and the Dan Tower. Lei Zhunzi stroked his chin, his voice gruff. Since you both advocate this course, let us proceed. However, I must forewarn you, within the star domain, dangers abound. Aside from the 3,000 yin flames themselves, there are also other spatial traps. We cannot provide much assistance. He must rely on himself. Upon hearing this, Xian Yi felt somewhat reassured and nodded. That is only natural. Meanwhile, far beyond the Dan domain, in a mountain range shrouded in gloom, several phantasmagorical figures gathered silently. Cloaked in voluminous black robes, their presence exuded a chilling and obscure aura, as if they had melded with the surrounding shadows. Each emitted a disquieting energy, with the weakest being a low-ranking Dozun, and among them, several had reached the pinnacle of Dozun. Adorning their chests were bizarre black tokens, swirling with invisible soul marks, signifying their identity as members of the Soul Hall. By the decree of the Hall Master, a leader among them, his aura at the peak of 3-star Dozun, spoke in a voice as grating as metal scraping. We shall infiltrate the Dan domain and closely monitor the movements of Sheng Dan City, particularly the whereabouts of Xuan Ye. Once his departure from the core area of the Dan Tower is confirmed, we shall eliminate him without hesitation. Yes, the remaining black-robed figures responded in unison, their voices laced with a chilling intent to kill. Remember, this mission must remain covert. Unless absolutely necessary, do not expose yourselves. Those 3 old geezers of the Dan Tower are not to be trifled with, the leader reiterated. In the next instant, these shadows dispersed silently like crows merging into the night, employing various methods and treasures of concealment to glide toward the Dan domain, akin to venomous snakes lurking stealthily. Chapter 110. The 3,000 yin flames. Deep within the Dan Tower, traversing layers upon layers of spatial restrictions inscribed with countless ancient runes, Xian Yi followed Xian Yi into a peculiar independent space, the star domain. Upon entry, the scene before Xian Yi made his pupils constrict. This was not an ordinary realm of heaven and earth. There are no sun, moon, or stars, no mountains or rivers. Instead, his gaze fell upon an endless, profound expanse of dark purple void. Countless fragments of shattered stars and meteors floated within this void, slowly swirling and exuding a frigid, lifeless aura. At the depths of this void, an unfathomably massive purple-black flame pulsated like a heart, burning steadily. That was the 3,000 yin flames. Its form was not characterized by the erratic flickering of ordinary flames, but rather coalesced into an unimaginably colossal dragon. The dragon's body was entirely composed of the purest purple-black flames, extending for thousands of miles, resembling a mountainous range of fire across the cosmos. Each scale, formed from the flames, resembled a miniature lake, perpetually ablaze with an eternal starfire, exuding an aura of destruction and eternity coexisting. The dragon's eyes were tightly shut, as if in slumber, yet the sheer pressure it emanated caused the surrounding space to warp, collapse, and reform, producing a resonant hum of overwhelming burden. The vast, violent essence of that flame, laden with primal destructive power, far surpassed any Xian Yi had encountered before. Is this truly the 3,000 yin flames? Xian Ye's heart trembled. He could feel the devouring magic flame within him, having merged with 5, responding with an unprecedented yearning upon sensing this same origin yet grander flame energy. Xuan Ye stood half a step in front of Xuan Ye, her elegant palace attire appearing particularly striking in this desolate star domain. She gazed at the colossal flame dragon coiling within the void, a trace of solemnity gracing her regal visage. Ye, be cautious. Though it is sealed here and lacks full sentience, its instincts are exceedingly violent, harboring animosity toward any intruders. Xuan Ye cautioned in a low voice. Subtle, spatial ripples already beginning to ripple around her. As if to validate her words, the moment the two appeared, the flame dragon that had kept its eyes closed suddenly opened them wide. What terrifying eyes they were! Lacking pupils, they were mere orbs of violently burning purple-black flames, as if capable of incinerating all things in existence. The instant their gaze fell upon him, Xuan Ye felt as though his very soul was on the verge of ignition. A roar erupted, reverberating throughout the entire star domain. This roar was not merely sound. It was a pure amalgamation of flame, energy, and soul impact, transcending the realm of auditory perception. The visible purple-black sound waves surged toward Xuan Ye and Xuan Ye like a tsunami, vaporizing the floating star fragments and meteors in their wake, scorching the space and leaving behind immense, irreparable fissures. Before the impending assault, the terrifying force rendered Xuan Ye breathless, as if the overwhelming aura of the seven-star fighting sovereign was about to erupt autonomously in self-defense. Yet, just as the destructive sound waves were poised to engulf the two of them, Xuan Ye moved. Without even glancing back, she gently raised her slender, alabaster right hand towards the oncoming torrent of violet-black sound waves. Her fingers slightly splayed before she delicately clenched them. There was no cataclysmic roar, nor dazzling brilliance. Yet, Xuan Ye could distinctly perceive that, centered around Xuan Ye's delicate hand, the space extending thousands of feet before them seemed to be seized by an invisible hand, instantly frozen in place. The horrifying sound waves, capable of annihilating high-tier Do zone, upon colliding with this stilled space, appeared to be ensnared in the thickest amber, their velocity drastically diminishing until they ultimately came to a complete halt. The devastating fiery energy and soul shock were resolutely barred from encroaching even a fraction into this intangible barrier of space. Xuan Ye stood there in tranquil poise, her garments fluttering, effortlessly neutralizing the furious strike of the 3,000 flame fire with merely one hand. There was no overwhelming fluctuation of Do Qi radiating from her, as if she had merely accomplished a trivial task. Such was the prowess of a Pinnacle 9 turned Do sovereign. Xuan Ye felt an inexplicable shock within. It was his first time witnessing his mother's might so directly. He had always known Xuan Ye to be formidable, an undeniable powerhouse as one of the three giants of the Pill Tower. But it was only at this moment that he truly felt the absolute power that manipulated space with a mere gesture, rendering terrifying attacks insignificant. This was an understanding and application of rules that had reached a level he could scarcely aspire to. An ineffable sense of awe and longing for even greater strength welled up within him. The 3,000 flame fire had evidently not anticipated that its assault would be so effortlessly thwarted. The colossal fire dragon let out a roar of furious indignation, its massive head rearing back as its great maw opened wide, condensing a ball of deep violet-black flames, so intense that it seemed capable of devouring all light. Rapidly coalescing within, the energy contained within that fireball caused the entire star domain to tremble violently, as though it could not withstand its weight. This strike was tenfold more terrifying than the sound waves before. Xuan Ye's eyes narrowed, preparing to strike again and quell the threat in its cradle. "Mother, let me take this." Xuan Ye stepped forward, his voice resolute. His gaze was sharp as he fixated on the fiery dragon, the blood of dragons and phoenixes surging within him. A radiant purple-golden light emanated from his being, coalescing behind him into the majestic phantoms of the ancient void dragon and the primordial heavenly phoenix. In swift succession, he formed an ancient and intricate seal with his hands, drawing forth the deepest powers of his bloodline. Ultimately, a palm-sized, entirely purple-golden seal, adorned with intricate dragon patterns and phoenix inscriptions, emerged from his palm. The dragon phoenix seal, upon its manifestation, an overwhelming regal pressure, transcending that of myriad beasts, surged forth like a tidal wave. This pressure did not target Do Qi or the soul, but directly impacted the very essence of his bloodline. The 3,000 flame fire dragon, poised to unleash the devastating fireball, abruptly froze in place. Its colossal eyes, forged from flames, fixated on the small purple-golden mark in Xuan Ye's palm, its violent flames faltering momentarily, astonished. though it was not a true Dragon Clan member. Its form and part of its essence were indeed inspired by the ancient Void Dragon, imbued with a trace of starry dragon power. At this moment, confronted with the Dragon Phoenix seal, born of the fusion of the supreme bloodlines of the ancient Void Dragon and the primordial Heavenly Phoenix, its instinctual awe was instantaneously ignited and magnified. The Dragon Phoenix seal quivered slightly, emanating a purple-golden aura that enveloped the colossal dragon. The dragon emitted an unwilling yet distinctly fearful roar as the terrifying fireball it had been concentrating began to fluctuate erratically, its surrounding ferocious flames diminishing as though doused with cold water. Seizing this opportunity, Xuan Ye's eyes blazed with determination, leaving no reservations. Devouring Heaven's fiery flame. Consume the heavens and devour the earth. He roared, as the black demonic flame, fused with 5 distinct fires, erupted violently within him. This time, the demonic flames did not advance towards the 3,000 flame fire, but centered around Xuan Ye, expanding like a rapidly inflating black sun, voraciously consuming everything in its vicinity. Wherever the demonic flames passed, the fabric of the star domain was effortlessly torn, dissolved, and devoured like fragile parchment. Those floating fragments of stars, meteors, and even the dark violet starlight energy pervading the void were mercilessly engulfed, returning to the black flames. In but a fleeting moment, the space belonging to the star domain within a radius of 10,000 feet around Xuan Ye and the 3,000 flame fire vanished entirely, replaced by an absolute realm of darkness from which even light could not escape. This space was entirely constituted of the devouring Heaven's fiery flame, independent of the star domain, forming its own fiery world. Only the temporarily subdued and uncertain 3,000 flame fire dragon, along with Xuan Ye himself, remained within this all-consuming black flame space. Xuan Ye's figure had been completely isolated from this devouring realm. She stood at the edge of the void left behind, feeling the ominous aura of consumption and destruction emanating from within the black flame domain, her noble visage revealing an unmistakable shock and delight. "Year, just how far have you progressed?" she murmured, her gaze complex as she regarded the darkness that severed her perception. She understood that the battle to come would wholly belong to Xuan Ye. All she could do was wait. Chapter 111. The Soul Palace Strikes. Within the devouring domain lay an absolute darkness and silence, with only the immense violet-black flame at the center struggling, serving as the sole source of light and movement in this realm. The dragon, transformed from the 3,000 flame fire, was now enduring unprecedented agony and terror. The black demonic flame wound around its violet-black flaming body like a malignant parasite, infiltrating every crevice. The demonic flame was not merely burning. It was ravenously consuming, decomposing, and assimilating its most primal starry fire. The sound of sizzling and corroding echoed incessantly. The dragon scales, forged from pure starry flames, rapidly dimmed and disintegrated under the caress of the demonic flame, transforming into the purest flow of fiery energy, greedily absorbed by the demonic flames. Its colossal form visibly shrank, becoming increasingly ethereal. A howl erupted. The ultimate pain and the imminent dread of annihilation fully awakened the ferocious nature of the 3,000 flame fire. A beast ranked among the top of the. It released a deafening roar, filled with the mad intent to obliterate everything, no longer attempting to escape the parasitic demonic flames. It channeled all its energy, all its fury, and all its despair into itself. Its massive body coiled tightly, then exploded with a force as if compressed to the utmost limit. Boom! It began to rampage wildly within the confines of the limited devouring domain. Its tail swept, claws tore, and head charged. With each movement, it unleashed cataclysmic violet-black fire waves. The flames, imbued with the power of celestial annihilation, furiously scorched the inner walls of the devouring domain, attempting to incinerate the dark prison that ensnared it entirely. However, the realm formed by the devouring sky demon flame possesses a resilience that far exceeds its imagination. That seemingly ethereal dark barrier is, in truth, a complex interplay of 5 distinct primordial flames intertwined with the rules of consumption. No matter how fiercely it collides or burns, the barrier, though it ripples violently and generates countless waves, remains steadfast, akin to an ancient black hole, mercilessly engulfing all its attacks and energy. Its struggle only accelerates the depletion of its own essence. The more it erupts, the swifter it succumbs to the demon flames. Just as the tempestuous energy of the 3,000 flame fire reached its zenith, almost on the verge of recklessly triggering its core essence for a self-destructive assault, Xuan Ye, who had been silently observing from the void, finally stirred. He slowly moved his hands before him, forming an ancient and enigmatic seal, as if to invoke the fundamental rules of heaven and earth. A will of consumption, far deeper, more primal, and more domineering than the devouring sky demon flame, erupted explosively from within him. Devouring divine art, activate. With a resonating hum, the entire devouring domain trembled violently. The originally passive black demon flames, which had been entwining and consuming the 3,000 flame fire, underwent a sudden transformation. They appeared to be infused with a soul, morphing into countless insatiable black maws. No longer content with mere surface erosion, but instead penetrating directly through the outer layers of the 3,000 flame fire, disregarding all its defenses and resistances, and precisely biting towards its very core, the primordial spark birthed from the cosmos. This was an absolute suppression originating from the essence of the technique itself. The furious onslaught of the 3,000 flame fire came to an abrupt halt. In the depths of its colossal dragon-like eyes, all madness, rage, and agony transformed into boundless fear and submission in that instant. It sensed that its eternal and indestructible cosmic essence was being forcibly stripped away and extracted by a supreme power of rules that it could neither comprehend nor resist. It emitted a final weak and unwilling wail, its massive dragon form collapsing as if it had lost all support, unable to maintain its draconic shape, reverting instead to a violently pulsating, yet no longer resisting, violet-black flame essence. The devouring process entered its final stage. The pitch-black demon flames surged like a tide, completely submerging the violet-black starfire. The color of the demon flames began to undergo a peculiar transformation, as deep, noble hues, seemingly imbued with the infinite cosmos, gradually seeped into the pure blackness. Xuan Ye slowly closed his eyes, meditating in midair. He needed to fully exert his technique, guiding this newly born, even more powerful flame essence to merge completely with himself, thus striving to break through to a higher realm. The devouring domain remained intact, thoroughly isolating him from the outside world. Outside the star domain, at the entrance to the sealed land, Xuan Ye stood quietly in place, having passed 2 days. Her gaze had never strayed from the area enveloped by the pitch-black, devouring realm, her dignified face betraying unmistakable concern, even with unwavering faith in Xuan Ye. Facing the infamous 3,000 flame fire, as a mother, she could not help but worry. A slight disturbance in space heralded the arrival of 2 figures beside her, Xian Kongzi and Lei Jinzi. Xuan Ye still worried? Xian Kongzi inquired, stroking his beard, his eyes also directed towards that disquieting dark domain, a hint of awe flashing within them. This devouring power, the technique cultivated by Year, is indeed unparalleled. Lei Jinzi gruffly remarked, "It has been 2 days, and there has been no sign of movement inside. Could it be that the—" "Do not speak nonsense." Xuan Ye immediately interrupted him, her tone tinged with annoyance, though her eyes revealed even greater anxiety. Xian Kongzi waved his hand in a comforting gesture. "There is no need for you to be overly worried, Xuan Ye. Year is blessed with profound fortune, possessing the ability to merge 5 distinct flames. He must have extraordinary means. Let us await good news." However, just as he spoke, on the morning of the 3rd day, a hurried stream of light shot in from the distance, transforming into an elder of the Dan Tower, his complexion pale and breath unsteady, evidently having exerted himself to reach them. "President, 3 esteemed leaders. Something terrible has happened." The elder spoke with panic, disregarding formalities as he urgently relayed. According to reports from the Outer Scouts, a large number of Soul Hall experts have secretly infiltrated the Dan domain. It is estimated that there are at least over 50 Dozong experts. Moreover, an elder has vaguely seen the silhouettes of the Soul Hall's 7 Heavenly Sovereign, Black Heavenly Sovereign, 8 Heavenly Sovereign, White Heavenly Sovereign, and 9 Heavenly Sovereign, Demon Rain Heavenly Sovereign. What? The moment these words were uttered, it was as if thunder struck the ground, causing the faces of Xian Kongzi, Xuan Ye, and Lei Jinzi to change drastically, their expressions paling in shock. Over 50 Dozong, and 3 Heavenly Sovereigns personally leading the charge. The 7 Heavenly Sovereign, Black Heavenly Sovereign, and 8 Heavenly Sovereign, White Heavenly Sovereign, are both second transformation Dozong, while the 9 Heavenly Sovereign, Demon Rain Heavenly Sovereign, is at the peak of the first transformation dozone. Such a lineup represents nearly half of the Soul Hall's high-end combat strength. What does the Soul Hall intend to do, mobilizing such a force secretly into the Dan domain? Could it be they are planning to wage war against our Dan Tower? This thought struck like a bucket of icy water over their heads, sending a chill through the three leaders. Although the Dan Tower and the Soul Hall had always been at odds with plenty of friction, large-scale direct conflicts had rarely occurred. The Soul Hall's actions were exceedingly abnormal and utterly alarming. Has the news been confirmed? Xian Kongzi forcefully suppressed the tumultuous waves within his heart and asked in a grave tone, his voice imbued with unprecedented seriousness. Multiple elders have made discoveries in various directions. The aura is cold and eerie, consistent with the characteristics of the Soul Hall's techniques. Confirmation is essentially assured. The elder replied affirmatively. Lei Zhenzi, known for his fiery temper, became enraged upon hearing this, his hair bristling. Those underhanded scoundrels from the Soul Hall dare to bully us like this. Do they truly believe our Dan Tower is made of clay? Xuan Ye's delicate brows furrowed deeply. She glanced at the still silent, devouring domain, her heart growing even more anxious. Year was at a crucial moment of seclusion, and the Soul Hall had chosen this time to launch a massive assault. Was it merely a coincidence? Xian Kongzi took a deep breath, the glint of wisdom flashing in his eyes, and decisively declared, this matter is of utmost importance. Over 50 dozone, 3 heavenly sovereigns, this is no ordinary provocation. Just the 3 of us would struggle to cope. We must immediately report to the elders of the Little Dan Tower and discuss our strategy. The Little Dan Tower is the true core and foundation of the Dan Tower, housing the genuine top-tier experts throughout the ages, including those of saintly caliber. There is no time to lose. We must set off immediately. Xuan Ye also recognized the urgency of the situation and spoke promptly. The 3 exchanged glances, each seeing determination reflected in the other's eyes. In the next moment, they simultaneously raised their hands and forcefully sliced through the void before them. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 3 enormous spatial rifts abruptly tore open, unleashing violent spatial turbulence. The 3 leaders of the Dan Tower wasted no time. Their figures flickered and they directly plunged into the spatial rifts, hastening towards the most mysterious and core forbidden area of the Dan Tower, the Little Dan Tower. At the entrance of the star domain, only the elder who delivered the news remained, along with the still silent, devouring realm, isolating and devouring. A heavy atmosphere of impending storm had already enveloped the entire Dan Tower. Chapter 112, Little Dan Tower. The Little Dan Tower is not an actual tower, but rather a secret space independent from the Dan Tower, jointly established and maintained by the esteemed predecessors of the Dan Tower through unparalleled might. Here, the spiritual energy swirls into mist, transforming into babbling brooks that nourish countless rare herbs that have long since become extinct in the outside world. Simple yet profound cottages and stone halls are dotted among the mountain ranges and spiritual veins, where occasionally, figures with unfathomable auras sit in meditation beneath waterfalls or atop ancient pines, inhaling the essence of heaven and earth. At this moment, within the seemingly ordinary stone hall at the heart of the Little Dan Tower, the atmosphere was as heavy as unmelting dark ice. The 3 great leaders of the Dan Tower, Xian Kongzi, Xuan Ye, and Lei Zhenzi, stood solemnly within the hall. Before them, nearly 10 figures either sat or stood. Most of these figures had white hair and beards, their faces ancient and weathered, exuding no overwhelming aura, yet the Tao rhythm they unconsciously radiated, merging seamlessly with the surrounding world, rendered the space around them extraordinarily stable. They were the true foundation of the Dan Tower, the esteemed elders who had long resided in the Little Dan Tower in quiet cultivation. The one with the least cultivation still boasted a semi-saint level, while several others had already stepped into the true realm of Dosheng. Among them, one elder donned a simple gray robe, his face gaunt and his gaze warm as an ancient well, appearing as an ordinary old man. Yet his presence seemed to center the entire expanse of heaven and earth, causing even light to bend slightly around him. He was Elder Mo, one of the highest-ranking figures within the Little Dan Tower, a master alchemist who had attained the pinnacle of the 2-star Dosheng. Xian Kongzi, you have summoned us to speak of the disturbances in the Soul Palace. Pray, elaborate on the situation. Elder Mo began slowly, his voice calm, yet imbued with an irresistible authority. Xian Kongzi, not daring to delay, stepped forward and recounted the intelligence received. The Soul Palace had dispatched over 50 dozun, led by 3 Tianzun, to covertly infiltrate the Dan domain. As he narrated, A wave of suppressed gasps filled the hall. Even these elders, accustomed to tumult and chaos, were visibly stirred by such a formidable assembly. Over 50 dozun, 3 tianzun, remarked a gaunt elder, exuding an aura of one-star dosheng. What does the Soul Palace intend? Are they seeking to wage full-scale war against the Dan Tower? Do they not fear the backlash from all forces in the central continent? Another elder, an imposing half-saint matron, furrowed her brow. This is not a time for the ancient clans to emerge in large numbers. The Soul Palace's sudden display of such might is indeed perplexing. Could it be that something or someone from our Dan Tower has drawn their ire to such an extent? Elder Mo's profound gaze turned to Xian Kongzi. Kongzi, you oversee the external affairs of the Dan Tower. What do you surmise is the purpose behind the Soul Palace's actions? Taking a deep breath, Xian Kongzi's countenance grew grave. In response to Elder Mo, after discussions with Xuan Ye and Lei Zhenzi, I believe the Soul Palace's objective is likely not solely aimed at the foundation of the Dan Tower. He paused, scanning the assembly of elders, finally resting his gaze on Xian, his expression laden with complexity. They are likely targeting a specific individual. Oh, who could warrant such a massive mobilization from the Soul Palace? The gaunt elder inquired, curiosity etched on his features. The other elders, who typically cared little for external matters, cast inquisitive looks toward him. Xian Kongzi solemnly replied, this individual is none other than Xuan Ye's adopted son. The next core member our Dan Tower is diligently nurturing, Xuan Ye. Xuan Ye's adopted son? Several elders, long secluded in their cultivation, displayed expressions of bewilderment. Understanding the necessity of conveying Xuan Ye's significance, Xian Kongzi gathered his thoughts and spoke earnestly. This youth possesses an exceptionally potent and unique constitution. We have yet to fully uncover its nature, but his terrifying talent is unparalleled in my lifetime. He paused, surveying the gathered elders, his words deliberate and laden with gravity. He is not yet 19 years old. This single statement caused the eyes of several elders to flicker. In their lengthy lives, each had surpassed several centuries. At such an age, most would still be considered young disciples within the sect. His cultivation has already reached the 7-star dozun. Xian Kongzi continued. 7-star dozun, and not yet 19? A chorus of subdued gasps reverberated through the hall. Such a cultivation level would be sufficient for any force in the central continent to appoint him as an elder. However, Xian Kongzi's subsequent revelation was even more astounding. Moreover, at the onset of his dozong realm, he managed to transcend his level and directly vanquish a 2-star dozun, the 8-rank alchemist, Elder Mugu. What? A dozong defeating a 2-star dozun? That old ghost Mugu? At this, even the Do-Sheng elders straightened, their eyes blazing with astonishment. To defeat a dozun by transcending a realm was beyond the realm of ordinary talent. It was nothing short of monstrous. Xian Kongzi allowed no time for the elders to absorb this information, his voice growing more somber. Yet, this was not his most formidable adversary. Previously, the Soul Palace's 4 Tianzun, Blood River, a peak 4-turn dozun, personally led a team to ambush him. Peak 4-turn dozun. Upon hearing this level of strength, all elders wore expressions of grave concern. Such power would be a challenge for most ordinary dozun elders within the Dan Tower. And the outcome? The gaunt elder pressed urgently, sensing the answer, yet struggling to believe it. A peculiar expression crossed Xian Kongzi's face, tinged with both fear and a sense of shared pride. In the end, Xuan Ye, employing some unknown method, lured Blood River into the territory of the ancient clans. Using their hands to eliminate Blood River, the 4 Tianzun, and several esteemed elders of the Soul Palace lured and eliminated Blood River, a peak 4-turn dozun, and he utilized the ancient clans. An eerie silence enveloped the hall, as if time itself had ceased. If the defeat of Mugu showcased Xuan Ye's terrifying combat talent, then orchestrating the downfall of Blood River revealed his remarkable intellect, audacity, and ability to manipulate the greater situation. Looking at the utterly stunned elders, Xian Kongzi concluded emphatically, this youth possesses the potential to become a Do Emperor. Xuan Ye is the key to the future fortunes of our Dan Tower for the coming centuries. The Soul Palace has likely caught wind of this and intends to eradicate him at all costs before he fully matures. With those words, no one remained in doubt regarding the Soul Palace's intentions. The gaunt 1-star Dosheng elder was the first to react, his aura erupting like a volcano, his voice ringing with ironclad resolve. This child must be protected at all costs. Should the Soul Palace dare to reach out, we shall sever their claws. Indeed, Such a gem is rare beyond measure. We cannot afford to lose him. The Dan Tower has remained too silent for far too long. Do they truly believe we cannot wield our blades? Va? We must make the Soul Palace pay in blood. A fervor ignited among the elders, the air thick with the scent of vengeance. In an instant, all the elders united in their resolve, no trace of hesitation remaining. The potential and achievements exhibited by Xuan Ye had thoroughly swayed the towering pillars of the Dan Tower. Elder Mo slowly rose, his warm gaze sweeping over the assembly, transforming into a steadfast and lethal resolve akin to the depths of the ocean. In that case, he stated, his voice unassuming yet resonating with the essence of a natural order, reaching every corner of the great hall, let us prepare for battle. Dispatch orders. Holy Dan City. Level 1 combat readiness. Activate all defensive formations. Recall all core members from external assignments. Closely monitor the movements of the Soul Palace and lock in their positions. Protect Xuan Ye until he emerges from seclusion. This is the highest directive. Understood. Xian Kongzi, Xuan Ye, Lei Zhenzi, along with all present elders, responded in unison, their voices booming like thunder, causing the entire stone hall to tremble slightly. In that moment, the colossal entity of the Dan Tower awakened in its entirety. Chapter 113, The Rift. Within the realm of devouring darkness, absolute blackness reigned supreme. Xuan Ye sat cross-legged in midair, his mind fully immersed within, guiding the post-advancement devouring magic flame to undergo the final refinement and fusion with the essence of the 3,000 blazing fires. The inky black flames, akin to the most diligent of craftsmen, meticulously stripped away the remnants of the frenzied consciousness entwined within the violet black fire, gradually infusing its purest essence. The primordial fire of the stars, into the intricate pathways of the Dark Knight's fighting spirit, permeating every limb, every sinew, and even the depths of the soul. This was a slow yet pivotal process. The 3,000 flame of fire ranked ninth among the extraordinary flames. Though temporarily subdued by the Dragon Phoenix seal and incessantly weakened by the devouring demonic flame, retained an indomitable essence rooted in the cosmos, a quality eternal and unextinguished, which rendered its remaining consciousness remarkably tenacious. Below Muns, you shall not devour this king. A surge of resentment and madness, akin to the final roar of a dying beast, erupted violently from the diminishing core of the violet-black flames. This was the last desperate counterattack of the 3,000 flame of fire, its consciousness surging with overwhelming might, imbued with the resolve of celestial incineration, as it forcibly breached the confines of the demonic flames, transforming into a refined streak of violet-black fire, akin to a meteoric counterattack. Disregarding the barriers of flesh and charging directly towards the center of the Dark Knight's consciousness. The countenance of the Dark Knight shifted slightly, astonished that the 3,000 flame of fire could unleash such power even in this state. He immediately summoned the vast soul energy he had attained in the early stages of the heavenly realm, erecting layers of formidable barriers around his consciousness. Bang! The violet-black fire collided violently against the soul barriers, producing a resounding thud. The Dark Knight felt a sharp pain in his mind as the barriers trembled violently, rippling with countless waves, yet ultimately held firm. Suppress it, he commanded inwardly, as his soul energy surged forth like a raging sea, crashing down upon the invading consciousness of the extraordinary flame. However, this strike from the 3,000 flame of fire was a manifestation of its primal essence, harboring the obsession and power cultivated over countless eons. At the moment of the most violent impact against the soul barriers, it seized upon a minuscule crack, akin to a slippery eel, and thrust itself through. If it succeeded, ha ha ha, this body belongs to me. The consciousness of the 3,000 flame of fire roared in euphoric triumph, envisioning itself occupying this vessel endowed with terrifying physicality and boundless potential, subsequently turning the tables and devouring the accursed black flames that lay ahead. Its consciousness streamed through the Dark Knight's sea of consciousness in a frenzied bid to locate the core and leave its own soul imprint to complete the takeover. The sea of consciousness was vast as the starry universe, with mental energy manifesting as drifting clouds. The consciousness of the 3,000 flame of fire, akin to an invader in an alien cosmos, rampaged with greed and urgency. Yet, as it endeavored to delve deeper into the sea of consciousness, toward the luminous orb symbolizing the essence of the soul, its gaze was involuntarily drawn to a region unlike any other, situated at the very depths of the consciousness sea. Here, there were no wisps of mental fog, no glimmers of soul light, only an expanse of boundless, slowly rotating radiant golden light. This golden radiance formed an immense and intricately complex seal, exuding an aura of sanctity that was incomprehensible, yet instinctively filled it with dread, a divine presence that suppressed all beneath the heavens. Beneath that disquieting golden seal lay an absolute darkness, dense and impenetrable, as if capable of consuming all light and hope. This darkness writhed and churned. The moment the consciousness of the 3,000 flame of fire skated above the seal, the boundless darkness beneath seemed to stir, awakened by the arrival of this foreign entity, imbued with the essence of flames. A pair of unfathomably vast pupils, formed purely from the deepest chaos and darkness, slowly opened in that abyss. There was no sound, no energy spilling forth, yet an indescribable gaze, transcending all beings, suffused with primal, frigid, and greedy malice, instantaneously crossed the boundary between the ethereal and the corporeal, piercing through the core of the 3,000 flame of fire's consciousness like a multitude of icy needles. The ecstasy and avarice of the 3,000 flame of fire froze instantaneously, replaced by an overwhelming, primal fear that surged from the very essence of life itself. Under the scrutiny of those eyes, it felt its so-called immortal essence of extraordinary flames was dwarfed to insignificance, less than mere dust. This was an absolute suppression of status, a detachment it had never before encountered, emanating from a life form of a higher echelon. It sensed that the existence beneath the seal held a trivial interest in its essence, akin to a human observing a somewhat robust ant crawling beneath their feet. What is this? How could such a thing dwell within your mind? The consciousness of the 3,000 flame of fire emitted a shriek of horror, its aspirations of takeover evaporating in an instant, leaving only boundless dread, urging it to flee from this place more terrifying than hell itself. It finally comprehended why this human could wield such a bizarre devouring flame. All of this must be linked to the horrifying presence sealed beneath. Thoughts raced, desperation crashing like a tidal wave. With no hope of seizing control, no avenue for escape, and the accursed black flames lurking ominously outside, it resolved that if death was inevitable, it would embrace the ultimate madness in place of fear. Let us perish together. The consciousness of the 3,000 flame of fire let out a final, frenzied roar. No longer did it attempt to surge towards the essence of the dark night's soul. Instead, it reversed course, consolidating all remaining spiritual energy akin to a burning meteor, resolutely crashing towards the magnificent seal emanating immortal golden light. Its intentions were clear. If this human harbored such world-ending monstrosity within, still sealed, then it would aid in its release. If death was the fate, let all meet the same end. Stop. No. The Dark Knight had been on high alert since the 3,000 flame of fire invaded his sea of consciousness. Now, witnessing its madness directed towards the Heavenly Emperor's seal, he was gripped by profound fear. He understood better than anyone the terror of the Heart Abyss Demon Emperor. Summoning nearly all his soul energy, he transformed it into an invisible hand, striving to intercept the violet-black streak of madness. However, the fatal strike of the 3,000 flame of fire was too swift, too resolute. Bang! A sound reverberated, as if emanating from the very depths of the soul's essence. A deep and thunderous impact resounding. That violet-black streak collided squarely against the slowly rotating golden seal. The seal trembled violently, and the myriad arcane runes upon it erupted with blinding brilliance, dissipating and absorbing most of the impact's force. Nevertheless, the 3,000 flame of fire represented the culmination of its primal essence, and its power could not be dismissed lightly. At the point of impact, that flawless, seemingly eternal golden seal was, at last, marked by a minuscule crack, almost imperceptible, akin to a strand of hair. Although this fissure was negligible in comparison to the vast seal and was swiftly mended by the surrounding golden runes, as if it had never existed. In that fleeting moment of its appearance, a thin, dark red, malevolent energy, more slender than a hair and nearly undetectable, seeped silently from the crack, akin to a serpent finding its way through a crevice. The malevolent aura had weakened to an almost imperceptible degree, failing to elicit a significant reaction from the seal. Yet, at the very moment of its emergence, it seemed as if Xuan Ye's entire sea of consciousness was drenched in an unseen chill and wicked intent. Even the vast clouds of spiritual energy were shrouded in a dim, ashen hue. With a sudden jolt, Xuan Ye was struck as if by a heavy blow. His complexion drained of color, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. It was not merely his physical form that had been wounded, but his very spirit was shaken by a profound terror. The seal had indeed been stirred, if only slightly. The consciousness of the 3,000 yen fire, which had initiated the final assault, was obliterated upon colliding with the seal, annihilated by the rebounding force and the barely detectable aura of the demon emperor that had seeped forth, dissolving into the most primordial soul particles that scattered within Xuan Ye's sea of consciousness. Its madness ultimately exacted a price of total destruction. Yet it left Xuan Ye with a colossal latent danger. There was no time for Xuan Ye to dwell on the potential consequences of the released trace of malevolence. He bore the stabbing pain of his soul and the tumult of his blood, while a glimmer of fierce determination flashed in his eyes. With the consciousness of the 3,000 yen fire completely dissipated, its essence had ceased to resist. Devour the heavens, he commanded fervently. He frantically activated his cultivation technique. The devouring heaven demonic flame, with an unprecedented efficiency, commencing the consumption and assimilation of the now docile essence of the 3,000 yen fire, which had lost its guiding consciousness. The pure, vast energy of the starfire surged into his limbs and bones like a torrent breaking through a dam. The barriers of his peak 7-star Do Zun encountered little resistance against this influx of energy, collapsing with a thunderous roar. 8-star Do Zun, 9-star Do Zun, first transformation Do Zun, second transformation Do Zun, third transformation Do Zun. His aura skyrocketed as if propelled by a rocket, ultimately stabilizing at the level of a third transformation Do Zun. The fighting spirit enveloping him became increasingly dense and profound, imbued with a hint of the eternal and enigmatic essence of the stars. Upon fully merging with the essence of the 3,000 yen fire, the devouring heaven demonic flame exhibited an even more pronounced purple hue amidst its deep blackness as the flames danced. It seemed as if a miniature cosmos was being born and extinguished within, its might surging exponentially. However, this surge in power did not bring Xuan Ye any joy. He slowly opened his eyes, and in the depths of his purple-golden irises lingered a trace of trepidation and an unprecedented gravity. Upon introspecting within his sea of consciousness, the hairline fissure had vanished, and the seal continued to revolve slowly, suppressing the darkness beneath it. Yet, that once emanating, nearly imperceptible dark red malevolence felt like a poisoned thorn embedded in his heart. The madness of the 3,000 yen fire, in its dying moments, had indeed left behind a nearly undetectable, yet potentially far-reaching scar. Chapter 114, Confrontation. On the periphery of the alchemy domain, a space that was once peaceful and tranquil, suffused with a faint herbal fragrance, had now transformed into a hellish battleground. The air was rent with the piercing, desperate cries of anguish. Figures clad in the robes of alchemists were ensnared by eerie, black chains that emerged from the void. These chains were not of corporeal form. Rather, they were composed of pure soul energy intertwined with sinister fighting spirit, adorned with countless distorted faces of agony that emitted silent wails. The infamous soul chains of the Soul Palace. No, my soul palace, you shall not escape retribution. Once revered alchemists now resembled lambs to the slaughter, their physical forms bound by the chains while their most precious souls, cultivated over decades or even centuries, were forcibly dragged from their crowns. The forcibly extracted souls appeared semi-transparent and twisted, their faces frozen in expressions of excruciating pain and terror, voicelessly shrieking. They struggled, yet were firmly held by the chain's pull, ultimately transforming into streaks of light, dragged into the depths of the void, vanishing without a trace, leaving behind lifeless, rapidly cooling bodies that plummeted like discarded sacks. The dense energy of souls mingled with the stench of despair pervaded the vicinity of the alchemy domain, inducing nausea. The elders of the Soul Palace lurked within the twisted folds of space, resembling reapers of life, emitting low, cruel laughter. For them, the souls of alchemists were the most delectable delicacies. Ha ha ha, the soul of a 7th-tier alchemist is indeed pure. One of the Soul Palace Do Zun licked his lips, setting his sights on a white-haired old woman desperately resisting the chains, her soul already half extracted. She bore the emblem of a 7th-tier alchemist, yet wore a visage of utter despair. It's over, old hag. The Soul Palace Do Zun cackled maliciously, intensifying the grip of the soul chain. At that critical moment, a chilling voice rang out, presumptuous. The icy rebuke, akin to the shattering of celestial ice, carried an unparalleled authority and murderous intent, sweeping across the battlefield in an instant. Buzz. Three immense auras surged forth, like three blazing suns, erupting from the direction of the sacred alchemy city, tearing through the void, arriving with audacious force. At the forefront stood a figure clad in dark robes, her presence imbued with frost, her elegant palace attire billowing without wind. She did not even glance at the Soul Palace Zhou Yuan who had attacked. Instead, she flicked her fingers at the soul chain from a distance. Crack! The soul chains, capable of binding the souls of Zhou Yuan, shattered like fragile ice crystals. Instantly, the old woman's soul, which was on the verge of being completely torn from her body, returned to her form. She collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, her face reflecting the terror of having survived a calamity. Yet the attacking Soul Palace Zhou Yuan had not even begun to react when he felt the surrounding space freeze instantaneously, as if ensnared within a boundless abyss of ice. His eyes widened in horror, catching sight of Xian Kongzi's indifferent gaze and Lei Zhunzi's fist, imbued with the fury of thunder, rapidly enlarging in his vision. Bang! No elaborate techniques were exchanged, only the raw power of sheer force. Lei Zhunzi's fist, charged with violent lightning, penetrated the frozen space and struck the Soul Palace Zhou Yuan squarely in the chest. The Soul Palace Zhou Yuan did not even have time to scream. His body shattered like porcelain, crumbling inch by inch, before erupting into a mist of blood, unable to escape as even his soul was utterly obliterated by the rampant lightning. A Soul Palace Zhou Yuan had perished in an instant. The three titans of the Alchemy Tower, upon making their entrance, exhibited their overwhelming strength by executing one of their own in a heartbeat, rescuing their fellow alchemist. This display of might and decisiveness invigorated the remaining members of the Alchemy Tower, while simultaneously halting the breaths of the hidden elders of the Soul Palace. However, just as the three titans locked onto the remaining Soul Palace elders, preparing to continue their purge of these phantoms, Xian Kongzi, Xian Yi, Lei Zhunzi, what a fervent display of wrath. Three even colder, more formidable auras, like three submerged realms of the damned, emerged from three different directions, subtly counterbalancing the Titan's presence. To the left, black mist coalesced into a tall, thin figure, resembling a bamboo stalk, surrounded by darkness that devoured light. This was the seventh heavenly sovereign of the Soul Palace, Tianzun. To the right, blinding white light formed a figure seemingly constructed from countless pale bones, exuding an aura of chilling silence. This was the eighth heavenly sovereign of the Soul Palace, Tianzun, and in the center stood a figure shrouded in a gray, rain-like mist, the droplets of which were not real, but comprised of pure death and corrosive energy, eroding the very fabric of space as they fell. This was the ninth heavenly sovereign of the Soul Palace, Missouri Tianzun. Three heavenly sovereigns, two at the second transformation Zhou Yuan level, and one at the peak of the first transformation Zhou Yuan. Their appearance rekindled the spirits of the once diminished members of the Soul Palace, instilling them with renewed confidence. Xian Kongzi's gaze, sharp as a bolt of lightning, swept across the three heavenly sovereigns, ultimately settling upon the central figure, the sovereign of demon rain. His voice, heavy and laden with suppressed fury, reverberated, "Demon rain, what are your true intentions? Such a large-scale assault on my Alchemist Tower's practitioners. Is it your desire to instigate a full-blown war with us? Do not forget, the Central Continent is not solely dominated by your Soul Palace." Beneath the shroud of gray rain, the demon rain sovereign let out a hoarse laugh, reminiscent of the mournful call of an owl in the night. "Xian Kongzi, why must you be so enraged? We have merely come to seek an explanation from the Alchemist Tower." "An explanation? What explanation?" Lei Zhunzi, known for his fiery temperament, retorted angrily. "Naturally, it pertains to your tower's foremost prodigy, Xuan Ye." The demon rain sovereign's tone turned frigid. "This child is ruthless and has repeatedly slaughtered our Soul Palace's guardians, including the esteemed elders and even the revered Mugu, along with the four heavenly sovereigns of the Blood River. Such blood debts, should not the Alchemist Tower provide our Soul Palace with a justification?" "Nonsense!" Xuan Ye exclaimed, "had elegant Preisführung." The fury in her beautiful eyes threatened to burst forth. Stepping forward, she pointed an accusing finger at the Demon Rain's sovereign and declared, "Demon Rain, do not attempt to invert black and white, hurling accusations unjustly. It is your Soul Palace that covets year's extraordinary talents, repeatedly dispatching powerful figures to ambush him. The Blood River has even led numerous elders to lay traps in the Northwest continent, intent on exterminating Year. He acted only in self-defense. How can you speak of slaughter?" After failing to eliminate him, you still dare to demand an explanation? Is truly the height of absurdity. Lei Jinzi echoed her sentiments, a sardonic chuckle escaping his lips, his voice booming with unmasked derision. Demon Rain, cease your hypocritical rhetoric. What blood debts? What explanations? You are merely anxious to eliminate Xuan Ye before he matures into a formidable threat for your soul palace, having recognized his unparalleled talent. Do you truly believe the Alchemist Tower cannot see through such vile intentions? The three pillars of the Alchemist Tower, through their words, effectively tore apart the flimsy veil of the Soul Palace's pretense. The gray rain enveloping the Demon Rain sovereign trembled violently, clearly struck by the accuracy of their observations. After a brief silence, his hoarse voice rang out once more, now laced with unmistakable coldness and malice. Since the three of you have laid bare your intentions, it saves us from further verbal sparring. Slowly raising his hand, the gray drops of deathly rain around him surged forth, intensifying and becoming ferocious. Xuan Ye, if the Alchemist Tower insists on protecting him, then the tower itself shall pay the price. As soon as his words fell, a chilling and violent pressure, filled with the anguished wails of countless souls and the essence of death, erupted forth from the Demon Rain's sovereign, radiating outward like a deluge from a breached dam, engulfing the three pillars of the Alchemist Tower. Simultaneously, the Black Sovereign and the White Sovereign unleashed their own suffocating auras of darkness and silence. The combined might of the three sovereigns was earth-shattering, causing the surrounding space to freeze in an instant, temperatures plummeting, as even the light appeared to be devoured by the dense negative energy. Am I to fear you? Xian Kongzi scoffed, with a dismissive wave of his sleeve, unleashing an aura as vast and profound as the starry sky. Xian Yi, her delicate hand raised, shed her gentility, revealing only a chilling intent to kill. The peak force of the 9 transformation dose sovereign was released without reservation. With an enraged roar, Lei Jinzi's body crackled with lightning, descending like a thunder god, as the violent power of thunder cleaved through the gloom to confront the oncoming deluge of death. Boom! The 6 terrifying auras clashed in the void surrounding the alchemist's domain, creating a cataclysmic collision. Without direct confrontation, the mere clash of their energies shattered the surrounding space like a broken mirror, with cracks spreading rapidly, and violent energy torrents wreaking havoc, obliterating the mountains and rivers below. A monumental battle, pivotal for the future of the Alchemist Tower, the fate of Xuan Ye, and the very landscape of the Central Continent, was on the brink of eruption. Chapter 115, Reinforcements from the Soul Palace. The void surrounding the Alchemist domain had transformed into a veritable purgatory. Under the titanic clash of the 3 sovereigns from the Alchemist Tower and the 3 from the Soul Palace, the battle below escalated to a fever pitch. Formation of the Pill Condensation Fire Array, bellowed a red-robed elder of the Alchemist Tower, his hair standing on end with fury. Dozens of powerful figures immediately responded, their overwhelming fighting spirit intertwined with fiery attributes, rapidly sketching intricate flame patterns in the air. As the formation completed, a colossal fire dragon, composed of countless ethereal flames, roared forth, its mouth opened wide to consume the unsuspecting elders of the Soul Palace. 10,000 souls devour the heavens. The elders of the Soul Palace grinned wickedly, their soul-binding chains swirling madly in their hands. As dark mist surged around them, countless tormented souls poured forth like a tide, emitting piercing wails, clashing violently with the fire dragon. Boom! The explosive sounds of energy rang out in a cacophony as flames intertwined with dark mist, mingling with the anguished cries of souls and the roaring of fighting spirit. Countless powerful figures from the Alchemist Tower were pierced by the soul-binding chains, their souls forcibly extracted, echoing their final desperate screams, while many from the Soul Palace were reduced to ashes by the furious flames unleashed by the Alchemist Tower's defenders, or scattered by the overwhelming force of the soul shockwaves. The air was thick with blood and remnants of shattered souls, the battle reaching a brutal climax. Meanwhile, high above in the heavens, the battlefield of the top-tier powerhouses shifted dramatically. Xuan Ye's expression was frosted over, her beautiful eyes radiating lethal intent. Locking onto the Demon Rain's sovereign, shrouded in the gray death rain, she raised her jade hand, seemingly slow, yet summoning the surrounding energies of heaven and earth to converge frantically. A colossal hand, pure in its essence of spatial power, materialized, akin to the hand of the divine, disregarding the corrosive death droplets, and descended upon the Demon Rain sovereign, Trivial skill. The demon rain sovereign growled hoarsely as the rain around him whirled violently, morphing into a gray tornado connecting heaven and earth. Within this vortex, countless blades of rain, forged from death energy, slashed through the space, racing toward the spatial giant hand. Bang! Crack! The giant hand collided fiercely with the tornado, producing a sickening sound of shattering. The deathly vortex, capable of easily annihilating lower-tier Dou sovereigns, was crushed layer upon layer by Xuan Ye's absolute power, reaching the pinnacle of the 9 transformation Dou sovereign, disintegrating into nothingness. The colossal hand continued unabated, striking down upon the hastily formed defenses of the demon rain sovereign. The rain curtain surrounding the demon rain sovereign shattered instantly, revealing his pale face, etched with disbelief. He was sent hurtling backward like a kite, with its strings severed, blood spewing from his mouth, tracing a vivid crimson line through the air, as half his shoulder and arm were reduced to powder beneath that strike. Had he not evaded at the critical moment, his entire upper body would have likely been obliterated. On another front, Lin Dong faced off against the White Sovereign, showcasing an overwhelming dominance. Thunder God's Seal. Lin Dong roared like thunder, his hands clasping as a massive seal formed from countless bolts of furious lightning materialized instantaneously. The seal crackled with electric serpents, emanating a terrifying aura of divine retribution, poised to annihilate all. He granted the White Sovereign no opportunity to employ any arcane soul techniques, launching the Thunder Emperor seal as if hurling a mountain, crashing down upon the skeletal figure assembled from pale bones. The White Sovereign emitted a sharp shriek as the oppressive aura of death coalesced into a vast white bone shield, upon which countless anguished faces appeared. Boom! The Thunder Emperor seal struck with ferocity, the bone shield barely holding for an instant before exploding violently. The raging power of thunder surged forth like a flood, instantly enveloping the White Sovereign. A heart-wrenching scream reverberated through the heavens, as the fragmented form of the White Divine Sovereign shattered inch by inch amidst the lightning, ultimately transforming into a heap of charred bones and black smoke, his essence rapidly diminishing to the brink of collapse, clearly having sustained severe injuries. In stark contrast, the confrontation between Xuan Kongzi and the Black Divine Sovereign appeared more composed, yet the peril was arguably greater. The two did not unleash earth-shattering techniques in a cacophony of combat. Rather, they engaged in a swift exchange, indulging in the most dangerous spatial gambits and soul clashes within a confined space. Xuan Kongzi's figure danced like a specter, each step precisely landing upon spatial nodes, his fingertips swirling with the refined brilliance of stellar flames. Each pinpoint strike accurately pierced the most vulnerable areas of the Black Divine Sovereign's surrounding black mist. The Black Divine Sovereign, akin to smoke, ceaselessly traversed and concealed himself within the darkness, attempting to engulf Xuan Kongzi. However, Xuan Kongzi's soul power was immensely formidable. His early-stage heavenly realm allowed him to consistently sense the Black Divine Sovereign's movements in advance. Within mere moments, the black mist enveloping the Black Divine Sovereign was scorched and riddled with holes by the stellar flames, his aura becoming increasingly disordered. The 3 titans of the Pill Tower, wielding their peak powers as 9 transformations Dou Zun, immediately suppressed the 3 divine sovereigns of the Soul Palace with overwhelming force. The scales of victory seemed to be tilting in favor of the Pill Tower. Xuan Ye, with a chilling gaze, prepared to pursue relentlessly, intent on dispatching the grievously wounded Mou Divine Sovereign to alleviate her pent-up rage, while simultaneously removing a significant threat to Xuan Ye. However, just as her delicate hand was poised to strike and the power of space began to coalesce, an unexpected turn of events transpired. A withered, aged hand, adorned with bizarre black runes, as if it had emerged from a grave, stealthily and soundlessly stretched forth from the void beside Xuan Ye. This hand, though seemingly slow, appeared to transcend the constraints of time. It bore no earth-shattering energy fluctuations. It merely flicked its fingers lightly at Xuan Ye's impending spatial imprint. With a soft pop, akin to the sound of a bubble bursting, Xuan Ye's terrifying palm imprint, capable of shattering mountains and infused with the overwhelming power of a 9 transformations Dou Zun, disintegrated instantaneously under that seemingly casual flick, dissipating without even a ripple of energy. Moreover, a frigid, deathly force, reeking of decay, surged through the connection between the spatial imprint and Xuan Ye, encroaching like a venomous serpent. Xuan Ye's complexion shifted dramatically as she stifled a groan. staggering back several steps before forcing herself to stabilize. Yet, a peculiar pallor of grayish-white swiftly swept across her regal visage, unmistakably indicating she had suffered a hidden setback. Simultaneously, the Thunder Emperor seal, thrown by Lei Zhenzi, and the stellar finger strike from Xian Kongzi seemed to collide with an invisible yet indestructible wall, bursting apart with a thunderous crash. The combined might of 3 peak 9 transformations Dou Zun was effortlessly dismantled by that sudden, desiccated hand. The entire battlefield felt as though it had been paused. Whether it was the fiercely brutal battle between the elders of the Pill Tower and the divine sovereigns of the Soul Palace below, or the waning energy of the MOU, white and black divine sovereigns above, all movements froze as horrified gazes turned to the void from which the withered hand extended. Space itself gradually parted like curtains, revealing a figure, as if emerging from an ancient coffin, stepping into the present world, clad in the Soul Palace's distinctive black robe. This figure was adorned with even more intricate and bizarre dark golden patterns. His frame hunched, and his face was entirely shrouded in the shadows of his hood, revealing only the gaunt skin of his chin and the hand that had just emerged from the void like a chicken's claw. An aura far deeper and more profound than that of the MOU, black and white divine sovereigns enveloped the surroundings, as if merging with death itself, gradually spreading like an invisible tempest, shrouding the entire expanse. Under this oppressive aura, even space emitted a mournful cry of overwhelming burden. While those weaker Dou zone below felt as if their souls were on the verge of freezing, their Dou Qi stagnating, nearly compelled to kneel. Half-Saint Xian Kongzi's eyes fixated on the hunched figure, his usually composed voice betraying a hint of dryness and shock as he articulated the weighty words. The expressions of Xuan Ye and Lei Zhenzi also turned grim, as if facing a formidable foe. The Soul Palace had dispatched even a half-saint level divine sovereign to eliminate Xuan Ye. The hunched figure, one of the 3 divine sovereigns of the Soul Palace, slowly lifted his head. The 2 points of ghostly white light beneath his hood swept across the 3 titans of the Pill Tower, emitting a grating voice reminiscent of 2 bones scraping against each other. The 3 titans of the Pill Tower live up to their reputation. Unfortunately, today, they cannot protect that boy. Before his words concluded, the space beside him rippled like water. Soon after, 2 additional figures, exuding equally unsettling auras, stepped forth from the void, one on the left and one on the right. The figure on the left was tall, his visage obscured by swirling blood-red mist, revealing only his cruel, bloodthirsty eyes. An aura fierce and violent, one of the 5 divine sovereigns of the Soul Palace. The figure on the right was shrouded in dense green poison mist, his form indistinct. As the space around him crackled with corrosive sounds, one of the 6 divine sovereigns of the Soul Palace. 3 divine sovereigns, 1 half-saint, and 2 possessing strength surpassing the 7th, 8th, and 9th divine sovereigns. The situation took a dramatic turn in an instant. Chapter 116, The Arrival of the Dou Saint. The 3 divine sovereigns' ghostly white gazes swept over the pallid-faced titans of the Pill Tower, as the withered fingers slightly lifted. A deathly aura that could decay space itself began to coalesce. Xian Kongzi, Xuan Ye, and Lei Zhenzi felt as though the space around them had transformed into a quagmire. Their Dou Qi sluggishly hindered, a sense of impending doom tightening around their hearts. The might of a half-saint was indeed terrifying. Just as the deathly aura was about to erupt and engulf the 3 titans entirely, a voice, ancient yet resonating like a bell, thundered from deep within the sacred Pill City. Enough! The Soul Palace has overreached. A crimson streak of light, akin to a meteor tearing through the night sky, surged onto the battlefield at a speed beyond comprehension, perfectly positioning itself between the 3 titans and the 3 divine sovereigns. Boom! The crimson light detonated, transforming into a blazing inferno that seemed capable of incinerating all in existence. Amidst the flames stood an elderly man clad in a plain red robe, his hair and beard billowing, his countenance fierce as that of a fire deity. The aura emanating from him, though not as profound and deathly silent as that of the 3 divine sovereigns, radiated a fierce and overwhelming purifying force, marking him as yet another half-saint powerhouse, the red flame ancestor of the Pill Tower. The coalescing deathly aura collided with the sea of flames, producing hissing sounds akin to ice meeting the sun, rapidly dissolving and evaporating under the extreme heat and purifying power. The red flame ancestor, the raspy voice of the 3 divine sovereigns quivered for the first time, the ghostly white flames beneath the hood flickering wildly. You are still alive. Oomph. You old wretch have yet to return to the earth. How could I depart first? The red flame ancestor's voice boomed like thunder, as his crimson hair danced without wind, his gaze piercing through the three divine sovereigns. Dare to offend my pill tower and harm my juniors? Today, let your half-saint body taste the flames of my pill tower. With the appearance of the red flame ancestor, a flicker of hope ignited amidst the despair of the pill tower's members. Yet, before this glimmer could flourish, the ensuing scene froze that hope entirely. Ha! Red flame, it has been many years. Your temper remains as fiery as ever. A voice, chilling as the winds of the netherworld, accompanied by the unsettling sound of grinding bones, slowly emanated from the void behind the army of the Soul Palace. The very fabric of space was rent asunder by a bloodless skeletal hand, revealing a figure that emerged as if it had crawled forth from eons of glacial slumber. Cloaked in an expansive black robe, the garment failed to fully conceal a body seemingly constructed from pure white jade bones. Within its eye sockets there were no eyeballs, only flickering flames of ghostly white illuminating the darkness. With its arrival, an aura of terrifying coldness, more frigid and desolate than that of the three heavenly sovereigns, surged forth, as if it could freeze the very essence of souls, spreading like a relentless tide. The blazing flames enveloping the red flame ancestor dimmed in the presence of this overwhelming pressure. Bone Ghost, is that you? The red flame ancestor's pupils constricted, his expression contorted with dread. The second heavenly sovereign of the Soul Palace, the Saint of Bone Ghost, a peaked semi-saint. You alone are insufficient to contend. The skeletal jaw of Bone Ghost creaked ominously. At the very instant his words left his lips, an indescribable, cataclysmic pressure, as if the heavens and earth themselves were collapsing, descended without warning from the heavens above. Buzz! Under this immense pressure, every combatant below, whether elder of the Alchemist Tower or venerable of the Soul Palace, found their movements frozen. Those below the Do Zone level plummeted like dumplings from the sky, prostrating on the ground, unable to lift their heads. Even the likes of Xuan Ye, Xuan Ye, and Li Zinzi, pinnacle Do Zone, alongside the red flame ancestor and Bone Ghost, felt as if a colossal mountain bore down upon their shoulders, rendering their Do Chi movements exceedingly arduous, their very souls trembling. This power far surpassed that of a semi-saint. All eyes, filled with boundless fear and trepidation, struggled to rise towards the heavens. The once clear sky had been replaced by an endless shroud of darkness. At the very depths of that murky void, a hazy figure sat in tranquil meditation. It made no movement, its visage obscured, yet its mere existence radiated dominion over the realm. The surrounding space cracked and mended like fragile glass under the unintentional pressure it exuded. Great heavenly sovereign, the three heavenly sovereigns, Bone Ghost and his 5 and 6 heavenly sovereigns, along with the severely weakened 7, 8, and 9 heavenly sovereigns, all bowed slightly towards that indistinct figure, their voices tinged with reverence that resonated from the depths of their souls. The great heavenly sovereign of the Soul Palace, a true Do Saint. Moreover, judging by the intensity of its pressure, it was certainly no novice, likely a formidable 2-star Do Saint. The hearts of all present in the Alchemist Tower sank into an abyss of despair. The color drained from the face of the red flame ancestor, while Xuan Ye and his companions turned ashen. A 2-star Do Saint had completely surpassed their capacity to confront. A long, weary sigh echoed, as if transcending the ages, resonating in the hearts of the crowd. Above the Alchemist Tower, the space rippled, and Elder Emo, alongside 2 other elders of equal strength, each at the 1-star Do Saint level, slowly emerged. The pinnacle powers of the Alchemist Tower had finally revealed themselves. Elder Emo gazed at the indistinct Do Saint figure in the void, a grave intensity filling his gentle eyes as he spoke solemnly. Does the Soul Palace truly seek to engage in a fight to the death with my Alchemist Tower? The great heavenly sovereign in the void offered no reply. Yet the terrifying pressure that enveloped the heavens intensified abruptly, like a tangible mountain crushing down upon the hearts of every member of the Alchemist Tower, delivering a silent yet unmistakable response. Meanwhile, far across the central continent, deep within the secret realm of the Flower Sect, a regal and elegant woman abruptly opened her eyes, gazing in horror towards the direction of the Alchemist domain. This aura. A Do Saint? Is it from the Alchemist Tower? What has transpired? Beneath the icy depths of the Ice River Valley, a pair of frigid eyes snapped open, instantly freezing the surrounding expanse. The pressure of a Do Saint, the aura of the Soul Palace? Chaos is brewing in the central continent. In the Sound Valley, the Flame Valley, the Starfall Pavilion, the Wind and Thunder Pavilion, the 10,000 Swords Pavilion, and the Yellow Springs Pavilion. All notable forces across the central continent felt a tremor in their core, gazing in shock towards the direction of the sacred dance city. The Dou Saint pressure, as if poised to collapse the ancient sky, stirred up a tempest within the upper echelons of the central continent, akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, generating monstrous waves. All who sensed this aura were enveloped by a singular thought, overshadowed by ominous clouds. The heavens of the central continent are about to change. Chapter 117, The Great War. As the terrifying, palpable pressure of the great heavenly sovereign of the Soul Palace enveloped the world, the conflict ignited by Xuan Ye finally tore away the last vestige of calm, erupting into chaos. Kill. It was uncertain who first let out the furious roar, igniting a powder keg. In the next moment, rumbling, the void surrounding the outer reaches of the alchemist domain transformed into a tumultuous sea of energy, plunging into complete chaos and destruction. At the highest point of the firmament, Elder Mo's modest figure had vanished, replaced by an expansive domain seemingly composed of countless stars and fiery runes, crashing violently against the engulfing, ashen void emanating from the great heavenly sovereign of the Soul Palace. There were no extravagant Dou techniques, only the primal forces of rules and domain powers clashing in a frenzy of annihilation. Each collision of domains shattered the surrounding space like a fragmented mirror, revealing the dark, cold void beneath, the emanations of which were enough to instill terror in Dou zone-level experts. Below, the red flame ancestor's crimson hair danced wildly as the infernal sea of flames clashed violently with the chilling domain of bone from the second heavenly sovereign, creating a cataclysmic struggle between fire and ice, life and death, erupting in blinding light and deafening roars. Xuan Kangzi faced off against the fifth heavenly sovereign, weaving through a tempest of starlit flames and sanguine mists, each clash igniting energy storms, while another elder from the alchemist tower at the one-star Dou Saint level battled against the third heavenly sovereign. The residual waves of their Dou Saint level clash, capable of leveling mountains and evaporating rivers. The three titans of the alchemist tower sought out their old adversaries, the injured 7, 8, and 9 heavenly sovereigns. Though the latter bore wounds, they were seasoned veterans, and the battle raged on, filled with fierce exchanges of Dou Qi and soul-shattering impacts, proving difficult to resolve. In the lower battlefield, the scene was even more brutal. The elders of the alchemist tower formed formations, embroiled in chaotic combat with the multitude of venerables from the Soul Palace. Soul-binding chains slithered like venomous serpents, while the alchemist fire array stood firm like a fortress. Countless strong warriors fell, blood raining down, and the wails of souls painted the sky as if it were a realm of azura. The space continuously collapsed, only to be slowly mended by the laws of heaven and earth, before being violently torn apart once more. Devastating energy surges rampaged like unbridled wild horses, reshaping the terrain of the alchemist domain, causing mountains to topple, the earth to crack, and rivers to reverse course. Amidst this chaotic melee, with everyone ensnared by their opponents and unable to attend to anything else, the once injured 7, 8, and 9 heavenly sovereigns, whose auras had waned under Xuan Ye's assault, suddenly flashed with malice and cunning. The three of them exchanged a glance and simultaneously executed a feint, forcefully creating a brief gap amidst their entanglement with the three titans of the Dan Tower. In an instant, their forms shot forth like specters, not aiming for the titans, but rather plunging directly towards the Dan Tower Elders faction, which was desperately holding its ground against the revered figures of the Soul Palace. Oh no! Xuan Ye was the first to react, his countenance shifting dramatically as he attempted to intervene, but was momentarily obstructed by a corrosive rain curtain unleashed at the cost of life by the Demon Rain Sovereign. Lei Zhenzi and Xian Kongzi were equally astonished and furious, yet were ensnared by the desperate tactics of the black and white sovereigns, leaving them unable to provide timely assistance. Kill these ants of the Dan Tower first, and collect some interest. The black sovereign of the 7 sovereigns emitted a cruel cackle, his withered hand extending forth, conjuring a shadowy palm print that blotted out the sky, imbued with a strange power that devoured souls, aimed directly at a grade 8 alchemist who was orchestrating the Dan fire array below. The white sovereign of the 8 sovereigns, in turn, summoned a multitude of pale bone spears that rained down upon the most densely packed area of the crowd. Despite being gravely injured, the Demon Rain Sovereign was also laughing maniacally as he unleashed a cascade of gray droplets of death, blanketing another area. The combined onslaught from the three sovereigns, even in their diminished state, was far beyond what an ordinary Dozun elder could withstand. Should it descend, the dozens of core elders of the Dan Tower below would likely suffer devastating casualties in an instant. Countless Dan Tower elders were stricken with despair, helplessly watching as the annihilating assault drew near. However, just as the ominous palm print, the pale bone spears, and the deadly rain were about to engulf the Dan Tower's ranks, a figure appeared before them with the swiftness of teleportation, emerging without warning in the very forefront of the Dan Tower elders' formation. Clad in a purple robe adorned with dragon and phoenix motifs, his stature was imposing, and his visage strikingly handsome. It was none other than Xuan Ye, who had just emerged from seclusion. In the face of the terrifying attacks capable of obliterating multiple Dozun, Xuan Ye exhibited no sign of turbulence. He did not even adopt a defensive posture. Instead, with a casual flourish of his right hand, he lightly swept his sleeve towards the front. The motion was as nonchalant as brushing away dust from his garment. Yet, at the moment his sleeve passed, the overwhelming dark palm print vanished, as if erased by an invisible eraser, dissipating without a sound. The torrent of pale bone spears shattered upon an unseen wall, crumbling into dust. The enveloping gray droplets of death evaporated instantaneously, leaving no trace of moisture behind. The combined strike of the three sovereigns, capable of inflicting grievous harm or even annihilating lower-tier semi-saints, disintegrated effortlessly beneath Xuan Ye's seemingly trivial gesture, as if it had never existed. In that instant, amidst the deafening cacophony of battle and the explosions of energy, everything seemed to freeze. All present were rendered speechless by this sudden turn of events. The demon reign's sovereign's eyes widened in disbelief, staring fixedly at Xuan Ye, sensing the vast, oceanic aura emanating from him, far surpassing anything witnessed before. His voice, tinged with shock, became sharp and distorted. "No, it's impossible. Your aura, a third transformation Dozun. How could you have advanced so swiftly?" The exclamation of the demon reign rippled through the soul palace, ranks like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, triggering a chain reaction. On the side of the soul palace, all the venerable figures who noticed the situation, including the engaged 5 and 6 sovereigns, as well as the second sovereign Guyu, entangled with the red flame ancestor, directed their incredulous gazes towards Xuan Ye, their hearts stirred by tumultuous waves of astonishment. A 19-year-old third transformation Dozun. This was utterly unheard of, even among the divine bloodlines of the ancient 8 clans. At this age, the utmost achievement would barely reach 5 or 6 stars as a Dozun. This utterly transcended their comprehension. The first 3 sovereigns, Guyu the 5 and 6 sovereigns, instantly sharpened their gazes, their expressions gravely serious, as an overwhelming intent to kill surged within them. This individual must not be allowed to live. Guyu's skeletal jaw moved, the white flames of his soul flickering violently. His growth was alarmingly rapid. If given more time, he would undoubtedly become a significant threat to the Soul Palace. He must be eradicated at all costs. The 5 sovereigns' voice was hoarse, filled with resolve. Conversely, the reaction from the Dan Tower was strikingly different. The surviving Dan Tower elders, witnessing the towering figure in the purple robe standing before them like a colossal pillar, were first taken aback before erupting into thunderous cheers of elation. It is His Highness Xuan Ye. He has emerged from seclusion. A third transformation, Dozun. Heaven bless our Dan Tower. Xian Kongzi, Lei Zhenzi, and especially Xuan Yi, gazing at the unharmed and immensely strengthened Xuan Ye, felt a heavy stone lift from their hearts, replaced by profound relief and exhilaration. Meanwhile, the few Doshing elders of the Dan Tower, including Elder Mo, who was confronting a great sovereign of the Soul Palace, could not hide their astonishment and resolve as they beheld Xuan Ye. This youth truly embodies the hope of our Dan Tower's resurgence. A 1-star Do Sheng elder murmured, his eyes igniting with unprecedented brilliance. No matter what, we must ensure his safety, asserted another Do Sheng elder with unwavering conviction. Though Elder Mo did not turn his gaze, a flicker of relief and a deepened determination to protect shone within his gentle eyes. The potential and growth rate exhibited by Xuan Ye had far surpassed their initial expectations, solidifying their resolve to spare no effort in safeguarding the future star of the Dan Tower. Xuan Ye's sudden appearance, alongside the terrifying power he displayed in effortlessly neutralizing the attacks of the 3 sovereigns, acted as a potent tonic, invigorating the hearts of all within the Dan Tower, subtly shifting the balance that had initially tilted against them. Standing amidst the ruins and smoke, his golden-purple eyes calmly surveyed the figures of the Soul Palace. Finally resting upon the grim-faced 7, 8, and 9 sovereigns, his voice, though faint, resonated across the battlefield. Did those who dare to touch my Dan Towers seek permission from me?